A Death Star carrying billions of undead suddenly crashed into Earth. Yet humanity did not perish. Instead, humans and the undead were transported together to another world for a cabin survival game. Here, all items are digitized into cards. To survive in this alien world, both humans and the undead must venture out during the day to gather supplies and materials to upgrade their shelters, while hiding inside at night to avoid monster attacks. However, your situation is unique. Not only did you arrive in this world 3 hours earlier than other humans alongside the undead, but you also started with a divine-level magician card. This card not only allows you to uncover secrets but also possesses the ability to upgrade other cards. 3 hours ago, you had just arrived in this otherworldly realm and found yourself in a mountainous forest, without the promised starting cabin mentioned in the broadcast. To make matters worse, dusk was approaching, and if you couldn't return to a cabin before nightfall, death seemed inevitable. After some thought, you decided to climb to the mountaintop for a better view. Perhaps due to recent rain, the ground was treacherously slippery, and a thin mist lingered among the trees. Along the way, you gathered some wild berries. After all, the broadcast had warned that nights were extremely dangerous, and no one should leave their cabin, so food had to be prepared in advance. After a 10-minute climb, you reached the summit and gazed upon an unfamiliar world. Overwhelmed by indescribable emotions, the memory of the recent global catastrophe still haunted you. A rogue planet had suddenly entered the solar system, hurtling toward Earth at such speed that even the pre-apocalyptic revelry had no time to unfold. From discovery to Earth's destruction, it took only half an hour, as if it were a one-sided execution by some divine force. Yet here you were, thrust into a world of survival. No matter what, surviving the apocalypse was something to be grateful for. As you stood atop the mountain surveying this world, a solitary cabin came into view. Just then, your magician card issued a warning: *shelter cabin, this is the place you seek, but there seems to be unexpected danger inside. You'd best prepare yourself. You began descending toward the cabin, picking up a stone along the way. After circling the cabin once, you found nothing unusual. Its windows were too small to risk peering through, lest you alert whatever danger might lurk within. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open, and a skeleton emerged, carrying a bucket. The abrupt encounter startled both of you. You hadn't expected a dead man inside, and the skeleton hadn't anticipated a human arriving early. In its panic, it shrieked, "A living one!" The words nearly scared you out of your skin. "Since when do skeletons talk?" you exclaimed, hurling the stone at it. The skeleton's skull shattered in places, and in a rage, it swung the bucket at you. With no retreat left, you endured the agonizing blow to your abdomen and smashed the stone into the skeleton's head again. A clumsy, desperate brawl, like two schoolchildren fighting, with nothing but the undying will to survive driving both sides. A few minutes later, the energy flame in the skull's center flickered out, and it collapsed to the ground, transforming into a white glowing card. Groaning as you clutched your waist, you hadn't expected the card to drop this way. Then, using the magician card, you examined its information. A commentary card, Summon Skeleton Soldier, which sealed a skeleton soldier inside. Due to the severe damage to its skull, its combat effectiveness was limited. You weren't in a hurry to upgrade this white card with the magician. After all, upgrades had a cooldown, and this summoning card didn't seem particularly valuable. Watching the sky gradually darken, you pushed open the door and stepped into the wooden cabin. The magician card then issued a prompt: "The owner of this cabin has been slain by you. Will you occupy this cabin as your first stronghold?" Stunned by this revelation, the skeleton had actually been the owner of the cabin. Starting with a shelter while you had none, you didn't hesitate to choose occupy. A flash of white light swept over the formerly blackened cabin, as if breathing new life into it, transforming its exterior into a rustic, natural wood color. The miraculous change filled you with doubt. How could a human dwelling differ so drastically from a skeleton's design? Did skeletons count as intelligent life? Stepping into the cramped cabin, you found it was no more than 10 square meters in size, sparsely furnished with only a lone table, not even a bed for rest. Piled in the corner were some wood and stone. Who would have thought this skeleton had been so diligent, gathering such abundant resources? On the table lay a book bound in parchment, alongside 2 white cards. You first flipped open the parchment book. Inside were explanations and hints about this world, along with 3 locked channels: chat, trade, and quests. You had wanted to communicate with others about the situation, but these channels were grayed out and inaccessible, with only time ticking away. A bold warning stood out on the parchment: you must return to the cabin by 2000 hours at night. Checking the time, you saw you had an hour and a half left. Next, you examined the 2 white cards. They turned out to be a woodcutting axe and a stone hammer, both crudely made and highly inefficient in their work. There was still some time before 8 p.m., so you took the opportunity to go out and search for a nearby stream, hoping to fetch some water with your wooden bucket. In the end, you only managed to collect a small half bucket of dew, which should be enough for one night. With 40 minutes left, You took out the lumber axe and tried chopping wood. There was a tree about the thickness of a bowl at the entrance, but despite your best efforts, you only managed to cut through a layer of bark. Feeling the stinging pain in your palms, you gritted your teeth and chopped for another half hour, finally obtaining 10 pieces of wood. At 1951, you returned to the wooden hut and casually slid the bolt on the door. After taking stock of your materials, you now had 65 pieces of wood and 33 stones, with a dozen or so black coal-like objects piled in the corner. Soon, you set up a small fire in the central pit of the hut. Though the weak flames seemed on the verge of dying out at any moment, they became your only solace in the darkness. The magician card reminded you that the small fire was crucial for survival. One piece of wood could keep it burning for an hour, so you must not let the flames go out. Unexpectedly, when the clock struck 2000 hours, the system's cold voice rang out again, and the next words left you frozen in shock, because the familiar message was broadcast once more. Welcome to the card survival world. To survive in this world, living beings must remember the following. The wooden hut you are currently in is your only refuge and the sole safe place in this world. You will face many enemies, and survival will not be easy. The greatest danger comes from the malice of this world itself, for the new world does not welcome your arrival. This is an energy-based world, where all items can be transformed into cards after being energized, and many cards possess miraculous powers. During the day, gather resources, upgrade your refuge, and search for food, water, clothing, tools, and other supplies. Most importantly, you must return to the refuge before nightfall. There was nothing new in this message. It was exactly what you had heard when you first arrived. You turned around abruptly and saw the sheepskin book glowing. A mysterious oil lamp had appeared on the desk, and all the channels in the book were now active. Watching this unfold, you had a very bad feeling. The default chat channel was set to humans within a 1,000-kilometer range, and it was already in chaos. Oh my god, where is this place? How did I get here? This shabby house is so drafty. It's freezing, and I'm still wearing short sleeves. Hurry up and grab the starter kit by the bonfire. There's firewood inside to start a fire, or we'll freeze to death soon. Guan Xiaoqi jerked his head back and looked towards the fire pit, which was clean and clear of any newbie packs. Listening to everyone's conversations, it seemed that they had all just entered this new world. Then what was going on with himself? Could it be that he had entered this world 3 hours early? But why wasn't the newbie gift pack given to me? And everyone has their own cabin, why don't I have one? Of course, I have it now, but that was something I desperately snatched back, okay? Guan Xiaoqi was quite puzzled. Soon after, someone showed the items in the newbie gift bag: a white quarry hammer card, a white stone axe card, 15 trees of wood, and a wooden water cup. Seeing these contents, Guan Xiaoqi's heart balanced out. Except for the wooden water cup he didn't have, he had everything else. Although he didn't have a water cup, he had a wooden bat and counted it as earned. Everyone was chatting feverishly. Outside, the sky turned pitch black and churned up a black fog, which filled the area around each man's cabin. The atmosphere became more and more gloomy, and the timid guys were no longer in the mood to chat, sitting in their cabins, nervously listening to the whimpering wind outdoors. The most terrifying thing is that in the sound of the wind, sometimes you can also hear some strange movements. There are unknown monsters began to move in the dark night. Through the door can be heard the sound of all kinds of monsters' muddy buddy pouring over the lawn. People who grew up in peaceful times, where have they seen this kind of scene? One by one, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to make the slightest sound. Guan Xiaoqi put down the parchment and nervously listened to the sounds outside his wooden door. Something was clawing at his wooden door. It made a slow crunching horrible sound. It was only the first night, they were all newcomers. How could a monster come to the door? Does this make sense? 86, 84, 82.73, 72, 70. The blood level of the wooden door was gradually dropping, and according to this trend, it wouldn't take an hour for the door to be destroyed. There was no way Guan Xiaoqi would let the monster break his wooden door. He had to fight back. He made a split-second decision and immediately summoned the skeleton soldier. This skeleton soldier didn't sell too well. Its head was missing a third of its head, and several bones were missing from its body, and it looked as if it had been cursed. The bones all over its body were covered in black spots, and it was holding a broken bone knife in its hand, and it looked like it wasn't very smart. A blue ghost fire was burning in the head of the skeleton soldier. This was probably the skeleton's brain. Picking up the white card on the table, it instantly turned into a stone axe. He took it out and held it in his hand. It had limited killing power, but it was better than bare hands. Giving the skeleton soldier a wink, telling it to hide in the doorway and fight the ambush. Just don't know if this skeleton soldier who doesn't look too smart read it. Guan Xiaoqi carefully pulled the wooden door gently open. A red-eyed gray wolf was crouching in the doorway. Go to hell. The gray wolf was still desperately scratching the door. Guan Xiaoqi's sudden opening of the door startled it. Before it could react, Guan Xiaoqi had already taken the initiative to swing his axe and chopped it up, and a single axe slammed into the Grey Wolf's head, hard enough to smash a bag out. The Grey Wolf was furious, letting out a mournful howl and rushed up to fight with Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't even beat the cat he raised at home in his last life. How could he be a match for this Grey Wolf? Within a few hits he was knocked over on the ground. Where are the skeleton soldiers? Watching the show from the sidelines? The Grey Wolf had already rushed into the room. Guan Xiaoqi shielded his face, then he remembered. How come the skeleton soldier hadn't joined the fight? He was fighting all by himself. The Grey Wolf's saliva had dripped onto Guan Xiaoqi's face, grinning and tearing down towards his face. Too damn scary, Guan Xiaoqi reached out in a panic rage and clasped his fingers around the Grey Wolf's nostrils, pushing outward as hard as he could. Ow! The Grey Wolf ate the pain and was completely enraged by Guan Xiaoqi's roguish style of fighting. His claws extended out and his icy blades dangled in front of Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. Ah! Horrified, Guan Xiaoqi shouted hoarsely. Just when Guan Xiaoqi thought he was going to hiccup, the eyes of the skeleton soldier hiding behind the door rolled for a second, then suddenly swung his bone knife and rushed over, slashing down hard at the Grey Wolf's neck. Duong! The chop was solid. Using his master as bait, the skeleton soldier scored a hit. The Grey Wolf's cervical vertebrae took a heavy blow, but the skeleton soldier's bone blade also chopped off, so it was true that the quality of white-card skeletons was too unreliable. The Grey Wolf couldn't care about biting Guan Xiaoqi again and jumped up. His spine was cut off, his whole body's balance was chaotic, and with a six-parent pace, he swayed east and west, wobbling wildly. Although the Grey Wolf has been like this, ferocious instead of more vigorous, viciously biting at the skeleton's leg bones were bitten off, the arm was bitten off, the eye cannot be. Guan Xiaoqi climbed up and saw that the Grey Wolf was still showing off its ferocity, so he gritted his teeth and used the magician card to upgrade the white-card skeleton soldier. Upgrade summon skeleton card. A strange energy emanated from the magician card and channeled into the white skeleton card. The skeleton soldier's body began to harden, armor appeared, and the bone blade in its hand turned into a black bone axe. A helmet appeared on its head, blocking the area where it was injured. Kicking the Grey Wolf away, it stood back up and pulled the black axe into an axe pattern, brush and axe shadows flashed, and the Grey Wolf was suddenly a bit unable to support itself. If the Grey Wolf was intact, it could still face off, but now the Grey Wolf's spine was about to be broken, and its movements were extremely inflexible. Seeing that the enemy had become ferocious, the Grey Wolf was smart enough to turn around and run away. Guan Xiaoqi had already replaced the stone axe with a stone hammer, and the moment the Grey Wolf turned around, a hammer smashed down, hitting the wolf right in the head. Scratching my door, hitting my face, biting my ass, and you still want to escape? How can you think so beautifully? Guan Xiaoqi viciously waved the stone hammer and smashed it down continuously. Chapter 4, Ghost Nest? The Grey Wolf was hit hard by the hammer, but was not dead yet, but collapsed to the ground. A man and a skeleton took turns slamming their weapons up. 5, 3, 7, 13. With the top of the Grey Wolf's head, a series of blood alerts, finally this cargo was hardened and tortured to death. Guan Xiaoqi's whole body was about to fall apart. Because the black fog outside poured into the room became very cold. He hurried over to close the wooden door, and added another piece of wood to the fire pit, before he sat down on the floor. The Grey Wolf was dead, dropping a dozen pieces of wolf meat out, along with a wolf skin and a white card. Picking up the card, he glanced at it. Wooden bow and arrow white. This is a rudimentary bow and arrow with limited killing power. The benefit is that it can attack from a long distance, comes with 50 arrows, arrows run out, need to go back to the cabin by the fire to recover energy. Putting away the card, he looked at the skeleton soldier crouching in the corner. You're quite good, using your master as bait to give the Grey Wolf a fatal blow. Aren't you afraid that your master won't be able to withstand it and get bitten to death directly? Guan Xiaoqi's heart wasn't a bit savory, but this skeleton soldier was just a summon object. It had no mind and couldn't speak, it just squatted there stupidly and didn't move a muscle. Looking at this summon skeleton card, it had changed from white to green, and the card's description had also changed. Summon Skeleton Warrior Excellent, a summon that has a little bit of combat power and can work together with you in battle. Guan Xiaoqi realized that the energy of the card, Summon Skeleton Warrior, was gradually draining away, and knowing that he couldn't keep putting it out there, he hurriedly retrieved the Skeleton Warrior into the card. Sitting by the fire, the card energy slowly began to recover. Sigh, this cabin is too important. Not only is it a shelter, the card recharge needs to come back inside the cabin, at least in a short period of time. No one can leave their cabin too far. Tap to look at the status of the cabin. Level 0 shelter, level 0 cabin, very simple shelter with low defense, needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. Upgrading to a level 1 cabin requires 63,100 wood, 3350 stone. The material requirements for upgrading weren't really that much, but it was only the first day and no one had these materials. Guan Xiaoqi was curious. It was only the first day and there were monsters at his door. He had summoned skeletons and had upgraded to green card to escape. How did the others survive? It couldn't be that everyone was from the special forces, could it? He returned to the parchment and entered the chat channel. The chat channel was still very lively. Guan Xiaoqi scrolled through it for half a day, saying anything, just no one mentioned monsters coming to the door. Cold and hungry, anyone got any food? Give me some? Oh my god, dying of thirst, the system gives a water cup, but not water, so pitiful? Starving to death. I'm going crazy. All the voices complaining about hunger and thirst, and those complaining about not having a place to go to the toilet. This is also a big problem, just that some people are brave enough to shout it out loud, and some people silently hide it in the bottom of their hearts. A living person can't be suffocated by feces and urine. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help it, and sent a post up on his own initiative to ask, "You guys didn't encounter any monster attacks?" Soon, there were a bunch of replies below. What monsters? You mean those weird sounds outside? All starving to death, still need monsters to help. Do they eat bones? Did you meet a monster? What does a monster look like? There were all who said anything. There just wasn't a single person who had seen a monster. Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank. There were only two possibilities. One was that there were really no monster attacks, and the second was that all the people who were attacked by monsters were dead. Guan Xiaoqi believed that it was the first reason, because the information on the top of the parchment scroll showed that the total number of human survival list was still 8 billion, without any change. Then why was he himself attacked by the monster? Just because this house was originally owned by a skeleton? Suddenly, a trading message attracted Guan Xiaoqi's attention. Who has food and water? I want to trade my extra wood for food and water. You're afraid you're not crazy. Who has food and water? Maybe whoever entered this world happened to be holding a bag of instant noodles? Shut up, don't mention the word instant noodles, my mouth is watering. Then people won't give it to you either, keep it for yourself. The newbie package gave 15 pieces of wood, but a knight only needs 10, 5 more pieces of wood out. Some people moved their minds. Now exchanging food for timber was quite a loss, because the timber in everyone's hands was very limited, and the upper limit was just 5, and to exchange food and water, the price of this item could not be high. But Guan Xiaoqi couldn't wait any longer. He always felt that there were monsters in the darkness staring at his house, low voices roaming around, all the time keeping him on high tension. It was a horrible feeling. If there was another monster, he didn't know if he could block it. He silently put up the water and meat on the trade channel. One price, no haggling, 1 cup of water for 1 piece of wood, 1 piece of wolf meat for 4 pieces of wood, which meant that 1 cup of water and 1 piece of wolf meat, traded by 1 portion, would be just enough to use up 5 of someone else's extra pieces of wood. The stuff was just hung up, and the transaction was completed almost instantly. Am I hallucinating? Did someone just trade wolf meat? Mud, I saw it too. It appeared for 0.1 seconds at most and then disappeared. Seriously, did someone grab it? Ha ha ha. I've been a virgin for 30 years, I just grabbed one, a cup of water and a big piece of wolf meat. I'm rich. Go to hell, fat ass. Still true? There was a sound of cursing below. A total of 10 copies were traded. Instantly 50 timber arrived. It was too sought after. The commodity was almost just hung up, instantly gone in seconds. The chat channel was much less content. Everyone was guarding the trade channel, waiting for someone to put up a new food trade. Of course Guan Xiaoqi wouldn't trade again, and kept a little for himself. The wood was enough, but what about the stones? Except for himself, everyone didn't have any stones on hand. While he was tangled in his thoughts, a world channel option suddenly caught his attention in the chat channel. At first, he thought that the world channel should be a channel for all humans, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. This survival game seemed to have creatures like skeletons involved. Ghostly, he clicked on the world channel, which was even more lively than the human channel. Just looking at the avatars made Guan Xiaoqi suck in a breath of cold air. There wasn't a single living person in there. Have you guys heard? Humans came in as well, they entered this evening. Living people? Ha, I love eating the flesh of the living. Eat, you don't know how far apart everyone's huts are, you can find them? Finished balls, which one of you has a black spirit? I'll trade resources for it, the energy fire is almost out of energy. Who's going to trade black spirit with you? Don't you know how scarce it is? Go kill animals. If you can slaughter a human, you can guarantee that you won't need to replenish your energy for a month. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. Each speaker had a racial hint behind them, a magical skull, waving around on the screen. Almost 99% of them were ghouls and ghosts. Occasionally there would be a half-orc or something, and they were all extremely small in number. What the hell is all this? Entered a haunted lair? Chapter 5 Upgrading of Level 1 Cabins. This new world is a bit complicated. The insight skill was stamina consuming, and Guan Xiaoqi couldn't keep it up all the time, but hearing them mention the Black Spirit, his heart fluttered. Black Spirit? Guan Xiaoqi's gaze turned to those black coal-like blobs in the corner and probed over with the magician's deck skill. Black Spirit, the Ghoul Clan's ghost flame needs it to replenish its energy. A simple explanation, it's the Ghoul Clan's bread. Guan Xiaoqi was instantly overjoyed. Humans didn't have stones, but these skeletons entered this world earlier than humans. They should have stones. Hurrying to check the World Trade Channel, there were indeed trade requests for stones for Black Spirits. The most expensive was 5 stones for a Black Spirit, and the cheapskates also had applications to hang 1 stone for a black orb. The prices were rather confusing, and it seemed that the skeletons hadn't entered long before the humans. Guan Xiaoqi didn't quite dare to bargain with these ghouls. Hurrying to find the highest trade, he exchanged 4 black spirits for 20 stones back. Suddenly, the world channel erupted. Oh my god, guess what I saw? I saw a living person trading with me. You dead skeleton, you're blinded. Where do human world channels open so quickly? I swear, the one I traded with was a human. Avatars don't lie. I also met a human who traded with me. Someone came forward to prove it. It's still possible? Is this a bug? Should we complain to the system that a human entered the world channel early? No creature guessed that Guan Xiaoqi had robbed a skeleton's hut and was able to connect not only to the human channel, but also to the ghoul race's channel. Looking at these comments, Guan Xiaoqi's face turned blue, intuiting that he might have gotten into trouble, and he was afraid that he was simply an alien. Quickly leaving the world channel, he re-entered the human channel, his heart still thumping. How come that little brother hasn't hung out the food package? I'm going to cry to death. Don't wait, it's hopeless. Disperse, might as well go back to sleep and conserve energy. Finally, everyone couldn't wait any longer. Everyone still had to conserve their stamina. It was conceivable that there would be a lot of things to do tomorrow at dawn, such as chopping wood and quarrying stones, any of which would require stamina. Ignoring the complaints of these people, Guan Xiaoqi began to upgrade the wooden house. Are you sure you want to upgrade a level 0 log cabin to a level 1 log cabin? It requires 113 100 wood 5350 stone. Your resources are sufficient. Okay. The wooden house began to vibrate, all the objects shifted, and in a short while, the wooden house completely changed its appearance. The interior area was much larger. In addition to the living room, there was another bedroom and a bathroom, adding up to more than 30 square meters, I'm afraid. The fire pit was gone, and on the wall of the living room, a European-style fireplace appeared. The fireplace was built of stone, and there was a smoke pipe that led directly to the top of the cabin, which was probably the reason why stones were needed to upgrade the first-level cabin, right? This fireplace was significantly more advanced and warmer than that fire pit. The wooden door was much thicker and sturdier to the naked eye, and both blood and defense had doubled. There were countless pairs of eyes in the mists that saw the wooden hut upgrade and quietly left after hesitating. Guan Xiaoqi then breathed a sigh of relief and had a little sense of security, but the most pitiful thing was that although there was an extra bedroom, there was surprisingly no bed in the bedroom. It wasn't as comfortable as sitting in the living room and roasting the fireplace. Level 1 log cabin, it can withstand low-level monsters in the darkness and slightly increase the ability to keep out the cold, but the defense ability is very limited. Please continue to work on upgrading it. This shelter can accommodate 1 person from the creature. Upgrading to the next level requires 13,500 wood and 3,200 stone. Seeing that this house had an additional attribute of accommodating a number of people, Guan Xiaoqi froze. Could it be that this shelter could accommodate more creatures when it was upgraded to a higher level? Then, when it was raised to the end, this shelter would turn into a real castle? One could only say that it was really possible. It doesn't seem too bad, but I don't seem to have any interest in becoming a lord. I still prefer to be alone and a bit cleaner. It's just that being alone is really too lonely, and it's not bad to call on 3 or 5 friends to have a party once in a while. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a while. At this time, of course, he does not know. Cabin upgrade is a lot of branches. The castle is of course an option. In addition to the castle, there are other options. But that also do not know is the monkey year and horse month thing, or find a way to survive until tomorrow morning to talk about it. Guan Xiaoqi was tired, he had to chop wood tomorrow, he had to rest well. Next to the warmth of the fireplace, he curled up into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. The next day dawned. The sun rose, dispersing the dark fog, and the first rays of sunlight shone into the window pane of every wooden house. Time, second day of the first month of the human year, 6 o'clock. The ringing of the wake-up call woke up all the hazy humans. The cold and emotionless voice resounded. Congratulations on surviving the first night, however, the new world has just begun, now release today's survival quest, work hard to gather resources and upgrade your cabin, otherwise you may run into trouble on the next night. The forums immediately buzzed with activity. Everyone was passionately discussing this quest. Isn't it just chopping wood and gathering stones? This one is simple. Brothers, let's all go grab the first post, there might be a reward. Ditto, ditto. Ding. Announcing the battle report, someone has completed the first cabin upgrade mission, the system will give a special reward. This news was released almost simultaneously with the mission. There was a full 3-second pause in the forum without anyone posting, and then everyone's emotions were ignited. Marred, cheating, right? Are you kidding, did he run out in the middle of the night to chop wood? Relationship? Groove. What's with the shamelessness, is cheating so unabashed? The comments instantly shuffled across the screen, all cursing words, and as the saying goes, 1,000 fingers point to no end, unless you can't see or hear them. Guan Xiaoqi violently closed the parchment book, thinking that you waste snacks in competent rage. The old man does not look at the total line. On the floor in front of the fireplace was a golden treasure chest. This is the reward? There's a blind box to open? Guan Xiaoqi sat on the floor and opened the treasure box, which dropped out a bunch of things out. Jacket white, this is a warm clothing, if you feel cold, you can wear it to protect yourself from the cold, and to tell you quietly, this clothing also has a little bit of defensibility, this is tailored by the tailor according to your figure. Gold coins colored, 10 pieces, this is something that even ghosts like, do you like it too? French bread sticks white, 2, a bit hard and nutritious, perfect for breakfast. Large bottle of Sprite green, 1 bottle, it has sugar in it, very precious. Tailor's recipe, the art of making white boots, on the alchemy table, with enough materials, you can make white boots, requires 1 sheet of light leather and 2 meters of twine. Wood 200, stone 100. Food, clothing and a dragon, but it is very complete, this is much more affordable than the novice gift package, but unfortunately there is still no bed, the floor of the wooden house is made of stone, cold as hell. The recipe is a good thing, hurriedly put it away. There are also colored rewards, surprisingly gold coins, and do not know what can be done, first put away. Chapter 6, The First Dawn. Guan Xiaoqi's goal was to complete the construction of the second-grade wooden house by tonight, so he had to hurry up and go felling trees and collecting stones. All of these things were put away first. We'll deal with them together in the evening. Carrying a large bucket with a stone axe card and a stone hammer card, Guan Xiaoqi walked out of the room. The warm sunlight shone down, and Guan Xiaoqi took a deep breath of fresh air. The air of the new world was unpolluted and so fresh that it intoxicated people, it was just too comfortable. Ding, you have been upgraded, please choose your free attributes. How did you get upgraded? Congratulations, you've risen to level 2. You can gain experience value by fighting monsters in this world, and every morning, if you're still alive, you can also gain a small amount of experience value. Attribute points are limited, please choose carefully. Cautious my ass, Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look at the attribute description and directly added a free attribute point to strength. Old me wants to lumber and smash rocks, today even if the god of heaven comes to persuade me, I'm going to add strength. A sizzling hot current flowed through his body like an electric shock, and instantly he felt his musculoskeletal bones become stronger. Wielding the stone axe in my hand, I immediately felt that the axe was much lighter. The wood was close to the house, so I'll log it first. The wooden house is not far away from a lot of scattered large trees, a little further away is a forest, because the dew in the early morning is the most. Guan Xiaoqi before chopping the wood, first used a wooden barrel to catch some dew, although the system gave him a large bottle of Sprite, it is also completely not enough for him to drink, or to save a little water. Fill the wooden bucket with water. Only then did he find a large tree that was relatively close to the cabin and began to cut down the wood. This large tree was slightly thicker than the one from yesterday, swinging the axe on it, the effect was a little bit better than yesterday, mainly because the strength increased a little bit, and the efficiency improved. The sharpness of the stone axe was really too bad, chopping on the tree, the recoil hurt the tiger's mouth, it took half an hour to chop down the tree and get 13 logs. Guan Xiaoqi already back pain. As an archaeologist, small brother is already considered a good physique. Imagine how much difficulty others are facing. The system is really too stingy. Even an iron axe is not willing to give. Directly let the group start from the Stone Age. However, everyone else's task today was just to build a level 1 hut, which wasn't too difficult, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't have the same goal as them. Simply calculating, according to this efficiency hacking down, the resource collection was simply not enough for upgrading. Currently, his own resources were 213 500 wood and 103 200 stone. Half an hour is only 13 wood, he needs nearly 300, all the wood is not enough, not to mention the stone quarrying, there are only 10 hours a day, but also to eat and rest, how to calculate is not enough. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to delay. While struggling to swing his axe to cut down the wood, he was trying to think of a solution in his head. He had a card that summoned a skeleton warrior, and the skeleton warrior was also holding an axe in his hand. If I summoned it, would it help me chop wood? Guan Xiaoqi thought of this and summoned the skeleton warrior without hesitation. Come out, skeleton warrior. With a very middle of the road incantation, the skeleton warrior instantly appeared at Guan Xiaoqi's side. Help me chop wood, will you? Guan Xiaoqi waved his axe and gave the skeleton warrior a demonstration. The skeleton warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously, not knowing what kind of show he was putting on. Could it be that this douchebag only fights and can't chop wood? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but spit it out. Learn from me, chop like this. Guan Xiaoqi raised his axe and fought his way up the tree. The skeleton warrior's eyes lit up, seemed to understand, suddenly swung the axe in his hand violently, and chopped Guan Xiaoqi's axe. The skeleton warrior's strength was big, the texture of the axe in his hand was also good. Bang, a loud bang. His axe cut Guan Xiaoqi's stone axe directly off. Worry! Guan Xiaoqi's head was full of black lines. He took half a step back, looking at the stone axe that was only half left in his hand. He couldn't cry, he was so angry that he couldn't say a word. The second-rate skeleton warrior even chopped off his own tool of labor. While he was grieving, this big tree in front of him fell with a rumble. 12 wood gained from felling. Ugh! There seems to be a door? This skeleton warrior doesn't look too smart, but his strength is indeed much greater than his own. Guan Xiaoqi was secretly surprised. Looking at the half-cut stone axe in his hand, Guan Xiaoqi had an idea. He took half of the stone axe and pretended to chop down a tree. The skeleton warrior followed him and chopped. The stone axe naturally didn't use much force, but this skeleton warrior had a lot of strength, and within a few moments, he chopped down a large tree. It is their own action must be fast. The axe is almost cut to the tree when, to immediately withdraw back, otherwise the remaining half of the axe was skeleton warrior cut out. One person and one skeleton began the logging journey, even cut 6 hours, can be Guan Xiaoqi exhausted. He is not tired of cutting trees, but to guide the skeleton warrior to cut the tree, and cannot let it cut to his axe, purely heart-tired. What kind of summon is this, so stupid? It knew how to use me as bait during yesterday's fight. Why did it turn into a little cutie once it chopped down a tree? Moving the timber back to the cabin, there were 372 in total, plus the original 213, a total of 585 timber, enough for the cabin to be upgraded. The skeleton warrior no longer had any energy and returned to the cart itself. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin and sat in front of the fireplace, charging the cart while roasting the wolf meat. The wolf meat was slightly tough and chewy. Guan Xiaoqi ate his mouth full of oil, no salt, no other seasoning, the most primitive wild flavor. Guan Xiaoqi ate with relish. Doing physical labor or eating meat to have strength. The skeleton warrior card was placed right next to him, and the energy inside began to gradually recover, and the stone axe card that was damaged just now was also gradually recovering its energy. As long as the stone axe is not completely damaged, it can be restored to integrity in the cabin. Unless the stone axe is completely shattered into slag, then this card is really ruined. Guan Xiaoqi had never done this kind of strength work in his life, and his whole body was sore and weak. After resting for half an hour, he forced himself to get up. This time he didn't bring a stone axe, he was going to quarry stones, so he brought a quarry hammer, and casually brought the skeleton warrior card with him. Walked out of the cabin and looked around. He came down from that small hill. There was a stone field just below the hill. That's where he picked up a stone as a weapon in the first place and snatched this cabin back. The distance wasn't too far, only 100 meters or so. Guan Xiaoqi walked to the stone quarry area. The ground was strewn with crushed stone heads, and those large lapis lazuli showed that they were mineral deposits. Taking out his own stone hammer, he tried to chisel this stone mine. Ding, ding, ding. It took a dozen or so consecutive smashes before a crack appeared in the lapis lazuli. The hammer was bounced high, and the stone mine was too hard, shocking his palms so sorely that he almost couldn't hold the hammer. Chapter 7, Struggle. Watching the skeleton warriors now, he repeated his trick and summoned the skeleton warrior. Watch my moves, smash the stone together. Guan Xiaoqi waved his stone hammer and swung it up to smash at the lapis lazuli, then quickly retracted the hammer. He was afraid that this skeleton warrior would break his hammer again, but the skeleton warrior was on the side looking at the stone dumbfoundedly, not moving at all. Follow me to smash the stone. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. This skeleton warrior was really hard to command. Probably because Guan Xiaoqi pushed him so hard, the skeleton warrior grudgingly raised his axe and followed him as he smashed into the stone. Dang! With a loud bang, the skeleton warrior's axe was knocked away in a splinter, and the stone was intact. Stop! Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly called for a stop, and the skeleton warrior put away his axe as he was told. Scratching his head, the skeleton warrior could chop down trees but couldn't pick stones. Chopping like this, the axe would be useless within a few strokes. Think about it, the skeleton warrior uses an axe, not a hammer. I've never heard of anyone using an axe to quarry stone. Guan Xiaoqi had no choice but to take the skeleton warrior back to his card, and smashed it down with a hammerhead. Collecting stones is much slower than chopping wood. Smashed an hour, only smashed out 4 stones out. This efficiency is also too low. He was still a healthy boy with a little extra strength, but if he was a petite little girl, how could he gather stones? Guan Xiaoqi felt that there was no future in quarrying like this, and he didn't want to continue wasting time. There were also natural-born Hercules, whose strength was probably several times that of his own, so it would be more cost-effective for them to collect stones. In his mind, it would be more cost-effective to go logging. At least there are skeleton warriors to help cut the wood. The efficiency is much higher. Stones can be exchanged for wood. He moved these 4 stones back to his cabin, and then brought the skeleton warriors to continue to go to the grove to cut wood. With the experience this time, the efficiency was much faster than in the morning. I have an axe, you have an axe. One person and one skeleton gradually had a tacit understanding, and one big tree after another was chopped down and fell to the ground. Unconsciously, the sky began to fog up. There was a cold wind blowing over. Guan Xiaoqi was now covered in sweat. Surprisingly, he felt a burst of coolness. Looking at the time, it was already 1856. Guan Xiaoqi has no strength at all, thinking, I must exercise my body properly in the future, otherwise I must die of exhaustion. There is more than an hour of darkness. Guan Xiaoqi will be on the ground. A little bit of wood to move back to the cabin. It took more than a dozen trips to carry all of this wood back. Only then did he have time to take stock of his achievements. After working for a short time in the afternoon, he had gained a total of 267 pieces of wood, and together with the 585 from before, he currently had 852 pieces of wood in his hands, which was a huge amount of wealth in this new world. However, the stone was only harvested 4, plus the 103 from before, a total of only 107, 93 short of ascending to the second level of the wooden house. The gap is huge. The clouds in the sky were getting darker and darker, and the fog was shrouding over from the surrounding wilderness. Initially it was just a light fog, but as the sunlight got fainter and fainter, these fogs became darker and darker. Time 1953. Guan Xiaoqi returned to his cabin a few minutes early and dropped the bolt on the door. It was dark, and the sound of rustling outside resounded once more. Guan Xiaoqi shivered. It was cold. This night seemed even colder than yesterday, and hurried to the fireplace, burning the wood. The warmth of the fire dispersed the cold inside the cabin, and it was only then that Guan Xiaoqi saw that 2 neat rows of blood blisters had risen on his hands. Ouch! His entire body was so sore that he didn't want to move. His goal was to upgrade to a level 2 cabin today, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to accomplish it. Another glance at the cabin upgrade conditions. Shelter, level 1 cabin, sheltered from the wind and rain, with a relatively warm fireplace, but limited defense. Upgrade shelter, 852 500 wood. 107 200 stone. An extra 352 wood, but 93 stones are missing. Obviously, stones are much harder to gather than wood, so there's no telling if the current trading market will get 93 stones back. It's still too early to sleep. Guan Xiaoqi picked up a Sprite and took a big gulp of it, so refreshing, and while going back to grilling the wolf meat, he opened the survival handbook to see how everyone was doing. Human chat channel. This was the only entertainment left in this world. Everyone was struggling to survive, all living in solitude. Only in this chat channel could people relieve their loneliness, letting everyone know that in this world, there were still kindred spirits struggling to survive together. The feeling was subtle. Almost everyone was chatting on the channel. I'm dying, no food, no water, one of you give me some? You didn't get any wood or rocks in a big day? Take something for it. I worked hard to pick the stones, I don't want to give them up. That big brother and sister give me a little food. Scram, you network beggar. I haven't really found any food around, got a bunch of grass back, I don't know if I can eat it? Are you evolving into a sheep? I was a bit lucky, there were a few fruit trees on the side, they were wild apples, got a bunch of them back. Big brother, you have fruit trees next to you? Old me here in the freezing weather, almost froze to death, I managed to get a fish out of the ice. Huh, where are you, And it's icy? What's wrong with icy weather, at least there's no shortage of water. Do you have any wood nearby? There's wood all around, if there wasn't, I would have frozen to death long ago. You're not in the forested areas of the Daxingenling, are you? What are you thinking? This isn't Earth, and the Amazon rainforest? Oh, don't mention the rainforest, I go out to the swamp, I went to cut down a tree in the daytime, and was chased by a crocodile so much that I lost my axe, and now I don't have anything. My condolences, brother. Because it is Guan Xiaoqi this time open all human channel, all kinds of climate, all kinds of terrain people have, good luck, go out a small pond, bad luck, that really nothing. Suddenly, a statement attracted Guan Xiaoqi's attention. You guys don't say anything, I guess I'm going to die soon, goodbye forever, brothers, woo-woo. Dude, don't cry so hard, what's wrong? I went out in the morning and found myself in a desert, 10 kilometers around, no wood, no water, no rocks, no food, all ing sand, is this not letting me live? Brother, count yourself unlucky, the gods can't save you. No way, is there such a Jedi? You look for it again, the sky is the limit, it's impossible that there aren't any resources around your refuge? Alas, to say that there are resources, there is really a mine in the sand nest by my cabin, but this mine is not useful at all. You send it out, let's help identify it, if it's useful, we can trade it for some survival materials. The guy's heart rose with a fluke, and he sent the item to the trade channel. A group of people were talking about it, when a person said, "You're done, this mine is really useless, just now I used the appraisal scroll to appraise it, and it states that it's useless for humans." Chapter 8, The Black Spirit. While everyone was lamenting for that person, Guan Xiaoqi froze, he saw that the name of the ore was, Black Spirit. One black spirit could be exchanged for 5 stones, and that guy had a dozen black spirits in his hand, so Guan Xiaoqi's heart was pounding uncontrollably. Everyone can't communicate with the ghouls yet, so naturally they don't know the role of the black spirit, except for Guan Xiaoqi who is special, his wooden house was snatched from the ghouls, and the survival manual was originally from the ghouls as well. Looking at the person's name, called Zhu Yunshan, Guan Xiaoqi sent a private chat over. "Hello, that mine interests me, can we talk?" Zhu Yunshan was curled up in his small house, his whole body was frozen and shivering, because of the lack of water, the corners of his mouth had cracked, the whole person was groggy, he had already given up, the whole person was numb, he just bemoaned his bitter fate. Guan Xiaoqi sent a message, waited for half a day, the opposite side did not respond, could not help but frown, was about to give up. The opposite side finally responded. "You? Who is it?" Zhu Yunshan was muddled, unexpectedly found a private message, typed a few words over with his shaking hand, he was now cold and hungry, and most crucially, there was no water. "Bring your cup over, I'll give you some water to drink." Zhu Yunshan froze, a bit in disbelief, he was like this, and there were people who would give him water to drink for no reason? The will to survive rose, apprehensively took his own cup of water. Wouldn't be a prank, teasing me, right? Zhu Yunshan's hands were shaking with nervousness, quite afflicted. The sound of running water resounded in front of his eyes, the water cup was poured full of water, and because he was really too nervous, he didn't hold the water cup tightly and accidentally spilled part of it out. He wanted to die. He hurriedly plopped down on the ground, puckered his butt and licked the spilled water dry with his tongue until all the water had seeped into the ground, only then did he sit back in front of the survival manual with a regretful face, and then carefully returned, "Big brother, I received the water." Seeing that this guy didn't die, Guan Xiaoqi also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly typed, "I'm interested in that little black ball of yours, I can trade it with you, just sell that little black ball to me later." "Ah? Really?" Zhu Yunshan was instantly a bit flustered and quickly replied, "Big brother, I'll listen to you, I'll give you all the little black balls right away, can you just give me a little bit of food and wood? I'm cold and hungry here, I just can't last any longer." Zhu Yunshan panicked and traded up the little black balls. He didn't believe Guan Xiaoqi's words because many people had checked, this little black ball had no use at all to humans, it was impossible that everyone was a liar, and none of them wanted this thing. He pondered that it must have been this big brother who looked at him pitifully and said that he wanted to trade. He didn't know the value of the black spirit, so naturally he traded it all up in his head. People were starving to death, and their IQ directly dropped to a negative number. In fact, even if he knew it was useful, it was all he could do now, because no one would accept it from him except Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi found it funny. Why was this man panicking like this? Could it be that he was really almost freezing and starving to death just now? You've used up all the wood in your novice box, I'll give you a little wood and food first. Xu Yunshan put up a total of 17 black spirits. Guan Xiaoqi sent him back 30 pieces of wood. There are also 2 of that weird root. This root is called cloud potato. There is no such thing on earth, it is a specialty of this world. Xu Yunshan received these resources in a panic, using the oil lamp in the room, lit a wood, the fire burned up, the cold air was gradually dispersed out. Gulping, holding the cloud potato, chewing it in a big mouth, nothing special flavor, but swallowing it into his stomach, he quickly relieved his hunger. Eating too quickly, he choked a little, and hurriedly took another sip of water. You can collect a little more of this little black ball tomorrow, I'll fix 2 timber for one of your little black balls, do you think it's okay? Guan Xiaoqi asked tentatively. Okay, of course, big brother, I'll listen to you, my life is all yours. Xu Yunshan was inexperienced on the first day, and wasted a lot of time looking around for things. As a result, he didn't find anything, and actually didn't spend much time collecting black spirits. At this time, he was a bit regretful. Had he known that he would collect a bit more black spirit, okay, why would he go around looking for it in the desert? Big brother, you are my savior, you let me do whatever I want. Come on, don't need you to be like this, we are just an ordinary transaction, don't expect you to repay, tomorrow collect some more black spirit on the line. Okay, big brother, I'll listen to you. Hearing the end, Xu Yunshan recoiled, thinking, could it be that big brother really wants this little black ball? This thing has a use? Take an early rest, find me for whatever you lack, survive first in the early stages. Yes, yes. Regardless of whether Guan Xiaoqi really needed this little black ball, Xu Yunshan simply had no other choice at this time. For Xu Yunshan's words of gratitude, Guan Xiaoqi was not a fan. Hearts are fickle, today he saved his life, he said whatever he wanted under his breath. On another day, he found out that the value of the black spirit is more than just 2 trees, not to mention remembering the grace, not turned against each other are considered a good person. A deal is a deal, how you do in the future, it's none of my business. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the 17 black spirits in his hand, a little worried. This thing is equivalent to food in the ghouls there, the market is very good, but he remembered the last time he traded a few black spirits, the result in the ghouls of the forums instantly stirred up an uproar. Guan Xiaoqi does not want to become a celebrity in the ghouls. He also had a hunch that the timing of his appearance didn't seem right, so it was best not to let too many people know. He wrapped his head in his clothes, but when he looked into the bucket of water, he still looked like a human being, and he didn't look like a ghoul. When he was worried, he suddenly remembered the card in his hand. In his heart, he had an idea. He recruited the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior stood there dumbfounded. Guan Xiaoqi controlled the skeleton warrior to sit in front of the survival manual screen, and then he hid behind the skeleton warrior, trying to keep himself out of the picture as much as possible, so that the skeleton warrior could make a deal with those ghouls. Opening the survival manual and quickly skimming through it, the prices of the ghoul race were very stable. Currently it was still 5 stones in exchange for 1 black spirit. It was then that Guan Xiaoqi noticed that this channel wasn't all ghoul races, but the ghoul races were definitely the main race, with some very few other races sandwiched in there. And none of the other races spoke much, it was almost always the ghouls who spoke. Guan Xiaoqi guessed that they came from the same planet, a planet dominated by the ghoul race, but besides the ghoul race, there should be a handful of other intelligent races present. Sure enough, the image of the skeleton warrior was just normal, and didn't cause any stir. Guan Xiaoqi quickly traded 85 stones back. Then he quickly closed the ghoul race's channel, and only then did he stand up from behind the skeleton warrior. Chapter 9, Entering the Secret World. Frowning, just now when he bent down, he passed through the skeleton warrior's skeleton and saw that the skeleton warrior's head was still missing a piece. During the daytime with the helmet, he didn't pay attention, this was quite obvious when he looked closer. This skeleton warrior's head was missing a piece before it was upgraded. I didn't expect that after it was upgraded, the head was still missing a piece. I also don't know if it will affect the combat power. Guan Xiaoqi muttered secretly. Upgrading Sanctuary, 822 500 wood, 192 200 stone, lack of resources. Taking a look at the upgrade conditions, there were still 8 stones missing. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless, he still had a lot of wood, he wanted to exchange it for a few stones, and found that the stones in the market were on the expensive side, the cheapest ones required 3 pieces of wood to exchange for 1 stone. But if you want to exchange stones for wood, a stone can only be exchanged for a wood. Everyone felt they had the best thing in their hands, and no one wanted to lose out. And everyone didn't seem to be in a particular hurry for the trade to get stuck. Stones were slightly more difficult to obtain than wood, but 1 stone for 2 pieces of wood was a reasonable price. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to exchange, thinking that it wasn't too bad for one night, and that it would be enough for him to just go smash some stones tomorrow. If Xu Yunshan spends more energy collecting black spirits, he can exchange more stones. Guan Xiaoqi also does not know when the human race and the ghoul race can enter the same channel. Perhaps tomorrow will be merged with the network, perhaps never merged with the network, the system did not specify. Anyway, if you can make a day difference, let's make a day first, and utilize this advantage as much as possible. The time is still early, the sky outside is already dark, thick fog fills the surroundings, the temperature of the night keeps dropping, even with the fire lit, it's still a little bit cold. Thanks to the jacket sent by the system, Guan Xiaoqi wrapped her clothes around her and extended her hand to the fire to roast it, which warmed her up a little. There was a rustling sound outside, strangely terrifying. All sorts of monsters were acting outside the house. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even dare to glance out through the window, listening to the sounds, it all felt just too scary. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi's wooden house had risen a level. Many monsters took one look at this wooden house too sturdy, lost interest in attacking, and slowly disappeared into the thick fog. Staying was boring. Guan Xiaoqi took out his bow and arrow card, which contained a white normal level bow and 50 arrows. Summoning the bow and arrows, Guan Xiaoqi placed the wooden board on the far side of the cabin and began practicing archery in the room. Worried that he would break the cabin by shooting at it, he simply erected wooden boards everywhere. Guan Xiaoqi drew his bow and arrow, and began to aim at the wooden boards and shoot. The cabin is too small, the furthest distance is only a few meters away. Guan Xiaoqi hit rate is quite high, the more you shoot the more happy. Rare stifled for a long time, shooting a few arrows instead of the mood is refreshing up, and there is also a pile of benefits. After the movement, the body is hot, the cold is also driven away. The white bow is soft and requires little strength. Guan Xiaoqi practiced repeatedly. The drawbacks were also obvious, the arrow was not very powerful. Guan Xiaoqi suspected that the arrow might not even be able to penetrate the skin of a boar, and it was probably only good for shooting small animals like rabbits and pheasants. Ding! Ding ding! Guan Xiaoqi played up the interest, a series of shooting for several hours. In the cabin, the arrow will automatically replenish, and do not have to worry about energy depletion, shooting on the end of the matter. Until Guan Xiaoqi's arm is sore and soft, even if the white bow is soft and doesn't need strength, he can't pull it anymore. Then he stops, moves his shoulders, covered in sweat, and this time he's not cold at all. It is true that you need to exercise more. The night grew thicker, Guan Xiaoqi shrunk into a ball, and there was no bed, no quilt, so he just curled up by the fire and fell asleep. In the morning, he was woken up by the cold, half of his body was already cold, almost frozen. He struggled to get up, sneezed several times in a row, and rushed over to relight the stove fire. The wood had been put in low yesterday. What a bitter lesson. There was an oil lamp in the room that would never go out, and although it couldn't heat the room, it was fine for lighting the fire. After roasting the fire for half a day, Guan Xiaoqi was able to move half of his frozen body around. The temperature seemed even lower today. New World Calendar, 3rd day of the 1st month of the 1st year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 5°C. Somewhat cold, please add more clothes, and the weather is sunny for gathering resources. Sure enough, it's only 5°C this morning, no wonder it's so cold. It was the second dawn, and there were some frail and sick people who didn't make it through the night and slept forever in the cabin, which became deserted. Guan Xiaoqi brought several cards with him: axe, hammer, white bow and arrow, green summon skeleton warrior. There were still 8 stones missing, so Guan Xiaoqi thought about collecting them first and moving his body in the meantime. Theoretically, after obtaining the black spirit at night, it would be most cost-effective to exchange the black spirit for stones, but who knows what will happen next. Guan Xiaoqi is a prudent person, he would rather slow down a little bit, don't get the black spirit when the time comes, and instead affect the progress of upgrading his hut. There were only 8 stones, and they were picked up in one go. Whistling, Guan Xiaoqi carried his hammer and arrived at the quarry. It was quiet around him, he wielded the hammer and was about to smash it down, when suddenly a flash of light shook him in the distance, startling him. Following the light, there was a small, sparse tree in a clearing about 10 meters away from the quarry, and the flash of light came from behind it. Enemy, or treasure chest? Guan Xiaoqi's heart was beating hard, thinking about the previous story about the cabin survival. It was usually this routine. The treasure chest was more likely. With a hint of apprehension, Guan Xiaoqi carefully walked over with his hammer. Turning the small tree, he found neither any enemies nor treasure chests, only a rainbow of light doors were glowing. Ha! What is this? Seeing that it wasn't a treasure chest, Guan Xiaoqi had been disappointed for a while. Carefully walking to the rainbow door, the 7-colored light was soft. He hesitated for a moment, and ghostly reached out his hand to gently touch this rainbow. A level 1 secret realm has been discovered. Do you want to enter? Ha! Secret realm? What is a secret realm? Before Guan Xiaoqi could figure it out, there was a sudden burst of dizziness, and with a thud he fell into a strange cave with a roll. Ah! Guan Xiaoqi heard several screams that almost scared him to death, and with a tumble he hid behind a rock, quickly exchanging the hammer in his hand for a bow and arrow. The hammer was for quarrying rocks, not for fighting. WOJ, what's the situation? Didn't even give the option. How did you get yourself involved all of a sudden? Guan Xiaoqi was nervous, his heart thumping. Looking towards the front. There were people. Or several people. A burly man, holding an iron fist glove in his hand, half-crouched on the ground, his ears moving, obviously observing his surroundings. The scream didn't come from him, and looking to the left, there were 3 other people, a skinny man with gold-rimmed glasses, and 2 girls in high school uniforms. The skinny boy was pouting his ass off on the ground, shaking with fear, not even daring to look up at his surroundings. It wasn't him screaming either. Finally looked to the 2 girls. It was the 2 girls, wearing short skirts and shirts, who were covering their faces, ripping their throats out, and screaming desperately. Damn me, how did I meet such 2 oddballs as soon as I entered the door? Chapter 10, Guanzhong. How boring. The one with the iron fist gloves took in his surroundings inside, then seemingly glanced at Guan Xiaoqi. He was surprised that there was even a boy with normal reactions. In his eyes, there was an innate ferocity, his eyes swept over extremely harsh, Guan Xiaoqi heart drumming, this is definitely not an ordinary person. The 2 girls shouted for several minutes before stopping. The pouting boy realized that there was no danger in the surroundings, holding onto the stone wall and carefully stood up. Where is this? Why are we here? A girl asked, carefully covering her chest as she looked nervously at the few strange men in front of her, subconsciously using her hands to shield her breasts. How did you guys get in here? Don't you know yourselves? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but spit. Of course he was a little angry, these 2 girls had just scared themselves with their screams. I just saw a rainbow door. Thought it looked good. Just touched it and then. The girl stuttered. We won the lottery, this is a secret copy, there should be treasures inside. The burly man kept his half-squatting motion unchanged and said easily. Secret realm copy? Treasure? The boy with the gold-rimmed glasses pushed his glasses with his hand, and when he heard the burly man say that, he suddenly got energized and probed his head and walked out. The burly man didn't move, and neither did Guan Xiaoqi. The 2 girls were going to follow and walk out, but when they saw that the strong man and Guan Xiaoqi didn't move, they hesitated for a moment and didn't move either. The boy with the gold glasses walked out of the cave. After going out, he saw that he turned out to be inside the belly of a huge mountain, with cliffs in the distance, and waterfalls flowing down above the cliffs, forming an underground river. There's water? There are fish inside the water? The man with the golden glasses was already starving, and was very excited to see the fish swimming around in the water. Seeing that there was no danger, the strong man also walked out from the cave at this time, still cautiously observing the surroundings, and Guan Xiaoqi and the 2 girls also walked out right behind him. Seeing the river, the 2 girls' eyes were bright, the river water was so clear. It's been 2 days since I bathed, I'm stinking to death. Stealing a glance at a few boys, it was obvious that the timing was not right. Gold Glasses Man excitedly ran toward the river, first cupped a mouthful of water to drink, very sweet, and then stretched out his hands to catch the fish is too slippery, he grabbed several times did not catch. At this very moment. Shoo! A sharp arrow shot out from behind a rock on the opposite bank, hitting him squarely in the neck. This arrow was both fast and accurate, directly piercing the Glasses Man's neck. The poor Glasses Man didn't even have time to scream out, his eyes stared blankly and his glasses flew off, directly plunging headfirst into the creek. His blood instantly dyed half the river red. The fish didn't get eaten, he himself became fish food. Ah! A smell of urine, the 2 girls, or had they experienced such a tragic scene, began to scream again. The burly man didn't even give them a proper look. Both he and Guan Xiaoqi had their eyes fixed on the other side of the river behind the rocks. 2 skeletons flashed out from behind the rocks, one skeleton with a longbow and the other with a huge axe, and were approaching. The river was very shallow, the strong man glanced back at Guan Xiaoqi nodded, the 2 of them didn't care about the girl who was screaming behind them as she shrunk into a ball. At this time, saving their lives was most important. 2 skeletons ran over, and while running, they shot over with open bows. Go! The burly man let out a low roar, and without looking back, his entire body's muscles erupted as he charged out violently. Behind them was a dead end. In order to survive, they had to rush past these two skeletons. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, pulled his bow, and rushed after the strong man. The narrow road is won by the brave. Long bow shot. That strong man is obviously extremely skilled. Very fast reaction. A wave of iron fist will flick the arrow away. Both sides quickly close. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Both sides sprinted head-on, quickly making contact. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly shot an arrow. The person holding the giant axe on the opposite side easily blocked the arrow. The strong man had already arrived in front of the skeleton. Guan Xiaoqi's bow was soft, the range was close, but he could shoot arrows continuously. The giant axe skeleton had an arrow that didn't block. It shot into its head and got stuck in the middle of the bone. He reached out and was about to pull this arrow out when the strong man suddenly erupted. There was still more than 10 meters away, but he leaped up. In less than a moment he was close to this giant axe skeleton, and smashed it down hard with the hand that wore an iron fist sleeve. Guan Xiaoqi could hear the sound of bones breaking from 20 or so meters behind him, showing how ferocious this punch was. The giant axe skeleton's sternum was shattered by the strong man, letting out a weird and mournful sound. The strong man was not forgiven, and continuously punched, shattering the head of this giant axe skeleton. The fire of life in the skeleton's head extinguished. Ding! The dead skeleton soldier dropped a green weapon card out and landed on the ground. The longbow skeleton soldier in the distance stopped violently. It definitely hadn't thought that the man in front of it would be so raw, and with a loud scream, it turned around and ran. Guan Xiaoqi shot 3 arrows in a row. The arrows didn't do much damage, but the accuracy was good, and it just so happened that one of the arrows got stuck at the skeleton's ankle, and the skeleton was running when it suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. The strong man rushed over, took out the means of Lu Zhishan punching Jin Guanxi ruthlessly to the head is a few punches down. Well, this skeleton also broken. Scattered a skeleton all over the ground. Another green weapon card was dropped. Guan Xiaoqi panting to catch up, looking at the strong man calmly put away the weapon card. Guan Xiaoqi did not go to grab. In front of this man, the combat strength is unfathomable. Look at the eyes, definitely killed people. The burly man walked over and casually threw a card to Guan Xiaoqi. That bow of yours doesn't work, and there are a limited number of arrows. Use this card. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and took it. It was a green dagger. Cold Ice Dagger excellent, killing power 2.4, speed 1.3, it's a standard combat dagger that's extremely fast. My name is Guan Xiaoqi, please teach me more. Guan Zhong. The burly man's cold tone was devoid of any emotion. At this moment, there happened to be a faint light shining down from the dome, and it landed right on Guan Zhong's face, and there was a faint smile hanging on his thin face, and somehow, it seemed to Guan Xiaoqi that this smile was full of a peculiar charm. Overbearing, confident, cruel, and composed. This was a fierce beast that came with an indescribable dominance. Don't follow me yet. Hearing this, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but follow and take a step forward, then his head cleared and he took a deep breath. The weapon card Guan Zhong had just gotten was a giant axe. He put his gloves away, took the giant axe out, and walked forward along the river. The two seemed to have forgotten that there were 2 girls behind them who were screaming. The 2 skeletons might not be the only ones to enter this secret realm, and maybe even more than the 5 of them. Every step could determine life and death. Leaving them here was perhaps the greatest mercy. The dome of the mountain's belly seemed to be inlaid with jewels, and a shimmering light shone down, making the mountain's belly not as dark as it could have been, but where the light couldn't reach, it was still pitch black. Guan Zhong's hand holding the axe was very steady, and his back was extremely composed. Following behind Guan Zhong, Guan Xiaoqi secretly thought to himself, did he hug an unbeatable thigh the first time he went down the copy? If he was a small soldier armor, this guy should be considered a golden lion king even if he didn't reach Zhang Sanfeng's level, right? Chapter 11, The Underground River. This river is very long, both sides are walled, behind it is a waterfall. It is impossible to climb up anyhow, so there is only one way, that is to follow this underground river, downstream all the way to the end. Guan Zhong was very careful, both sides of the river were smooth rocks, he deftly climbed on these bare rocks, his movements were extremely agile. Guan Xiaoqi followed behind him, he just so generously gave up his back to Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was on fire, pondering that if he had bad intentions, he would give him a dagger in the back, and might be able to snatch the axe back. Only dare to think, this guy's whole body muscles are trembling, looking very scary. Guan Xiaoqi think, even if he really go to sneak attack, the death of 99% is also their own. Guan Xiaoqi was not as flexible as Guan Zhong, and followed behind with difficulty, slowly crawling over these rocks. The front walked to an underground channel, looking at the dark passage, even Guan Zhong stopped and carefully observed the surrounding. Guan Zhong did not look back at Guan Xiaoqi, or even at the dark passageway in front of him, but instead looked up at the dome, at the odd shimmering light on the dome, and at the steep rock walls on all sides. He looked at it for a while, then lowered his head, his gaze then looking toward the river. Are you ready? Ready. Guan Xiaoqi had already climbed over, and a trace of excitement suddenly grew in his heart. Was this what adventure felt like? Yes, the kind where you know it's going to kill you, but you still can't hold back the excitement in your heart, rather than the nervousness and fear. Perhaps every boy is born with some adventurous genes. Guan Zhong's dominance and confidence just now had unconsciously infected Guan Xiaoqi as well. Guan Zhong took the lead and walked into the gloomy underground river channel. Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly followed. Inside the passage, water vapor poured out, and the air seemed damp and suffocating. The stones on the ground were even more muddy and slippery, and there was moss growing on the surface of the stones, so one had to be very careful when landing. On the walls and inside the cave, there were quite a few fireflies flying around, bringing a faint glow. Guan Xiaoqi felt curious and reached out to grab them, but the fireflies flew away at once. Guan Zhong walked very fast. Guan Xiaoqi had to give up to catch fireflies, desperately trying to catch up. Two people walked for more than half an hour, just when Guan Xiaoqi panting, to a flat land. There was no road ahead, only a turbulent underground river that flowed deeper into the belly of the mountain. The water got deeper, and there was no place to land on the second side. Guan Zhong looked down at a wooden stake with a broken rope on it. Originally, there should have been a boat tied here. Of course, it was gone now, only a stake remained. It should have been rowed away by a skeleton or something. In other words, they weren't the first ones to enter the secret realm, someone had already gone in. While Guan Zhong was frowning, Guan Xiaoqi walked to the edge of this flat area and saw a tuft of hairy bamboo growing in a shady corner. How about we build a bamboo raft? Guan Xiaoqi tentatively asked Guan Zhong. Guan Zhong sniffed and walked over, his eyes lit up as he felt toward the wall again, touching a vine-like plant, reaching out to yank it, and using no small amount of force, he ripped the vine from the wall. That should do it. The two men took out their felling axes and began to join forces to cut down the wood. Guan Xiaoqi had to chop several axes before he cut down a mozo bamboo, but with a casual axe from Guan Zhong, a mozo bamboo fell down in response. The difference in strength between the two men was a bit large. I'll chop the bamboo, you go make the raft. Okay. Guan Xiaoqi followed the good advice and immediately turned around to cut the vines and weave the raft. It just so happened that he had a cold dagger in his hand, which was perfect for dealing with the vines. Weaving bamboo raft is a detailed work. Guan Xiaoqi left the raft in the river to fall apart, up and down tied several layers of vines. Not yet assured, he has to try again. It's done, it's strong enough, we still have to hurry. Guan Zhong said with a frown. The two men carried the bamboo raft and put it into the water. Guan Zhong jumped up first and sat right on the bow. Guan Xiaoqi also jumped up and sat on the stern. The two men held a bamboo pole in each hand, and propped up the raft and rowed downstream. This underground cave is obviously a standard karst landscape. The underground river meanders around, inside the cave in all directions, I do not know how many exits, is simply a large underground waterway maze. Two people holding the raft is not laborious, because it is downstream. Rowing to the underground river originally has water flow, downstream only. Holding a bamboo pole is mainly used in the occasional raft washed by the current crooked, to hit the bank when the rock wall, push away on the good. Raft paddling forward for half an hour, Guan Xiaoqi felt that the water is getting faster and faster, and, obviously all the way down, the height difference is becoming more and more obvious. It was pitch black all around, only the light of fireflies drifted here and there, and occasionally the stalactites overhead would emit some faint light, which was very weak, basically out of reach. Guan Zhong frowned as he took out a lighter and illuminated the path ahead. The bamboo raft sailed out of the cave, and the surroundings brightened up, and the shimmering light from the dome shone down once again. Guan Zhong suddenly plunged the bamboo pole into the river ruthlessly, bringing the raft to a hard stop, startling Guan Xiaoqi. The raft was blocked by the bamboo pole and crossed the water. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know what happened and almost fell into the water. He hurriedly propped up the bamboo pole to the bottom of the river, and only stabilized himself by holding his hands on the bamboo pole. About to ask Guan Zhong what happened, Guan Zhong pointed ahead and whispered, "Look." The raft had already entered inside a wider cave, and on both sides of the river, sandstone shoals once again appeared, and on both sides of the crags there were some very strange purple plants with thorns growing on top. These plants were hanging down from the cliffs all the way to the bottom, just like hanging a purple curtain. What Guan Zhong pointed at was not these purple plants, but on the riverbank. The dark riverbank, as if there is a piece of stone-like things, and then look closely, this piece of stone, but in the writhing, crowded together, but all are living things. Only these stones' action is too slight, if not looked carefully, cannot be seen. Thought it was a piece of ordinary rock, was ignored. Gazing at them, Guan Xiaoqi immediately recognized that they were a line of crocodiles that were crowding together. As far as the eye could see, there was no telling how many crocodiles were densely staying on both sides of the riverbank. The more these crocodiles looked, the more they looked extremely vicious. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to look at them much and shivered in fear, but Guan Zhong was mesmerized as he looked at them for a few minutes before he sighed and said, "This is only a level 1 copy. I thought it would be very easy, but it seems that the difficulty is higher than what I had expected before." Everyone was inexperienced, and the first time they went down the secret realm copy, no one could have predicted that it would be so difficult. Chapter 12, Tiger Scale. He glanced back at Guan Xiaoqi and said, "This river is very turbulent. In a moment you and I cooperate, we quickly pass through here. Try not to disturb the things on the bank. In case this raft is close to the bank, you and I together with bamboo poles to push it away, absolutely cannot touch those things, remember. Just keep the raft rowing over quickly and steadily." Guan Xiaoqi sniffled. "Are those crocodiles? So scary." "Crocodiles?" Guan Zhong sneered. "I'm afraid that thing is even scarier than a crocodile." "Huh?" Guan Xiaoqi didn't believe it. He expended a bit of his stamina and cast the magician card's appraisal function to take a look and found that it really wasn't a crocodile. This Guan Zhong was a bit interesting, huh? Could it also have some kind of identification skill? Or was it his intuition from being a scout? Tiger Jiao cubs. Tiger Jiao are terrifying predators in the crypts, absorbing the power of the shadows and becoming the first barrier to guard this place. Don't mess with these cubs, their parents might be nearby staring at you. Guan Xiaoqi's face turned pale. "I haven't heard of this name before, but there is just a little bit of unknown feeling. Anyway, it's scary, and such horrible things are even just cubs, so what would their parents be like?" I also don't know how Guan Zhong knows that this thing is not a crocodile. Guan Xiaoqi carefully stole a glance at Guan Zhong, who was expressionless. "Got it? Prepare to move forward if you understand," Guan Zhong said. "Okay, let's go." Guan Xiaoqi felt ready. Together, the two controlled the raft and sped forward, not touching the river bank on the second side, which didn't sound difficult and seemed quite easy, but in practice, it was surprisingly tough. This underground river surging, there are countless reefs at the bottom of the river. Two people are not professional raft paddling, all amateurs. The raft is like a disobedient child, swaying everywhere around, two people sweating, carefully driving the raft downstream. There are several times looked to hit the river bank, at any time to alarm those tiger scaly, two people in a hurry to use the bamboo pole desperately against, which allows the raft back to the middle of the river. The two of them hurriedly used their bamboo poles to hold back the raft, which allowed the raft to return to the middle of the river. All the way down, dozens of meters away from this, Guan Xiaoqi a little panting, to say how tired may not be, more still be scared. Looking at the river bank that a horrible monster, close at hand, more can see a huddled together tiger scaly, close, only to find that the length of this thing compared to the crocodile is much more vicious, really let a person's heart jump. Seeing this dangerous river is about to pass a large part of the time, two people are struggling to control the raft when the sound came from behind. The two men were startled. Why was there someone behind them? A small boat came traveling from behind, with several skeletons sitting on it. Their boat also had a motor, making a roaring sound, and a searchlight on the bow, shining over. This was a small boat with an added motor, traveling at an unusually fast speed. A buzzing roar could be heard. Guan Xiaoqi froze for half a day, not knowing where their boat came from. They must have wooden boat cards. Guan Zhong's face was ugly. These dead skeletons are simply killing people. He turned his head to Guan Xiaoqi. Quickly, don't care about anything else, let's desperately row forward and get out of here. Obviously, it was already a bit late by this time. The boat rushed into this waterway, and the sound of the roaring motor, echoing back and forth in this semi-enclosed space, inside the cave, was simply deafening. Guan Xiaoqi looked towards the shore. Those tiger scaly cubs on the shore woke up from their slumber, and then silently crawled into the water one by one. The sound of the water splashing was very small, all covered by the sound of the motor. Behind that small boat has seen the raft of the two people in front. A tall skeleton stood on the bow, shouting loudly, "Living people, there are living people in front, let's hurry over to catch them." The skeleton shouted out human language, scared Guan Xiaoqi. This weird world, the language is quite uniform, even the skeleton speaks human language, that is, the skeleton does not have a voice, the sound emitted is very rough, there is a coarse feeling of metal friction. This bunch of skeletons who don't know, let's not care about them, quickly row. Guan Zhong cursed and simply ignored this group of skeletons, quickly holding up the bamboo pole and rowing the raft forward, not caring about startling Tiger Jiao. Several skeletons were attracted by Guan Xiaoqi and Guan Zhong, completely ignoring the tiger scaly scales that quietly entered the water on both sides of the river bank, and they were screaming and shouting, pulling out their weapons, wanting to rush over to the two living people in front of them and break them into pieces. Guan Xiaoqi froze and looked inside the water. The water of this underground river can be really clear. Under the searchlight, a clear, dozens of shadows underwater, at this time has surrounded the skeleton's boat. The sound of the boat's motor successfully attracted the tiger scaly cubs. This was coupled with the sounds of the skeletons yelling. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to look any further, turning his head and desperately supporting the raft with a bamboo pole, rowing downstream in a deadly manner. With a rare tacit understanding, the two of them raised their poles together, braced themselves together, and struggled to row forward playfully. That tall skeleton was laughing maniacally, when suddenly, on the surface of the water, a shadow leaped out and lunged at it. Ah! A shriek! This skeleton also reacted extremely quickly, reaching out and grabbing the shadowed. A tooth! Grabbing the tooth of an ancient beast that was even more vicious than a crocodile, this could not end well. Tiger Jiao bite down, kaboom a crunch, the skeleton's entire wrist was bitten to smithereens. Seeing this skeleton originally white as jade skeleton instantly turned black, a black gas along the bones to spread upward, less than a moment to the skeleton's fire of life there, the fire of life instantly extinguished, the whole body of the skeleton is like weathered sand, become brittle, and become powder scattered. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked, this Tiger Jiao was so toxic? This is too scary, desperately speeding up the movement of the bamboo pole. Skeletons in the back were all dumbfounded, only then did they notice that there were not only 2 humans in this river, but also so many horrible underwater monsters. Behind the screams continue, more and more shadows jumped onto the boat. Ding dong dong also do not know how many tiger scaly climbed onto that boat. The shadowy creatures like tiger scaly were afraid of electricity. The skeletons on the boat took their weapons and unleashed all sorts of skills, desperately resisting the tiger scaly pups and preventing them from boarding the boat. Guan Xiaoqi, however, didn't care to look at them anymore, as he saw with trepidation that there was a huge shadow underwater that swam underneath the raft and towards the small boat behind it. Chapter 13, Killing Out. The size of the shadow was astonishingly large. Mard, run, they've startled a big guy. Guan Zhong could no longer hold back his curses, they killed little Tiger Jiao, they've startled the parents, run. Rumble. There was a loud bang. Guan Xiaoqi turned his head to see that under the water, a huge head stuck out. The monster's head was hideous and horrible, it was 7 points like a crocodile. Just one head. It was as big as a door panel. With just a glimpse, Guan Xiaoqi saw that on the head that seemed to be a crocodile's head, there were 2 things that looked like dragon horns. It opened its mouth wide and bit off that small boat with a single bite, and whatever skills these skeletons had, no matter what skills they had no effect when they hit its head. Biting off this small boat, the monster still had half a skeleton in its mouth, chewing on it like it was biting into a crispy candy, swallowing it in a few crunches. The boat overturned in the water. The skeletons can't swim, especially afraid of water. One by one, terrified in the water, desperately fluttering, little Tiger Jiao rushed over. In less than a few moments, the group of skeletons all chewed up. A skeleton was still in the giant monster's mouth, still making a final struggle, when suddenly the giant thing violently closed its mouth and completely bit it to pieces. The skeleton's head crumbled and flew up into the sky, drawing a beautiful arc and smashing directly onto the raft. The skull landed right next to Guan Xiaoqi, dripping and spinning for half a day. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the skull and was almost scared into the river. Ah! Guan Xiaoqi's scalp was about to explode. In the past, when he watched the movie Jaws, he ate popcorn while watching it, and it was quite fun to watch, but this time, when he was in the scene, it was not the same thing at all. Countless shadows led by that huge shadow swam towards their raft. Guan Xiaoqi's hands and feet were so scared that he didn't even know how to hold up the bamboo pole. But fortunately, Guan Zhong, who was on the raft together, had really seen the world. Don't be dumbfounded. Guan Zhong bellowed, row forward, if you don't want to die, row forward with all your might. Guan Xiaoqi was awakened by Guan Zhong's angry roar, and immediately took out all his strength to row forward, no longer caring about any dark currents and reefs, and even if the raft crashed, he still resigned himself to his fate. The raft was several times faster, and it is true that people's power is amazingly strong when they are in danger. Guan Zhong suddenly stopped supporting the raft, stood up on the raft, took out a card from his pocket. Guan Xiaoqi did not know what he wanted to do, but still desperately rowed forward. The card flashed and took out an electric battery. Guan Zhong wrapped wires around the bamboo pole and attached it to the battery, turning it into an electric fishing pole. Does this thing work? Guan Xiaoqi looked a little stunned. At this point in time, they could only beat a dead horse. The shadows behind them were obviously faster than the raft, and they were about to catch up. The biggest shadow was the fastest. Guan Zhong sneered and stuck the bamboo pole down. Once the bamboo pole into the water, it exploded. I do not know how much voltage that battery is. The entire surface of the water turned blue. Even sitting on the raft, he was electrified by the splashing water, and with a loud roar from behind, that huge shadow once again poked its head out of the river, its eyes turning scarlet. Guan Xiaoqi's heart stirred. This big monster was just as afraid of electricity. The creatures of the dark world were most afraid of fire and electricity. Just now a skeleton released a lightning scroll and killed several tiger jiao cubs. This big tiger jiao was just as afraid of electricity. Moreover, this battery was a continuous discharge, much more durable than that lightning scroll. No longer able to continue to support the raft, Guan Xiaoqi simply let the raft go with the current, also stood up, took out his bow and arrows, and kept shooting out. Guan Xiaoqi's arrows were more of a nuisance. The water was filled with lightning. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi was wearing rubber-soled shoes, barely standing on the raft. Lightning flashed blue in the water. All the various tiger scaly scow were electrified to the point of stiffness. The raft quickly rode away. Suddenly the water parted. That big head parted the water and splashed out with a huge splash, sticking out from the water, its hideous teeth dripping with pus, and was staring at the bamboo raft with a death glare, pouncing over viciously. Go to hell! The brawny Guan Zhong simply used the bamboo pole as a spear and quickly threw it inside the monster's mouth. The bamboo pole zipped into the monster's mouth with a parabola, and Guan Zhong simply threw the battery over without a second thought. Guan Xiaoqi looked at this guy dumbfounded. Was he a throwing champion? Both the bamboo pole and the electric battery together were thrown into the monster's mouth by Guan Zhong. The monster crunched and exploded the electric battery with a bite. There was a loud explosion, fire erupted from the monster's mouth, heat waves sprayed out. Guan Xiaoqi lost the bow in his hand and slumped on the bamboo raft in a sorry state. What up? Even the weapons were gone. Ding! In the midst of the chaos, a prompt suddenly appeared. Magician card cooldown is over, you can continue upgrading your deck now. The white bow had been lost, the skeleton soldier was useless in this situation, and Guan Xiaoqi only had one weapon in his hand right now, which was the small dagger of excellent grade. It was also a dead horse. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't care less. He directly upgraded the dagger. Cold Ice Dagger Excellent, Killing Power 610, Speed 1.3, this is an excellent grade dagger, extremely fast, comes with the dagger skill, Stab, Continuous Stab, Triple Stab. Guan Xiaoqi took out the dagger, a subtle feeling entered his mind, and the three moves of the dagger appeared abruptly in his memory. Stab, stabs out violently, dealing 120% damage. Continuous Stab, stabs out twice quickly, dealing 55% damage each time. Triple Stab, stab 3 times with great speed, dealing 30% damage each time. 3 stabs in a row with an additional damage bonus. Before he had time to study how this worked, the furious tiger jiao had already rushed over carrying a splash of water. Before Guan Xiaoqi could even react, a huge head appeared in front of his eyes, that of a huge crocodile with its mouth open, the same height as Guan Xiaoqi. A soft voice reminded Guan Xiaoqi, stab its horns. Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to listen to who was reminding him, he had already unleashed a triple stab, the monster's head had just emerged from inside the water, and Guan Xiaoqi was just in time to stab it. Lightning-like stabs went through the dagger in his hand. The tiger jiao had just been electrocuted and exploded. It was when it was at its most sluggish. Stab. Stabbing in a row. 3 consecutive stabs. 3 consecutive dagger strokes, all of them stabbing the horns on its head extremely quickly. It was only when he got closer that Guan Xiaoqi noticed that the horn on its head was more like a kind of sarcoma than a real dragon's horn. When the monster was stabbed, it let out an earth-shattering cry of grief, seemingly in extreme pain. Guan Zhong saw the advantage and suddenly leapt up high with his giant axe in his hand, also hacking towards the sarcoma on the monster's head. The sarcoma broke open, outflowed thick juice, fishy and stinky, almost smoked Guan Xiaoqi fainted. The raft hit a reef and flew up, and Guan Xiaoqi and Guan Zhong lay down on the raft together, lest they fall into the water. The raft spun around in the underground river and floated downstream. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi and his men had tied it up strongly enough, so the raft didn't fall apart. Chapter 14 Stone Chamber in the Hinterland. After the rapids, the raft smoothed down, the two people together to look back. The monster did not chase over, even ate the pain and fled. 2 people splashed all over the water, Guan Zhong a little better, serious expression, hands tensed up all the veins. Guan Xiaoqi were to see the scene, scared and still a little shivering, just now escaped from death, is really too scary. Not bad, young man. Guan Zhong appreciated. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't say anything at all, and could only nod his head. How do you know that its horn is the weak point? Guan Zhong's eyes weren't kind as he stared at Guan Xiaoqi. You've heard of this kind of monster before? Guan Xiaoqi felt chills running down his back. Guan Zhong's eyes were no kinder than a tiger jiao's. I was all confused, I just stabbed it randomly, how would I know any weaknesses? Guan Xiaoqi was genuinely scared, his whole body was shaking, but it wasn't fake. Guan Zhong gave him a deep look and didn't see anything unusual. You just stabbed out those daggers, they were really quite fast, have you practiced? You know, when people are nervous, sometimes they will burst out with power they can't even believe. I've forgotten how I stabbed out just now, I was just too nervous. Guan Xiaoqi had a godless look on his face as he quietly took the blue dagger back into the card and hid it. It was good that Guan Zhong didn't suspect his dagger, because that was what he had taken to Guan Xiaoqi, and he naturally assumed that there was nothing wrong with it, that it was just an ordinary excellent weapon. Arrived. Let's get off the raft. Guan Xiaoqi looked forward, and sure enough, the river in front of him had come to an end. The river water had all flowed into the ground, and there was a domed cave entrance on the rocky beach, which appeared to be very regular in terms of its shape, and was obviously the handiwork of an artificial excavation. No need to row, the raft has been stranded on the rocky beach. 2 people rolled and crawled down from the raft. There are 2 small boats also stranded on the beach. It should be the skeletons left behind in front of them. Guan Xiaoqi was all sore and weak. Guan Zhong was also a bit tired. After climbing up the rocky beach, both of them sat on their asses on the rocky beach to rest. You're great. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't flattering. He really felt that Guan Zhong was great. If he hadn't met him this time the copy, there was no way he could have made it here alive. Guan Zhong was non-committal. You used to be an army scout? Killer. Guan Xiaoqi was startled and instantly didn't dare to ask again. No wonder this guy looked so creepy. Guan Zhong was also a bit confused in this moment. Guan Xiaoqi was right, he did come from a scout background, but this identity he didn't want to share with anyone. It was an honor and there was bitterness as well, so he only had one identity now, that of a killer who did no evil. He used to be the world's top scout and the top killer, just some of the past was too much to think about. Let's go. Not daring to rest much, the 2 of them entered the entrance of the cave. Walking through the passageway, with traces of artificial excavations everywhere, Guan Xiaoqi was becoming more and more certain of one thing: this was a huge underground labyrinth. This strange planet, who would build such a huge underground labyrinth underground? Why were humans transferred to this planet? And what was the matter with the ghoul race? Guan Xiaoqi's stomach was full of questions. The passageway was flat, and although it was dim, Guan Zhong took out a lighter and illuminated the surroundings, and the walls were not only smooth, but some places even had murals carved into them. Guan Xiaoqi himself was an archaeology expert. He carefully studied it and was certain that these murals were definitely not the murals of any known ancient humans. There were no humans inside the murals, only devils with wings and horns, and some strange races that he himself couldn't identify. There was a slight sound of water dripping in the distance, and after the 2 had walked through the maze for 10 minutes or so, they passed through a stone door, and a sudden light opened up in front of them. What is this? A stone room the size of a basketball court, around which stood several stone statues with wings flapping behind their backs, horns on their heads, and spears in their hands. Each demonic statue was different and alive, as if they were fighting. Behind these statues, there was also a chariot, for rhinoceros-like monsters pulling the chariot, their hooves streaking. The rhinoceros' eyes were scarlet, as if they were alive, and some of the demons standing on the chariot were holding spears, and some were holding bows and crossbows, with crossbow arrows on them glittering with light, and it seemed that they hadn't been corroded at all, and they still looked sharp as hell. Guan Xiaoqi noticed that these demon statues, the weapons in their hands were all pointed in the external direction of the passageway. There was a platform in the center, and on it stood the only devil that didn't use a spear or a crossbow. It had one hand on its waist and one hand on its sword. Its face was hideous and terrifying, like a commander. The 2 men carefully walked through these statues, undoubtedly making one a bit jittery, and Guan Xiaoqi subconsciously reached out to his pocket and gripped the card of the ice-cold dagger. A voice with a strange sound appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's mind. It was the same voice as the one that had just told him to stab the tiger Zhao's horns, a soft but emotionless voice, and Guan Xiaoqi guessed that it was from the magician's card. They? Very angry. Angry? What does that mean? Guan Xiaoqi froze for a moment as she heard this. Can a statue be angry too? Before Guan Xiaoqi could figure it out, Guan Zhong suddenly raised his hand and made a stop sign. In the other direction of the stone room, several pillars of light shone in, and there were faint sounds of footsteps. Skeletons? Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Guan Zhong quickly extinguished the lighter in his hand, then pulled Guan Xiaoqi to hide behind that platform in the center. Neither of the 2 people noticed that at the very moment they shortened their bodies, the commander-like devil standing on the high platform. One of its left feet, as if it had gently moved. Move. Ha! There's a door in front. Hurry over there, it looks like a stone room inside. Rush in. Jack breaks the back. Hurry up and close the door. Damn it, where's Jack? Jack's dead, he fell behind, I saw him get killed with my own eyes, leave him alone and run. Stumbling footsteps came from another passage, followed by the sight of shaking pillars of light. and 4 strangely dressed men running frantically out. It was people, not skeletons. Guan Zhong didn't move or go out to greet them, and Guan Xiaoqi also patiently didn't move a muscle. A very fat black man running at the very back, panting very violently, just stepped into the door the moment he heard a cracking sound behind him. Swoosh! A sharp arrow passed through his body, the black man's body shook, his eyes stared out, and with a miserable cry he flung himself on the ground, seeing that he could not live. The 3 people who were still alive all exclaimed in shock. No one bothered to look at the black man's death. The bronze arrows kept shooting over from behind, and they rolled and crawled to the inside of the stone room. Close the door, quickly close the door. Crunching sound, the 3 white men exerted their strength together, and closed the stone door of the stone room with great effort, then dropped the bolt, and casually copied a number of stone scoops from the surrounding ground to block the doorway. Boom! Came the sound of banging on the door, and there was no telling what was chasing them, but after a few smashes, the sound faded into calm. Chapter 15, The Devil's Stone Statue Comes Alive. Apparently, this stone door was still relatively sturdy. Guan Xiaoqi was curious, were these people being chased over by skeletons? He saw that Guan Zhong didn't move, but he also still quietly hid behind the high platform. The 3 white men stared at the stone door, tensely, for a long time, before they made sure that the sound had disappeared, one sweating profusely, before they breathed a small sigh of relief. Gone? A thin man in blue denim held a wooden staff in his hand, still looking a bit incredulous. But only once he turned around, he instantly screamed again like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Hell, here too? There are so many. The 3 men turned around together and saw several rows of demonic statues inside the stone room, raising their weapons together in fear. Don't move, they don't seem to be activated, they're dead, dead. A white woman called out, look guys, they're dead, they haven't activated yet. Is it? The thin man in the denim suit stumbled in fear, looking at the statues inside the stone room, his body shivering into a ball. On the side, there was a strong white man with a shield, who looked at the thin man disdainfully. Carl, can you not always be so timid, don't you know? On the battlefield, the more cowardly you are, the faster you die. God forbid. The thin man spat out, I'm just an elementary school teacher, damn it, how did I get caught up in such a horrible world? Charlie, you're a Marine, how are we the same as you? You can't ask for too much. Charlie, the white man with the shield, lazily ignored him and asked the woman beside him, what do we do now? Guan Xiaoqi felt strange listening to them, as if this woman was their head. The young woman's tone was grim. What else can we do? We have a total of 6 people, and 3 of us died there in the other stone room. This is only a level 1 secret realm, and I thought it would be easy. Who knew it would be so difficult? What the hell? She took a deep breath. I'll be careful, don't touch these scary statues again. If it wasn't for Jack touching everywhere just now, God knows what organs he triggered. Now for safety, no one can touch these statues. Charlie held up his shield and looked around, realizing that there were multiple exits from this stone room. There are a few more passages here, let's pick one and get out of here. Or, let's just hide here, we can't go forward. The timid Carl said in a trembling voice, we've already lost 3 people. If we continue walking, I'm afraid we'll all die here. Suddenly the young woman turned her head and drank. Someone. Who is it? Charlie reacted extremely fast, quickly grabbed his shield, and in the process, he also protected the cowardly Carl beside him. This guy, although his speech was hard to hear, but he was still very righteous. Tubby walked out from behind the stone platform, clapped his hands and smiled. Laura, it's you? It's been a long time. Pipe Zhong? The young woman's complexion changed, and her eyes showed many complicated expressions. It's actually you? Seeing that the two recognized each other and that the expression didn't look like an enemy in any way, Charlie let out a sigh of relief and lowered the shield in his hand. Guan Xiaoqi also carefully walked out from behind the stone platform. This is my former partner, called Laura. Guan Zhong introduced Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi muttered in his heart, former partner? Could it be that Laura is also an assassin? However, this explained why everyone else listened to this young woman. In this world, after all, it was normal for the strongest to be honored. Laura took a closer look at Guan Xiaoqi. She could only say that she was healthy. She couldn't see a bit of practiced physique at all. She was just an ordinary person. She crossed Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. I didn't expect that. You're really becoming more and more of a bodhisattva? Halfway through her words, she was actually referring to the fact that Guan Zhong had brought along a liability. Guan Xiaoqi was not moved by Laura's words. In his observation, Laura's glance was clearly very flattering, and he himself was just a tangential topic. Hey! These two are 80% having an affair. This is our temporary member, Charlie the Warrior. Laura pointed at Carl again and emphasized, "This is our grand wizard, named Carl, he's a real wizard." Carl was a bit embarrassed, he was just lucky to pick up a green staff card that could shoot a few fireballs out, and he became the great wizard in Laura's mouth. Pipe Jong naturally greeted Charlie, "Carl." It would be good for both sides to familiarize themselves with each other. On this occasion, Guan Xiaoqi didn't say much, he just carefully stood on one side. Just at this time, a slight voice suddenly sounded in his head again, "They are getting angry. Very angry, this place is dangerous, you better leave here immediately." Guan Xiaoqi's face changed, he looked back at the Devil General on the high platform, just in time to see the Devil General looking down at the crowd. Just now. Its gaze. It doesn't seem to be in this direction, huh? Guan Zhong was asking Laura at this moment, "What was chasing you guys just now? Skeletons?" Laura shook her head, "No, it's these statues, we also encountered this kind of statues inside another stone room, they suddenly came to life and desperately chased us." Huh? While Guan Zhong was shocked to hear this news, he heard a strong wind coming from behind him. He reacted extremely fast, his body immediately dodged, and he saw a spear stabbing the air behind him, piercing through his side. A devil statue holding a spear in both hands had woken up, his arm shaking with a clicking sound, striding away, was pulling the spear to stab. Charlie is not as flexible as Pipe Zhong, he directly raised his shield to block the spear, and with a fierce top, with a bang, he rushed over and directly hit the devil statue. The devil statue was not so sturdy, and with a bang it shattered into countless pieces of stone. The stone was a bit odd, it didn't seem to be too sturdy, the brittle kind. Ghost! Several people shrieked together. Something that creeped everyone out happened, all the demonic stone statues came to life, these heavily armed demonic soldiers were stretching their bodies, as if they were adjusting to the stiffness of having slept for too long, some shook their heads, some bent their backs, and then raised the weapons in their hands at the same time. Chapter 16 Battle in the Stone Room. On top of the high platform, that general-like devil violently opened his bloody mouth and made a roar like he was going to devour heaven and earth. His face was hideous and chilling. All of the devil stone statues seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly arranging themselves into an array in a neat and tidy manner with an amazing tacit understanding. It was as if they were warriors of hell, reappearing on earth, ready to go through fire for their lord. The devils in the front row raised their spears high, forming a dense forest of guns, their sharp spearheads flashing with cold light under the moonlight. The devils in the back row nervously pulled their crossbows and strung their arrows, ready to fire. The stone statues of the devils in the front row, on the other hand, quickly crouched down like cheetahs, ready to charge into battle. The whole scene was full of tension and austere atmosphere, as if foreshadowing the upcoming fierce battle. The devil general on the high platform was holding a long sword, its body flashing with cold light as if it could cut through all obstacles. He gently waved the long sword, and between several swings, the air seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. Afterward, he violently pointed the blade of the sword at the few people below, his voice low and cold, "Kill! Roar! Kill! Kill, kill!" All the devil statues let out a neat and unified roar, their long gorges were like forests, crossbows and arrows were like rain, and they killed together. Fark! Charlie cursed angrily, the shield has blocked in front of his body, bang a few times, crossbow arrow shot on the shield, behind the forest of guns stabbed over, Charlie flew back, run! Laura dodged to avoid a spear that stabbed over, suddenly a sledgehammer appeared in her hand, swung it up, tiger-like wind, a hammer smashed away the spear, and in the process rushed over to kick the devil's stone statue over. This kick was very tricky, the stone statue lost its balance and fell to the ground, shattered into several pieces, its legs were broken, only its upper body was left, and it was still crawling over miserably and reached out to grab Laura's legs. What the hell is all this? Laura dodged and jumped away. Guan Xiaoqi froze, the petite woman in front of her wielded a heavy hammer, strength and elegance were perfectly combined in her, just like Guan Zhong holding a huge axe, full of wildness and power. More demonic stone statues had already rushed over. This group of guys is like a real army of devils in the ancient times, lined up and pounced, spears stabbed out neatly, bows and crossbows shot in succession in the back, more stone statues woke up in the distance, and the sound of neat footsteps came. A crossbow arrow whistled and flew, almost grazing Laura's nose. This originally good-looking woman, her face suddenly appeared a bloody slot. Carl was extremely unlucky, the crossbow arrow did not hit Laura, but shot at his arm, directly piercing his arm. Carl screamed miserably and flopped to the ground rolling around. Charlie saw the situation and grabbed him by the collar and yanked him behind his shield. "Stop yelling and use your magic." Charlie held his shield and blocked left and right, desperately trying to stop the spear-wielding demonic stone statue from approaching. The scene was chaotic as Guan Xiaoqi rolled nimbly and skillfully dodged an incoming crossbow bolt. He quickly rolled over and stood up, his hand already gripping the ice-cold dagger, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Seeing a spear stone charging like a tiger, Guan Xiaoqi didn't hesitate and stabbed close to his body with a thunderous force. Stab! This kid had nimble movements and a bit of talent for being a warrior. The ice-cold dagger stabbed directly into the stone statue's head like a cracker. The stone statue was exceptionally weak, the dagger seemed to cut into the tofu as easily as if it had no resistance. With a flick of Guan Xiaoqi's wrist, the stone statue's head was reduced to pieces like a broken clay pot. Having lost its head, the stone statue lost its vision of the enemy, waving its spear and roaring blindly in place, while Guan Xiaoqi had already taken advantage of the opportunity to get away. Guan Xiaoqi bent down and exerted too much force, almost flashing his back. This was to drive the duck to the ground, forcing Guan Xiaoqi to learn to fight. The stone statue slowly rotated, its huge body drawing a calm arc in the air, and eventually, its butt happened to be aimed at Guan Xiaoqi, who was bending over. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Xiaoqi gripped his dagger tightly and instantly stabbed out. The sharp blade traced a cold light in the air, and accurately and unerringly pierced into the stone statue's back waist. It was unethical to stab someone's asshole, and besides, the height of Guan Xiaoqi's dagger was right at the position of the back waist, making it easier to exert force. Continuous stab. A hole was stabbed out of the stone statue's waist, and a white stone rolled out from inside the hole and fell to the ground. Rumble. With a loud bang, the stone statue fell to the ground and turned into a pile of ruined stones. Ha! What is this? Guan Xiaoqi's hands were quick, bending down to quickly pick up this white, smooth stone that had fallen to the ground. Energy stone, a stone that provides energy, a stone that can power tower defense, puppets, machinery, or other facilities. Isn't this a battery? This is the battery that provides energy to these stone statues? Were all these demonic stone statues alchemical puppets? Guan Xiaoqi's head was filled with question marks. There was another spear stabbing from the side. He didn't have time to think too much. He casually stuffed the energy stone into his pocket, turned around and pushed aside the spear, rushing over to fight with this demonic stone statue. A few consecutive stabs stabbed this stone statue down, and among the fragments that shattered into the ground, there was indeed an energy stone that fell out as well. Killing 2 stone statues in a row. The fear gradually went away. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was hot, his fighting spirit was high, as if the whole person was different. A wave of the young man's bloodlust was released, just like an assassin in a battle formation. Red-eyed, he rushed to the bow position, and successively let down several bowed stone statues. Stab. Continuous stab. 3 consecutive stabs. Plain and simple fine-grade dagger, breaking defense without any obstacles. This kid does have the endowment to be a warrior. Surprisingly, he was completely immersed in the atmosphere of wanton killing, but just when his mind was feverish. Suddenly a crossbow arrow shot over and flew past his scalp, instantly scaring him and snapping him out of it. Looking toward the battlefield, he found that everyone was already in a bitter fight, Laura waving her hammer and struggling to swing it, Charlie holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other trying to fend it off, and only that Carl. He was still covering his arm with an arrow, rolling on the ground and howling. Where is Paichong? Guanzhong. Guan Xiaoqi searched everywhere in a hurry, but saw a scene that surprised him. Guanzhong was leaping up, holding a huge axe and jumping upwards. The target was the stone statue of the devil general on that high platform. Guanzhong's hands gripped the giant axe tightly, and his figure came down in the air like a big bird, slashing at his head. That devil stone statue let out a furious roar from its mouth and raised its long sword to block it. The huge axe was so powerful that it pranced back 2 steps, and a few cracks immediately appeared on its legs. This stored-up power of an axe was extremely powerful. This devil general was also extremely tough, and with a loud roar, he raised his sword and stabbed at Guanzhong, with the might of a devil elite soldier, and with a murderous aura all over his body. Guanzhong waved his huge axe and the devil general fought to a standstill on the high platform. And at this time, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt a vibration under his feet. Everyone else was in a sound battle. No one noticed the change. In his heart, he was shocked and had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Just at the moment Guan Xiaoqi raised his head to look up at Guanzhong, his gaze was attracted by the complex and delicate openwork patterns on the ceiling of the stone room. His eyes traveled along these patterns, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a stone pillar covered with uneven patterns, as if hiding some kind of secret. With a movement in his heart, Guan Xiaoqi immediately took action. He quickly rushed towards the stone pillar, clenched his hands, and climbed up with all his strength. His fingers wandered between the lines of the stone pillar, searching for a support point, as if he were a skilled rock climber. After some effort, Guan Xiaoqi finally climbed to the ceiling. He took a deep breath, his body clinging tightly to the gap in the skeleton, hiding himself completely. His heartbeat gradually calmed down, and he held his breath as he listened to the movements around him, waiting for his next move. Guan Xiaoqi's body was sore and limp. Just now he had exploded a little and had exhausted his physical strength. If he fought any longer he would surely die, so he simply hid. The following has been killing hard. Charlie's shield, after countless times of chopping and slashing, finally unbearable, cracks like a spider web spread. Despite his stout figure, he was currently rolling on the ground in a sorry state. However, his eyes revealed ferocity and determination. He skillfully used his shield to protect himself, and his spear was like a viper that specialized in attacking the devil stone statue's underbelly. A crossbow suddenly shot him in the leg. Pain and anger intertwined, and he violently threw the spear in his hand. The bowed stone statue in the distance fell in response and shattered into stone on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The entire cave began to shake. Chapter 17, Escape from Life. Laura waved a hammer in her hand, more and more courageous, although she is holding a heavy weapon, but her body shape is extremely fast. Two demonic stone statues attacked from the front. She drilled out from the gap of the statues, and then turned back to use the hammer to swing a circle. The two statues were smashed together. Her movement is simply lighter than the wind, in the dim light reflection, and even brought up a piece of residual shadow, so that Guan Xiaoqi's eyes are almost not able to keep up with her movements. It was true that all of Guan Zhong's lovers were not ordinary people. Guan Xiaoqi looked amazed. Rumble. A sound came from inside the hole in the ground. Not only was the earth shaking, even the walls began to vibrate, before Guan Xiaoqi could react. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive heavy crashes. The slate door that was closed when Laura and the girls escaped over just now was steeply smashed open. Broken stones rolled everywhere. A few demonic stone statues on the side were smashed, and outside the door, a stone skidder with countless spikes in front of it rushed in violently. This stone skidding car is a bit like a small explosion-proof car. The front is full of hideous iron teeth. After crashing through the stone door, it gradually starts to accelerate, and with a loud roaring sound, it rushes towards the Charlie who was closest to it. Behind the car, more and more demonic stone statues rushed over from outside the broken stone door, and it was impossible to count the number of. Like a tidal wave. Charlie was too late to dodge. The stone skidder hit him hard. His shield failed to save his life this time, and his whole body was sent flying into the sky by the powerful force of the rush. He slammed into the stone wall and spat out a mouthful of blood, and by the time he landed, a spear had already stabbed him in the thigh. Charlie screamed miserably, threw away his weapon, gritted his teeth and pulled out the spear that was stuck in his leg, rolled on the ground, and just happened to roll to the side of Carl. Charlie endured the severe pain and stood up to run, but suddenly his calf was grabbed. Looking back, he saw Carl lying on the ground, shivering. "You guys can't leave like this, you can't leave me behind. Help me. Help me." Charlie panicked and tried to get out of Carl's tangle, but Carl was holding onto Charlie's injured leg, and he couldn't use his strength at all, infuriating Charlie to the point of cursing. "Let go of me, asshole. You're going to get me killed." Carl's grip tightened, refusing to let go of the straw before drowning. It was already too late. The stone skidder crashed again, the heavy wheels crushing Carl's head right into Charlie's body. The power of the stone skidder was so amazing that Charlie's body began to spray blood while he was still in the air, and by the time he landed on the ground, he had already lost his human form, and his entire chest had collapsed into a large chunk. Then a few demonic stone statues surrounded up, spear to him as a burst of stabbing. Laura also slowed down at this time, too many enemies around her, giving her less and less space to move around, screamed several times, her body hangs repeatedly. Good thing the clothes on her body seems to be the system production. The defense is quite good, for her to block several deadly attacks. Guan Xiaoqi dead stared at that stone skidder open cab. There is a devil gargoyle is controlling. See the stone skidder to his own body, hard to clench his teeth, legs loose, holding the dagger from the roof of the shed pounced. He fell from the sky. The person has not yet arrived. The dagger towards the devil gargoyle stabbed. The devil stone statue turned his head and just saw Laura. He was steering the vehicle and completely failed to embank another attack above his head. Stab. Stabbing in a row. 3 consecutive stabs. Guan Xiaoqi brandished his dagger and used all the tricks he could, instantly stabbing this devil stone statue into countless pieces of stone. With a kick, he kicked the upper half of this devil stone statue off the car, and when he looked down, it turned out that there was just a steering wheel and a throttle on the controls, simpler than a bumper car at an amusement park. Give the old man a bump. Go to hell. Rumble. Guan Xiaoqi drove this semi-out-of-control stone skidding car sideways. The devil stone statues all over the ground were crashed by him. He was almost invincible in this stone room, but in a few moments, a bunch of devil stone statues were knocked over by him on the ground and turned into rubble under the car. But more and more devil stone statues crowded in through that door, and by the looks of it, it was practically endless. "Get in the car!" Cloaked Laura, her whole body was full of wounds, subconsciously waving her hammer and still resisting. A stone-skidding car rushed over. She felt that she was going to be finished. She was about to give up resisting. Suddenly the car rushed past her. A hand reached out and pulled her inside the car with one hand. "Thanks." Laura sat paralyzed in a corner of the car. The hammer had been thrown aside. Her whole body was covered in blood, and she forced herself to endure the pain in her body. Guanzhong had already hacked that general to pieces, only to be surrounded by endless demonic stone statues. Seeing Guan Xiaoqi rushing over in his car, he let out a long whistle and leapt up, landing firmly on the car. Guan Xiaoqi was extremely shocked. "Too strong. What kind of person is this? Sit firmly." Guan Xiaoqi found a passageway exit and drove the stone-skidding car violently. After crashing through countless demonic stone statues, he finally rushed out of the stone room. The entire passageway was shaking. The car was extremely fast, speeding through the passageway, and in less than a moment, it had left the army of devil stone statues far behind. Before a few people had time to celebrate, there was a sharp turn in front of the channel. The car was too fast, it simply couldn't turn over, and it looked like the car was going to hit the wall in front of it. "Jump out of the car. Hurry!" In the panic, Guan Xiaoqi was the first to jump, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. His whole body was scratched in many places. Guanzhong turned around and hugged Laura and jumped as well. His balance was far superior to Guan Xiaoqi's, and although he was hugging someone, he stumbled slightly and stood still. The stone skidding car crashed hard into the wall in front of it, and with a rumble it finally pulverized into a ground of crushed stone slag, and the iron spikes in front of the car fell everywhere. All three of them huffed and puffed on the ground, and Guan Xiaoqi and Guanzhong both couldn't help but roar loudly a few times. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! So close! So close! Escaped!" After resting for a little while, Guan Xiaoqi slowly stood up holding onto the wall, walked to the corner in front of him, looked at the mess of stones on the ground and bent down to pick up a stone. These stones made into stone statues were not very sturdy. Maybe they all became brittle after being buried in this underground for too long? In a pile of rubble, he felt out a smooth green stone out. Excellent energy stone. Compared to ordinary energy stones, it can provide more energy. Guan Xiaoqi turned his back to Guanzhong and quietly put the stone into his pocket. Everyone did not dare to stay here for a long time, lest the demonic stone statue behind them would come after them again. Guanzhong helped Laura to stand up and walk to the corner as well. Looking in the other direction, there was still a winding underground labyrinth ahead. "Go!" There was no way back, only forward. Guanzhong looked deeply at Guan Xiaoqi. "Did you perform well just now? Did you use the dagger I gave you?" Guan Xiaoqi had already put the ice-cold dagger inside his deck and didn't move. "You handed it to me yourself, have you forgotten?" "Hee, the power is good." Guanzhong made a harumph and didn't ask any more questions. He and Laura had already walked ahead to lead the way, and Guan Xiaoqi silently followed behind. Chapter 18. That Carl is a coward. Even if he is a magician, you shouldn't have brought him along. Guanzhong frowned. A team with someone like that, even if their ability is strong and their heart is so poor, they will drag everyone down. Guanzhong reached out and gestured at his neck, his eyes showing a ferocious light. "Should have just screwed that up. When we first met, who knew he was such a person? I saw his magic had redeeming qualities at that time, so I brought him along." Obviously, Laura also regretted it. Guan Xiaoqi followed behind, hearing these two people in front of him talk about killing people as simply as eating and drinking water. A chill ran down his back. In his heart, he knew that these two were by no means good, and that they were now just temporary accomplices. "Did you guys also come into this underground maze from the underground river?" Guanzhong was a bit strange. "What underground river?" "We didn't meet any underground river, we just drilled into this underground maze from a cave halfway up a mountain." The two men looked at each other and felt that this question was not simple. It seemed that everyone had landed in separate locations and then entered this underground labyrinth together, which meant that there could be many more people in here, or many skeletons? Obviously, the terrain that you and I have traveled through is the labyrinth that entered here from the secret outer perimeter, and from the orientation of the distribution, the direction that we are advancing in is the depths of the labyrinth. I feel that, according to normal deduction, the key point to complete this secret mission is definitely in the depths of the labyrinth. Perhaps there is the real main battlefield. Guanzhong guessed, this was really a large secret realm, and he didn't know how many people had come in all together. Completely strange world, completely strange enemies, I hate it the most. Laura sighed. No matter what, we can only go forward, and there's no way back. Guanzhong looked at the front of the tunnel. It was pitch black, and he didn't know where the end was. There were forks everywhere. That is, I'm afraid it's normal to turn around here for a year and not be able to find the way. Go down. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly said. Huh? Why? Guanzhong looked back at Guan Xiaoqi. Because we've actually been going down, and I'm guessing that the final location is very close to there, if not at the deepest part, and I believe that at the very bottom is what we're looking for. Guanzhong's odd eyes gave Guan Xiaoqi another look. You, little brother, are quite smart. Laura giggled. With the lighter raised in his hand, Guanzhong took the lead and walked at the forefront, heading deeper into the tunnel, and wherever he encountered an intersection, he took the downhill intersection. Sure enough, just as Guan Xiaoqi had predicted, at every intersection, there was an obvious downward canal. The group of three groped their way through the tunnel, and after walking for about half an hour, the tunnel was getting narrower and narrower. After descending another bend, Guanzhong stopped in his tracks. In front of them was a straight passageway, and at the end of the passageway, one could even see a huge bronze door. Slightly excited, was this the place? But there were a dozen or so corpses lying on the passageway. There were those of living people and those of skeletons. The methods of death varied. There were those who had been shot by bows and arrows, those who had been crushed, and those whose heads had been separated from their bodies. It's not like killing each other. Like an organ. Guanzhong frowned and exchanged a glance with Laura before turning back and giving Guan Xiaoqi a cold look. Guan Xiaoqi then felt a murderous aura revealing itself from within Guanzhong's eyes, his whole body freezing. Why don't you go ahead and scout the way? Guanzhong said lightly. Guan Xiaoqi was instantly furious. He had just saved him, but he turned his face in the twinkling of an eye. This is simply too cold-blooded. He put his hand into his pocket and gripped the card tightly. Seeing that Guanzhong and Laura's hands both rippled with veins, and they both gripped their weapons, staring at themselves warily, Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed, pulling out a summon skeleton card from his pocket. I have a summon, so let's let it explore the path first. Guanzhong froze, his grip on his axe loosening a bit. You have quite a few cards, huh? Guan Xiaoqi had already summoned the skeleton warrior and commanded it to walk ahead. It's my luck. The skeleton warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi questioningly. Guan Xiaoqi patiently explained to the skeleton warrior, it's safe up ahead, go take a look. The skeleton warrior nodded and believed Guan Xiaoqi, holding his giant axe as he walked through the tunnel, striding forward. After only a few steps, the mechanism was triggered, and an arrow shot in, piercing the skeleton warrior's chest and breaking two of his ribs. Luckily, this was a skeleton, did not shoot the flame of life. His body was injured, but no major harm. He probably remembered that his master said that the front was safe, so he still insisted on walking forward. Walked a few more steps. Above the tunnel suddenly out smashed down a stone hammer. Skeleton warrior fought to leap, but only dodged half of it. Half of his body was crushed underneath the stone hammer, clicking sound of bones breaking. Guan Xiaoqi was startled, hurriedly ran over, avoiding the place where the bow and arrow had just been shot, and walked over to collect the skeleton warrior, who had already been seriously injured, into the card. As long as it hadn't been completely crushed, it could slowly recover by entering the card. The essence in Guanzhong's eyes shot straight up, keeping his eyes on where and how each organ appeared. That stone hammer that had been smashed down from above had chains pulling on it, and slowly rose up again, reappearing hidden at the top of the tunnel. Guan Xiaoqi was looking up when his feet suddenly shook. Suddenly, the ground he was standing on, 3 meters or so in length, the entire floor of the tunnel, as a whole, flipped over. After flipping over, the ground was a large, dark hole. Guan Xiaoqi let out a loud cry and directly fell down from the hole. The floor flipped over for a week of 360 degrees, and then returned to its original state, and even the edges of the flip were a tight fit with the floor elsewhere. In the middle of the tunnel, there was no more movement. It was pitch black, as if no one had ever come before, and Guanzhong watched dumbfounded as Guan Xiaoqi suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Ah! Ah! Guan Xiaoqi screamed loudly, sliding all the way down. It was a slide, not a fall. It was as if Guan Xiaoqi was sitting on an extremely steep slide and was sliding all the way down to the ground. Very steep, and the slope above is not very smooth. Guan Xiaoqi bumped along the way. I do not know how many places on the whole body was broken, covered with bruises and scratches. I do not know what he fell into the pig's head like. Originally handsome young man, hard to fall into a pig head 3. He just tried to curl up into a ball, as far as possible to avoid more damage. This slope is too big. Guan Xiaoqi suspected that there are 60 degrees, relying on human power simply cannot stop. A full minute passed before he slid to the bottom. In front of him he looked to hit a huge object. Guan Xiaoqi quickly took out his dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it on the ground. His arm shook with a huge pain, which stopped the momentum of his slide. The tunnel behind him made a rumbling sound, and even inexplicably collapsed, blocking all the way back. Guan Xiaoqi pulled out his dagger and rolled to avoid this collapsed intersection, lest he be innocently hit by the rocks that rolled out. Shocking. Was she? There will be a blessing after a great calamity. Guan Xiaoqi patted his chest, comforting himself. Glancing up, this seemed to be another strange chamber, 7 or 8 meters high overhead, with the roof inlaid with some unknown gemstone, emitting a shimmering light. Chapter 19, The Woman in Green. Looking around, Guan Xiaoqi sucked in a breath of cool air. This chamber was similar to the chamber where he had encountered the Devil's Stone statue before, about the size of a soccer field. However, there were no exits on all sides of the chamber, not even a single stone door. It was actually a truly closed chamber. This secret room, although it was as big as a soccer field, on the ground, it was divided into countless square positions, most of which were empty, while in some positions, there were huge stone statues standing. This arrangement was also too familiar. Is it a chessboard? Guan Xiaoqi stared blankly at the huge chessboard in front of him, and what broke him down the most was that it wasn't any kind of chessboard he knew of, not Chinese chess, not even go-go-go or anything. This was the devil's chessboard? Who would play something like this? Just then, he suddenly saw, in the distance, about a few dozen meters away, inside a square in the middle of the board, a figure. Unlike the other huge stone statues, it was a tiny figure. It was a person. A woman. All dressed in green tights. If Guan Xiaoqi's eyes were bad, it would have been difficult to spot this person in such a pitch-black environment. This woman, dressed in green, sat cross-legged on a chessboard, her head hanging down, her blonde hair cascading down, her hand holding a long green bow, while the woman sat there motionless with her chin. Guan Xiaoqi frowned, took a breath, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hello! Hello! Buckle you 11 wow! Say hello first, lest there be a miscalculation," in case he rushed over and she suddenly gave himself an arrow how unworthy he was. That woman then raised her head, although the distance was too far away to see her appearance, but a stream of sharp eyes cast over, as if piercing through Guan Xiaoqi. These eyes were a bit fierce, even 10 times more terrifying than Guan Zhong's eyes. Could it be a monster? Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank, worrying that he had recognized the wrong person and was a little nervous. That woman, however, seemed to only look up at Guan Xiaoqi for a second before hanging her head down again, seemingly pondering something very important, and didn't have the time to pay attention to him at all. Guan Xiaoqi felt that there were oddities everywhere here, and dismissing the idea of shouting again, he looked around carefully, then walked over to the edge of the board and observed it for a while. Then he knocked along the wall and searched for half a day. This was a desperate place. The cave that turned back had collapsed, and the only way to find a way out was to walk to the opposite side of the chessboard and look around. The board looked a little scary. But if you don't walk up to it, you won't be able to get to the opposite side. Guan Xiaoqi took a deep breath, took a careful step, and walked up to the first square of the chessboard. It was very stable. Nothing had changed. Guan Xiaoqi slightly relaxed a little. Each grid was small, only 2 meters square, and Guan Xiaoqi jumped from the first grid to the second. It was also quite good, and the grid seemed normal. But a second later, Guan Xiaoqi's face changed. The second grid only lasted a second, suddenly shattered, revealing a dark hole below. Guan Xiaoqi almost fell down the pit again. Fortunately he was on full alert at this time, jumped up and jumped towards the side of the grid. The foot is another burst of shaking, and broken, black hole appeared in the foot again. Guan Xiaoqi this time can really want to cry. He jumped up for the second time. The results of the third grid is also broken. Waryu ancestors board. I'm not going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. Run, Junior. After running continuously for a dozen or so grids, he suddenly felt a solidity under his feet, and Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly stopped, his whole body's strength almost all about to be used up. If he didn't step on the ground, he would really fall. Just at this time, he heard a voice. The woman in green in the middle of the board finally spoke to him. If you don't want to die, don't move. Guan Xiaoqi complained in his heart, "You little girl, you should have said it earlier. I'm running up, I can't move. Am I going to wait for death where I am? Or fall into the abyss below?" He glanced down at the collapsed chessboard square on the side. It was deep and dark inside, and he didn't know how deep it was, and it was emitting horrible sounds, just like there were thousands of devils hiding inside. Don't say fall down, just listen to the sound up here, half of the life will be scared away. While Guan Xiaoqi was still observing the abyss, the sound of a spring rang out. Guan Xiaoqi looked up, a huge stone statue wielding a large sword rushed towards him, a 4 or 5 meter tall giant, bluffing Guan Xiaoqi's mouth dry. This was touching the mechanism? More than 10 meters long big knife was waved by the stone statue. Tiger wind, knife light recluse, splash water does not enter. Looking at the small dagger in his hand, how can this fight? This huge stone statue was even more powerful and 10 times faster than the devil general that Guan Zhong dealt with. Was this something he could deal with? Escape! Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to resist at all, and didn't care how dangerous the chessboard cubes under his feet were anymore, yelling and screaming as he continued to run. One by one, the chessboard cubes were stepped on by him, and several times he almost fell into the terrifying abyss below. Originally he had little strength left, but now suddenly his adrenaline burst and he was alive again. Suddenly his eyes lit up. It turned out that without realizing it, he ran to the front of the woman's platform. At this time he was already close to exhaustion, and finally fought and jumped onto this woman's platform. Lying on the ground, he was not even wanting to move. The power to gasp for air was almost gone, feeling that he might have to suffocate in the next second. This woman stared at Guan Xiaoqi. Her eyes seemed to have some complexity in them in addition to dissatisfaction. Long blonde hair, bright eyes, snow-white skin, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, a kind of innate charm and the innocence of a young girl oddly blended together. The bridge of her nose was quite compact, her lips were plump, and her ears were a little bit strange, slightly long and pointed. Combined with her tight green clothes, the coldness was compelling. The woman glanced at Guan Xiaoqi and helplessly raised the longbow in her hand. Guan Xiaoqi even saw that there was even a leaf growing on this longbow. This was a longbow that had been improvised with random tree branches? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. He didn't dare to waste his energy to appraise other people's weapons now. He was dying of exhaustion, and it seemed there was no need. He just felt that advocating the bow was a bit strange. The woman raised the longbow and instead of shooting at Guan Xiaoqi, she shot at the long sword stone statue that was chasing after her. The arrow was like a shooting star, with a touch of green, and shot rapidly towards the long sword stone statue, and that terrifying stone statue seemed to be a bit startled in the face of this long arrow, stopping and backing up a few steps before another shielded stone statue on the side surged forward, blocking the long arrow for it. The 4 or 5 meter tall stone statue, after receiving this arrow, was actually shaken back 7 or 8 steps, thud, 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 and stopped. The board changed again. All the stone statues stopped. The power of an arrow. Chapter 20, The Board Dilemma. Guan Xiaoqi looked dumbfounded. After shooting an arrow, the woman only casually glanced at Guan Xiaoqi before immediately dropping her head again, her eyes continuing to stare at the ground. Are you human? Guan Xiaoqi asked a nonsense question, and the woman pressed on. At this time, Guan Xiaoqi got up from the ground and came over. Only then did he see that the woman was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was drawing some patterns on the stone slab. After a few careful glances, Guan Xiaoqi recognized it at once. It was this chessboard diagram. On a square, crisscrossed with vertical and horizontal lines, apparently she had temporarily scratched it out with a sharp instrument, although it was very simple and rough, but still, all the squares on the chessboard were drawn. The stone statue's squares, the real squares, and the false squares, were all labeled. One large box, densely mislabeled with hundreds of smaller ones. Hello? What are you trying to do? Guan Xiaoqi asked. The other party didn't answer. How did you get in here? The other party did not answer. Do you know where there is a way out? The other party did not answer. But this young woman finally raised her head, clearly annoyed by Guan Xiaoqi's croaking, and her bright eyes crossed Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. Can you be quiet? Are all you humans so rude? Guan Xiaoqi choked. What do you mean we humans? Could it be that you're not human? The young woman looked at him. Of course not, I'm a marine elf, not you humans, I'm not as croaky as you. Ha! Guan Xiaoqi seemed to have discovered a new continent. He then woke up to why this girl's ears were pointed. So she was an elf. I've only seen the ghoul race, I haven't seen an elf yet. Guan Xiaoqi said in surprise. Not surprising, we are few in number. The elf girl was probably a bit tired and said a few more words. We and the ghouls both live on the undead planet, but they are the masters of that planet. The ghouls are afraid of water. We ocean elves are far away from the undead continent. We live on the islands in the narrow oceans, and we never deal with them, and then we collided with your humans planet. Guan Xiaoqi picked up. So we were transported here together? The elf maiden nodded. It's a very scary place. Having seen the maiden's shocking arrow, if even the elf maiden felt that this place was dangerous, then wouldn't he himself, a weakling human, be the lowest end of the food chain? Do you know what this secret place is? Guan Xiaoqi asked casually, not expecting the elf maiden to give an answer at all. Unexpectedly, the elf maiden replied seriously, "I've read some inscriptions and patterns, and this should be a god's tomb." A god's tomb? A god's tomb was guarded by a bunch of demonic stone statues inside? Guan Xiaoqi's head was a bit confused. The relationship between gods and devils in this world was still weirdly good. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoqi thought of another possibility. Could it be that demons are treated as gods here? That kind of guy with horns, small wings, and scarlet eyes might be the god of this world? He was dumbfounded for a while. Guan Xiaoqi conjured up an even more terrifying thing. Could there really be gods and demons in this world? And the system had clearly said that this world was not friendly to humans? Could the gods and demons be the powerful aborigines? While he was thinking baselessly, the elf maiden lowered her head again, holding a dagger in her hand and drawing on the drawn board. The young girl frowned and was quite endearing, especially if she was such a beautiful one. Guan Xiaoqi came over again and watched her draw on the ground. This kid was a bit smart, slowly seeing a bit of the way. "You're drawing a road map? You're going to destroy these stone statues?" Guan Xiaoqi stared at the young girl. "Huh? You read it? Understood a little bit. Why don't you give me a slight explanation, and I'll help you figure it out as well." The elf maiden raised her head and looked at Guan Xiaoqi, her bright eyes causing Guan Xiaoqi to be scared and excited at the same time. "We have to win this board to open the door to the secret room, but these stone statues are very strong and will aid each other, especially the one holding a shield. It will always hide in the distance but will instantly move. Any arrow I shoot will be blocked by him. He is a stone statue that is immune to long-range damage. I think I should be able to find a route so that he can't rescue the other stone statue." "How do you make it impossible for it to rescue?" "It can't cross another stone statue to rescue, so just have 3 stone statues in a row, then he won't be able to aid the outermost one." Guan Xiaoqi understood. He stood up and counted. There were a total of 7 stone statues on the board. There was only one shield-wielding stone statue. All the other stone statues were holding a variety of different weapons. Click click click. A sound of a machine spring startled Guan Xiaoqi. As soon as he looked down, he realized that the stone boards that he had just stepped on had magically recovered again. The entire board was back to its original state. Stepping on different stone slabs will startle different stone statues, so you have to draw at least 3 stone statues to track you, and you must also include the shield-wielding stone statues, and then figure out how to get the stone statues to line up, and also embank the stone slabs underneath your feet, and your final landing point must still be the ground. The young girl frowned. Clearly this complicated math problem was bothering her. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose. Although he majored in archaeology, he was an archaeologist in science and was the #1 archaeology major in the country. Although this question was difficult, it was not difficult to defeat him. He squatted down and carefully calculated for half a day, then numbered the 7 statues. The shield-wielding stone statue was number 0, and then asked the elf maiden about the statue that corresponded to the triggering of each stone slab. He bent his hand and scratched a complicated road map on the map. Then took out 7 energy stones to represent the locations of the 7 statues, using the green one to represent the shield-wielding stone statue. While comparing where he moved the stone statues according to the rules. The elf girl was initially unimpressed. However, when she saw the end, she realized that the 3 statues were already connected in a row. "Ha!" Seeing that the puzzle she had struggled to solve was easily cracked by Guan Xiaoqi, the young girl's eyes lit up. "Not bad, you humans have a weak body, but your brains are quite good." Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Was this a compliment? The young girl stood up and was about to go into action. "Not in a hurry?" Guan Xiaoqi smiled. "Wait for me to rest and regain my strength. I'll go lure the monsters. You're better off shooting here." The young girl didn't understand. "Why? There are 7 statues in total. I'll go lure the monsters, and after you shoot off the first stone statue, all I have to do is move 1 step, and another triple will immediately form, and then you can jump there and continue shooting." Guan Xiaoqi even demonstrated all the variations behind it to the young girl. Guan Xiaoqi didn't just count the first trifecta, he even finished counting all the subsequent variations. The young girl was shocked. Just now, Guan Xiaoqi had made the 3 statues line up in a row, which could only be considered as small words of wisdom, but in such a quick time, he even counted all the subsequent movements and routes, which was too powerful. "Are all of you humans this powerful?" The young girl's eyes became much softer as she looked at Guan Xiaoqi, not as sharp, or not as disdainful. Chapter 21, Passing. Guan Xiaoqi laughed out loud. "No, it's just that I'm better." After satisfying his small vanity and resting a little, Guan Xiaoqi was ready to leave. Leaving this secret room was not only the matter of the elf maiden, it was also Guan Xiaoqi's own matter. The air in the secret room was already a bit murky. and the gases wafting up from the stone slabs underground were becoming more and more polluted with a large amount of pollution, so it was necessary to leave as soon as possible. There was a 1-second interval before the slab collapsed, and normal people could actually do a continuous jump as long as they were prepared. The biggest dangers were a lack of mental focus and not being able to find a place to rest on the road. Guan Xiaoqi, a little brother who also had a fierce spirit, moved his ankles and bellowed, "It's on." Leaping up, his feet did not touch the ground, running on the stone slabs like a rabbit being chased by a hunter. The stone slabs behind him shattered one after another, falling into the abyss. Guan Xiaoqi did not even look at them, calculating the pace in his heart, lest he take a wrong step. When he took 23 steps, his feet were solid, a solid surface. Guan Xiaoqi almost couldn't control his form and rushed out, hurriedly bending down and half kneeling on the stone slab. Ka ka ka. Click click click. The sound of machine springs kept ringing out. The stone statues were startled, wielding great swords, spears, halberds and other weapons together to kill Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi's face turned blue. It was only then that he worried about a problem, that is, this elf maiden. Did she really have the ability to destroy this kind of huge stone statue? He was in the middle of his apprehension. The 3 gigantic stone statues had already formed a line, and in the center, a double hammer-wielding stone statue blocked the shield-wielding stone statue's route of teleportation. The opportunity was an instant. To miss it was to die. The stone statue that was close to Guan Xiaoqi's head, his greatsword was already raised, and the next second it was going to cut off his head. Sweat dripped from Guan Xiaoqi's head. It was so damn exciting. A sharp whistling sound came over. Shoo! The green arrow, with a ray of light, instantly reached the stone statue's eyes, and with a loud boom, the head of the stone statue exploded, and the entire stone slab under the statue's feet toppled over. Boom! The shattered stone statue fell directly into the abyss. Feeling this dominating arrow once again, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly woke up to the fact that Guan Zhong was already considered a top-tier combatant within the human race, but I'm afraid that 10 Guan Zhongs wouldn't be able to defeat this elf maiden. Everyone had obviously teleported to this world together, and the opening was unfair. Is the elf a super VIP account? Hurrying to suppress his chaotic thoughts, Guan Xiaoqi followed the original plan and continued to leap towards a stone slab on the left. Shoo! Another arrow flew. There was a rumble. The second statue fell into the abyss. Guan Xiaoqi was in charge of attracting the monsters, and the elf maiden's arrows were unerring. The power of each arrow was frighteningly great, with rumble after rumble after rumble. The 5 stone statues before and after had all sunk into the abyss. Guan Xiaoqi was so tired that he couldn't catch his breath and jumped back to the stone platform where the maiden was. There was only 1 shield-wielding stone statue left, and 1 halberd stone statue, staying in the distance, not moving. There were only 2 stone statues left, and there was no way they could form a row of 3. What now? Guan Xiaoqi was out of ideas. The elf girl tossed her long hair and gave Guan Xiaoqi a blank look. Her smile was even a bit charming. What else can we do? Just kill them. There are only 2 stone statues. Let's kill the shield-wielding stone statue together first. Good. The elf girl raised the longbow in her hand. A green light was born on the bowstring, then a green arrow suddenly appeared on the longbow and shot out. This is not a card weapon, this is our elf's own weapon. The elf girl casually explained when she saw that Guan Xiaoqi's gaze had been staring at the longbow in her hand, her mouth drooling and her eyes filled with curiosity. The arrow was like a meteor, but it couldn't hurt the shield-wielding stone statue. This stone statue, which was immune to the lethality of long-range attacks, was shaken back a few steps by the immense force brought by the arrow, and then violently rushed forward. The young girl carried her longbow and took out her dagger in her hand. It was the same dagger she had used to carve the chessboard on the floor. Up! The shield-wielding stone statue teleported in front of the duo in an instant and slammed down with its shield, and the young girl leapt high into the air and attacked the stone statue from above her head. The stone statue moved extremely fast and quickly raised its shield, bouncing the young girl away. It then turned around and smashed at Guan Xiaoqi with its shield. Guan Xiaoqi raised his dagger, having no idea how to stab such a huge stone statue. He had no choice but to turn and run. A rabbit-like, with a wolf dog chasing behind and traps all ahead, it was scary. Countless stone slabs were trampled over, and there were fewer and fewer places to land. Luckily, most of the other stone statues were cleared out. Only 1 halberd stone statue followed along in the chase. Guan Xiaoqi jumped and dodged the halberd swings. Ka ka ka. The front was blocked by the shield-wielding stone statue again. Mud horse. Do stone statues pick soft targets too? Why are you chasing me? Can't you see the pretty little girl over there? Guan Xiaoqi had a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest and was very speechless. This was too much of a bully. As the shield-wielding stone statue was raising his heavy shield to slam it down, it suddenly turned around and the shield swerved. The elf maiden had swooped in from behind like a butterfly, stabbing at this shield-wielding stone statue. The slash from behind was even more dangerous. The shield-wielding stone statue quickly turned around, leaving its butt to Guan Xiaoqi. The huge stone statue's butt was already as tall as Seiki Xiaoqi's head, and Seiki Xiaoqi barely thought twice. Stab! Stab! Stab in a row. 3 consecutive stabs. The dagger stabbed out like a phantom. Of course it wasn't aimed at the stone statue's butt, but the statue's waist. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that the statue's energy stone system was located at the waist. The fine-grade dagger was exceptionally sharp. The young girl's dagger stabbed the shield, preventing the shield-wielding stone statue from saving back. Guan Xiaoqi's dagger stabbed into the waist of the stone statue without any obstacles. Blue light shot out from inside. It was a fine-grade energy stone. No wonder this stone statue was so tough. Guan Xiaoqi instantly stabbed more than a dozen times in a row. The waist of the stone statue was mashed by him. The blue energy stone was dug out by his hard work. The shield-wielding stone statue collapsed with a bang. Countless pieces of debris as well as the blue energy stone fell down together towards the abyss. Reaching out, he didn't reach it, which caused Guan Xiaoqi immense heartache. His feet were empty. Only then did he remember that this stone slab under his feet was imaginary, so frightened that Guan Xiaoqi couldn't care less about the fine-grade energy stone and hurriedly leapt to the side. The whistling halberd stabbed. Guan Xiaoqi bent down, rolled over to the other stone plate, and fell face first to the ground. His nose was bleeding. Critical moment. Swoosh. The arrow whistled. The halberd-wielding stone statue shattered. The stunned Guan Xiaoqi slumped on a stone slab. His whole body went limp, and without looking in the mirror, he knew that he must have looked like a pig's head. All the stone statues were knocked off. Ka ka ka. Clack clack clack. On the other side of the wall, the sound of countless machine springs rang out, and a circular tunnel entrance appeared in the corner of the wall. Go! There were no more stone slabs to step on around Guan Xiaoqi's feet. The stone statues were all shattered, and he didn't know if the original slabs would recover, and he was in a state of anxiety. The elf maiden leapt over, pulled Guan Xiaoqi's hand, and flew off to the side. A leap of dozens of meters, not much different from flying. It was too strong. Guan Xiaoqi flew through the air and turned his head to look at the elf girl. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi notice that the elf girl's body was slender. The tight green clothes outlined the perfect curves of a young girl, slender waist, firm and rounded hips. The most Guan Xiaoqi suffocated is that this elf girl is not flat-chested. Big boobs, thin waist, and nice buttocks. There is also a pair of long legs. Chapter 22, Entering the Tomb of the Gods. The hand that was pulling Guan Xiaoqi was also soft, as if there were no bones. This elf girl would definitely be able to infuriate a bunch of big stars if she were on Earth. Well, now was not the time to look at beautiful women. The elf maiden had already taken Guan Xiaoqi and flew to the other side of the chessboard. The distance of this leap was just too scary. There was also a person pulled in her hand. Guan Xiaoqi secretly resolved that he should never mess with the race of elves in the future. It was too powerful. Only after flying over the board did the young girl let go of her hand. The elf maiden patted Guan Xiaoqi's shoulder. "I'm glad to meet you. We've finally found the exit. By the way, my name is Alicia." Alicia? It's a nice name, ah. My name is Guan Xiaoqi. Alicia smiled faintly, bounced and ran to that tunnel entrance, then turned back and waved. This is indeed the exit. Guan Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief and ran after her, unable to care about her aching body. The entrance to the tunnel was circular, all the way upwards, looking curved, and it was too dark inside to see how long it was. Guan Xiaoqi was about to take a step inside, but Alicia stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Leading the way." Guan Xiaoqi said rightfully. "Your strength is too poor. It's better for me to lead the way, and I'll be able to fend off any dangers that come my way." Alicia spoke a great truth. Guan Xiaoqi looked at Alicia and smiled. Good. Smiling, she got out of the way and shrugged. Little girls didn't speak as euphemistically as humans, straight to the point. They wouldn't beat around the bush to make people happy. Good thing Guan Xiaoqi didn't mind. Alicia lowered her head and drilled into the tunnel. The leaf on the longbow in her hand emitted green light, illuminating the tunnel brightly. It was just a lush green, quite a bit bizarre. Guan Xiaoqi lagged 5 or 6 steps behind and followed Alicia into the tunnel. The tunnel was extremely long. Inside it curved and meandered, a moment up, a moment down, a moment left, a moment right, but the general feeling was that it was still going up. The more you go, the narrower the tunnel, can only barely for a person to pass, even to the back. 2 people cannot stand straight. After walking for another full quarter of an hour, Alicia, who was leading the way in front, excitedly blurted out, it seems like we've reached the exit. At the end of the tunnel was a stone door, Alicia shouted and pushed hard, pushing the ancient stone door open all at once. Suddenly the light from outside shone in, Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly closed his eyes, and only half a day later did he slowly open them. Alicia had already walked out of the stone door, Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly followed, and also walked out together. Only once out of the cave, Guan Xiaoqi was stunned, even Alicia also stayed there together looking at the scene in front of her. The two stood here, quietly gazing ahead. After a while, "What the hell is this?" Guan Xiaoqi finally held her tongue. In front of him was a valley of birds and flowers, with craggy cliffs on all sides, but that didn't matter. What shocked Guan Xiaoqi was that there was a huge copper coffin floating suspended in the middle of the valley, and a suspended staircase that connected from the ground all the way to the copper coffin in the sky. There was a platform halfway up the staircase in the air. On the platform was a very fat blue woman who was embroidering very carefully. If what he saw wasn't a fat woman or blue-skinned, Guan Xiaoqi would have even thought that she was Dongfang Bubu. Guan Xiaoqi was a bit dumbfounded. What was going on? He raised his head to look up the craggy cliffs, so high that he couldn't see the top. This was already extremely deep underground, and the coffins were inlaid with all sorts of night jewels, illuminating this valley as if it was daytime. That blue fat woman was extremely huge. Guan Xiaoqi felt that she had at least 300 kilograms to start with, and the suspended platform, not understanding how it could bear the weight, looking at it all made people fearful. Inside the valley is a huge magnificent palace, just below the suspended copper coffin. There were no walls, and all the buildings of the palace gleamed. At the front was the front hall, lined up horizontally, 100 meters wide. The foundation of green stone was high above the ground, and the difference between it and the ground was more than 10 meters high, and the pavilions were all constructed on top of the high platform. Front of the palace on both sides of the row, respectively, there is a long corridor, connected to the back of the palace. Eve's roof corridor above are carved with decorations, simple and thick, black color, with a murderous atmosphere. In the center of the palace is the starting point of the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven is about 5 meters wide, there is no support, a floating ladder suspended in the air. Guan Xiaoqi had never seen such a magnificent palace, even the Forbidden City didn't have half of this palace's grandeur. This could be underground or in the belly of a mountain, but this huge palace complex, the horrifying bronze coffins, and the bizarre embroidered woman, all filled one with fear. Alicia stared at the great hall in front of her and stayed for a long time before letting out a long breath. This is the tomb of the gods? But why would someone embroider flowers before a god's tomb? Guan Xiaoqi's first reaction went to his pocket to rummage for his cell phone, to hurry to shoot it and send it online. This short video can definitely be a big fire. After rummaging for half a day, he remembered that he was now in the other world and had a bull cell phone. Let's go, the final mission must be here, let's grab it. Since this is the god's tomb, the god's corpse must be inside the coffin, Alicia said as she pointed at the bronze coffin in the sky. The two walked forward, and the fat blue-skinned woman on the mid-air platform didn't even press a glance over. After walking 100 meters, the two walked into the palace without walls. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's vision system, and the system's voice began to broadcast in the secret realm. Alert! A living being has entered the final mission area. The secret realm copy mission has officially opened. Copy mission unlocked. Defeat the Blue Princess, seize or destroy the resurrection deck, and stop the gods from resurrecting. This secret realm copy is a level 1 difficulty. After the secret realm is over, rewards will be calculated for everyone based on the completion of the copy mission as well as their contribution. Failure conditions for the copy quest, i.e. being killed. 2. Resurrection of the deity. If either condition is met, the duplicate fails. The slain person dies, and the deity resurrects all living beings to accept the copy failure punishment. After Guan Xiaoqi read the prompt, he was so depressed that he just wanted to curse. This is a level 1 copy. It's the lowest level copy, and you're telling me that the mission of a level 1 copy is to stop the gods from resurrecting? Are you kidding me? A level 2 copy is to kill a god in heaven? The moment their feet stepped into the palace area, the blue woman on the high platform, the blue princess according to the system, immediately averted her gaze from the embroidery work on her hands and stared at the two. Chapter 23 The Blue Princess. Hint, the countdown to the start of the copy is 120 minutes. After 120 minutes, the gods will be resurrected soon. The deity will be resurrected, and the mission will fail. 2 hours. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the blue princess on the high platform, looking at the flower she was embroidering just now. A butterfly that had broken out of its cocoon came to life. Green life energy flowed over it. She? Probably. wasn't embroidering a flower, she was embroidering a card, embroidering a resurrection card. Guan Xiaoqi read it and smiled bitterly. So, we have to defeat this blue princess within 2 hours and destroy the card she's embroidering in her hand. There was a loud rumble in the belly of a mountain in the distance. Several skeletons smashed open a stone door from inside, drilled out of the cave, and entered the valley as well, looking up to see the huge bronze coffin in mid-air. Who arrived here before us? An angry roar could be heard throughout the valley. A reckless demonstration, showing the arrogance of this group of skeletons. Hurry, we can't let others steal our mission, hurry. Another skeleton from the back shouted. The skeleton at the front was fully armored with a black sword in his hand, just like the black warrior inside the stars, obviously the leader of this group of skeletons. Follow me. It shouted in a hoarse metallic voice. The skeletons rushed to kill down after the leader. Before they could rush to the palace, another person, his face covered in blood, crawled out from a cave, squinting his eyes and adapting to the bright light inside the valley. This person was none other than Guan Zhong, only Laura wasn't with him. More and more living beings converged here. Whether it was humans or ghouls, they all began to gather in the valley. Guan Xiaoqi and Alicia were just a small step faster than the others, but this small step was a big step when it came to settling the rewards. An extra reward for starting the quest. Let's go up and kill the blue princess and hurry up to finish the quest. Alicia was a bit anxious. Guan Xiaoqi stopped Alicia, stared into her eyes, and said sincerely, "Do you trust me?" Alicia thought for a moment. "You're smart, I trust you." Guan Xiaoqi laughed. "If you believe me, let's not go up there yet, that platform is too dangerous. Although I know you're strong, I don't think the blue princess is a weakling. Why don't you let the others who are impatient try it first?" Alicia was a bit hesitant. But what if the blue princess is weak and all of a sudden they finish the mission? What's wrong with that? Even if someone else wins, we've still accomplished our mission, haven't we? If in case the blue princess is strong, we blindly rush up and become someone else's stepping stone instead, it's not worth it. Besides, I just don't think that the blue princess is really easy to deal with. Guan Xiaoqi said word for word, compared to the mission, lives are more important. Alicia hadn't cared too much about it, but Guan Xiaoqi's last sentence struck Alicia, and she suddenly guffawed, instantly opening up 100 flowers, and laughed. "So what are you going to do? This palace is spectacular. Since we're all here, why don't we take a tour?" "Good idea, this I agree with, then let's hurry up and go." As soon as she heard that she was going shopping, Alicia's eyes lit up. This was much more fun than fighting, and she instantly threw the blue princess's mission aside. 2 hours, not too short and not too long, shopping around the palace is still enough. 2 people a small run, did not go to the ladder of the sky, but instead to the depths of the palace, has been running away to the center of the hall. Running up the ladder, it was a grand hall with the doors locked. Alicia walked up and kicked on the huge black door that was 7 or 8 meters high. Boom! This kick of hers made a dull roar. It could be imagined how great the force of this young girl's kick was. The roar shook the entire palace 3 times, and the valley was filled with echoes. But the gate, not moving at all. Guan Xiaoqi had a bad feeling at this moment. It felt like there were countless pairs of weird eyes staring at him all around, and his back went cold. See ghosts? Alicia didn't believe it, squinted her eyes and raised her leg to kick again. Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly pulled her back. "My little ancestor. Don't kick. Something's not right here, let's go." Guan Xiaoqi felt like a beast had woken up in the hall, opening its drowsy eyes and looking out, causing him to panic a little. He didn't know where this feeling came from, it just felt like he was seeing it in himself. Not daring to continue making a scene, he hurriedly pulled Alicia away. This hall did not know what was going on, it was too creepy, it was better to stay away. Although Alicia was a bit unwilling, she wasn't stubborn and was pulled all the way away by Guan Xiaoqi. "Coward!" She made a face. "Be cautious to live longer." Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed, not ashamed but honored by Alicia's disdain. In the center was a row of main halls, each one magnificent, each door different, but all of them with black solemn doors and red noble door rings. Guan Xiaoqi pulled Alicia out of the way of all the great halls and headed for the side door. Where is this going? Alicia wondered. According to my research on the architecture here, the 2 sides are servants' rooms, or maids' rooms. Let's go there and take a look. Guan Xiaoqi was an archaeology major, and this palace complex, which conformed to all the characteristics of classical architecture, Guan Xiaoqi understood at a glance. Maid's room? Alicia bristled. Girls all liked princess rooms, which ones liked maid rooms? Elf girls weren't exempt either. But we are just a maid. On both sides were long corridors, and after walking along them for a few minutes, they arrived at the servants' room that Guan Xiaoqi recognized. In front of him was a whole row of servants' rooms, all locked. Guan Xiaoqi walked over one by one, and when he reached the 10th room, he gently pulled, and a door opened. Ha! There is an unlocked room here? Guan Xiaoqi walked into the eyes of a room of hundreds of square meters. There is a desk, there is a dresser, there is a big bed. This large bed alone was 5 meters long, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. A maid can also carve dragons and paint phoenixes? Guan Xiaoqi also found it a bit unbelievable. Also, this bed was too big, right? But think about the huge size of Princess Blue on the platform, and the huge door of the main hall. It seemed like the large bed made sense again. The room was bright, and on the lampstand on the table, there was a night pearl, which should be the same as those on the coffins, emitting a very bright white light that illuminated the surroundings. Alicia stared at the night pearl as soon as she entered the room. The eyes lit up immediately. This night pearl was much brighter than the leaves in his hand. As a marine elf living in the ocean, often have to go to the deep sea to explore, and the deep sea, a very important level is lighting. The deepest part of the ocean is pitch black. Even the leaves in her hand can only illuminate a very small piece of the range, but this night pearl light is extremely bright. Alicia was delighted, quickly walked over and reached out to pick up the pearl. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't interested in the night pearl. He saw a cabinet directly opposite the bed with a blue backpack on it. There was also a scroll on the side. Walking over to pick up the scroll and the backpack. Name, Backpack Crafting Scroll Excellent. Materials, 1 light leather, 4 pieces of canvas, 3 meters of thread. Function, make an exquisite backpack that can carry all kinds of supplies. In this world, it's not just cards, there are many raw materials that require a backpack. Introduction, excellent grade backpack, can double the space of the backpack and reduce the weight by 20%. Only mastering the primary tailoring skill can complete backpack making at the tailoring workbench. This is a very practical scroll. Backpacks are needed by almost everyone, even moving wood and stone to one's cabin is not bad. Not to mention, it also increases space and reduces weight. Chapter 24 The Power of a Fart in Picking Up Leaks. Guan Xiaoqi looked towards the other finished backpack and guessed in his heart, could this be a sample? After appraising it with the magician card, she realized that she had thought wrong. This backpack on her hand was really not a sample. Princess Blue's small bag fine, this is Princess Blue's small purse for her carry-on. The space of the backpack is 3 times larger than it looks, and the weight of the items put in it is reduced by 40%. Note, a lady's backpack, the main one is light and flexible. The backpack was naturally the best of the best at the moment, but Guan Xiaoqi was stunned at the name of the backpack. Blue Princess's backpack? So this room is actually Princess Blue's room? And not a servant's room? If this side hall was a princess room, could it be that the dozens of rooms in a row here were all princess rooms? And what was inside the big house behind the main hall? What kind of monsters were living there? This was beyond Guan Xiaoqi's common sense in archaeology. After all, this was his first time participating in the archaeology of a deity's tomb. No wonder the door to this room was the only one that was open, so it turned out that the Blue Princess lived here. Both of them were rewarded and searched this room again without finding anything else. Blue Princess's backpack is a duffel bag, cross-country style. Guan Xiaoqi carried it behind his back, and then put all the energy stones that were bulging in his pockets into the backpack, and all of a sudden it became much lighter. This is really a good treasure. It is the color blue with a bit of pink, a bit of women in the women's air. Endured. Let's go, this is Princess Blue's room. If she finds out that we stole her stuff, I guess she'll go crazy. Guan Xiaoqi laughed. Ah, this is Princess Blue's room? Alicia was a little surprised, and a little disappointed. Is this all there is to a princess room? The two left Princess Blue's room and made another big turn at the back of the palace, never finding any room with an open door again. Could it be that Princess Blue was the only one left in the entire palace? There were screams coming from the distance, someone had fallen down from the platform, and it was obvious that the battle there was extremely fierce. The two people had big hearts, and while the others were fighting to the death with the Blue Princess, they strolled hard in the palace for more than an hour. The Blue Princess is amazing, it's been so long and she's still fighting all the time? Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Let's go back and take a look, this mission still needs to be completed somehow. Alicia looked at Guan Xiaoqi and gripped her longbow tightly in her hand. There wasn't much time left. The two circled around and retraced their steps back down to the bottom of the stairway to heaven. There was no Blue Princess in the sky. There were a dozen or so corpses lying on the ground, humans and skeletons, dressed differently, and at a glance, they were all explorers who had entered the replica. These guys died in a very miserable state, especially the closest to Guan Xiaoqi, was a male corpse. The head had been smashed flat, rotted into a ball, blood and brain matter mixed together, that was really red and white. There was also a man who had been stabbed with an unknown number of holes in his body, his blood had drained out, and the broken skeleton bones were scattered all over the place. There's a living person? Someone in the pile of corpses was squirming, struggling to get up. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and dragged him out with force. It was a middle-aged uncle, his face was covered in blood, panting heavily. With Guan Xiaoqi's help, he barely sat up against the wall. Thanks. His mouth was full of blood with all his teeth knocked out, and his words of thanks were slurred. What happened? How did so many people die? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't see anyone else, nor could he see Princess Blue, and found it strange. We rushed up and fought that blue monster. She was too powerful. There were a lot of us, we almost couldn't beat her, but there were a few powerful skeletons and humans that suppressed her as well, and when she was about to fall into the wind, she suddenly let out a fart. The middle-aged man looked at Guan Xiaoqi awkwardly. So, all of you were crashed down from the sky by one of her farts? Guan Xiaoqi was very surprised. Her fart was green, it was very smelly, and it was extremely windy. At least a 12-stage typhoon, 3/4 of the people on the high platform were crashed down by one of her farts. May I ask what you do? I'm an engineer from the Weather Bureau. Nice to meet you. Guan Xiaoqi stood in awe. That should indeed be a Category 12 typhoon. There's no mistaking it. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose, imagining the extremely smelly gas blowing towards him with the wind of a 12th grade typhoon. It was almost unnerving. Guan Xiaoqi was still curious. What about the others? Where's Princess Blue? The man sighed. The rest of them couldn't resist and fled. Princess Blue is after them. This mission, it's pretty damn chic. The sound of an angry roar came from the distance. It was the Blue Princess's hiss. A group of cowards had fled out of the valley and into the cave. The power of a fart had crumpled them all. The Blue Princess couldn't leave the valley and wildly beat her chest, letting out an extremely angry roar. Guan Xiaoqi also wanted to escape. He didn't want to face this blue terrifying monster, especially after seeing the corpses all over the ground. You can try, she's bluffing, she's actually weak. A soft voice sounded in Guan Xiaoqi's mind. The magician card was prompting him. Guan Xiaoqi's little mind came alive. After driving away the group of hateful skeletons and humans, the Blue Princess dragged her heavy body back, the ground shaking with every step. The princess of several hundred kilograms was worthy of the name of 1,000 pounds. When she had just reached the bottom of the stairway to heaven, she saw a human teenager standing in front. It was none other than Guan Xiaoqi. His white clothes, which were tattered and ragged on top, his eyes were swollen, his mouth was crooked, his nose was running with a nosebleed, and one of his pant legs was already gone, revealing half of his calf, which was bloody and covered in scratches. Because his face was full of scars and swelling, pig head-like, naturally looked extremely ugly. Damnable human! You're so ugly, why did you have to appear in front of me? Guan Xiaoqi shrugged his shoulders and slightly sidestepped, showing the backpack behind him to Princess Blue. Ah! Princess Blue's eyes went red. Little thief! I'm at loggerheads with you, go to hell! The Blue Princess naturally recognized her backpack, which was currently on the back of this ugly man. She rushed towards Guan Xiaoqi like a madman. I want your life. The earth trembled following her footsteps. Just then, there was a sudden swoosh sound, and the furious Blue Princess was completely off guard. A green arrow shot at her, directly piercing her chest. She looked down, her chest appeared a large hole. Through this hole, she could see the scenery behind her. With great difficulty, she raised her head and saw that not far away, on a high platform, stood a poised elf maiden, holding a longbow in her hand. You guys are taking advantage of the situation. Princess Blue said bitterly. She was already at the end of her strength and had lost her mind after Guan Xiaoqi had attracted all her anger, so it was only logical that she couldn't dodge this arrow. You humans are annoying, I'm going to kill you. Princess Blue's chest was gushing blood, and surprisingly, she was still able to lunge at Guan Xiaoqi, extremely fast. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. A large hole was shot through his chest and he still managed to stay alive? What kind of monster is this? In panic he stabbed out the dagger he had long held tight in his hand. Triple stab. Triple stab. 3 consecutive stabs. With great speed, Guan Xiaoqi swiftly stabbed 9 times. 9 more blood slots were added to the Blue Princess body, and blue blood spurted out like a spring. Guan Xiaoqi lowered his head and drilled through the blue princess's crotch, who fell headfirst to the ground, her ass aimed at Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi turned around and heard the odd farting sound. His face literally changed, the stinky fart of a 12-stage typhoon? But by this time, his strength was exhausted. Where would he have the strength to dodge? Put! A stench was released. It did stink, and it was really green, but it wasn't a 12th grade typhoon. If I have another fart, you're dead. The blue princess twisted her head and said mockingly to the panicked Guan Xiaoqi. The blue princess regretted that she only had the power of one fart, and there was no way for her to let out a second fart in a short period of time. The skill cooldown period was too long. Her eyes stared straight up at the bronze coffin in the sky as she died. The blue princess died. Chapter 25 Passing and Settlement Rewards. Guan Xiaoqi covered her nose and was almost smoked to death. Copy countdown 20, 19, 18, 17. The copy was about to end, but there was no hint of quest completion. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at the resurrection card on the mid-air platform that was emitting light. Apparently killing the blue princess alone would not stop the gods from resurrecting. Everyone in the copy saw the countdown. People didn't know that the blue princess was dead, but everyone knew that the gods were about to be resurrected. The mood was all gloomy. When a copy failed, there would be a copy penalty, and no one knew what the penalty was, so all of them were frowning and gloomy, hiding in the corner and licking their wounds in silence. Alicia stood on top of the high platform and fiercely bellowed, pulling her bow into a full moon, a green arrow faster than a shooting star, shooting in a parabola towards the platform in the air. A shocking arrow. Whistling away. The resurrection card exploded in response amidst the green light. With his face black as charcoal, Tubby hid in the cave and stared at the countdown, refusing to blink. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sighing, he waited for the punishment given by the system. There was no response for half a day. The countdown suddenly stopped when it counted to 1. The system's voice floated in. A living being has successfully prevented the resurrection of the gods. The mission is complete. All surviving living beings in the replica will be rewarded according to their contribution. Please check. What? Guan Zhong exclaimed, who prevented the gods from resurrecting? In this instant he was a bit disoriented, and the image of Guan Xiaoqi strangely appeared in his mind. Could it really be him? How could it be? The entire image of the secret realm was fading, as if a Taishu fantasy realm was disappearing. Alicia was a bit anxious. She shouted a string of numbers at Guan Xiaoqi, her voice getting smaller and finally disappearing. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but shout out loud as well. What did you say? I can't hear you. The image shattered, the void dispersed, and Guan Xiaoqi felt as if he had been drawn by a great force into an odd dark space. A series of system sounds woke him up. Copy settlement in progress? Wait a moment. Tick-tock. Personal copy settlement results are as follows. Killed 37 devil statues. Complete the devil's chessboard. Trigger the ultimate copy quest. Kill the blue princess. Final evaluation of the copy, 102 points, S grade. Congratulations on receiving the highest reward for this duplicate, please check. Guan Xiaoqi froze for half a second, everything else was still understandable. How did killing 37 devil statues count? When had he killed so many demonic statues? Suddenly he remembered the stone skidder he was driving. Could it be that all the statues that the stone skidder had killed were counted under his name? Please draw 1 fine grade item. Please draw 2 excellent grade items. Up came the raffle, which was Guan Xiaoqi's favorite part. As the countless fine cards passed by in front of his eyes, like a running waterfall, it was impossible to see what was on top of the cards. Guan Xiaoqi simply casually touched one out. Name, Arrow Tower Fine. Function, Basic Defense Facility, defending against all incoming enemies. Introduction, this is a construction card that can be used in the courtyard. After use the card disappears and an archery tower is built. The archery tower needs to be loaded with energy stones to activate it. This is good stuff, it can save your life. Guan Xiaoqi was satisfied with his hand. The advantages of a fine-grade archery tower in the early stages were self-evident, especially since one's cabin was still particularly prone to attracting monsters to covet it. Having this archery tower would give himself a lot of peace of mind. Continuing with the extraction of the excellent level items, the excellent level was green equipment, 1 level lower than the excellent. The green curtain of light once again flowed past his eyes. As completely unreadable as it was, Guan Xiaoqi still casually touched 2 cards out. Bronze hammer excellent, much stronger than a stone hammer, efficiency of stone quarrying increased by 100%, can also be used as a weapon, limited power when used as a weapon. Blanket excellent, a 1.5 meter by 2 meter mat of advanced blankets, its only function is to keep out the cold. Guan Xiaoqi was instantly overjoyed. These two pieces of green equipment were even more urgent than the need for the arrow tower. This was what he needed most right now. As expected, there would be a blessing in the aftermath of the catastrophe. Gained 100 gold coins, gained 2 healing potions, gained 2 baguette breads. Gained experience value of 102, character upgraded by 2 levels, please choose the attribute to upgrade. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi have the time to look at his basic attributes. There were only 4 character basic attributes: strength, endurance, agility, perception. Strength, 3 + 1 weight capacity, melee damage. Endurance, for defense, durability, ability to resist disease. Agility, for reaction, speed, jump, melee hit. Perception, 5 observation, ranged hit, magic power. No wonder he was having such a hard time felling wood in quarrying stone, feeling that strength was the lowest of his basic attributes. Having risen 2 levels, there were 2 more points of free attributes. Guan Xiaoqi didn't hesitate to add it to strength. Strength was directly given a raise to 6 points. After choosing the reward, the void shattered, and after a burst of colored light, Guan Xiaoqi instantly returned behind the initial small tree. The colored aperture was no longer there. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at the sun and realized that it was still in its original position and hadn't moved at all. Time hasn't passed? Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. He had gone through a whole half day in the copy, hungry and thirsty, with wounds all over his body. It couldn't be fake, but the position of the sun in the sky showed that time basically hadn't passed. The stone mine was just on the side. He didn't have a single good spot on his body right now, and he was still ticking with blood. There was no way he was going to mine. His life was on the line. Holding on to this small tree with his hands, he took a few hard steps forward, then gritted his teeth, held his waist, and little by little moved to the cabin. Returning to the cabin, he touched the unfinished bottle of Sprite on the table, unscrewed the lid with a trembling hand, fiercely poured a large mouthful of Sprite, then took out a healing potion and swallowed it. Not wanting to move at all, Guan Xiaoqi panted heavily, waiting for the potion to take effect. The healing potion was really effective. The wounds all over his body were recovering. The potion could heal the wounds, but not the exhaustion. Guan Xiaoqi posed with the word 2, still panting violently, lying on the floor like a dead man, not wanting to move a muscle. In the secret realm, he had exhausted his entire body, even overdrawn all his physical strength, and once he returned to the cabin, he couldn't hold on any longer at all. The floor was cold, and he remembered that he had just obtained a blanket, which at this moment was placed in that small blue backpack, and was casually thrown by his side just now, but he didn't want to move at all now. After lying in a daze for half an hour, his stomach rumbled indiscreetly, and a cold chill rose up from his tailbone as the floor's chill rose up, stifling a sneeze. He had just eaten a little breakfast in the morning, and was immediately hungry. That is to say, the time inside the copy was real for himself, but for this world, it was unreal. Kind of interesting? Struggling to get up, he went over and opened his backpack, reaching inside and pulling out the blanket and baguette. Spreading the blanket on the floor, he casually lit another piece of wood and threw it into the fireplace. Although he didn't need to burn wood during the day, Guan Xiaoqi was worried about catching a cold, so he still lit a fire, and he had enough wood anyway. The fireplace burned and a steady stream of warm air blew out, and Guan Xiaoqi wrapped himself in a blanket, which made him a little more comfortable. The baguette bread was hard. It was one long loaf. This thing could be eaten 3 times in one loaf, 1/3 in the morning, 1/3 in the middle of the day and 1/3 in the evening. Not only was it hard, but it tasted pretty average. The good thing was that it was a whole wheat loaf, and after biting into it for a while it took on a malty flavor that could barely be swallowed. Drinking Sprite and eating a small piece of bread. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi feel that he could be considered alive. A level 1 copy? Hey, a level 1 copy. I thought it would be an easy journey, but I didn't expect to be killed every step of the way. If it wasn't for my luck, I would have died in there. After coming out of the copy for an hour, Guan Xiaoqi hadn't come out of the shadows completely. As he was fuming, he suddenly remembered that Alicia had called out a 12-digit number to him when she left, and Guan Xiaoqi guessed that it was her identity number, and that he could use it to add friends in the survival handbook. Chapter 26, Secondary Huts. Unfortunately, at the end of the picture became more and more blurred, and the sound became smaller and smaller, and there were 2 numbers at the back that Guan Xiaoqi didn't hear clearly at all. He had memorized the first 10 numbers, only the last 2 were missing. After thinking about it, it wasn't a big problem. There were only 2 numbers, so there were only 100 possibilities. Guan Xiaoqi sat in front of the survival manual, both hands operated the keyboard, added 100 friend applications in one breath. The first 10 numbers were fixed, the last 2 numbers from 0099 were all applied for, and there was always one that was Alicia. There was no immediate reply. In the middle of the day, everyone was probably gathering supplies and wouldn't stay home. Looking at the time in the survival manual, the system showed that it was only 7:38. He had gone out at 6 in the morning, collected water, then went to quarry rocks, went into the copy, and came back and laid around for so long that only a little over an hour had passed. Guan Xiaoqi almost felt like half his life had passed. So the passage of time in the copy was completely irrelevant to the real world. Although it was thrilling, the gains were also great, and he didn't have time to organize them, nor could he use them right away. Taking everything out of his backpack. Arrow tower cards, backpack crafting scrolls, gold coins, put them in a drawer. Blankets, folded up and placed on the floor, there was no other place to put them. A few energy stones, stacked on the floor next to the wood. The room is bare and there is nothing in it. Let's leave it like this for now. The skeleton summoning card was almost destroyed. Guan Xiaoqi took it out and put it by the fireplace to slowly restore energy, as well as his own cold light dagger card, stabbed the stone for a few hours, also a little worn out, and put it together by the fireplace. Everything is organized properly. On the back of the Blue Princess small bag, Guan Xiaoqi carrying a bronze hammer, pondering how to first collect enough stones, cannot waste time inside the cabin. A level 1 copy was so dangerous. The real world is no safer. If you don't upgrade as soon as possible, you're dead. Probably because his strength had increased by 2 more points, carrying the bronze hammer also felt light. Guan Xiaoqi pushed open the door of the room. The sun was just right, sunny and breezy. It was really a good day to work. He reappeared next to the quarry 100 meters away. The small tree was swaying from side to side by the light breeze, and the halo behind the small tree had disappeared. Did this duplicate entrance appear by chance? Or was there some rule? Guan Xiaoqi froze for a while, unable to think of a clue, turned to the stone line, took a deep breath, swung his bronze hammer, and ruthlessly smashed it into the stone. Duan, duan, duan. Ka! In just 3 strokes, a stone was smashed out. After switching to the bronze tool and increasing his strength, the efficiency of quarrying stones had indeed increased drastically. The skeleton warrior's card was still recovering its energy by the fireplace, and there were no handy tools for logging, so let's focus on quarrying in the morning. This efficiency seems to be not much slower than logging. Quarrying requires not only brute force, but also skill, and brute force is a waste of energy and inefficient. Guan Xiaoqi had never done this before. In the beginning, the hammer was always bounced off, the tiger's mouth was shaken to the point of raw pain, and the wrist was sore and weak. All kinds of accidents occur frequently, very affect the efficiency. When smashed more, slowly feel out the law, the hammer should be swung high, with the help of gravity to smash down the most labor-saving, smashed into the stone, to hold the hand of the bronze hammer along the rebound force to the recovery, so as not to hurt the tiger's mouth and wrist. This was a lesson learned only after the tiger's mouth was made to bleed by the recoil. Guan Xiaoqi was a smart man, and after taking a small loss, he quickly grasped the rhythm of smashing the stone. Duan, duan, duan. The rhythm was up. The more it was smashed, the more rhythmic it became, and the more Guan Xiaoqi used this hammer, the smoother it became. Guan Xiaoqi's mouth vaguely hummed a little song, starting the rhythm. Brother is the heavenly chosen beating worker, hey, work for 10 hours, don't mind getting tired, hey. He himself didn't even know which place's folk song this was, but anyway, shouting the labor call to work did relieve fatigue. The wisdom of the ancients should still be believed. Pieces of lapis lazuli were collected. After smashing for more than 2 hours in a row, a total of 62 stones were smashed out. Guan Xiaoqi was sweating profusely, pestling his hammer on the ground and holding his hands on the hammer handle. He really didn't have the strength anymore. The physical strength consumed by the copy didn't recover much. Guan Xiaoqi felt that his whole body was aching, ready to fall apart, looked at a pile of stones on the ground. Surely it was also enough to upgrade the cabin. There was no need to force himself to be so miserable. Each stone on the ground is about the same size as a brick. Guan Qi's backpack can only hold 10 stones if it's normal size, but the actual usable space is 3 times as big. That is to say, the Blue Princess's backpack, it can transit 30 stones at a time. Put into the backpack, the weight of these stones was reduced by another 40%, and Guan Xiaoqi could still carry them. What a godsend for laborers! The Blue Princess was a good person. After 2 trips back and forth, the stones were moved back to the cabin. The second trip there were 2 stones that could not be loaded into the backpack. Guan Xiaoqi simply carried one in one hand. He did not want to make an extra trip for these 2 stones. Back to the cabin, the upgrade information has been complete. Are you sure you want to upgrade your level 1 cabin to a level 2 cabin? It requires 811,500 with 254 200 stones. Your resources are sufficient. The system sent an inquiry. Upgrade. The wooden stones piled up in the corners were instantly missing a large portion. The wooden house was vibrating, and in a short while, the upgrade was complete. Guan Xiaoqi looked at it for half a day and was a bit puzzled. How come the room in front of him didn't change much? It was still a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Even the area didn't change? What's going on here? While he was wondering, the system sent a selection reminder. Level 2 Chalet, you can choose one of the following 3 options to build a facility, please choose. Kitchen, 15 square meters, can cook ingredients to create tastier, more nutritious food, made to last longer. Workshop, 20 square meters, can provide a place for production, and various workbenches can be placed inside. Yard, 60 square meters, can grow crops, can place various tower defense and other outdoor artifacts. Introduction, the house upgrade only provides a place. The stoves and kitchen utensils inside the kitchen have to be taken care of by yourself. The various workbenches inside the workshop, such as alchemy workbench, tailoring workbench, smelting and forging workbench, also need to be taken care of by you. All of the above buildings can be constructed by obtaining drawings, or there are subsequent upgrade options as well. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose. The sentiment was that he was given an empty room or nothing. After thinking about it, Guan Xiaoqi had a choice. Build the yard. The kitchen had no cookware, useless. The workshop had no workbench, still useless. But one had an archery tower, so one could only choose the courtyard. A clicking sound came from outside the door, and Guan Xiaoqi pushed the door open and stepped out of the cabin. An 8-meter by 10-meter front yard appeared in front of the door. The base of the wall of the yard was stone, and the top was surrounded by a wooden fence, about 1.5 meters high. It could defend against some less powerful beasts. If a fierce beast really came, this courtyard wall probably wouldn't be able to play much of a role. Level 2 wooden house, a fine wooden house. It already has some anti-risk ability. It's warmer and easier to resist cold waves. Better sealed and stronger, better able to withstand gales and rainstorms. However, the defenses are lacking, and it can still only withstand low-level monsters in the darkness, so please keep up the good work. This shelter can hold 1 creature. Upgrading to the next level requires 311,1000 wood, 54,500 stone, and 110,200 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi immediately noticed that the upgrade requirements for the next level of the cabin had changed, and in addition to the basic resources, gold coins were also needed. And it required quite a lot. He had only rewarded himself with 100 gold coins for completing a duplicate, but the log cabin upgrade would require 200. Aside from quests to obtain gold coins, Guan Xiaoqi didn't really know of any other way to obtain gold coins. Could it be that a quest system would be released? Guan Xiaoqi had a thinking personality, and through the materials needed for the upgrade, he guessed that the system would probably release quests. How else would everyone's gold coins come from? Chapter 27 First Order Arrow Tower. He went back to his room to fetch the Arrow Tower card and walked to the center of the courtyard. Since both the room door and the courtyard door were uniformly on the left side, which was similar to the layout of many northern rural houses, Guan Xiaoqi built the Arrow Tower a little to the right so that it wouldn't block the passage in and out. Use the Arrow Tower card. Instantly a log light pole was erected inside the courtyard. It was slightly thicker than a street light pole, with some ancient patterns on the surface, which was quite beautiful, and was about 12 centimeters in diameter. This is the Arrow Tower? Slim enough. You definitely can't stand people on this, so this is an automatic firing tower. Guan Xiaoqi looked up, and at the top of this archery tower, there was a blue sphere floating. You don't say, it really looks like a streetlight. First order Arrow Tower fine, attack power 100, range 60, rate of fire 0.6, durability 300. These data Guan Xiaoqi could not fully understand. The attack power of 100 in the end what level is also do not know, range of 60 also did not give the unit, but Guan Xiaoqi guessed that it was 60 meters away. As for the rate of fire is even more incomprehensible. Only durability he knows. On the first day there was a grey wolf attacked the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi saw the durability of the cabin door is falling. In other words, the durability was the life value of the archery tower. It seemed that he could only wait for verification. But an archery tower of fine grade was certainly not that bad. Please add energy stones to activate the archery tower. The system beep sounded again. Guan Xiaoqi was mentally prepared and hurriedly pulled out an ordinary energy stone and went to the side of the archery tower. Where should I put it? After circling around the archery tower and looking at it for a long time, Guan Xiaoqi finally found a mechanism underneath the tower that could be opened, pressed the mechanism and a control box popped out. It was a bit like the operation interface of a computer. Ka-da! A slot on the side suddenly popped out, and at a glance, the size was just the right place to put an energy stone. Guan Xiaoqi put the energy stone in. I don't know if it is divided into positive and negative poles, that is, this stone is round and rolled, I really don't know how to divide it. It's a good thing that you don't need to get tangled up, because as soon as the energy stone was put in, the slot automatically contracted back, and it took effect immediately. Click click click. Click 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 click. A mechanical rattle immediately came from the arrow tower in front of him, and the control system in front of him lit up. Guan Xiaoqi realized that there were only two options in the control system. Active mode, automatically attack all approaching creatures. Passive mode, only attack creatures that are destroying the courtyard and the wooden house. Curious, Guan Xiaoqi pressed the active mode first, thinking that there was no one around anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to try. A few seconds later, a ding sound suddenly came from the tower, and a bright light shone out from all sides of the sphere at the top of the tower. In broad daylight, the street lights are on? Guan Xiaoqi raised his head and saw that the orb at the top suddenly began to glow, turning into the appearance of the Eye of Sauron, and began to look around vigilantly, except that it shot out blue light, even illuminating the entire courtyard. Luckily it was daytime. If this was nighttime, wouldn't this arrow tower be used as a streetlight? While Guan Xiaoqi was being shocked, suddenly Sauron's eye looked towards the sky, and an arrow of light shot out of it. Shoo! A small bird happened to fly through the sky, innocently shot through by the arrow tower, barely even struggling for a moment before it fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Guan Xiaoqi was dumbfounded, closing his hands and chanting, Sin, Sin, I didn't mean to kill you, it was all it's doing. Active mode is too dangerous, this time I shot a passing bird, what if I shoot a passing flying dragon next time? And then the angry flying dragon blows a flame at my house? Guan Xiaoqi was apprehensive and felt that the active mode was too unreliable, so he hurriedly changed the archery tower to passive mode. Only then did the archery tower quiet down. The Eye of Sauron, too, no longer looked around, simply closed up and slacked off there in his old mind. This tower seems a bit fierce, but too flashy, right, so bright blue light, at night, will not attract the beasts over? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit worried. You don't have to worry, this light is the light of vigilance, just like the colorful patterns on a viper, it can deter some low-level monsters, unless these monsters are there for a special reason, or driven, the light itself won't attract monsters. A soft voice resounded in his head, the answer given by the magician card. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi put his heart down. Beautifully, she went over and picked up the corpse of that little bird. It was precious food that couldn't be wasted. The little bird's chest had been pierced, and Guan Xiaoqi happened to insert a stick and took it straight back inside and grilled it in the fireplace. In less than 5 minutes, the aroma of the bird's meat wafted throughout the room. We're not savages, we don't eat raw food. I just don't know, how long can an ordinary energy stone make this arrow tower work? Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself as he roasted the bird meat, we can only go slowly to try it out and see how long it takes for the energy to run out. After eating the bird meat, he ate a small piece of baguette bread. It was good to know that the natural meat also had a small amount of salt replenished within it, which made Guan Xiaoqi satisfied. Lying on the blanket and wrapping her entire body in it, the exhausted Guan Xiaoqi finally fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for almost 3 hours, and Guan Xiaoqi was a little chilly even wrapped in the blanket before she got up. At a glance at the time, it was already 2:40 p.m. How could he have slept for so long? Looking at the fireplace, the fire inside had already gone out, no wonder it was so cold, stretched and brought the summoned skeleton warrior and stone axe guards on the side of the fireplace. Wasted too much time, now have to rush to logging. Stones could be exchanged for black spirits, and although he had a bronze hammer, the efficiency of quarrying stones was still not as efficient as one person and one skeleton going to logging. And logging is much more labor-saving, the main force is the skeleton warriors. Guan Xiaoqi has not completely slowed down, how to calculate, it is logging cost-effective. Pushing open the door of the room is a cold wind blowing on the face. A cold shiver, Guan Xiaoqi frowned, how can it be so cold in broad daylight? This world's weather changes too quickly. The day before yesterday, when he first came to this world, it was actually fine and not very cold, it was only 2 days ago, how come it cooled down so much? Walking out of the courtyard and looking into the distance, he suddenly froze. He clearly remembered that the forest in the distance, yesterday it was still lush and vibrant, but now when he looked over again, everywhere the yellowed leaves were falling. Except for some conifers. What was happening? The trees were dropping their leaves to ward off the cold. This Guan Xiaoqi understood. But it was unheard of for tree leaves to go from lush and green to suddenly withering and yellowing overnight. Is this the cold front coming? Creatures that could survive in this world, whether they were animals or plants, all had their own way of survival. Guan Xiaoqi was an outsider. He was in awe of nature, and he immediately figured out that the dreaded cold front might be coming soon. The reasoning of this world, and his own original world, had been very different. The climate might change drastically in a few days, and the plants here were the barometer. Do not dare to waste time. The trees in front of Guan Xiaoqi's entrance had all been cut down by him. This time he walked a little farther. About a few dozen meters away, there was a small forest. Summoning the skeleton warrior, the two guys now had a tacit understanding. You had an axe, I had an axe, and soon chopped down a large tree. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered a new type of wood, walnut wood, and have obtained 13 pieces of walnut wood. Walnut wood, this is a special kind of wood that can be used as normal wood or to make some special products. Walnut wood is more suitable for making furniture and artwork. Guan Xiaoqi picked up a piece of walnut wood and realized that this wood had a brownish texture that was very beautiful and gave a feeling of nobility and elegance. No matter what special wood it was, one that could be used as ordinary wood was good wood, and the difficulty of collecting it was similar. Looking back at the grove, the entire grove was filled with this one type of walnut tree. If only I could build furniture myself. Keep a bit of it for later, maybe people who have a need for furniture quality will buy some at a high price. Wielding the axe and shouting the labor call, together with the skeleton warriors, they worked hard. Who cares what kind of tree you are, chopping it down and turning it into my wood is the real deal. Chapter 28, Salt. The logging took a total of 4 hours until about 7 p.m., and it was obviously a bit more efficient than before, with a total of 338 timber harvested. This timber origin was a bit far from the cabin. Even with the help of the Blue Princess's small bag, carrying this timber home took Guan Xiaoqi more than 40 minutes. 1947 minutes. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin and closed the door. Everyone had already returned from gathering. Some people went directly into the network of the survival manual, some people took a break first, and there were also hard-working guys who went directly to prepare dinner, and before long, the survival manual was bustling with activity. Guan Xiaoqi roasted another wolf meat. Sprite also gave to drink up, squinted at the bucket of water in the corner. In the future can only drink dew, but no enjoyment. Hard circumstances, have water to drink is already good, cannot be too picky. When the clock struck 20 o'clock leisurely, the colors of heaven and earth as if wiped out by an invisible hand, the last trace of faint light quietly disappeared from the edge of the new world. What followed was a thick haze, a thick ink like fog swiftly tumbling out, noiselessly encroaching on the entire world, drowning everything in that bottomless darkness. Terrorist hoots and hollers rose and fell in the mists. The thick fog was extremely cold, adding more chill to the world that already had extremely low temperatures. Probably because today's copy was already exciting enough, these hoots didn't affect Guan Xiaoqi's mood. After eating and drinking, he sat down in front of the survival manual, and the forum inside was already extremely lively at this time. After reading the contents, unsurprisingly complaints were predominant. I'm going to freeze to death. What kind of broken house is this? How come it's still leaking on all sides? So hungry. I've been working all day and haven't found any food. Is there any kind-hearted person who can give me a little bit of charity? Upstairs, you can trade your resources? I don't want to give up. I'll be able to level up my cabin soon, and I'll have to exchange a few stones later. Don't wait, stones are expensive now. I think there's something wrong with the current market, right? Stones can only be used to build houses. How can they have as many uses as wood? What makes wood so cheap? Short-term market demand. There's no way. Everyone is now short of stones to upgrade their wooden houses. Can it not be expensive? If you can bear it, when everyone finishes upgrading, the price of stones will come down tomorrow. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the price. The mainstream market price was already 4 pieces of wood for 1 stone. It was really dark. Luckily, he didn't need it right now. Tick. Several private chats lit up. Guan Xiaoqi looked. It turned out to be Alicia replied. In addition to Alicia, there were a few others. He applied for 100 friends today. In addition to Alicia, surprisingly, there were 2 elves who also passed Guan Xiaoqi's application. Because it was a consecutive application, Alicia's number was basically surrounded by marine elves. A young male elf, who was at the age where he was curious about everything, was surprised to see that a human had applied to add himself as a friend, and hurriedly clicked agree, seeing a clean-cut human teenager sitting in front of the screen, and was about to ask questions. The screen suddenly went black. The other party has deleted your friend, and also pulled you into the blacklist. The teenage elf was dumbfounded and couldn't help but burst out, "Wha? What kind of human is this, so boring?" Alicia, who occupied a sea island by herself, had just gone to the beach to catch a few fish and returned, humming the elf race's unique melodious tune as she returned to her cabin with a brisk pace. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi didn't hear this heavenly music. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could still sing his own pentatonic labor call. When she opened the survival manual, she saw Guan Xiaoqi's friend request. Alicia was delighted in her heart, very slightly admiring Guan Xiaoqi's ability to memorize, and clicked agree. Although this human boy looks like a pig's head, his brain is really good. Such a long number, he memorized it after hearing it once? Good evening. After waiting for a while, Guan Xiaoqi didn't reply. Alicia thought that Guan Xiaoqi was busy and didn't have time to care about her, so she stuck the fish in her hand with a wooden stick and stretched it to the fireplace to grill it, and in a while, the smell of the fish filled the whole room. The fish from the distant sea was very tender and fragrant, and there was some salt sprinkled on top, edible salt extracted from the seawater by the elves' secret method. Good evening. Guan Xiaoqi finally replied. Ha! Who are you? Looking at the clear-eyed teenager in the screen, Alicia almost didn't dare to recognize him. I'm Guan Xiaoqi. Ah, you don't recognize me? Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose out of habit. Alicia took a closer look and finally saw that the outline was not far off, and couldn't help but spit out, "Aren't you looking like a pig's head today? How did you become clean-cut by night? Huh, do you have some secret beauty technique?" Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. I was injured at that time, my face was swollen from the fall, now the injury is just healed, it has nothing to do with beauty. Ha ha. Alicia didn't know what she remembered either, and couldn't help but laugh her ass off. What's so funny about that? Nothing, it's funny when I think of your pig-headed appearance, no? Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to talk. Let me treat you to grilled fish, we fought together today, and thanks to you, you humans are really smart. Alicia sent a grilled fish over from the trade channel. The baked fish was very tender and smooth. Guan Xiaoqi's mouth watered just looking at it, and he wolfed down a few bites of it, almost getting a fish splinter stuck in his throat. Guan Xiaoqi ate half of it but froze, realizing something was wrong. I say, how come you have salt in this grilled fish? Salt is a necessity for life. Without salt resistance will drop. We elves actually have a deep connection with you humans, so we all need salt. Alicia didn't understand why Guan Xiaoqi asked that. No, I mean, where did you get this salt? I haven't had any proper salt in 2 days, and my body feels powerless. Guan Xiaoqi was full of questions. Oh, you're asking about this? We elves live in the ocean and have a secret method to make salt. Do you need it? I'll help you get some when I have time. Alicia was unconcerned. Is making salt really a breeze? Guan Xiaoqi's heart lit up with a hot flame. Alicia slightly tilted her head sideways and revealed a casual smile. It's actually not too difficult. At the very least, it's more than enough to keep you supplied with salt. No, what I'm talking about is the possibility of large-scale salt production. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes shone with anticipation. If this can be done, you don't even need to personally gather resources. Simply by using salt, you can exchange it for all the resources. Guan Xiaoqi was aware of how profitable the salt industry was when it was monopolized in history. Humans were inseparable from salt, but in this world, getting pure salt wasn't easy. Alicia froze. In the ghoul continent, there were very few living creatures that needed salt. The ghoul race didn't need salt, the elf population was very small, and everyone knew how to make salt, so salt wasn't valuable at all, but she had forgotten that humans were a huge race, and that required a lot of salt. But why was Guan Xiaoqi able to add himself as a friend? He's an earth being, and I'm a being from the undead planet. It's only right that everyone's communications can't be interchanged, right? It was then that Alicia realized that something was a bit off. You? A human, how can you add me as a friend? How can you chat and trade in the undead planet's forum? Alicia, who had recoiled, covered her mouth in a bit of disbelief. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know how to explain it for a while and stammered for half a day. Right at this moment, the private chat window flickered again, attracting Alicia's attention. She gently clicked it, and a new message unfolded before her eyes. Sister Alicia, guess what I encountered today? It's unbelievable, you won't believe it. An elf teenager's message jumped above the screen, full of curiosity and surprise. Today, there was actually a human who took the initiative to add me as a friend. This is simply unbelievable. But what's even stranger is that after that guy added me as a friend, he suddenly pulled the plug on me again and directly disappeared from his friend list. Sister, is there something wrong with our system? Should we go report it? Alicia looked at the messages and the corner of her mouth curled into a helpless smile. She replied, Kid, report what? This isn't the Ocean Council, it's not up to you to mess around. Mind your own business, or be a good boy and play on the side. Chapter 29, Smuggling is the Real Profiteering. Alicia scolded, not yet relieved, thought about it, and sent another message, Kid, last time there was a guy who knew an unbelievable secret, went around saying it, and was known by someone else, cut into 8 pieces and fed to the sharks, do you know about it? Ah. What does it mean? Sister is to advise you, do not talk nonsense, understand? I know, sister. I don't know anything, I didn't see anything. The elf boy's face was pale and he was still shivering as he sat on the chair. Was this world really this scary? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't think of any reason, her hands pressed on the keyboard and typed, actually, I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely a good thing to be able to communicate with 2 planets, at least we're all trying to stay alive, can we communicate with each other? What do you say? Alicia also recognized Guan Xiaoqi's statement, alright, I won't pursue it then, but you'd better keep a low profile, the less people know about this the better, there are too many things people don't understand about this world. Guan Xiaoqi's heart warmed, that's for sure, I'll be careful, how about it, can we do the salt business? Alicia hesitated for a moment, it's not that we can't do it, but large-scale salt production requires a lot of materials that I definitely don't have on this island, it's more troublesome to procure these materials from undead creatures, it would be best if you can find them on the human side. You send me the list of materials, I'll go look for them. Guan Xiaoqi was clearly very interested in salt production. In a short while, Alicia sent Guan Xiaoqi the list, which was quite long, and Guan Xiaoqi looked at it. Arrow rain bamboo, 10 sticks. Volcanic ash, 20 kilograms, the more the better. Red crystal, 1. Energy stone, unlimited. The list was long, a dozen items. Guan Xiaoqi only had energy stones in his hand right now, and they were limited in quantity. Knowing that this was a long-term endeavor that couldn't possibly yield immediate results, he could only take his time to look for them. I've received it, I'll go look for it right away. Good, I'm going to go practice right away, I'll talk to you some other time. Bye. Closing Alicia's private chat, he came back to the human channel and realized that the Zhu Yunshan had already called himself dozens of times. Zhu Yunshan was almost on the verge of despair, thinking that Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to trade with him anymore. He lived in the desert and didn't have any resources around him at all, only this black and weird stone. Calling dozens of times in a row, there was no response, was already suffering from a whole day, this buddy could not get through Guan Xiaoqi's communication, finally broke down a little, tears streaming down his face, secretly thinking, is he being abandoned by the whole world? While he was grieving, the private chat lit up. Good evening. In this instant, Zhu Yuanshan suddenly felt that the entire world had brightened up, and with tears still in his eyes, he complained aggrievely, Big brother, I've called you dozens of times. Mournful, pitiful, and helpless. Ha, sorry, I was a bit busy just now before I saw this call of yours. Guan Xiaoqi snorted. Zhu Yuanshan was a bit suspicious, Big brother, you're not going to pick up a girl, are you? Guan Xiaoqi was sweating profusely, don't talk nonsense, I didn't, it's not what you think. Zhu Yuanshan didn't believe it, originally I was just talking off the top of my head, you're so eager to deny it 3 times in a row, so that means the heart is weak? Why is this guy so sensitive? Guan Xiaoqi was very speechless and pretended to be angry, the ancients said that those who see the abyssal fish are ominous, do you know what that means? Zhu Yuanshan was in a fog, I read less, Big brother, I really don't know what this phrase means. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and said fiercely, it means that if you know too much, you will be chopped up and fed to the fish, chopped into 8 pieces and fed to the sharks kind of thing. If this was heard by the elf teenager, he would definitely marvel in admiration, it was true that the evil deeds of the evil people under the world were all similar by and large. Zhu Yuanshan was intimidated and cowardly said, Big brother, I know I'm wrong, I don't know anything. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to delve into this issue at all and hurriedly changed the topic, how much black ore did you pick today? Zhu Yuanshan offered like a treasure, stepped aside and gave Guan Xiaoqi a look at the black spirits behind him, piled up like a small mountain, there were more than 100 of them, looking at Guan Xiaoqi's heart itchy, breaking his fingers and calculating, how many stones does this take? Can the undead for 600 or 700 stone, if replaced by wood, according to the current market, is not more than 2,000 wood? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit nonplussed at once. No wonder in the real world, even beheadings are smuggled. Smuggling this job, it is really a profit. Money earned back, life is worth a few dollars. What do you want? Give you all the wood? According to the previous agreement, all for wood, it's only about 300, Zhu Yuanshan then go to take the wood to exchange for food and water, it's just barely enough to maintain, upgrading is not necessary to think about. After hesitating for half a day, Zhu Yuanshan opened his mouth and said, "Big brother, can I discuss something with you? Can you give me a bit of wood and stones, and give me another day's worth of food and water, and I'll upgrade the wooden house. This wooden house leaks everywhere at night, it's too scary, I can't even sleep." Seeing that Guan Xiaoqi didn't respond right away, Zhu Yuanshan hurriedly added, "Big brother, my stamina is better, I'll be able to dig more black spirits out tomorrow, even if I get credit, okay?" Waiting blearily for Guan Xiaoqi to reply, lest this big brother be unhappy. How could Guan Xiaoqi not be happy? This guy had helped himself earn so much money, he had to make sure he lived. If this guy really couldn't hold on and died, where would he find someone to dig the black spirit for him? How much less would he earn in a day? For the sake of money, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't watch him starve to death either. "Hurry up and come over to trade. Give me all that black ore." Guan Xiaoqi had already prepared everything. Zhu Yunshan looked towards the trade list and was stunned. 120 wood, 50 stone, 1 baguette, 3 cloud potatoes, and a number of water. "Your water cup is too small, so I can only give you a cup of water first. You can ask me for it when you're done, but I'll be going to bed at 11 o'clock, so I won't be trading with you after that," Guan Xiaoqi explained. "Big brother, you are really my own father." Zhu Yuanshan was a bit incoherent, generation and whatnot couldn't care less, he escaped from death several times, thought he was dead, didn't expect to meet Guan Xiaoqi, but miraculously survived. "Cut the crap and trade quickly, I still have a lot of things to do." Guan Xiaoqi felt that this guy was a bit abrasive, wasting his time. Yes. Seeing that Guan Xiaoqi was in a hurry, Zhu Yuanshan didn't dare to be slow, and traded all of the black spirits in his head. The transaction was completed. Guan Xiaoqi showed that he had received 147 black spirits. "Big brother, you go and get busy, I'm going to go upgrade my house, it's too scary outside. Bye." Receiving the black spirit, Guan Xiaoqi repeated his trick and had the skeleton warrior impersonate himself again, going to the undead continent's forums to trade stones back. The second day after entering this world, the third day, was the peak time for everyone to level up their cabins, and both wood and stone were the most expensive, especially stone, as gathering stone was really hard work. But the undead entered this world before humans, and didn't know how many days earlier, the time when stones were in short supply must have passed, so the prices were more stable. And food was still scarce, and would be scarce for a foreseeable long time. Chapter 30, Ice Corn. Black Spirit Exchange Stone, basically maintain the ratio of 5 to 1, there are even individual undead, with 6 stones begging to exchange a black spirit, as this demand is too little, occasionally appear one to be a long time, it is not worth to wait. Guan Xiaoqi does not force himself, this undead continent forum has too many problems, he does not dare to stay on it for too long. Quickly traded back 735 stones. Immediately went offline from the undead continent's network. Checked his inventory, now has 526 wood, 851 stones, 110 gold coins, the living room piled up a third of the space. Upgrading the next level of the cabin is not enough, and the key is that the gold coins are still not known how to obtain them, these resources are a waste to put them away, so it would be better to exchange them for something useful. Now that everyone was upgrading their cabins, the price of wood and stone was bound to be on the high side. Guan Xiaoqi estimated that as long as he made it through the next 2 nights, the price of food and warm clothes would definitely go up. The smart people who have extra stones and wood on hand, start to go to exchange some material reserves, especially food. If you have food in your hand, you will not panic in your heart. Their own food, it seems, is not too much, only 2 pieces of wolf meat, 2 baguettes, and 3 or 4 cloud potatoes left. Even animals knew that they had to stock up on food for the winter. Guan Xiaoqi certainly understood it as well. He started searching the trading channel and found that the prices of goods in there were chaotic as hell. There were even a lot of deliberate troublemakers, and when the forest got big, every bird flew out. Outlandish trade requests for a piece of wood to be exchanged for 1 bag of rice were all over the place. A loaf of bread for 100 stones? It's hard to see a good one for a large ceramic tank for water storage, for 1,000 pieces of wood. Guan Xiaoqi grinned as he watched, times of scarcity were chaotic. He had heard stories of people exchanging a steamed bun for a woman during the previous famine era, and stories of a cake for a gold bar, a mansion, and so on, which he had previously only taken as a joke, but today he was really seeing it. Because Guan Xiaoqi also did not want to change something, and many items in this world are completely unheard of name, you have to read the description to know what it is for, cannot be searched by name, can only be hard to see one by one. This was the legendary Gold Rush Inn. After flipping through more than 30 pages, Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and found a good thing. Ice ground corn seeds excellent. This is a staple food, suitable for human consumption. This plant is cold resistant, drought resistant, with a short growth cycle, perfect for planting in the New World. The only drawback is that the yield is too low. 10 seeds. This person is selling 100 stones, a little expensive, but not particularly greedy. Looking at the name, this person was called Zhou Tong. Looking at the avatar as an uncle, Guan Xiaoqi quickly typed over to contact him. Uncle, this kind of seed, why don't you plant it yourself? But you want to sell it? At this time of the year, there aren't many people who can casually come up with 100 stones. As soon as Zhou Tong saw a customer come to his door, he hurriedly came to the screen. His head instantly doubled in size. Little brother, although this thing is good, but there is a cycle of planting, I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it through that time. This broken house leaks on all sides. I'm going to have to freeze to death sooner or later if I don't upgrade it again. And Zhou Tong didn't finish her sentence. Guan Xiaoqi wondered, and what? Uncle, you say it explicitly, it doesn't matter. Zhou Tong sighed and said, moreover, the ice ground corn can't be planted right now, saying that it's not in the planting season. Who knows which season it can be planted? How much longer do we have to wait? I just figured it would be better to change the resources to get through the immediate difficulties first. Guan Xiaoqi frowned, thinking, so that's how it is. Then the value of this ice ground corn seed is a lot lower. It can't be planted at any time. But Guan Xiaoqi think also no, look at this weather, immediately on the cold wave. Although this plant is called ice ground corn, also known as hardy, but it is not possible to reach the degree of resistance to wind and snow. How to wait for the cold wave to pass before it is possible to plant? Guan Xiaoqi knew that this uncle was an honest man, fearing that he would suffer a loss before he said everything, and was kindly impressed. Uncle, why don't we do it this way? I'll pay back the price a little bit, and with the 80 stones you sold me, it should be enough for you to upgrade the cabin by 1 level as well. Zhou Tong didn't reply for half a day, and Guan Xiaoqi wasn't in a hurry. Zhou Tong did feel a little reluctant to part with it. He also knew that the seeds were definitely good, not to mention that they were still excellent level seeds, but he was still a level 0 cabin. The stones were too difficult to collect, the market was expensive, and the gale force winds outside rolled in the black mist and the cold was aggressive, so he really couldn't stand it a little bit anymore. But think about it, he actually obtained a total of 20 seeds and sold 10, and it's just a little bit slower to plant them later. Alright, then. Zhou Tong finally made up her mind. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dawdle either, and quickly completed the transaction with him. After getting the seeds, it was a bit of a surprise to Guan Xiaoqi. Each seed was almost the same size as an egg. Are these corn seeds? Why did it look like potatoes? Seeds have shells, golden yellow, much harder than potatoes. Looking at the seed description, it is also indeed a coldland corn seed. Even if this world has the same name, the species are not the same? After collecting the 10 seeds, Guan Xiaoqi heard a buzzing sound in the courtyard. Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly looked through the window and saw that the Eye of Sauron on top of the archery tower had opened and was staring at the corner of the courtyard wall, ready to strike. What's the situation? Could there be another monster invasion? Guan Xiaoqi tensed up and walked over to the door, pulled up the bolt, gently pushed open a crack, and looked out. Huh? How come there's no black mist pouring in? Guan Xiaoqi was very strange. He remembered the first day when he opened the door, a large amount of black mist carrying cold air surged into the room. How come there was none this time? He pushed the door open a little wider slit, there was still no thick fog, and simply pushed the entire door open and walked out into the courtyard. The courtyard is surrounded like an invisible barrier, separating the fog. Only a little bit of fog penetrated, with a hint of coldness, but then the coldness in the black fog, to be much milder. The Eye of Sauron, like a loyal guard, tirelessly stared at every corner of the courtyard. The fog outside the courtyard was dark and terrifying, like it was pouring out of hell, and it was impossible to see anything inside. Mixed with some low roars, and the sound of tiny footsteps, it let Guan Xiaoqi know that there was no telling how many beasts were hidden inside the thick fog as well. Seeing the secondary hut, and the deterrent of the Eye of Sauron, most of the beasts hiding in the thick fog slowly left the area around Guan Xiaoqi's house. The Eye of Sauron took its sight back from the corner of the courtyard wall and began its regular rounds. A certain beast that was planning to attack left. Guan Xiaoqi didn't feel relieved, instead, he felt icy cold. At least, these beasts had an extremely high level of intelligence to make such a choice. This world was even more terrifying than what one had initially expected. The temperature is already close to 0 degrees, mouth-harping white gas, the surrounding is getting colder and colder. Guan Xiaoqi did not dare to stay in the yard for a long time, rushed back to his own warm cabin, and added a few more pieces of wood to the fireplace, to ensure that it can burn until dawn. It was still early. Guan Xiaoqi went back to the survival manual. Suddenly remembering something, he found Zhou Tong again. Uncle, I have another question for you. Where did you obtain this seed? Chapter 31 is of a diverse nature. Jotong had already finished upgrading his wooden house at this time, finally not leaking, and the small fire had turned into a fireplace, and was warmly roasting his hands, and was sighing that the transaction just now was not a loss, when he saw Guan Xiaoqi come to ask him again. Jotong, who was in a good mood, patiently replied, "Found it inside the treasure chest, ah? Haven't you found the treasure chest yet? I look at the forums and everyone has found 1 or 2 treasure chests near their homes, all not too far away, so they must all be there." Guan Xiaoqi was like a bolt from the blue when she heard this news. A treasure chest? How come I've never seen one before? Guan Xiaoqi thanked him a few times, then hurriedly went to the forums to search for the topic of treasure chests, and sure enough, almost everyone had found 1 or 2 treasure chests, and there were sunshine treasures everywhere. Almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Back to think about it carefully, he was not logging or quarrying these 2 days, did not explore the road around the cabin, cannot find the treasure chest is also very normal. It turns out that being too diligent is also a fault. Tomorrow, I'm going to take some time to go around. I can't keep my head down and chop wood. The number of times I've been on the forums is also too low, a lot of news I don't know, this fault also needs to be changed. Guan Xiaoqi secretly reflected. In fact, the hottest topics in the forums right now were copies, skeletons, and treasure chests. As a result, Guan Xiaoqi was either in private chat or in the trade channel these past 2 days, never chatting with people in the public channel, nor did he browse the public channel much, and missed out on quite a few things. Today, when he was free, he browsed the forum in its entirety, and really found out quite a bit. You guys know what? A big brother found a book of secret realm secrets, saying that the copies of this world are divided into 5 levels. I heard that the first level is the lowest level, it's full of gold, and the difficulty is easy, so going in is like picking up money. Wow, so good. How to enter the secret realm, huh? Listen to 2 high school girls said, is a colorful halo, go in what do not have to do, hiding in the hole to sleep for 7 hours, the task is completed, and then got a lot of extraordinary rewards. There's such a good thing? How come I didn't get my turn? I heard that halo appears randomly, and encountering it is an ancestor manifesting. Envious. +1. +1. +1. It caused infinite envy, and just then, an untimely voice appeared. Don't mess around with the secret aura, it's dangerous inside, be careful of getting killed. Ha, you're just envious, aren't you? This person is also really saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them, the other 2 high school girls are fine, what danger can there be? This person just has a problem, red eye offense, everyone ignore him. Followed the scolding of more than 100 floors, the guy was directly scolded out of the network. Guan Xiaoqi hand-hanging, would have liked to type a few words, a look at this situation, a word do not dare to say, Netstorm is too scary, small masters I still low profile it, even if you say no one believe. Have you heard that there are still skeletons in our world? I've heard about it, where did these skeletons come from? Who knows? A big brother said that it's from the star that collided with our Earth, it's an undead continent, it's full of skeletons, it's very scary. What? You mean those skeletons and us are all in this new world? Nonsense, they were all seen in the secret realm, these skeletons are incomparably ferocious, they kill people on sight, and these skeletons speak human language, do you think it's strange? Not strange, what they speak is actually not human language, it's just that this world language has suddenly become universal, I suspect that the language part of our brain has been rewritten. Big brother, don't scare me. All sorts of weird questions, a wide range of opinions, saying anything. Before long, the chat skewed to sunning the loot. Look guys, what is this? I found it by opening a treasure chest today, a cashmere coat. Ah, these clothes are really warm. A cashmere coat to show off too, look at mine, a furnace workbench that can smelt metal. What's the use of a furnace workbench, you need skills to smelt metal too, do you have a skill book? I'll show you my beginner's alchemy skill book. Dude, are you selling this skill book? I'll buy it at a high price. Sincerely. Of course I won't sell it. Skill book when you learn the skill in the future, it's a skill that will bring you $1 million. Hey, you people, picking up a little bit of trash or out in the sun, shame on you. Upstairs, you have a big mouth, what good stuff do you have, also sun out to see it. Just a big mouth, what good things can he have, I've seen a lot of this kind of braggart. Ha, that's it. Ha, you guys still don't believe me, I'll sun out, just don't regret it. Dang it, look at my treasure. Radiance Shield Epic. It's a light shield that can cover the entire cabin and yard. The light shield possesses a strong protective ability and can regulate the temperature within a very large range. In the yard covered by the shield, planting any crops is not limited by the seasons. Worry. In an instant, everyone was silent. What kind of treasure was this? This was too outrageous, wasn't it? Guan Xiaoqi was shocked as well. This was the first epic level item he had ever seen. 8 billion people around the globe had teleported to this world, and there would always be those few people that got lucky. Everyone's heart was a bit clogged after looking at it. It was so unfair. Suddenly someone typed a line. This light shield, if not unexpected, requires energy stones to activate, right? Do you have energy stones? Energy stones? I'm sure I'll have them sooner or later. This person who was showing off had a bit of a heart attack. I didn't think there was anyone else who knew that activating this kind of prop required an energy stone. Maybe the quantum stone he had never even seen what it looked like. So this radiant shield of yours, it's still a waste now. It doesn't work at all. What's there to brag about? So that's it? Big Brother is awesome, knows everything. Learn some more weird knowledge with Big Brother. With just a few words, this person made the originally silent forum instantly come alive again. Everyone was finally at peace. Hating people for what they have, and hating themselves for what they don't, that's what life is all about. It turns out that treasure chests can open out so many good things. Guan Xiaoqi was even more moved after reading the forums, and strengthened his desire to explore around the cabin tomorrow. After going to the trading channel and picking for over an hour, he traded the stones for some more food. Stones were in short supply, but food was just as scarce. That's why the price of food wasn't cheap. Guan Xiaoqi spent 200 stones and bought half a box of bread. These breads didn't look good, they were about to expire, most likely not from the system but brought over from Earth for some reason, but fortunately they were packaged in sealed plastic bags, so they didn't go bad. Counted, a total of 12 pieces of bread, save some food, can also last a few days. Chapter 32, Opening of the Task System. The good stuff everyone keeps as treasure, the rest of the furniture and whatnot is not in a hurry, everyone is not a cutie pie. The current environment, the key is to stock up on food and cold clothing, as well as upgrading the cabin. As for chairs, cabinets, and everything else that was enjoyable, it was worthless. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't interested in wasting resources to exchange them either. Under the pressure of staying alive, anything that wasn't so critical to survival wasn't important right now. Seeing that he couldn't exchange anything good, Guan Xiaoqi gave up. Taking a look at the time, it was already close to 11 o'clock. Xu Yunshan was a small-minded person, fearing that Guan Xiaoqi would be unhappy, and surprisingly didn't dare to ask for an extra cup of water. The temperature outside is very low. Guan Xiaoqi is a secondary cabin, sealed well, there is also a blanket, but cannot afford to lie directly on the stone floor to sleep. There is still a little bit of cold air piercing the bones. Add enough wood inside the fireplace. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't care less, so tired that he couldn't open his eyes. On this day, there were suddenly 7 extra hours, and they were still fighting for their lives all the way. Miserable. Miserable. Guan Xiaoqi was aggrieved in her heart, and lay down and fell asleep. The next day around 4 in the morning, woke up by the cold air on the floor. Once he opened his eyes, it was still dark outside, glanced at the fireplace, there were still flames inside that hadn't been extinguished. Near the fireplace on one side of the body, still warm, the other side of the body is just cold to the bone. Guan Xiaoqi was helpless. Sitting up and wrapped in a blanket, she roasted by the fireplace for a while, warming the other half of her body as well, before her whole body's qi and blood came to life. Dazedly sitting by the fireplace and roasting the fire, he unexpectedly fell asleep again without realizing it. When the dark fog cleared and bright light appeared in the sky, the alarm clock of the survival manual also went off. New World Calendar, 6 a.m., January 3rd, New Year's Day. Today's weather, cloudy and windy. Temperature, 3°C. It's cold, please add more clothes, watch out for gusty winds, good for quarrying, not for logging. Guan Xiaoqi ate breakfast. The baguette bread produced by the system has a long shelf life. Guan Xiaoqi first ate the bread bought on Earth. There is a lot of sugar in it, which is not a good quality, but in this world there is a lot of sugar, which is not a disadvantage, but on the contrary, it has become an advantage. Sugar is energy. Finished eating, put on the backpack and brought all the cards with him. Not going to logging and quarrying today, first explore around the cabin. As he was preparing to go out, the system suddenly released a heavy message. Mission system open. Mission system description. The system releases short missions daily. Each person can receive up to 3 short missions a day. The higher the difficulty, the more rewards. The short missions received must be completed on the same day. The system also releases growth quests, and each person can only take one growth quest. If you want to take another growth quest, you must give up the quest that is in progress. Guan Xiaoqi immediately understood. Sure enough, the system released the quests, simply understood as 3 daily quests and 1 growth quest. Please go to the survival manual to inquire about the specific missions. Guan Xiaoqi walked over to the survival manual, and there was an additional mission option in there, flashing on and off. Tapping on the flashing red dot, he entered the quest screen. Daily Task I, felling 50 trees, rewarded with 2 gold coins. Daily Task 2, quarry 30 stones, reward 2 gold coins. Daily Task 3, kill prey 1, reward 2 gold coins. Daily Task 4, explore unfamiliar environment 1 square kilometer, reward 2 gold coins. Daily Task 7, upgrade the second level cabin, reward 10 gold coins. Daily Task 7, upgrade the second level cabin, reward 10 gold coins. Daily Task 8, discover new items during exploration, such as unseen wood, stone, or various exotic materials. Reward 10 gold coins. Most of them were very routine quests. The rewards were 2 gold coins. There were 2 more difficult quests in the back. The rewards were 10 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi looked at it, and directly chose Quest 4, Quest 7, and Quest 8. Ding, you have completed Mission 7, and received 10 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi smiled slightly. This quest was simply given to him for nothing. Moreover, his plan for today was to explore the surrounding area, and both Mission 4 and Mission 8 were related to exploration, so he simply took them all together. Then he flipped to the next page and went to look at the growth quests. There weren't many growth quests, only 3 options. Growth Quest 1, Production Master. For every level of life skill, you will receive an additional reward. Growth Quest 2, Combat Elite. For every point increase in basic attributes, an additional reward will be given. Growth Quest 3, Explorer. For every 10 square kilometers of land explored, an additional reward will be given. Growth quests are unique quests. Abandoning a growth quest you've already received won't allow you to accept new growth quests for 3 months, and rewards will be deducted. Deducting the rewards made Guan Xiaoqi nervous. This system was too divine. Could a reward given out be taken back? Or was there a problem with his own understanding? Regardless of the system, Guan Xiaoqi did some calculations and felt that the second mission might be the most suitable for him, and was about to go and choose it when suddenly the magician card in his head spoke out. You must choose Mission 3, Explorer, which will help you greatly in the future. Guan Xiaoqi froze. Listen to people and eat. Guan Xiaoqi always had a feeling, like the magician card had some kind of origin with his birth, an extremely familiar feeling, just like this card was here to help him. This belief was very strong. Without hesitation, Guan Xiaoqi chose Task 3. A white light flashed, and a white card suddenly appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. Map card. This is a card that records maps. It can record all terrain within a 200-meter radius of your personal location and draw a map. There are additional rewards for every 10 square kilometers explored. After exploring 1,000,000 square kilometers, the ultimate quest will be completed, rewarding you with a mythic trinket. 1,000,000 square kilometers? Is that something a human could do? Guan Xiaoqi was extremely good at math, and after a simple calculation, he knew that relying on walking was simply impossible to complete this ultimate mission, and there was probably no hope in this lifetime, unless there was a car that was more or less the same. Walking in the same direction for 10 years without rest or sleep? If you also count the area of repetition, plus rest, you can't finish walking in 100 years. Such a desolate planet, even with a car and no roads, it's still useless. I don't understand why the magician card had to pick this mission by itself. But this map card itself was practical. Where one had traveled, it would be recorded, so one wouldn't get lost if one went back in the future, which was not bad. Guan Xiaoqi put away the map card and went out with his backpack. In front of the cabin was a plain, not far away was a forest, and behind it was a small hill. That was where he had come from. Overnight, almost all of the trees in the forest had lost their leaves. Only a few coniferous forests, which still maintained a little bit of greenery, also had a sense of grayness. In one day, the plants here had accomplished the changes of a week, or even a month, on Earth. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world as well. Instead of going in the direction of the forest, he turned towards the hill. That was where he came from, and he remembered going over this small hill, and there was a valley underneath, which also had a small grove of trees, and there were also cloud potatoes growing at the top of the hill. Guan Xiaoqi was going to try and see if he could still dig a little more cloud potatoes back. Cloud potatoes were a rare green food, and although they weren't delicious, they were rich in fiber and vitamins, and were definitely a rare ingredient. It's winter, stock up on food. Chapter 33 Bronze Treasure Chest. Based on the quest hints analyzing that there were also wild beasts in the wild, Guan Xiaoqi took out his own ice-cold dagger and carefully climbed up the slope. The slope was extremely hard and the surface was frozen, but there was no snow or ice, which allowed Guan Xiaoqi to save a lot of strength. It was windy and cold, and Guan Xiaoqi felt his body tingle. Guan Xiaoqi did not let the cold deter him. In less than 10 minutes, he climbed up the small hill, and standing at the top, he could see the place where he first appeared in this world. In just 3 or 4 days, it was like a lifetime ago. In the grove on the hillside, the leaves all drifted down, spreading a golden color. Guan Xiaoqi bent down to sweep the leaves away, and saw that underneath the leaves, a lot of cloud potato rhizomes were still buried in the frozen soil, and his heart rejoiced. Crouching down, he used his dagger to dig out all these cloud potatoes one by one. Half of them had been pecked by birds, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't mind and put them all into his backpack. The ice dagger was extremely sharp. It easily dug through the frozen soil, just like cutting tofu. After digging for more than half an hour, a total of 24 cloud potatoes were dug out. The cloud potatoes in the neighborhood were almost all dug out by him. Guan Xiaoqi searched for half a day and didn't find any more of them. The dug-out cloud potatoes were all loaded into the backpack, which was as light and airy as it was weightless. After collecting the cloud potatoes, Guan Xiaoqi continued to walk towards the valley. Initially, he chose to climb up the mountainside without going into the valley. Now he wanted to see what was inside the valley. The day he first came here, it was still all white mist, but now that the white mist had dispersed and the leaves had fallen off, the scenery inside the valley was clear. This is a no man's land, very desolate. The ground is covered with thick fallen leaves, covering all the traces on the ground, and I don't know if there are any wild beasts in the vicinity. It was fortunate that he didn't come down inside the valley in the first place. At a glance, it was really desolate and scary. Carefully walking through the jungle, his feet were full of loose leaves. There were small gullies everywhere, and from time to time there were a few strange rocks blocking the way. These gullies were not deep, but it was a waste of time to crawl around in them. Unconsciously walking for another half an hour or so, still nothing. When Guan Xiaoqi was climbing into another gully, the rest of his eyes saw a cave in a corner of the gully. The mouth of the cave was very small and was blocked by the vines, but because of the cold air, the vines withered and the leaves fell off, and this hidden cave was exposed. Worried that there were beasts in this cave, Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to go over to check it out by himself. This kid was still more cautious, took out the skeleton warrior card and summoned the skeleton warrior out. The skeleton warrior carried a bone axe and looked around, occasionally waving the axe, looking around in bewilderment, not knowing where he was. Go explore inside the cave. Guan Xiaoqi gave the order. The skeleton warrior glanced at Guan Xiaoqi. The look had life in it, and it was as if Guan Xiaoqi sensed the skeleton's disgruntled emotions. Why am I the one going? Ha! A summon who was allowed to have his own thoughts now? Guan Xiaoqi had a dark face. Can't you see how dark and deep that cave is? Wouldn't it be dangerous if there's a beast hiding inside? Such a dangerous place, of course you should go on it, should I? Guan Xiaoqi tried to reason. The skeleton understood and felt that Guan Xiaoqi was making too much sense. No longer hesitating, it carried its axe and walked over. Walking to the entrance of the cave, it clanked its second axe to chop the vines off and lowered its head into the cave. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved. This cave does not seem to be infested with large animals, otherwise the vines would not grow intact in the cave entrance. If there were, it would be a rabbit or pheasant, or at most a wolf, or a small one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to drill through this vine gap. The fear gradually went away. Skeleton warrior went in for half a day, no movement. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't stay any longer, also holding the dagger walked over. Plucking the cut vines with his hand, Guan Xiaoqi carefully walked in. The cave was dim, and Guan Xiaoqi slowly moved forward for a few minutes before adapting to the light inside. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi realize the benefits of the night pearl. If he had one, he wouldn't have to be so passive in the dark. Probably because of the weather, the cave was very dry. Guan Xiaoqi walked inside, did not find any danger, not to mention the beasts, not even a single bug. Some light in front, turquoise, which reminded him of the leaf on Alicia's bough. After walking a dozen meters, it opened up to a natural grotto. The skeleton warrior was standing there with his axe raised, and a hibernating python was lying on the ground. And behind the python, a green treasure chest was glowing in the corner, illuminating the cave. Is there really a treasure chest? But I haven't heard that the treasure chest is also guarded by a python? The skeleton warrior held up his large axe and seemed to have been hesitant to chop down. Seeing Guan Xiaoqi come in, the skeleton warrior had a backbone, and it fiercely chopped down towards the hibernating python on the ground. This scared Guan Xiaoqi. You are really fierce, you dare to lay your hands on such a big snake? It was a bull-thick, 3-meter-long python whose body was covered with distinctive scales that revealed a bizarre atmosphere. It was not a common snake on Earth. Guan Xiaoqi had originally planned to quickly withdraw after stealing the treasure chest, but he hadn't expected this stupid skeleton to directly chop at the python with his axe. Since he had already torn his face off, he had to go all out and show no mercy. Guan Xiaoqi's character was decisive. Seeing that it was no longer possible to stop the skeleton warrior's actions, he immediately drew his dagger and fought side by side with the skeleton warrior, jointly launching a fierce attack on the giant python. Quickly rushing closer. Stab. Consecutive stabs. 3 consecutive stabs. Skill triple strike, an instant outburst. The fine-grade dagger stabbed into the python's 3 inches, mercilessly cutting into its flesh and blood. The sleeping python woke up in pain, letting out a very nasal buzzing sound, rolling over and opening its eyes to see a vicious skeleton, as well as a sinister and despicable human who was shamelessly taking advantage of its hibernation period to attack itself. Guan Xiaoqi knew for the first time that the original python could also roar, kind of like the sound of a cow mooing, and quickly retreated a few steps. The python had already rushed up, violently wrapping itself around the body of the skeleton warrior who rushed ahead, and exerted its whole body to strangle it fiercely. The bones made a clicking sound, obviously under great pressure. The skeleton warrior waved his axe in vain, but he was restricted, and couldn't cut on the python at all. The sound of the bones breaking hurt to hear. Guan Xiaoqi took advantage of the python's entanglement of the skeleton warrior to recharge. Stab. Consecutive stabs. 3 consecutive stabs. Another skill cycle. Guan Xiaoqi's dagger had been used many times, and he found that as long as he could complete a skill cycle, his speed would be much faster out of nowhere, producing a 1+1+1 far greater than 3 effect, and it was extremely easy to have a blitz. The snakeskin couldn't defend itself against the cold light dagger and was stabbed to a bloody pulp. Blue snake blood sprayed out from the wound. The python had just awakened from hibernation after all, and the strength of its entire body had yet to be restored. However, the python was also a ruthless character. The harder Guan Xiaoqi stabbed, the more this python wrapped itself around instead. Obsessively, it wanted to churn the skeleton to pieces. The skeleton is also puzzled. The person who stabbed you is that kid. You keep pestering me, what do you mean, ah? In the eyes of the python, these two guys are a gang. Hang one and then say. Cannot stand the sharpness of the ice dagger. Not long ago, the python's whole body, blood and flesh, no longer have the strength. Cannot wrap the skeleton warrior, softly fall off from it, lying on the ground. See, cannot be. The skeleton warrior, freed from the bondage, angrily used the axe to ruthlessly chop the python's head several times, and beat it to pieces. The bones on its body were entangled by the python and shattered into an unknown number of pieces. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked by the sight of it. Luckily it wasn't himself who was entangled by this python. Well, it was mainly because he ran a little bit faster. This silly skeleton, usually gibberish, when it comes to the critical moment is quite fierce. Seeing that the skeleton warrior was injured a bit severely, Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly took him back into the card. Chapter 34 The Black Cabin. Does it decompose pythons? Reminder, you don't have the decomposition skill, simply decomposing it will lose a lot of materials. Decompose. Such a large python, one's backpack couldn't fit it in. Even though one didn't have the decomposition skill, there was nothing else to do then. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even hesitate a bit. Decomposing the golden scaled python, obtaining 12 pieces of snake meat, 1 snake skin, and 1 foreign snake inner elixir. Excellent. With such a large python, only 12 pieces of snake meat were decomposed, neatly stacked on the ground, and Guan Xiaoqi wrapped these pieces of meat up in snakeskin and stuffed them all inside his backpack. In his hand, he held an odd inner elixir, glowing green, showing that it was a basic ingredient, or an excellent level, and now he didn't know what he could do with it, so he looked at it for a moment and put it into his backpack as well. Ding, you have completed mission 7, obtained 10 gold coins. The alien snake endodermis was considered a newly discovered item. This quest was easily completed, and Guan Xiaoqi was once again happy. After dealing with the python, Guan Xiaoqi walked towards the green treasure chest. It was an excellent grade bronze treasure chest that could open 3 items, at least 1 excellent grade item, and with enough luck, there was also the possibility of opening an excellent grade item. Guan Xiaoqi was about to go and open it when he suddenly stopped again. If this chest opens up a large closet, how am I going to take it back? It's better to bring it back to the cabin and slowly open the chest. Holding the green treasure chest, Guan Xiaoqi left the cave. The green treasure chest glowed and could be used as a lighting fixture, and holding the small wooden box, it shone brightly inside the cave. After taking a few quick steps, he reached the entrance of the cave and casually loaded the green treasure chest into his backpack. Good goods are not afraid of late. Uncle is really a truthful person. There really are treasure chests around the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi was wondering before where everyone got so many treasures from. This time finally know the answer. 8 billion people. Even if one person opens a treasure chest, that's still 8 billion treasure chests. It wasn't surprising at all that a little bit of good stuff came out. There is no road in the woods, it is all high and low wilderness. Guan Xiaoqi is deep and shallow, and from time to time he steps into the ditch. The most fortunate thing is that the water has frozen into ice, but there is no danger of sinking into the mud. After climbing for half a day, in fact, he did not go far, and he still wanders around a distance of 1 kilometer in a circle. Today the wind is strong, from time to time there are leaves being blown up, flying in the sky. Walked for a while again. Guan Xiaoqi was famished, his hands and legs were freezing. He found a flat place to sit down and rest, and when he was about to take out a few slices of bread from his parcel to fill up his hunger, a sudden piercing coldness came from under his buttocks. He frowned in confusion, obviously sitting on top of the thick leaves. Why was it so cold? Guan Xiaoqi was suspicious in his mind. Could it be that he had inadvertently sat on a hidden ice block? Hastily standing up, he waved his hand to brush away the leaves under his buttocks. However, the expected ice did not appear under the leaves, but instead revealed a dark stone. What is this? Guan Xiaoqi used the mysterious magician card to probe the secrets of this black stone. Cold iron ore. This is a rare ore that can be smelted to produce cold iron. Cold iron is exceptionally tough and stretchy, and also possesses unique heat-conducting properties, so it is often used in the forging of weapons, the construction of towers and defenses, and can also be used in the making of furniture and workbenches, etc. Cold iron can also be used as a normal iron block. Iron ore? This is good stuff. This is not only iron ore, but also rare iron ore. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. Looking at the description of the ore, he knew that this kind of ore could definitely be worth a little bit of money. Sure enough, you can't be cooped up at home lumbering, you need to come out and walk around once in a while. Otherwise, how would you know that there are so many treasures near your home? The only flaw of this cold iron mine was that it was slightly far from the cabin, almost a kilometer away, and there was a small hill to go over. A kilometer in the mountains could be much harder to walk than a kilometer in the plains. The map card automatically recorded the location of this cold iron mine, saving Guan Xiaoqi a lot of trouble. After eating his fill, Guan Xiaoqi continued to set off, and didn't dare to go too far, worrying that he wouldn't have enough time to return to his cabin. He wasn't interested in trying to walk in the thick black fog at night, not to mention the beasts inside. The coldness of the black fog alone was terrifying enough. Looking at the map card, he was already 2 kilometers away from the cabin, separated by a small north-south hill. Not wanting to be too adventurous for his first exploration, Guan Xiaoqi decided to first go over the small hill and then reach the plains, and then from that direction of the plains, he would turn around and return to the cabin, to see if there was anything else to discover on that road. This side of the hill is even steeper, craggy. Guan Xiaoqi both hands and feet and climbed to the top of the hill. This kid is an archaeologist. This climbing is not difficult for him, but the ground is cold, a little bit of freezing hands. Guan Xiaoqi body has a system to give the jacket, but is barely cold. If the weather continues to be cold, where this body of clothing even cannot go out is a problem. The price of clothing was bound to increase dramatically. A hand slipped, a stone loosened, was broken by Guan Xiaoqi when he used his strength to climb upwards, almost lost his balance and fell down. Startled, hurriedly pasted the whole person on the mountain. Startled, barely kept his balance, stabilized, and only then continued to climb to the top of the mountain. Bare stone mountain, plants are sparse. It was hard to climb to the top of the hill, and the location here was surprisingly still the highest place in the entire hill, with the surrounding scenery in full view. Looking over from afar, Guan Xiaoqi was surprised to find that there seemed to be another small wooden house more than 10 kilometers away. A black cabin that would not have been visible had it not been for the climb up such a high hill. It was just on the other side of the plain, in plain sight. The black cabin was a skeleton's house. Skeletons were extremely unfriendly to humans, and humans were still food for the skeletons to replenish the flame of life, with an effect that far exceeded even that of the black spirit. Guan Xiaoqi's heart gave a jolt. Could it be that all kinds of creatures in this world had their own areas of existence? And he had accidentally entered the region of the ghoul race? Otherwise, why are there 2 ghoul race cabins here, but no humans in sight? If he went out exploring in the future, wouldn't he encounter all skeletons when he went outside? Guan Xiaoqi stared at the cabin for a long time, did not see any skeletons coming in and out, and too far away, a little fuzzy. The sun has sunk in the west, out almost more than 8 hours, it's time to go home. There is still more than an hour to go back to organize. Remembering the location of that skeleton cabin, Guan Xiaoqi was ready to go down the mountain. There were a dozen or so dead trees at the peak. turning around a dead tree. When he was about to go down the mountain, he lowered his head, and suddenly saw another small white wooden box placed casually under the tree. Good luck! Guan Xiaoqi put this white wooden box into his backpack as well. This side of the mountain road is not too steep, a lot of good walking. They say that it is difficult to go down the mountain. In fact, as long as you master the skills of going down the mountain, it is still much easier than going up the mountain. Guan Xiaoqi almost ran all the way down the hill. His balance is good, this slope, and not a cliff, it is not difficult for him. The foot of the mountain was only 2 kilometers from the cabin, and walking on the plains, he still had more than an hour to himself, which was more than enough time. Accelerated his pace toward the cabin. Because of the cold, Guan Xiaoqi's thighs were frozen blue, and he directly trotted. A small river crossed in front of the eyes. It was almost a kilometer away from the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi looked upstream and realized that the source of the creek was flowing down from the hill. The current temperature of just below zero was not enough to make this creek freeze. The water that flowed down from the hill, carrying the ice cream, flowed downstream. Chapter 35: Invasion of the Cold Stream. The water of the creek was shallow and clear, and the riverbed was covered with pebbles of different colors, very dreamy and beautiful. Guan Xiaoqi, however, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally found a reliable water source, although it was a kilometer away from the cabin, a slight distance, but it was better than nothing. Hissing. The sound of the wind was like the roar of a demon, raging wildly across the wilderness. As night fell, the wind gradually strengthened, and the forest in the distance seemed as if the gale had raised the sound of horrifying waves, rising and falling in a palpitating manner. Guan Xiaoqi, dressed in thin clothing, already felt the piercing cold. Especially the tattered pants he was wearing were leaking all over the place, making all 3 of his legs freeze and shiver. In this desolate wilderness, Guan Xiaoqi was all alone, facing the raging winds and the cold. He hugged himself tightly, trying to resist this merciless force of nature. However, the wind grew stronger and stronger, as if it was going to swallow him up in this dark wilderness. Clamping his legs together. Old me is still a virgin. Guan Xiaoqi's hands, which were frozen into ice sticks, had nowhere to rest, and placed them in front of his mouth to exhale, and a white mist came out, and not long afterward, it got colder instead. The weather forecast in this world gave the average temperature for the day, but the actual temperature would fluctuate between 10 degrees above and below the average. Seeing that it was starting to cool down again, the ice cream inside the creek increased with the naked eye, and it was estimated that at most tomorrow morning, the creek would be completely frozen. Guan Xiaoqi accelerated his pace, jogging up, his knees almost froze to death, and hurried to move up. His brain was almost frozen, and he only thought of hurrying to hide back inside the cabin. Eyes on the home, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, saw his cabin behind the 50 meters or so. There is a piece of grass. The grass grows very lush, more than half a person high, and now all withered yellow. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved, walked over, stretched out his hand and touched it. This kind of grass has never been seen on earth, but it is very soft. Taking out the cold dagger, Guan Xiaoqi endured the cold wind and began to quickly cut the grass. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that when he was a child, inside the pig pens in the countryside, he saw someone put some straw inside to keep the pigs warm. The backpack still has a little space, directly filled, holding a large bundle, and rushed back to the cabin. Looked at the time, 1931. There is still a little time. At this moment, Guan Xiaoqi's daily task 4 was also prompted to be completed, and he received 2 more gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to look at this prompt. Dumping the contents of Princess Blue's backpack onto the floor, he ran out again and cut some more grass. The second time he returned to the cabin with the straw in his arms, it was already 1952. This time, making sure there was no time left, Guan Xiaoqi threw the straw in his hands on the floor, put his backpack down, and turned around to close the door to the room. Outside, the wind howled, the sunlight receded, and a thick fog swirling with gale-force winds instantly filled the entire sky and earth. The long, bright oil lamp on the desk was motionless, and Guan Xiaoqi went over and lit the wood on fire, throwing it into the fireplace. Warm air began to spread from the fireplace into the room. Guan Xiaoqi was already frozen through, and it took more than half an hour of roasting in front of the fireplace to slow down. The insulation was still good for a second-class cabin. The only flaw was that there was no bed, the floor was stone, and it was still cold to sleep on. Putting the straw aside for the moment and taking the 2 treasure chests first, Guan Xiaoqi recited, "Give me out a cotton coat. Alilua, Umatba, the infinite heavenly Father." He recited all the names of the gods he knew. Maybe that god had opened his eyes today, and then opened the green treasure chest first, which was a bronze chest. "Congratulations, you have obtained an excellent grade warm-down jacket." "Congratulations, obtaining a pair of excellent grade thick sneakers." Congratulations, you have obtained an excellent grade long velvet tight warm sweatpants. Guan Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. 3 pieces of excellent grade clothing, all warm, there is no repetition, from head to toe all. Could it be that every god has blessed himself once? How can one be so virtuous that one can be blessed by all the gods? This awesome oneself can blow 10 years. Assuming one can live in this world for 10 years. Well, muffled, never tell anyone, there are too many red-eyed people. The green box fixed out 3 items, there is a small probability that it will come out fine level things. Guan Xiaoqi, this can only be considered moderate, out of the excellent items, but cannot afford to come out of the things practical. Can't wait to change all the clothes, instantly the whole body warm up. It's comfortable. But if I had these clothes a day earlier, I wouldn't have been frozen to this. Guan Xiaoqi's worn-out pants had rotted into a single strip in the copy, and since he didn't have any replacement clothes and couldn't throw them away, or else he would have to go out with his bare ass, he finally changed into new clothes this time. Just like children in the old days, they would be excited for half a day when they got new clothes for the new year. This kind of simple joy was magically resurrected in the new world. As for the white treasure chest, just let it be, what comes out is pretty much the same anyway, it doesn't matter how good the white treasure chest can be. We're not picky. Whistling, he opened the white wooden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the elementary tailoring skill book. Congratulations on obtaining the tailor's workbench drawing. What's the case? This was something that could come out of the white treasure chest? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't believe it and pinched her face, it hurt, it was very real. Was the koi possessed? Taking out a skill book and a drawing, Guan Xiaoqi himself was dumbfounded. Today was his lucky day? Opening the tailoring skill book first, a prompt popped up. Learning the tailoring skill costs 100 gold coins, are you sure you want to learn it? Guan Xiaoqi hesitated, he didn't have many gold coins and was still thinking of prioritizing upgrading the cabin, so he didn't learn it for now, and took another look at the tailoring workbench. Name, Elementary Tailoring Workbench Ordinary. Material, 510 100 wood, 570 150 stone. Function, can sew tailoring products, can handle leather, can weave thread and rope from cotton or hemp. Description, this is one of the most common workbenches, and can sew both normal and excellent level items. He didn't have a workshop himself, but this thing didn't say that it had to be placed in a workshop in order to be used, and he didn't know how big the footprint was, so putting it in the living room was probably fine. Guan Xiaoqi had no shortage of wood and stone, and built this workbench right out of the box. Under a dazzling white light, a strange machine appeared out of nowhere in the living room. Its appearance was slightly similar to a common sewing machine, yet its size was several times larger, giving it a rather mysterious feel, and upon closer inspection, the body was densely covered with intricate gears and pull rods, making it extremely complex. Guan Xiaoqi didn't have sewing skills and couldn't understand how to operate this machine. Glancing at his inventory, he had 132 gold coins. After half a day of agonizing, he finally didn't bother to learn the tailoring skill. Still need to upgrade the cabin first. Can't be tempted. Guan Xiaoqi had an inexplicable sense of oppression, always feeling unsafe around his cabin. After being busy for half a day, he saw that the private chat channel of the survival manual kept flashing, and remembered that he still had an important transaction to make, so Zhu Yunshan was probably waiting impatiently again. Sitting in front of the survival manual, both Alicia's and Zhu Yuanshan's private chats were flashing. Tap on Alicia first. She wasn't in front of the screen, just a message. I waited for you for half a day and you weren't there. I went to practice. I left a box of salt for you. You can use it first. I specially made it for you today. A wooden box was passed over, with a small lid on top. Guan Xiaoqi opened the lid. There were about 100 grams of salt inside. Looking at this rough box, Guan Xiaoqi intuited that this was Alicia's own handiwork. At first glance it was just a random box dug out of the wood with a dagger. This elf girl, her hands are quite deft. Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed, not being able to accept a girl's gift for nothing. He returned 2 pieces of snake meat back. She seems to practice kung fu every day, no wonder she is so powerful. I wonder what kind of kung fu she practices, can humans practice it? Guan Xiaoqi floated his thoughts. Tapping on Zhu Yunshan's private chat again. Big brother. You're finally here, finished picking up girls? Zhu Yunshan's anxiety and complaints overflowed through the screen. No, really not today, something else delayed me today. Guan Xiaoqi explained gravely. In other words, you did go pick up girls yesterday? Although Zhu Yunshan's mouth was dry, his heart of gossip was still burning. Slip of the tongue. Guan Xiaoqi felt that his recent state was a bit of a problem, and quickly digressed, what nonsense, Forget about the abyssal fish I told you about yesterday? Hurry up and look at your harvest today. Big brother, can you give a little water first? My mouth is about to smoke, my throat is hoarse, I can't speak. Groove, let you type, not let you talk. Typing with your hands, is your voice not hoarse? Forget it, what this kid said wasn't unreasonable. Guan Xiaoqi had to go to the corner and bring the bucket, and found that there was only half a bucket of water in it. It should still be enough for today. Tomorrow he would have to go to the river to fetch some water back. Then he saw Zhu Yunshan over there with a fish tank catching water. How did you get your fish tank? Did you get it from opening a treasure chest too? Chapter 36, The Straw Mats Artist. I picked up a treasure chest today and opened a weapon. It was a spear. I didn't see much use for it, so I replaced it with a fish tank, and no more tools to fill it with water. How much water can I fill it with just that one little teacup? I'll die of thirst sooner or later. Guan Xiaoqi carefully poured half of the water for him, estimating that it would be enough for him to drink. Big brother, can't you fill it up? Without water, I'm really panicking. This is a desert. 12 kilometers in every direction is barren and uninhabited, not a single drop of water. I forgot to fetch water today. I'll fill it up for you tomorrow. Zhu Yuanshan couldn't do anything about it and said enviously, you have a water source there? What a blessing. Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed. There is indeed a small river nearby, but it's almost frozen with ice, and it's still a bit far from the cabin. Zhu Yunshan didn't want to speak. There was nothing to compare people to. Someone else's unfulfillment was the paradise of his dreams. There are more black spirits collected today. There are 205 of them, but it's hard to say in the future, because the ones that are easy to collect are pretty much collected by me, and the later it is, the more efficient the collection might be. Zhu Yunshan said. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and gave him an idea. You can spend an hour or 2 hours a day to walk around. I personally feel that the system, although it is a bit egg, but it certainly abides by some rules. There is no reason that it will arrange a Jedi for you. When I was a child I heard the old man say that the place of great evils, often also has great creation. He would like Guan Xiaoqi said is true, but in fact, a radius of more than 10 kilometers is really a desolate. In addition to the sand is still sand, but there is also a pile of strange things here. Zhu Yunshan hesitated for a moment, said to Guan Xiaoqi, if you say is true, but I also have a pile of good things here. Recently look at the inside of the forum, everyone said that it is getting colder and colder, but I hear on the contrary, I don't feel any change. Guan Xiaoqi was a bit surprised. The temperature there is different from us? How many degrees are you today? 20 degrees Celsius, why? Guan Xiaoqi was even surprised. You're lucky then, because the cold wave is coming soon. It's already below zero here. Guan Xiaoqi always felt that something was wrong. The initial temperature was about the same for everyone, and everyone else kept dropping, so why wasn't it cooling down at his place? Could it be that everyone's surroundings differed greatly? The temperature of the region they were in was different. I don't know if his place belonged to the frigid zone or the temperate zone. No matter what, it definitely wasn't in the tropics. As for Zhu Yunshan, he should be in a special place, probably not related to latitude yet. Because Zhu Yunshan was in a cluster of 1,000 kilometers, it didn't make sense that the temperature difference was so big. This new world was ancient and weird, and Guan Xiaoqi had too little information to analyze it. Zhu Yunshan traded all 205 black spirits. Guan Xiaoqi gave him 410 pieces of wood as agreed, and gave him an extra baguette bread and 3 cloud potatoes. It satisfied his basic survival conditions. With 10 or so pieces of snake meat on hand, there was no shortage of food. Guan Xiaoqi was generous for once in a rare moment and gave Zhu Yunshan a piece of bread. Snake meat is a large piece of meat, a piece of almost 2 kilograms, a small meal. Eat a day cannot eat a piece of snake meat. The transaction was completed in an instant. A flash of black light. The black spirit was already piled up in his living room. The skeleton warrior had almost been strangled by the python during the day, and the card was still recovering by the fireplace, so it couldn't be traded right now. Idle and bored, Guan Xiaoqi went back to refreshing the forums and read for a while. Some people lived by the sea, some lived in the mountains, some lived in the plains. Everyone was in a different environment, but there was more or less a little bit of good stuff around each hut. Near Zhuyuan Mountain, there couldn't be just one black spirit mine. There had to be something that he had missed. Guan Xiaoqi was almost certain of this. Not interested in kibitzing with the crowd, Guan Xiaoqi skimmed through the contents and didn't find anything he needed to pay special attention to, so he turned back to the trading channel. The items were more plentiful, the prices were slightly more sensible, and there were far fewer haphazard offers. It showed that everyone had arrived here for 3 or 4 days, gradually recognizing the reality and starting to be pragmatic. Flipping through, Guan Xiaoqi found a lot of odd items. Wooden barrel, purely handmade, can hold water, can hold rice, 20 stones, you definitely deserve it. Grass mat, warm grass mat, are you still worried about sleeping on the cold ground every day? Try my family's handmade woven grass mat, 50 stones, or 100 pieces of wood, you can take it back and get rid of the cold. Bamboo beds, bamboo chairs, all fine products, mortise and tenon structure, exclusive craftsmanship, to buy private chat, can be customized production. The store came out a lot more craftsman's products, some are very rough, some look very delicate, a look is the kind of craftsmanship that has been passed down from ancestors for several generations. At the critical moment, these craftsmen developed. All of them were products that everyone desperately needed, with limited quantities and rising prices. At this time, he saw a message, is that the grass mat craftsman sent out a message, stock of grass mats have been sold out, and now I have no raw materials, the back 10 days are booked, thank you for your support. Guan Xiaoqi took a look at the name, it is a middle-aged and elderly people surnamed Lei, looking at about 50 or 60 years old, hurriedly added the private chat, Uncle Lei, can I talk to you? Uncle just earned a lot, today's mood is particularly good, and soon returned the message, hello young man, what do you want to talk about? Seats can be sold out. Guan Xiaoqi on the smile, Uncle, you that grass mat weaving craft I saw, absolutely fine, simply in works of art, I am looking dumbfounded. Uncle smiled broadly, that's for sure, this is my family's ancestral craft, how young man, do you want to learn? Looking at Guan Xiaoqi, the uncle looked more and more favorable. Guan Xiaoqi said, your craft must be difficult, I see a short period of time will not be able to learn, uncle, why don't you help me to see if this grass in my hand can be woven into a grass mat? The uncle was stunned, you went to cut grass today? Guan Xiaoqi said, yes, it was so cold, I cut a bit of grass, thinking that I could pat under my body to warm it up a bit, I didn't expect to see your amazing craftsmanship, and then look at this grass nest I built, it instantly turned into a pigsty. Guan Xiaoqi didn't move to brag about the uncle. Uncle was amused by Guan Xiaoqi, don't be poor, send me one of the grasses you cut. Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly handed over a few straws. The uncle received the straws, touched the softness, pulled the pliability, and was a bit surprised that the quality of the straw was very good. I've never seen this kind of straw, but it's certainly no problem to weave it into a straw mat, the flexibility is very good, whether it keeps you warm or not you'll have to try it yourself. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed, anymore, it's definitely better than sleeping on the floor, uncle, you see I'll provide you with straw, how much do you charge for processing? The uncle hesitated for a moment, although it was dark, it was still early to go to bed, thinking that it was good to be idle and earn a little money, why don't you just give me 20 pieces of wood, and I'll weave a straw mat for you now. The price was very affordable, the uncle was looking at Guan Xiaoqi, worried that he didn't have many resources on hand, and gave an extremely favorable price. Guan Xiaoqi was ecstatic and hurriedly traded both the wood and straw. Uncle also did not nag, collected the processing fee in straw, directly closed the chat, and went over to make the straw mat. I'll chat privately with you when I'm done, so go ahead and get busy. Okay, uncle. Originally, Guan Xiaoqi just planned to cut a little straw and pile it up on the ground himself, like a pigsty to fall asleep in to keep warm. I didn't realize that there were quite a lot of capable people on the internet, and I could also enjoy a purely handmade straw mat, which was really an unexpected surprise. Chapter 37, The Terrifying Beast Outside the Window. The trading price of stones is slowly coming back down, and it is evident that many people have moved up to level 1 cabins. Now was a buffer period. People were hoarding supplies while storing materials to upgrade. Occasionally, there were people selling gold coins, and the prices were all ridiculously expensive, 100 wood, 100 stone like this for a random price. Leaving the trading channel. The network was full of discussions about the cold wave, and in the end, everyone got some consensus. A level 1 cabin is the minimum configuration to withstand the cold wave. If you don't even have a level 1 cabin to upgrade before the cold wave comes, it's almost certain death. For those who are weak and sick, I'm afraid that a level 1 cabin won't be able to withstand it. While everyone was spreading the word like this, Guan Xiaoqi felt that I'm afraid the crowd was being too optimistic. This world was likely to be even more cruel than everyone imagined. Because Guan Xiaoqi had participated in a level 1 replica, the difficulty in it was of an anticlimactic level. Level 1, the primary difficulty, corresponded to what was actually the most basic survival difficulty in this world. Guan Xiaoqi believed that if it wasn't for a super elf creature like Alicia joining in, the last copy must have been a fiasco for humans and undead. Ordeal, how could it be that simple? It was just that the humans who had just come to this world only 3 or 4 days ago were still holding on to unrealistic and beautiful fantasies, and hadn't even seen that this world was slowly revealing its truly horrifying fangs. Thinking of Alicia, she practiced every night, she couldn't be lazy, she couldn't live without exercising her body. Guan Xiaoqi also decided to practice well. Emptying the field. Guan Xiaoqi stretched his arms and kicked his legs again. 1, 2, 3, 4, full of vigor 2, 2, 3, 4, youth without regrets 3, 2, 3, 4, dream by dream and raise the power 4, 2, 3, 4. The eighth set of radio gymnastics, move, tart. T. Tick 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 tick. Tick 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 tick. Suddenly the outdoor archery tower issued a very long and sharp alarm. Guan Xiaoqi was startled. Could there be a monster attack? Taking out his own dagger in a panic, he couldn't care less about his workout. Pushing open the door, he rushed to the courtyard. An arrow of light shot out from the eye of Sauron. The arrow of light penetrated the wooden fence, which was intact, but a hissing roar came from behind it. Guan Xiaoqi held his dagger and carefully stared at the wooden fence. There were monsters attacking outside and the blood level of the wooden fence was decreasing. 99, 98, 97. The blood level was decreasing very slowly. It didn't look like any fierce beast at all. The eye of Sauron shot 3 or 4 arrows in a row, and the attack outside stopped. The blood level of the wooden fence stopped at 95 and stopped falling, and it was not known if the monster escaped or was shot to death by the arrow tower. Such a small animal, and the arrow tower issued such a loud alarm? Nope. After shooting the critter that attacked the wooden fence, Sauron's eye still maintained its highest brightness, bristling with strong light that kept shining into the depths of the mists. The crisis had not lifted at all. Guan Xiaoqi felt the hairs on his sweat stand up. In addition to the sound of the wind, there was another sound in heaven and earth. A heavy footstep, coming from the thick fog, was like a giant elephant from the distant past walking on the icy ground, making a terrifying stomping sound. This was feared to be a giant thing. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to cry, feeling that this cabin of his was a bit of an invitation to evil, and that anything strange would happen here. The eye of Sauron let out an extremely bright light, clearly sensing the danger. The brightness of the blue light, at least, increased several times over usual. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was in his throat. But that terrifying unknown giant stopped outside Guan Xiaoqi's courtyard wall. The thick fog rolled violently, revealing its presence. All of its form was hidden within the mist. The monster's enormous body could be known just from the vibrations of the earth just now. But it was odd. It stopped outside the courtyard wall and did not attack. Guan Xiaoqi could even hear it gasping for air, the black mist spewing out from its breath like a smoke ring, shooting into the courtyard and slowly dispersing. It was annoyed. But instead of attacking, it circled Guan Xiaoqi's hut several times. Guan Xiaoqi confirmed that he really hadn't peed his pants, and it seemed that his fixation was quite a bit higher when he arrived in this world. Vaguely, Guan Xiaoqi seemed to see a pair of gray eyes in the thick fog, staring at him. That invisible sight was terrifying and evil. It was filled with the aura of death. Although Guan Xiaoqi didn't pee his pants, his face went white with fear. The gaze that pierced through the thick fog shot through as if it was substantial, and it was as if he had become transparent. Bah! Guan Xiaoqi spat. What are you? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly asked into the fog. The monster in the mist seemed to freeze and stopped, listening carefully to Guan Xiaoqi. I was very lucky today. I was lacking clothes. Opening the treasure chest gave me a whole set straight away. Even the most ordinary wooden treasure chest dropped 2 extreme items, a skill book, and a very useful drawing. Guan Xiaoqi was like telling a story to this monster, but I heard that in ancient times, before the officials beheaded a prisoner, they would give him a sumptuous meal called a severed head meal. So today's reward, is it also my severed head meal? The monster listened quietly in the mist, not moving a muscle. It seemed unable to comprehend what nonsense Guan Xiaoqi was talking about. If this is a head-breaking meal, just let your horse come over and let's have a good fight. Life and death has its own destiny and riches. Don't be a ing grunt and scare me here. Guan Xiaoqi sneered. If it's not, then get the hell out of here. Don't wander around my house and affect my eating and sleeping. Ow. An extremely angry roar, half the yard spewed in a large amount of thick fog, the temperature plummeted, and Guan Xiaoqi froze a little stiff. The monster raged. Unceasingly stomping the earth, the small wooden house was shaken by the buzzing. The arrow tower's eye of Sauron, the blue light from above no longer shone on the black fog, but turned to shine on Guan Xiaoqi. My master is afraid that he is not suffering from a serious illness? Why are you messing with it? Guan Xiaoqi's face was covered in sweat, running down his eyebrows and ears to the top of his down jacket. Of course it's not hot, it's below 0 outside. Scared. After 10 minutes of confrontation, Guan Xiaoqi would like to go back to the cabin, but her legs are stiff and she can't take a step, and the monster, for some reason, is slowly retreating. The wind rose again, the fog rolled outside the courtyard. Listening to the sound of footsteps in the fog is getting smaller and smaller. Guan Xiaoqi almost out of breath, until the arrow tower hidden light, showing that there is no danger around, Guan Xiaoqi holding the dagger hand, which began to shake. The monster's might was like he was facing a huge dragon in the sky, the invisible pressure made him gasp for breath. Putting away the dagger, Guan Xiaoqi was expressionless and returned to the cabin in silence. The mind was greatly impacted. Also did not have the heart to do radio gymnastics, took off his down jacket, wrapped in a blanket and sat by the fireplace. Sitting quietly alone, I had no appetite for dinner. Guan Xiaoqi has a strong intuition. Today their life and death is between a line, their own struggles and efforts, people can give you a breath to destroy all. Just a little used to such a quiet solitary life, but the reality tells Guan Xiaoqi, which is so beautiful. He suddenly remembered a joke. Someone asked, what if you are surrounded by 3 hungry tigers in the primeval forest? The answer, hold on to your weapon. The man asked again, will holding on to your weapon drive the tigers away? Answer, of course not, it just allows you to die with more dignity. Guan Xiaoqi almost thought that he would die with more dignity today, but for some reason, he unexpectedly survived. Guan Xiaoqi was a bit helpless. How was his own fate related to his own efforts? Even if you put your life on the line, you will only die with more dignity. Guan Xiaoqi is not convinced. No matter how desperate and hard-working you are, you can't be the small finger of this world, one gentle grind and you're gone. Ding! Someone sent a private chat. Guan Xiaoqi sighed, reluctantly stood up and sat down at the table, opening the survival manual. It turned out to be Uncle Lei who had finished weaving the straw mat and was about to receive it from him. Young man, why do you look so ugly? Did you get sick? Uncle Lei glanced at Guan Xiaoqi and was startled. The young man who was enthusiastic and sunny a few hours ago, how did he suddenly become deathly pale? Guan Xiaoqi typed a few words back breathlessly. No, just now I encountered a very horrible thing, and just felt that I was too fragile, completely unable to dominate my future. Uncle Lei laughed out loud. It's good to be young. I thought, how big of a fart was it? Guan Xiaoqi was unconvinced. This is a matter of life and death. How can it be called a fart? Uncle Lei shook his head. Do you believe in fate? While talking, Uncle Lei teleported the straw mat over. The straw mat was densely woven and very soft. It should be very comfortable to lie on. Closing the private chat, Guan Xiaoqi did not answer the question. If it was before, he definitely didn't believe in fate. He was more convinced that he had to fight for his own happiness, and that my destiny was not up to heaven. But just now, the faith was broken, and realized that fate was really not in his own hands. It only depends on the whim of others. It wasn't even a person, but a beast. It's a terrible feeling. Chapter 38, Entering the Forest. No matter how hard it was, life had to go on. Guan Xiaoqi spread the straw mat on the ground and then patted it with blankets. Heavily, he lay down. It was very soft and elastic. Comfortable. After several days of not sleeping properly, Guan Xiaoqi had grown dark circles under his eyes. This grass mat was really good, soft and warm. From the frustration out, what do you care what destiny is not destiny, live a day to struggle a day, really cannot top, people die egg to heaven, but also care about him a ball. Guan Xiaoqi frustrated very quickly, from the frustration to come out very quickly. First came to this world, depression and pressure finally reached the extreme point. It just so happened that this terrifying giant touched the most helpless heartstrings within him, but it was only for a few short hours, and he recovered as well. Life never believes in tears. Looking down and seeing a field of black spirits that hadn't been sold yet, and the skeleton warrior card energy had already recovered, Guan Xiaoqi summoned the skeleton warrior and quickly exchanged the 205 black spirits for 1,025 stones. There was no need to quarry stones for a short period of time, but it was a pity that the quarry hammer he had was still an excellent quality one. What a waste! All taken care of, Guan Xiaoqi added enough wood to the fireplace, wrapped himself in a blanket and fell asleep. There was only one reason for insomnia, not enough labor. Too idle. Moving bricks every day guaranteed a good meal and a good night's sleep. Guan Xiaoqi now every day then moving bricks is even more laborious, and freezing and hungry and tired, so soft grass mat, naturally lie down and fall asleep. The next day, the alarm clock rang for the third time. Before Guan Xiaoqi woke up, never slept so comfortable a sleep. Guan Xiaoqi, if not hungry, really want to continue to sleep for another 2 hours regardless. New World Calendar, 4th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, gale force winds. Temperature, 7. It's even colder, so please add more clothes and watch out for high winds. It's not a good day for exploring. Getting up from the straw mat, his stomach had been rumbling in protest, and he remembered that he didn't seem to have eaten anything last night. Last night was emotionally unstable, first fear, which triggered frustration, then bewilderment, and finally a broken release. Well, after a good night's sleep the emotions had eased a lot, though still slightly low, and his own stomach rumbled and quit. Took out a piece of python meat and cut it into 6 long strips with a dagger, then seeing that the fire in the fireplace was still going, put it straight into grill, not forgetting to sprinkle a little salt on it. Drank a little water. Returning to the fireplace and concentrating on grilling for half an hour, the charred snake oil was grilled out, and the fragrance of the meat overflowed all over the room. It was an odd aroma. It was refreshing to smell. In short, there was something a little odd about this meat. Guan Xiaoqi took out a strip of meat, carefully took a bite, very tender, melt in the throat, the pores of the whole body are open, is too delicious, immediately cannot control their mouth, also do not care that the meat is still a little hot, wolf swallowed this strip of meat swallowed. As soon as the meat went down, a wave of heat suddenly rose from the dantian, the whole body was warm. Guan Xiaoqi was amazed to find that he was now full of strength all over his body. This python meat, it seems extraordinary, huh? Looking at the bubbling strips of meat, Guan Xiaoqi ate another one in 3 tries, his mouth full of oil. Yummy! It's so delicious. It doesn't even require any cooking skills, natural top-quality ingredients. Using the most primitive grilling and retaining the original flavor was already the best way to cook. Meanwhile, the daily quests were announced again, and Guan Xiaoqi carefully picked 3 quests, all related to exploration. The system came out with a daily quest for ascending to a 3rd-level cabin, with a very generous reward of 20 gold coins. Of course, Guan Xiaoqi didn't take it, he shouldn't be able to complete this quest himself. After receiving 2 low-level quests related to exploration, he received another quest to discover new materials. Guan Xiaoqi decided to go exploring in the forest on the plains today. He didn't believe that in a huge forest, he wouldn't be able to discover a new material on his first trip. Taking all the tool cards with him, and the uneaten python meat strips with him, he picked up Princess Blue's small backpack. Guan Xiaoqi left his cabin and walked into the courtyard. The Eye of Sauron on top of the arrow tower, with its eyes half open, didn't go around causing trouble because it was in defense mode. I didn't expect just a primary energy stone, but also quite durable, standby for 3 days. The arrow tower did not have the slightest sign of insufficient energy. This world's energy stone can be much higher than the Earth's battery technology. By the way, the arrow tower attacked several times yesterday. Thinking of the attacks, Guan Xiaoqi quickly walked to the outside of the courtyard wall and saw the corpse of a small beast in a corner. A white sable? Snow-white fur, its entire body pierced by light arrows. Decompose. Guan Xiaoqi used the system's primary decomposition to decompose a piece of sable meat and a sable skin. Ding! A flash of green light dropped another card out. Guan Xiaoqi picked up the card and found it to be an excellent grade lumbering axe. Bronze lumbering axe card excellent. This is an upgraded version of a lumbering tool that increases lumbering efficiency by 100%. Yesterday's unpleasant mood gradually dissipated. People don't have bad luck all the time, you see. It's not like the devil can't stop luck when it comes. In a much happier mood, Guan Xiaoqi whistled and sent the sable meat and sable skins back to the cabin. Only then did he go out again to formally set off. The edge of the forest was about 3 kilometers away from the cabin, and since the whole way was a plain, Guan Xiaoqi was extremely careful about the dangers and traps on the road. The grass had already withered and yellowed, the earth looked incomparably bleak, and the rustling leaves in the distance rendered the world desolate. The wind was a little cold. Guan Xiaoqi saw that there was no danger and quickened his pace. In less than an hour, he came to the edge of the forest. Straight birch forest, tall trees towering into the air. The trees are very sparse, the leaves on them have all fallen off. The gusty wind blew the branches of the trees, swinging back and forth. From time to time, the dead leaves on the ground were swept up and fluttered everywhere, like countless dancing butterflies, dancing in the forest. Today's weather was even colder. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi had changed into his winter clothes. Although it affected his movements a bit, he was able to hold on. In addition to the cotton clothes, there was also python meat that seemed to have the ability to resist the cold. Guan Xiaoqi took a small step, fighting back the spirit, and slowly walked into the forest. Worried that behind the rock, or that tree, hiding behind a beast would suddenly attack, Guan Xiaoqi took out his cold dagger and held it across his chest. A small bird fluttered overhead, black with thick feathers, and quickly flew off into the distance. A cold wind flew in carrying dead leaves, hitting Guan Xiaoqi's face, and surprisingly, there was a little pain. Today's wind, it seemed to be bigger than yesterday. Walking step by step through the forest, stepping on the thick fallen leaves, the sound of rustling, and listening to the howling wind, all the big trees kept swaying in the wind. After 10 minutes of going deeper into the forest, Guan Xiaoqi's footsteps suddenly lurched, as if he had stepped on something hard. His heart tightened, and the silence around him added a bit more mystery and unease. He carefully used his feet to pluck away the fallen leaves covering the ground, and as one leaf spread out, a lurid sight gradually unfolded before his eyes. It wasn't an ordinary piece of hard material, but a white bone, lying there alone, looking particularly piercing. An inexplicable fear surged through Guan Xiaoqi's heart. He understood that this was by no means human remains. Humans had only just set foot in this world for 4 days, and could never be turned into white bones in such a short period of time. The only explanation was that this skeleton was a ghoul race. He took a deep breath and tried to calm the panic in his heart. This forest seemed to hide too many unknown secrets, and he, step by step, was stepping into this unknown territory. Guan Xiaoqi bent down and swept away all the leaves with his hands, and a complete skeleton lay here. The bones in its entire body were broken, and its head was even shattered into several pieces, as if it had been hit by a heavy truck. On the ground, a white card lay quietly. Guan Xiaoqi bent down and gently picked it up. What was depicted on the card was actually an ancient spear, and its shape was full of traces of age, as if telling of past glories. However, the energy display on the card was a disappointing 0. It seemed that the owner of this spear, that skeleton, had exhausted all of its power. Even though it was just a white, ordinary weapon that might not be of much use in battle, for Guan Xiaoqi, it might be able to be exchanged for a meager amount of resources. Thus, he did not hesitate to put the spear card into his backpack. Looking at the card in his hand, Guan Xiaoqi's thoughts drifted into the distance. He recalled the skeleton hut located 10 kilometers away when he was looking out from the top of the mountain. Could it be that this skeleton was from that mysterious hut? Now that its owner had disappeared, wouldn't that hut be abandoned? Guan Xiaoqi's mind was filled with questions, and he decided that he would find a spare moment to search for the source of that skeleton and unravel the mystery. Chapter 39: Two-Headed Bears and Strange Plants. He must go to that hut sometime to take a look, no matter if this skeleton corpse was the owner of that hut or not. A ghoul race this close, if he didn't figure it out, how could he feel dangerous? Guan Xiaoqi already knew at this point that humans were actually a food source for the ghoul race, or something that was a great tonic. An innate contradiction. Just like a lion and a gazelle, they simply couldn't coexist. This skeleton was really poor, with only one card in its entire body, or a white card. Guan Xiaoqi stood up and continued to walk forward, only a little more cautious. There was no telling how many days it had been since the skeleton had died, and whether the thing that had attacked the skeleton was still there. Guan Xiaoqi did not intend to retreat. Even if he encountered a giant python himself, he wasn't without a fighting chance, rich and powerful. Even if he was stronger, he couldn't be stronger than that giant thing in the mist. Guan Xiaoqi was holding his breath now, and it really didn't feel comfortable to be threatened. He now had a strong desire to become stronger. Walking forward for a few more minutes, his feet made a rustling sound. The leaves in front of him were flying all over the place, blocking his sight, turning his head to avoid the strong wind blowing head-on in front of him, turning around a densely forested area. When the wind dispersed and the dead leaves fell, Guan Xiaoqi turned around and was startled. The line of sight pierced through some trees. In the depths of the misty forest, there was an unfamiliar plant growing quietly, its leaves emerald green but with a hint of unspeakable strangeness. This green color was just too striking. The surrounding area was withered. Guan Xiaoqi's heart couldn't help but surge with an inexplicable panic. This was winter, when all plants withered. This plant was too much of a violation of common sense. This was something. Guan Xiaoqi summoned the skeleton warriors at the first opportunity, then together they slowly walked towards the plant. After walking another dozen or so meters away, the plant could be seen more clearly. On the outside of the plant, a purple halo could even be seen. While Guan Xiaoqi was mesmerized by the sight, he was preparing to use his magician card to identify it. The skeleton warrior turned around violently, a metallic friction sound emanating from his throat as he wielded his axe and slashed at a spot. Guan Xiaoqi jerked back. Leaves were raised, and a grotesque two-headed bear leapt out of the dead leaves, about to sneak up on Guan Xiaoqi. Unexpectedly, the skeleton warrior spotted it in advance and fiercely met it. Skeleton warrior raised his axe and ruthlessly chopped at the bear's claws. The two-headed bear went to block this huge axe with his backhand. Guan Xiaoqi also instantly became fierce, holding a dagger in his hand. He directly rushed up and stabbed at the bear's head. In the face of a strong enemy, fear is useless. Guan Xiaoqi, from the initial fear, has become more like a qualified warrior. Stab. Stabbing in a row. 3 consecutive stabs. The two-headed bear stood tall like a human, more than 2 meters tall, and Guan Xiaoqi wasn't tall enough to only stab it in the chest. The sharpness of the ice-cold dagger exceeded the two-headed bear's expectations and effortlessly pierced in. The two-headed bear let out an angry wail. Both claws slammed down on Guan Xiaoqi's head from the sky. Boom! The vast majority of the bear's skills originated from these claws, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to take it hard, rubbing back. When the two-headed bear was about to charge over, an axe chopped down hard next to it. It accurately chopped on top of the bear's claws. The skeleton warrior was a green card, and this axe was a genuine bronze-level weapon, not something flesh and blood could immunize against. Ka! The tremendous power of the axe chop impacted the dead leaves all around. The claws of the two-headed bear were injured. The skeleton warrior was not as strong as the bear, and pranced, retreating 5 or 6 steps in a row. After the second consecutive attack, which was stopped by the skeleton warrior, the two-headed bear became enraged and dropped Guan Xiaoqi, and with a power charge skill, charged towards the skeleton warrior. Guan Xiaoqi's combat awareness at this time was also far more than before, immediately quickly switching his footsteps and dodging to the side, fiercely stabbing again. The skeleton warrior could have dodged, but he surprisingly didn't dodge or avoid it, instead placing his axe head flat in dead center against the two-headed bear's giant claw. Cracks appeared in the axe head, and the skeleton warrior couldn't hold up against this tremendous force, and was about to be knocked away. The purpose of the skeleton warrior gave clarity. It was to give Guan Xiaoqi the opportunity to attack, his dagger even sharper. Guan Xiaoqi seized the opportunity as the giant bear's entire body had been stretched out flat as it charged, and the two heads were right in front of Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. Stab! Stabbing in a row. 3 consecutive stabs. Storm strike. One bear's head was stabbed in by the dagger, brain matter dripping out. The giant bear was in pain, and only half of its strength was left when it hit the skeleton. The skeleton was knocked back a dozen meters, but was not knocked away. Rubbing his body, he quickly charged again. Guan Xiaoqi was secretly surprised. Why is this skeleton so fierce today? It wasn't like this before? Looking back, the skeleton's eyes were all red. This was rage. Strange, how did this giant bear provoke this skeleton? Guan Xiaoqi's hand is black. See, the bear is injured, but no pity. While you are sick to kill you, this is your initiative to attack the little master. Do not blame the little master, I am ruthless. Cold ice dagger deserves to be a fine level weapon. Ordinary weapons are afraid that cannot break the defense of this bear. One person and a skeleton fighting in a circle. The skeleton warrior extreme valor, half a step. Guan Xiaoqi ruthless black hand. Not long after the bear is bruised all over the body, eyes will not be able to. If this is a tiger, I'm afraid that would have escaped. Tigers are extremely intelligent hunters, to stay in the mountains, not afraid of no wood to burn. But the bear's personality is different, extremely stubborn, will not stop until death. Even if the enemy escaped, this thing can rage to crash into a tree and kill itself. Guan Xiaoqi made a sliding step, dodged past the already weak bear's paw, and stabbed a dagger into the two-headed bear's heart. Puff! The two-headed bear used up the last of its strength, and the body smashed all the fallen leaves up and flew all over the sky. A gust of wind blew, and Guan Xiaoqi retreated several steps and half crouched on the ground. While Guan Xiaoqi was about to check the bear's corpse, the odd plant suddenly flickered and launched its light. What's happening again? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit at a loss for words as he stared at the odd plant. Go deal with the plant first, it's trying to escape. Magician Card's voice appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's mind. Deal with the plant? Was this some kind of treasure? But what to do with the plant? Guan Xiaoqi froze, completely inexperienced in handling plants. Just chop off any branch of it and go back and take cuttings in your yard. Be quick, it's about to teleport and run away. The magician's voice was urgent. Look for the thinnest cut, this plant is hard. Okay, got it. Go! Guan Xiaoqi quickly called out to the skeleton warriors, then immediately switched the dagger in his hand to a felling axe. To chop wood, one still needed specialized tools. Even a fine dagger was not as specialized as a felling axe. The plant was already between the real and the imaginary, faintly glowing with light. Guan Xiaoqi was in a hurry and directly jumped up to chop towards one of its smallest branches. Dang! The tiger's mouth shook loudly, as if it had hacked into metal. What the hell kind of plant is this, so hard? Skeleton warrior has also rushed over. The two guys have always had a tacit understanding of felling trees, chained towards the same place of that branch to cut. With white marks and cracks appearing on it, the plant panicked and accelerated its escape, the whole plant becoming more and more illusory. Chop for me. Duong. Guan Xiaoqi summoned up all his strength and slashed down hard. Little master doesn't believe in evil. A light flashed and the plant disappeared. Congratulations, you've risen to level 4, please choose an attribute point. There are experience points for chopping trees too? Or did the system treat this tree as a monster as well? Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to pay attention to this system prompt, he was staring nervously at the sky. A small branch slowly floated down from the air, and Guan Xiaoqi reached out his hand and was about to pick it up when a tornado suddenly rose from the ground, instantly blowing the branch back up high into the sky. How dare this! Seeing that the gale was about to blow this branch away, Guan Xiaoqi went crazy and chased after it, with the skeleton warrior following closely behind. Chapter 40, The Devil's Bargain. Can really find time. This weird tornado that rose up from the ground, rolled the small branch towards the high altitude. Guan Xiaoqi almost spit out blood in anger, where he was willing to give up, desperately running wildly underground, chased after it. A snow wolf was foraging for food, and saw from afar the furious Guan Xiaoqi and the skeleton warrior running wildly with weapons in their hands. Frightened, this snow wolf stuck its head inside a dead leaf, shivering and silently chanting, "You can't see me, you can't see me." This habit of the snow wolf was to simply burrow into the snow in winter when it was icy and snowy, utilizing its pure white fur to hide from the ferocious creatures. But it forgot that it hadn't even snowed yet, and with all its white fur, it burrowed its head into the dead leaves, its snow-white buttocks exposed to the outside, eye-catching as hell. Guan Xiaoqi ran past the snowy wolf, his eyes fixed on the twigs, and hadn't really seen it. A baleful aura flickered past the snowy wolf. In the twinkling of an eye, and the skeleton warrior ran away. The snow wolf probed his head out and felt that it must have been the ancestors who blessed him, and the two furies really didn't see him, and he was so scared that he fled far away. And just now that one person and one skeleton were so scared of the wolf, and there was a bloody odor of killing bears. Furious Guan Xiaoqi chased after the twigs, the wind suddenly big and small, the twigs in the sky suddenly up and down, like a beautiful woman in the teasing him, but not let him get his hands on. How could he bear it? Guan Xiaoqi ran almost out of breath, suddenly remembered that he had just risen a level, and hurriedly clicked an agility point up. His body was light, and his speed was immediately 3 times faster. After jumping and chasing for more than half an hour, without realizing it, he had already chased it into the depths of the woods, and the tornado crashed into a building, dispersing, and the branches of the trees slowly drifted down. Guan Xiaoqi violently stopped in his tracks. Breathing heavily, he looked in front of him with some fear. A building, a person. The building looked like a blimp that had temporarily landed here, full of cyberpunk mechanical style. The roar of a steam engine or the sound of gearing could be heard from above. A wooden shell with some metal wrapped around it in places. A man in a cloak, with his back to Guan Xiaoqi, suddenly reached out and caught a twig that fell from the sky. Then turned around. Ah! Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but exclaim in shock, quickly gripping his axe tightly before he even had time to switch out his dagger. The skeleton warrior had his axe in his hand and was also leaping to the side. This guy had a long pointed beak, like a bird's beak, red eyes, and behind his cloak was vaguely the appearance of a small wing. Wasn't this the devil he saw in the copy? No, the one inside the copy was just a devil stone statue, but this guy in front of him was the real deal. The devil looked at the branch in his hand and seemed a bit surprised. It looked up at Guan Xiaoqi, its red eyes, which looked like a flame inside, had a strange power that shocked people. You are human? Guan Xiaoqi felt very brave, and surprisingly didn't take half a step back. It was that both legs were shaking a bit, and his speech was a bit less sharp. Ah. Yes. You are? The skeleton warrior squinted at Guan Xiaoqi, thinking, when did my master become so courteous? That guy bent down and performed a nobleman's salute. Guan Xiaoqi didn't recognize it, but just thought that this salute was quite elegant. Hey! Not knowing how to return the salute, he could only giggle a bit, even if it was a return salute. The devil also did not care, introduced himself, Robin, a devil and an aborigine of this world, a scientist. Yes, according to your understanding, I am a scientist. Scientist? What does scientist mean? For a while Guan Xiaoqi was a bit confused as to what a scientist does, his brain went blank. Seeing that Guan Xiaoqi didn't understand, Devil Robin explained one more time, researching cards, researching creatures, researching all kinds of strange substances, it should be considered as a scientist, or, if you say I'm an alchemist, it's almost the same. Devil Robin grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs, each tooth glistening with a metallic sheen. It certainly wasn't vegetarian. Guan Xiaoqi's heart gave a jolt. In his heart, he thought, it's probably a scientist who researches what substances to use, how to kill various creatures most simply, and then make various creatures into cards, right? But Guan Xiaoqi's face revealed surprise. Really? Scientist is a noble and great profession in our human race. It is truly my greatest honor to meet you. 3 lifetimes of honor. Skeleton warrior turned his head to the sky and looked at the white clouds in the sky. Such a hypocritical guy is definitely not my master. Devil Robin was like a gentleman, still with a smile, grinning steel fangs and fire-like enthusiasm spewing from his red eyes. In fact, for me, I'm not quite able to understand why the creator teleported you humans and skeletons to us. Of course, I'm not questioning the creator, that's the supreme great being, just think there must be some reason behind it. I'm a scientist. Robin looked at Guan Xiaoqi and said something that was a little bit puzzling. Guan Xiaoqi said, "What do you mean?" Robin smiled, "I'm very interested in you alien beings, so I want to make a deal with you." The devil asked seriously, "Do you accept?" Guan Xiaoqi was shaking with excitement, doing business with the devil? This was really an unprecedented first time. He carefully asked, "What kind of business, can you tell me briefly?" Robin said, "A very simple deal, it's to ask you to help me with a long-term investigation. I want to know the current state of human existence, such as the population, the upgrades of the cabins, the state of the top humans, what new cards have been invented and so on and so forth. Anyway, everything about humans interests me." Robin said gently, "Of course, I won't let you labor for me for free, I will pay you." Payment? Guan Xiaoqi blinked. Was this asking herself to be a human trader? Leaking human news to the devil? It sounded so exciting. Very happy to serve you. Guan Xiaoqi laughed. Right now there are 7.8 billion humans left, 200 million people have died in 4 days, the conditions here are too harsh. At the moment, as far as I know, the highest level of the cabin is level 2, the strongest humans are unknown, and the new decks have never been heard of. Guan Xiaoqi stared into the devil's eyes. Robin's eyes were focused, clearly memorizing the data into his mind. So, the system's data, this devil doesn't know. Guan Xiaoqi quickly came to the conclusion that the system does not help the Aborigines. Very good, I like dealing with smart people. Robin smiled broadly and handed the branch in his hand to Guan Xiaoqi. "I have no use for this, you take it." The branch was warm in his hand, and even felt a hint of warmth throughout his body, which showed the extraordinary nature of this branch, but Devil Robin obviously couldn't look at this branch. Guan Xiaoqi took this branch that he had chased after so hard, crying and laughing, "This is the payment you're giving me?" Robin narrowed his eyes and shook his head, "Of course not, this is your thing, we devils are reasonable and honorable." It felt around in its arms and fished out 2 items out of nowhere. A pamphlet and a card deck. The cards produced by the system all had colors, with different colors representing different levels, such as green being excellent, blue being fine, and purple being epic. But this card that Robin handed over was gray. Or rather, there was no color at all, it was the color of the card material itself. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and took it. Chapter 41, Dark Wizard Enlightenment. A deck of cards and a pamphlet. Communication card, this is a card that allows for remote communication. You don't need to carry a survival manual, as long as you have this card with you, you can communicate with others remotely at any time. Isn't this the otherworldly version of a smartphone? Otherworldly technology was quite advanced. Flipping open the aged pamphlet, above the cover, 5 large, ancient characters were strong and powerful. Beginner's Meditation, the way of the devil's spells, teaching beginners meditation techniques, leading you to feel the magic of this world, and exploring how to mobilize the infinite energies that flow between heaven and earth. Ever since Guan Xiaoqi held the ice-cold dagger in his hand, he was convinced that he was a born assassin. Whenever the moonlight poured over the blade, reflecting the ghostly blue, it was as if he could hear the whispers of the ancient assassins, luring him onto the hidden and deadly path. And now, with this pamphlet in his hands, Guan Xiaoqi's heart surged with new ripples. Could it be, he thought, that he was destined to embark on another unknown path, to become a sorcerer in control of dark power? Guan Xiaoqi was a complete pragmatist and didn't care what profession he was in. There were 2 basic spells attached to the meditation spell. An illumination spell and an elementary healing spell. Illumination, with a single thought, a gentle ball of light is silently born, accompanying the practitioner's steps and silently illuminating the road ahead. The ball of light provides illumination for about 10 meters, maintains for 1 hour, requires an energy stone to release the spell, and consumes 10 points of stamina. Elementary healing spell, it can heal those simple injuries, bringing some recovery ability to the injured. Releasing the spell requires an energy stone and consumes 20 points of stamina value. Devil's Darkness spells. Illumination? Healing? Such bizarre spells rely on energy stones to give them power. Could it be that in this world, magic and science coexist, merging on a higher plane? Every bit of energy given and returned follows the ancient law of energy conservation. It violated all of Guan Xiaoqi's imagination about the metaphysical world. A face of confusion. When Guan Xiaoqi received this gift from the devil, the corners of Robin's mouth hooked up into a smile that seemed to harbor some sort of unspeakable strangeness. It was as if it was heralding the success of some plot. In the devil's world, once one accepted his gift, it meant that the contract had been reached, and no one could back out. At this moment, the devil's contract had been formed, and no one could escape. Looking relaxed, he bent slightly and said in a tone full of politeness, "In the future, you only need to use that communicator card to get in touch with me at any time. I will also pay you what you deserve through that communicator. May our cooperation be as pleasant as the spring breeze." He paused briefly, and with a searching gleam in his eyes, he asked again, "Do you have any other doubts or questions?" Guan Xiaoqi opened his mouth slightly, almost uttering the word no. However, the thoughts in his mind turned, and he suddenly let out a long sigh, his expression instantly turning sorrowful. "I have known your excellency at first sight, and in my heart, I had hoped to work hand in hand with you." He smiled bitterly and continued, "However, near my residence, there is a vicious beast that wanders around from time to time, and that shadow is like the scythe of the god of death hanging over my head, causing me to live in fear every day, and I may lose my life in its mouth one day." The devil listened in, only smiling slightly. How could he believe Guan Xiaoqi's rhetoric of being like him at first sight? It was clearly a case of being so frightened that he had to choose to compromise. Assuming that the agent that had been sought after with so much effort died just like that, that wouldn't be too good. The devil frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, he said in a deep voice, "In that case, I will give you 2 more things." He fumbled around in his arms for a long time, and finally took out 2 stone-like objects. One of them, Guan Xiaoqi recognized at a glance. It was the white energy stone he was familiar with. The other was a black stone that emitted a mysterious aura. The 2 stones emitted strange energy fluctuations at the same time, one bright and one dark, echoing each other. The white energy stone contained soft and stable energy, like a tame stream that flowed gently at his fingertips. The energy in the black stone, on the other hand, was wild and difficult to tame, as if it was a wild beast roaring in the darkness, waiting for the moment to be unleashed. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes widened in shock and she blurted out, "This is?" The devil smiled softly and stretched out his palm, only to see 2 gleaming stones lying silently in his palm. He gracefully handed them to Guan Xiaoqi and explained, "One of them is an energy stone. I almost forgot, when you first came to this world, I'm afraid you still lack energy stones to cultivate magic. With this energy stone, you will be able to access some of the mysteries of elementary magic, enough to deal with daily defense and self-preservation. The other one, on the other hand, is a black magic grenade, whose power is not trivial." Guan Xiaoqi carefully received the 2 stones, only to feel that they seemed to contain endless energy, flowing and pulsating in his hands. His heart was filled with wonder and anticipation. The devil smiled and said, "In this world, there exist 2 kinds of power. One is the power of order, which can be molded into energy stones to provide us with a stable source of energy. The other, on the other hand, is the power of chaos, which can only be used to cast magical weapons, such as this grenade in your hand right now. The power contained within it is incomparably violent, so you must be careful how you use it." Guan Xiaoqi had a few energy stones of his own, but he didn't mind more. He gladly accepted the white energy stone given by the devil and placed it in his backpack. He had never seen a magic grenade before, and at this moment, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times, his heart filled with curiosity and awe. "Magic grenade, throw it, it will explode after 3 seconds, you'd better stay away from it, it's very dangerous. Remember, the best strategy for a magic grenade like this is throw it as far away as possible." Remember? Throw it as far away as possible. This grenade is actually a bit too dangerous for you, use it carefully yourself. Good. Devil Robin's laughter echoed in the night sky like the eerie hoot of an owl as he said, "Well, it's getting late, so I have to go. It's been a real pleasure chatting with you, you're almost like a demonic kindred spirit that came out of the depths of hell." Robin let out a laugh and jumped into the room of his peculiar blimp. The motors then roared, as if a pack of angry beasts were roaring, and all the mechanical gears spun wildly. Steam spewed out from the slits of the airship, like an angry dragon breathing fire. The airship, like a small moving castle, slowly rose into the air. Higher and higher, it broke through the sky, and even the howling winds couldn't shake it in the slightest. Before long, it turned into a small black dot in the night sky, eventually disappearing behind the distant horizon. Why did he say I look like a devil? Guan Xiaoqi was unconvinced by this comment. He was so handsome, how could he look like such an ugly devil? Guan Xiaoqi turned his head to look at the skeleton warrior, who was in a daze. The skeleton warrior was just a puppet and didn't know such a profound language. His eyes were looking at the sky, seemingly pondering on some deep philosophical question. This way to run a little far, good thing the branch finally arrived. As for the deal with the devil, Guan Xiaoqi doesn't care. It's good to be able to live. This devil is unexpectedly courteous, a good devil. Guan Xiaoqi can feel the terrifying power in the devil's body. He even reasoned with himself, it's amazing. But receiving the devil's gift, is it really okay? If not for this magical map card, Guan Xiaoqi would have been lost in the dense forest. He gently took out the map card, his eyes focused on checking each marking, searching for the correct path. Returning along the same path, each step seemed to be taken with caution. The half hour spent chasing the branches seemed like an exciting adventure, yet the journey back to the starting point took over an hour. He thought back to the speed he had been traveling at, and surprised himself with the windy feeling he had. Back at the original spot, the corpse of the two-headed bear was still on the ground. A snowflake drifted down from the sky. Guan Xiaoqi stretched out his hand, and the snowflake fell and melted as it met the heat on his palm. The first snowfall of the new world. Winter, finally, had officially descended. Decomposed the corpse of the two-headed bear. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 pieces of bear meat, a bear skin, and the blue card raven staff. With a flash of blue light, it was shipped. Other than inside the secret realm, this Raven Staff deck was the first fine-grade deck that Guan Xiaoqi had obtained in this new world. Raven Staff, long-range magic weapon, has 50 magic missiles at full energy, magic missile damage 10-15, attack speed 0.5, range 50 meters. Agility +2, perception +2. The staff comes with a skill, Summon Energy Crow. Energy Crow inherits 80% of the magic attributes of the casting master. Regarding the weapon attributes, Guan Xiaoqi had already figured it out. 0.5 speed, that's 0.5 times a second, that's one missile in 2 seconds, much slower than a dagger, good thing it's a long-range attack. Taking out the Raven Staff and holding it in his hand, a wave of subtle spells formed in his mind. Guan Xiaoqi shouted, "Raven!" A crow with a black light flew out of the staff and quickly rushed into the distance, not spotting an enemy, it just kept circling in the air. In an instant, Guan Xiaoqi understood the spell. Stamina determined the physical strength, the number of times in time one summoned, agility determined the speed of this crow, and perception was the crow's killing power. This crow was not bound to the attributes of the staff, but to one's own attributes. So the stronger one was, the stronger this crow would be. Guan Xiaoqi instantly fell in love with this weapon. How safe it was to attack from a distance. Unfortunately, strength added nothing to this weapon, and he had added so much strength for nothing. Guan Xiaoqi didn't regret it. After all, cutting down trees and quarrying rocks required strength, and the dagger he would use according to the environment, it wasn't like he didn't use it at all. Moreover, this Raven Staff could also be used as a stick to knock people out once the magic bullets ran out, and that would be a melee weapon, and the killing power would naturally correlate with the strength. At that point, it would be similar to fighting for your life. Putting away the bear meat and bear skin. Today, without realizing it, he had already completed 3 daily quests and gained 14 gold coins. There were already 156 gold coins, and there were still 44 gold coins left to upgrade the cabin to level 3. Guan Xiaoqi was looking forward to the performance of the 3rd level cabin. There was still some time left, so Guan Xiaoqi decided to once again explore deeper into the forest. The snowflakes were getting bigger and bigger, fluttering down, coloring the earth into a clean white. Guan Xiaoqi stepped on the snow, a thin layer, very slippery, stepping out of the footprints, which were soon covered up by the new snow. The traces left by Demon Robin in this forest were also like his existence, gradually covered by snowflakes, and disappeared noiselessly into the vast snowy plains. Chapter 42, The Wizard. The sky and earth were white, and the wild winds raged in the wilderness, swirling snowflakes everywhere. Without going far, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly came out of the forest. On the way back, he purposely turned to the river, knocked down a large piece of ice, wrapped it in a bearskin, and stuffed it into his backpack. Blue Princess's backpack, really practical. Although snowflakes were falling from the sky and could be heated up and turned into water when they landed on the ground, the ancient common sense inside said that the first snow of every winter was the dirtiest and could not be consumed, even though this was the other world, and it was thought that the physical common sense would not be too different. Guan Xiaoqi thought of that devil again. He could take out things with his hands. He should have a smaller space equipment, like a space ring or something. Just thinking about it made me drool. That would be a real treasure. In the past, he only dared to fantasize about it inside the immortal cultivation novels, but he didn't think that there was really such a thing in the other world. When will I have one myself? With 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, I set out on the road home. When Guan Xiaoqi arrived at the cabin, the time just stopped at 1811. It was still early in the day, so he decided to take care of today's harvest first. Taking out the ice, he cracked it with an axe and put it into a wooden barrel, where the ice cubes crashed into each other with a crisp sound. Next, the bearskin and bear meat were removed from the pack. Luckily it was winter coming and the meat was easy to store. This would have been a big trouble if it was summer. But food was too important. Guan Xiaoqi was still worried about the meat going bad. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands and build a wooden shelf. With no nails in his hands, he can only skillfully utilize the wood to create a few grooves so that the shelf could be stuck firmly in place. Although this wooden shelf does not look beautiful, and even a little ugly, but in the eyes of Guan Xiaoqi, it is an invaluable work of art. He was confident that his craftsmanship was the best in the world, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and joy as he watched the wooden shelf stand steadily without immediately tipping over. He then hung up the python meat along with the 2-headed bear meat, letting them gradually dry in the air. Although he wasn't sure of the exact steps of making bacon, he had more or less watched food programs and knew that the only way to ensure its long-lasting preservation was to let the meat go through the air-drying process. There was water, meat, an odd vegetable like cloud potato, and salt. Coupled with this warm cabin, Guan Xiaoqi felt that this kind of life actually had a different flavor. There was no socializing here, no need to look at the leader's face, and no anxiety except for the impermanence of life and death. A few days down, Guan Xiaoqi actually a little liked this life. Only last night the unknown monster in the mist, to Guan Xiaoqi cast a deep psychological shadow. He couldn't tell why, he just felt a strong hostility from that monster, as if it had come just for him. However, inexplicably, the monster did not attack him. Will it come again tonight? Guan Xiaoqi whispered softly to himself. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know. There was a bit of apprehension. He did not know the answer, and this unknown made him feel a tinge of apprehension. He tightened the magic grenade in his hand, it was the only thing he had to rely on. As long as that monster was still flesh and blood, as long as the power of this magic grenade was comparable to the grenades on Earth, then he was confident that he could deal with it. Not wanting to go out and log, with the bug of the black spirit mine, Guan Xiaoqi ate the difference, all of them gathering more resources than others. First, he cleaned up the room. It was really messy inside, there was wood, rocks, empty boxes, and a huge sewing machine everywhere. Tidied up the house. Sitting quietly in front of the table, he flipped through the beginner's meditation technique. Guan Xiaoqi was from an archaeological background, and had read a lot of ancient books, many of which had some basic laws of meditation in them. In ancient times, Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism each possessed unique meditation techniques, and there were some similarities between them. Guan Xiaoqi had always scoffed at all of this, thinking that it was nothing more than some pretentious tricks. Whenever he looked through these ancient books, he always treated them with cynicism, thinking that the meditation techniques described in them were nothing more than empty theories. However, just today, when Guan Xiaoqi flipped through the chapters of this otherworldly beginner's meditation technique, he was astonished to find that the words in the book seemed to be the same as certain scriptures he had once read. His gaze traveled between the words and phrases, and an indescribable shock welled up in his heart. Could it be that these meditation techniques really had some sort of unfathomable mysteries? Devil can be devil, very devil God can be God, very God devil, the name of the beginning of heaven and earth God, the name of the mother of all things. These words were like magic, bluffing Guan Xiaoqi into sweating. Quickly skimming through it, quickly turning over the preface, it turned out that these words were only the general outline of the theory, followed by the specific cultivation methods. Only the general outline is similar. The real cultivation method inside is very different. The same emphasis is to meditate to the ultimate tranquility, observing the inner waves slowly calm down, so that the mind is like stopping water without a ripple. However, in this book, after achieving this extreme tranquility, the cultivator needed to actively feel the presence of the surrounding energy and learn to mobilize it. Guan Xiaoqi decided to give it a try. Sitting cross-legged on the grass mat, he cast aside all distractions. In less than a moment, carefree, his heart turned into a clear mirror in no time. Everything in the cabin turned into energy bodies in perception, yet there were 7 energy bodies, unusually powerful, inside the desk drawer. Guan Xiaoqi also immediately understood in his meditation that they were 7 energy stones. Trying to use the method in the book, he mobilized the energy inside these energy stones. There was a bang. A ball of light appeared above Guan Xiaoqi's head, like a little elf, jumping around, the light instantly illuminating the entire cabin. Guan Xiaoqi was unprepared and startled, waking up from his fixation. You have learned the elementary meditation technique and mastered the use of the illumination technique. Worry. It's that simple? I thought that I would have to practice 3 volts in winter and 3 nines in summer, build a foundation in 100 days, and become a Dan in 3 years before I could release a small ball of light out. As a result, just this? An hour hadn't even arrived, and the system prompted that he had already learned it and didn't need to practice anymore. This is too simple, right? This magical otherworld, it's true that as long as you have a book, you can immediately become Einstein. After spending a little more time, learning the beginner's healing spell as well, it was just as simple, and learning the spell, as if it was a talent that Guan Xiaoqi was born with, was quite magical. After learning the meditation spell, Guan Xiaoqi also saw his stamina value, which totaled 40 points. Without realizing it, it was 2000 hours again. Night descended. The fog once again made a comeback. This weather was already cold, and the fog added more chill to this coldness. Your snake meat is a great tonic, it's really good, I don't have this kind of good stuff on an island. Alicia finally got through to Guan Xiaoqi's chat. I still have a lot of it, you can ask me for it when you're done eating it, you see elves are in the sea, is it cold there? Guan Xiaoqi was curious about Alicia's living environment. It's not bad, I'm probably in the tropics here, it's about 25 degrees right now, it's actually quite hot. Alicia said. Guan Xiaoqi's curiosity didn't seem to be satisfied as he continued to pursue, are there monsters on your side? Alicia let out a light laugh and responded, you mean the ones in the sea? There are indeed some mutated monstrous fish that are so ferocious as to be intimidating. However, they don't pose a threat to me, and I've pretty much cleared out all the monsters within 10 miles of the neighborhood. Guan Xiaoqi shook his head helplessly after hearing this and laughed, it seems that you are the real monster. Alethea smiled and laughed even more cheerfully, that laughter as free and spontaneous and unrestrained as the sea breeze. Inside the thick fog at night, there are no monsters near your cabin either? Guan Xiaoqi was still undeterred. No, here at night the fog is actually not too thick, there is a little more water vapor, occasionally some seabirds will fly over, and they are all very gentle. Alicia laughed, actually at night, I occasionally go to the island to take a walk, it's not that dangerous. You elf clan, you come here on vacation, right? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel a hint of sourness in his heart as he listened. He glanced at the elf woman in front of him and muttered in his heart. Of course it wasn't directed at Alicia personally, but how could the elven race be like this? Humans and ghouls in this continent to fight to death, feelings of people elves are not involved at all, cold tide no, monsters no, martial arts superb? Occasionally go to a copy to get gold. What is this, VIP? Guan Xiaoqi was puzzled. Is the system especially caring for certain ethnic groups? Just as Guan Xiaoqi was silently pondering this question inwardly, the magician card seemed to sense his doubts and responded softly, it's useless to speculate, the system is very fair and unbiased, it just follows the established rules and operates silently. As for the elves, their reason for existing in this world is different, neither you humans nor those gloomy ghouls. Their specialness stems from ancient contracts and secrets, it's not what you think. The corner of Guan Xiaoqi's mouth curled into a bitter smile, don't you mean that they are honored guests, while we are just insignificant and minor players here? The magician didn't respond immediately, just remained silent as if acquiescing to Guan Xiaoqi's interpretation. Chapter 43 The Evergreen Tree. Zhu Yunshan had been calling him for a while. Guan Xiaoqi opened Zhu Yunshan's private chat. Zhu Yunshan's eyes shone with excitement as he waved the ore sample in his hand and eagerly called out, boss, come take a look at this. I've made another discovery. The gemstone in his hand was like a burning ball of fire, crystal clear and glowing, emitting an unspeakable power. Huh, where did you find it? Right on the side of my hut, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe it if I told you, a mere 10 paces away. The stone was hidden under a sand dune, and following your advice, I searched around and eventually discovered an unbelievable phenomenon. As soon as I moved away from the hut, the coldness around me became more and more intense, but as soon as I got closer to the hut, warmth crept in. So I decided to explore around the cabin. Inadvertently, I touched a sand dune, which was so hot that it looked like a hot potato. Curious, I dug carefully, and gradually, a distinctive ore was revealed to me. This should be something good, right? Zhu Yunshan was too excited and finished in one breath. Guan Xiaoqi also found it odd, transmit one over to me first. Zhu Yunshan immediately transmitted one over. Guan Xiaoqi held the red stone in his hand, it was warm in his hand, and because he had practiced meditation techniques, he clearly felt that in this stone, there was a breath of energy. Energy stone? But the energy in this is a little too weak, right? Guan Xiaoqi was a little unsure. Using the magician card again, he appraised it. Natural energy ore. From this ore, natural energy stone can be extracted. This is an extremely important ore that can provide basic energy. Smelting the ore into natural energy stone requires smelting skill. Frowning, Guan Xiaoqi felt that something was wrong. Snapping open the drawer, he took out a white energy stone from inside. This was the energy stone dropped from the copy. Energy stone common. This energy stone obtained from the copy did not have the word natural in its name, and the energy it possessed inside was extremely thick, at least 10 times more than this natural energy ore. Through the window, the eye of Sauron outside is still on guard inside the courtyard, without the slightest appearance of running out of energy. So, these energy stones I brought out from the copy are not the same as the ones outside at all? Could it be? Energy stones and natural energy stones, there's still a big difference? Guan Xiaoqi shivered a little, an odd intuition. I'm afraid that there is a heavenly secret hidden here. Pressing down the uneasiness in his heart, Guan Xiaoqi handed back the natural energy ore in his hand to Zhu Yunshan. Brother, congratulations, you're rich. This is natural energy ore. The price is extremely high. You may no longer need to go digging for the black spirit. The price of this ore is much higher than the black spirit. Guan Xiaoqi was not willing to tell Zhu Yunshan about this in his private heart, but this kind of thing could not be hidden at all. There were many people who would appraise. Sooner or later he would know the value of this ore. Zhu Yunshan was not stupid, and was silent for half a day. Boss, that black spirit. Guan Xiaoqi laughed. If we talk about selfishness, I naturally hope that you continue to collect the black spirit in depth. But on second thought, I'm afraid that kind of ore is the most valuable pursuit for you. This kind of ore is something that is urgently needed in the market, and does not require Guan Xiaoqi to transit. We are all smart people. Once we say it, we all understand. Boss. Zhu Yunshan was a little unsure of what to say. He silently put all 180 black spirits collected today into the trading channel. Boss, remembering the grace of you saving my life in the first place, these black spirits, let's consider them as a little bit of my meager thanks. Seeing this, Guan Xiaoqi's eyes flashed with a hint of laughter, but also with a bit of helplessness. Brother, you really don't have to be like this. When I saved you, it was a matter of convenience, and it was a fair trade between us, each getting something in return. I didn't seek your return. These black spirits are still the same old rules. Guan Xiaoqi took out 360 logs and traded the black spirits over. Today, we are still trading. Let's consider this the last transaction. This is good. Zhu Yunshan was torn for half a day. Big brother, you're the one who gave me the chance to be reborn, and logically, I deserve to continue to dig up that black spirit for you. But the human heart is always greedy, and I also want to develop, not just live meticulously. This fellow was a real person, not hypocritical. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Life, in the end, it's just a bustling pursuit of interests. Where there are so many flowers, snow and moon, children's love? If you truly remember my goodness, then remember this: if I need your rare natural energy or in the future, as long as the price is fair, and you are willing to sell it to me as a priority, then I, Guan Xiaoqi, will receive a favor from you. Tears glistened in Zhu Yunshan's eyes, and his voice carried a hint of choking. Boss, when you say it like that, I'm really willing to give you a discount if you really need that kind of ore. Guan Xiaoqi gently shook his head, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Yunshan, I appreciate your good intentions. But I don't need your discount, just make sure I have the right of first refusal. You should know that it's difficult to sustain a loss-making business in the end. Thinking about taking advantage all day long won't make you a truly great businessman. No more chit-chat, hurry up and find a buyer, I still have a bit of important things to do. Bye. Bye. Guan Xiaoqi closed the private chat. In his heart, he didn't regret it. Although he had saved Zhu Yunshan, the black spirit had also given him a huge upfront advantage. It was just a mutual benefit. Just simply a business. In this horrible world, there were no favors. He took out a twig from his backpack. The twig was vibrant and green, emitting a faint purple light, and this was a precious little section that Guan Xiaoqi had taken great pains to cut down. If it wasn't for the pursuit of this mysterious and unpredictable twig, he might never have met that devil. Right or wrong, who knows? Branch of the evergreen tree, the most life-giving plant, not afraid of the cold or the heat. Even a single branch, when stuck in the soil, can resprout and grow into a new evergreen tree, and the area enveloped by the evergreen tree can be used to plant crops without fear of the seasons. Ha! Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered a treasure he saw online yesterday. That guy had been basking in the sun for a long time, called the Radiance Shield, which could also allow plants to be planted regardless of the season. But the two treasures were also very different. The Radiance Shield possessed a defense function, while the Evergreen Tree did not. But the evergreen tree was a natural plant, so it didn't need an energy stone to activate it, which was another huge advantage of the evergreen tree. Holding the evergreen tree branch, Guan Xiaoqi went to the courtyard. Snowflakes were gently falling in the night sky, and although the amount wasn't much, it had already covered the courtyard with a white silver veil, making the surrounding fog appear softer. Guan Xiaoqi took out his ice-cold dagger and gently dug a hole in the ice-covered hard ground. Following the instructions, he carefully inserted the branches of the evergreen tree into the earth and then used crushed earth to hold it in place. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his mind. Was it really so simple to just insert the branch and it would grow? But he still chose to believe, after all, this mysterious evergreen tree branch might really have incredible power. In the hazy night, the evergreen tree quietly released a soft violet light, like a mysterious guardian, spilling warmth into the surroundings. As the purple light spread, a wave of warmth spread from the tree branches in all directions, and the first to feel this warmth was the frozen soil around it. The frozen soil gradually softened, becoming soft and flexible. The snow melted and the evergreen tree greedily absorbed the water and nutrients. As time passed, this warmth gradually spread out, and all the snow in the yard melted without realizing it. The scope of the melting continued to expand, with the evergreen tree as the center. The land within 10 meters was bathed in this warmth. Guan Xiaoqi's courtyard was nothing more than a small 6 by 10 meter courtyard, which meant that the entire courtyard was within the sapling's shroud. The snowflakes that fell from the air, once they entered the yard, still in the air, turned into rain. The entire yard was like spring had arrived, and the rain fell in a steady stream. Guan Xiaoqi was elated. He still had 10 seeds of ice-ground corn, and before, due to the season not being right, he could only watch them sleep in the drawer. Now that the time was finally ripe, he could finally sow the seeds. Just as he turned around with the intention of returning to fetch the seeds, a sharp alarm suddenly rang through the sky. Tick! 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 The eye of Sauron on top of the archery tower suddenly opened as if a fierce beast had awakened. It shot out a strong light that shone into the mists. Guan Xiaoqi slowly turned around and stared at the thick fog tumbling before him. He could clearly feel the trembling of the earth, and as the booming footsteps gradually approached, Guan Xiaoqi's heart was in his throat. He knew that the monster from yesterday was here again today. Chapter 44 Second Meeting. For some reason, after the first night's fright, Guan Xiaoqi didn't panic the second time he faced this giant thing. He stared at the thick fog. Shoo! An arrow of light shot out, and another critter attacked the enclosure. A mournful cry emanated from outside the wall. Guan Xiaoqi was unmoved. It seemed that for some reason, this giant thing couldn't attack itself directly, but instead drove some small animals to their deaths. Or, was this giant thing being overly cautious and wanting to test the cabin's defenses? Guan Xiaoqi felt that it was really unnecessary. I'm afraid that a giant of this size would be able to flatten itself with a single foot, and the cabin's fence was nothing more than a wooden fence, so what was the need to test it? Perhaps, one was overthinking it. This monster just couldn't take the initiative to attack itself. Smile. Guan Xiaoqi ignored it and went back to his room to take out the seeds of the ice-ground corn, the size of an egg, and once again took it out, still feeling surprised. Could it be that although the name of this ice-ground corn was similar to the corn on Earth, it was actually not the same type of plant at all? No matter. Plant it first and we'll know when it grows. Guan Xiaoqi has done some farm work, not much, but burying the seeds is very simple. This he understands. At most, the harvest is not good, later slowly learn it. The ground of the yard is wet. Although it is snowing outside, it falls and turns into rain, red soil. The sand content is quite high. It may not be particularly suitable for planting crops, but the good thing is that this kind of land seeps water well, and the yard will not be muddy. Using a dagger along the wall, he dug 10 pits, and Guan Xiaoqi buried 10 seeds in them. The sky was drizzling, so it was nice that they didn't even need to be watered on purpose. Guan Xiaoqi's every move, that behemoth was watching, its mouth spewing thick air. A thick mist was sprayed into the courtyard. The behemoth was very close. Its head was probably just outside the courtyard door, and based on the location of the sprayed mist, the behemoth was at least 4 meters tall. The size of a mammoth. The two-headed bear that he had encountered before was not even a baby in front of this giant thing. It was busy for more than an hour before all the seeds were planted. The monster hadn't left yet. Guan Xiaoqi stood up holding his waist and suddenly shouted into the mist, "You're such a big guy, if I kill you, will it drop a purple card?" Ow. Thud. The earth shook. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose. Huh? This thing seemed to understand human language? Or did it simply sense its emotions of despising it? Crackle. The blood of the courtyard wall began to drop rapidly, and another group of small animals began to attack the wall. The monster became enraged and drove the small animals to attack the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi simply walked to the door and opened the gate of his courtyard. Several gray wolves rushed in from outside. The arrow tower shot out light arrows, emitting a swoosh whistle. In a flash of blue light, a gray wolf was pierced by the light arrow, but the gray wolf was still quite resilient and didn't die, grinning and limping as it rushed over. Guan Xiaoqi put away his dagger, taking out the raven staff. Shoot! A magic missile shot out from the raven staff, arcing through the air and accurately hitting the gray wolf's head. One of the gray wolf's eyes was injured by the shot, and the huge explosion bounced the gray wolf a few more steps. Two more gray wolves rushed over from behind. Guan Xiaoqi shouted, "Summon the crows!" After consuming 20 points of stamina, a crow with a glittering black light, emitting an unpleasant sound, flew out from inside the staff. The crow was huge, spreading its wings more than a meter long, with a sharp giant beak, just like a sharp knife. As soon as the crow flew out, it flew towards the gray wolf. The leading gray wolf let out a scream and was pecked with a bloody hole on its head. The arrow tower shot out blue light arrows uninterruptedly, and after Guan Xiaoqi summoned the crows, he continued to release magic missiles, which were different from what Guan Xiaoqi expected. Each one was the size of a soccer ball, and there was also explosive damage when they flew out. You have to say instant damage, certainly not as good as the ice dagger speed. Release a magic missile out of the time, the dagger or stabbed out 6 or 7 knives. But the good thing is that this thing is a long-range attack. Safe. It was complicated to say the least, but it didn't really take much time for a total of 4 gray wolves' corpses to lie on the ground. It was then that Guan Xiaoqi truly felt that he was no longer an ordinary person. He had never imagined that he was now able to easily kill 4 gray wolves. Even these gray wolves hadn't been able to rush to him. Of course, it was mainly the archery towers that had shot 3 of them dead, the crows that had bitten most of them to death, and the remaining half were considered to have been killed by his own magic missiles. The power came from everyone, and the credit went to himself alone. The monster didn't drive any more animals in to die, hidden in the thick fog, slowly leaving. Was it just a downward spiral? Guan Xiaoqi closed the courtyard door and looked at the corpses of the 4 gray wolves on the ground, pondering. Decomposing the 4 wolves yielded a lot of wolf meat, 30 pieces, but wolf meat could be much smaller than python meat and 2-headed bear meat. 1 piece of wolf meat was less than half a kilogram. It was all food for the winter. Guan Xiaoqi took all of them and hung them on a rack he made himself. There were also 3 white cards and a white wooden box. Hey! So beasts also drop treasure chests? White trolley card, you can summon a trolley, which is the simplest means of transportation. White rattan chair card, a very soft rattan chair that can be used for resting in the open air, or can be used at home. White umbrella card, I guess you will like this card on a rainy day, you can summon a very sturdy umbrella. The magical 3 living utensil cards. The ones Guan Xiaoqi had gotten before were all weapons, and when he saw these cards, he realized that the most basic living materials could also be carded. Will there be cards for tank fighters in the future? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but start imagining things again. If tanks weren't available, a car would be fine, or a motorcycle wouldn't be bad either. Summoning the rattan chair out, it looked very atmospheric and upscale. Guan Xiaoqi sat on it. This is much more comfortable than the wooden stool in front of the desk before. Really cool. The sky is still pattering with light rain. Summoned the umbrella again. Guan Xiaoqi sat in the courtyard at night, with the umbrella, sitting on the rattan chair, looking at the black fog outside the courtyard is rolling over and over. This feeling. Achoo! A vicious chill, because the courtyard door was open, the black fog kept pouring in, the courtyard was getting colder and colder, and the evergreen tree couldn't withstand so much black fog. The snow water that had already been melted by the evergreen tree froze again. It formed an ice surface that kept extending over. Guan Xiaoqi jumped up from the rattan chair and rushed over to close the courtyard door. He can't get sick, it's not good if he catches wind chill. There was a white wooden treasure chest at the end. Opening this treasure chest only dropped 1 item. Smelting scroll. Learn the skill of smelting. This skill allows you to double your mining ability and have the ability to smelt ores. Using this skill requires a smelting furnace. Learning this skill requires 100 gold coins. Another skill scroll. Guan Xiaoqi vaguely felt that it probably wasn't luck that he opened a skill scroll from his first wooden chest, but that the setting was probably like this. Chapter 45, The Gold Coin Trade. The white wooden chest should be the scrolls that have many life skills. This setting, at a cursory glance, felt outrageous, but when you think about it, it's also reasonable. Everyone should eventually have a life profession in the first place. So the workbench, life scrolls, should not be a rare thing. It's just that the learning cost is a bit high. Learning a beginner life skill costs 100 gold coins, or a beginner skill, so if it's an intermediate skill or an advanced skill, how many gold coins do you need? Returning to his cabin. Let the skeleton warrior sell all the black spirits and gain 900 stones. Looking at his resources, the wood was already stretched thin and the stones were bursting at the seams. 43 wood, 2,446 stones, 156 gold. The wood used in all the recent transactions, the little that was hoarded before was almost used up, and I'm afraid that in a few days there won't even be enough wood for the fire. In the market, a stone can now be traded for 2 pieces of wood, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't plan on selling stones. Quarrying was too troublesome, but felling wood was easier. Especially since there was a walnut forest nearby, there was also the possibility of collecting some special wood, so in a few days, let's see if anyone needs it, and we might be able to make a small profit. At this stage, everyone was running around for survival. Materials like walnut wood that improved the quality of life were in extremely low demand, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't bother to market them. Not worrying that he didn't have enough wood, he now had a green felling axe, plus it was a 2-person chopping session with the skeleton warrior. He would soon be able to replenish his stockpile. It was mainly the gold coins that were too scarce. The big guy outside the house was really scary. Guan Xiaoqi just wanted to urgently upgrade his cabin, preferably tomorrow. The only thing that was missing was gold coins. Back in the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi dried his clothes in front of the fireplace, refreshing his body. Then he replaced the small wooden stool with a rattan chair. In the room, and also in the yard, these card summons, which could exist permanently, automatically could recover their energy. Alchemy seemed to be the refining of cards. Guan Xiaoqi was yearning for it. When I have a day of alchemy master level, the cabin will be practiced as a card, and put it wherever I go, huh? Guan Xiaoqi didn't know if it would work, but there was always no problem thinking about it. Open the survival manual. The atmosphere in the forum was bad, almost all of them were complaining. The weather is getting colder and colder, I can't even leave the house without warm clothes, it's really too hard. I'm telling you guys, today a buddy of mine wanted to upgrade. He went out to cut down trees in his singlet, he got a high fever in the afternoon, and went offline in the evening. Went offline? What does that mean? Are we in a game? Upstairs, do you think there is a possibility that offline means hiccuped? Ha! I learned the tailoring skill, and I was planning to make a fortune by making clothes, but as a result, I couldn't buy cloth and cotton at all. It's just too pitiful. You're so rich upstairs, 100 gold coins for learning a skill. I have cotton seeds, but it says I can't plow it this season, ugh. It's too hard. I say, don't talk about the cold. I went out today and saw a gray wolf, scared the hell out of me, even rolled and crawled and fled back to the cabin. This world is too scary, there are such ferocious wild animals everywhere. Kill the gray wolf, there is meat, there may also be a treasure chest, you goon. If you dare to go on, you go on, I wouldn't dare anyway. I killed a rabbit and dropped a treasure chest, huh? I dare to kill a rabbit. It was all a nutritious chat. Guan Xiaoqi closed the chat channel and opened the trade channel again, searching for gold coin related trades. The daily quests had just started, and now that everyone only just had gold coins in their hands, most people were unwilling to trade, but there were always a few people who really had no choice, or were sick or starving, and also took out gold coins to buy things. The gold coins with a low opening price are gone in seconds. Guan Xiaoqi's hand speed is not good, he can't grab it at all. A lot of the ones with high opening prices were just bull. Got any roasted whole sheep? I'll pay 1 gold coin for it. Why don't you go rob? +1. +1. A bunch of contemptuous messages followed, and behind these messages, the seller even replied. Don't dare to go robbing, I'm timid. Filtering out these spam messages, Guan Xiaoqi specialized in finding food-related needs. Those who were willing to spend gold coins nowadays were either buying food or warmth, and the problem was that there weren't many warmth items themselves. His own biggest advantage was that he had killed a lot of people, so his meat content was extremely high, and many people who didn't have food, especially those with poor health, could hardly get up to the idea of using gold coins to buy meat to eat. Just about to categorize and search for meat trading. Suddenly a newly brushed gold coin trading demand popped up. Urgent need, 50 gold coins for an energy stone. Guan Xiaoqi was quite moved. He had a total of 8 energy stones, one of which was given by the devil, and 7 others were obtained from copies. There was even an excellent grade energy stone. After Guan Xiaoqi had learned the meditation technique, he could already clearly feel the difference in the energy inside the energy stone. An excellent great energy stone was 10 times more powerful than an ordinary energy stone. However, his own energy stone seemed to be not quite the same as the energy stones of this world. Guan Xiaoqi's heart stirred. Today the devil gave himself an energy stone, and he didn't look at it carefully at the time, so he didn't know if it was a natural energy stone or a high energy stone. Opened the drawer, flipped half a day. Guan Xiaoqi, disappointed, simply cannot tell the difference. That is to say, today the devil gave the energy stone, also not natural energy stone, but high energy stone. Those devil statues in the replica, and the devil himself, use high energy stone, there may be some connection. After hesitating for a moment, Guan Xiaoqi skipped this deal. People who came out of the industrial world, of course, knew the importance of energy, and were not willing to trade easily, and their own high energy stones seemed to be a bit special. Once again, he searched for 2 keywords, one for meat and one for gold coins. Some transactions popped up one after another. Filtering out the spam, Guan Xiaoqi did find a few people who were sincere about buying meat with gold coins. Seeking to buy a piece of meat, any type, 2 gold coins. Purchasing meat in large quantities, 1 gold coin for a piece, half a caddy for a piece of that kind of meat. Don't fool me with half a tails of meat. Normal people can get 6 gold coins a day, more can have 10 or so, very special ones, just 20 or so, still have to upgrade the hut, still have to upgrade their life skills, it's impossible to have any leftover storage. Now take out to buy meat, some people really can't hold out, while some people are just purely greedy, can't bear to eat without meat. The default piece of meat in the trading channel was half a kilogram, like one's own python meat or 2-headed bear meat, both of which were 2 kilograms of large pieces of meat. There was simply no one to trade with. People who could hunt large animals were a very small minority. Let's take a look first. Without rushing to place an order, he casually flipped through the trading information. Suddenly, a message popped up. I need a piece of roasted meat, the kind with energy. Don't fool me with ordinary meat. I want to try a bite before purchasing. If it's suitable, I'll use gold coins to buy this kind of meat at a high price. This message didn't even write a price. Meat with energy? Guan Xiaoqi's first thought was of python meat, the python that gave birth to the inner elixir. Eating its meat would cause a warm current to rise from the dantian. Could she be referring to this kind of meat? What did she need this kind of meat for? Chapter 46, Energy Meat. Looked at the name. It's a girl, called Wu Dan. Added the private chat. Hello, I heard that you acquire meat with energy. I have an odd kind of meat on hand. I wonder if it's what you need? Guan Xiaoqi waited for a while, and Wu Dan quickly replied, You really have it? A tone of distrust. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. I'll give you a small piece, you can try a bite first. Guan Xiaoqi had roasted a few strips of python meat in the morning, sliced a small piece with his dagger, and transmitted it through the trade channel. Wu Dan half-heartedly received it. To be honest, she was just posting a message online to casually try it out, and didn't really believe that someone would get energy meat at this point in time, after about 10 minutes. How do you plan to sell this meat? Guan Xiaoqi's heart fluttered. There's a door. It seemed that this python meat really did have energy. You said yourself that you'd buy it at a high price, so name your price. I want to hear what you said the high price was. It's better for you to make the price first. You're the seller. After you. After you. Guan Xiaoqi had a headache. This girl was not a fastidious person at first glance, not daring to open the price, was trying to take advantage of the situation, and was heartbroken about her gold coins. Forget it, seeing as she's a girl, I'll open the price then. How much is good? Just now I read the forums, ordinary meat, it's about 2 gold coins to 4 gold coins a caddy. Meat with energy, it's reasonable to double the price, right? It can also keep you warm and increase your strength, even though it only lasts for a few hours, it might save your life at a critical time. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and opened a price, 10 gold coins a caddy. Do you want to buy it? 10 gold coins? That's too expensive, isn't it? Can it be cheaper? Guan Xiaoqi had another headache. He wasn't a character that liked to bargain, thinking that this meat might have other uses. You love to buy it or not? Guan Xiaoqi a little impatient. This is the lowest price, cannot be cheaper, you do not buy even if. The girl is still torn. Guan Xiaoqi was also a little torn, so he waited a little while, and suddenly the system released a new announcement. Cold front alert. 3 days later, the new world will have an extremely strong cold front invasion. Please make preparations to protect yourselves from the cold and warmth. The last 3 days of the newcomer protection period, a bronze treasure chest will be distributed every day, which will be dominated by items to protect you from the cold, and 3 days from now at 0 o'clock, the newcomer protection period will be over, and you'll be positively in the real world, so I wish you good luck. Guan Xiaoqi was startled. What? The first 7 days are the newcomer protection period? He snapped out of it, and realized why that huge, terrifying monster had wandered in front of his door late at night, but didn't directly attack his cabin. The feeling was that he was now protected by the system, and only small animals could attack his cabin. Was it going to come after 3 days, when the protection period ended? Guan Xiaoqi's face was cloudy, and the idea of quickly upgrading became even stronger. Secretly, he said, forget it, cheaper is cheaper, just hurry up and upgrade, and see what new defenses the level 3 cabin has before saying anything. When he made up his mind and was about to speak. On the opposite side, Wu Dan, however, was even more anxious than him, and suddenly sent a message, fine, 10 gold coins then, 10 gold coins a caddy, as many as you have, I'll take them all. Guan Xiaoqi. Luckily buddy, I'm more humble and speak a little bit slower. As the old saying goes, noble people speak slowly, honestly. Guan Xiaoqi said, how much do you really want it? According to the demand, I have to keep a little for myself, this thing can keep out the cold. Wu Dan was a little unbelievable, you. Just take this thing. Keep out the cold? Guan Xiaoqi curiously said, not used to protect from the cold, then what did you buy this meat for? Wu Dan didn't say anything, probably noticing that he had said too much, digressing, I need as much as I can get, but at least 2 kilograms. Guan Xiaoqi's heart stirred, this chick is quite rich, 2 kilograms is 4 pounds, that's 40 gold coins, most people don't have so many gold coins in their hands right now, this chick must have another strange encounter. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment, I don't have that much, I can only sell you 2 kilograms. Wu Dan joyfully said, that's fine, it's barely enough. The two traded directly, Guan Xiaoqi received 40 gold coins and traded a piece of python meat. Guan Xiaoqi had never thought that his python meat was worth so much money. It was a bit heartbreaking that he had eaten a piece as a snack and had given 2 pieces to Alicia. Geez. Wasn't that a no-brainer? But outside of the chick's words, the meat seemed to have other uses, so Guan Xiaoqi kept a watchful eye and didn't sell more. When the transaction was over, Guan Xiaoqi asked curiously again, if you're not buying this kind of meat to keep out the cold, what exactly is the use? Wu Dan traded for the python meat and was in a good mood, this is my secret, I can't tell you. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment, how about this, if you tell me this secret, I'll give you another piece of this kind of meat, I roasted it in the morning, it's the same section you ate, there's probably about 3 tails left. Ah. Like this ah? Obviously Guan Xiaoqi's request was a bit tangled for Wu Dan. Guan Xiaoqi laughed, I'm just curious, I don't know where you are, and I can't possibly be a threat to you. You may have some strange encounters, but I'm sure you're not the only one with strange encounters, right? Sooner or later, someone else will also tell your secrets, right? Wu Dan bristled, you're not afraid that I'll lie to you? Guan Xiaoqi laughed out loud, it shouldn't be too much to engage in deception over such a small matter and get yourself a bad reputation. Besides, being cheated by you is just a few tails of meat, I don't care. After thinking about it, Wu Dan still craved the roasted energy meat piece in Guan Xiaoqi's hand, so he quickly typed, I'm telling you now, don't tell anyone, I got a cultivation deck that allows me to cultivate this world's techniques, and I need this meat as a supplemental energy to build a foundation. A cultivation deck? Kung Fu? Yes, a gong method that allows one to generate energy, not only can it keep one warm, but it can also enhance one's fighting ability, have you seen those beasts in the wild? Once I learn this gong method, I can easily kill those fierce beasts. Guan Xiaoqi let out an "Oh, that's it? I thought it was a big secret. I actually have the gong method you mentioned, but it doesn't require eating meat to practice. You also have it? What, don't believe me? Wu Dan looked at the python meat in his hand and suddenly woke up, if this man in front of him was not powerful, how did this python meat come from? It was said that only a cultivated python would possess energy. Please teach me more in the future. Once Wu Dan figured this out, he immediately became polite and filled with respect for the powerful. This chick was pretty damn realistic. You're welcome, bye, we'll trade again in the future if we have something good. Closing the private chat, Guan Xiaoqi now had exactly 196 gold coins in his hand. He was no longer in a hurry, completing 2 random daily quests tomorrow would be enough for upgrading, right now there was a major lack of wood, tomorrow he would go logging with the skeleton warriors, it would be quick. While Guan Xiaoqi was closing the survival manual and preparing to rest, a green light appeared in the house, and a bronze treasure chest appeared by the fireplace. This was a treasure chest sent by the system, the last 3 days of the newcomer protection period, 1 treasure chest per day, and it contained mostly items related to heating. What could it be? 47, continued logging. Guan Xiaoqi opened the treasure chest. 3 items fell out, and with a flash of blue light, Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up as he shipped the item. A blue card appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. Female flower hat card fine, a very pretty flower hat with a green background and red flowers. Wearing this hat can increase endurance by 2. All day you immortal board. Guan Xiaoqi's face was ugly. This hat is actually okay, after all, add 2 points of endurance, but how is it a woman's flower hat? Or the most rustic green background red flowers? Green hat? Well, with red flowers embroidered on it, the green is not very pure. Put the deck away. The second piece was also a deck, a green one. Summon little fairy spirit excellent, summons a flying little fairy spirit to fight for you. Its attack power is limited, but it can unleash magic bullets for long-range magic attacks. This card is good, it's in the same level as Skeleton Warrior, but Skeleton Warrior is a flawed card. This card is intact and should be a bit stronger in combat than Skeleton Warrior. The third one is a white heating item. Thin padded quilt. This padded quilt is rather thin and has some cotton in it, but not much, so it can be used to keep you slightly warm. This white padded quilt isn't bad. It does feel a bit thin and is of average quality, so if it was spread directly on the ground, it would still be a bit cold, but Guan Xiaoqi has a grass mat, and with this quilt on top of it, it should be sloppy for a bit. He spread this padded quilt on the grass mat and then covered it with a blanket, thinking about it was still very comfortable. It said that the chances of warmth items had increased dramatically. It also only dropped a white warmth item. If strong says that green hats count. Many people began to show off their various warmth items online. Guan Xiaoqi didn't have this interest and directly closed the survival manual. Sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go logging with the skeleton warriors and try to upgrade the cabin. Sleeping in clothes was uncomfortable, and for the first time, Guan Xiaoqi had a straw mat, a padded quilt, and a blanket. A happy little life was coming. Taking his jacket off, he backhanded it over the blanket. It was much warmer. The days were getting better and better, if only there wasn't that horrible behemoth out there. He was so tired that as soon as his head hit the straw mat, Guan Xiaoqi fell straight to sleep. Slept soundly. When he got up the next morning, Guan Xiaoqi stretched, twisted his head, and yawned as he climbed up, feeling refreshed for the first time, and the quality of his sleep had improved several times over. It wasn't easy to get a good night's sleep. New World Calendar, 5th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, moderate wind. Temperature, 15 C. It's cold, so keep warm and be careful of catching wind chill. Temperature is even colder, but the wind is down a bit, just in time to go logging. After eating a bit of roasted python meat left over from yesterday, my whole body was steaming hot, and I pushed open the door to my room, carrying my axe. Ha! The 10 ice ground corn seeds in the corner of the wall had grown shoots overnight, bright green, just like spring had come. The evergreen tree seemed to have begun to adapt to this courtyard and was rooting its way into the soil underground. The plants in this world grew too fast. But on second thought, the forests outside could lose all their leaves overnight and go straight from summer to winter. It made sense that the plants here would grow a little faster. Not picking up today's daily quest. Guan Xiaoqi found that this daily quest was actually very humanized, and it was fine for you to pick up the quest after you had completed it. It was fine to pick up that quest again, whichever one you could complete on your own. Pushing open the courtyard door and leaving the shelter of the small wooden house and the evergreen tree, a wave of cold air blew in head-on, a chilly 10 degrees below zero. Walking on the way to the grove. Although Guan Xiaoqi was still wearing relatively thick clothing, his hands still felt a cold chill. Freezing hands, freezing nose, freezing ears. After struggling internally for several times, Guan Xiaoqi thought to herself, no one will see me anyway, what's wrong with me wearing a small flower hat? Gritting her teeth, she took out the green flowery hat and put it on her head. A stream of warmth flowed down from the hat itself can block some of the cold wind, plus the hat also added 2 points of endurance. Endurance itself can enhance resistance, of course, also includes the ability to protect against the cold. Plus the python meat he ate in the morning added to it. His whole body was finally warm. With a happy heart, Guan Xiaoqi took large strides to the walnut wood forest not far away. There were still more than 100 walnut trees here. Guan Xiaoqi was about to cut down the wood, when suddenly his heart moved, pondering, he's going to upgrade today, he needs ordinary wood on the line, this walnut wood forest is still kept, in case he builds furniture someday, he might still need it. Looking around, another 50 or so meters past, there was another ordinary grove. It wasn't too bad, Guan Xiaoqi simply ran to the next grove to log. Summoning the skeleton warrior, the two of them were already working together quite well. You had an axe, I had an axe. The trees inside the grove were chopped down one by one. The efficiency was unknown how much higher than before. Excellent felling axe, the first time to cast efficiency, plus it was two guys chopping together, equivalent to two excellent axes together felling trees. Originally, Guan Xiaoqi had planned to go to that cabin 10 kilometers away to take a look at it, but after thinking about it, it was still that monster in the thick fog that was more terrifying, and he must prioritize making sure that his cabin was upgraded. Otherwise, when the newcomer protection period ended and that monster kicked over his cabin, it would really be a joke. With the pressure of survival, Guan Xiaoqi worked even harder. The wind was a bit lighter than yesterday, it hadn't snowed yet, and logging was a good time. Once the movement up, all the body began to heat up. -10 degrees is not a thing at all. Guan Xiaoqi even sweat on the forehead. Wearing a small flower hat, enthusiastic labor in a good mood. Shouting the labor call, sang loudly with an extremely unpleasant voice, the crows flying through the sky fluttered their wings and almost fell out of the sky, and they went around the road. It was horrible. What kind of devil's voice was this? Could it be that he's the kid who made the deal with the devil? Or do we crows sing better? Let's hide farther away. After working for more than 4 hours in the morning, a total of 673 timbers were cut out. Guan Xiaoqi took out the trolley card, loaded the timber onto the trolley, stepped lightly, and pushed the trolley back to his cabin. Now that the basic supplies had become more and more, the inside of the room was too cluttered. Guan Xiaoqi directly stacked the wood inside the courtyard, carefully building the wood into stacks, neat and tidy, and pleasant to look at. Moving his body around, he ate a loaf of bread, and stiffly nibbled on another cloud potato. You can't just eat meat, the sugar provided by the bread and the vitamins provided by the cloud potatoes are also very important. The cloud potatoes aren't delicious, but you have to force yourself to eat one down. Whether it was the crude fiber or vitamins inside, it was important for the human body. After a brief rest, Guan Xiaoqi didn't feel very tired. It seemed that the 2 points of endurance really did help. In this world, there was one benefit, and that was freedom. Here, no one would bind you, and no one would restrict you. You can do whatever you want, chase your dreams and explore the unknown. This is a world of your own, where you can express your passion and talent to the fullest, free from any constraints and as free as the wind. Only, you must be responsible for your own choices. One wrong step is the difference between life and death. Chapter 48 Upgrading of Facilities. In order to hurry, Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to take more rest, and immediately went back to the grove with the skeleton warrior to continue logging. They worked until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and logged another 559 logs. By the way, he stepped on a field mouse and dropped a small piece of mouse meat. The smaller the animal, the smaller the reward. This was quite reasonable. Guan Xiaoqi took these logs and hurried back to the cabin, rushing to upgrade the cabin. This was because there was a reward for upgrading a level 3 cabin in the daily quests, and there was a reward of 20 gold coins for completing it on the same day. First picked up a daily quest of harvesting wood, instantly prompted that it was completed, 2 gold coins arrived, 198 gold coins. And then picked up a daily quest of hunting. The reason why this quest is only worth 2 gold coins is because you don't even count stepping on a caterpillar as completing the quest, not to mention hunting field mice. I've gathered 200 gold coins. To upgrade to the next level of cabin, you need with 1303 1000, stone 2446 500, and gold coins 200. There are enough resources. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Okay. Another familiar white light enveloped the entire cabin and courtyard. This was the time when Guan Xiaoqi came to this world and experienced another refuge upgrade. Every time the refuge was upgraded, it indicated that it had reached a higher level of development and was promoted to the next level. A few short seconds later, Guan Xiaoqi opened his eyes and the wooden house had been refreshed. At first glance over, the living room had gotten bigger. Going in and taking a look room by room, the bedrooms and bathrooms had all gotten a little bigger. Before, the entire house was only a little over 30 square feet, still relatively small, but now it had almost reached about 50 square feet. For personal residence, it's considered a very comfortable space. Level 3 log cabin, a sturdy cabin with a foundation made entirely of stone. It already has a certain level of defense in the face of the ordinary beasts of the wilderness. The warmth is further enhanced, making it easier to resist cold snaps. Stronger, able to withstand stronger attacks, resistance to shockwaves increased by 100%. This shelter can accommodate the creature for one person. Ancillary facilities for a level 3 cabin. Yard, 60 square feet can upgrade the yard's fence, requires 100 stones, can extend the yard's reach, requires 100 wood and 100 stones. Level 1 arrow tower, can be upgraded to a level 2 arrow tower, requires stones 200. Can add new facilities. Kitchen, 15 square meters, can cook ingredients to create tastier, more nutritious food, made to last longer. Workshop, 20 square meters, can provide a place for production, which can be placed in a variety of workbenches. Life skills success rate increased by 5%. Warehouse, 50 square meters, an outdoor building that doesn't take up yard space and can store your various supplies. Upgrading to the next level requires wood 303-2000, stone 1946 1000, and gold coins 2500. While Guan Xiaoqi was checking the various information about the cabin, the system sent another inquiry. Please select an added free facility. Guan Xiaoqi chose the workshop without hesitation. A huge piece of machinery was placed in his living room, taking up several square meters. It was the tailor's workbench. It was an eyesore to look at, and Guan Xiaoqi also felt that it was time for him to learn some life skills. Life skills were just as important as combat skills. All were guaranteed to survive in the other world. Economy and force were indispensable, no matter if it was an individual, even if it was as big as a community or a country, it was the same thing. Unless you want to be a bandit. But in this hellish place, there is only one skeleton neighbor more than 10 kilometers away. Who are you going to rob? All cards have an energy limit, but people in the house have unlimited energy. Attackers are inherently at a disadvantage. How embarrassing it would be for you to use up all your card energy only to realize that you haven't even smashed open the door to your opponent's house. With a burst of white light, an extra door appeared on the wall of the living room, and inside was the workshop. The door to the workshop was wide and large. Pushing the tailor's table, Guan Xiaoqi sent it inside the workshop. Returning to the living room, it was instantly much brighter. The wood and stones had already been moved by Guan Xiaoqi to the courtyard, with only a few chests stacked on top of each other in the corners, laying on the ground. Guan Xiaoqi had used all these empty treasure chests as storage boxes. The most wasteful room was actually the bedroom. Guan Xiaoqi hadn't even entered his own bedroom. It was empty, there wasn't even a bed in it. It would be better to lay a straw mat and sleep by the fireplace in the living room. After dealing with the things inside the room, Guan Xiaoqi first claimed the daily tasks. The upgrade of the third-level cabin was completed, and 20 gold coins arrived. Guan Xiaoqi locked all the gold coins into the bronze treasure chest, and instantly felt relieved. We are also people with gold. Although there were only 20 gold coins in total now. All that was placed inside the wooden chest was food, bread and cloudy potatoes, all of which Guan Xiaoqi placed ins. Eyed the wooden chest. The only thing that was an eyesore was the wooden rack that he had made himself, which was filled with all sorts of meat, all of which were in the process of drying out. Bear with it. After dealing with the things inside the house, the key was the upgrade in the yard. Pushing open the door, he came to the middle of the yard. The yard was square, surrounded by a row of wooden fences. The arrow tower towered over the yard. The night was still young, and there were no critters around. So the Eye of Sauron Sea was half open and half closed there. After the cabin was upgraded, along with the archery tower in the yard could be further upgraded. The courtyard could even be upgraded twice, once for the courtyard wall reinforcement upgrade and once for the area expansion upgrade. It wasn't like he lacked the resources. Guan Xiaoqi consecutively clicked on the upgrade, expanding the courtyard to 80 square feet, and by the way, upgrading the fence as well, consuming 200 stones and 100 wood. The courtyard wall became a stone wall, and the blood volume increased threefold. Guan Xiaoqi was fond of wooden fences. They were right on his aesthetic, more natural and comfortable. Sitting in the yard every day, basking in the warm sun, the wood fence's small country yard, cozy and comfortable. Unfortunately, the wood fence is coming down. But in order to save lives, the fence still needs to be reinforced, and this is not a matter of aesthetics. Guan Xiaoqi chose to upgrade the yard wall and yard area. The yard increased in size to 80 square feet. Looking towards his new fence. It's not bad either. Guan Xiaoqi was also surprised when he looked at the beautiful stone enclosure wall, a bit like the white walls and green tiles of the Jiangnan dwellings, with some ancient patterns on it, full of classical flavor. Not bad, not bad. Finally Guan Xiaoqi came to the front of the archery tower. He was never expecting that the archery tower could also be upgraded and built in the courtyard. It was actually considered his own building. Upgrading the archery tower only required stones. Guan Xiaoqi chose to upgrade the archery tower, but a bunch of options popped up. Please choose the direction of the archery tower upgrade. Continuous crossbow arrow tower, shoots 3 arrows at the same time, attacking the same target. If the target dies, the second and third arrows will shoot in the original direction. Scattered arrow tower, shoot 3 arrows at the same time, aiming at different enemies. If there is only one enemy, the 3 arrows will be shot in different directions. Explosive arrow tower, shoots an arrow that will explode, with an explosion range of 2 meters. Poison arrow tower, shoots out an arrow with poison, poisoning the target. Guan Xiaoqi thought that upgrading the archery tower would be simple, and that he would just directly upgrade a secondary archery tower, but he didn't expect that so many options would pop up at once, and he was immediately struck by a case of dyslexia. After looking around, he thought that any of the archery towers were good. How can I choose? They say that children only do multiple choice questions. Guan Xiaoqi would like to choose all of them, but the facts don't allow it. Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself, if I had 4 archery towers, I'd upgrade one of each, but right now I only have one in my yard. Tangled. It's too tangled. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and simply asked the magician deck, dude, which one do you think is a good choice? The magician deck did not directly answer but instead explained to him the general knowledge of the archery tower. In fact, they are similar, the back level is more complex, the ultimate archery tower are 108 kinds, the process of the archery tower, there are thousands of different forms, from my point of view, do not think there is any difference, the scope of application is not quite the same. Guan Xiaoqi was even more confused after hearing the introduction of the magician's deck. I say, just tell me, which kind of archery tower has the highest single kill? Chapter 49 Aura Composting Box. The magician replied back, both the connecting crossbow and poison arrow tower have high single attacks, theoretically the connecting crossbow has the highest single attack, but the poison arrow tower can be subsequently upgraded to a dark arrow tower. The darkness ultimate arrow tower possesses the power to deprive souls, it's a hidden arrows tower that requires a lot of special materials, and it's extremely powerful against enemies that have souls. Guan Xiaoqi froze for a moment, could there still be soulless enemies? Was it those puppets? No matter, any way you look at it, it was the things with souls that posed the greatest threat to them. The puppets were no longer strong, they were also made by soul beings, they were not enough to worry about, and the moment he heard that there were also hidden archery towers, Guan Xiaoqi's heart immediately fluttered. Anything that was hidden was usually something good. Making up his mind, Guan Xiaoqi upgraded the poison arrow tower. With a flash of green light, the arrow tower changed shape, and the body of the tower, which was black and glowing green, looked even more hideous, and the eye of Sauron changed from blue to green, releasing a green glow. Poison arrow tower second order fine, attack power 100, range 60, rate of fire 1, shoots neurotoxic arrows, gains sustained damage 20 seconds for 30 seconds. Endurance 600. It's still an elite arrow tower, the attack power hasn't changed, the rate of fire has gotten slower, but it gains sustained toxin damage, the durability is doubled, and it's stronger. Guan Xiaoqi was a little apprehensive, not sure if he had made the right choice, but thought that the magician card wouldn't deceive him. There was also a vague concern that the meat of a poison animal, after death, could still be eaten? Neurotoxins, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the meat, right? Whatever, save your life first. We'll know if we try it later. A glance at the time, it's only 1803. There were still 2 hours to go before the evening, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to work, and took a rare break. Coming back and opening the forum, there weren't many people on it, and it was then that Guan Xiaoqi remembered about the salt, remembering the list Alicia had given him. There were 2 core materials in it, one was arrow rain bamboo and the other was red crystal, both of which could not be found on the undead side. After a random search, the results were the same on the human side, none of them could be found. Guan Xiaoqi wondered, these materials were not found on the undead side, nor on the human side, so how did Alicia know the name of this material? Could it be that these materials were in the copies, or in the devil's area? I wondered if there were other people making salt. Guan Xiaoqi was worried that his business had been stolen by someone, so he directly searched for salt, and it was really searched for him. When he first saw the salt cellar, it made Guan Xiaoqi feel a sense of panic in his heart. Action are so fast? After carefully reading the contents, he couldn't help but heave a smile. Some people live on the seashore, drying the seawater and making coarse salt for sale. The price is extremely high, and this kind of salt looks like black, with a lot of impurities inside. Eating often is definitely not good for the body. Then look at the clean white crystal salt that Alicia gave herself, it was simply not the same thing. If one could survive until the end of the novice period and solve that horrible monster outside the wall, one would seriously study the information on this salt properly. An absolute windfall. If one died, then naturally it would be over once and for all. Time passed like water. Unconsciously arriving in this new world, 5 days had passed. Guan Xiaoqi felt like he had lived a lifetime, completely changed. It had become extremely simple and pure. Live and let live became the first and highest morality. Other than that, there seemed to be little interest in anything else. Seeing that he couldn't find what he wanted in the trade channel, he simply turned off the survival manual, sat down in front of the fireplace, and roasted the meat again. Now that he knew that python meat wasn't just any meat, he kept it and didn't dare eat it casually. Taking a large piece of meat from a two-headed bear, he cut a strip of meat, almost 2 tails, and stuck it on a wooden skewer and roasted it. Bear meat toughness, unlike python meat once baked for more than half an hour, the oil from the meat inside out, a different meat flavor floated out. Guan Xiaoqi carefully tasted it, it was slightly still a bit hard, and after eating it, it didn't have the feeling of the python meat that the dantian was generating hot air. This kind of bear meat was not energy meat. Slightly regrettable, but after careful consideration, when he killed the python, he dropped an inner elixir, but this two-headed bear didn't drop an inner elixir. It seemed that the python had practiced, and although the two-headed bear looked vicious, it was just an ordinary beast. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered that the terrifying beast outside his wall, did it have an inner elixir? How much meat would have to fall out then? Listening to that monster's footsteps, it wouldn't be a surprise to hear that the behemoth's size was at least a dozen times that of a two-headed bear, or even dozens of times. Right in the middle of Guan Xiaoqi's random thoughts. Without realizing it, it was already 2000 hours. A flash of green light. A bronze treasure chest suddenly appeared next to the fireplace, and Guan Xiaoqi smiled faintly, knowing that the system had started another big giveaway. Many people were celebrating, and the forums were buzzing with activity, all of them basking in their own treasures. Guan Xiaoqi just laughed bitterly. The system is not a great benefactor, such a large-scale gift, it can only mean one thing: 7 days later, the moment of the lifting of the protection period of the newbie, surely infinite danger. There was no telling how many of these 7 billion or so people would be able to survive by then. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. He wasn't a savior, he couldn't even save himself, so how could he be in the mood to care about others? After chatting with Alicia for a while, this elf girl went back to practicing. Guan Xiaoqi was curious, her practicing didn't seem to be the same thing as his own. The beginner's meditation technique given by the devil, when you practice it, that's it, you don't need to practice it every day at all, you'll still be at that level even if you practice it again. What the elf practiced seemed to be the kung fu of a very old legend on Earth. It's a bit strange. Closing the private chat. Guan Xiaoqi opened the bronze treasure chest. There was no blue light, 2 clusters of green light jumped out, and a white light. Average luck today. Sofa excellent, this is a good quality sofa that will allow you to get a good rest. Aura composting box excellent, piling up discarded organic materials, such as meal waste, animal feces, plant remains, etc. in the box can produce organic fertilizer, a must for farming. The sofa was sloppy, something to enjoy. Guan Xiaoqi's mind hadn't cared too much about it. But this aura composting box made his eyes light up. This thing is just the right thing to assist his own farming. Even if Guan Xiaoqi is no longer a professional, he knows that the soil in his yard is very general, too gravelly. This composting box is really a timely rain. 500L compost bin, almost the size of a refrigerator. Guan Xiaoqi cannot put this thing indoors, directly to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll collect a little bit of dead grass and fallen leaves and give it a try. Back inside the house, the last one was a white card. Mirror card, hang it on the wall. Do you need to put on makeup, wash your face and shave? This mirror is your best helper. It was better than nothing, and couldn't be said to be useless. Guan Xiaoqi hung the mirror directly into the bathroom. Rumble. Rumble. The loud vibrating sound came once again. It was getting closer and closer to the cabin. The behemoth arrived as expected. Guan Xiaoqi was no longer interested and didn't even go to the yard to take a look. Probably not seeing Guan Xiaoqi, the behemoth appeared silently and left silently. It's really persistent, coming to take a look every day. Where did I offend it? Guan Xiaoqi was rather speechless. Everyone was preparing for the severe cold test. Guan Xiaoqi had to deal with the severe cold in addition to dealing with the giant beast. Thinking about it gave him a headache. Chapter 50: The Purple Key. Could it be that I have something it wants here? Guan Xiaoqi snapped to a possibility. He had just arrived in this world, there was no reason for him to have a grudge against the monster, unless he had something in his hands that the monster wanted. Guan Xiaoqi tried hard to remember, when did it set its sights on him? Seemingly, it was from the time he had killed the hibernating python that the monster had set its sights on him. Opening a bronze chest, he quickly rummaged through it and pulled out a green inner elixir. Alien snake endoderm excellent, cultivated demonic snake endoderm, this is a basic alchemy material. There was an energy fluctuation in the endoderm, it was still weak. This was a python that had just cultivated its endoderm, but was decapitated by himself and the skeleton warrior who unintentionally bumped into it during the molting hibernation period. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. The energy inside the inner Dan was thumping, like the pulsation of the heart. The strange pulsation traveled out a long way. In the past, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't feel it, but recently, after he had learned the meditation technique, he had been able to clearly feel the fluctuation of the energy inside. Could the inner Dan be alive? Guan Xiaoqi turned back and picked up the energy stone again, carefully feeling the state of the energy inside. The energy inside the energy stone was even stronger, buzzing with a sound that wouldn't beat rhythmically at all. Going back to look at the magic grenade, the energy inside was very tyrannical, but without any regularity. Regardless of whether it was an energy stone or a magic grenade, the state of the energy inside conformed to the laws of nature. Only the inner elixir was different. It had a special frequency, and every inner elixir, it was an existence without two. This was life. Guan Xiaoqi froze for half a day. This kid was originally a scholar, and when he entered the archaeology major, it was purely because of his personal preference to explore ancient secrets, and he was also extremely fond of thinking. Therefore, although this inner elixir was not high in energy, it was a living energy, and that giant beast outside most likely came for this inner elixir. In other words, although that giant beast was huge, it most likely had not yet formed an inner elixir. It was still a beast, not a demonic creature. It is afraid that it is already at the threshold of a demonic creature, but taking the final step is very difficult, so it needs this inner elixir in its own hand to transform into a demon. Is that so? The more Guan Xiaoqi thought about it, the more sense it made. Everything that looks unreasonable has a truth behind it that you don't understand. Eliminating all the impossibilities, what can't be eliminated is often the truth. Holding this inner elixir in his hand, Guan Xiaoqi instantly had a new idea, and when the time came, he could try it out and see if his judgment was accurate or not. Since it's just a beast, then as a human being who is the spirit of all things, why should I be afraid of you? Inside Guan Xiaoqi's heart, the fire of battle instantly burned. Come on. Then let's fight. Since you want this thing, then speak with strength. If you have the ability, you can step on my body to take this inner elixir. Guan Xiaoqi, who had finished playing Chicken Blood, yawned. So sleepy, go to sleep. New World Calendar, 6th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, gale force winds. Temperature, 27. With the severe cold coming, it is inappropriate to do anything. Stock up on supplies, and prepare firewood. Even if Guan Xiaoqi's three-stage cabin, which was already extremely well insulated, when the wood inside the fireplace went out in the morning, he could still feel the icy cold. Guan Xiaoqi put on all the warm clothes and came out into the courtyard. A spring breeze unexpectedly blew head-on in the courtyard, a little warmer than in the room. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked and looked towards the evergreen tree. This tiny branch, was it so powerful? Can reverse the local weather? Northland corn is still a seedling and is growing slowly. Pushing open the courtyard door, when Guan Xiaoqi stepped out of the courtyard, only then did he feel the real cold. The wind blowing on his face was like a knife cut. Clasping his hands in his arms, Guan Xiaoqi shivered. The biggest problem was that with such cold weather, it wasn't even a cold wave? This was just the prologue before the cold wave? How many degrees is a cold wave? Guan Xiaoqi no longer dared to imagine that he would not be able to go anywhere tomorrow, so he would honestly stay at home and roast the fire. As for today, he wanted to go to the skeleton cabin 10 kilometers away to check it out, to make sure if there were really skeletons living there. The earth had frozen very solid, and a light snowfall the day before had melted some of the water on the ground and recondensed it into ice, which was sprinkled with a thin layer of snow. It was very slippery. Guan Xiaoqi now had 8 points of agility, which was already far beyond normal, and his balance was excellent. Without his feet touching the ground, he was like the ancient legend of the great thief flying on grass, speeding across the ice. It was as if he ran a little slower, the golden beauties were going to be snatched away. In fact, running fast is the easiest to maintain balance. Fast and slow is what kills people. Guan Xiaoqi high agility, speed, and balance are naturally excellent. His current action is a bit like a skater, quite a fairy-like feeling. On the white earth, a young boy with a small flower hat, all the way across the plains, small forests, rivers, running toward 10 kilometers away. Guan Xiaoqi now belonged to the category of martial arts masters who had excellent likeness, but whose internal strength was a little short of fire, as his endurance attribute was really still that of an ordinary person, not having been added at all. He could only rely on the 2 points of endurance brought by the little flower hat to support him. After running for 20 minutes, tired and panting, the shadow of the cabin had appeared in front of his eyes. The black cabin. This color was the exclusive color of skeletons. With about 300 meters to go, Guan Xiaoqi stopped and hid behind a large tree, panting heavily to recover his stamina first. Only when his breathing stabilized did he turn out from behind the large tree, and with a cat's waist, he carefully began to approach the small wooden house. There were many trees and rocks around this cabin. Using these trees and rocks as cover, Guan Xiaoqi sneaked closer. Approaching to 50 meters. The cabin in front of him was already in a state of disrepair, isolated in the wind, whistling out loud, as if this was a corner forgotten by the world. The wooden door that once guarded the coziness of the house is now rotten and crumbling to the ground, and the windows have disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty frame, allowing the cold wind to whistle in from all directions, mercilessly eroding every inch of the cabin. The cabin stands quietly in this land, has long been abandoned by time, like a silent watchman, watching over some buried years and stories. There certainly couldn't still be skeletons living inside. Guan Xiaoqi slowly poked his head out from behind the hidden stone and walked forward with a steady gait. The surroundings were in a state of disarray. He listened carefully at the doorway, and there was only the sound of the wind inside the wooden house, and apart from the sound of the wind, there wasn't even the sound of an ant walking. Prudence first, he still carefully took out his dagger. In such a narrow area, the dagger was more reassuring to Guan Xiaoqi than the staff. Gingerly, he walked into the cabin. There was no one inside. A table was placed in the center of the living room. A broken oil lamp on the table had already gone out. The fact that the lamp was extinguished when the person died meant that the skeleton of this cabin was indeed dead. There was some wood and stones in the corner, and a small white wooden box. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and opened the small wooden box. There was nothing inside. Poverty was written inside this skeleton's small wooden box. Guan Xiaoqi realized one thing: he had already seen 2 skeletons' huts. All of them were very poor, basically belonging to the 4 walls of the house. Not as good as ordinary humans. Walking over to the desk, on the desk, apart from the broken oil lamp, there was also a survival manual, which was already tattered and broken, with teeth marks of wild beasts all over it, completely chewed up. It was a second-class cabin, slightly better than the one he had first found, and at least it had a fireplace. It was really too poor. Guan Xiaoqi was in tears looking at it. Feeling that there was nothing of value, Guan Xiaoqi was about to leave when she suddenly turned back to look at this desk, and with a movement in her heart, she pulled the drawer open with her trusty hand. A key, quietly lying inside the drawer. Originally Guan Xiaoqi did not report what hope, but looking at this key in the drawer, a little dumbfounded. This key, shining with purple light, showed that this was not an ordinary treasure. A penniless cabin. The drawer actually housed an epic level key. Chapter 51, Homecoming. Stretching out his hand, his fingertips gently touched the key, as if he could feel the ancient magic flowing from it. Locking his gaze firmly on this key, with a thought, the magician card appraisal function opened. Magical key epic. This is a key that can open an ancient door, a key that is loathed by this world. As for whether there is a treasure behind that door, or a horror, wait until you push open the door and you will know. The ancient pattern on the top of the key showed how extraordinary it was. A key that is loathed by the world? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned by this sentence. The last time he saw a similar introduction, it was his own magician deck. A key that naturally wouldn't be loathed by the world. What could be loathed by the world would naturally be something behind the door. The key was odd. And it didn't say where that door was? Even if one did strike lucky and find that door, would one really dare to open that door and face something that made the world loathe it? But then again, on second thought, an epic level item could be worth a lot of money even if it was sold for gold coins. No matter what, this trip to the cabin hadn't been in vain after all. Looking around again, he made sure that the cabin was deserted. Putting away the key, he summoned his cart again and loaded all the wood and stones in the corner. It really wasn't much, it only added up to 60 or 70, his own backpack was even empty. Pushing the cart, he left the cabin. This cabin had an advantage: it was particularly close to the forest. One had to walk 3 kilometers to reach the forest, but from this cabin, reaching the nearest forest was only 300 meters away. Looking at the daily quests, the quest to explore the distance had already been completed. There were still 2 quests missing. Guan Xiaoqi looked out from a distance and saw a small forest not far away, in the middle of the ice and snow. It still maintained a touch of green, like the conifers on Earth. He pushed his cart and walked over. When he reached the grove, it was all a kind of pine that he had never seen before, with a rough skin and slender needles that were not as smooth as the other species. It was not easy for the pine trees to still be able to maintain some green color despite the harsh cold winds. Summoned the skeleton warrior. Wielding a felling axe, the 2 guys started felling the tree, and within a few strokes, a large tree fell with a bang. Red pine wood. You have discovered a special wood that burns and produces more than 50% of the heat of normal wood. You can also use it as normal wood. Ha! This is good stuff. It's nice to use it specifically to light a fire, and with the cold snap coming in these days, it's probably going to be a big seller. I didn't realize that there wasn't much harvest in the cabin, but some treasures were found here, so around every cabin, there would be some good stuff, right? The red pine wood is also considered a new material found, and the daily quest of 10 gold coins is also completed together. Good luck! I was about to raise my axe when suddenly something fell, and when I looked down, it was a squirrel that had fallen from a tree. Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself, step on this squirrel and another quest would be completed. With a fierce smile, he raised his foot. The squirrel's big furry tail, big shiny eyes, shrinking on the ground trembling with fear, looking at Guan Xiaoqi's big foot in horror, but also did not forget to hold a pine cone, as if this pine cone is more important than its life. The foot lifted half a day, the skeleton warrior also in the side has been staring at him, Guan Xiaoqi sighed, and gently put the foot down, viciously shouted at the little squirrel, quickly get out of the way, did not see the little master I am felling wood? Fellow with no eyesight. He himself was still human after all, and had compassion. The little squirrel blinked its eyes and looked at Guan Xiaoqi. At first it didn't quite understand what this evil man was saying, but seeing Guan Xiaoqi's fierce eyes, it immediately came to its senses, and clutching the pine cones in its own arms, it ran away in a puff of smoke. Driving away the little squirrels, Guan Xiaoqi sang the labor call again, felling the trees with the skeleton warriors. Cold winds rise, doleful, lumberjacks. The skeleton warrior's hands shook a little, the sound was more lethal than the holler of the north wind, making it impossible for the skeletons to concentrate on lumbering. Scared all kinds of small animals hiding in their nests, moving away and running to each other, there's a wicked sorcerer who was reciting a horrible curse, everyone go go go. Guan Xiaoqi's voice became even more high-pitched, releasing the infinite bravado in his heart. A total of more than 300 red pine logs had been cut down, and the weather was too cold, even though he was wearing a winter coat and had been working, no heat had been generated, and his whole body was still almost frozen through. This kind of cold was simply irresistible. Guan Xiaoqi's endurance was originally a shortcoming. If it wasn't for the hat adding 2 points of endurance, he would not be any different from a normal person. But with only the 2 points of endurance added by the hat, it was obvious that it couldn't do anything to completely withstand the cold. I can't, flash. The skeleton warrior deck still had a lot of energy left. Guan Xiaoqi simply let the skeleton warrior push the cart. The cart couldn't hold so much wood, the rest was put inside the backpack by Guan Xiaoqi. Go home. The poor skeleton warrior had never thought that he was a warrior, but he had turned into a mule and horse, doing such a rough job of pulling a cart. With such a master, he could only resign himself to his fate. Miserable. Tucking his hands in his sleeves, Guan Xiaoqi felt that the cold wind was getting more and more harsh. The ground was extremely slippery. There was also a strong wind blowing in his face. Luckily, today was a sunny day and there was no snow, otherwise how could one live? The cold wind was harsh, one person and one skeleton, trudging through the wilderness with difficulty. When coming, this 10 kilometers is not a difficult task, Guan Xiaoqi one person lightly loaded run to. But on the return trip back, with so many things to carry, it would be too difficult. Dalo, the cold wind is freezing me to death, I'll make a nest tomorrow. The cold wind had frozen to the bones, and Guan Xiaoqi felt that if he stopped, even for a few minutes, he might have to stay in the wilderness forever, turning into an ice sculpture. The wind was blowing harder and harder, and the temperature was getting colder and colder. Trudging on the ice, he walked for almost 2 hours or so, until the moment of dusk, when he returned to the yard of his house. As soon as he pushed open the door, a spring breeze came to his face, and Guan Xiaoqi almost cried out. How did she know that the weather could be so cold? Hands hurt, face hurt, the most painful are toes and ears. Guan Xiaoqi feel about to have no sense, once suspected that his ears are not already frozen off non-existent. Until he entered the realm of the evergreen tree, the spring breeze turned to rain, and his ears slowed down from the frozen state, another sharp pain. Drilling pain, Guan Xiaoqi face expression distorted, the heart keeps comforting himself, at least the ear is still there is nothing wrong with a little pain. Entered the cabin. He hurriedly took out the red pine wood that he had just cut down, threw it into the fireplace, and lit the fire. The fireplace blazed with flames, the heat was released. Guan Xiaoqi sat on the sofa next to the fireplace, not wanting to leave for a step. Half an hour later, Guan Xiaoqi only slowed down from the extreme cold, long booed, this damn weather, almost killed the little master. It is estimated that the temperature will drop further tomorrow, and he will not want to go out even if he kills himself. The good thing is that there are enough supplies, the 3-stage cabin has also been successfully upgraded, hiding for a day cannot hurt, more importantly, tomorrow night, the end of the novice protection period, he will be facing the beast, the heart more or less a little apprehensive, or to prepare for it in advance. casually go to the backyard, cut a little grass, put into the compost bin, waiting for the compost to come out, probably still a few days' time. Guan Xiaoqi is not in a hurry. Unconsciously to the evening, Guan Xiaoqi habitually sat at the desk and opened the survival manual. A little surprised that Alicia, this girl, was not online, Guan Xiaoqi's brow wrinkled slightly, a trace of doubt flaring up in his heart. This girl was always on time on weekdays, but today she was late. What happened? Chapter 52 Leads Fish. Green light flashed. Another bronze chest appeared abruptly by the fireplace. Let's open the box first and see what it is. Reaching out to open the lid, Guan Xiaoqi saw a blue light inside and his eyes lit up, knowing that another shipment had been made. Gold coins, 200, something the devil would love. Do you like it? Simple and crude, the blue item directly gave 200 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi was incomparably shocked. His own hands now totaled only 34 gold coins, instantly getting several times richer. What the devil likes, of course I like it as well. Guan Xiaoqi was like a little fortune hunter, quickly putting away the gold coins, lest they be seen. Wealthy. It turns out that the treasure chest will also produce basic supplies. What a surprise. Followed by 2 clusters of white light, the bronze treasure chest surprisingly did not drop outstanding items. Quite amazing, probably because the gold coins had already used up Guan Xiaoqi's luck. Canvas, 20 pieces. This is a basic fabric with a wide range of uses. Large water tank common, a ceramic water tank with a capacity of 200 L. The large water tank appeared in front of her eyes, a 1 meter high yellowish-brown round ceramic water tank, plain and unadorned. An ordinary level item, the requirements couldn't be too high. But was this right? Buckets were supposed to be used to fetch water, and water tanks were the right ones to store water. Seeing this water tank, Guan Xiaoqi remembered the kind of large water tank that everyone used when he was a child in the rural countryside before running water was available. It was exactly the same. The water tank was placed in the corner. Then looked at the canvas and fell into deep thought. He already had a scroll for the tailoring skill, and there was also a backpack crafting scroll that he could learn. To make an excellent grade backpack, one needed light leather, canvas, and thread. Now that he had all the conditions, the only thing he was missing was thread. If there were any for sale on the internet, buy a little and come back to make a few backpacks. The thread shouldn't be very expensive. Excellent grade backpacks are twice as spacious, and the weight of the items you put in them can be reduced by 20%. It's definitely a hard need at the moment. Everyone is exploring everywhere. Who doesn't need a sturdy and durable backpack? Guan Xiaoqi was about to go search for the line when he suddenly saw Alicia online, and couldn't help but open the private chat and ask, "What happened today? Was it not back in time?" Alicia looked a bit tired. "Don't mention it, there's an overlord in the ocean today. It's an ancient leads fish, it's very vicious. I didn't get it done. By the way, come over here when you're free and help me get this guy done. It's so infuriating, it's so arrogant." Leads fish? Guan Xiaoqi had vaguely heard of this name and suddenly remembered, isn't this an ancient fish on Earth? It's an extinct ancient creature. How come there's one in this world? Alicia put on a mysterious look. You don't know, do you? The undead planet, Earth, and this new world were very close in the ancient times, and many of the creatures were similar, only that they later evolved separately and there were differences. Huh? It's like this, how did you know? Guan Xiaoqi was incomparably surprised. Alicia smiled mysteriously and didn't answer Guan Xiaoqi's question, but only pressed on, just tell me when you're free and come help me with that stinky fish? Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. How am I going to get past you? Besides, I'm an average swimmer and I don't know how to dive, so I won't be able to help if I go over there. Alicia smiled. Don't worry about that, I'm going to get a teleportation scroll that can teleport you over here for a few hours. You'll definitely be able to help. It's okay if you don't know how to dive, I've got a water avoidance speed I'll lend you. I don't need that. It can still be like this? Guan Xiaoqi blinked his eyes, suddenly realizing a very important fact. This Alicia seemed to be a super rich woman, with any weird props at her fingertips. It was really exasperating. Some people were born in Rome, some people were born as mules and horses. However, when he thought about her skills again, Guan Xiaoqi could only sigh. He himself practiced for 100 years. I wonder if he could reach her current level. That stunning arrow was just too handsome. Guan Xiaoqi was incomparably envious. After pondering for a while, he returned, it's possible, but our human's newcomer period will end in the next few days. There are a lot of things to prepare for. If I can survive until the end of the newcomer period, I'll help you to catch fish. You're so smart, there must be no problem, then we have a deal. Alicia smiled. She was more confident than Guan Xiaoqi. In her heart, Guan Xiaoqi was a guy with a very high IQ, a ghostly spirit, only he counted on people. Where could anyone count on him? Guan Xiaoqi laughed bitterly. He himself has no confidence. I do not know where this little girl's confidence in himself comes from. For some reason, Guan Xiaoqi thought of that devil Robin again. Robin seemed to have a lot of confidence in himself and Alicia in general. But, was he so powerful? I'm going to go practice. Talk to you later, haha. Bye. The private chat ended. Guan Xiaoqi remembered the teleportation scroll that he had just talked about in chat. If he summoned Alicia to his cabin, wouldn't that giant beast be a piece of cake tomorrow? However, what would he take in exchange? Everyone's friendship was not familiar enough to the extent that they could not count on reward, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't think he had anything to invite Alicia over, sighed, and decided that he still had to rely on himself. If a beast were to destroy himself, relying on a girl to save his life? Sooner or later, he himself would die on this continent. Guan Xiaoqi's stubbornness came up and collected himself. Continuing to search the line. There were quite a few online, and none of them were expensive. After all, it wasn't a necessity, only tailors used it. The number of people with tailoring skills right now is still extremely small. The supply far exceeded the demand, so naturally the price couldn't be high. After flipping through several trade requests, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly saw an odd trade condition. I have 100 meters of thread, take any heating item in exchange, please chat privately if you need it. Looking at the avatar, it was an older sister, around 40 years old, with the name Lin Shui. Sister Lin, I'm interested in this 100-meter line of yours. What kind of heating items do you need in exchange? Soon, Lin Shui gave a reply, anything, you bring it out to me, as long as it gets me through this cold winter, I'm fine. The voice was urgent, obviously scared by the cold. Guan Xiaoqi heating items himself, but he had just cut down some red pine wood down today, so he put it up. Sister Lin, look at this thing. Is it okay if you don't come out of the house? This kind of wood can raise the temperature of your room by 50%. It's more real than any heating clothing. Lin Shui was surprised. The warming items in her mind were things like cotton clothes and blankets. She hadn't even thought that there was such a thing as special wood. However, this thing is good, but it's only a disposable item. After using it, it's gone? Lin Shui was a bit skeptical. Sister Lin, you can't say that. This light of yours is also a consumable item. It's not the same, and you heard the system notification. It's a cold front coming. The meaning of cold front means that it comes fast and goes fast. It's definitely not a prolonged cold. It'll be fine if you get through this node. Think about it again, this node. Will someone take a cotton shirt and exchange it with you for a bundle of thread? Guan Xiaoqi analyzed the market demand for her. Lin Shui was a person without ideas, a little shaken, asked, then how much wood are you going to take in exchange? Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Sister Lin, I'll give you an account. There are still 2 days of cold flow. Each night needs 12 red pine wood. 2 nights is 24. I'll give you 6 more. Make up 30 red pine wood. How do you think? Guan Xiaoqi actually gave in. Just don't want to get entangled. Time is also very precious. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to waste time on bargaining. If she appreciated it, then trade. If not, then forget it. Chapter 53 Tailoring Skills. Seeing that Lin Shui was still entangled, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but say, I'm a truthful person, and I'm also thinking of you. At this time of the year, how much do you think I can sell this wood for? Don't you still think it's a loss? Guan Xiaoqi's tone wasn't too good. Feeling that this woman was too indecisive, she wanted to hang up the chat. It wasn't like she was the only one selling the threads, and she herself wasn't so desperate that she had to buy them today. Okay then. Lin Shui hesitated, and seeing Guan Xiaoqi's impatience, she panicked and agreed to the deal. She was simply too cold, wearing a single coat and shivering in the wooden house. This bundle of thread was also just a basic material opened from the small white wooden box, not yet a necessary material. I also feel that it is not realistic to fantasize about exchanging a bundle of thread for a winter coat, not to mention the otherworldly world. Even on Earth it is not possible. Finally figured out the joints in this, and quickly completed the transaction with Guan Xiaoqi. 100 meters of thread was just a ball, there wasn't much of it. Guan Xiaoqi took the ball of thread in his hand, and the tailor's materials were complete. He rummaged through the bronze chest to find the elementary tailoring skill scroll and immediately chose to learn it. Are you sure you want to learn the elementary tailoring skill? It requires 100 gold coins. Tip, a person can learn a maximum of 3 life skills, and only 1 life skill can be upgraded to the Grandmaster level. There was still a limit on life skills, and one could only learn a maximum of 3? What about the promised art of having more than 1? Guan Xiaoqi sighed, that also had to be learned. He had prepared so many things, if he didn't learn it wouldn't all go to waste. Determined to learn the tailoring skill. A stream of arcane information suddenly flooded into his mind, and in a moment of concentration, Guan Xiaoqi was like suddenly enlightened, with a lot more tailoring knowledge in his mind, immediately knowing how to use the tailoring workbench. Guan Xiaoqi froze for half a day. It was a strange feeling, as if a brainwave had suddenly shot over from a distant place and was received by his brain. It was like receiving a downloadable file, and a lot of knowledge appeared in the computer, completely eliminating the need to study hard. If this technology existed on Earth, everyone wouldn't need to study hard for more than 10 years. You learn the tailoring skill for the first time and receive a newbie reward. Please choose the type of reward. 1. 10 sheets of light leather. 2. 50 meters of thread. 3. 10 pieces of canvas. Guan Xiaoqi was instantly speechless. If he had known that learning life skills also gave away materials, he wouldn't have had to spend half a day buying thread online, right? It's a big loss. Guan Xiaoqi has no shortage of light skin, and even more so of thread. Although there are 20 pieces of canvas, it's still not enough to make a backpack. To make a backpack you need 1 piece of light skin, 4 pieces of canvas, and 3 meters of thread. Canvas was the most in demand and there was still a shortage. Guan Xiaoqi chose canvas. Guan Xiaoqi's room was stacked with a bunch of animal skins, but they were all rough blanks that had to be processed before they could be turned into light skins. With all the materials, Guan Xiaoqi entered his studio. This was the first time he had worked in his workshop. 5 wolf skins, 1 sable skin, 1 bear skin, and 1 python skin. The tailoring machine was semi-automatic. Guan Xiaoqi put an energy stone into it and started the machine. The clicking machine roar sounded. First put the wolf skin and mink skin into process. Each kind of animal leather could only process out a light skin. The bear skin was bigger, could process out 2 light skins, but the python skin made Guan Xiaoqi surprised. After the machine processed the python skin, it even produced 2 magical light skins. Magical light skin, the leather of an alien creature, possessing special magical power. Items made from magical light skin will receive a random base attribute increase of 1-2 points. This is really good stuff. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed, his mouth couldn't close. This python kill was really worth it. The whole body is a treasure. However, this supernatural creature didn't see it perform any supernatural abilities. By himself and the skeleton warriors went up and directly hacked to death, also did not feel it more powerful. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know that although this python had just been cultivated and was still very weak, it wasn't something that he and the skeleton warriors could deal with. It is also Guan Xiaoqi's luck. This python was at the time of molting hibernation, collected aptitude, hide the breath of the whole body. It is the weakest time. By the 2 sinister thieves took advantage of the opportunity to strike, simply did not have the time to use the supernatural powers on the hanging. If another day, the death is Guan Xiaoqi. Putting away the demonized light skin, he made his own backpack to be sold, and didn't want to use the demonized light skin. Now there were a total of 8 light skins on hand, 100 meters of thread, and 30 pieces of canvas. Sitting in front of the tailor's workbench, Guan Xiaoqi acted like a professional tailor, maneuvering the sewing machine and handling these raw materials on the fly. This sewing workbench was very user-friendly, and could actually be activated without the use of an energy stone, but the efficiency was only 1%, and it might even take 2 or 3 days to process the leather. With the energy stone, it became a semi-automatic machine. Processing was completed at once, before and after only half an hour. In no time, 7 backpacks were made, leaving 1 light leather, 79 meters of thread, and 2 pieces of canvas. Still, the amount of canvas was not enough, and the light skin was almost used up. 7 backpacks were enough. Guan Xiaoqi put all the green backpacks on the internet, hard-heartedly. The price is 40 gold coins apiece. His own cost has already spent 100 gold coins, 30 red pine wood. How to earn back the cost money in the future, but also to expand the reproduction it. Currently is the stage of general scarcity. Everyone does not have much money in hand, but cannot help but there are more than 7 billion people. There is always a lucky, rich guy in hand. It's just that there are too many commodities that need to be searched to be found. Guan Xiaoqi is not in a hurry for a moment. If it does not sell, adjust the price tomorrow. He is not in a hurry to return the money immediately. After handling the backpack, Guan Xiaoqi sat down in front of the survival manual and started searching for other things. There were still about 300 red pine logs on hand, and now was the time when its value was at its highest point, and Guan Xiaoqi wanted to trade these logs. When the day warmed up, the wood would be worthless. Instead of exchanging them for gold coins, Guan Xiaoqi used these woods and exchanged them for many strange things. For example, tall bamboo poles, thick fishing lines, lime powder, wooden rejects, ground thorns, stone thistles. All defense props. Everyone else was fending off the cold. These things were completely useless, but Guan Xiaoqi needed them. He had to deal with an unknown monster. It was never wrong to be cautious. Having bought a bunch of things that couldn't be piled up in the room, Guan Xiaoqi moved them all to the courtyard. The monster was quietly outside the courtyard wall, spewing black mist. Curiously watching Guan Xiaoqi move all sorts of weird things into the courtyard, it didn't even raise its head to look in its direction. The last day. The monster was a little anxious, pacing back and forth, but Guan Xiaoqi wasn't in any hurry at all. Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock is the end of the newcomer's protection period. Guan Xiaoqi is also open to the world, is not just a matter of death. What are you afraid of? In ancient times, mankind did not fail to deal with mammoths, such huge beasts. Let's learn from the courage and wisdom of our ancestors. It's always okay. Besides, our ancestors didn't have so many fierce weapons and weird defense equipment in Guan Xiaoqi's hands. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look into the mist and went back to his room to sleep. The monster had disappeared at some point. Thick fog rolled in the night, and a blue torrent was surging from the North Pole across the world on this huge planet, as seen from space. The cold front was coming. New World Calendar, 7th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, gale force winds, heavy snow. Temperature, 47 C. The cold front has arrived and outdoor activities are not recommended for anyone, so please be cautious and stay inside your cabin. Chapter 54 Terrifying Cold Wave. It was bitterly cold, much more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Guan Xiaoqi pushed open the door of his room. Even though there were evergreens in the courtyard, it was still very cold, and goosefeather snow drifted in the sky, curling under the gusty winds, impacting all obstacles like shrapnel. The snow fell to the ground and slowly melted away. The range of the evergreen tree for warmth narrowed down quite a bit. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi was the one who planted the evergreen tree and the Northland corn together in the first place to allow the evergreen tree to assist in the planting. It was barely enough to protect the seeds. It is also considered that he had foresight. Above the plains, the wind howled like a lion roaring, and the courtyard wall, even though it had turned into a stone wall, surprisingly kept shaking. Under this terrifying might of heaven and earth, human beings were really too small. Guan Xiaoqi felt as if he was just like a piece of fluff, flowing with the wind between the torrents of heaven and earth. After gathering her shocked feelings, she began to work and started to lay traps in the courtyard. Barbed spikes, rejects were arranged crosswise in a row of 3 layers, thistles and ground thorns were placed in the center gap, and another tall bamboo pole was erected in the middle of the yard. The bamboo pole was fished with a bag, which was empty. When everything was set up, Guan Xiaoqi went back to the house and carried out all the wooden boxes. Bending down and digging with his chilling dagger, he filled these boxes with half a box of soil, and then transplanted the seedlings of the Northland corn into the boxes. In case he was lucky enough not to die, he would have to live on this corn. It was a treasure, and it couldn't be affected in the battle. Guan Xiaoqi then moved the boxes containing the corn seedlings indoors and placed them in his bedroom. The bedroom was warm and not much use, so it was a good place to keep these plants. Originally, Guan Xiaoqi also wanted to transplant the evergreen tree, but look at the goosefeather snow in the sky. If this is moved in, I'm afraid that the yard will be quickly covered with snow, can bury people in. Their traps are not white cloth. Good thing this kind of tree is very strong. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it, or stay in the yard, is to move the position a little bit, put close to the corner of the cabin is not easy to get caught in the battle. Before and after busy more than 7 hours. His back ached, not at all more than usual laboring cleanly. As dusk approached, the sky grew darker and darker, the wind grew stronger and stronger, and the snowflakes were like white snow dragons in the air, roaring angrily and tumbling up and down, so that almost a single snowflake could not fall to the ground. This is the might of heaven, not human power can resist. Guan Xiaoqi had long ago hid back in the cabin, listening to the horrible whistling sound outside the house. Keeping dozens of red pine logs for himself, Guan Xiaoqi filled the fireplace with wood. The flames glowed white and crackled with the loud sound of burning. Even indoors, Guan Xiaoqi wrapped his coat tightly. The temperature outdoors had already dropped below -50 degrees Celsius, and one could even hear the walls of the cabin clicking. White frost appeared on the roof of the cabin shed and kept spreading downwards, meeting the heat of the flames in the fireplace in the air with crackling sounds. Only the fireplace was warm here. Being a Class 3 cabin myself, and all those other Class 1 and Class 2 cabins, one could only imagine what a difficult day it had been. The temperature, for a short time, was close to that of the South Pole on Earth. There were very few people on the forum, and even people didn't even have the strength to complain anymore. They were all suffering. Minute by minute, counting on their fingers, counting the time toiling away. Some people fell down silently and never got up again, and the huts were annihilated by the ice and snow, becoming one abandoned hut after another in the wilderness. The already densely populated area became even more deserted. When the weather is extremely cold, the movement to produce heat is looking for death. The best way to survive is to shrink into a ball and hide by the fire. Just this otherworldly weird wood fire, and the earth indifferent, they release a fixed amount of heat, and will not increase the heat of the flame because you increase the wood, will only increase the burning time. This damned setting. Countless people were cursing. If he had been selling red pine wood today, he would have made more money, but Guan Xiaoqi's heart wasn't in it. He didn't have the heart to make money today. He had been resting his eyes and storing up his strength, pondering over his opponent's possible attacks, simulating every detail of the battle. There were many kinds of combat possibilities, and it would be too late to make an impromptu decision. Guan Xiaoqi went over and over in his mind. Even an insignificant detail could determine life and death. It made sense to live and make money, and making money wasn't too bad for this day. 2000 hours. The cold front was close to the extreme, with the lowest temperature reaching -53°C. The entire world was ravaged by the storm, except for some islands in the depths of certain distant oceans. That was where the gods took refuge. With a flash of green light, another treasure chest appeared by the fireplace. This was the last treasure chest sent by the system. Many people opened this possibly last life-saving straw with trembling hands, and after opening the treasure chest, some people wept with excitement, while others were as if their hearts were dead. Guan Xiaoqi naturally does not need this treasure chest to save his life. It is said that the chances of warming materials out of the treasure chest will increase dramatically. In fact, Guan Xiaoqi opened out of the items, and warmth-related items are really not much, barely that flower hat counts as one. There is also a white thin quilt. Casually opened the treasure chest, originally did not expect more. A blue light flashed, scared Guan Xiaoqi jump. What is it? Shipped again? Is he so lucky, or is the system so merciful these days? This treasure chest is a bit strange. There is only a blue card inside, other than that there is nothing. This card on his hand was also different from the others. It had delicate lines on it, and some faint light flowed back and forth between the lines. Not a card in the usual sense. Murphy's Magic Lecture. This is a cultivation method recorded on the card, explaining the general knowledge of magic and energy in depth, allowing you to make full use of the energy between heaven and earth, no longer relying on energy stones when releasing magic, and also able to withstand the cold, heat, and various toxins. A magic deck? What's Murphy Magic? Frowning, he hesitated whether he should learn it right away or not. Don't learn it yet. This deck's feats have some flaws. In 2 days, my cooling will expire. I can help you upgrade this deck to make up for the flaws. The magician deck seemed to sense Guan Xiaoqi's hesitation and gently reminded him in his mind. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. You're on a 7-day cooldown for upgrading a green deck, and I was counting on you to make a big kill. The magician laughed softly. You're too impatient. 7 days is short. Your future is still long. Guan Xiaoqi said angrily, Fart, I don't even know if I can survive tonight. You're still lying to me about a long future? Magician, you're so ghoulish. You're the best at playing people and wreaking havoc for years to come. You won't die so easily. This sounded familiar, and Guan Xiaoqi blinked. Are you complimenting me? Magician card ignored him. It seemed that everyone had confidence in Seiki Xiaoqi, except for Seiki Xiaoqi himself. At 2200 hours, no one was asleep, and everyone hugged and hid in front of the fireplace, putting on all the clothes they could get up. The agonizing suffering. Every second felt like a million years had passed. Wu Dan was wearing a single garment, casually roasting the fire and yawning. Eating 2 kilograms of python meat in one day was not easy. Fortunately, the python meat was tender and tasted good. It was not worthy of being energy meat. After eating it, he immediately practiced this technique. Surprisingly, he was not really cold. Waving his small fists, the air was filled with fist shadows, and his strength and speed were greatly improved. Even in extremely cold weather, there was no need to wear cotton clothes. Sitting by the fireplace was no problem. This gong method is really so magical. Really did not lie to me. On the desk, there was a cardboard with the words Murphy's Magic Lecture notes written on it. 2300 hours. The coldest time is coming soon. People with iron faces, each like a stone statue, not moving at all. Guan Xiaoqi moved his rattan chair and came to the yard, sitting in the yard and looking at the thick fog. Wearing his beloved little flower hat. Just like the Joker inside a poker game. Snow mixed with thick fog, black and white, 2 dragons, entangled in the air, like a horrible beast, to pounce down together to swallow Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi did not even look, staring out of the courtyard wall, listening to the rustling sounds, all small and medium-sized beasts of movement. But where is that giant beast? One had prepared for half a day, and in the end that giant beast didn't come? That would be too much of a joke, wouldn't it? Guan Xiaoqi entered an ethereal state, feeling the energy changes in the dense fog. He was now getting more and more refined in his primary meditation technique, and soon, he felt a huge energy source about 200 meters away. So, you arrived long ago, just hiding so far away, and why? Could it be that you are afraid of me? Chapter 55, Late Night Wolves. The monsters seemed to be a little too cautious. It watched Guan Xiaoqi setting up traps and sensed a hint of danger. So it first let the small and medium-sized beasts test the waters for it. This was Guan Xiaoqi's first battle in this world, and it was really incredibly dangerous. Breakthrough, the sea is wide open. Breakthrough, lying dead on the frontier. Become one of the countless souls in the wilderness today, the wooden house deserted. Guan Xiaoqi coldly looked at the thick fog, no sadness or joy in his heart, put on his funny little flowery hat, and replaced the arrow tower with a new energy stone. There was still some energy left in the old energy stone, but for insurance purposes, Guan Xiaoqi switched to that excellent energy stone before the battle, making sure that the arrow tower's energy always remained abundant during the battle. Then he gripped the raven staff and summoned the skeleton warrior and the little fairy spirit. The little fairy spirit that hovered in the air was very small, only 50 centimeters, holding an emerald green staff in both hands as it floated beside Guan Xiaoqi, bouncing around in the air, never resting for a moment. It was a stark contrast to the skeleton warrior's composure. The skeleton warrior held his battle axe and stood in front of Guan Xiaoqi, maintaining his stance to fight at any time, not moving a muscle, his ghostly eyes staring into the thick fog. Time slowly passed, like 10,000 years so long. The clock of 0 hour finally struck. It seemed that there was a pop-up of some kind that shattered, and all the cabins in the entire world let out a crisp sound at the same time. Just like chickens coming out of their shells. The blurry sound of the storm instantly became deafening as the false world shattered and the real world bared its horrifying fangs to all. A low growl came from the giant beast in the distance. Nearby, the wolves howled in response, one after another, harsh and cruel, and there was no telling how many there were. The wolves had rushed to the edge of the enclosure. The stone enclosure began to debludden, making the thumping sound of being rushed. The archery tower's eye of Sauron had turned dark green, and green light arrows pierced through the enclosure at a rate of 1 shot per second, shooting outwards. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Very rhythmically and coldly, the poison light arrows were shot, one after another. There were the mournful cries of wild wolves outside the wall. The durability of the wall was falling fast. 10 minutes later, with a quarter of the durability left, Guan Xiaoqi opened the gate to the courtyard. The enclosure couldn't collapse completely, and Guan Xiaoqi was still counting on being able to withstand one of the behemoth's onslaughts. The wolves gave way to the fence and rushed in through the gate in droves, each with all green eyes, running and bouncing around like a disco at the same time. What's the point? Come in and show me a coyote dance? Then he saw that the poisoned arrows from the archery towers were taking turns shooting at these wolves, and almost all of the wolves that rushed in were poisoned. Neurotoxins. So it was the cerebellum of these wolves that was affected, and that's why they all danced. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly realized that he was afraid that this arrow tower's IQ was even higher than the wolves. The wolves rushing in were blocked by the rejecting horses. Some of the wolves were charging the horse, some were jumping over it, and their opinions didn't seem to be unanimous. A rabble! Guan Xiaoqi shouted, "Crow!" A dark and clanking raven seemed to have just awakened from hell, spreading its huge wings and flying out of the staff. The raven's dark eyes looked around and immediately flew towards the nearest coyote. The first batch of wild wolves had already jumped over the rejecting horse. What greeted them were ground thorns and all kinds of thistles. The wild wolves that were already staggering and unsteady on their feet were wailing in pain. A magic missile shot out and exploded in the middle of the group of wolves, instantly blood and flesh. Little fairy spirit didn't know what incantation she was reciting, and countless green balls of light shot out. The killing power of these balls of light seemed to be very average, but the wolves that were hit by the balls of light obviously slowed down a lot. Little fairy spirit's attack had a slowing effect attached to it. Only the skeleton warrior was motionless, holding his battle axe horizontally, still blocking in front of Guan Xiaoqi, the ghost fire in his skull burning, staring intently at whether any wolves had rushed through the defense line. The wolf in front died. The wolves in the back stepped on the corpses of the wolves in front and charged forward. The first line of defense, which only lasted for 10 minutes, the refusal horse was chewed up and the staggering wolves rushed in. Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank. This number seemed a bit much. The corpses of 4 or 5 wolves lay on the ground, but they held back the ground thorns and thistles. A cold wind blew and Guan Xiaoqi was chilled to the bone. Just kidding, an extremely low cold wave of over 50 degrees below zero outdoors, pouring in through the gate. Where could Guan Xiaoqi stand it? His lips began to turn iron blue, but he didn't dare to back away. The behemoth hadn't appeared yet. It couldn't be that the wolves had overwhelmed his defenses. Wouldn't the behemoths in the distance be laughing their asses off? Wrapping his cotton coat tightly, Guan Xiaoqi moved a little closer in the direction of the evergreen tree, where more or less a bit of warmth could be released. Magic missiles came one after another. There was no telling how many wolves were out there, and after a dozen or so died, they finally broke through the second layer of defense. Guan Xiaoqi could already see the cavities on top of the nearest wolf's teeth. If this was still on the original Earth, Guan Xiaoqi would probably just cover his head and scream for help. Instead, he had become tenacious when he arrived in the other world. A magic missile exploded into that wolf's mouth. The wolf's head exploded, and the scattered flesh and blood turned into blood ice while still in the air, making a shattering sound. It landed on the snowy ground and was stepped on by the wolves behind it. Ow! 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 The last layer of rejects was finally toppled as well. Guan Xiaoqi threw the lime powder at the charging wolves. The wolves that were already wobbling were even more confused. The smell of lime powder filled the area and the wolves were in disarray. It seemed to have the upper hand. Only, Guan Xiaoqi not only had to fight the wolves, he also had to fight the damned weather. The cold wind rolled with snowflakes, and the backs of Guan Xiaoqi's hands had all been frozen and cracked. The whole body was making clicking noises, just like a rusty machine. A wolf broke through all the barriers and rushed over. The skeleton warrior chopped down with an axe, and the wolf's head was directly sliced off. Extremely ferocious. 3 or 4 more wolves rushed through the barriers and set their sights on the vicious skeleton. From 3 directions, they took a 6-parent pace and surrounded it with lime-powdered eye patches. The skeleton warrior gripped his axe horizontally and swung it around, forcing these wolves back. Behind them, Guan Xiaoqi and Little Fairy Spirit, magic bullets shot out like no money. This was the benefit of defense. Within the confines of the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi and Little Fairy Spirit had unlimited ammo to keep attacking. More wolves rushed over, the refusal horses had all been vaulted over, and the courtyard was already flat. More than a dozen wolves surrounded them, and the skeleton warriors couldn't hold back so many wolves. A few of them lunged towards Guan Xiaoqi. This level of attack, Guan Xiaoqi can now easily avoid, but afoot, Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. The foot has been frozen, even with the wolves, and half a day to take only a small step slowly. I copy, I'm going to become a popsicle. This fog in the animal somehow, do not fear the cold, the body shape. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly suffered a big loss. Evil wolf pounced. Guan Xiaoqi hands are still relatively flexible, take to the staff to block in front of his body. He was about to summon the crows back to save him. Pouncing. The wolf spasmed in the air and unexpectedly fell heavily. After twisting and struggling on the ground for a while, it ran out of air, and in less than a moment, it completely froze and turned into an ice sculpture wolf. Poisoned to death? One by one, the surrounding wolves wailed, convulsed, twisted their bodies, and fell to the ground one after another. All of them died of poison. The arrow tower stopped firing. This toxin, could it be cumulative? This poison arrow tower, Laozi ascended with a bit of vision, huh? It's really powerful. Guan Xiaoqi had long forgotten about the credit of the magician's deck. Guan Xiaoqi slowly moved his feet, already completely unconscious. It was so horrible that he almost wondered if his 2 legs were wasted. In the distance, there was a vibrating sound. These wolves were nothing more than a test. The behemoth felt that he had seen through Guan Xiaoqi's tricks, and was finally going to step in on his own. Chapter 56, The Ape and Horse Beast. The fact that the monster would drive small and medium-sized beasts to test the waters was not unexpected, as it was also within the several methods of attack that Guan Xiaoqi had calculated. But Guan Xiaoqi hadn't anticipated that the cold would be so terrible that in just a moment, his own legs were freezing. There was no time to pay attention to his legs right now. The earth was rumbling. Monsters were running over. Was this a charge and trample? Whoa! A section of the fence was shaken down. Just the vibration from running collapsed the not-so-durable fence. It was like a low-intensity earthquake. How much did this giant beast weigh? 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, the last of the fence was completely smashed into pieces, and only then did the monster slow down. The fog rolled over and a large mass of black mist probed into the courtyard, and when the black mist dispersed, the monster's head appeared in the air and was looking down at Guan Xiaoqi. The giant ape's head poked out of the mist. It startled Guan Xiaoqi. Brother monkey, is that you? I'm your loyal fan. I've never denigrated you, right? When in front of him was a large monkey over 4 meters tall, the earth shook as it walked from the darkness. When the 4 hooves appeared, Guan Xiaoqi knew that he had guessed wrong. This is really not a monkey, wronged monkey. The monster's predecessor appeared with the body of a horse. Monkey head, horse body monster. Guan Xiaoqi had only heard of centaurs. This was the first time he had seen a half-monkey horse? A half-monkey horse with an incomparably great and tall body. It slapped its chest, and its gray eyes stared at Guan Xiaoqi. The eyes were pure gray, the color of death. It was incomprehensible how such a huge monster could grow such a pair of eyes, deathly, as if from hell. The remaining wall only blocked the monster for a mere 1 second. It was simply unbeatable. What Guan Xiaoqi was waiting for was this 1 second. Just like one of the many battle scenarios that had been anticipated, Guan Xiaoqi, almost without thinking, violently pulled up a rope, and the python endocannabinoid was pulled up to the top of the bamboo pole, and dangled brightly in front of the eyes of this gigantic monkey head. The huge half-monkey horse monster got confused. It was only 1 step away from conjugation and sensed the scent of the inner Dan here, which was why it circled around Guan Xiaoqi's house every day. I didn't expect this kid to be quite understanding, and even sent the inner Dan to its mouth. For a moment, he stopped and was stumped. Looked down and saw Guan Xiaoqi with a smile on his face. This kid can deal with, people are still strange good, do not give me trouble, a moment to reward him a whole body. Monster quite touched, of course, not touched Guan Xiaoqi's generosity, but suddenly feel that he can really benevolent ah. Guan Xiaoqi looked nervously at the monkey-headed monster, the smile on his face was an illusion frozen out by the cold. When a person was in extreme cold and had a smile on his face, he was actually only 1 step away from death. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know this, his brain was still running fast. In his plan, facing this situation, the monster had 3 options. 1. The monster used its hands to take away this inner elixir, which was the most likely in his assessment. 2. Eat this inner elixir directly. 3. Ignore this inner elixir and directly come over and kill himself first. The third is naturally the most dangerous. Guan Xiaoqi has long made a kite on the endodermis. If the beast dares to come to kill himself, Guan Xiaoqi will directly fly the endodermis, let the wind will endodermis roll away, even if I die, but also do not allow you to get the endodermis. Guan Xiaoqi is also a ruthless person sometimes, he can't let you not get it even if he can't win the fight. The ape horse beast misunderstood Guan Xiaoqi's smile, thinking he was showing goodwill, and opened its big mouth contentedly. It couldn't wait, as long as it swallowed this inner elixir, it would be able to form its own inner elixir, and it would be able to get rid of its beastly identity and turn into a real demonic beast. This is its obsession of cultivating for hundreds of years, how can it still press at this time? It opened its mouth and bit. Guan Xiaoqi watched it open its mouth, his heart was in ecstasy. This silly monkey actually chose the most excellent option. Fiercely pulling the rope, this bamboo pole was pressed, this loosening of the rope, the inner elixir directly popped into the mouth of the ape horse beast. It also included the tiny odd package on top, which popped in together. This kid also took the initiative to take charge of feeding into the mouth? The ape horse beast looked down at Guan Xiaoqi, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this kid was really a good person. How about leaving him alive and being my human slave? The ape horse beast blinked. With the entrance of the python inner Dan, the ape horse beast's entire body emitted a red light, which went straight up into the sky. Even the black mist and blizzard couldn't block it, and when looking down from the angle of space, one could see the red light rising up into the sky and going straight into space. The ape horse beast was ecstatic and burst into tears. After hundreds of years of hard work, today I finally got my long-cherished wish. From now on, I am a noble demonic beast. The ape horse beast is different from the python. The python is a different species among the beasts. It is easy to cultivate inside the beasts, but the other beasts, it is extremely difficult. When it was in tears, Guan Xiaoqi wanted to escape, but he felt that his legs could no longer move. 10,000 grass mud horses ran past, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. He was afraid that he was going to die here together with this stupid big man. A strange sound, from the ape beast's stomach. The ape horse beast froze. What is the situation? Eating an inner elixir and still getting indigestion? Dark and violent energy violently erupted in its stomach. Shrimp? Before the ape horse beast could figure it out, a huge explosion erupted from its stomach. It was the magic grenade that it had eaten inside its stomach. Just in the nick of time, the skeleton warrior suddenly came over in a charge and ruthlessly crashed into Guan Xiaoqi, knocking Guan Xiaoqi directly into the cabin. The foolish little fairy spirit followed along and flew into the hut. A terrifying explosion occurred. A mushroom cloud rose in the courtyard. Ah! The ape horse beast didn't understand what had happened until it died. The huge explosion leveled the courtyard, and the entire cabin cracked under the shockwave and was blown to pieces. Luckily, it was a level 3 cabin from the system, which possessed a certain level of defense. The grenade exploded from the monster's stomach again, and the monster's body did block a lot of damage for this cabin. The shockwave entered the house, blowing Guan Xiaoqi and the skeleton warrior all over. The little fairy spirit was quick and instantly flew into the studio, dodging a bullet. Guan Xiaoqi's face was pitch black, and when he touched it with his hand, there was still monster flesh foam on his face. The whole body was hot and painful. Quite well. There was still consciousness, which meant that he was not dead. Feeling that his face was weird, he touched it and it was swollen like a loaf of bread. Missed. I didn't expect this grenade to be so powerful. Are all devils so honest? Guan Xiaoqi of course does not know. Of course the grenade is not so powerful, but this monster has just upgraded into a demonic beast. The body contains a large number of heaven and earth yuan qi. This is detonated by the grenade. The power cannot be too big? It was the equivalent of a monster that had exploded itself. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't a saint. There were all kinds of coincidences, but it wasn't something that Guan Xiaoqi could fully grasp anymore. Taking out a piece of python meat from his bag and climbing to the wall, Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly ate a small piece. Guan Xiaoqi needed the heat provided by the python meat to maintain his body from freezing. At this time, no matter the window or the door of the room, it had completely shattered. Even the walls were full of cracks. The cold wind blew in, and the temperature in the room dropped drastically. With both hands, he crawled to the fireplace, and it was good that the red pine wood inside was still burning. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't wait to hug this fire. Congratulations, rising 3 levels in a row. You now have 3 basic attributes to use. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look at it and directly added 3 points of endurance. What rational planning of attributes? Go to hell, living is the reason. Wearing the little flower hat, endurance went straight to 9 points, and sure enough, endurance had an immediate effect on one's physique, and the feeling of coldness was instantly reduced by a lot. Warning, warning, detected that your house has been severely damaged. Do you want to spend 200 wood and 300 stone to repair your wooden house? Repair. There's no need to ask. If we don't repair it, people are going to hiccup. Okay, please wait, repairing the cabin now. Chapter 57 Space Ring and Half Dead. WOJ. Surprisingly, it wasn't fixed right away. It still takes time. Isn't the system omnipotent? Guan Xiaoqi almost froze into a dog and couldn't help but curse a few times. The white light flashed, the shaky cabin stabilized, and the shattered boards were recovering little by little. The wind seemed to have lessened a bit. Guan Xiaoqi looked towards the shattered window, which hadn't been repaired yet, revealing a large hole, and the cold wind was still pouring inside. But the wind was really getting smaller. The sound of the storm, like a lion's roar, gradually turned into a wolf's howl, and after listening carefully, Guan Xiaoqi was sure that it wasn't the reason why the cabin had been repaired. Rather, it was. The howling wind outside had indeed gotten smaller. So the cold snap had passed? Guan Xiaoqi nervously listened to the sound of the wind outdoors before watching with concern as the system repaired the cabin. This system was also very doggy, repairing the walls first, ignoring a window that big until all the walls were repaired, and then putting the windows back in. The warm red pine wood in the fireplace released the heat. 3 in the morning. It took Seiki Xiaoqi a few moments to slow down from his stiffness, but his whole body was in severe pain, and he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. The good news was that one was still alive. The energy from the python meat continued to nourish his body, and after lying down for another half hour, Guan Xiaoqi hobbled to his feet, holding onto the wall. He had to go to the courtyard to take a look, otherwise he really couldn't feel at ease. Pushing open the door, black mist poured in, and Guan Xiaoqi sneezed immediately. Looking at the courtyard in front of him. 10 meters away in front of the cabin, a huge crater appeared. It was like a wound in the earth, with a depth of over 3 meters. Shocked, Guan Xiaoqi walked over, approached the edge of the pit and looked down at its bottom, realizing that the bottom of the pit was like a huge piece of glaze, crystal clear, reflecting the faint light around it. What was even more amazing was that the soil, which should have been loose and soft, had been burnt into hard ceramics at high temperatures here. This was a large ceramic bowl? The gale seemed to have really receded, the temperature was picking up dramatically, it was no longer bitterly cold, but it was still very cold. Guan Xiaoqi first spent 200 stones to repair this courtyard wall, and then after taking a look at the half-collapsed archery tower, he spent another 100 stones to repair the archery tower. It's all resources, it hurts like hell. This explosion power is too big, isn't it? The courtyard was repaired faster than the cabin, and in no time, the courtyard was restored. The courtyard door was closed, and the warmth of the evergreen tree was released into the courtyard in a steady stream. This little sapling was absolutely sturdy. The little wooden house was about to be shattered, but the little sapling was surprisingly unharmed. What made Guan Xiaoqi laugh and cry was that the courtyard wall was repaired, but the ground was not restored, and a quarter of his own courtyard overlapped with this large pit. It caused a pit to be left in his own yard, which was also connected to the big pit outside. It's the equivalent of having part of your yard encircled by the pit. What a headache! Everything was blown up and gone, and after Guan Xiaoqi searched for half a day, there was no fur on the ground, no meat, no chests, and no cards. It was so damn pitiful. Guan Xiaoqi felt that he had simply returned to pre-liberation overnight. While he was chagrined, a bright light suddenly flashed and shone out from inside the pit. There seemed to be something in the big pit? The big pit was very deep, 3 meters. Guan Xiaoqi was now covered in injuries. If he really fell into the pit, he probably wouldn't be able to climb up. He thought about it, and resummoned the little immortal spirit, and drove the little immortal spirit to take out the things inside. The little fairy spirit can be more well-behaved than the skeleton warrior, listened to the instruction, immediately flapped his wings and flew in. Less than a moment, holding 2 things flew out. One was the inner elixir, and there was also a ball of purple light. The inner elixir didn't blow up? Is this thing so magical? Guan Xiaoqi took the inner elixir first. 8 beast inner dan good. 8 beasts are naturally strong and extremely energetic, and don't easily form inner dawn, so 8 beasts inner dawn are, on the whole, very rare. The python's inner elixir is green excellent grade. The ape horse beast's inner elixir turned into a blue excellent grade. This can be upgraded? The blue inner elixir was definitely better than the green inner elixir. Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly put it away. Then he received the purple massive light. The first purple item that Guan Xiaoqi owned was the key that was inside the black hut, and this was considered the second one. Space Ring Epic. This is a storage equipment with 1 cubic meter of space inside. Items loaded into the ring have their weight reduced by 90%. Guan Xiaoqi instantly felt his blood boiling, and the injuries from earlier suddenly became insignificant. A divine weapon. One finally had practical storage equipment. Although the Blue Princess backpack claimed to have 3 times the space, it only had a total of 100 L capacity, and this ring had 10 times the capacity of the Blue Princess backpack. More importantly, it was even easier to carry than the backpack. The Blue Princess's backpack was originally the most loved by Guan Xiaoqi, but now it instantly became Mrs. Cow, and Guan Xiaoqi joyfully carried the ring on her finger. Immediately dropping the Blue Princess's backpack. The new man wins over the old love. Happiness. The bones didn't hurt anymore, the footsteps weren't heavy, and the bruises all over her face didn't feel so ugly. The most crucial thing was, the gusty wind outdoors had really gotten smaller, and the temperature didn't seem to be that low anymore. The snowflakes in the air stopped, and only the black fog was still rolling around in the sky. Is this cold wave about to pass? Guan Xiaoqi held onto the wall and slowly returned to his cabin. Although the loss was great, but also got 2 good things. This ring is definitely worth a lot of money. The inner elixir does not know the use, but I think it must also be a good thing. Luckily, his home is now a stone fence. If it was still a wooden fence, he wouldn't even be able to get the wood to repair the fence. One really had to be thankful that one had such a large stockpile of stones. Otherwise, tonight would have been too embarrassing. 4 o'clock in the morning. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin still unable to sleep. Bored, he opened the survival manual, and the top of the survival manual showed that there were currently 3.5 billion people remaining. Guan Xiaoqi's heart shook. More than half of them had died in a few hours? How many people had died then? Billions of people, gone just like that? The survival manual was just a cold number, but Guan Xiaoqi knew that they had all been living people. Human life was cheaper than grass, and so many people had died without even a splash. Some people are frozen to death, some people are bitten to death by wild animals. Others died of disease. Guan Xiaoqi felt that it was already a miracle that he was still alive. While Guan Xiaoqi was lamenting. Drop. Pulling out Devil Robin's communication card from his arms, it was Devil Robin calling. You're still alive, but it's really good, I'm very relieved. Are you still not resting this late? Robin asked in a gentle language and courteous manner. Guan Xiaoqi almost threw this communication card away. Even this devil knew that he hadn't slept. That could only mean that this communication card still had a surveillance function. This devil is also too much. The magic grenade didn't let you down, did it? Robin asked with a smile. Guan Xiaoqi squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. It's not bad, it's quite powerful, and it almost blew my cabin down. Robin paused, forcing a gloating smile on his face, and couldn't help but say, I reminded you before to throw it farther away. Guan Xiaoqi blinked. This is not a critical situation. In the middle of the night, I don't dare to run into the mist to throw a grenade, throwing it in my own yard. How can I control the distance? Robin thought for a moment. That's also true, it's me who didn't think it through. Guan Xiaoqi asked cautiously, you're looking for me for something? Seeing Guan Xiaoqi take the initiative to ask, Robin then explained his intention. This is a special night, there is a data that is particularly important, I can't wait to know the results. Can you tell me how many humans are left now? Guan Xiaoqi, 3.5 billion. Robin was surprised, so many left, you earthlings are good, quite tenacious. Guan Xiaoqi's chest was a bit blocked. What do you mean by so much left? Billions of people died overnight, that is, the chickens in the chicken farms died so much, you can't say so lightly that just so many chickens died, right? Does this guy have no concept of human life? Sighing, Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to reason with the devil, he wasn't a human, it was impossible for him to empathize with humans. Even if all the humans died, he probably wouldn't shed a single tear. As a scientist, he might seriously study an ancient species, how exactly did humans become extinct, and then write a dozen or so papers, and maybe even win a scientific and technological progress award from the Devil's Academy of Science or something. Chapter 58 The Earth Returns to Spring. Your data. It's very important to me, and it was a pleasure working with you. Oh. By the way, I have a small gift for you here. This was a devil who spoke his word, and gave a small gift after doing market research, not bad. With a flash of blue light, a small pill teleported out from the devil's communication card. Devil's pill, devil's medicine for healing. As a human, are you eating it or not? This guy knows I'm injured. Carrying this communication card, it really does collect information automatically. Without hesitation, Guan Xiaoqi opened his mouth and swallowed the pill into his stomach. If this devil wanted to harm himself, he didn't need to make a small pill to trick himself into eating it. If he really wanted to make himself eat it, he pressed his head and shoved it in, and he couldn't resist. A stream of heat rises from the dantian. This time the feeling is 100 times more intense than eating python meat. The whole body is like on fire, the face is red, the sweat dripping down through the body. Is this a healing medicine or a tonic? Guan Xiaoqi instantly felt hot, all the pores of his body opened up, releasing endless heat. He couldn't help but open his mouth and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. Worry! Guan Xiaoqi's hairs stood up in fear. Could it be that his body had been set on fire? What a devil's pill, this medicinal effect is simply off the charts. Cells in his body metabolized 100 times 1,000 times faster, frantically replacing the old injured cells with new ones, instantly releasing infinite heat. Guan Xiaoqi's body was already red all over, just like a prawn in a pot that had just been boiled. The nervous system couldn't eat this kind of heat, and at one point it fell into a coma, then quickly came to its senses again. The heat gradually dissipated until 6 in the morning. The half-dead Guan Xiaoqi only then gasped for breath, looking down at his hands. The wounds on his arms had completely healed. Slowly getting up and exercising a bit, finding that the fracture had magically healed as well. Guan Xiaoqi's current state was one of extreme mental exhaustion and physical health. The medicine was quite good, it was just a little too strong, and Guan Xiaoqi still had palpitations when she looked back on it now. Very hungry. Eyes were almost green with hunger. Guan Xiaoqi felt that he had just healed his wounds and was at least 10 pounds thin. This was simply the devil's work of burning his life to heal his body. Very reasonable, this was truly the stuff of devils. Taking out a few pieces of wolf meat, Guan Xiaoqi simply sat by the fireplace and roasted the meat. He didn't dare to grill the meat of a two-headed bear, it was too hard. Not only did he have to grill it over a high fire, but he also had to grill it for a long time before it was cooked, and it wouldn't taste any better than wolf meat. Less than a quarter of an hour, the wolf meat was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The aroma was overflowing. Guan Xiaoqi casually added some salt and ate 5 pounds in one breath. Burping, he was still hungry, but his stomach couldn't fit anymore. Only then did he rest against the wall for a while. 3 seconds later, Guan Xiaoqi had fallen into a deep sleep, fighting a slight sound sleep. New World Calendar, 8th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, light breeze. Temperature, 3°C. The cold front has passed and the warm front has been reborn. The temperature is changing drastically, making it easy to get sick, so please pay attention to keeping your bodies healthy. Congratulations to all the beings who survived. Everyone or the undead system will be issued a reward packet. Congratulations on passing the first test of the new world. Guan Xiaoqi slept this sleep until noon. The system didn't even hear these words. When he woke up, his stomach was hungry again. Going to touch the wolf meat around him, he ended up not touching the meat, but instead touching a silver treasure chest that, at some point, suddenly appeared beside him. Flashing with blue light. A fine-grade treasure chest? Guan Xiaoqi quickly came to his senses and immediately woke up to the fact that this was a reward from the system. Hurrying to go through the information in the survival manual, it was indeed a treasure chest issued by the system. Guan Xiaoqi froze for half a day. Saw today's weather. 3 degrees Celsius. From 50 degrees below zero, it instantly turned into 3 degrees above zero, a drastic temperature change without any buffer time. Guan Xiaoqi walked to the window and reached out to push it open. Outside the window, everything was revitalized, birds were chirping happily as they flew through the sky. Such a bizarre world, Guan Xiaoqi had never experienced before. How hard should it be to survive in such an ever-changing world? Turning back, he opened his silver treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 wood and 500 stone. Iron pot fine, essential for cooking. Greatly improves the quality and storage time of food. Worker's shovel card fine. This is a fine worker's shovel with a wide range of uses. Of course, it's best at digging. For example, if you accidentally fell into a hole in the ground and want to dig out the dirt, you'll definitely need it. Not bad. Luck was normal, dropping a bit of basic materials and life supplies. The harvest was moderate. A fine iron pot would be rare. This thing is linked to food. It must be a small extreme item. Clothing, food, housing and transportation. Clothing and food are the most important. New world openings. Engineer shovels are also very practical tools. With this thing, it is also certainly not a loss. In the future, one does not need to take a cold dagger to dig up the soil. After checking the survival manual, the 7 backpacks had all been sold, gaining 280 gold coins. All the investment had been recovered and a small profit had been made. It was tempting to make more packs, but unfortunately there weren't enough raw materials. This thing is now selling as many as it can make. Unfortunately, last night, dozens of wolves were killed, but they were all blown to powder by a magic grenade, and not a single skin fell out. The good thing was that the protection period had already passed, and in the future, the beasts in the mists would freely attack the cabin, so there would definitely be no shortage of animal skins. The least accessible raw material was still canvas. Guan Xiaoqi walked out of the room and came to the courtyard door, breathing in the fresh air of the outdoors, very freely. His hands made a strong push to push the courtyard door open. The breath of spring greeted his eyes, full of emerald green. The ground is sparsely sprouting, and the forest in the distance is also sprouting bright green buds, a vibrant scene. The average temperature was 3 degrees, it was now midday, and Guan Xiaoqi estimated the real-time temperature to be around 10 degrees, which wasn't really warm. But with plant shoots growing in the wilderness, this temperature was barely enough. It's just that it's also too soon, isn't it? When the weather is this good, you should go logging. Returning to the cabin, casually eating a bit of food, and bringing all his tools, Guan Xiaoqi traveled lightly to the small forest. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly stopped in his tracks. A few meters in front of him, there was a day of colorful light fog. Not daring to touch it, he looked around. The entire grove, from time to time, gushed out a mass of light fog. Guan Xiaoqi thought it was strange. These light fogs were colorful and very bright, and did not know how they came out. What was this thing? He looked into the distance and found that this colorful mist, a cluster to the east and a cluster to the west on the plains, there were quite a few of them, and further away in the forest, it was even more dense, and was almost completely covered by this kind of fog. Not knowing what was going on with these mists, Guan Xiaoqi was now very cautious, carefully avoiding these mists and looking for places with fresh and transparent air to log. Guan Xiaoqi now had about 400 gold coins, and there were still enough stones, just missing wood, and was about to upgrade again. Summoning the skeleton warrior, he swung continuously all afternoon, chopping more than 700 pieces of wood, and after rising 3 levels in a row in yesterday's battle, he added all of his stamina. Now Guan Xiaoqi's endurance was extremely high, physical strength and endurance were related, naturally it was extremely abundant. This time there was no singing of mountain songs, the efficiency of the skeleton warrior increased a lot. A day without words, busy until dusk. Returned to the yard with the wood, did not go out again, but transplanted the ice-ground corn from the bedroom and replanted it in the yard. This corn grows extremely fast. In just 2 days, it has grown to half a meter high. Look at this leaf, a branch of 7 leaves, round and chubby, how are not related to the earth's corn, do not know why also called corn. Cannot be planted in the original location, because the pit accounted for a quarter of the area of the yard, can only be ice corn and evergreen tree, are planted in a corner outside the window. As the ice melted, the snow flowed into the pit, turning it into a natural pond. Because the bottom of this large pit had been sintered into ceramic, this water could not penetrate at all. This is not good. This water looked clear now, but it was stagnant. In a few days, I'm afraid it would turn into a stinking gutter. Guan Xiaoqi had another headache. Chapter 59, Miasma. He also deliberately went to check the aura composting box, flipped open the lid and looked inside. It seems that the dead grass inside did not change much at all. Is the temperature too low? Guan Xiaoqi is also the first time to get this thing. Inexperienced, intuition is that the temperature is not enough. Lowered his head and looked down. accidentally found that there is a groove underneath the composting box. Squatting down and reaching out to pull this groove open, inside is actually a box to put energy stones. What day? After all the fuss, he had put the withered grass in there for 2 days, purely useless. This thing didn't work at all. On Earth, putting organic matter into a compost bin, after some days it can produce fertilizer. Preconceived ideas. Guan Xiaoqi didn't think much about it at that time. I didn't think that it wasn't the same thing here at all. This is also a compost bin, but the point is that this is an aura compost bin. Aura is energy. Guan Xiaoqi sighed and could only mend his ways. It just so happened that there was an energy stone in his hand that was half used by the arrow tower. When he fought against the ape and horse beasts, he was worried that the arrow tower wouldn't have enough energy halfway through the battle, so he replaced that energy stone, and there was actually quite a bit of energy in it, and Guan Xiaoqi loaded this energy stone into it. Clang, clang. Hot air blew inside, the mechanical gears began to turn, and only then did the aura composting box formally activate and begin to work. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but sigh. Energy stones were too important in this world. This was the first day after getting through the novice period. Returning to the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi opened the survival manual. It was lively inside, full of survivors lamenting. I can't believe I didn't freeze to death yesterday. What a life. I've never seen such cold weather in my life. It's killing me. Alas, several of my friends' avatars have turned gray. It's too tragic. Too cruel indeed. What's even more bizarre is that early this morning, the temperature went up to 0. Hell no. What the hell kind of planet is this? Not to mention the temperature. Have you guys seen the colorful mist outside? It's so strange. Is that miasma? I don't even dare to touch it. That stuff is poisonous. Don't touch it. Huh? What's the situation? Tell me carefully, what's going on? How do you know that thing is poisonous? I accidentally touched my finger, and now my whole finger is rotting. It's so scary. That person put out the video of his own finger rotting, a finger completely abandoned, swollen into a black-purple color, vaguely see the pus and blood inside. This video bluffed quite a few people. Oh my god, fortunately I was careful. This fog poisonous gas is very strong. I have a friend who accidentally broke into the colorful fog inside, the whole body is swollen, come back and I video spit bitter, directly die in front of the video. It is really hard to watch. This new world, can't we rest in peace for a while? The extreme cold has just passed, the poisonous fog is here again, still letting us live? Why would they let us live? Yeah, maybe they're using us as test animals and are studying us. Have you heard the story of Universe 25? Universe 25? Never heard of it. What's it about? Tell me. There was once a scientist who caught a lot of rats and locked them up in a lab to observe the survival of these rats inside this lab, and that lab of his was called Universe 25. What happened then? The experiment was over, the rats were useless, so they were killed off. You don't scare me. It's over, are you telling a horror story? I'll definitely have nightmares tonight. What do you guys say? What if what he said is true? That we're actually those rats and there are scientists watching us from the sidelines? There was a silence in the background. Let's talk about the colored mist. The subject of rats is too heavy. But I still think the colored mist is heavier and scarier than the rats. Guan Xiaoqi turned off the chat forum. His heart was as quiet as water. He had met Devil Robin, that guy claimed to be a scientist, and was indeed interested in the survival of human beings, but human beings really weren't transferred by the devil to this planet. Moreover, the magician card said that the system is just a program to maintain order. There is no good or evil. Therefore, before the truth comes out, Guan Xiaoqi will not worry about the sky, first live and then say, who dares to use the old man as a test subject? The old man will play with him. Who is afraid of who? Drops. Alicia's private chat came over. On the screen, a smiling face that blossomed like a flower came into view. It was the face of an elf, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Compared to human beauties, her beauty was clearly superior, like the convergence of the essence of heaven and earth, refreshing and ethereal. Although Guan Xiaoqi's heart was not in love with a man or a woman, he still could not help but have his heart thumping violently for several times. This was the reasonable reaction of a normal man seeing a beautiful woman. Congratulations, you passed the newcomer test right. I knew you'd be fine, you're so smart. Alicia made a strange gesture, a gesture that signified victory among elves. Thanks to your blessing, I passed in a thrilling way. By the way, you wanted to discuss with me about dealing with that Liz fish? Guan Xiaoqi asked. Of course, it's rare that you still remember this. I'll reward you with a fish to eat in a while. How about tomorrow? Are you free? Alicia stared at Guan Xiaoqi with big eyes, quite expectant. So urgent, don't you prepare for it? In the replica, Alicia was very calm. How did she suddenly become so impatient? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit surprised. No need, this fish's inner elixir is very important to me, I'm going to use it to cultivate. Alicia stated the reason. Inner elixir? This is a demonic beast? Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. What did you expect? If it wasn't a demonic beast, I wouldn't have to ask for your help. Oh, right, you said inner elixir. What's the use of a demonic beast's inner elixir? It can also help with practicing kung fu? If you use a demonic beast's inner elixir to practice, will you become a demonic beast as well? Guan Xiaoqi had a stomach full of questions. You're so smart, practicing with a demonic beast's inner elixir, there's a real possibility that you'll be assimilated and turn into a demonic beast as well, so it's extremely treacherous. Ah, so dangerous you still want to try? It's fine, we have the elf secret method, the chances of this are very small, not afraid. Alicia thought for a moment and said, the inner Dan can also absorb poisonous miasma, it's also very useful for those who haven't cultivated themselves into an inner Dan. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned, poisonous miasma? Do you mean those colored mists outside? Alicia giggled, of course, those poisonous miasmas are terrifying because the cold currents suddenly faded and the heat from the underground tumbled up, bringing out the toxins from the underground world. The underground world of this planet is a world full of poisonous miasmas. Guan Xiaoqi blinked, then realized that the poisonous miasma was just a natural phenomenon that was normal here, not some scientist intentionally poisoning the planet for experiments. Obviously that guy who said Universe 25 was pure nonsense. However, there was an underground world here? Guan Xiaoqi had learned some more strange knowledge, but since the underground world was filled with poisonous miasma, it didn't have much to do with human beings, it was just that some of them popped up from time to time, and it was extremely annoying. Alicia added, if you help me deal with that Liz fish monster, I only need the inner Dan, and all the other fish monsters dropped will be given to you as payment, what do you think? The entire body of the demonic beast was a treasure, the highest value was naturally the inner Dan, but the meat, bones, and skin of the demonic beast were all excellent alchemy materials. Moreover, listening to Alicia's description, I'm afraid that this demonic beast was much more powerful than the python, and it was hard to say that it wouldn't drop an epic level item. Guan Xiaoqi was still cautious. Are you sure I can just hold the night pearl and help you illuminate it? Is it dangerous? Alicia pondered for a moment and said truthfully, to say that there isn't a bit of danger would be a lie. But that stinky fish can't beat me, it will hide in a deep-sea cave that's extremely dim, there's no way for me to hold the night pearl in one hand while battling it in the cave. Guan Xiaoqi asked, won't you find something to fix the night pearl on top of your head to fight against it? Alicia sighed, I can't, I'm too fast in the water, you know the swordfish? I'm 10 times faster than a swordfish, the night pearl. It can't be immobilized at all. 10 times faster than a swordfish? Guan Xiaoqi sucked in a breath of cool air, two big gods fighting. He took the night pearl on the side to watch the fun, the fish in the pond he still understands, this can really be okay? Chapter 60 Tropical Islands. Riches and riches. I'll do it. I'm just carrying a lamp on the side. I'll hide a little further away, okay? Guan Xiaoqi's mind was hot, and he agreed with an open mouth, sure, I'll come to your place tomorrow. Alicia clapped her hands and laughed, then it's a deal. A little later, after chatting a few more times, Guan Xiaoqi began to make some preparations. Listening to Alicia, she said that her place was an island, it was around 25 degrees Celsius right now, and she herself was still wearing winter clothes, so this attire would definitely not work in the past. And also have to go into the water, obviously dress cooler, must be suitable for swimming to work. His previous pants were already torn into rags, so he definitely couldn't wear them. So to the internet with 50 wood, exchanged for a sporty big shorts, the price is very cheap, after all, now this season's summer clothes are not expensive, moreover, this big shorts above also embroidered with bright red flowers, quite a bit of indecent, more like the non-mainstream kind of clothing. Guan Xiaoqi could not care, he mainly looked at this big shorts have a tip, written above suitable for swimming, eyes immediately as a light, is it, and this is still the cheapest summer clothes, big shorts embroidered above the red flowers, and accidentally in his own small flower hat is very matching. He also had a white tank top of his own, which was a little dirty and still wearable. That was all. Don't want to waste too many resources on clothes, just about the same. I have a space ring, I put all the cards in my head, and I also have an empty bottle filled with Sprite, so I filled it with fresh water and put it in the space ring. Finally took out the meat of the two-headed bear, roasted 3 big pieces in one breath, that is 6 kilograms, enough to eat 2 or 3 days. The meat of a two-headed bear was very hard, it took a long time to roast before it was cooked, and the flavor wasn't any better than wolf meat, but the advantage was that this kind of meat was extremely resistant to hunger. All of this work, of course, was not all prepared to help Alicia, it was just a daily stockpile. Guan Xiaoqi was a prudent person, and planned to always configure the storage supplies according to this standard in the future. The new world is too bizarre, not necessarily when trapped in a place, or suddenly enter a copy, or make adequate preparations for the best. The first time is to suddenly enter the copy, unprepared, make a huge mess. Unconsciously, already late at night, this is a quiet night, last night not many people can sleep well, this night, everyone has entered the dreamland early. Guan Xiaoqi also didn't rest completely well, his spirit was still very tired, he prepared all the tools and also went to sleep early. New World Calendar, 9th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 7°C. The temperature is slowly rising, suitable for exploring and gathering. Keep an eye out for miasma, the number of miasma in the wasteland has slightly increased. Guan Xiaoqi stretched and got up, glanced at the thick clothes hanging on the chair, thought about it, and put them all in the ring as well. He washed up and then ate a bit of bread and cloud potatoes to replenish some energy. I had eaten too much meat in the past few days, and I didn't want to eat meat for breakfast, so I had to add a little vitamin and sugar. At the appointed time, Guan Xiaoqi sat down in front of the survival manual. Alicia was already waiting there early, lazy bastard, just getting up? Guan Xiaoqi laughed, I'm ready, where's your teleportation scroll? The trading channel flashed, showing that Alicia was teleporting items to him. Guan Xiaoqi took it and saw that it was really a teleportation scroll. Teleportation scroll can specify a location for long-distance teleportation. After 3 hours, the person using the teleportation scroll will automatically be teleported back to the point of departure. That is to say, one can only go over for 3 hours before being automatically sent back to the cabin, so it's a lot safer and shouldn't be much of a problem. I've already set the location for you, you can just use the scroll directly. Alicia reminded Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi opened the scroll, and sure enough, a coordinate had already been written on it. The handwriting was clear, it should have been filled out by Alicia, the little girl was quite thorough in her work. Guan Xiaoqi held the scroll and chose to use it. There was a burst of darkness, like entering a time tunnel, and Guan Xiaoqi instantly disappeared inside his cabin. Opening his eyes once more, Alicia was sitting in front of him, the two separated by a table. The furniture around him was all pure wood, an air of nature came over the room, and the room was clean and tidy, just like the boudoir of a great lady in ancient times. But Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look around, he looked up and directly saw Alicia sitting across from him. The video to see Alicia is very beautiful, close up, simply thrilling, especially now she is also wearing a water turquoise swimsuit, body curve exquisite. Tempted lousy. Guan Xiaoqi didn't forget that he was here to do a mission, and hurriedly collected himself with a hefty smile. Hello again. Alicia stared at Guan Xiaoqi for half a day, clapped her hands and laughed. You're much better looking than before you were a real mess inside the copy. Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself, if you were to roll down a rocky slope of hundreds of meters and fall on your face, you probably wouldn't be much better. Get to the point, we don't have much time, only 3 hours. Well, it's a bit of a rush, but even if it's a rush, I have to teach you to use this water avoidance bead, and this night pearl that you're also holding. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and took the water avoidance pearl and the night pearl that Alicia handed over. The night pearl was the one acquired in the copy last time, the treasure inside the blue princess's boudoir. The water avoidance bead was different from the night pearl, it was a crystal clear bead, very small, like a small glass ball, with a strange light flowing inside, releasing an odd energy. Go, I'll take you to try it. Elves didn't seem to be as evasive as humans. Alicia came over and held Guan Xiaoqi's hand, walking out of the cabin. The small hand was soft and very smooth, and Guan Xiaoqi's heart swam again. Once out of the door of the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. The yard is as big as his own, about 80 square feet, only the yard is full of flowers, competing and beautiful. This is too extravagant. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't wait to pull up all these flowers for Alicia. With such a large yard, how good would it be to plant vegetables? What's the point of planting flowers? Is not it too much of a waste of this yard? The children of rich people. Looking at the world is different from ordinary people. Pushing open the courtyard door, a typical tropical ocean island appeared in front of the duo, coconut trees everywhere, with small different coconuts on top of the trees, surrounded by flowers. There were no fierce beasts, occasionally a few rabbits and birds flew by. There was a small mountain in the middle of the island, and the spring water from the mountain flowed down, right past the hut, with gurgling water. A beautiful island with wildflowers and grasses growing everywhere. The cabin was on a cliff by the coast. Alicia held Guan Xiaoqi, and without taking a few steps, she reached a coastal cliff by the sea that wasn't very high. Looking down from the cliff, it was only about 10 meters away. The transparent seawater was clear to the end, and the fish swam in the water as if they were flying in the air. If it wasn't in the other world, Guan Xiaoqi was in a trance that he was in the Aegean Sea. Let's just enter the sea here, just jump straight down. Alicia let go of the small hand holding Guan Xiaoqi and leapt up, jumping in the air in a beautiful arc into the sea. With almost no splash, Alicia jumped into the sea like a swimming fish. Come on, you've got your water avoidance beads with you, it doesn't matter if you jump off. Alicia's head poked out from the seawater, loudly encouraging Guan Xiaoqi to jump down as well. Guan Xiaoqi would have been able to swim at an average level, but jumping into the water this was still the first time. Looking at the 10-meter cliff was not too high, gritting his teeth, jumping up violently, also following Alicia's example and jumping into the seawater. Bang! Like a deep water bomb exploding, the water splashed up 3 meters high. The fish in the surroundings were so startled that they fled in all directions. Ha! Interesting. Guan Xiaoqi was pleasantly surprised to find that he was wrapped in an air bubble, but the feeling of his limbs was clearly still in the water. Trying to swim for a bit, he realized that the bubble didn't affect swimming in the slightest. So magical? Guan Xiaoqi was amazed, this water-avoiding bead was so powerful. Alicia swam over, like a mermaid, pulling Guan Xiaoqi, leading him to adapt to this water-avoiding bead. As expected, it didn't take long for Guan Xiaoqi to master the usage of the water avoidance bead. It was really simple. Ready? Aha! Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi's hand and floated on the surface of the sea. Then we're leaving now, remember to enter the cave in a while, you just hold the night pearl, it doesn't matter if you hide far away, that night pearl is really bright. Chapter 61 The Deep Cave. Guan Xiaoqi was about to speak, when he was violently pulled by Alicia to quickly sink underwater. If not for the water-avoiding beads, it was estimated that he could choke to death. Alicia's speed was too fast, the waves quickly separated to the two sides. The two people were like super torpedoes on the bottom of the sea, diving rapidly into the depths of the sea. Encountered countless fish, have to avoid. People had words, beasts had words, the fish were screaming, gentlemen, run away, that overbearing elf is here again. The ocean was in chaos. All sorts of marine animals, dragging their children along with them, like ghosts entering a village, fled in all directions, dragging their families along with them. Guan Xiaoqi felt that his arm was about to be ripped off, it hurt like hell. Fortunately, the water avoidance bead was magical. Not only did it provide an air bubble for people to breathe in, it also drastically reduced the resistance in the water, which allowed Alicia to dive down with him by the hand without affecting the speed at all. The two swam towards the deep sea, swimming forward while diving. After about 10 minutes, the light was getting dimmer and dimmer, approaching the bottom of the sea. In the midst of sprinting, Alethea jerked to a halt, and Guan Xiaoqi couldn't control his form and crashed headlong into it. Soft, holding is still very comfortable. When he opened his eyes, he was actually holding Alicia's small waist. He was startled and hurriedly let go. Alethea, however, did not look at Guan Xiaoqi, her eyes staring at the ocean in the darkness, took out her longbow from behind her. Green light, but unfortunately in the ocean, this light was limited and could not shine far. The ocean was tumbling. Guan Xiaoqi soon sensed an abnormality, somewhat alarmed, and could sense a terrifying behemoth in the distance, swimming not far away. This behemoth, even if it was merely cruising, could set off huge waves of the ocean. Compared to this terrifying oceanic behemoth, a half-ape horse was simply the difference between a rabbit and an elephant. The enormity of the marine creature was completely beyond Guan Xiaoqi's imagination. This can be fought? In the face of this horror-level monster, Guan Xiaoqi's principle was to run as far away as he could. Turning back to see Alethea's face red with excitement, this girl seemed to be a bit belligerent. Alicia quietly hid the energy in her body, and bent her bow in the ocean. A sharp arrow, breaking through the seawater and emitting a strange whistling sound, shot towards the distant Liz fish. The arrow was so fast that it directly vaporized the seawater it came into contact with, shooting through the water at supersonic speed. The power of an arrow was as terrifying as it was. Even if he was hiding inside the water-avoiding bead's airball, Guan Xiaoqi could still feel the tremendous power of the tumbling seawater. Shortly after the moment of the shot, a mournful cry sounded in the distance, and it was clear that the Liz fish had been successfully sneak attacked by Alethea. Alicia waved a hand gesture. That stupid fish is injured, it's trying to escape, go after it. Then pulling Guan Xiaoqi for the second time, he raced through the water. The terrifying beast in front of them unexpectedly fled wildly, with no intention of fighting at all. As soon as it saw Alethea's arrow it swam back desperately, setting off monstrous waves along the way, and the entire ocean boiled over. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. This look, the Liz fish shouldn't have been bullied by Alethea for the first time. How many times had it been beaten? and now it unexpectedly didn't have any fighting spirit at all. Such a large size, or a demonic beast, afraid of a well-behaved and cute little elf girl? This is really killing me. Although the size of the lead's fish is large, but the speed is also extremely fast, Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi did not slow down at all, and even used the elf secret method, spatial supernatural ability. Chase for half an hour, more and more deep under the ocean, has seen stretches of undersea mountains, looking to catch up with the lead's fish. Suddenly a black hole appeared in front, lead's fish a sprint, drilled into the hole. Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi and shouted, "Take out the night pearl." It was unknown how the sound in the water entered Guan Xiaoqi's ears, and Guan Xiaoqi sniffed and quickly took out the night pearl. Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi and instantly chased him into the cave. Inside the cave was incomparably huge, and there were many holes. The night pearl in Guan Xiaoqi's hand released light. This light was not hindered by the water in the slightest, illuminating the cave. The lead's fish was instantly furious. It had wanted to utilize the darkness and deal with Alethea in these holes. It didn't expect her to come prepared this time. The depths of this cave, from time to time, emitted horrible demonic whispers. Liz Fish also did not dare to approach the depths of the cave, seeing that there was no way back, turned around. The demonic beast also had its own dignity. Its will-like giant eyes stared viciously at this elfin waif who embarrassed it. Alicia let go of Guan Xiaoqi's hand, pushed him a little. Guan Xiaoqi immediately understood the meaning, immediately swam to the distance, looking around, saw a narrow recess on the left cave wall, hurriedly swam over to hide in it. This monster fish is huge, this recess it is no matter what it can't swim in. The night pearl is placed in the mouth of the groove. The light is enough to illuminate this underwater cave. When Guan Xiaoqi settled himself and looked back, the fierce battle had already begun. Alicia and the Liz Fish were chasing each other in circles, like a chase, the Liz Fish quickly swimming through the various holes, not allowing Alicia a chance to take aim. It could only be said that these were two terrifying monsters. The faster they swam, surprisingly, in the cave, a terrifying whirlpool was formed. The water flowed under tremendous pressure, emitting a deafening roar. From time to time, stone pillars were crushed and shattered by the terrifying water pressure. Even though Guan Xiaoqi was hiding far away to watch the battle, his heart was pounding as he watched. Unexpectedly, Alethea's small body had such a huge amount of energy, and he suddenly remembered Alethea's heroic performance of shooting an arrow through the blue princess. It was really too strong. Rumble! With a loud bang, another stone pillar was twisted off by the waves and happened to shoot towards this alcove where Guan Xiaoqi was hiding. Scared Guan Xiaoqi's face, he hurriedly grabbed the rock wall and quickly dodged away. The stone pillar shot inside the alcove against Guan Xiaoqi's face. The stone pillar and the alcove collided, spattering sharp debris. Guan Xiaoqi felt a pain in his buttocks, knowing that he had been hit, but fortunately it was not a vital part. He quickly fled. Just at this time the entire cave where there is still a safe place, all enveloped by a huge vortex. Guan Xiaoqi panicked, dodging the boulders smashing over. Just dodged a piece of debris, in front of a huge sea waves rushed over. Guan Xiaoqi looked up, and saw the lead's fish in front of him, open the hideous horror of the huge mouth, to swallow him in one bite. Lead's fish is very smart. It has long been on Guan Xiaoqi. The goal is very clear, is to swallow him in his hands of night pearl. As long as it was pitch black here, it was possible for himself to escape from this elf little bogeyman. The blood bowl was more than 10 meters high. Guan Xiaoqi had been so scared that his brain went blank and he flew backward. Just then, a shining arrow finally found a chance to aim at the head of the lead's fish at close range. The arrow flashed like a stream of light, and the lead's fish's head was instantly shot through a large hole, and blue blood sprayed out. But the power of the lead's fish's charge just now didn't stop. The dying lead's fish still crashed towards Guan Xiaoqi. Alicia was shocked and hurriedly shot another arrow. The lead's fish didn't dodge or avoid, it just stared dead on at Guan Xiaoqi and the night pearl in his hand. "You demon, the one chasing after you is that little girl. What are you chasing after me and biting me for? I can't kill that little girl, but I can kill you. Killing one is enough, don't you understand?" Liz Fish laughed harshly. "Tough enough." Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but want to give Liz Fish a thumbs up. "You can't beat the little girl, so you come to bully me," feeling that the little master is very good at bullying, right? However, after thinking about it, it is true that he is the best bully in here. He lost his temper and turned around to escape. Guan Xiaoqi is swimming to the cave wall there. Fortunately, there are water beads. Water waves on Guan Xiaoqi's impact is extremely small. Looking at the wall in front of the discovery of a groove, Guan Xiaoqi rejoice. Their own life is really great, desperate to survive. Guan Xiaoqi violently rushed into the alcove. Almost at the same time, a colorful halo appeared in the dark alcove. It seems to have been waiting here for a long time. Guan Xiaoqi crashed headlong into it. At the same time, Alicia's shocking arrow had already arrived. The lead's fish didn't dodge at all. This arrow truly shot through its vitals. Liz Fish desperate last look at this elf little girl, too ferocious. Liz Fish died. Wan Xiaoqi accidentally into the copy. Alicia was in a big hurry and swam over, not caring to dispose of the Liz Fish's corpse. She also swam towards the copy aura. This is a special copy, the elves cannot enter. A cold system voice rang out, and Alicia was shocked. What? Chapter 62, The Devil's Factory. Worry your ancestors. Crashing into the Rainbow Gate, Wan Xiaoqi had a heavenly spin, and once he opened his eyes again, he saw a dozen or so humans standing around him in various positions. There were men and women, each holding a weapon in their hands, and each looking around cautiously at what was going on. Then together they all saw a boy in fancy pants, wearing a small flowery hat and holding a nightshade in his hand, rolling and crawling out of the void. What the hell? Is this a human or a monster? Everyone raised their hand weapons together and aimed them at Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was startled, thinking that this bunch of goods wanted to eat black. He hurriedly put the night pearl into his ring and casually took out the crow staff. What do you guys mean? Seeing Guan Xiaoqi's panicked look and the human words coming out of his mouth, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and put away their weapons. That's right, it's human. Big brother, did you just come back from a Mediterranean vacation? Yes. Guan Xiaoqi replied dryly, in turn confusing the person who asked. One after another, some more people appeared from the void, each looking around vigilantly. This is the secret realm? You touched the Rainbow Gate yourself, don't you have any idea in your own heart? I'm just making sure. On the side there are two young people seem to know, a pothead, a tattooed man. Two people get together to whisper. Pothead face excited, buddy, we developed. I heard that the secret realm inside the gold everywhere, lying can pick up the treasure. The tattooed man also couldn't hide the smile on his face, nodding his head repeatedly, probing his head to look around. Everyone's eyes were focused on a door sign. Only then did the crowd realize that they were all standing at the gate of a factory, and the label read, Devil's Factory. Devil Factory? Listening to this name was quite scary, and the timid ones hesitated a bit. This copy and the last copy is obviously different. Just when everyone came in, the system directly released the task. Emergency mission, enter the Devil's Factory within 3 minutes, find the energy core within 1 hour, and stay within 100 meters of the energy core. Mission failures are wiped out. This copy seemed to be even more cruel than the last one. Wan Xiaoqi was shocked, knowing that the system was cold and ruthless. He didn't dare to go against the system and was the first to run inside the factory gate. Hey, look at that clown, running pretty fast, like a dog. Ha ha. There was a roar of laughter from behind. The timid ones followed Guan Xiaoqi and ran inside the factory, and the bold ones walked into the factory with good grace. The task of entering the factory was too simple. The key was to find the energy core after entering the factory. Pothead frowned and didn't move his feet. It's not right. Last time I looked at the copy guide, didn't it say that if you enter the copy and stay still, you can get a large number of rewards when the copy ends? The tattooed man sneered. The system is definitely bluffing. The cheat sheet won't lie to us. That's what a very trustworthy female student said. This system has the suspicion of deception. Although the words were said so, these two guys still looked like they didn't care and slowly walked towards the factory gate. Suddenly a laser shot out of the gate. Puff! The two corpses were charred and fell to the ground. When everyone turned around, it was the two non-mainstream juniors who didn't believe in the timeout. Some people skimmed, some people covered their eyes and didn't dare to look. But no one felt sorry for them. Rebelliousness used in the wrong place, that's just asking for death. Guan Xiaoqi walked slowly towards the inside of the factory, looking around as he walked. This factory covered a huge area, a glance simply couldn't see the edge, and all sorts of weird towers stood in a row. Only, this factory was quiet and seemed to have been deserted. There was no sound of machinery roaring or steam. Or, was this place so modernized that there wasn't any noise during production? Guan Xiaoqi ran his primary meditation technique to find the source of energy in the factory, but a subtle feeling, seemingly absent, could not be found anywhere at all. The energy source seemed to be hidden. An hour was too short, and Guan Xiaoqi was a little nervous. He glimpsed a tall tower not far away and was slightly stunned. There was a window on it, and there seemed to be mist released from that window. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to delay. He darted up and ran towards that high tower. The large group of people behind him were all looking around in panic, searching, and naturally they couldn't find anything. Guan Xiaoqi ran to the high tower. See, there is a big door. Pushed the door and broke in. That window in this high tower of the 29th floor. Guan Xiaoqi ran all the way over, deliberately counted the number of floors. Entering the gate, inside was a modern hall with bright windows and a few bright lights, and there was an elevator room on the side. Guan Xiaoqi ran to the door of the elevator room. found that the elevator is not connected to the energy, the elevator cannot start, knocked half a day, no effect. Helpless, opened the fire door on the side, Guan Xiaoqi ran all the way up the stairs. Good thing now Guan Xiaoqi endurance has reached 9 points, far beyond the level of ordinary people, agility is also high. Even more fortunate is that this factory is very hot, themselves wearing big shorts instead of a real light load. A few minutes later, the panting Guan Xiaoqi rushed to the 29th floor. He remembered it was the room on the left, slammed the door and rushed in. "Sir, who are you looking for?" Guan Xiaoqi jumped back 3 feet away. "This weird place really scares people to death. Ah, how come there are still people inside?" Fixing his eyes towards the room, inside was an office. A puppet seemed to have just woken up from a nap, still not clear about what had happened, raising his head and looking at Guan Xiaoqi curiously. "I'm the director of this factory, just call me David. Are you a technician here to help us restart the factory?" The puppet's mouth didn't move, but it made a human voice. He said to Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Where is all this going on? Just then, there were some loud sounds coming from the distance. It was as if the sleeping factory had suddenly awakened. There were mechanical roars coming from it, and many of the towers started spewing out mist. Countless puppets awoke from their slumber and looked around curiously. "Devil Factory, is it about to restart?" Hurry up, all cheer up, the factory is about to restart. No one is allowed to be lazy, or else you'll be sent to the recycling furnace." A supervisor puppet started shouting loudly. The streetlights in the factory were lit up, all the towers were lit up as well, rows of streetlights, towers, all lit up. The problem was that it was still broad daylight. What was the point of lighting up the lights? Walking on the road of the crowd, a dumbfounded, do not know what happened. The factory, which was originally dead, suddenly came to life. A few minutes later, when all the lights in the factory were lit up, the sky was like a change of a curtain, quickly darkened, and night suddenly descended. The factory under the night was brightly lit and appeared to be alive. Guan Xiaoqi stared at David, feeling the energy in his body. To Guan Xiaoqi's surprise, he failed to feel the presence of the energy stone from David's body. A puppet without an energy stone? How could it run on its own? Guan Xiaoqi frowned and didn't answer David's question. Instead, he looked towards the window behind David. There was an invisible energy that was continuously entering David's body from the window. Are you a technician?" David looked at the odd human in front of him with suspicion. The puppet's hand was quietly placed on the side of the alarm, vigilantly looking at Guan Xiaoqi, who finally realized that there was something wrong with this human. Guan Xiaoqi pressed on, directly barging inside the office and running to the window. 29 floors, the location was very high. This tower was the tallest building in the factory. Guan Xiaoqi looked out from the window. A few hundred meters in the distance, there was a large platform. In the middle of the large platform appeared a huge black hole. From inside the black hole, slowly rose a huge orange energy gem. Chapter 63 Angry Puppet. This orange gem contained a huge amount of energy that was unceasingly energizing all the puppets and facilities in this factory, a huge range enveloping the entire factory. Guan Xiaoqi glanced around the room and saw an explosion-proof shield sitting in the corner. His eyes lit up. He went over and picked it up. It was extremely light to hold, and looking at the material, it was also a high-tech material. His heart was delighted. Guan Xiaoqi blinked, turned back and was about to fool this factory director a bit. And by the way, she'd a bit of information. A voice suddenly came out of the intercom. "Mr. Factory Director, a large number of unidentified guys have appeared in the factory. There are humans as well as skeletons. Many of them are destroying everywhere. What should we do?" The puppet factory manager's face changed. It really changed. His white face turned red. "You guys are not technicians sent from above at all, you're robbers." The angry puppet David heaved his hand onto the alarm. Sharp alarms sounded throughout the factory. Guan Xiaoqi cursed. Which one of them started the smash and grab without understanding the situation? A large number of footsteps came from the corridor. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to waste time here, and it was really disappointing that these puppets didn't even have an energy stone on them. Without any nonsense, he picked up his shield and rushed out, and before the golems inside the corridor could surround him, he had already quickly run out of the tower along the stairs. Outside, there was still a large group of humans who had entered the replica for the first time, hearing the ear-piercing alarms and looking around in panic, not knowing what had happened. Inside the surrounding buildings, a large number of staggering golems appeared, holding clubs, hammers, and wrenches in their hands, pouring out from the shadows in all directions. What the hell is this? Didn't they say that the replica is full of gold everywhere, sitting around picking up money? The crowd became chaotic, pulling out their weapons and aiming them at these puppets. These puppets, whose entire bodies were made of plastic and whose movements were sluggish, surrounded them from all sides, their mouths bellowing, "Defend the factory! Soon, the puppets came into contact with the crowd, leading a grumpy little black man with a big knife in his hand, slashed at the puppets blocked it with a stick, turned around with a roundhouse flying kick, and kicked this little black man down to the ground. Mud, it will martial arts. The black little brother rolled and crawled to escape, his mouth cursing endlessly. The crowd was in an uproar. These puppets looked sluggish in their movements. How come they were so tough when they moved? Beat these bandits to death. The puppets seemed to have slept for a long time and had just awakened. They were slowly adapting to their bodies. They ran faster and faster and soon surrounded a cold and colorful woman, holding a magic staff in her hand, recited an incantation with her mouth, and a large fireball was released from the magic staff. Boom! With an explosive sound, the puppet's entire body caught fire, screaming miserably as it turned into a fireman, and in less than a moment, it was burned to ashes. This thing is afraid of fire. The people with fire on their bodies all pulled out their things. Surprisingly, there was a little brother with a flamethrower that burned towards these puppets on all sides. The golems were a bit frightened at first, but they rushed forward due to their large numbers. Humans and golems fought into a mess. The scene was extremely chaotic. After 10 minutes of fighting, although many puppets were burned, several people died, and while everyone was in a state of fear and confusion, someone saw Guan Xiaoqi wearing a clown suit and was running fast. It was only then that someone snapped out of it. Don't get attached to the battle, go finish the mission. If we can't find the energy core, everyone will have to die here. But where is the energy core? Run after him, he must know. Only then did everyone look together at Guan Xiaoqi, who was running far ahead, the clown-like guy that everyone despised together. Kill out. The crowd had a direction and ran after Guan Xiaoqi in a swarm. While arm wrestling and running, several more bodies were left on the ground. Fortunately, that square wasn't really too far away, and with how fast Guan Xiaoqi was, he arrived at the core square 10 minutes later. A foot had just stepped onto the square when the system sent a message. The first phase of the mission has been completed. Please repair on the spot and wait for all humans and ghouls to complete the mission. Any firefights are prohibited in the square. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Sure enough, there are still ghouls. As long as there are humans, there are ghouls. But what does forbidding firefights mean? But what does no firefighting mean? It means that fighting is not allowed in this square. Guan Xiaoqi stepped into the plaza, feeling the huge energy core, the majestic power it possessed. Is this plaza a shelter, a safe house? Guan Xiaoqi speculated. He was the first to arrive at this plaza, so it was empty on all sides, nothing. It wasn't long. The second being arrived here. It was a skeleton with black armor, all clanking and shining, holding a long black sword, 100 times more handsome than his own skeleton warrior. That black skeleton was also stunned when it saw Guan Xiaoqi, stopping far away on the other side of the square, staring cautiously at Guan Xiaoqi with an extremely unfriendly look in its eyes, but it still restrained itself from coming over and only danced a blade flower in its hand in a humiliating gesture. Apparently, it had also received the system ban prohibiting fighting, and could only express his dissatisfaction in its movements. Regardless of whether it was a human or a ghoul, no one dared to violate the system's ban. Guan Xiaoqi took out the rattan chair from his ring and placed it on the square. Sitting on the rattan chair was very barnyard, cozily looking at the surrounding scenery, waiting for the second stage of the mission to open. The humans, who suffered heavy casualties, followed Guan Xiaoqi's footsteps and finally ran to the square as well. 7 or 8 people died, and those who survived were all panicked. Those puppets were obviously also bound by the ban, not daring to take half a step onto the square at all, just outside the square menacingly holding up their weapons and hissing. Everyone stared at Guan Xiaoqi. This clown was really exasperating. Not only did he dodge the fight with the puppets, he even brought a rattan chair over to watch the fun here. Dude, you're pretty good. Guan Xiaoqi didn't chime in, but stared curiously at the angry puppets surrounding him outside. These puppets were so strange. They even possessed all kinds of feelings of joy, anger, sadness, and joy. So these plastic assembled parts, were they still considered puppets? Some people couldn't stand to look at Guan Xiaoqi, and their mouths were a bit unclean. Guan Xiaoqi frowned, looked at the guy who cursed the most ferociously, is a middle-aged white man, said white, skin is actually all red. It is better to say that it is the red man is more or less. This square can't fight. Guan Xiaoqi also can't take this guy. As if he didn't hear, his eyes looked into the distance. Everyone followed Guan Xiaoqi's gaze. In the other direction, a large group of skeletons were running towards the square. So, this copy didn't have just one gathering point, but many, and everyone from everywhere was gathering here? Guan Xiaoqi immediately understood. This group of skeletons was more disciplined than the humans, with long weapons guarding the outside in a group, and the inside was full of archers and magicians, projecting long-range attacks outwards. It was the first time many people had seen skeletons, and one by one they were attracted to them. with timid girls covering their mouths and almost screaming. The group of skeletons rushed up to the square, visibly relieved, and then were shocked to see the black skeleton warrior who had been here for a long time. All the skeletons all bent down and saluted that skeleton warrior, as if that warrior had a high status among the skeletons. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. The society of skeletons seemed to be very different from humans. When it came to this world, it was the President of the United States standing in front of everyone. The humans wouldn't take it seriously. The status you once had was worthless when it came to this place. But that didn't seem to be the case with the skeletons. That black skeleton warrior nodded lightly as a return salute, but its condescension simply pierced Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. Chapter 64, The Secret Art of the Underworld. It seems that the hierarchy was unusually strict in the world of skeletons. Guan Xiaoqi was thoughtful. It was kinda interesting when you observed other races' customs up close. The atmosphere in the square right now was subtle. Humans were all gathered on the left side, and skeletons were all gathered on the right side, clearly separated, looking at each other with sparks in their eyes. It was still chaotic in the distance, with more humans and skeletons killing their way here. Because there were more and more worker puppets gathered around the square, killing over had gotten tougher and tougher. Starting a step slower would be a race against death. Looking at the time, it was less than 10 minutes before the deadline, and there were still countless panicked humans fighting in the distance. In stark contrast, the square was silent instead. A group of people had already killed Red-Eyed and rushed into the golem group, with the strong man in the lead wielding an axe, killing a bloody path by virtue of brute force. He was followed by a few others, charging together. Hurry up! The people in the square cheered them on. The person leading the way finally approached the square and took a violent leap, flopping down onto the square, out of harm's way, gasping for air, stunned. Someone from behind called out to him, "Big brother, do me a favor." A man with glasses was supposed to follow him, but he was pulled by the puppet, stretching his hand towards the inside of the square, and the strong man hurriedly turned back to pull the arm of this man with glasses, yelling and desperately pulling it towards the square. The surrounding people also came over to help. Ding! Time cutoff, humans and ghouls that failed to reach the 100-meter distance, obliterate. A cold voice resounded in everyone's mind. Ah! Glasses Man let out a miserable scream, as the system's voice fell. Suddenly his whole body rotted into flotsam and disappeared into the air. The strong man pulled the Glasses Man's half arm, prancing back 3 steps in a row, sitting down on the square, his whole body shivering, frozen. Icy cold, emotionless. The surrounding area was silent. All the humans and skeletons that didn't arrive in time all went up in smoke in an instant. The scene was very silent for a while. The people on the square were all stunned, and the worker puppets on the periphery of the square lost their target of attack and gradually quieted down, but remained around, refusing to leave. Looking at their angry expressions, it was clear that this was not over. Guan Xiaoqi looked around and realized that without realizing it, hundreds of humans and skeletons had gathered here. Had so many people entered this copy? Congratulations to all of you for completing the first stage of the quest. We are now handing out rewards. Each of you will receive 50 gold coins and a random blue weapon card. The gold coins and blue weapon cards instantly arrived in everyone's hands. Loading the gold coins into the spatial ring, Guan Xiaoqi glanced at the card in his hand. The blue weapon he got was a battle knife called Blood Soul, which came with the Blood Soul Blade skill. It looked pretty good, even if he couldn't use it himself. When he returned to the new world, he probably would be able to sell a lot of gold coins. Put away the Blood Soul as well. Just then, the magician suddenly issued a soft prompt in his mind. The cooldown period has arrived. You can now upgrade a card. Do you want to upgrade Murphy's Magic Lecture? Upgrading Murphy's Magic Lecture was the magician's suggestion, but it couldn't directly make a decision for Guan Xiaoqi. The final decision was still in Guan Xiaoqi's hands. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a while. If it was to cope with the immediate situation, it should be the most appropriate to upgrade the Raven Staff, but for the long term, it should still prioritize upgrading the Murphy Magic Lecture. After agonizing for a while, Guan Xiaoqi said with a fierce determination, "Upgrade Murphy's Magic Lecture." Command received, upgrading Murphy Magic Lecture notes. With a slight fluctuation in space and time, Guan Xiaoqi felt his forehead suddenly jump violently. This was the magician casting an arcane skill to upgrade the Murphy Magic Lecture. Ding! A strange sound. Guan Xiaoqi was curious about what the upgraded Murphy's Magic Lecture notes looked like. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him while everyone was fidgeting and checking the weapon cards they had just gotten, he carefully removed the upgraded Murphy's Magic Lecture notes with his hand covering it. He was cautious, lest others see the purple epic level card and it would get him into unexpected trouble, hiding it in his hand and sneaking a peek. It's not right, huh? Guan Shaoqi froze. There was no purple light, and it wasn't any epic level card. What he was holding in his hand was actually a bland and uninteresting pamphlet. This pamphlet was extremely ancient, like an object that had been passed down for thousands and thousands of years in ancient times, filled with the texture of vicissitudes, with only a few pages of paper made of unknown materials, and a cover that read, "The Secret Art of Passage to the Underworld." How did one of his own blue cards get upgraded into a pamphlet? People on the square were checking their cards in gold coins. 50 gold coins is not a small amount. Most people don't have space equipment. Fortunately, the system was more considerate. The gold coins given to everyone were packed in a cloth bag with a strap, so that they could be carried directly on the body, saving a lot of trouble. Drop. The second stage of the mission officially opens. 10 minutes later, the God Monster clan will attack the Devil's Factory. Make sure to guard this energy core. Within half an hour, the core cannot be destroyed by the God Monster clan. If the mission fails, all will be wiped out. Everyone fixed their eyes on the huge energy core suspended in the air in the middle of the square. What? Our mission is to guard this energy core? No, if our mission is to guard this energy core, these worker puppets should be on our side. Then why did we have to fight and kill again just now? This system mission is also too ed up. Everyone's hearts were clogged with a sigh of relief. This mission, there really were too many potholes. In the first stage, there was originally no need to offend these worker puppets, alright. But now it was too late to regret. Especially those who had recklessly smashed and robbed the factory as soon as they entered it in the beginning. Each one of them had a shameful look on their faces. Guan Shaoqi frowned. He didn't think about it so much, he just felt that this copy was completely different from the last one. The punishment for this copy was too harsh. Moreover, it was strange that Alicia hadn't been able to enter this copy. He used the communication deck given to him by Devil Robin to notify Alethea, who surprisingly said that she couldn't enter this copy. Special copy, prohibited for elves to enter. Kind of interesting? So there was something special about this copy? Everyone was studying their cards, and most of them had blue weapon cards for the first time, with surprise on their faces. The blue weapon cards came with special combat techniques, and everyone was familiarizing themselves with their newly acquired combat techniques. Looking at the square, where everyone was waving their weapons in various poses and performing weird weapon skills, Guan Shaoqi suddenly remembered the scene where he first used the ice-cold dagger. It had actually only been a few days, but it was like a long time had passed. Chapter 65 God's Monster in the Sky. Guan Shaoqi didn't bother to test that blood soul blade technique. He didn't think it would be of any use. He was a magician now, just use the crow staff. At this moment, he was sitting on a rattan chair with his legs crossed and was conversing with the magician deck. I say, what's the situation? Shouldn't a blue deck upgrade turn into an epic level deck? How did it turn into a pamphlet? The magician softly explained, Murphy's magic lecture is a bit special. It's a secret booklet that was modified and then artificially crafted into a deck, so upgrading Murphy's magic lecture was accidentally upgraded to its most original version, which is this secret art of passage to the underworld. It's a rare exception. Guan Shaoqi pondered, are you saying that the secret art of passage to the underworld has been intentionally modified, renamed Murphy's magic lecture notes, and also lowered the level to intentionally make it into a card deck? The magician deck returned nonchalantly, exactly. Guan Shaoqi frowned, why did he do that? I don't know. The magician deck answered simply and concisely, clear as day. Guan Shaoqi was speechless. Then you see the difference between the Murphy magic lecture notes and this book of passing underworld mysteries. What is the difference, and what exactly did that person change? Also, what level of gongfu was this secret art of passing underworld? The magician patiently explained, Murphy's magic lecture notes is easier to learn and progresses faster, but it draws in too many impurities of heaven and earth's yuan qi. The upper limit is not high, and it seems that there are some other hidden dangers in it, but the secret art of passage to the underworld is a true ancient secret art, mythic level. Guan Shaoqi was shocked. What does mythic level mean? The literal meaning. Guan Shaoqi was incomparably shocked. The cards in this world, from low level to high level, were ordinary white, excellent green, fine blue, epic purple, legendary orange, and mythic colored. How did a blue deck, raised one level, become mythic level? How many levels has this crossed? No, I should say how much sand did the modifiers mix in this mythic level gongfu? The magician reminded Guan Shaoqi, you shouldn't think that a mythic level gongfu is a good thing to cultivate, it's also extremely difficult to cultivate. After all, this is a gongfu, not a weapon or skill. There's still a fundamental difference. Guan Shaoqi nodded his head, indicating that he understood this. If he had a mythic level weapon or skill right now, he would immediately be able to kill everyone. But having a mythic level technique is not the same, it still needs to be cultivated by oneself before it can be gradually transformed into one's combat power. The only benefit was that you could feel free to cultivate it, and the upper limit of this kind of merit law was extremely high. Once you succeeded in cultivating it, your strength would definitely exceed that of a mythic weapon, as it was a power that belonged to you. Guan Xiaoqi struggled to digest the conversation with the magician, which contained a tremendous amount of information. 10 minutes went by quickly. Without realizing it, it passed. There was a loud buzzing sound in the night sky, and everyone looked up together. 7 or 8 cyberpunk-style steam airships flew from the distance. The lights on them were bright, very eye-catching in the night sky. This kind of airship he had seen before. What the Devil Robin used in the beginning was a similar airship. Steam engine-driven airships, emitting a mechanical roar. This is the airships of the god monster race? What was the relationship between god monsters and gods? Guan Xiaoqi was curious. It was obvious that the system used different designations. In the last copy, the system clearly stated that the huge coffin suspended in mid-air was the corpse of a god inside. Then what was a god monster? Guan Xiaoqi squinted his eyes, put away his precious rattan chair, took out his crow staff, and raised his head to stare at the sky with the crowd. 7 or 8 airships, flying from afar, hovered over the square, their gears and spewing steam, clearly visible, dozens of figures, flying out of the airships, swooping downwards in a hurry. Guan Xiaoqi had excellent eyesight, and from afar, he could see these flying gods and monsters, holding burning longswords in their hands, descending from the sky. It was like angels descending. Getting closer and closer, the faces of the god monsters were clearly visible. Sharp beaks, fangs, red eyes, and a pair of huge wings behind them. Guan Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. Is this a god monster? How did it look so much like a devil? Can't say it's like it, except for the wings behind it. It's practically carved out of the same mold. Guan Xiaoqi wouldn't find it strange for gods and monsters to look like anything, but the fact that these gods and monsters looked almost the same as devils was very shocking to Guan Xiaoqi. The first god monster had already descended from the sky, wielding a huge burning sword in its hand and slashing downwards. On the ground stood a skeleton, holding a blue weapon that had just been acquired in its hand, crossing in front of its body in an attempt to block the blow that had descended from the sky. The huge sword with flames slashed down fiercely. The weapon in the skeleton's hand was instantly chopped off. The entire skeleton was split into 2 halves, the undead fire instantly extinguished, and the bone crumbs crumbled all over the place. No one would think that the skeleton could beat this god monster, but the fact that the skeleton was holding a blue weapon and didn't even catch a single blow still made everyone panic. The humans and skeletons that had just gotten their new weapons were all eager to try, and their morale was extremely high, but after seeing the power of this sword, they were all dumbfounded. Morale instantly fell to the bottom again. Damn, what's the difference between a blue weapon given by the system and a burning stick? Some people had already begun to swear. More people began to move back, not daring to stand in the area where the god monster landed. Making way for a space, the god monsters landed in the square, and there were dozens of them, wielding huge burning swords in their hands, charging up with expressionless faces and starting to harvest lives. These god monsters were more than 2 meters tall and stout, wielding their giant swords with great strength, and the flames on their swords were like the fury of heaven. Whether it was people or skeletons, they were all retreating in droves. But this square is so small, only retreated a few dozen meters, has almost retreated to the edge. These gods and monsters still mercilessly kill over. With no way to retreat, the people finally exploded. Damn, fight them, there are so many of us, a few of us will fight one of them, afraid of. The bloodthirsty people had already rushed forward with red eyes. Ah! Look at my axe! A human leaped high into the air and slashed at the god monster head-on. The melee began. Oh my god, a white woman prayed bloodlessly but didn't dare to step forward as someone ran by on the side and shouted, "Isn't that the legendary god? What the hell are you praying for? They're massacring, resistance is the only way out, go on." The white woman gritted her teeth and argued, "These aren't gods, they're demons." Then get rid of the demons, that's your duty as believers. Hearing these words, the white woman's eyes lit up and she let out a shrill cry, waving the staff in her hand as she finally charged bravely. Guan Xiaoqi sighed as he looked at the chaotic scene. This task was actually really not that difficult, as he realized that these god monsters were not even trying to destroy the energy crystals, but instead, they were constantly killing skeletons and humans. In other words, within half an hour, you could complete the quest by dodging these monsters. The battle was extremely grueling. There were shattered skeletons everywhere, and wailing humans, these god monsters, all of them were combat elites, and as soon as the flaming giant sword went down, the humans were cleaved into 2 halves of a fireman, burning respectively, and running forward howling for more than a dozen meters before they burned into 2 clusters of ashes. Chapter 66 No Touching of Fish, Forced Battle. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to be in the limelight, mixing in with the crowd, running around, and only throwing a magic missile out from afar when he saw what he wanted. In order not to attract attention, he didn't even summon the little fairy spirit or the skeleton warrior. It was great to feel the fish. However, his movements were too sensitive and he could always escape nimbly, still attracting the attention of some gods and monsters. Rumble. With a loud shake, a god monster finally couldn't stand to watch Guan Xiaoqi's despicable behavior of groping the fish and leapt into the air, landing heavily in front of him. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even want to fight with this god monster and turned his head to run, also specializing in burrowing into crowded places, but before he could even get close to the crowd suddenly dispersed with a huff and a puff. Suddenly looked up, it turned out that this side came another god monster. The two gods and monsters even gave up trying to track down the crowd, and attacked Guan Xiaoqi one after the other. Guan Xiaoqi stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and looked at the two monsters before and after him. One was chasing after him, and the other was guarding the spot, seemingly fearing that he would escape. So disrespectful? You guys are targeting me for even touching a fish, is this forcing me to make a serious move? One of the god monsters came striding over. Guan Xiaoqi looked around, there were no too good escape paths, knowing that he couldn't make good this time, there was no way back. He was instantly enraged, since I'm forced to have to fight, let's do it. Not bothering to hide, he quickly summoned the skeleton warrior and the little fairy spirit from his cards, raised his raven staff and shouted, "Do you really think that I'm afraid of you gods and monsters? Raven! Come out!" A black vortex connected to the void. Within the vortex, a black and clanking crow flew from the abyss to the earth. Not only did this crow look fierce, its eyes were extremely sharp as well, twisting its head to stare at the gods and monsters. Guan Xiaoqi's raven staff pointed towards the god monster in front of him, and the raven charged ferociously towards the god monster, revealing sharp fangs and claws, all of which shone with a metallic light. Like a bolt of black lightning, the raven reached the god monster in an instant. There was something a little odd about the god monster, with a dull expression and slightly awkward movements, his eyes fixed on the crow when he raised his giant sword of flames to slash downward fiercely. The crow rolled over to avoid it, and the god monster's giant sword was also very nimble, quickly pulling it across and continuing to slash at the crow. Ya-yo! Crisp childish sounds, little fairy spirit's magic missile shot out from her staff, the green missiles thudded into the god monster's body, and although it only dealt a small amount of damage, it was accompanied by retardation magic. The god monster, which was already a bit clumsy, suddenly turned into slow motion. At the critical moment, the little fairy spirit magic worked. Guan Xiaoqi stared at this god monster for half a day. Just now, he had been touching fish. This was the first time he had observed god monsters up close, and accidentally discovered that these monsters weren't any real beings, they were actually puppets as well. It was much finer than the stone golem inside the copy of the god's tomb. The whole body was soft plastic and high toughness material, with sensitive movements and great strength. This was a pure combat type golem, and the combat power of those worker golems around it was also completely unequal. The movements of the god monster puppet were extremely ferocious, but from the looks of it, there were only a few moves, just Chang Bite Jin's 3 axes. Guan Xiaoqi activated his meditation technique and immediately detected a heart thumping in the chest of this kind of combat puppet. That was the location of the energy stone. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, so it turned out that for different puppets, the energy stones were still in different locations. The energy stone of the puppets in the god's tomb was at the back waist, and for this puppet in front of him, the energy stone was at the heart. The skeleton warrior waved his axe and also rushed up. Because he was short, he simply jumped into the air in one leap and raised his axe to fiercely slam into the top of the god monster's head. The crow had already made an arc and flew away. The god monster raised his sword to block the axe. Bang! With a loud bang, the skeleton warrior was rebounded back and retreated a dozen steps before he could barely stand still. The god monster's power was so great. The crows had already flown into the high sky at this time. Taking advantage of the puppet and the skeleton warrior's struggle for strength, they swooped down sharply from the high altitude. An ear-piercing air-breaking sound rang out, swoosh. With a sharp whistle, the crow had already rushed to the top of the god monster's head, and at this time, the god monster, who had been hit by the slow magic, was already too late to dodge. The sharp beak pierced the monster's right eye. The god monster's eyeball was pierced, and some pus flowed out of it, and it hurriedly retreated back and forth. The crow in this staff also didn't know where it came from and was extremely ferocious, pecking out one of the god monster's eyes. It didn't stop there and quickly extended its steel claws to grab at the god monster's face. Half of the monster's face was torn off by the crow. The god monster roared lowly and retreated a few more steps. Guan Xiaoqi was also a bit shocked. How did this crow's strength increase quite a bit again? He was forgetting that the Raven inherited Guan Xiaoqi's basic attributes. As Guan Xiaoqi continuously upgraded, the Raven naturally kept improving, and at this point, its combat power had already surpassed that of the skeleton warrior and the little fairy spirit. The god monster's face skin was torn off, revealing an appalling face. The face was surprisingly full of ugly threads and springs. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a mechanical monster. All the humans who saw this face screamed in shock, and everyone realized that the crowd had been fighting a bunch of puppet machines. This god monster had suffered a great loss and roared up to the sky, resounding through the entire square. At this time, the square was extremely miserable. The humans and skeletons suffered heavy casualties, a group of rabble, without any military training. How could they fight with this kind of elite combat puppets? Many people's arms were broken, spraying blood, wailing on the ground, being stomped into meatloaf by the passing god monsters, and there were also people whose legs had been crushed and fractured, dying, not even having the strength to cry out. No one paid any attention to them at all. Skeleton fragments all over the ground showed that the skeletons weren't much better. It was just a bloody slaughterhouse, the humans and skeletons resisting in vain, seemingly pointless. There was no longer any decent resistance, having been killed senseless a long time ago. The rest were dodging as much as they could to stall for time. This roar from the god monster instantly attracted everyone's attention. The remaining people all looked over. Guan Xiaoqi was also fighting fire at this time, gritting his teeth and bringing his entire family together. He went into battle and stormed towards this god monster. The skeleton warrior always fought in the lead, wielding his axe, especially valiant, only his strength was not good, and he was bounced off by the god monster once again with his giant sword. While the little fairy spirit crackled and threw less powerful magic bullets, the god monster found himself moving less and less smoothly. The most insidious of all was of course the crows, always clawing off a piece of skin from the god monster with a sudden lightning charge. The god monster became incredibly ugly, revealing mechanical parts all over his body. While fighting, it was also planking and dropping screws on the ground. Seeing that the god monster staggered and couldn't hold on any longer, Guan Xiaoqi knew that the opportunity had come. Swinging up his raven staff, bang! A magic missile exploded over, hitting the god monster squarely in the chest, instantly smashing the god monster's chest. The god monster paused for a moment. Its energy system had been injured by this magic bullet, and its entire body had begun to be uncoordinated. Holding the huge sword in its hand, it waved it around haphazardly, unable to aim at its target at all. Guan Xiaoqi took advantage of the situation and violently rushed up with an arrow step. The magician took the initiative to close in on the warrior, and when the golem raised its sword to slash, the skeleton warrior rushed up again and shook away the giant sword with an axe. Chapter 67 Murphy's Magic Lectures. The quality of the axe was not as good as the giant sword. The axe was not as good as the sword, when it broke into two pieces with a loud bang, finally succeeding in stopping the sword's attack. Guan Xiaoqi seized the gap and already rubbed his body. He was an assassin before, skilled in melee combat, casually shot another magic bullet over, still aiming at the heart of the god monster, where has been repeatedly bombarded into a charred black hole, vaguely the light of the energy stone released. Almost at the same time, the raven was another black light, rushing towards his other eye. The skeleton warrior threw away half of his axe and went over to deadlock the god monster's right arm that was holding the giant sword. The god monster was incredibly suffocated, and could only raise his left arm to block the damned raven, which pecked viciously at his arm, again grabbing off a large chunk of fake skin, with springs and all sorts of weird threads crumbling all over the sky. Guan Xiaoqi handed over the crowstaff to his left hand. His right hand abruptly reached out and plunged inside the god monster's chest, grabbed the energy stone inside, shouted, and with all the strength of his body, he hard yanked it out. With a flash of green light, there was one more excellent great energy stone in his hand. The puppet lost the energy stone, instantly lost its strength, its whole body stiffened, and it collapsed with a bang, falling to the ground, its already hole-ridden body shattered into countless parts, rolling everywhere. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't that Guan Xiaoqi had killed a god monster, it was that Guan Xiaoqi grimaced as he grabbed the god monster's heart out with an extremely evil expression, and then he even stowed away this heart as if it was a treasure. Terror. Evil. Who was the real devil? In this scene, it seemed as if the god monster was the little white sheep, and Guan Xiaoqi had become the hideous devil instead. Guan Xiaoqi probably also felt that he was overexcited and his expression was excessive, and hurriedly changed his face into a smile, grinning a friendly smile at everyone. The few people around all jumped away in fear. I didn't hit you guys are scared of my ass. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. He still didn't have any acting talent, probably because his smile was too stiff. Someone muttered in a low voice, that little brother in fancy pants is so scary, he even loves to eat the hearts of gods and monsters, he's definitely a first-class villain. That's right, ferocious. It's really too vicious. Guan Xiaoqi, however, didn't have the time to explain. In this instant, he was targeted by several more god monsters, including the god monsters that were blocking his back path at the back, and at this moment, they also rushed over together to finish off this dangerous element. Seeing that the number of god monsters was too high, Guan Xiaoqi did not engage in a battle. He brought his family and ran around the square desperately. The little fairy spirit gave these god monsters retardation magic one by one. These god monsters surprisingly could not catch up with Guan Xiaoqi for a while. Time was passing by. Rumble. Another loud bang suddenly came from not too far away. Everyone turned their heads to look, but they saw that black skeleton warrior, who had just leapt up and split the entangled god monsters from head to toe in half with a single slash. Then ferociously, he stuck his skeletal claws inside the god monster's chest and pulled out something as well, and like Guan Xiaoqi, carefully collected it. There was another gasp from the crowd. The crowd was a bit puzzled. Why were all these pugnacious guys so interested in the god monster's heart? The smart people had already guessed that the hearts of these divine monsters were feared to be extraordinary treasures. But everyone only dared to think about it. No one has the ability to kill the god monster independently. A group of rabble, if organized, may still be able to fight against these god monsters a little. But now all of them were fighting on their own. But how could they fight? The black warrior managed to attract the attention of quite a few more god monsters. Taking advantage of the fact that Guan Xiaoqi and the black warrior had lured away most of the god monsters, the remaining humans and skeletons on the plaza began to spontaneously gather together, forming a formation together to fight against these gods and monsters. Two skeletons holding lances were at the front, fending off the god monsters, and behind them, two human archers. A desperate rain of arrows shot past, shooting the god monsters into sieve-like shapes. Guan Xiaoqi was astonished for a moment. This archery skill can be there is a little bit of elf style. These two human archers, I'm afraid that just now, they were also experts who had been groping for fish. Half an hour ago, the humans and skeletons that were still hating each other, unknowingly under pressure, had actually formed a team. It was also quite a ridiculous thing. While the god monster behind him was unable to catch up with himself due to the retardation spell put on him by the little fairy spirit, Guan Xiaoqi set his sights on an injured god monster not far away. That god monster had several arrows sticking out of its head, and its body was also bruised and staggering, obviously quite traumatized. Little fairy spirit's mouth wailed. The skeleton warriors lost their weapons and hesitated a bit. Little fairy spirit rushed over first instead, and aimed a few magic bullets at this badly damaged god monster. The most vicious was still the crow, the strongest of the summons, and this one in front of him was another soft target, just the right one to take. Bang bang! Two magic missiles. Guan Xiaoqi repeated the same technique, blowing this golem's chest open, and once again rushed forward for a close-quarters tussle. He had extremely high stamina, and in fact it didn't matter if he took a punch, so his guts were also extremely high. This god monster has obviously long been shaken. Guan Xiaoqi did not want to waste magic missiles, raised his staff and stabbed a stick into the golem's nose, twisted and pulled hard. Bang! A spring popped out from inside the nose. The god monster watched the spring in its nose fly out and froze for a moment. Guan Xiaoqi had already stretched out his right hand and ruthlessly plunged it into its chest, gouging out the energy stone inside. This god monster's chest was already full of holes, and Guan Xiaoqi had no trouble grabbing out the energy stone. The energy stone, on the other hand, was the weak point of the puppets. As long as the energy stone was removed or destroyed, these puppets would instantly lose their fighting power. Gods and monsters were also a type of puppet, so naturally they couldn't escape this fate. Those who were interested in seeing Guan Xiaoqi, a magician, actually fighting with the puppets in close quarters couldn't help but be surprised. Was there really a melee magician profession? Looking at Guan Xiaoqi's skillful weaving, attacking, and dodging in close quarters, it didn't look like a magician in any way. In the chaos, without realizing it, half an hour passed. Suddenly all the gods and monsters all stopped attacking, instead striding to the perimeter of the energy core, forming a circle and together pointing their giant swords at the periphery. The humans and skeletons didn't dare to go over and all retreated back. The airship overhead suddenly let out a roar. Everyone raised their heads together and looked into the dark night sky. There were 7 or 8 airships hovering above. All of them opened their bottom plates, and each airship launched a strong light from its bottom plate, which converged into an extremely bright purple color in the air, and then this beam of light shone down, and the beam of light shot towards the energy core. Everyone was on tenterhooks and were asking, what are they doing? Is this going to destroy the energy core? Will our mission fail? Guan Xiaoqi shook his head. It doesn't look like they're trying to destroy the core. They don't need to go through so much trouble if they want to destroy the core. On the square, humans plus skeletons, those who were still alive, there were only a dozen left. It was now impossible to care about racial differences. All the races gathered together, even Guan Xiaoqi and the skeleton black warrior came together. Just when everyone was jittery, the system finally sent out a notification that the mission was completed, and those who were alive, that was when they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The second stage of the quest is complete, now issuing the quest rewards. Each person is rewarded with a blue spell card. With a flash of blue light, a magic card deck appeared in each of the hands of the people, and Guan Xiaoqi took a look at it and immediately felt extremely speechless. Murphy's magic lecture? A handful of copies. Of course, the skeletons was different. Guan Xiaoqi stole a glance and saw that the skeleton was holding Introduction to Murphy's Dark Spells. Everyone glanced at the card in their hands. Although they were still stunned, they all revealed joyful colors. Everyone knew that inside the blue items, only the feats were the most precious. This was a treasure that could directly enhance their attributes. Even if they didn't enter the copy to fight, they could also drastically increase their possibility of surviving in the new world. One by one, they all put this magic card away like a treasure. Interesting. Murphy's magic handout. Murphy's Dark Spells Primer. All Murphy? But who the hell is Murphy? Guan Xiaoqi frowned slightly, and without moving, he put away this magic deck in his hand as well. Although he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it for some gold coins. The gods and monsters were exceptionally holy under the purple light, and together they emitted a strange heavenly sound, like the sound of heaven, lofty and holy. The energy core, under the irradiation of this purple beam of light, was constantly shifting its color, from orange, rapidly shifting towards purple. Those puppet workers in the factory still blocked around the square, waving their hands in emotional anger, protesting against these bandits in vain. The blinding light from the sky descended from the sky. The worker puppets stopped shouting and looked blankly at the energy core that was changing color, feeling afraid that something big was going to happen. Chapter 68, the third stage opens. Ding dong! The system announced a new mission. The third phase of the mission opens. All participants who survived the second phase are qualified to participate. The mission is as follows. Please find the puppet shown in the photo below as fast as you can and make sure it's safe. This puppet is called Jiang Lu. Make sure Jiang Lu is safe before the next phase of the mission opens. If the target is dead before finding Jiang Lu, the mission will be judged a failure. If Jiang Lu dies during the escort, the mission is judged to have failed. If the mission fails, everyone is wiped out. Hearing this mission, everyone's heads were covered in black lines. Guan Xiaoqi felt his chest aching. What the hell kind of mission was this, to wipe out without moving? The previous copy of the God's Tomb wasn't this harsh. There was only one final mission, and if you couldn't complete it, you were only punished for failure. Where like this copy, not moving to be wiped out? Feel very stifled, but very helpless, because this is the rule. The rules of the strong, Guan Xiaoqi cannot resist, but it stimulates his obsession to become stronger. In his bones, Guan Xiaoqi was not a character that liked to be at the mercy of others. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Guan Xiaoqi calmed himself down and quickly analyzed this mission in his mind. It seems that Mission 1 and Mission 2 are just a screening process to weed out unqualified participants, and the third stage of the mission, which is considered the opening of the official mission. This energy core, being occupied by gods and monsters, is an inevitable event. Now to save this plant, a seed must be left behind. This seed is a puppet, and an odd name, called Jiang Lu. Therefore, I'm afraid that all future missions will have to be extremely related to this Jiang Lu. The most important thing now is to find Jiang Lu in the fastest time possible. Along with this notification, a photo appeared below. The photo was very clear and without any modifications, just like a human's ID photo. On the photo was a slightly different puppet, slightly blue in color, with 3 bulges on top of its head, and the rest didn't seem to be any different from the other puppets. Guan Xiaoqi looked outside the square. All the puppets were now quiet, staring together at the color-changing energy core, their faces beginning to show a look of horror. This black pressurized mass of puppets, at a glance, there were afraid to be thousands of them. Where to find that puppet in the photo? Everyone else, no matter if they were humans or skeletons, they all had black faces, thinking in their hearts, what the hell kind of mission is this, looking for a hairline? In everyone's eyes, such a tiny difference, unless face to face, it would be impossible to recognize this puppet, just like asking you to find a slightly different rabbit out of 10,000 rabbits. It was simply a pie in the sky. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't the least bit alarmed. He didn't even go looking for this puppet. The system couldn't possibly give an impossible mission, so Guan Xiaoqi guessed that there must still be a change of heart. This mission shouldn't have unfolded yet. So, the only thing to do now was to wait and wait for the next variation. Most of all, what exactly would be the danger of this puppet? Or where did the danger come from? Guan Xiaoqi looked back towards the energy core that had completely turned purple and was emitting a blinding light, and those gods and monsters, half kneeling around the core, full of holiness, reverently guarding the core, clearly had no intention of rushing out to continue the fight. Raising his head again, he looked at the airships in the sky. These airships had already put away their bottom plates, and the laser from earlier had also disappeared in the night sky. The airships were suspended in the air, the lights above them were bright and motionless. Finally Guan Xiaoqi turned his gaze to these worker puppets in front of him. The puppets looked odd and confused, all movements had stopped, seemingly frozen in place, turning them into puppet zombies. Guan Xiaoqi turned back violently and once again looked at the energy core that had turned purple. He remembered that the energy of these puppets was released from inside this energy core. The energy core that had turned purple had suspended its energy output, which was the reason for the zombification of the worker puppets, but it had only been suspended for a second of time, and if it wasn't for Guan Xiaoqi's keenness, he wouldn't have been able to notice the change. Guan Xiaoqi's face changed, finally realizing what the problem was. These worker puppets outside were using the energy provided by the energy core, and now after the energy core transformed, there must be a change. While everyone was in disbelief, a vast and majestic power was released from the purple core like a storm. Guan Xiaoqi then felt a cold chill on his back. This power was very cruel and violent. Soon these energies entered inside the bodies of the worker puppets. Everyone noticed the change in these puppets. After a short pause, the worker puppets absorbed the new energy, their faces became hideous, gasping for air, the skin on their bodies changed from white and blue to purple-black, and they began to twist their bodies, emitting low hissing sounds. Beside Guan Xiaoqi stood 2 hunter archers, their faces full of shock. Is this a transformation? Guan Xiaoqi sighed, it does seem so. All of the puppets changed form, their arms and legs suddenly grew longer, their bodies took the shape of beasts, and their fangs grew. There were clicking sounds everywhere. It was all sorts of mechanical gears creating changes in the bodies of these puppets. The crowd in the square didn't dare to breathe. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly shouted, keep an eye on them all, our mission target should be in the middle of these puppets. Since the system gave a picture, it means that Jianglu won't be able to transform. Everyone looked to one side. Once we find Jianglu, let's immediately rush over and take it away, do you understand? Everyone looked at Guan Xiaoqi in surprise. Guan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly, I can't watch it alone, you must all be together, you have to be the first to spot the river flow, one step short of that could be life or death for everyone. The 2 hunters gave Guan Xiaoqi a deep look, you have a point. The 2 of us have naturally excellent eyesight, let's look in this direction. The lead hunter pointed a finger in a direction. The black warrior snorted coldly, all skeletons, watch the west side for me, arrange them in position and keep an eye on them. Yes, Lord. The skeletons spread out, following their respective positions to look for Jianglu. I'll look here. Then I'll look this way. The humans did the same, each finding a direction on their own. There weren't many people left, and although they were still skeptical of Guan Xiaoqi's command, what Guan Xiaoqi had just said made sense. They were all adults, no one was gambling with their lives. Especially with the Black Knight's cooperation, Guan Xiaoqi was relieved. Time was life. The scene was silent, both the humans and the skeletons were dead set on the mutating worker puppets. Suddenly, there was a piercing scream as the girl shouted, I see it, it's there, that puppet is definitely Jianglu. The crowd turned their heads together and followed her finger. Chapter 69 Jianglu. Seeing a short golem that was looking around in horror, the wrench in its hand was not wanted and thrown to the ground. One of the puppets next to it had already finished transforming into a terrifying mechanical monster, coldly turned around and looked at this alien puppet that hadn't transformed, and cracked its mouth wide open, revealing its sharp teeth. Ah! Help! This little golem was terrified and screamed, frantically squeezing out from the middle of the large group of golems that were still transforming. The golem behind it stretched out its extremely long arm and grabbed at it, but fortunately, the golem stood very densely and this little golem was extremely nimble, its arm was blocked by the other golems. The little golem drilled out from the gap and was almost caught by this extremely long arm. Quickly go over and save him. A girl was the first to notice this abnormal little puppet and screamed. The voice was extremely high in decibels and shook Guan Xiaoqi's brain. The crowd's spirits lifted, they had finally found Jianglu. Hurry up and kill over. Can't let this little puppet die. The first one to rush out was not a human, but the black skeleton warrior, who held a long black sword with a chilling light in his hand as he chased after Jianglu. Ow! Another worker puppet's transformation was complete, suddenly blocking the black warrior. Without any nonsense, Black Knight slashed violently at this puppet. Flowing light. Transported shadow. The black saber was extremely fast, as if it had broken through a space and time, instantly chopping into the puppet's head and slashing in. The puppet had just finished transforming, it didn't even react. Like slicing tofu, the black blade sliced inside this puppet's head. With a twist of the black warrior's wrist, the puppet's left side of its head was chopped off by this slash, and its left eyeball crumbled out a long way. What a fast blade! Guan Xiaoqi's eyes were aghast. But to the horror of the crowd, the golem only staggered for a moment, losing half of its head didn't seem to affect it in the slightest, and suddenly opened its mouth at the black skeleton warrior with a loud roar. The puppet's mouth was as big as a hippopotamus, and it was full of fangs, only that with half of his head split off, this mouth was naturally only half left, and its deterrent power was naturally greatly reduced. At the same time, his body also suddenly swelled up, rapid expansion toward the overalls. His body became more than 2 meters high, a mechanical monster, black, green tubes wrapped around the whole body, the skin was all broken through, like a real devil returning from hell. The limbs were long and curved, and with a wild roar it lunged towards the black warrior. A foul-smelling wind came to his face. Fortunately the Black Knight was a skeleton. If it was a human, I'm afraid that he would be nauseated and vomit directly. Black Knight was caught off guard. Was this puppet stretched out extremely long arm to wrap up, pounced up to open his mouth on his head to bite down. C is about to bite into the head. The Black Knight fought with his elbow to jam the puppet's chin, and then suddenly up leg kicked fiercely. This kick is very strong. Will be puppet kicked down on the ground. Black Knight quickly backed away. Get out of the way. The Black Knight reacted extremely quickly, and as soon as he lowered his head, a magic flying bullet shot over behind him. Bang! It blew up on the puppet's body, and the huge explosive force caused the puppet to retreat back and forth, parts of its body being blown all over the sky. It struggled for half a day, but finally, its entire body's skills were destroyed by the magical missiles, and it collapsed askew. What the hell is this? The girl let out another piercing scream. Apparently, this is the monster that threatened our target. The 2 human archers calmly replied. Guan Xiaoqi turned around and glanced at the 2 archers, who looked similar and wore the same, all-standard hunter uniforms, and gave them a slight nod. The 2 hunters hurriedly nodded in return. This was the respect for the strong. In the hearts of the crowd, Guan Xiaoqi had already gone from being a clown, gradually becoming an expert that could be trusted. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to take the lead, but at this time, the group was leaderless, and to complete the mission, the rest of these people had to organize themselves. At this critical moment, he had no time to hesitate. Raising the magic staff in his hand high, he shouted, "Everyone rush out together and follow that puppet called Jiang Lu." The skeletons all looked at the black warrior, who gave Guan Xiaoqi a cold look and waved his hand. Listen to his command. Roar! Roar! The skeletons screamed and followed the humans, charging forward. All the puppets were transforming. From gentle and harmless workers, one by one, they turned into terrifying mechanical monsters. There were 100 types of forms, all different from each other. Some were like insects, some were like fierce beasts, and it was not known how all of them had mutated out. But at this moment, on the side of the mission participants, there were only 7 humans and 6 skeletons left. If they were no longer united and fought on their own, it would really be a death sentence, and the Black Warrior had obviously figured it out, and for the time being, he could only put down the hostility between the humans and the skeletons. Boom! Another golem completed its transformation, stretching its arms and legs, briefly familiarizing itself with this new body, and leaping from the air. This monster had long arms and legs, and its bouncing power was astonishing. It was almost like a flea that had become countless times bigger. It was both terrifying and disgusting at the same time. Taking advantage of the fact that the majority of the golem was still transforming, the crowd rushed up together. Bow and arrow magic shot at the golem that jumped in the air. Before it landed, it turned into a big ball of fire, and fell heavily on the other golem's body. The 2 golems hugged each other and rolled into a ball, rolling in a bone-crunching manner towards the periphery, and the golems on the side stepped out of the way. Surprisingly, they accidentally crashed out a passage out. Hurry! Hurry! Guan Xiaoqi shouted loudly, taking the lead and running outward. His feet were like springs, rushing out like the wind. The opportunity was fleeting, and as they watched the Jiang Lu run further and further away, turning into a small dot, everyone was in a hurry. Hurriedly, they passed through the group of puppets that were still transforming. Transporting their feet, the group of people ran wildly without looking back. Boom! An accident occurred. A high tower by the roadside suddenly exploded, deafening the ears, and countless glass and stones fell from the sky, smashing into the side of the crowd. Guan Xiaoqi looked up and was startled. A mushroom cloud had risen from that tall tower, so one could imagine how powerful this explosion had just been. What happened again? Everyone's faces were ugly. Although they were terrified, none of the 13 survivors stopped because of the explosion, facing the sky full of smoke and falling objects, running forward desperately, grabbing time with the rocks falling overhead. There was another, bigger explosion in the distance. This explosion was much closer to the ground, so the earth began to shake, and the group stumbled, struggling a bit to even take a step forward. In less than a moment, violent explosions began to occur everywhere throughout the entire factory. The towers blew up in a continuous stream, and the fire was soaring to the sky that it was as if the end of the world was coming. Don't mind these explosions, it might be that the original system is incompatible with this alien purple energy core. Let's go after John Lu. In the distance there was a high tower that had just finished exploding and was still smoking. Guan Xiaoqi saw that Zhang Lu was being chased by a monster, and even panicked and fled into the tower. What an asshole! He couldn't help but curse. Chapter 70, Surrounding. With no time to complain, the group trailed off in a hurry. Hiss. Roar. Countless horrifying and frightening sounds were emitted behind them. Those worker puppets, transformed into various monsters, hissed together and then powered after them. These puppets had a common characteristic, that is, no matter which shape they were in, they all had long arms and legs and ran extremely fast. No, they're too fast, we might not be able to outrun them. Someone was anxious. Don't look back, rush into that tower together and find Zhang Lu first. Guan Xiaoqi shouted. Behind these monster puppets with long hands and feet, one step was 3 meters. How could humans run faster than them? Although they were chasing from behind, they were getting closer and closer. Guan Xiaoqi is the fastest, a horse first, ran to the tower before the glass door has been completely shattered, stepped on the broken glass, shaking off the crowd, the first rushed into the tower. Inside there was another explosion, and the whole building shook. He secretly grumbled, this Zhang Lu can be really unconscious, what are you doing running inside? Doesn't he know the danger? He had no choice but to chase after him. The door of the fire staircase was open, and from inside came the sound of climbing stairs. Guan Xiaoqi's spirit was shaken, knowing that it was not far ahead. Not caring that he was out of breath, he pulled his legs up and chased after the stairs. There was another loud bang, the earth shook. Guan Xiaoqi stumbled and fell to his knees on the stairs. He didn't know how many times it had exploded. One more time than the other. It was huge. The glass at the corners of the stairs had all been shattered. There were visible cracks in the walls, and the tower began to tilt. The sound of footsteps had been not far ahead. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and stood up, enduring the numbing vibrations of his feet, and continued to chase after them, but in his heart he was furious. Climbing to the 13th floor in one breath, the guy in front of him flashed and turned out of the staircase. The walls were still shaking, and the whole tower was in danger of collapsing at any moment. Finally, he saw the back of that little guy, and it was running towards a room. Guan Xiaoqi took 3 steps and chased after it. The door to the room was shaking and the floor was starting to tilt to one side, scaring Guan Xiaoqi so much that his heart was about to jump out. Male Gobi, you little, wait for the mission to be completed, see how lousy can fix you. Guan Xiaoqi's face was BL. At this time, this little puppet was really not letting people worry about it. The ground was tumbling. Guan Xiaoqi was about to go crazy, holding onto the wall and entering the room. Because of the vibrations, the inside of the room was already in shambles. That Zhang Lu was indeed inside, looking at a picture frame on the wall in a daze. The building is going to collapse, go. Are you stupid? Guan Xiaoqi shouted angrily, rushing over and grabbing Zhang Lu, about to grab him and leave the place. Zhang Lu struggled desperately, biting and kicking, as grumpy as a pig about to be sent to the slaughterhouse. Guan Xiaoqi hated to throw this little man out of the upstairs window. Endure, this is the mission. Who are you? I don't know you, don't grab me. The little puppet was anxious. I'm not a bad guy, I received orders to save you out, can't you see that this high tower is about to collapse? Zhang Lu froze. Did mom ask you guys to save me? Guan Xiaoqi was speechless, who knew who its mom was? Also, a puppet has a mom too, how ridiculous. But in an emergency, Guan Xiaoqi naturally wouldn't refute it so unemotionally, just shouted, that's right, your mom told me to come, hurry up and follow me. Zhang Lu's eyes lit up, then wait for me for a little while, just a little while, I'll get something and leave. The tower was swaying back and forth, explosions were going off, Guan Xiaoqi was going crazy, but grabbing such a disobedient little puppet, there was nothing he could do, so he shouted, then hurry. Letting go of Zhang Lu leaped and jumped to the wall, took down that photo frame from the wall and turned back, there. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief, pulling Zhang Lu and running outside. Just as soon as they left the house, a long arm stretched over. It was a transformed beast golem that also chased after them, looking like a gibbon with arms twice as long as the other golems. Guan Xiaoqi blasted over with a magic missile. There was a wobble underfoot, and the magic missile missed, flying away from the monster's head. The monster didn't stand still and couldn't control its balance, sliding out a long way, and its outstretched arm didn't grab Guan Xiaoqi, so it hurriedly grabbed the railing on the side to fix itself. Ah! Frightened Jiang Lu screamed. Don't mind him, follow me. Guan Xiaoqi pulled Jiang Lu and ran towards the fire stairs. That gibbon golem was still not dead. Taking advantage of the gap between the explosions and the ground smoothing out a bit, he stood up again, leapt over and stretched out his long arm out, once again grabbing at the two men. More than 3 meters long arm instantly arrived at the door of the fire stairs. At this moment, the doorway of the staircase flashed. The black warrior jumped out from inside, raised the black sword in his hand, without hesitation, fiercely slashed at this pair of arms, and the flowing slash cut off this puppet's arm. 2 more archers flashed behind them, a shower of arrows, shooting this golem into a sieve. It turned out that everyone had caught up at this time, just in time to help Guan Xiaoqi out. Hurry up, this tower is going to fall. Many of the stairs in the stairwell had begun to crumble, and everyone was relieved to see that Guan Xiaoqi had finally found Jiang Lu. Everyone immediately turned around and ran down the stairs together. Luck seemed to have come. Along the way, surprisingly, there were no more explosions, and although the stairwell was shaking, surprisingly, it didn't collapse. Going downstairs was much faster than going up. Soon the crowd and the skeleton ran to the first floor. The girl originally ran at the end when she went up the stairs, but ended up becoming the first when she went down the stairs instead, and when she reached the first floor hall, she was the first to run out. There was a piercing scream. Aha! The girl turned around and ran back. The black warrior dodged out and saw that the hall on the first floor was densely filled with all kinds of beast puppets. Even the skeleton was startled, and with a turn, she also fled back into the stairs. Rumble! There was another explosion, and the sand overhead swished down. What the hell? Can't get out. The entrance is blocked by a large group of puppets. Guan Xiaoqi pulled Jiang Lu and ran at the end. The people in front of them were out of ideas. They all looked back at Guan Xiaoqi, not knowing what to do. To the basement. Guan Xiaoqi led the way to the basement level by holding Jiang Lu. There were too many puppets outside. It was impossible to rush out in a short period of time, and the tower was shaking, ready to collapse at any moment. Guan Xiaoqi led the crowd to run inside the basement in a few steps. When they arrived at the basement, it was pitch black. The lights were originally on here, but after the purple energy came over, the energy was incompatible, and the lights here all exploded. There was no light at all. When everyone was panicking, Guan Xiaoqi took out the night pearl in his pocket and instantly illuminated the surroundings. Chapter 71, Escape from the Factory. It was a huge parking lot, only it was empty, with a few odd cars parked inside. The load-bearing pillars were already cracked, with cement dust falling from them, so it was clear that they couldn't stay here much longer either. Guan Xiaoqi's gaze, however, caught sight of a particularly strange vehicle, like a bus, but with armor on the front and back. It appeared to be very thick, and there was no shed roof on top. It was an open-topped bus-armored vehicle. Go over and take a look. Leading the way, the vehicle ran over. The vehicle was very different from Earth's but had the same driver's seat with a steering wheel on it. Is that car drivable? The woman looked hesitantly at the strange bus. Try it, just in case it does. The woman was odd, clearly a wizard with high agility, jumping onto the bus in a single leap and quickly making her way to the driver's seat, only to fiddle with it for half a day and not work out what to do. A burly man came over and pulled the woman away from the driver's seat with one hand, drinking, "I'm in mechanical engineering, let me see how to get it." The woman pouted and had to step aside. The burly man studied it for a moment, gently pressed a button, and with a thud an energy box popped out, empty inside. Who has an energy stone? The burly man shouted. Guan Xiaoqi was about to take the energy stone out of his bag, but he didn't realize that the skeletal black warrior was one step ahead of him, having already taken out an excellent level energy stone from his arms, handing it to the burly man, and said in a deep voice, "I have an energy stone, hurry up and load it." The burly man took the energy stone and quickly stuffed it into the energy box, and with a gentle push, restored the energy box to its original state, and the lights of the bus instantly lit up. The burly man was overjoyed, and fiddled with it a bit more, pressing another button, and with the sound of a rumbling motor, the car was actually started up by him. Although the world was different, the knowledge of mechanical science was figured out. A cheer went up from the crowd. Get in! A load-bearing column could no longer support it at this point and suddenly broke off from the center, and the roof of the shed began to collapse downwards. The crowd had all climbed onto the bus, and Guan Xiaoqi placed Jiang Lu in the very center, urging, "Stay here and don't move, we'll take you to a safe place." Jiang Lu nervously hugged the photo album in his arms and nodded repeatedly. The burly man pulled the steering wheel and made a violent in-place turn, directly following the ground's instructions to speed outward. The load-bearing pillars in the back collapsed, one after the other, and the entire tower collapsed from top to bottom. The people in the car didn't say a word, it was silent, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Only the roar of the car showed that this armored bus was constantly speeding up. Not long ago, a bright light appeared ahead, to the exit of the underground parking lot, but there is still a lift bar. Obviously, no one will care about this lift bar at this time. Just behind the lift pole, there were still many beast puppets crouching. Behind them was the tower that was collapsing, and in front of them were the monsters blocking the road. All sit still. Instead of slowing down and clenching his teeth, the burly driver accelerated the car to the extreme, emitting ear-piercing friction sounds. The car rushed forward, instantly knocking over the lift bar, and then crashed towards those beast puppets. Dang! 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 Thud! Continuous loud bangs. Even the armored bus, the front end of the car was a bit deflated. 7 or 8 puppets were directly knocked away by the car's tremendous power, spilling parts all over the sky. The car was really good, the horsepower was strong enough. Rumble! This high tower behind them finally couldn't support it. The whole thing collapsed, raising horrible smoke and dust. Inside, the smoke and dust was full of sharply descending steel and concrete blocks and similar things. Someone was praying, and cars drove out like lightning, racing against death. The car flew out in front of all this smoke and dust, crashing all the puppets in its way. Ow! As the puppets came to their senses, with a hiss, all of them turned their gazes towards this bus before surging over from all sides. Brothers, don't freeze, kill! Guan Xiaoqi roared loudly, turning his head and shouting to the driver again, get a good grip on the direction and keep the speed up. Roger that. This brother driving the car was also a tough guy, charging all the way across the road, relying on the fact that this was an armored bus, not caring about these puppets in the way. The key was to control the balance. At this speed, it was easy to roll over the car, very testing driving skills. These beast puppets were not stupid. Seeing that the front could not block this armored bus, they began to attack from both sides, and some extremely fast puppets even chased after it. Humans, guard the right side for me. Skeleton brothers, guard the left side. Don't conserve ammo now, we can't let them lean in. No one in the car responded. Everyone was checking their weapons. Then at Guan Xiaoqi's command, arrows fell like rain, and the woman, who was extremely agile, waved her staff, releasing one magic after another. Shoo! Boom! Bam! Zip! All sorts of melee and far battle weapons struck out together, instantly repelling the golem. The skeleton side suffered a bit of a loss, mainly in melee combat mostly, but a row of long knives and giant axes stretched out of the car, frantically cutting the approaching golems, utilizing the force of the car's charge to slice through the golems' bodies as well. The car swayed back and forth. Fortunately, this was a heavy armored bus. If it was an ordinary vehicle, it would have flipped over long ago. Bang! There was a svelte figure that flew over from the distance. This weird golem's bouncing power was simply against the norm, and it reached the car in one leap. Guan Xiaoqi was defending the rear of the car, too late to release a magic bullet, and kicked it. The puppet's flexibility was extraordinary. It made a twisting movement in the air, quickly dodging away from Guan Xiaoqi's kick. Suddenly a crow flew out from behind Guan Xiaoqi, grabbing the puppet in the air with its sharp claws, and threw it far away. The golem rolled continuously on the ground and quickly got back up and came after it again. What a difficult monster! Fierce battles were everywhere. What made Guan Xiaoqi feel surprised was that those two archers from the humans were unusually strong. An arrow shot never landed in the air. The ferocious arrows were even able to directly shoot through this kind of mechanical golem, and the golems that were approaching on the right side were shot toppled over on the ground. Finally breaking out of this collapsed building, a fork in the road appeared in front of them. The driver's big brother shouted, "Head, where to drive now?" The entire car, human or skeleton, looked at Guan Xiaoqi together. Guan Xiaoqi looked around. The entire factory, smoke rolled everywhere, and from time to time, in the dark corners, more and more beast puppets ran out. There were also several airships overhead, eyeing them. The car had already driven near one of the factory's gates, and Guan Xiaoqi's heart fluttered. Leave this factory, the farther away the better. Boss, are you saying drive out of the factory? That's right, the mission just said to protect John Lu. It didn't say where we were told to go. Being inside the factory is just too dangerous. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the large group of beast puppets behind him, then raised his head and saw that the airship in the sky seemed to be ready to start up again. No one squeaked in the car. The car began to accelerate, gradually shook off the back of the beast puppets, 2 legs and then fast. After all, can't run on wheels. In front of them was a factory gate. The driver stepped on the gas and crashed it hard. The gate was smashed into pieces. The car rushed out of the factory and went away. Chapter 72 Jian Lu's Devil Mother. As they watched the gate being smashed open and the car driving out of the factory, speeding down a straight highway, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on her but in the seat of the car, the girl who liked to scream was still holding her staff tightly, sweat had soaked through her body, her face was pale, and her legs were still shaking. A group of skeletons sat together, muttering something in whispers. Guan Xiaoqi removed a spring from his head, just now during the battle, did not know where it collapsed from, tangled in his hair, finally had the time to throw this spring far away. Walking over to Jian Lu, the poor little puppet sat curled up in his seat, staring straight at Guan Xiaoqi. "You're a very special puppet, can we talk?" Guan Xiaoqi sat in front of Jian Lu. "I?" Jian Lu pointed at himself and said in a small, timid voice. "Yeah, talk about yourself, you seem to be special and different from the other puppets." Guan Xiaoqi laughed. Guan Xiaoqi was just talking casually, and with an offhand remark, Jian Lu fell silent instead. After a while, Jian Lu spoke. "Yes, I was different from the other puppets when I was born. They all said that I was a defective product, unable to receive energy accurately. They even said that they wanted to destroy me, but my mom stopped them. She also said that I was very special, and she loved me so much that she installed an energy converter for me, although I can't directly use the energy inside the energy core, but it can be converted into the energy that I need." Jian Lu looked at the photo album in his hand, his face full of nostalgia. Guan Xiaoqi secretly thought, could this be the reason why he can't transform? All other puppets directly absorb energy, only he is transformed before turning it into energy for his own use. "So, you ran back inside that dangerous tower just for this photo album? Is this a picture of your mom?" Guan Xiaoqi was a bit surprised. He couldn't imagine that a puppet would be so emotionally rich. Jian Lu had a smile on his face and showed the photo album to Guan Xiaoqi. "Look, isn't my mom pretty?" Guan Xiaoqi took a look. How can he say it? There was a little bit of spicy eyes. In the photo was a female devil, sharp mouth and fangs, scarlet eyes, except for the big breasts. The rest was not quite in line with human aesthetics. "It's very beautiful, right?" Guan Xiaoqi forced herself to endure the physical discomfort and spoke against her will. Jian Lu laughed happily, happier than Guan Xiaoqi praising it, clapping his hands and saying, "I knew it, Ama is the prettiest." The two hunters and the screaming woman all came over at this time, listening to Jian Lu's story together. The hunter squinted at Guan Xiaoqi and thought to himself that this kid was talking nonsense with his eyes open, but his face didn't change. He was really a tough character. "My name is Tang Long, this is my brother Tang Hu." The two hunters greeted Guan Xiaoqi in a friendly manner. These two hunters didn't talk much, but their strength was very good. Guan Xiaoqi had a good feeling about these two guys. He didn't realize that they were actually blood brothers, and to be able to go into the replica together, surely there must have been some kind of a story as well. "I'm Guan Xiaoqi." Guan Xiaoqi smiled. "I'm Natasha, nice to meet you guys." The white girl who liked to scream sounded like a Slav by name. A few people sat around. Jian Lu joyfully hugged the photo album, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked up and asked Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously, "Didn't you say that mom sent you to save me?" But, how come you don't even seem to recognize her?" 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Guan Xiaoqi's mind. Is this still a puppet? How come it was so smart? Its IQ seemed to be completely below that of a normal human. Tang Long Tang, who stifled his laughter on the side, although he didn't know the specifics, he also knew that Guan Xiaoqi was making up lies to trick this little puppet out, twisting his head, listening to how Guan Xiaoqi justified himself, with all his heart wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Guan Xiaoqi coughed, blinked his eyes, and Jiang Lu said, "We were entrusted by the senior leadership to save you from going out. Just now you also saw, we worked so hard, isn't it all to protect you?" Jiang Lu nodded his head, still didn't understand. Since this is the case, why Guan Xiaoqi still said that his mom let him come. Guan Xiaoqi continued, "So you think, who would care about you? Who would go on a mission to save you, besides your mom? Could it be anyone else? This kind of thing doesn't need to be confronted at all. You should know it as soon as you think about it, don't you think so?" Jiang Lu nodded excitedly, "Right, besides mom, there won't be anyone else to save me. It must be her who gave the order. She is the best scientist in the underground city, everyone listens to her." "Good boy, be obedient, as long as you're safe. We've completed our mission, your mom might send someone to pick you up." Guan Xiaoqi touched the little puppet's head, the three blue raised horns on its head felt warm. It seemed to be that energy converter. It was indeed amazing. Guan Xiaoqi felt the abnormal flow of energy inside. Tang Long Tang, who looked at each other, his mouth opened wide into an O shape. This boss is really powerful. A few words will be able to handle this clever little puppet. The two of them will never be able to do it. Natasha came over halfway. Didn't hear the conversation between Guan Xiaoqi and Jian Lu at the very beginning, curiously asked Jian Lu, you puppets, also have a mom and dad? Of course we do, how else did we come to this world? Jian Lu looked at the human woman strangely. So, does your mom mean the human who made you? Natasha asked again. Of course not a human, you humans generally honor her as a devil. Jian Lu proudly held the photo frame up again to show Natasha clearly. Natasha finished looking at the photo album with an odd expression. By this time, the bus had rushed onto a bridge. Guan Xiaoqi watched as the steel ropes of the bridges on both sides of the bridge flew by, and the car sped through the middle of the bridge. Just at this time, a skeleton suddenly let out a startled cry. Look guys, in front! Guan Xiaoqi was sitting with his back to the front of the car at this moment, and when he heard this, he turned his head, looked towards the front of the car, and his face instantly changed. In front of the bridge, it was covered with temporary barricades, completely sealing off the road, and on both sides of the barricades, was a large group of black pressurized monsters slowly writhing around, waiting for this bus of theirs to come over. Judging from the broken workers' uniforms on these monsters, these were also the worker puppets from before, which had now all turned into beast puppets. Visually, there were at least hundreds of them. These puppets were originally in a static state, but suddenly, they heard the roar of the bus, and together, they raised their heads to look towards the bus. Ow! Ow! There was a wild roar, scrambling towards the bus. Damn! The system knew we were going to escape outward, and had long ago laid a dragnet on the periphery as well. The driver's elder brother stepped on the brakes with a deadly grip, and the bus came to a hard stop in the middle of the bridge. Those monsters in the distance ran wildly. The distance was only a few hundred meters. This distance, I'm afraid that they would arrive in less than a moment. What to do? The driver's big brother was sweating profusely, at a loss for words, looking back to Guan Xiaoqi. Quickly turn around, quickly turn around. Natasha was terrified and shouted frantically. There are too many of them. The two hunters said in hushed tones as well. No. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes struggled for a moment, then suddenly clenched his teeth hard and roared, don't be afraid, drive over. Charge across this bridge at full speed, absolutely no turning back. Chapter 73 The Great Bridge. What? Natasha screamed, can't you see all those monsters up ahead? Shut up all of you, listen to me, now do as I say, there's no time to explain, everyone hold on tight. Black Knight, you skeletons keep an eye on the left side for me, two hunters, lead the humans and keep an eye on the right side, I'll take care of the front. Natasha was obviously unconvinced, still screaming madly. The driver's big brother's face changed a few times, gritting his teeth fiercely, restarting the bus and stepping on the gas. The bus rushed out again amidst the roar, meeting the wildly running monsters in front of it and fearlessly began to charge forward. The black warrior glanced at Guan Xiaoqi and did not say anything, but led the skeletons to earnestly guard the left side. The two hunters looked at each other and turned back to talk to Guan Xiaoqi. Alright, we'll trust you for once, let's hope you made the right choice. Guan Xiaoqi laughed coldly, there was no time to explain to the group. He leapt up and jumped to the very front of the vehicle's front end, re-summoning the skeleton warrior and the little fairy spirit, causing the black warrior to look at his skeleton warrior a few more times. Raven! The dark, clanking raven flew out of the swirling vortex of the abyss with a high-pitched chirp and rushed to the forefront, leading the car as it began its charge. Shoo! 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 The sound of the arrows was constant, and the bus was like a tank, crushing forward. The bus that was running at full speed, its horsepower was already extremely strong, coupled with its own weight and armor, this crashed hard. I'm afraid that there wasn't much difference between it and a light tank. Seeing those beast puppets running wildly on the bridge road, the bus furiously crashed head-on, and head-on several puppets flew out, and there were even several puppets that were knocked out of the bridge abutment and flew out. The fluttering sounds rang out continuously, and they all fell into the river. Guan Xiaoqi stood at the front of the car, waving his crow staff. One magic missile after another blew up the puppets in the way, not allowing these puppets to affect the speed of the car. The car had to keep accelerating, once it slowed down, everyone would surely die. The bus crushed its way through. The body of the car kept lurching up and down, and the bridge was sprinkled with mechanical parts, which were crushed into discus by the bus as it ran right over them. Keep an eye on both sides. The bus had already rushed into the golem swarm, and the second side was also covered with golems, one by one jumping up and about to jump in towards the vehicle. Although the bus was in full gallop, these monsters had long legs and hands, some jumping upwards, some reaching out to pull on the railing, to climb towards the bus. The tin on the bus body was all torn apart by these monsters, falling to the ground and cutting out a trail of sparks. There were also puppets hanging from the body of the bus, swaying constantly as the body vibrated. The Black Warrior held a large sword, very tricky to cut only the arms and legs of these monsters. With a flash of the sword, there were puppets pulling the car's arms were cut off, and the bones rolled out a long way. The human also had a spear soldier, utilizing the advantage of the long weapon, fighting to stab down the golems that were holding onto the carriages. Get the hell out of here! Natasha finally stopped screaming, and though her face was ironic, she waved her staff and blasted magic bullets through. Everyone was fighting back. Everyone knew that if they couldn't rush through, they were dead. Boom! The barricade was visible up ahead. Guan Xiaoqi let off a few consecutive magic missiles at the barricade. The barricade was blown apart and the crows flew over violently, grabbing the barricade with their claws desperately to move to the side. The crow was huge in size, and its strength was also enormous. Although it didn't completely remove the barricade had deformed and loosened, blocking the road diagonally. The bus followed and crashed into it, and the barricade that had been completely loosened couldn't withstand the huge impact force of this bus, and it hardened and crashed out of the center, breaking out. Finish off the ones at the back. The two puppets hanging from the rear of the bus had already climbed aboard, and everyone panicked for a moment. Guan Xiaoqi waved his crow staff, but no magic bullets flew out, so it turned out that the ammunition had run out. Suddenly a few sharp arrows shot over, hitting the puppets right in the head. The two puppets rolled off the bus with a scream, too fast, and were smashed when they landed, causing the mechanical parts of these puppets to fall all over the place. Rushing out of the puppets surrounded, the front was already a straight road. The bus drove faster and faster. The puppets in the back couldn't catch up with the car, and were thrown far away, and in a short while, they had disappeared. Guan Xiaoqi sat on the car, huffing and puffing and gasping for air, looking at his body. Just now during the struggle, several times the puppets rushed to him. During the fierce struggle, he was injured in several places, and there was also a wound on his buttocks, which was caused by the Liz fish, and it was also a burst of congenial pain. Damn, this thing shouldn't be poisonous, right? Guan Xiaoqi muttered. We charged through. Natasha was a little incoherent with excitement. The driver's big brother sat in the driver's seat, his entire body covered in sweat as if he was deflated. He removed one hand from the steering wheel and gave Guan Xiaoqi a thumbs up, roaring, "Dude, you're still awesome." The bus had already shaken off the golem and dashed off the bridge to the flat ground, running wildly all the way on the road, which was straight and led nowhere, but there was no other road to take. Watching the golem behind them fade into the horizon, everyone then relaxed and slowed down from the initial excitement. Everyone all sat in their cars and tended to the wounds on their bodies. The battle was short, but the adrenaline burst was extremely intense. Guan Xiaoqi also silently bandaged his wounds before returning to Jianglu. "Do you know where this road leads to?" When Guan Xiaoqi asked this, everyone in the car perked up their ears, and the 6 skeletons also turned their heads around, looking at Jianglu together. This question was the key question that would determine everyone's safety. "I never left the factory," Jianglu whispered. The crowd was disappointed for a moment. "But I've heard my mom say that all the roads in our factory lead to the same place." "That place," she said. "Called the underground city." "All roads lead to an underground city? I don't believe it." Natasha's voice was an octave higher. She didn't believe this nonsense. There are so many gates in the factory, and the roads in every direction lead to all directions. How can they reach the same place? Tang Long laughed. "Don't get excited. This is the other world, or the most mysterious copy of the other world. It makes sense for anything to happen." Guan Xiaoqi turned back to look in the direction of the factory. Although the factory was no longer visible, a blazing fire could still be seen burning in the night sky, illuminating that side extremely brightly. There had even been explosions constantly ringing out, coming from afar in a continuous stream. "This factory, I'm afraid that it has been completely destroyed by the god monster." Squinting his eyes towards the sky, vaguely, he could see 2 airships spewing out steam, turning around and flying towards here. "Our trouble, it seems we're not completely out of it yet." The Black Warrior skeleton suddenly opened his mouth and said icily, "Our car is very fast, the airships in the sky are not fast. It will take a long time for them to catch up with us. I believe that this mission of ours is not far from completion." Although the skeleton was an enemy of mankind, but now that we were all in a car, Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to destroy this short-lived cooperation, smiled slightly, glanced at Black Knight, and said softly, "But how can you be sure that, on this road, we'll be able to keep driving on?" Chapter 74 Roadside Huts. The Black Warrior's soul flame flickered and immediately understood the meaning of Guan Xiaoqi's words, and the soul flame trembled sharply for a few moments. "You're saying that we'll most likely come to the end of this world? That there is no longer a path there?" Guan Xiaoqi nodded. "Don't forget that this is just a copy." "What is a copy?" "It could be an area or a space-time node, But no matter what it is, it can't be a very large world, so this copy is bound to have an end, and after we've driven for so long, I'm afraid that we'll soon reach the end. At that time, they'll catch up with us. Can we deal with the gods and monsters up there? What Guan Xiuqi said made sense, and many people began to speculate that the key quest node, which should be on this road, could not be missed. Everyone was in deep thought, thinking together about countermeasures. Guan Xiuqi suddenly turned his head to Jiang Lu and said, "What's the deal with gods and monsters?" Jiang Lu had never heard of this name and shook his head blankly. "I've never heard of any god monsters before, and those god monsters that landed from the sky, and Mom, look alike. This little puppet, it seems, really hasn't been anywhere but the factory." The bus quietly drove on the road, and on both sides of the road was a plain with extremely lush weeds that grew over a meter tall. The entire bus was quiet. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the two blimps in the distant sky, still not slowing down as they chased after them. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Lu a few more times. Thinking to himself, is there anything special about this little puppet? The puppets commanded by these gods and monsters had to desperately chase after him? Jiang Lu was very forlorn, sitting dumbly in the car. His eyes kept staring at looking at the barren grass outside the car. The factory he was familiar with was gone, all of his good friends had turned into monsters. Before today, the factory was all he had, but now it was burning everywhere, and a bunch of wacky guys had taken over the place. The golem had no tears and wouldn't cry, but he still looked forlorn. Suddenly the driver's big brother shouted, "Boss, come take a look, there's an odd building up ahead." As soon as the driver opened his shout, everyone was first shocked. The woman almost threw her staff away. Everyone became birds of prey. When they heard later that they just found a building on the side of the road, Natasha gave a middle finger to the big brother driver, making a big fuss and scaring people to death. Guan Xiuqi realized that everyone was looking at him, then he realized that the big brother driver was shouting at himself, and sighed. He had no interest in being a boss. Still, he stood up and walked towards the front of the vehicle. Not far ahead, on the side of the road, there was a building. A dark metal facade, a huge awning in front of the front, and a large door in the center, half open and swinging back and forth in the wind. The words "Energy Supply Station" were written on it. This is something like a gas station? Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. This world was a place where energy stones were used as the basic energy source. Could it be that energy stones could be recharged when the energy inside them ran out? Black Warrior stood up with some excitement and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop the car! I'm afraid there's something good in here." Guan Xiaoqi glanced at Black Warrior, knowing that he definitely knew the secrets of the energy stone. The big brother driver ignored Black Knight and turned his head to Guan Xiaoqi. Natasha said, "You just said that we're going to reach the end of the world soon. Stop and take a look. There's bound to be mission opportunities along the way that shouldn't be missed." Everyone nodded their heads, feeling that it made sense. Since it was the unanimous opinion of everyone, the big brother driver slowed the car down. Guan Xiaoqi looked violently at the road in front of him, and in that instant, he seemed to see a shadow and was startled. Rubbing his eyes again, the shadow was gone again. Could it be his own hallucination? Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to be sure. He asked, Did you see a shadow appear on the road in front of you?" "What shadow?" "Boss, you can't scare me like that, okay? Say it like it's true." Natasha grimaced and looked around, seeing nothing. The others didn't see any shadows either. Guan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. "Maybe I was too nervous and saw an illusion." Tang Long laughed, comforting Guan Xiaoqi. "It's fine, everyone is nervous, and you're not the only one." The bus slowly stopped and leaned against the curb in front of this building. Black Knight was the first to jump off the bus, and several skeletons followed. The hunter was about to jump off when Guan Xiaoqi suddenly reached out to stop him. "I always feel that there is something odd here. It gives me the creeps. Why don't we stay on the bus for now, and let these ghouls go in and explore?" An explorer with a long gun did not listen to Guan Xiaoqi, thinking that if there were treasures in here, wouldn't they all be taken by the skeletons first, so he jumped out of the car in one leap and followed the skeletons towards the house. Natasha hesitated for a moment, and also got out of the car and followed. Guan Xiaoqi naturally cannot say anything more. He is not really the leader, just a critical time. Everyone has no way to listen to his words. Tang Long Tanghu, however, stopped and said with a smile, "That's right, it's good to take a break, life is worth more than treasure." Tang Long took out a cigarette and handed it to Guan Xiaoqi. "Little brother, see, you are not old, but also calm, just cannot understand, you. How to wear so avant-garde." Tang Long Tang, who looked at Guan Xiaoqi wearing big flower pants with a big flower hat, couldn't help but show a trace of arc at the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh and embarrassed to laugh. "Huh, there are still cigarettes? Thanks, I don't smoke." Guan Xiaoqi refused the cigarettes handed over by Tang Long, twisting her crotch bone and laughing. If I say that I was really catching fish inside the deep sea of the Mediterranean Sea when I suddenly broke into this copy, do you believe me? The driver's big brother sitting in the driver's seat suddenly laughed out loud. I believe it. Dude, Tang Long, give me the cigarettes, little brother don't want me. Tang Long threw the cigarettes over and the big brother driver casually caught them. Tang Long turned his head and asked curiously, could it be that you really entered the copy from the sea? We haven't even seen the oceans of this world yet, how about it, how does it compare to Earth? Guan Xiaoqi laughed, like the water of the Mediterranean Sea, it's beautiful. Tang Long looked envious, we must go and see it when we have the chance, but unfortunately we're all confined by the cabin and can't leave too far away. It's best for you guys not to go, there's a very fierce female Tyrannosaurus Rex there, extremely powerful, anyone who comes close, even demonic beasts don't have a good end, flaying is the norm. The crowd listened with awe, it was true that this new world was treacherous in every way. Thinking of Alicia's stunningly beautiful face, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tang Hu looked at Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously, there's something wrong with you, intuition tells me that you're lying. Ahem. Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly sidetracked the topic, Tang Long, I remember that there are only 50 arrows in a bow, and there are none left after shooting, just now you guys shot more than just this many arrows, right? Tang Long smiled faintly and took out a blue card and showed it to Guan Xiaoqi. You didn't know there was such a thing as arrow decks, did you? Guan Xiaoqi glanced at it, it was a card with 300 arrows, and was immediately enlightened and surprised, this card is simply a must-have for archers. Tang Long smiled and retrieved the deck. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was moved, thinking that he wondered if there were any cards that replenished magic missiles. Magic missiles were actually very powerful, but the ammo was too little. Tang Long took out his lighter and took turns lighting a cigarette. This kind of cigarette was not produced on Earth, it was made by him with materials from the New World, it was quite exquisite, a few people exhaled smoke rings and chatted. Only about Xiaoqi, because of his profession, he couldn't smoke during archaeology, so he didn't develop the habit of smoking, but he never minded others smoking either. Just when a few people were talking and laughing. Suddenly from the room came a piercing scream, it was Natasha's voice that seemed to have encountered something terrifying. Several people looked at each other. Guan Xiaoqi pulled out his dagger, I'll go in and take a look, you guys guard here. The two hunters nodded and took out their bows and arrows, aiming them at the building's main entrance, carefully guarding the car. Guan Xiaoqi jumped out of the car and once again returned to his assassin's movements, quickly rushing towards the inside of the store. Chapter 75, Invisible Monsters. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were filled with several rows of glass counters, like a supermarket. The counters were filled with strange goods, only they were all covered by glass, the surroundings were empty, except for his own people, there was no sign of any other life existing, just like a scene inside a horror movie. Everyone gathered in front of a counter, only Natasha had just finished screaming and hurriedly covered her mouth. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and saw a worker puppet that had been split into two pieces lying on the ground. The worker puppet had been smoothly cut into two pieces, and even the mechanical parts within it hadn't scattered out. One could only say that the golem died peacefully and emotionally stable. The wounds were very smooth, yet there were no burn marks, indicating that it wasn't a laser cut, and if it wasn't a laser, then it should have been sliced by a knife-type weapon. Guan Xiaoqi looked towards the Black Knight, who was holding the black knife in his hand. Black Knight was an expert in using knives, and he definitely had more to say about the death of this puppet. Black Knight quietly finished looking at the wound and said with great certainty, this puppet was split open by a knife, the knife's movement was extremely fast, so the puppet was instantly sliced into two pieces without any reaction at the time. Was it even faster than your knife? Guan Xiaoqi asked. It's hard to say, but the golem didn't even see it when this blade cut out. The Black Knight looked at the way the golem fell to the ground and continued, and it was slashed straight down from the front. Head on? And didn't see it? Guan Xiaoqi mused, could this blade transparent? The Black Knight nodded and said eerily, perhaps, this murderer himself is also transparent. The skeleton's voice was already raspy, and when he said it again in an eerie tone, the temperature in the room felt like it had dropped several degrees. It's a bit scary here, let's get our stuff and hurry. Natasha waved her staff and was about to blow up these counters that looked like glass, which held a few black orbs that were lit up with a light that looked like something good. The Black Knight fiercely drew his black sword, instantly blocking Natasha. Natasha was enraged, do you skeletons want to rob it too? If you don't want to die, don't be so impulsive, do you know what's in here? Guan Xiaoqi looked up at Natasha and advised gently. Natasha was a bit confused, what did you say? What's in here? Guan Xiaoqi shook his head. The thing inside this glass cover is called a magic grenade. One of them can completely blow up this house. There are 3 of them placed here. If your staff really blows down and detonates the grenade, I'm afraid that all of us will have to accompany you. The black warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi in surprise. He didn't expect Guan Xiaoqi to recognize the magic grenades, and he even knew the power of the magic grenades. How could Guan Xiaoqi not know? His own home was almost blown up by this thing. He could be too impressed with this kind of grenade. Natasha panicked a bit. Are you telling the truth? Guan Xiaoqi was just about to speak when he suddenly heard a slight sound, as if something was moving, and jerked his head around. Who's there? Hiss. There was the sound of breaking air. Guan Xiaoqi's face instantly changed. He remembered what the black warrior had just said about invisible swords, invisible monsters. Swiftly, he backed away. A skeleton beside Guan Xiaoqi didn't understand why Guan Xiaoqi suddenly retreated violently, and was still dazed, when suddenly it was like there was a sharp knife chopping down in the air, cutting it into 2 pieces instantly, and the soul fire directly extinguished. A slash from head to toe. Almost without warning. Flowing light. The black warrior shouted, brandishing his black blade. He slashed at the void in front of him, sparks bursting out of the void, apparently knocking together with another weapon in the air. Go! Guan Xiaoqi shouted. Everyone brandished their weapons and ran outside the house together. The human with the spear in hand was even the fastest runner. His spear could not be utilized in this small space and was the most dangerous, so he did not hesitate to pull out his legs and run. Just ran to the front door. It was like hitting an invisible wall, was viciously bounced back, rolled on the ground a few times, knocked his head on the counter, and watched blood flow out of his forehead. The crowd was all greatly alarmed. All of them waved their weapons and struck randomly in all directions, with the constant sound of glass breaking. Dropping and slithering, it was unknown who, in the panic, finally broke the glass cover that contained the magic grenades, and 3 magic grenades rolled out in a bone-jarring manner. 2 of them began to flash on and off, a precursor to exploding, only a few seconds away. Run! Guan Xiaoqi almost went crazy, holding the dagger in front of his body and waving it rapidly, slamming towards the gate once again. No matter what kind of monster you are, you can't block me from escaping. As a result, there was nothing in front of the door. The monster had already left. Guan Xiaoqi exerted too much force, staggered and ran straight out of the building. The people behind him saw Guan Xiaoqi so flustered, their faces suddenly changed, and together they followed Guan Xiaoqi and ran out. Suddenly a human let out a scream. Guan Xiaoqi turned around and saw that there was a long knife sticking out of that person's chest. It was stabbed in from behind him and had pierced through his forehead. The blade, which had been invisible, was tainted with blood, and was dripping down from the air, drop by drop. The man's mouth was full of blood, his hand outstretched. He wanted to run forward, but eventually lost all his strength and collapsed softly in the doorway. Knowing that the man was hopeless, Guan Xiaoqi ran towards the armored bus without looking back. Strange to say, everyone ran out together, but Black Knight ran to the end. Tick. T-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-E. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't make it back to the bus in time, and jumped straight to the ground. Orange fire rushed to the sky, lifting the top of the whole building over and flying, bursting into a small mushroom cloud amidst the intense flames, with countless pieces of shattered glass shooting out in all directions. Running at the end of the Black Knight, was Shockwave blasted out a long way, but this guy also do not know how much endurance, even a leap from the ground again jump up, nothing like continue to run to the bus. Others are in various different positions on the ground. After dodging the first wave of shockwaves, Guan Xiaoqi was the first to stand up and flew onto the bus with a single leap, and although Natasha was a magician, she was also extremely agile, and she also quickly climbed up and jumped onto the bus for the second time. Drive! Go! Guan Xiaoqi shouted. The driver's elder brother was also confused. The bus was shaken and buzzed around. Luckily this was an armored vehicle. He hurriedly stepped on the gas pedal and started the car. The humans and skeletons that were still alive fled to the car. Tang Long suddenly pointed in the direction of the fire and exclaimed, "What's that?" The crowd turned around to look, but they saw a pile of broken glass that was hovering in the air, moving continuously behind them, and there was blue blood dripping from these glasses. It's something. It's moving, damn it, it's transparent. Tang Long shouted. Boom! A second explosion came. The stealthy monster with broken glass sticking out of its body was darting towards the bus here, utilizing the impact of the explosion. Tang Long Tang, who did not hesitate to draw his bow and shot over. The arrow light was like electricity and shot through that transparent monster. That monster let out a mournful sound in the void. The sound was very sharp and ear-piercing, several octaves higher than Natasha's scream. It resounded throughout the night sky. Guan Xiaoqi's face changed and he said in shock, "It's summoning its kind, drive." Chapter 76, Mantis. Driver brother has long been panicked, dead pedal throttle, sharp start vehicle, wheels on the ground constantly skidding, but do not see the vehicle to move forward half a step. Just like. There is something huge, in front of the car. Guan Xiaoqi stared dead ahead at the front of the car. There was a feeling of fear that creeped him out, scaring his whole body. Crow! Guan Xiaoqi shouted. A crow monster from the underworld flew out of the void. Guan Xiaoqi pointed forward and the crow swooped towards the front of the car. With a mournful cry, the crow encountered a huge resistance in mid-air and was confined, unable to move forward. The angry crow suddenly exploded itself. The huge explosive force hurt the monster in the void, making some blue blood spill down in the air. At that moment, the third martyrdom explosion happened again. The building had been completely flattened, and everyone got down together inside the car, using the vehicle's outer armor to block the shattered glass that looked like bullets coming flat at them. But the monster in front of the car wasn't so lucky, and was impaled by countless pieces of glass with a scream. The driver's elder brother carefully raised his head and saw countless broken glass glittering in the sky, blocking right in front of the car. The monster was invisible, but everyone saw all this broken glass floating in the air. A huge monster that was inlaid with glittering broken glass appeared in front of everyone. More than 10 meters long and 4 meters tall, crystal clear because the glass refracted the light, it was like a huge work of art with two sides waving in its hands. This was dozens of times bigger than the monster seen in that house just now. Natasha couldn't help but say, "You guys, does this monster look like an invisible praying mantis?" Guan Xiaoqi returned, "It's not like that, I think it's a giant mantis." Go! The people in the car shouted loudly. The driver's elder brother was confused. Where to run? It's blocking the road, we can't drive past it. Charge out of the road and kill it. Guan Xiaoqi roared. The big brother driver then came to a realization and hurriedly backed up the car, then pounded the steering wheel and rushed out of the road, heading inside the grass at the edge. Bang! With a loud bang, the bus almost tipped over. The giant cockroach behind it rushed violently, directly hitting the rear of the bus, and whatever humans or skeletons on the bus didn't stand still, and it was a mess. The bumper on the rear of the bus had been knocked askew. Even if it was an armored vehicle, it wouldn't be able to withstand a few more crashes like this. Deal with this monster first, we can't let it crash through like this. As the bus shook back and forth from side to side, Black Knight gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Let's go in together and take out this mantis first." Guan Xiaoqi noticed that beside this big mantis, there was also a small mantis bleeding blue blood, and it was its sharp cry just now that called out to this big mantis. Originally, he thought that it was calling out to its own kind, but who would have thought that it was actually calling out to its parents to come over? The little mantis did not speak of martial virtues. Guan Xiaoqi once again rushed to the rear of the bus. The black warrior also rushed over. The mantis' huge side split down. The black warrior hand of the black knife, do not know what material, directly against, issued a crunching sound, surprisingly unharmed. But the mantis' huge strength black knight cannot top, was the scythe a fling. The bone rolled back. All the way from the rear of the car rolled to the front of the car. The people in the car moved out of the way together, and Black Knight hit the front of the car head on, and no one pulled him in the process, and couldn't help but curse and stand up. The praying mantis leapt and flew in the air, suddenly opening its mouth. Green oily mucus sprayed out. There was a strong fishy and pungent odor. Guan Xiaoqi was panicked in his heart. This smell didn't feel too good. How was this irritating odor somewhat familiar? Damn it! This is the smell of gasoline. This thing. It. Still in the air, these spewing slimes turned into flames and swept towards the bus, and the one who bore the brunt of it was naturally Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi fiercely pulled out a shield and held it in front of him. This is the shield he grabbed in the factory manager David's room, and it just came in handy at this time. Flames sprayed on the shield. This shield was really a high-tech material. Not only was it not afraid of burning, it didn't even conduct heat. Natasha's magic staff had already been used up. There were no more magic missiles, and replaced it with a spear out, and stabbed it from Guan Xiaoqi's back, sticking to Guan Xiaoqi's ear, and right into the inside of the mantis's mouth, and the whole spear instantly burned up in flames. The huge force shook Natasha over the car and rolled far away as well, rolling all the way to Jian Lu's side before getting up in a sorry state. The spear had already been stuck in the mouth of the mantis, so naturally it couldn't be retrieved. The Hunter brothers were also desperately shooting arrows over. Tang Long's arrow shot at the little mantis on the side. The bow and arrow was extremely powerful. Countless arrows shot the little mantis with holes all over its body. The little mantis drained all the blue blood from its body and finally couldn't hold on and collapsed in the grass. The big mantis still had the spear stuck in its mouth, and when it heard the little mantis's mournful cry, it hurriedly turned its head towards the little mantis and let out a long, mournful whine. The bus lurched violently. The driver could not hold the steering wheel, the body violently flew up, leapt out of the air a few meters, in the wilderness do not know the direction rushed out. The wilderness is full of 1-meter-high weeds, the car is in the weeds and the bumps and ups and downs, driving crookedly. The whole car was silent, all of them held the handles tightly, fearing that they would be thrown out of the car. Watch out, that guy's still back there. With the extremely angry hissing sound behind them, as they watched the grass behind the car, there were suddenly large patches of weeds falling to the left and right, as if it was something invisible crushing all the way over, and the speed was so fast that it was even faster than the car was driving. It's invisible again. It's still in hot pursuit. Seeing the fallen weeds getting closer and closer to the bus, everyone's face changed. How could this monster be so tough? The skeleton warrior and little fairy spirit had both exceeded the time limit and exhausted their energy, returning to their cards, and the crows didn't have the energy to summon them out anymore. Guan Xiaoqi simply switched to the cold ice dagger, holding a shield in one hand and a dagger in the other, and stood at the back of the bus, nervously pondering over a countermeasure. Right at this moment, the Black Knight violently opened his mouth and roared at the back. A sound wave shook the nearby Guan Xiaoqi and almost stunned him. Holy, is this a lion's roar? Under the sound wave, the gigantic mantis at the back, surprisingly, once again twisted to reveal its form. Chapter 77. The spear in its mouth was gone, and a penetrating wound remained, dripping blue blood downwards. This blood dripped onto the weeds, and the weeds instantly withered a large area. The blood was highly poisonous, and it could also spew out a gasoline-like liquid. What kind of monster was this? With a glimpse of his afterglow, Guan Xiaoqi saw the black warrior pull out a magic grenade from his arms, startling him. Apparently this guy wasn't unproductive in that building just now, and he was the last one to escape, presumably to get this grenade. The monster had tears in its eyes, heartbroken over the death of little mantis, hating these people and skeletons in front of it. Once again opening its huge mouth, a dark and horrible hole appeared in the rear of the car. The pungent smell of gasoline hit his face. Another stunt? Black Knight roared, flinging a magic grenade in his hand, whirled it around 3 times, and violently threw it towards the monster's huge mouth. Holy, how come this black dude has the same habit as himself? Just like throwing things into people's mouths? When throwing the grenade, originally the monster was still more than 10 meters away from the bus, but when this black warrior finished throwing the grenade, the huge mantis suddenly accelerated. Surprisingly, it instantly rushed to the rear of the bus, its mouth was still spraying gasoline, and the grenade had already been thrown into its stomach by the Black Knight. Guan Xiaoqi's face instantly changed, his voice distorted. Lie down. All lie down. Guan Xiaoqi hissed. He took the lead and lay down on the floor of the bus. On the side Jiang Lu was bewildered and didn't know what to do. Guan Xiaoqi pressed Jiang Lu's head and roughly pressed him to the ground and didn't allow him to raise his head. The 2 hunters reacted the fastest and quickly got down. Natasha did not react as quickly and froze. What's the situation? Before her words fell, a huge explosion rang out from the rear of the car, magic grenades mixed with gasoline, a small mushroom cloud rose into the air. There was a white glare, nothing could be seen, and the huge explosion was so loud that the ears had gone deaf. The bus's tail buckled and tumbled as it was blasted into the sky by this shockwave, spinning several times in the air before it fell hard to the ground. All the humans and skeletons were thrown far away, spilling out all over the wilderness. Holding Jiang Lu, protecting this little puppet in his arms to the death, and falling to the wilderness with a violent impact, Guan Xiaoqi's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, and the shield in his hand was blown up to nowhere. The car was first blown up and then dropped to the ground, already in pieces. Even though Guan Xiaoqi possessed 9 points of endurance, because he was closer to the rear of the car, where the explosion was the strongest, and he had to protect this little puppet, the injuries he received were not light. A mess on the ground, the vehicle had been completely overturned. Guan Xiaoqi himself was injured, but he didn't forget to pull Jiang Lu and rolled several times on the grass before stopping. Ignoring his own wounds, Guan Xiaoqi violently turned to look at Jiang Lu. Anyone can have an accident, but Jiang Lu cannot. He died, everyone will be finished. Jiang Lu was intact, just about to be scared silly, sitting there shivering. Sighing in relief, Guan Xiaoqi looked at the others. The ground was full of injured people and skeletons. The driver's older brother had been smashed underneath the car and turned straight into a meatloaf. Guan Xiaoqi staggered to his feet, and then saw Natasha with a steel bar lodged through her chest, her eyes rolled back in her head, her mouth foaming with blood, and her eyes staring at Guan Xiaoqi in a lifeless manner. I? Still young. Don't want to die. This girl who loved to scream, tears of extreme sadness flowing from the corners of her eyes, desperately reaching out, wanting Guan Xiaoqi to give her a hand. Guan Xiaoqi staggered over to her side, and just as she reached out her hand, a look of joy appeared on her face, her head tilted, and she died in the wilderness, her empty eyes staring at this ridiculous night sky, not resting in peace. Guan Xiaoqi stood on the wilderness, his heart was blocked, but he could not do anything at all. A fierce coughing sound came from behind. Turning around, he saw that it was the two brothers, Tang Long and Tang Hu, who were struggling to get up, gasping for air. Extremely high agility saved the lives of the two brothers, who promptly lay down to avoid the shockwave, and when the vehicle rolled over, they took the initiative to jump onto the wilderness, which was filled with weeds, and were instead the least injured. Ow! A sorrowful howl, Guan Xiaoqi looked into the distance and saw the black warrior was hissing, all the skeletons, surprisingly, all dead, just live him one, all over the ground is the crumbs of the bones, there is not a single spirit fire. This black warrior can really carry a beating, he is the closest to the mantis, was blown up the hardest, and flew the furthest in the air, but surprisingly, only one of his skeletons magically survived. Bending down and pulling Jiang Lu up, Guan Xiaoqi wiped the blood off his mouth and asked, "Are you alright?" Jiang Lu shook his head in fear. "Then let's keep going." The black warrior stood up, and his entire aura seemed to change, suddenly becoming extremely cold. There were flames everywhere on all sides, as well as human corpses and pieces of skeletons. At the end of the journey, there were only 3 people and a skeleton left, and everyone gathered together silently. Guan Xiaoqi held Jiang Lu's hand as he stumbled through the wilderness, heading towards an unknown front. The 2 hunters and the black warrior all followed behind him in silence, not saying a word. No one complained. What faults, blunders, are all boring questions, it is all right to live, and there is no place to reason when you die. The coldness of this world, Guan Xiaoqi already knew at this point. Tang Long looked back at the burning bus and the surrounding fire, suddenly remembered that the network was boasting everywhere that the copy was a place to lie down and pick up money, giving birth to an incomparable feeling of absurdity. The blimp continued to catch up in the distance. Having lost the vehicle, the blimp was getting closer and closer. Guan Xiaoqi's shield had been blown up somewhere. Just now, he and Black Warrior closed in on that mantis, relying on this shield to block the blast damage, counting it as saving his life. Holding the dagger in one hand, he led Jiang Lu in the other. Lumbering through the wasteland with no direction or purpose, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, they didn't know how long they had been walking until they saw a strange underground entrance. It was like the entrance to a subway, just appearing out of nowhere in the wilderness, not far away at 100 meters, because the building was quite a bit taller than the wilderness grass, so it was quite eye-catching. A few people's spirits were shaken as they hurriedly walked over, and when they reached this building that resembled a subway entrance, they saw that there was a sign on it that read, Subterranean City, Wilderness Station Number 1. Going down? Tang Long Tang, who turned his head to look at Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at the god monster blimp that was getting closer and closer in the sky, his expression subtle. Do we have any other choice? Black Warrior said coldly, I don't believe this is a coincidence. What he meant was that it couldn't be a coincidence that this underground exit suddenly appeared here, so he led the way into the underground city. Guan Xiaoqi shook his head, I don't believe it either. Pulling Jiang Lu, this strange combination walked into the underground city together. The entrance went down to a very long staircase, and the further down it went, the dimmer it became, and within a few steps it was already pitch black. Suddenly everyone's eyes lit up. Black Warrior turned around and saw that Guan Xiaoqi was holding a night pearl in his hand, which was extremely bright and illuminated the entire underground passage clearly. The surroundings were pure steel and concrete buildings, giving off an icy feeling. It seems like a little off. Tang Long shrugged his nose, do you guys smell it? There's a strange odor here. Guan Xiaoqi nodded, yes, I can smell it, it seems like the smell of disinfectant water. Like the smell in a hospital, I hate it the most. Tang Hu frowned. The steps were deep, and the few people smelling the odd smell had already gone down to the bottom, where there was a passageway, and on both sides there were some metal tripods, already malfunctioning lamps, pipes, and other miscellaneous items. Guan Xiaoqi quickly found a signboard on the wall. There is an elevator into the dungeon up ahead, and this elevator connects the dungeon to the building above. Guan Xiaoqi saw the back, but smiled, but it says that access is restricted to staff only. Chapter 78, First Encounter in the Dungeon. Guan Xiaoqi raised the night pearl and illuminated the surroundings. The interior of this cold building was devoid of any semblance of life and looked dead. Along the passageway walked more than 10 meters, saw a working elevator, but this elevator even had a facial recognition to use. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless, and was planning to break it violently, when suddenly his heart moved. He looked at Jiang Liu at the side, and called him over, Jiang Liu, you try it. Jiang Luo a sound, walked up, put his face over the camera to Jiang Lu's face. Irradiation for half a day, just no reaction. Is everyone's patience is disappearing? The display light above suddenly turned green, the elevator door then opened, zzz a few sounds. The elevator inside the light also lit up. The delay is a bit long. Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously glanced at this camera. Inside the elevator was very wide, apparently it was used for both people and goods. A line of people all went in, and only barely occupied a corner. There were only 2 buttons on the elevator, one for the 0th floor and the other for the negative floor. It was obvious that this was a direct elevator, and everyone was now on the 0th floor. Guan Xiaoqi pressed the button for the negative floor. Jiang Lu seemed to be very nervous, shaking all the time. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and pressed his hand on its shoulder. Don't be afraid, all of us here will protect you, and besides, maybe you'll be able to see your mom soon. Jiang Lu raised its head, glanced at Guan Xiaoqi with fearful eyes, and whispered, really? For some reason, Jiang Lu was not that excited emotionally, but more nervous, and Guan Xiaoqi laughed. Of course it's true. A few moments later, the elevator reached the bottom floor and visibly shook. The elevator door opened and outside was a brightly lit passageway. Both sides were full of cold light tubes, and white lights shone out, like the corridors of a hospital, with no warmth at all, but instead an eerie feeling. The passageway was a bit chilly. Guan Xiaoqi wore too cool, a cool wind blew through, and immediately got goosebumps. Looking to both sides, the left and right sides of the passageway all can't see the end, and surprisingly, it is still a curved line of the passageway. To the left, or to the right? Tang Long asked Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was hesitant, and was about to lower his head to ask Jiang Lu if he recognized the path here. Suddenly, bang! A crisp sound came from the passageway on the left. Listening to the sound from quite a distance away, the crowd immediately changed color. They pulled out their weapons and subconsciously all blocked their weapons in front of them. That sound was clearly the sound of a magic bullet. Dora! Do you know that you have made the most wrong choice? Because of your wrong decision, you will make this dungeon completely destroyed. You are crazy, you will receive a very serious punishment, and you will also drag me down with you. A male devil, holding a magic staff in his hand, was extremely agitated and pressed forward with each step. He wore the robes of a devil scientist, the horns on his head were already white, obviously not very old, and he had a job tag hanging on his chest. Underneath his magic staff, a female devil was sitting on her knees in the corner, her hands clasped to her chest, her face all aggravated and pitiful, with a few drops of tears hanging on. If Guan Xiaoqi was here, she could instantly recognize that this was none other than Jiang Lu's mother. In his mouth, her huge breasts, delicate figure, at least among devils, must be considered an extremely beautiful woman, wearing black silk pantyhose, which had torn a few holes in it. How to look at it was very much an impulse to make devils commit crimes. William! The female devil screamed, you lied to me, you said you would be good to me, and you said you would listen to me in everything and let me do whatever I wanted, you said you would love me well. But you didn't do it, Asshole! William threw a slap, sending Dora stumbling, blood coming out of the corner of her mouth. You're going to get me killed, you know that? Just give me the stuff, bring it to me now. Don't make me do it. Dora was so terrified that she tugged at her stockings with her hands. I'll give it to you. William looked at her coldly, watching Dora pull half a dozen things out of her arms. He moved over to see if the item was intact, so nervous inside that his hands were shaking. Instead, Dora suddenly pulled out a dagger from her bosom, and with a flash of white light, stabbed William in the heart. William had no defense at all and did not expect this female devil, who looked like a lamb, to dare to resist himself. Stunned, he retreated several steps, looking at his chest with a bluish dagger stuck in it, black blood flowing from the wound, and a wave of dizziness and paralysis in his brain. Poison! He threw his staff to the ground and his entire body slowly collapsed. Dora's face, which had been aggravated and crying, turned into a smile as she stood up, twisted her delicate figure, and looked at William's corpse with slight disgust and contempt. Mom! Who? Dora snapped her head back and saw that Guan Xiaoqi and the others were looking at the scene of her murder in dismay. Jiang Lu stood there, a bit at a loss for words. It never thought that it would encounter its mother just after entering the dungeon, but it happened to encounter the scene of her murder. To be precise, it was the scene of killing demons. Was this really good? Ario? Why are you here? Dora obviously recognized this particular golem and looked at the few people in front of her in surprise. Tang Long, Tang Hu and the Black Skeleton Warrior all felt spicy. This was something they couldn't handle and took a step back together. Guan Xiaoqi didn't react and immediately became the front row. Jiang Lu timidly said, Mom, the factory exploded, they brought me here, saying that you told them to save me. Jiang Lu pointed at Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi felt 10,000 crows flying above her head. Dora looked at Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously. Who are you? Why do I smell the devil in you? Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. We received an order from the supreme leader to rescue Jian Lu from the occupied factory and bring him to a safe place. As I understand it, it should be sent to you. There shouldn't be any mistake, right? Guan Xiaoqi stared into Dora's eyes. Supreme leader? Jian Lu? Dora looked at Guan Xiaoqi and then at Jiang Lu, first stunned, then seemed to suddenly remember something, suddenly laughed loudly and slapped his head. Ah, look at my memory, I remembered, that's right, it's to bring Jiang Lu to me. You guys are very qualified mercenaries. Tang Long Tang Huan Black Warrior naturally knew that Guan Xiaoqi was just talking nonsense, but this female devil jerked around like a wind and actually recognized all of them, so they couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. What made a few people even more shocked was the system even sent a message at this time. The third stage of the mission is complete, successfully brought Jiang Lu to the safe zone and handed over to the right person, now issuing mission rewards. Each person is rewarded with 200 gold coins. It was really about bringing Jiang Lu to this woman. This was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Even Guan Xiaoqi froze for half a day, not understanding what the situation was. Dora suddenly smiled and walked over in a graceful manner, holding Jiang Lu's hand, taking him from Guan Xiaoqi's hand, turning around and walking towards the inside of the passageway. While walking, she said, all of you have worked hard. When you arrive at the dungeon, take a good rest. I'll take you on a tour of the place. It's very nice. Oh. The ground is still lying William's body. Dora gently stepped over it as if she didn't see it. Jiang Lu was a bit nervous and softly shouted, Mom. So good, I told you that you are a special puppet. They didn't even believe it at first. Gah. Dora suddenly became very happy to see Jiang Lu. Only, Guan Xiaoqi always felt that the laughter was a bit scary. It was definitely not the feeling of a mother seeing a child, it was more like the child had found her lost toy. The system gave the quest rewards, but it was strangely late in announcing the new stage quest. Everyone didn't know what to do. Did they still need some special effects plot to trigger the next step of the quest? A few people followed Dora, and together they walked towards the passageway. As they passed William's corpse, they saw a staff, dropped on the ground. Guan Xiaoqi casually picked it up, and with a movement in her heart, she ripped off William's identity tag hanging around his neck as soon as she could, and loaded it into her ring. Water Demon Staff Epic, a high-level staff that can release magical water bombs, produced by the Devil's Workshop, a standardized staff only possessed by high-level devils, agility +4, perception +4. Surprisingly, it was a purple-colored epic-level staff that did not come with skills, but increased the basic attributes. As soon as he gripped the staff, Guan Xiaoqi felt as light as a swallow, and his perception was much sharper. He could hear everyone's footsteps and breathing clearly. Chapter 79, The Living Laboratory. After walking along the left passage for a long time, at the end, there was a big door in front of him, on which was written, Devil's Living Body Research Room. The handwriting was very flowing, cursive, it just looked a bit bloody and slightly scary. Guan Xiaoqi pondered if it was the place where puppets were researched. But what was the relationship between puppets and living bodies? Are these puppets not purely mechanical? Guan Xiaoqi's heart was filled with doubts. The high-tech steel door, which required a retina to unlock, Dora put her eyes over it and the door opened noiselessly. Behind the door was a much brighter long corridor. The second side of the long corridor was full of glass rooms, and in each of them, there were strange beastly things. A floating eyeball monster was looking curiously at the group through the glass, then a laser shot out from its eyes and hit the glass with a zipping sound. Inside the other glass, a 10-legged male lion, walking strangely and seemingly even more violent, roared loudly at the line of people walking outside the glass, slapping the glass with its huge claws. The glass was of such a good quality that not only was it undamaged, but it was also well insulated, and not a single sound came out. It was like these ferocious animals were performing a mime. Walking, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly looked at a small monster inside a glass room. That little monster was different from the other animals, dull and cute, like a fleshy disc, very timid. When it saw people coming, it carefully jumped and hid in the corner, burying its eyes. When Dora passed by this room, she turned her head to look at the little monster. In that instant, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated several times, which was keenly perceived by Guan Xiaoqi, which aroused Guan Xiaoqi's curiosity. Couldn't help but also look at this little monster a few more times, but nothing could be seen. This little monster appeared so flat and gentle and harmless. However, it was also because of its flatness, shyness and timidity that it seemed out of place when compared to the other ferocious beasts here. Riverrun seemed nervous, keeping his head down, not daring to look to the second side at all, carefully grasping his mother's hand and following her quickly. Through the lab, Dora led the crowd inside a large office. Inside, beside the conference table, there were still a few devils discussing something. but when they saw Dora coming in, they all hurriedly stood up and saluted Dora, and then hurriedly left the office, giving up their positions. Obviously, Dora's status was very high in this lab. Please be seated. Everyone took their seats separately, and Dora swept a glance at the Black Warrior with some surprise, but in the end, she fixed her gaze on Guan Xiaoqi. I smell the odor of a high-level demon on you, it's very strange. Dora giggled, but in that giggle, some scorn could clearly be heard. Guan Xiaoqi remembered Robin, rubbed his nose, and didn't know what to say, smiled slightly and acted mysterious with silence. Dora stared into Guan Xiaoqi's eyes and nodded her head. Sure enough, you are associated with a high-level devil. Tang Long Tang who looked at Guan Xiaoqi in surprise. Guan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly, it's not what you guys think. Tang Long said, but we haven't fought anything yet. Guan Xiaoqi. Black Knight suddenly picked up, no wonder you're so familiar with magic grenades, it turns out that you've dealt with demons a long time ago. Dora smiled as she looked at the 4 men and skeletons in front of her. These guys really had a strange relationship. It seemed that between each other, they weren't much familiar or trusting. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Director Dora, you wanted to see us? Dora beckoned. This was 2 uniformed devils. Seeing Dora beckoning, they hurriedly walked quickly to Dora's side and lowered their heads. Dora whispered a few words in the ears of these 2 devils. The 2 devils nodded their heads repeatedly, and then turned their gazes towards Jian Lu. The devil's eyes were a bit fierce. Jian Lu was shivering, a bit scared. Go, and do a checkup with these 2 uncles. Mom. Jian Lu's eyes, full of lingering, seems not too willing to leave Dora. Dora smiled, after all that happened, still must be checked, soon. The 2 devils bent down and saluted Dora, then led Jian Lu out of the conference room. Jian Lu turned back several times, his footsteps a little reluctant. Dora waved at him, and only then did Jian Lu walk out with the 2 devils in peace. After sending Jian Lu away, only then did Dora say to the crowd again, you guys must be curious as to who the devil I killed was and why I killed him, right? Guan Xiaoqi was non-committal. He actually wanted to say that he really didn't care. This was a copy, not a real world. A dead devil was just a devil. What did it have to do with him? But he still didn't say anything. Tang Long Tang who and also Black Warrior, all of them didn't say anything, quietly listening to Dora continue. Everyone was not stupid. Thinking in your heart was one thing, saying it out loud was another. There are 2 laboratories in the dungeon. One is this living research room of ours, mainly for researching mutated creatures and puppets. The person in charge is me. The other is the energy research room at the end of the passage on the right, mainly researching weapons and energy. The person in charge over there is the devil I just killed, William. He is a fool and a horny devil. I only slightly seduced him and he took the bait, huh? The old devil's fatal wound. Dora is obviously not ashamed, but looks honored. The devil's morality was obviously a huge gap from humans. When you guys came over, you saw that little cutie, right? It's the little one that jumps around and behaves well. It's called Dom. That's my whole heart and soul, but this little cutie is really hurting my brain. Dora sighed. That was a super ferocious thing that I bred with the world's most ferocious combination of genes. Who would have thought that after the breeding was completed, this little thing was not only timid as hell, but also couldn't do anything. It would only jump around me and call out for its mother. It was even more clingy than the pet cats that I had. That was my life's work, but as a result, I am now being mocked by the people of the Academy of Sciences in turn, and they also want to cut my research funding to the opposite lab. Of course I am not willing to fail, so I seduced that fool William, and then stole a real treasure, the gene of the extraterrestrial creature, slime, from his lab. As a result, he found out and came running after me to get it back. How could I give back what was already in my hands, huh? Dora laughed happily and took out a small bottle. Inside was an orange-colored liquid, crystal clear. Slime? Guan Xiaoqi froze at first hearing the name, extraterrestrial creatures? Dora looked at the vial in her hand with intoxication. That's right, the fiercest known creature in the universe. Its genes are full of endless energy. The energy lab treated this sample like a treasure, and countless devils died before they captured an extraterrestrial creature. It has now come into my hands. As long as my experiments are successful, those bigwigs from the Academy of Sciences, naturally, will forget about William and the others. By the way, I've already cast a mutation-inducing poison in the opposite lab. The devils in their labs should have all turned into monsters by this time. Dora laughed out loud, obviously immensely pleased with her seamless plan. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but extend his thumbs up. Truly a devil in name only, this female devil was truly ruthless and absolutely formidable. Chapter 80 Jian Lu and Dom. Darth Vader suddenly asked, what are the god monsters and why are they taking over your factories? Dora frowned, god monsters? That's just some rebels of the devil with some strange crazy beliefs. Their goal was to kill all humans and ghouls, and later on they were judged as heretics by the Devil Council. That's a bunch of crazy people. Tang Long couldn't help himself. Why kill all humans and ghouls? Have humans and ghouls offended them? Dora shook her head. The hell knows what that group of lunatics think. They have good strength, and they also wreak havoc everywhere. It really gives the Devil Council a headache. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. They want to kill all humans. Does it have anything to do with occupying your factory? Dora was speechless and spread her hands helplessly. I'm not a god or monster, I don't know, but the fact that they have occupied and destroyed the factory has really caused us a huge problem. Luckily you guys sent Jiang Lu over. I have to thank you on behalf of the Devil Council. Oh, Jiang Lu is very important? Of course. Guan Xiaoqi was about to ask again, when a devil hurriedly ran from outside, and before he even came in, he excitedly shouted, Director, all is ready, Dom can inject the genetic reagent now. Dora's eyes lit up. In her red eyes, she burned with undying ambition, and stood up with a smile. Everyone rest here for a moment, I'll go and come, it'll be quick, it won't take long. Dora rushed out with that devil, not caring to greet a few people, and threw the four guys directly inside the conference room. Leaving in a hurry, the door of the conference room wasn't even closed, it was directly open. As soon as Dora left, the few people in the conference room instead relaxed. Just now they had been fighting, only then did they feel that their whole body was sore and weak. Tang Long Tang, who checked his ammo card, and found that there weren't many arrows left in it. The Black Warrior sat there dumbfounded, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, the flame of life slowly pulsing in his skull. Only about Cookie, thoughts floated in his mind. He was a bit not quite sure, was this copy real? Touching the table, he couldn't feel the illusion at all. What an odd copy. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of a flatbed cart came from outside, walking through the corridor, right past the door of the conference room. Guan Xiaoqi glanced out, froze, and leapt up. Stop. A few steps out of the conference room, lowered his head to look into the handcart, was a pile of mechanical parts, the most eye-catching. There are 3 blue semicircular metal balls inside. Guan Xiaoqi squatted down, picked up one of the semicircular metal balls, and gently caressed it. Yes, this was the part on top of Jiang Lu's head. Guan Xiaoqi and Jiang Lu had nothing to do with each other, and even this little brat had brought great trouble to Guan Xiaoqi and the others, and Guan Xiaoqi had once vowed to teach Jiang Lu a lesson. Until later, Guan Xiaoqi realized that Jiang Lu was just a simple child, and had long since put the matter of the lesson behind him. Looking at a cart of broken parts, for some reason, his chest was like being hit hard by a hammer. It was very stuffy and painful. Guan Xiaoqi looked up and asked the devil who was pushing the cart, You dismantled Jiang Lu? The devil was very condescending, raising his head and rolling his eyes at Guan Xiaoqi. If it wasn't for the fact that this human was Dora's honored guest, he wouldn't have wanted to pay any attention at all. Oh dear VIP, of course, I'm in a hurry to take this to Dora, could you please step aside? The devil's head was tilted high, and he was quite polite in his words, only sagging his eyes and looking impatiently at Guan Xiaoqi. He was holding a chip in his hand. It was Jiang Lu's control chip, and he had to hurry to deliver this chip to Dora in a hurry. There was still blood on the chip that hadn't dried. It was as if it had just been dug out from inside the flesh. Jiang Lu's timid expression once again surfaced in Guan Xiaoqi's heart. He clenched his fists, his hands were full of veins. Looking up at this proud devil, Guan Xiaoqi took a deep breath and took a hard step back. Please. The devil snorted coldly and pushed the cart away. Tang Long Tang, who walked out of the house, apparently hearing the conversation just now, and asked curiously, Is that really Jiang Lu's mechanical parts? Guan Xiaoqi nodded, yes. Tang Long laughed, You're still young, this is someone else's family matter, we're just doing a mission, there's no need to get too involved. Guan Xiaoqi clenched his fists fiercely. Of course he knew that Tang Long was right, this was the devil's family matter, it didn't have a single thing to do with him, but his heart was just clogged with a breath. Displeased. Very upset. Black Knight also walked out and mocked, You humans are just sentimental, dead people, not worth memorizing, let alone just a puppet. Guan Xiaoqi glanced at the Black Warrior and coldly said, Don't worry, I will applaud you when you die, there will definitely be no nostalgia. The Black Knight was furious and violently pulled out his black sword. Tang Long and Tang, who took out their bows and arrows like a reflex, drawing their bows together and aiming at the Black Warrior. Just as the swords were drawn, the laboratory in the distance suddenly let out a crisp sound, as if glass had broken. Guan Xiaoqi stretched out his hand and pressed down the Black Knight's black blade. I have an intuition that we might be in big trouble soon. You have the courage to wield your blade at me, why don't you protect yourself properly in a while? The Black Knight's flame of life pulsed fiercely, but in the end, reason prevailed. This was not the time to break with the humans, especially since there were still 3 people on the opposite side of the street, fiercely retracting the black blade. Guan Xiaoqi looked towards the corridor. That odd sound just now seemed to be coming from the glass lab side. Taking out the water demon staff that he had just picked up from Devil William's side, Guan Xiaoqi took the lead and ran that way. Tang Long and Tang Hu followed behind Guan Xiaoqi, chasing after him together, and Black Warrior hesitated for a moment before following. The new mission was delayed in being announced, and Black Knight was also a bit anxious, not daring to leave these three humans too far away. Several people ran back and forth to the glass laboratory. In the corridor, the outside of the glass curtain wall stood several devils or probing inside to see. There was nothing unusual to be seen, and they didn't know how that sound came from just now. Following the eyes of these devils, Guan Xiaoqi also looked inside together. There was a broken glass on the floor, accidentally smashed by that little monster when he was jumping. That little monster called Dom was bouncing around Dora, and as he did so, he shouted affectionately, "Mommy, Mommy." This little monster didn't even have a mouth. How did it make a sound? Behind Tang Long, Tang Hu chased after them. Guan Xiaoqi stopped them with a hand, her face pale, her voice a little shaky. Something's not right here, we'd better get out of this lab right away. What's wrong? Tang Long and Tang Hu did not understand. Guan Xiaoqi explained, when we came in, I remembered that this glass was completely soundproofed, and not a single sound could be heard, but just now, there was a sound coming out of that room. What's wrong with that? Maybe these demons control some kind of soundproofing switch? There were two other devils in the room besides Dora. Dora held the needle in her hand and smiled, "Dear little Dom, I brought you the best gift today. Maybe, from today on, they will never laugh at me again, huh?" Dora laughed maniacally. Dom was still giggling and bouncing around, repeating simple words all the time, "Mommy, Mommy." This reminded Guan Xiaoqi of Zhang Lu. Was Zhang Lu, back then, like this? The two demons by Dora's side, holding iron pliers in their hands, walked up and forked Dom with one hand, then pressed a button and an intense high-voltage electricity was released. Dom was electrocuted and shivered. "Mommy, Mommy, I'm in pain." Dora laughed. "It's okay, little baby, you'll be fine in a minute." Dom didn't reply as was already electrocuted. The two devils skillfully secured Dom completely on an iron bed and used alloy chains to lock Dom in place. Dora looked at the syringe in her hand and muttered to herself on the side, "This is a slime's potion. The efficacy of the medicine is unknown even to me. It's better to be on the safer side. Let's tie you up before we talk about it." Chapter 81 Witnessing the Birth of a God. Dom seemed to have been electrocuted, but Guan Xiaoqi keenly noticed that its eyelids fluttered slightly. Magician Ka suddenly reminded Guan Xiaoqi in his mind, "This little monster is pretending to faint. The energy in its body now is far beyond normal levels, it's just that it's good at disguising itself and possesses the trait of concealment detection. It could easily kill these devils right now, but it's still intentionally showing its weakness. It's because it needs that slime's potion. Run away." Guan Xiaoqi's face changed. His own intuition might just be a guess, but what the magician said, that was the truth. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly pushed aside the few devils in his way, then turned around and greeted Tang Long and Tang Hu, shouting, "Go." Guan Xiaoqi took the lead, scattering his legs and running outside the lab. Tang Long and Tang Hu froze, not knowing what had happened, but unexpectedly the Black Warrior on the side was faster than the two of them, and was the first to follow and run out. As soon as Tang Long and Tang Hu saw this situation, they also panicked, and hurriedly also pushed aside the devils that were in the way together, and ran outside. Devils were pushed and shoved by these lowly humans and ghouls, and immediately cursed. If not for the fact that these people were Dora's honored guests, they would have fought. Guan Xiaoqi and the others had just run to the door and saw the button on the door to open it, and with a sigh of relief, they opened the mechanical and electronic door and fled towards the corridor. Dora, holding the syringe, had already injected the yellow liquid inside, into Dom's body, who slowly opened his eyes. "Thanks, Mom." Dora froze for a moment, almost dropping the syringe she was holding. Had the effects of the electromagnetic paralysis worn off so quickly? Or maybe the potion was just too potent. This doesn't seem to be the same as the previous calculation, does it? Dom suddenly smiles. "No, it's not that the potion is too strong, it's that I didn't pass out at all. That voltage of your devils is too low, dear Mom." Dora was stunned and pointed her finger at Dom. "You? How can you hear the voices in my heart? It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Dom gently struggled, the chains that trapped it all shattered, and the entire iron bed instantly disintegrated. Countless parts of the iron pillars that splattered out pierced into the foreheads of the surrounding devils, and these devils didn't even have the time to cry out in misery before they died on the ground. The glass window that could isolate all attacks shattered with a loud bang, and all the demons surrounding in the corridor instantly died on the ground. In less than a second. These devils didn't even know how they died. "You want to cultivate me into the strongest warrior in the universe, and you also want me to become your slave. Your ambition goes beyond that. You even think that the Devil's Council is too inefficient, and you want to be the Devil's Empress, so my success or failure is very crucial to your plan. Right, Mom?" Dom stretched out a tentacle, which instantly turned into a razor-sharp blade and pierced Dora's chest, who stared at Dom with horrified eyes, blood spurting out of her massive chest. But, dear mom, you underestimated me after all. I know everything, I understand everything. I lurked for so long just to familiarize myself with this world, and finally thank you for this shot of slime jeans, it's so delicious. Dom probably held back for a long time, and said a lot this time, and I don't know if Dora heard her. Her pupils had already dilated a long time ago, and she fell heavily on the ground, dropping a syringe in her hand, and a chip with blood on it. That was Jian Lu's chip. Dom, a soft-bodied creature that could turn into a hand anywhere on its entire body, curiously picked up this chip from the ground and looked at it intently. So this is your other dear son? That's so funny. Dom laughed. Guan Xiaoqi heard the explosions behind him, the screams of demons, and the seething rage of countless monsters. But he didn't dare to turn his head back, and in the corridor, he ran forward with his head smothered, and behind him, there was only the sound of the footsteps of the Black Warrior and Tang Lung Tanghu, following closely behind. The system finally released the mission. Ultimate mission opened. You have witnessed the birth of the gods of this world. Now, run desperately, run to a safe place. You can leave this copy. To give you a friendly reminder, on the other side of the corridor, there is an energy research institute there, and at the end of the institute, there is a high-speed elevator, which can take you out of here. Remember, that may be your only way out alive. Reaching the high-speed elevator alive and completing the ultimate quest for this copy can be extremely rewarding. Failure 1, you are killed by the god Dom. Penalty for failure, death. Failure 2, you didn't reach safety in time, but the gods had mercy 0.1 chance % and spared you, accepting the copy failure penalty and forcibly expelling you from the copy. Ridiculous. This slime is the deity of this world? What was even more absurd was that even the system couldn't predict Dom's decision. Hearing this final quest released, Guan Xiaoqi wanted to laugh out loud, but unfortunately, he was running frantically towards the energy lab in front of him. While Black Knight followed Guan Xiaoqi closely, Tang Long and Tang Hu were shocked, completely unable to figure out why Guan Xiaoqi would know the danger in advance and let everyone escape. If they remained where they were, would they have died there just like those screaming devils? Thinking about it was incredibly frightening. This copy really was a trap every step of the way. Dom stretched out a tentacle and turned into the shape of a human hand. A violet ultrasonic wave was released from inside this hand, and the impenetrable glass of the entire laboratory all shattered into pieces within a second. Countless ferocious beasts were released from the glass cage, all trembling and crouching on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Only the evil eye was slowly retreating backward, seemingly fleeing from this terrifying existence. I'm hungry, Dom said. All the ferocious beasts cried out in grief together, but they didn't dare to resist. A whirlwind rose up out of the air. The whole body of these ferocious beasts' flesh and blood departed from their bodies and floated in the air, surging towards Dom, leaving behind a field of withered skin. That evil eye struggled desperately, but it only flew out for 3 steps, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. Dom ate the flesh and blood of all the ferocious beasts, and seemed to be unsatisfied, shifted his gaze outside, wriggled, and chased after Guan Xiaoqi in the direction he had fled. Inside the corridor, William's body had disappeared into thin air, and a few people ran past the working elevator, but didn't stop. The system never lied, and since the system said that the only way to live was in the lab across the street, let's run for our lives in earnest. It was an arc-shaped passageway, just as Dom was absorbing the essence of the other ferocious beast's blood and flesh. Several people had already run to the door of the opposite lab. The door was open and a smell of disinfectant wafted out from inside. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that Dora had said that she had released a mutated virus when she escaped from here, and now there should be mutated monsters everywhere in here as well. Carefully holding the water demon, he rushed into this lab. This lab was very different from the living lab across the street, and once you entered, it was actually a place similar to a small subway station. In front of it was a subway passageway, with a circular carriage on the track, flattened at both ends and taking on the shape of a shuttle. On top of the station was a soft white light, and there was lively music playing, a strong rhythmic dance music. Devils, they seemed to know how to enjoy themselves. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. After swiping with William's identity card, the door of the shuttle-shaped railcar opened, and immediately the fishy, pungent smell of blood hit his nose. There was a lot of blood on the floor and traces of dragging. What horrified him the most was that on the walls of the carriage, there were also several deep scratches. It was as if some sharp object had scratched inside the carriage, scratching several cracks directly out of the metal walls. Forced to endure the nausea, Guan Xiaoqi took the lead and jumped into the car. A few people are not picky. The back of that horrible slime, also do not know whether it will immediately come after. This time cannot talk about it. Escape is important. The carriage door slowly closed, and then heard an electronic beep, prompting passengers to sit and fasten their seatbelts. The car body made a humming sound, then a slight movement, slowly driving. Chapter 82 Gecko. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi feel a little more secure. A few seconds later, the vehicle picked up speed steeply. It seems to be traveling downwards. The slope isn't small. Guan Xiaoqi felt the angle of movement of the vehicle and frowned. At such a fast speed, is this taking us to the center of the earth? Whatever. Tang Long checked his bow and arrow, transferred the energy from the ammo card to the bow card, and took out a few more cigarettes out of nowhere. Smoke? Tang Long handed these cigarettes to everyone. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and took a cigarette. He had never smoked before. Coming over to light a cigarette for everyone, Tang Long comfortably exhaled smoke rings. Guan Xiaoqi carefully took a drag. There was a little bit of choking, but it was okay. The Black Warrior looked at this inexplicable behavior of the three humans from the side in disgust. You skeletons don't understand, smoking can be relaxing. Do you want to try it too? Tang Long handed a cigarette over to Black Knight. Black Knight hesitantly took it and was about to say something. Suddenly, a slight strange sound could be heard coming from outside the carriage. Although the sound was very slight, but the people in the carriage each had bright ears and all heard it, and all of them changed their faces at the same time. Then, there was another sound. Crunch. As if it was the sound of some metal twisting and breaking. Tang Long Tang, who immediately stood up, the two of them catapulted, raised their bows and arrows, aimed at the roof of the carport. Crunch. 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 Several consecutive sounds came from outside the carriage, and the target was clearly still moving on the roof. From the front of the car, it was moving over to the center of the carriage, as if something, walking diagonally, was moving over the roof. Guan Xiaoqi's face suddenly changed, remembering something. Marred, careless. Guan Xiaoqi said quickly, all the scratches are left here, so? Obviously, the devil in the carriage turned into a monster, but when we came in, where is the monster? You mean? Darth Vader stared blankly at the top of the carriage. It was lying on its back the whole time? Guan Xiaoqi cursed, raising the water demon staff in his hand and straining his ears to listen to the sounds coming from outside the carriage. Right in front of the left, Guan Xiaoqi pointed his finger in the direction and whispered to everyone, concentrate your firepower on it. Just at this time, there was a sudden thud, and in the direction Guan Xiaoqi had pointed, a window shattered precipitously. A dark shadow smashed the glass window and broke through. Guan Xiaoqi's agility was extremely high, and with a flash, he saw that the dark shadow almost grazed Guan Xiaoqi's shoulder and smashed into a seat. The metal-supported seat instantly rotted into a mess like spaghetti. The black shadow retreated with a single blow, and with a huff, it darted and shrunk out of the window. Swoosh! Tang Long Tang, whose arrow had already shot out, although it was shot in haste, but the accuracy was still good, obviously shot on the black shadow, bursting out a series of sparks. The monster was unharmed, and did not know what material it was made of. What the hell was that? Guan Xiaoqi dashed to the window opening, raised her water demon staff, and fired a series of water bullets like rain towards the roof of the carriage. The monster let out a low cry, seemingly injured, and Seiki Xiaoqi heard the sound of crunching, twisting, and breaking metal unceasingly as if something was crawling across the top of the carriage outside. Get out of the way, watch out for it bursting in. Guan Xiaoqi reminded loudly. Before the words fell, a piece of iron on the roof of the carriage steeply tore apart and collapsed into a large chunk. On the roof, a dark-bodied monster lay on its back, opening its bloody mouth and roaring at the carriage, its scarlet tongue and snow-white fangs even terrifying. Go to hell! Guan Xiaoqi raised his hand and shot a string of ice rain. The monster's tongue was pierced through several holes. It stopped screaming and hurriedly closed its mouth, pretending is risky, and it actually applies to the monster. The ice rain hit its head, and beat it into a head full of bags. The monster angrily leapt down and charged at Guan Xiaoqi. It remembered Guan Xiaoqi. It was this abomination that had hurt it twice with magic. It was still in the air when the Black Knight, who hadn't moved, violently raised his black blade. Flowing light. Transported shadow. The blade light slashed at this monster from the air like lightning. Another series of sparks. This monster's physical defense was simply ridiculously high. Although the black blade also failed to injure this monster, it slammed this monster hard into the ground. It was only at this time that the crowd was able to see the appearance of this monster. This thing looked like a giant gecko. It was also commonly known as a four-legged snake. However, this huge gecko tail is extremely long and thin, several meters long, just crashed through the car window to attack the crowd. Is this long tail? This long tail can even be detached from the mother and act alone. The gecko has infinite strength, just now is in the air without force, was smashed by the Black Warrior, a fall to the ground, roared, tail flung, a doorplate was torn down, to the Black Warrior smashed. The metal doorplate was so powerful and heavy that the Black Knight didn't dare to catch it. A prone, lying on the ground, the doorplate flew over his head, crashing all the metal seats behind him and twisting them up. Guan Xiaoqi sucked in a breath of cool air. Not only was this damn thing extremely intelligent and powerful, it was also invulnerable to swords and spears. Luckily, magic seemed to have a little effect on this guy. "Boss, our bows and arrows aren't working." Tang Long yelled, "Its skin is too hard for arrows to penetrate." Guan Xiaoqi brandished the water demon, and magic bullets shot desperately. The water demon lived up to its name as a purple staff, shooting out drops of water and rain of ice like a dense array, countless water arrows, and ice arrows splashing rapidly as if hundreds or thousands of bullets were shot out at the same time. The water demon's magic bullets covered too large an area that Gecko couldn't dodge, hurriedly closed its eyes and jumped out of the carriage again with a single leap. Part of the rain hit its body and numerous wounds appeared, but more of the rain shot onto the wall of the locomotive, shooting countless small holes out on the wall. "Lead it inside the carriage," Guan Xiaoqi shouted. The monster flew and crawled outside the overhead carriage, and from time to time, traces of marks scratched out by its claws could be seen on the carriage. That black shadow was the gecko's tail, and it was about to repeat its trick and pounce in through the window again. Just then, Tang Long Tanghu shouted, and the streak of arrows shot fiercely at the roof of the shed. These bead arrows were not shot at the monster, but at the iron plate on the roof of the shed, which was already shaky, and under the bead arrows, the entire canopy was shot through, and the roof of the shed couldn't hold up the weight of the gecko, and the whole thing collapsed. The Black Warrior put away his black sword. He realized that physical attacks were almost ineffective against this monster. He simply picked up that door plate, and while the gecko was falling down, he smashed it up, crushing the monster underneath. Guan Xiaoqi's staff was already swinging. Chapter 83, The Shura. Countless water and ice elemental energies gathered on the staff and were about to shoot towards here. The Black Warrior was startled and cursed. "Do you want to get me killed together?" While cursing bitterly, he quickly dodged out of the way as the gecko forcefully bounced the door panel, which flew out of the compartment and crashed into the top of the tunnel outside before continuously bouncing through the tunnel with a piercing roar. The water demon's magic bullet had instantly reached the gecko's eyes. The gecko let out a mournful cry. This time it couldn't dodge it no matter what. All the magic missiles concentrated on its head. Countless bloody holes were shot out. Guan Xiaoqi was also unforgiving, and without pause, several more missiles were shot out in succession. Day. The feeling of a heavy machine gun, this staff was refreshing enough to use. If the crow staff was a shotgun, then this water demon staff was a submachine gun, or even a machine gun. The magic bullets shot out were as dense as rain. The gecko took a heavy hit and gouged the ground desperately hard with its claws. Thud. With a loud bang, a large hole was dug out of the floor of the carriage by the gecko, and the gecko fell directly into the track below, sending out violent collisions and tumbling sounds. The railroad car flew forward, the tumbling sound was far behind. The carriage was a mess. This gecko was finally thrown out, and it was not known if it was dead or not. Guan Xiaoqi's hands are shaking. Fortunately just picked up a water demon staff. If there is no this epic level weapon, today, a few buddies, I'm afraid it will be folded in the carriage. Tang Long covered his mouth, almost sick to his stomach. This monster was just hit hard, and spit out a lot of demonic limbs from inside its stomach, spilling all over the carriage. It was truly disgusting. It seems that the devils inside this carriage were all eaten by this gecko. Guan Xiaoqi shrugged. The Black Knight cursed and walked over, cursing at Guan Xiaoqi. "Are you trying to kill me and the gecko together, you asshole?" Guan Xiaoqi didn't care for this Black Knight and gave him a look. "Aren't you fine? If that can't even be avoided, it only means you're too stupid. What else can I say?" The Black Knight was speechless, too enraged to speak. Not wanting to bother with Guan Xiaoqi, he simply hid in a corner and drew circles to sulk. "Boss, come over and see what this is?" Tang Hu found a metallic bar inside the debris that the gecko spat out. Guan Xiaoqi picked it up and couldn't make out what it was, identifying it with a magician's card. "Safe key, this is the key to the devil's safe. It is said that every devil's safe has a fixed key to open it. Keep it, it's the key to the safe, it might be useful," Guan Xiaoqi said. Tang Hu was surprised. "Boss, how do you know this is the key to the safe? How does this thing look like a key?" Black Knight looked up in dismay. He and the devil are obviously in cahoots. Didn't you hear that female devil say that he's involved with a high-level devil? Tang Hu did not get annoyed. Instead, his face showed joy. "Makes sense, that means this is really the key to the safe." Tang Long covered his nose. How disgusting, you pick up what's in someone's stomach. Tang Hu, however, put it away like a treasure. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to explain that he had nothing to do with the devil, but after thinking about it, this thing can only get more ridiculous the more he explains it. Forget it, let them think what they want. The railroad train sped on, and after traveling for about 10 minutes, the speed of the train finally slowed down, just like the subway was about to stop. I'm afraid that this place is already very deep underground. Several people all gripped their weapons tightly, hid in the corner of the carriage, and then carefully looked out. The terminal station has arrived. It looks no different from the starting station, it's just a shrunken subway platform. But several people could not help but simultaneously suck in a breath of cool air after just one look. I go. This is Shura? There were originally some metal seats on the platform, which had all been turned into scrap metal and twisted into various shapes. The lamps on the ceiling and walls, all cracked, and some of them had fallen off completely, but there was still light in the hall, as these remaining wires were emitting nuisance sparks, flickering on and off. On the walls, on the floor, there were different kinds of scratches everywhere, one after another, shocking to the eyes. What was even more horrifying was the many blood on the floor. Most of the blood had already solidified and turned a disgusting black color. The entire platform was filled with a fishy odor that screamed dizziness. Get off the train. After observing the carriage for a few minutes, not a single living thing was detected in the flickering, shadowy electric light. Certain that there was no movement outside, Guan Xiaoqi was the first to poke his head out and leap onto the platform. The station platform was covered in blood and was very slippery. Black Warrior and Tang Long Tang Hu also jumped over successively. There was only one entrance and exit on the station platform, and there was a metal door there, but it was obviously destroyed, with half of the door panel drooping there. That devil Dora, what a vicious character, this is too cruel. Tang Long couldn't help but spit. It's not as if he's gotten himself killed as well. Tang Hu hammed and hawed. The lights flickered on and off, and the station was eerie to the extreme, but Guan Xiaoqi was reluctant to take out the night pearl because it was too bright and could easily attract the monster's attention and become its target. On the side of the station, there was a floor plan. Several people walked over and stared at that map for half a day. Black Warrior couldn't read the map. Flame of Life jumped halfway, turned his head to Tang Long Tang Hu. Tang Long sighed. What the hell kind of map is this? I can't read it either. Guan Xiaoqi coughed and pointed to the odd area on the map and explained, there is the escape elevator, our mission is to reach that place, but to get there, we have to traverse the entire institute. There are layers and layers of hurdles along the way. The good news is that the devils are all dead, there is no one guarding those hurdles and we have William's access card, so we should all be able to pass through. The bad news is that inside I'm afraid it's full of monsters right now. A few people looked at Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously. Are you really connected to the devils? You can even read this ghostly map. I'm a little bit more educated. Bah! The others spat. Guan Xiaoqi realized that he had completely failed to explain himself, so he simply shut up. Tang Long hesitated. Tang Hu and I are almost out of arrows. Guan Xiaoqi asked, no other weapons? The two remembered that as soon as they entered the replica, the system had given everyone a blue weapon card, and they pulled them out. An axe and a giant sword. Tang Long took the axe and swung it around a bit, feeling okay. Guan Xiaoqi silently memorized the map, purposely noting down a few special locations, including the location of a safe. Since there was a key to the safe, why not go and take a look? Let's go! Only Guan Xiaoqi had read the map, and he led the way, with Tang Long and Tang Hu in the center, and Black Warrior walking at the end. The group left the station and walked into a passageway. Chapter 84 Energy Laboratories. There's a surveillance room in this lab, not far from the entrance. We'll go to the surveillance room first, where we can see the monitors in each room. Guan Xiaoqi explained to everyone. Anyway, you're the only one who can read the map, we'll just follow you, it's fine not to use this brain. Several people had gotten used to following Guan Xiaoqi's commands, and they were all starting to be too lazy to use their brains. Guan Xiaoqi was also speechless, leading the way along the passage. The passageway came to an end and passed through another open metal door, opening up. Inside was a huge laboratory, like an underground labyrinth. The ceiling was high and curved, with a large number of vents and air exchange ducts on top. Even though there was no telling how deep underground this place was anymore, it didn't feel suffocating at all. This lab is much more grandiose than that living lab just now. Tang Long marveled. Just, why is it so quiet here? Tang Hu gripped his two-handed giant sword, somewhat puzzled. That's right. This lab was too quiet, and although a smell of blood was still present, there were no demons or monsters in sight. There weren't even any corpses. Where did this bloody odor come from? All that could be heard in the entire lab was the sound of a few of their own footsteps, clicking and clacking in a very creepy way. Passing by a room with a locked door, Guan Xiaoqi pushed it and realized that the door was so strong that it couldn't be pushed at all. Listen guys, there seems to be something behind this door? Guan Xiaoqi pressed his ear against the door and could hear some agitation behind the door. There was a bang, as if something had been shut in and slammed outwards. This room wasn't an important room, but the iron door was thick, and Guan Xiaoqi looked at the access door and didn't dare to open this door even though he had William's access card. Bang! Bang bang! The thing inside probably heard the movement of a few people inside the corridor and slammed the door as hard as it could, except that the steel plate of this door was very strong, so it was obviously futile. Let's go, don't provoke the monster here, it has nothing to do with us. Everyone didn't want to cause any trouble, they quickly left this gate and walked inside, and within a few steps, they arrived at the location of the monitoring room. The door to the monitoring room was open, and the devils inside had long since disappeared, all gone. Inside the room, there were rows and rows of monitor displays, most of which were surprisingly still intact. The breakage inside the lab was a bit better than there in the subway station, most of the cameras had been preserved, only a few screens were flashing snowflakes and completely blacked out. Look here. Tang Long pointed at one of the screens. The screen happened to be the metal door they had just passed through, it was a split-screen video, there was the doorway, and there was also one inside the room. Look at the screen on the right. Tang Long pointed at this surveillance screen, this should be the room inside the metal door. The probe wasn't broken, but the lights inside the room were broken, it was pitch black, there seemed to be something moving inside, but it was too hard to see what it was. Black Knight walked over and quickly checked on the console before entering a command, there's an infrared function here that should be able to see inside. Watching Darth Vader skillfully operate the computerized control system, all three humans stared at the absurdity. As the command was entered, the infrared system turned on, and the surveillance screen in that room with the metal door turned into infrared vision. After seeing what was inside, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The room was a dozen square feet, there were blood stains inside, and some cleaning tools were placed around it, it seemed to be an ordinary sanitary ware room. And at this moment, in the cleansing room, there was a monster. A very agitated huge cockroach that was more than 2 meters long. This huge cockroach was extremely terrifying by the looks of it, Guan Xiaoqi's face changed, almost vomiting in disgust, not daring to look at it more. I'm most afraid of cockroaches, don't show me this thing, I can't stand it. Guan Xiaoqi was naturally afraid of cockroaches, even small cockroaches were afraid, let alone this huge cockroach. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes hurriedly skipped over the screen and looked towards the other surveillance screens. So strange. Guan Xiaoqi looked over from monitor to monitor, the more he looked, the more amazed he was, in the entire lab, he didn't see any demons or any other monsters, it seemed that there was only one cockroach that was locked inside this clean room. Dozens of screens, all of them were empty rooms, messy offices, messy corridors, and on the contrary, there were some bloodstains in every room. But where was the devil? Where was the monster that the devil had turned into? Even if they didn't turn into monsters, there should be corpses, right? Did they all die together? Or, did all the devils in here escape in time? Tang Long's face was odd, that means we're actually safe and can directly reach the mission completion area? Guan Xiaoqi was also a bit baffled, it seems that it does. He pointed to a room, we escaped this lab and passed by this room in a while, this is the devil's safe, it's in this room, we can go in and open this safe to take a look. I told you that this key is a treasure, open the safe, if there's really a treasure, I'm going to prioritize my selection. Tang, who was beaming with joy. At this time, in the distant passageway, there seemed to be some slight sounds coming from it, Guan Xiaoqi's ears twitched, that sound seemed to be coming from inside that underground track they came over. Let's go, don't delay, since we're sure it's safe, let's move quickly, don't let Dom catch up. Makes sense. Several people left the monitoring room and ran straight up, already knowing that the corridor was safe, they did not hide their actions, only seeking to run as fast as possible to the escape area. There was only the sound of several people's footsteps in the corridor. After running for about 10 minutes, Guan Xiaoqi made a sharp stop, pointing to an open door on the side, there is the room of the safe, let's move faster. Tang, who was the first to run in, this was a strange storage room, many cabinets around, and right in the center, was a huge safe. You go open the safe, everyone open the cabinets, find the loot first. Guan Xiaoqi said. No problem. Knowing that time was of the essence, everyone immediately split up, Guan Xiaoqi started from the left, Black Knight started from the right, and together they rummaged through the cabinets. Pulling open the first cabinet violently, Guan Xiaoqi turned on the magician deck's appraisal skill to its full extent, searching for useful treasures. Devil's condom, you got it. Completely uninterested in this item, Guan Xiaoqi directly pulled open the second cabinet. Surprisingly, it was an empty cabinet. Probably having opened 2 empty cabinets in a row and used up all the mold, Guan Xiaoqi's luck finally came when he opened the third cabinet. A fire axe, a purple axe, but not a card. Guan Xiaoqi quickly put the axe inside the ring. Everyone had opened 7 or 8 cabinets in a row, and Guan Xiaoqi suddenly froze as the corner of his eye swept over this corner. He stopped rummaging through the cabinets and quickly walked over. On the ground was a flower pot that had shattered. Inside it was originally planted some plants that were scattered on the ground in bits and pieces, most of them withered, but there was still a small plant that still showed signs of life. Arrow rain bamboo seedling can be cultivated into arrow rain bamboo, a special basic material. Isn't this the ingredient that Alicia said was necessary for making salt? Chapter 85 Who's mutating? Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly put away the small arrow rain bamboo seedling. Just then, Tang Long and Black Warrior had already opened all the other cabinets, and had found quite a few goodies, especially Tang Long, who had a look of surprise on his face, obviously having found a treasure. Bang! Tang Hu fiddled for half a day and finally opened the safe. A cold air gushed out from the safe. Achoo! Tang Hu had a jolt and ducked away from the door of the safe. A white mist sprayed out from inside. It's a cold vault. Worry-ah! Several people ran over together, all knowing that if there was really something good, it would definitely be in this safe. But no one expected it to be a freezer. The white fog in the freezer cleared, and inside were rows and rows of small pill bottles, blue liquid swirling inside. What is this? Tang Hu had thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turned out to be disappointing as there were only some small pill bottles. The small pill bottles obviously had to be kept in cold storage. Taking them out would probably expire soon. What was the use of this? Guan Xiaoqi glanced at it. The magician had identified it clearly, but his heart was thumping. T-Virus prototype. Using the T-Virus, you can enhance all attributes by 2 points each, and greatly enhance the ability to resist the virus. A person can only use it once, lose the cryogenic preservation, and it will expire after 5 minutes. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't figure out how in the energy lab there was a T-Virus prototype. Shouldn't this thing be in the opposite lab? Couldn't figure out the complicated relationship of the devils. Guan Xiaoqi quickly said, "This is the T-Virus, it expires in 5 minutes, a person can only use it once." He ran over and took out a bottle directly, almost freezing his hand off. How many degrees is this ING freezer? Changing hands back and forth, the bottle still carries white smoke. See, the temperature is almost the same, and then open the bottle, a mouthful of drink. Tang Long Tang, who originally had doubts, see Guan Xiaoqi took the lead and drank a bottle, also hurriedly took out a bottle each, tilted his head and drank. Black Warrior also followed a bottle. Guan Xiaoqi was very surprised. This thing on the skeleton is also effective? The Black Knight didn't say anything, and he didn't know if it was really effective. The whole body tingled and sweated. Guan Xiaoqi had clearly felt his quality improve across the board. Tang Long replaced the axe with a shotgun, and gave Tang Hu a purple card. Just now picked up 2 shotgun cards, purple. Tang Hu took the shotgun card and rejoiced. There are still hot weapons? Guan Xiaoqi laughed. With such a modernized lab, it's not surprising that there are thermal weapons, but I'll remind you that shotguns aren't necessarily more powerful than bows and arrows. Tang Long Tang Hu laughed. Anything can happen in this ghost world. Black Knight was also quite excited after finding a blue energy gem. Go! After scavenging the loot, the few people quickly withdrew and continued to run along the corridor towards the disengagement point. There weren't any devils or monsters along the way. But the few people didn't dare to be greedy anymore. The harvest was already more than enough. They couldn't accidentally lose their lives. After running for a while, they found that the corridor was a bit wet, and they didn't know where the water was leaking. A pool of water on the ground was flowing inside the corridor. Guan Xiaoqi covered his nose. This sewage was slightly fishy, but it didn't look like blood, it was just water. After running through 4 or 5 rooms, there was a slight buzzing sound from the front. Guan Xiaoqi was startled, obviously just saw the surveillance. This laboratory inside there is no devil or monster, these buzzing sounds are how to come. Guan Xiaoqi lifted his feet, underneath them was a layer of slime, it was disgusting. Looking up, she looked at the sign of that room. Restroom. Guan Xiaoqi snapped out of it. There was obviously no bathroom monitoring in the surveillance room, so there must be something hiding in the bathroom. The main entrance to the bathroom was only 6 or 7 meters away. Guan Xiaoqi took a deep breath and whispered, "Let's rush over and just keep running forward." The 2 people behind him and the skeleton nodded their heads together. 3.2. 1. While Guan Xiaoqi was counting down, a huge figure flew out of the toilet door. It was a huge mosquito that was over a meter long. Boss, it probably heard you. Hearing what Tang Hu said, Guan Xiaoqi's face was dark. Toast to the drink and eat the punishment. Raising the water demon, a piece of ice rain was shot out. Tang Long Tang, who also raised the shotgun together, fire coming out of the muzzle, bang, a high explosive bullet was shot out. The mosquito was hit so hard that its wings were almost broken, letting out a shrill sound. Suddenly the entire metal wall of the bathroom collapsed with a bang, and the inside of the bathroom appeared in front of everyone's eyes at once. Guan Xiaoqi took one look and was so nauseated that he almost wanted to vomit. Her hands and feet were so sore and weak that she didn't even throw the water demon away. What the hell is this? A few people looked inside together, dumbfounded. Guan Xiaoqi had never seen such a large restroom, at least over 100 square feet. Could it be that demons had special needs for going to the bathroom? At first glance, seeing this restroom was like seeing a nightmare. In the restroom, on the floor, in the corners of the walls, on the ceiling. Everywhere were densely stacked with corpses. That's right, corpses. The corpses of these devils were of all kinds, from staff in overalls, to researchers in scientific uniforms, to the obvious uniforms of security personnel. At a glance, there were 40 to 50 corpses. There were even some corpses stuck to the roof by some slime. There were no bloodstains. The corpses were all covered in a thick layer of something like oil and wax. It was as if these were hoarding food for the winter, and Guan Xiaoqi even saw that there was a corpse hanging in mid-air, still shaking, and the slime on its body was still dripping down. All the corpses were in different forms, but they all had one common feature: on their bodies, they all had a hole that had been sucked out of their blood. A huge mosquito was squatting inside, staring menacingly at Guan Xiaoqi's group. The mosquito that was over a meter long just now, compared to this giant mosquito, was simply a baby. No wonder it had to push through the entire wall, because the bathroom door was too small for it to get out. Guan Xiaoqi licked his lips and sighed. I'm afraid we all guessed wrong before, thinking that it was the mutation reagent that Dora put in to mutate the devil into a monster, but do you guys remember? The first mutated monster we encountered was a gecko. A cart full of devils were eaten by the gecko. The second mutated monster we encountered was a cockroach, which was locked up in a storage room, and the mosquito was the third monster we encountered, and the devil's corpses were hidden in the restroom by it as a food reserve. So, the ones that really mutated were these insects and animals, not the devils, and the devils all turned into food. No wonder. No wonder we didn't see a single devil in the surveillance, so it turns out that they were all moved to the bathroom by this bastard. Several people raised their weapons together and shot at this huge mosquito. The mosquito let out a scream and a magic shield appeared on it. No matter if it was a water demon or a shotgun bullet, all of them were bounced off when shot at this magic shield. The large mosquito rushed out, its sharp mouthparts stabbing at several people. Your mom! How come any random monster is so perverted? Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the several people's faces turned blue as they frantically retreated back the way they came. Fortunately, this mosquito was too large, and the width of the corridor restricted its flight, and when it rushed over, it knocked all the metal partitions of the offices on both sides into twist-like twists. This limited its speed. Chapter 86, Fleeing in Lycanthropy. Several people fled frantically back along the corridor. The giant mosquito chased after them by sweeping everything behind them. Countless offices were crushed and twisted by its immense power, and the corridor was hardened and forced to double in size. The eyes of the giant mosquito stared at the three humans and a skeleton in front of them, like a predator staring at its prey, and in those eyes, it was as if there was a cold, ghostly flavor. Guan Xiaoqi was still not dead, throwing magic missiles backward as he ran, raining magic arrows, all of which were blocked by the mosquito's weird shield. The magic arrow shot onto the shield, stirring up bits of bright light, just like New Year's fireworks. The magic shield trembled slightly. It was obvious that this thing wasn't unbreakable, but it needed more power to do so, and the power of Guan Xiaoqi's few people obviously hadn't reached the magnitude of the giant mosquito yet. After running for 10 minutes, a few people almost retreated back to the door. The heart is incomparably depressed. And in the distance, in the subway tunnel, that slight vibration sound, getting closer and closer. Several people's faces all changed. Dom was coming. We're being attacked from the front and back. What to do? The two hunters and the black warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi together. Guan Xiaoqi, however, secretly grumbled. What could he do in this hellhole, with the front and back blocked? What could he do? The giant mosquitoes were still wreaking havoc in the back. The lab was already almost leveled. The ear-piercing sound of twisting metal walls was distracting. A quick glance to the side was an empty room with a huge piece of machinery that was surprisingly still working, and terrifying gusts of wind were sucked in from here. Guan Xiaoqi's heart fluttered. This seemed to be an air purification room. The air in the lab was purified from here and then transported inside the pipes overhead before re-entering each room. Looking up, he glanced at the air main duct above his head, which was more than a meter in diameter. Go! Guan Xiaoqi turned and ran into the air purification room. Although Hunter and Black Knight did not know what Guan Xiaoqi wanted to do, they hurriedly ran in after him. At the motor that was emitting a roaring sound, Guan Xiaoqi directly released magic arrows. Countless magic arrows were shot inside the motor. Not long after, crunching and squeaking sounds rang out, and the motor's bearings and also the blades were all destroyed, forcibly stopping its operation. Kicking open one of the iron doors of this large air purifier, inside was a filter cloth with the words "intermediate filter" written on it. With one hand, Guan Xiaoqi ripped this filter cloth open, revealing a huge hole that was dark and slanted upwards, leading straight to the air ducts above. Go up! Guan Xiaoqi took the lead and climbed toward the duct. Boss, what if that mosquito cuts off the pipe in case? Tang Long had a panicked look on his face. Bet, even if we cut off this pipe, even if we fall, remember to jump behind the mosquitoes. We are fleeing for our lives. We should also flee that way. This side is in the wrong direction. Guan Xiaoqi said through clenched teeth. You are gambling with your life. The Black Warrior said viciously. Whatever you say, if you don't leave you'll be waiting here to come face to face with two monsters. Before Guan Xiaoqi's words left his mouth, he had already jumped into the passageway and ran upwards. Originally, his agility wasn't that low, and he had just increased his full attributes by 2 points, so at this point, he was like a civet cat, deftly burrowing his way up the air ducts. The two hunters shook their heads together. Boss, this is a magician? An assassin's agility isn't much more than that, is it? These two guys naturally didn't know that Guan Xiaoqi's last copy was still an assassin. This was just converting his job into a mage. Of course his agility was high. The Black Warrior only objected, in fact, faster than the two hunters, directly behind Guan Xiaoqi, not moving an inch. The two hunters are speechless. This dead skeleton is really hypocritical, all kinds of disobedience on the mouth. Action is not ambiguous at all. They hurriedly jumped into the pipe together and chased inside. Guan Xiaoqi only ran a dozen meters, suddenly stopped, put his ears up and carefully listened to the sound outside. The Black Warrior ran so fast that he almost ran headlong into Guan Xiaoqi, and instantly got a little angry. What are you doing? Not running forward? Guan Xiaoqi shushed and made a silencing gesture. He was holding a night pearl in his hand. Everyone saw his gesture clearly. Wait! The hunters and Black Warriors in the back were all confused, not understanding what Guan Xiaoqi had to wait for. The giant mosquitoes in the distance had already destroyed most of the entire lab. The office collapsed and twisted, emptying a large area of space out instead, and it was about to reach the pipe they were hiding in here. The Black Warrior's flame of life was pulsing fiercely. Obviously he was scared too, and he couldn't wait to kick Guan Xiaoqi and rush over. But this 1 meter diameter pipe, to say big is not big. Guan Xiaoqi does not move. He really has no way to cross over. Strongly holding back a wave of anger, Guan Xiaoqi put his hand out in the air. His ears perked up, listening to the giant mosquito sweeping furiously this way. Ka! Crunch! Another sound of a giant metal door being twisted. It was now. Run! Keep up! Guan Xiaoqi had long since built up his momentum and stormed out, the Black Knight and Hunter behind him accelerating forward together almost without thinking. In this instant, the giant mosquito had already intersected with the position of the crowd. The door of a cleaning room was twisted and slammed open, and the giant mosquito slammed headlong into the cockroach that had just gotten out of the cleaning room. This cockroach let out a hissing sound, having just gotten out of its trap, and met this giant mosquito head-on. In the eyes of the giant mosquito, this cockroach, obviously a greater threat than Guan Xiaoqi's several little nubs, immediately gave up to attack the crowd inside the ventilation ducts, and pounced on this cockroach. Although the cockroach was afraid, or hard to take the battle, two behemoths war together. Suddenly dim, everywhere is a violent vibration, more laboratories completely razed to the ground. This place has almost become an empty hole. The three of them, plus a skeleton, had by now run past the area where they were fighting and fled for their lives. They couldn't care less about covering their tracks, stepping on the air ducts and running inside with their best efforts. From time to time they had to use their hands to hold up the outer walls. Suddenly the ventilation pipe shook. The sound of clicking and cracking. It turned out that the cockroach did not resist for long at all. A few times was bitten to death by the mosquito. The giant mosquito bit the mantis. A leap jumped to the roof of the shed, twisted the air ducts with his claws, and shook it vigorously, a huge force, so that the air ducts on the roof of this shed, inch by inch, shattered. Jump forward. Guan Xiaoqi had already landed in the air and shouted. In fact, there was no need for Guan Xiaoqi to remind him. Those who followed behind him were all human beings, and the Black Warrior, although he was a skeleton, was not stupid at all. In the air together to leap in another direction. The height of the roof of the shed was 7 or 8 meters. Several people fell down together and rolled to the other side. None of them were ordinary people, and when they landed, they ran forward furiously, not hesitating at all. The giant mosquito suddenly flapped its wings. Looking at the messy laboratory, just now chased all the way, this laboratory had been completely emptied, almost only a huge underground cavity remained, so the mosquito had enough space, it flew. Guan Xiaoqi's face went black, lowered his head and ran wildly. Damn, 1,000 calculations, I forgot that this dead mosquito can fly. I don't want to die. The Black Warrior powered up, instantly surpassing Guan Xiaoqi and running to the front. What day? This also hit his strength before? While Guan Xiaoqi was in shock, Tang Longtang who had also run past him, like 2 streaks of lightning. Guan Xiaoqi almost spat out blood. How come these old sixes were so ferocious at critical moments? Chapter 87 Strange Door. If a tiger is chasing you and it runs faster than you, do you still need to run? Of course, I don't need to run faster than the tiger, I just need to run faster than you. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly had this cold joke floating in his mind. Clenching his teeth, he chased forward. As a result, these old sixes were really fighting for their lives, and Guan Xiaoqi instead chased further and further away. That Black Warrior obviously had hidden strength. The 2 hunters were naturally super agile. How could he, a halfway magician, catch up with this bunch of them? Behind, the wind blew over. It was the giant mosquito flapping its wings. The loud buzzing sound, getting closer and closer, the icy cold beak weapon, seemed to be right behind one's ass, which was an incomparably bad feeling. And there was still a short distance to the final escape location. Guan Xiaoqi's mind went blank, not daring to even think about how tragic the end would be in case he was caught up by this mosquito. As soon as he thought of those sealed corpses in the bathroom, Guan Xiaoqi's face turned blue. He didn't want to become a spicy noodle, wrapped up in disgusting mucus by this mosquito and collected in the bathroom. How disgusting that would be. Just then, in the distance, suddenly came a slight sound of ticking, ticking. The sound was not loud, but the whole world suddenly quieted down, as if all the sounds had to bow down for it. The giant mosquito was chasing after it fiercely, but it stopped violently, turned in the air with difficulty, and looked back. At the entrance of the laboratory, a slime was bouncing in, seemingly walking slowly, and was looking around with a curious look at everything, but the giant mosquito looked at that little nub and suddenly surged with great fear. It leaned down and hissed, demonstrating at the unknown slime like a kitten huffing at a tiger. Dom looked up, glanced at the giant mosquito, and couldn't help but sigh, why such a stupid thing? The giant mosquito stared at Dom, very frightened, but its ferocious genes, again, did not allow it to bow its head and huffed, but did not dare to step forward, putting on a fierce and abashed appearance. Is this still the huge beast that chased Guan Xiaoqi and his men up to the sky and into the ground? With such a delay, Guan Xiaoqi's men had quickly run away. Dom was coming. Everyone knew it was coming when they heard the sound of ticking, but everyone never expected that it was Dom who saved their lives. It couldn't be called anything less than miraculous. Pity. A few seconds later, there was a mosquito's mournful cry, and then there was no other sound in the lab, just the ticking, ticking, ticking Dom bouncing in the background. Such a vicious mosquito couldn't last 3 seconds in front of Dom. To be exact, it did not last a second at all, because of Dom's curiosity, looked at the mosquito a few more times, let it live a few more seconds. Dom's curiosity also saved the lives of the people in front of Guan Xiaoqi, as it curiously jumped into the lab and looked around. This was what gave the first few people time to escape. There were many places in this lab that seemed to attract Dom's attention more than Guan Xiaoqi and the others. Just as they were about to run until they were off their feet, a huge circular platform appeared in front of them. That was the escape pod of the lab, and also the location to break away from in the mission. Tang Long turned around and shouted, "Hurry up, we're almost there." Guan Xiaoqi of course knew that, but his entire body's strength was almost used up, and he nearly deflated halfway across the room several times, staggering after him. Black Warrior led the way, Tang Longtang who followed, and they had already jumped onto the platform in one leap. Everyone or the skeletons collapsed onto the platform, panting heavily. "Hurry up, it's not too late." Tang who stood up and waved his hands, cheering Guan Xiaoqi on. The Black Warrior sneered, "This scourge, it's not uncommon to die." Tang Longtang who was instantly displeased and said angrily, "If it wasn't for Guan Xiaoqi, we would have died here long ago. You skeleton are truly not of my race, your heart is punishable." Tang Long Tang, who couldn't help but raise his shotgun to aim at the Black Warrior. The Black Warrior also raised his black sword, obviously looking at each other for a long time. At the end of the line, the conflict erupted instead. Just as the hunter and the skeleton confronted each other, Guan Xiaoqi also finally ran over. Black Knight took a step back and coldly grunted, "There are many of you, I won't get into it with you now." "Boss, what's wrong with you? Come over here." "Boss, what are you doing?" There were still 20 meters to the detachment platform, but Guan Xiaoqi suddenly stopped, Tang Long and Tang, who didn't know what had happened, and shouted out anxiously. Guan Xiaoqi froze. After the lab around him was torn open, a hidden basement red door was exposed, right in front of him. The small red door in the eyes of others was ordinary, like the entrance to a basement. But at this moment, in Guan Xiaoqi's eyes, the door shone with a blinding red light. "This is an odd door. You happen to have a magical key that can open this door. Once you miss this door, it will be gone forever. Do you want to go inside this door and take a look?" This is the voice of the system. Odd. Extremely eccentric. Turning the magician's appraisal function on, the door's information was different again, with more detailed content. "This is a door to a strange land. The inside is completely unknown. If you venture into this place, it will cause you to fail your copy quest and you will receive a copy failure penalty. But if you miss this door, you will never find it again and your magical key will naturally disappear." "Are you crazy? Why don't you come over?" Tang Long's hoarse voice roared through his throat as he shouted at him. "Are you possessed? Come over here." Tang, who was so anxious that he jumped to his feet. It was a bit hard to choose. This copy quest reward definitely wouldn't be small, but was he really going to miss this door? Guan Xiaoqi paused for just a few seconds. He suddenly turned around, waved at Tang Long and Tang Hu, and smiled. "Nice to meet you guys. If I don't die this time, I'll add you guys as friends. Don't forget to click agree." Tang Long looked at Tang Hu with a puzzled expression. "What is he saying?" Tang Hu shook his head. "I can't understand." The two hunters watched as Guan Xiaoqi walked towards the red door, took out a purple key from his arms, opened the door, and walked in. The red door, just like that, suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, as if it had never existed. Without a trace. A ray of light sprinkled down. The platform was like a rocket launch, instantly turning into an illusory shadow, into the streaming time and space tunnel, and also disappeared into the lab. This point of detachment, not from this lab, but from this space-time. Dom jumped over and saw this scene as well. It first looked curiously in the direction of the red door, where there was nothing left, and then looked at the detachment platform, where only the light after the temporal disturbance was still flickering all the time. Dom froze for half a second, and muttered softly to himself, "This world, it seems a bit interesting, doesn't it?" Chapter 88, The Sea of Corpses. Guan Xiaoqi had already stepped inside the door. Beneath her feet was a slippery mossy path. Walking carefully, one could slip and fall if she wasn't paying attention. The air was very dirty, and there was a horrible black mist everywhere around her. The magical key emitted a light, forming a circle of light that protected Guan Xiaoqi inside. It was a dead world, neither people nor monsters, not even sound or wind. There was only an unusually dull fog. It was pitch black all around. Guan Xiaoqi raised the night pearl, and the light was also blocked by the dense fog, so he could only see out 3 to 5 meters away. But with the light of 3 to 5 meters, it was finally clear that there was only a path in front of him, and on both sides was an abyss of thick smoke, and he didn't know how deep it was underneath the thick smoke. Slowly walking on this path, I do not know how far to go, saw the red light in the distance, and the sound of the sea tide rumbling, from small to large came. Listening to the sound of this sea tide, it was grand and distant, a huge ocean. Is this to the ocean? It was just that these sea tide sounds didn't seem to be the same as the real ocean, but were more dull, like the seawater here was more viscous. After walking for a while longer, the red light in front of them became brighter and brighter, and the black fog gradually receded. At the end of the road, the sound of rustling underfoot. Walking onto the beach, Guan Xiaoqi frowned, bending down and grabbing a handful of gravel, different from the usual gravel, with phosphorescence. The hand shook, loosened these strange gravel. Guan Xiaoqi's heart jumped about. This. Where is the sand? Obviously, it is the crumbs of bones. For the highly talented student who majored in archaeology, he recognized it at once. The huge beach, how many bones is this laying? Legs a little soft, Guan Xiaoqi walked to the beach that was bubbling with red light. There was red light everywhere, steaming mist. The sea was red, like blood. What made Guan Xiaoqi horrified was that there were countless corpses rolling around in the sea, not being able to see the edge at a glance. Feeling his throat itchy, if it wasn't for the fact that there really wasn't anything left inside his stomach, he probably would have thrown up all of it. This was simply a sea of corpses piled up. Countless heads, floating and sinking in the sea, eyes rotting in their sockets, hearing movement on the shore, these corrupt heads turned their heads together and stared at Guan Xiaoqi. This gave Guan Xiaoqi the creeps. The magician's appraisal came out immediately. Sea of corpses, there was no sea here, but when there were more corpses, a sea was formed, a sea made up of uncountable amounts of blood in corpses. A trace of blood qi dispersed from the sea into the air. As he watched the blood qi, which was still red when it first rose, gradually turn into a colorful mist in the air, rising upwards, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. He froze. Could it be? Is it the miasma on the ground? So, could this be the legendary middle underworld? The heads of the entire ocean suddenly let out a cacophonous laugh together. Yes. This is the underground world. Welcome to the corpse sea, this fresh human is so cute. Get out of the way, your mouth is stepping on my ear. Countless whispers rang out. Guan Xiaoqi felt for a moment that his brain was going to explode, endless voices, rising and falling inside the corpse sea, like brainwaves pouring into his brain, heavenly amounts of information rushing into his brain. Guan Xiaoqi put away the night pearl, half kneeling on the seashore, his face was blue, and for a moment he wanted to die from the pain. I'm so sad, who can kill me? You're already dead, can't die anymore, so this pain, you'll live and die to bear it, ha. Listening to these miscellaneous voices, Guan Xiaoqi's 7 orifices bled and blood came out of his eyes. Suddenly he let out a bellowing cry, shut up all of you. What the hell is going on? Guan Xiaoqi's brainwaves were exceptionally powerful, and under the magician's amplification, they instantly spread throughout the entire sea of corpses. The underground world became so silent for the first time in tens of thousands of years. This kid is so individualistic, doesn't he realize that this is where he belongs as well? Ha ha ha. That's it, we're going to have new companions again. Guan Xiaoqi froze, looking at the horrifying sea of corpses. Could he himself turn into a head here in the future? Great fear welled up in Guan Xiaoqi's heart, his body was shaking. Just then, the sea began to roll. An even grander consciousness awoke from the depths of the sea, and all the heads stopped whispering. A terrifying power enveloped Guan Xiaoqi, and Guan Xiaoqi looked up blankly, looking towards the sea, where an illusory shadow, like a ghost, was floating over the sea. Who are you? Seiki Xiaoqi. A new human? Yes. The ghost was silent for a moment, and asked languidly, do you know what this place is? Dare to come in here? Guan Xiaoqi summoned up the courage to reply, I know, this is the corpse sea. Ha ha ha. The apparition laughed loudly as it gazed at Guan Xiaoqi with its massive consciousness. You only know its name, but do you know why it's called the corpse sea? Without waiting for Guan Xiaoqi to answer, the apparition surged up the waves, countless heads following the waves as they rose and fell. This is the round after round of defeated humans, their corpses turned into evil spirits, their flesh and blood melted into seawater. Guan Xiaoqi stood up and looked towards the sea, endless and ragingly undulating. Such a sea, I'm afraid that it would take an unknown number of trillions of human beings to converge into such a scale. Failed humans? Guan Xiaoqi frowned, but I never knew that so many humans had ever existed in history. It's normal that you don't know, space and time are vast and endless, and humans is also the same. The ghost's flat tone spoke very profound words. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at this apparition, but who are you again? The apparition turned its gaze back around and stared at Guan Xiaoqi. Me? I think myself is probably a ghost, a human ghost, the sea. After gathering countless qi and blood and grievances, there I am. Guan Xiaoqi asked, you are very powerful, why do you stay here, and how is this formed? You guessed wrong, I have nothing, I don't have any abilities, I just listen to the wailing of countless grievances every day, and I don't know how many thousands of years it's been, now every day is just sleep. The ghost only answered half of Guan Xiaoqi's question. As for how this corpse sea was formed, it didn't say, perhaps, it didn't know either, because it was the corpse sea that came first, and then the ghost was born. I'm curious, how did you get in again? Guan Xiaoqi held up the key, it brought me here. The huge apparitional consciousness descended down and observed the magical key in silence for a long time. Chapter 89, The Ghost Pact. I seem to recognize this key. Oh? What about this key? The apparition seemed a bit annoyed as it kept wandering in the sea. The violent waves rolled up dozens of meters high, all the blood, flesh and heads undulating in the waves as it let out terrifying jie laughter. The might of heaven and earth was nothing more than that. Guan Xiaoqi felt like a piece of flotsam between heaven and earth, ready to annihilate at any moment in the raging ocean. Desperately clenching his teeth, Guan Xiaoqi stood by the shore, blood flowing out of his eyes, his ears and nose, all together under this horrifying pressure. Guan Xiaoqi didn't move a muscle, facing the storm, standing proudly, even if in the next second, he might be pulverized. The ghost flew back, staring at Guan Xiaoqi with an odd gaze. You and a certain person really do seem to be alike. Can't this make you succumb? Guan Xiaoqi's throat was full of blood and he couldn't speak. The ghost sighed, another soul that refuses to give in. You seem like that person, but in the long years, I have only seen one person. The ghost seemed to be reminiscing about something. The sea, after a violent tumbling, finally subsided, and again the whispers of the heads resounded. You must yield, or you will go to a more horrible place. That is where there is truly endless darkness and no end to time. Compared to there, we are in heaven here. Hearing these whispers, the ghost fumed and turned to the sea, growling, Shut up, all of you. The noise continued for a while longer, finally tapering off. The ghost's consciousness reappeared in front of Guan Xiaoqi's body. Living human, let's make a deal, shall we? What do you think? Cough. With a violent cough, the blood inside his throat, all of it sprayed out, and Guan Xiaoqi gasped for air. He raised his head and looked at the huge shadow in the air, not understanding why everyone wanted to make a deal with him, when he himself, not too long ago, had just made a deal with the devil. Now, such a terrifying apparition wanted to make a deal with himself as well. Could it be that he was the chosen businessman? Tell me your terms, I'm curious. Guan Xiaoqi's voice was hoarse, and without even wiping the blood from his own face, he looked up and asked. I can give you some power, and when you're strong enough, how about you help us destroy the sea of blood? The ghost said. Destroy the blood sea. Destroy the blood sea. We don't need this kind of existence, we want eternal silence and true death. Please, please destroy the sea of blood. The endless cries of the sea cried together in sorrow. All the laughter was camouflaged, but the cries shook the heavens and exposed the true nature of the sea of corpses. Countless heads cried out together, and that voice was filled with endless pathos. These cries were harsh and a bit annoying. Wait, just now you said you don't have any power, how are you going to help me? Guan Xiaoqi looked at the ghost suspiciously. Could this big guy be trying to fool me? Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself. The ghost's divine sense was suddenly far and near, shifting back and forth in front of Guan Xiaoqi. Although I don't have any power, I have some knowledge that can help you, and knowledge is the first productive force, don't you think so? Every head inside the ocean is a former human. Guess how much knowledge I possess here? Aren't you afraid that giving me too much knowledge will turn me into an idiot? Guan Xiaoqi was speechless, but he knew that too much knowledge was actually a burden. The human brain was not of infinite capacity. The ghost said, No need to worry, I'll only give you a little bit of condensed knowledge, something you can use at the moment. What if I don't agree? Guan Xiaoqi asked. The ghost didn't say anything, but the whispering heads perked up. We're going to have another companion. Guan Xiaoqi blushed hard and thought for a moment. That's fine, deal. By the way, will you send me away from this underground world? The ghost shook his head. As I said, I don't have any power, but you don't have to worry. When we finish making the contract, the system will send you out. Guan Xiaoqi put his heart down. This area was very depressive and full of rage. His spirit was already a bit out of control. He was worried that if he stayed too long, he would turn into a madman. Fortunately, this key had been releasing an odd light, isolating the incomparably dense miasma. Here, it was the birthplace of the miasma, 1,000 times thicker than any place on the ground. I see that you're holding a wooden stick. You should also be a stick Dao expert. I've condensed 3 stick techniques to teach you, so pay attention to receiving them. Mr. Ghost, you're mistaken, right? This is a staff in my hand, this is not a stick, okay? Guan Xiaoqi was holding the water demon staff in his hand, and because it was a devil's staff, it looked a bit longer, just like a human short stick. Guan Xiaoqi still had to explain. The ghost pressed on and didn't listen. A wave of furious information had flooded inside his brain, and out of nowhere 3 more strokes of the stick came out. Stab. Chop. Sweep. These were really plain and simple moves. WOJ, that's all? Can you at least give me a little more knowledge? I still have to go live my life, okay? Even give me a tailoring skill? Guan Xiaoqi felt speechless and sad. The ghost heard Guan Xiaoqi's voice, and a terrifying force shot into the void, and a confinement was opened. Ding! A crisp shattering sound. Unlocking the living profession's patriarchal skills, all of your living skills can be upgraded to the patriarchal level, and are no longer subject to the systematic restriction that only one living skill can be upgraded to the patriarchal level. Like being unlocked from a shackle, Guan Xiaoqi's entire body was relieved. The contract has been finalized, destroy the sea of blood. As the ghost's knowledge and stick skills were transmitted to Guan Xiaoqi's brain, the system inexplicably gave a hint of a contract. In the beginning, when he had traded with the devil, he hadn't gotten this treatment? With just these 8 words, wouldn't it give a little more information in case the contract wasn't completed and he failed? When Guan Xiaoqi was in doubt, the magician gently said in his ear, if you fail, you will become a head in this sea. So? There's no need to go into detail. This is not fair. Guan Xiaoqi, even if his 7 orifices were bleeding now, bluffed and trembled, shouting furiously in his heart, even if I die, I don't want to enter the sea of corpses as a head. This world, when has there ever been fairness? A leisurely voice rang out. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even hear who was speaking. Was it a ghost? A magician? Or was it the system? His eyes went black, and Guan Xiaoqi found himself in a dark space. This space Guan Xiaoqi had been here before, and looking around, he immediately knew that he had entered the copy settlement space. Chapter 90, The Spoils of War. Copy settlement in progress? Please wait. The list of personal copy settlements is as follows. Stage 1 mission, complete. Stage 2 mission, complete. Stage 3 mission, complete. Final mission, failed to reach the disengagement location, failed. Final evaluation of the replica, 31 points, grade D. Seeing this evaluation, Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. He did not complete the last task, and the evaluation directly gave a failing grade. But think about it, there is no problem. You feel the bottom of the exam every time the first, to the end of the official exam pull down, that of course or fail. Obtain a copy of the reward. 300 gold coins. 3 levels up. Draw a white card or scroll once. If the final task is not completed, the copy penalty, all basic attributes 1. Seeing the final copy punishment, Guan Xiaoqi was relieved instead. He had been hanging on to the copy penalty in his heart, worrying that it would be too harsh, but it turned out that it was only a reduction in basic attributes. Good thing he had used a T reagent in the copy, he already had +2 to all attributes, so let's just let it be a reduction of 1. He had still earned it overall. After experiencing this secret realm, Guan Xiaoqi felt more and more that every attribute is important. If his agility is almost the same, it is hard to say whether he can escape from this secret realm. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and decided that he would upgrade in a balanced manner, but at the beginning, agility was still the most important, and after thinking about it, he added 2 points of agility and 1 point of perception to himself. Now that he had reached level 10, he looked at his attributes. Basic attributes, upgrade attributes, equipment attributes. Strength, 4 + 3 0. Endurance, 5 + 3 2. Agility, 5 + 3 2. Perception, 6 + 1 2. Strength of 7 points, in turn, became Guan Xiaoqi's lowest attribute. Endurance and agility both went to a staggering 10 points, basic attributes of 5 points, upgrades added 3 points, and equipment added another 2 points. With the current comprehensive strength of Guan Xiaoqi, it was almost double than before entering the copy. Entering the card draw, a white card or scroll was just a white card or scroll. Guan Xiaoqi didn't care too much about it and casually drew one from the waterfall of cards and scrolls. The white scrolls were basically life skills, and the white cards were all the most common items. Guan Xiaoqi was lucky and drew another life skill scroll. Elementary Alchemy Scroll, use the scroll to learn alchemy, can make ordinary level cards, requires alchemy workbench, cost 100 gold coins to learn the skill. Guan Xiaoqi was delighted, it was the very skill he had been longing for. Cards were king in this world, and being able to make his own cards was of course excellent. So even if he didn't learn any other skills, this alchemy must be learned. After choosing the reward, the light flashed and Guan Xiaoqi realized that he had returned to his cabin. A bit puzzled, shouldn't he have teleported back inside the ocean? Looking at the time, it was already past 3 p.m. It was only then that Guan Xiaoqi realized that the time for the original teleportation scroll had arrived and automatically teleported back to the cabin. After freezing for half a day, the first time he entered the God's Tomb copy, there was no time passing at all, but with this copy, there was clearly time passing. Could it be that there was something special about this copy? Guan Xiaoqi secretly suspected. Wow, you're finally back, I'm in a hurry, are you alright? Alicia sent a message. Looking at the screen, he saw that she had already sent dozens of messages. He had been fleeing for his life in the copy, and even though he had a communication card, he didn't have time to read it at all. Knowing that this girl was worried about herself, Guan Xiaoqi's heart warmed. Guan Xiaoqi raised his hand and crackled a lot of words on the survival manual, then thought about it and deleted all of them, finally sending only 2 words over, it's okay. What do you mean okay? You haven't been replying to me, so the situation must be urgent, right? Seeing Guan Xiaoqi's perfunctory reply, Alicia got angry. It's really okay, right, are you worried about your night pearl and water avoidance pearl? I'll make sure it's intact, huh? Guan Xiaoqi traded the night pearl and water avoidance pearl, which were Alicia's treasures. Seeing that this Guan Xiaoqi fellow refused to say anything, Alethea was also speechless. Receiving the 2 beads, she sent the Liz Fish's loot over to Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and with a glance, he saw an epic card from the loot, and was overjoyed, taking the card and looking at it. Super Large Iron Cauldron Card Epic. This is the top of the line cooking utensil. Food cooked through the large iron cauldron has its shelf life increased to 20 times, tastes even more delicious, and the nutrition will not be lost at all. Guan Xiaoqi blinked and took out this large iron pot from the card. It was quite large, over a meter in diameter. It was catching up to the large pots used by the army for picnics. This thing is very practical. It can make the food last longer, but there is only a pot but no stove. Do you burn wood to fry your own food? That would be too much trouble. He doesn't even have a kitchen now. Guan Xiaoqi put the large iron pot back, his heart moved. The introduction of this card says that this is the top level cooking utensil? Could it be that there is no higher level of cooking utensils when they reach the epic level? Then how about using a magician to level it up? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit floored. Don't you dream, this card is already at the top level and can't be upgraded any further. The magician promptly corrected his misguided opinion. Well, it's the same as that skeleton warrior of mine, right? Guan Xiaoqi had always felt a bit sorry for not upgrading the skeleton warrior. That's different, that skeleton warrior deck of yours was defective, that's why it couldn't be upgraded, and it's not the same thing as this great iron pot at all. Guan Xiaoqi remembered the broken hole on top of the skeleton warrior's head. Although it was blocked by the helmet, it was still its fatal wound. I say, can the skull warrior card's flaw be remedied? Yes, but you need intermediate alchemy. Right now you're only beginner alchemy, you can't repair an excellent level card yet. It's fine, I'll be able to learn intermediate alchemy sooner or later, as long as the card can be repaired. Guan Xiaoqi was relieved and decided to focus on drilling alchemy for the rest of his life. Alicia teleported another huge Liz Fish's skin to him. Looking at this huge fish skin, he didn't know how he peeled it so completely. Why were all the skins that he had skinned himself in tatters? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but ask Alicia, how did you skin it so completely? Alicia heatedly smiled, I have the skinning skill. This fish skin can create at least 20 magical skins of high quality, you're getting rich. It turned out to be a little girl who was good at skinning. Guan Xiaoqi cold sweat, his mouth a little trembling carefully asked, Alicia, where is the fish meat? Alicia made a face, you're still afraid that I'll anonymize your fish? Cheap bastard. Don't worry, I'm not that unreasonable, there's too much fish meat, it's inconvenient to store it, I'll use seawater to make salted fish meat for you, and bring it to you when it's done. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi put his heart down, this girl is really very meticulous. By the way, this time I let you be frightened, next time if you encounter any copies, I'll take you in to pick up some treasures to make up for your loss. Yeah, it's a deal. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. Alicia's elf archery was absolutely crushing in a level 1 copy. If this Devil's Factory copy had Alicia in it, it was estimated that all of the god monsters that landed in the sky would be killed in the second stage, and the third stage wouldn't be able to open at all. Presumably, this is the reason why the replica prohibits the participation of elves. Guan Xiaoqi guessed. Chapter 91. After chatting with Alicia, Guan Xiaoqi was already tired all over, closed the survival manual, stood up, pushed the door and walked into the courtyard, and found that the water inside the courtyard pond already had a bit of a smell, and if he didn't take care of it, I'm afraid that it would soon turn into a stinking gutter. Couldn't help but sigh. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there were still a few hours before darkness, but Guan Xiaoqi just wanted to take a rest, didn't want to do anything, took out the rattan chair, sat down in the courtyard and stared blankly at the sky. The weather was fine, a clear sky, from time to time small birds flew by, and there were a few white clouds in the distance. There were still some meat strips in the bag. Guan Xiaoqi chewed on the meat strips, hummed a little song, and kept sitting in the yard just like that until sunset. It was very happy to be able to sit quietly in his own yard and watch the sun rise and set. Guan Xiaoqi was lying on the rattan chair, the blood coming out of his ears, nose and eyes had already solidified, and the wounds on his body were gradually recovering. Unconsciously, he thought of the sea of blood again. The heart was slightly heavy. Subconsciously, he went to touch the magical key, but realized that the key had suddenly disappeared. There was no key, but Guan Xiaoqi actually touched an epic necklace. What was going on? A key turned into a necklace? Corpse C necklace epic grade, +3 endurance, +3 perception. This magical necklace comes from the source of miasma. It also has the ability to absorb miasma and release miasma. Guan Xiaoqi held the necklace and was a bit overwhelmed, not knowing when the key turned into a necklace. It seemed that the necklace was still powerful. Hanging the necklace around his neck, a stream of warmth flowed from the necklace to his entire body. His senses became sharper and his body recovered faster. What a great item, and this item could also absorb miasma. I'm afraid that the actual ability of the necklace had already exceeded the upper limit of epic level items, right? The sun went down, the black fog surged over. The small wooden house was quickly wrapped up by the black fog. Guan Xiaoqi could sense that in the thick fog, there were some wild beasts moving around. Even if the footsteps of those beasts were very soft and light, it was just as impossible to hide from his perception. They just saw Guan Xiaoqi's house from afar and avoided it. The Sauron's eye of the arrow tower had opened, its turquoise eyes staring into the thick fog, warning those beasts wandering in the fog not to enter this territory. Under the shelter of the evergreen tree, the courtyard was still warm, and the temperature outside was gradually picking up. Unconsciously, Guan Xiaoqi was lying on the rattan chair, ringing with a slight soundness, and he just fell asleep, sleeping in the courtyard. When he came to this world, it was the first time he had a sense of security. Slept soundly. The next day his neck hurt a little. He woke up. The rattan chair is not a bed after all. Lying here sleeping for a long time, his body was a little stiff. The injuries of the whole body had recovered most of it. This is the benefit of high endurance. Stretching and yawning, Guan Xiaoqi lazily stood up from the rattan chair and briefly exercised. The sun rose from the east, the black fog dispersed, and a new day began. New World Calendar, 10th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 13°C. Temperatures continue to slowly rise, all things being equal, and a slight increase in miasma in the wilderness, so keep an eye out. It's a good day. It's the stagnant water inside my own yard that's getting smelly. I was thinking of going to logging to upgrade my cabin first, but this water was unbearable. Guan Xiaoqi frowned and thought of countermeasures. This puddle was too big, and there was too much stagnant water in it. How about filling this puddle up with dirt? Guan Xiaoqi thought about it, and then felt that it would be a waste. Pushing open the door, he stepped out of the courtyard and looked towards the river in the distance. The source of that river, it flowed down from the mountain. The closer to the mountain range, the higher the terrain, the water naturally flowed towards the east. Guan Xiaoqi's heart stirred. The water source didn't seem too far from his place. His cabin was also downstream. Could he divert a stream of water to his door? His eyesight has been super sharp. A few kilometers away from the situation, in his eyes as in front of him, climbed home not far from a large tree, with a hand to cover his eyes, far away from the past, carefully check out the terrain. It really seems to be possible. Guan Xiaoqi jumped down from the big tree, took out the engineer's shovel, and tried to dig on the ground. The engineer's shovel was extremely sharp, and with a gentle dig, he dug out the soil. This was a tool that could dig a hole in the ground. Digging a trench in the ground was still easy. Closing the courtyard door behind him, Guan Xiaoqi left the cabin and ran towards the source of the small river a few kilometers away. Although his injuries were still not completely healed, Guan Xiaoqi's agility at this time was already several times higher, running with power, almost without his feet touching the ground. After 10 minutes, he had already run to the foot of the hill. Looking up, a small meandering river flowed down from the hill, clear and transparent, converging in a pool of stones at the foot of the hill about half a meter above the level ground, flowing into the wilderness. Guan Xiaoqi snapped off a branch from a small tree on the side, briefly compared it to the ground, measured the difference in height with his eyesight, and glanced in the direction of his cabin to make sure that there wouldn't be too many problems before he started digging. The soil in the wilderness was soft, with some occasional gravel. Guan Xiaoqi used an engineer's shovel to open an opening from the edge of the rock pool, and clear spring water flowed out. He dug up a ditch all the way to his cabin to divert the water over. It was only a few kilometers away, and it only took 10 minutes to run over, but digging a ditch wasn't so fast, especially since there were quite a few rocks or other obstacles along the way. There was even some miasma blocking the way. The necklace immediately came into play, collecting all these miasma, so that there was no need to detour, saving a lot of time. From early morning until noon, Guan Xiaoqi was so tired that he couldn't even straighten his back. After briefly moving his shoulders, he looked up and saw that he was only less than 100 meters away from the cabin, and was instantly energized. He accelerated his digging. After spending almost 10 more minutes, he finally dug to the front of the house, connecting the ditch to the pond in his house. The gurgling spring water kept flowing into the pond. Guan Xiaoqi struck while the iron was hot and made another opening on the other side of the pond, and the water inside the pond began to flow further east into the wilderness, meandering through the meadow and spreading out on its own to the lowlands. The water was very clear and soon began to displace the water inside the pond. The stagnant water in the pond gradually became transparent to the naked eye. The smell, which had been slightly foul, also gradually disappeared. Stretching out his hand to hold a handful of water in the pond, it was cold and clear. Guan Xiaoqi washed his face and was instantly energized. Suddenly all the fatigue of the half-day was swept away. Ha ha! Little Master now has a natural bathing pool. It's been 10 days since I took a bath, and if it wasn't for going to help Alicia and swimming in the sea, my body would have stunk by now. The clothes hadn't been washed for a long time either, as the water was just too precious. If it wasn't for the fact that the stagnant water hadn't been completely replaced, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't wait to jump in and take a shower right away. Returning to the courtyard, Guan Xiaoqi took an engineer's shovel, dug a hole, and planted the arrow rain bamboo. It was also easier to water the plants now. It was good to have water. After digging for most of the day, Guan Xiaoqi was also very tired, and was about to eat some meat, when he saw the large iron pot in his ring, and suddenly wanted to try this large iron pot. Chapter 92. The room definitely wouldn't work. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the yard and had an idea. Moved 4 large stones, piled up a stove in the yard, used a large pot to catch half a pot of water in the pond inlet, then took the red pine wood, lit the wood and began to boil the water. Sliced some meat into it, and not having any vegetables, shredded the cloudy potatoes and made do with them as vegetables. Not long after, the water boiled, the meat kept rolling in the cauldron. Looking at the meat almost cooked, Guan Xiaoqi then put the shredded cloud potato and salt, also put it in together. Soon, the aroma overflowed the whole courtyard. This epic level cauldron was a bit magical. Even without putting in any seasonings, the flavor still overflowed the garden. After stabbing the meat with his dagger to make sure it was cooked through, Guan Xiaoqi inserted a small piece of meat and placed it in his mouth to savor it. Sure enough, and barbecue flavor is completely different, very smooth and juicy, melt in the mouth. Not that barbecue meat is not delicious, just cannot eat barbecue every day. Guan Xiaoqi was tired and hungry all morning, and in a short time he had eaten all the meat and cloud potatoes in one pot, and drank most of the meat soup. The small stomach obviously bulged. After eating, put the cauldron in the creek and washed it. This cauldron is extremely good at cleaning. It becomes clean after dipping in water, and casually put it away in the card. Eating and drinking, turned his head to see the display light of the Aura composting box had turned green. Obviously the fertilizer had been processed. Covered with a big belly that was full of food, Guan Xiaoqi walked over, stooped down with difficulty and opened the compost box. Inside were small brown particles, took one out, crushed it with a pinch. The taste was a bit strange. Guan Xiaoqi took a big bucket and put all these fertilizers in it. Carrying the bucket to his ice corn. Ice ground corn has almost grown to a person's height. The plants here grow really fast, but still haven't seen any ears of corn growing out. And this cornstalk, how it looked was completely different from the corn on earth, more like a small tree. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the branches of the ice earth corn growing out, shapely and graceful, and wondered if he had planted a few apple trees down there. After re-identifying it, it was determined that it was ice ground corn, not ice ground apples. Whatever, we'll know what's going on when the ice ground corn grows. With rough experience, Guan Xiaoqi sprinkled fertilizer on the roots of the ice ground corn, and then turned over the soil to bury it. It seemed to be an illusion, but Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt as if the ice corn was emitting light all of a sudden. This light was so faint that ordinary people couldn't notice it at all, but Guan Xiaoqi's perception had reached an extremely sharp level, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at these ice ground corn saplings. After squinting for a while, they were indeed glowing. From the roots a light began to rise, and eventually flowed all the way to the leaves, the entire plant, releasing a faint glow. Interesting. Reiki fertilizer, so immediate? It's really not bad that I used energy stones to make these fertilizers. After fertilizing all the ice ground corn, I went over and put a bit of fertilizer on the arrow rain bamboo that I had just planted as well. The evergreen tree was swaying its branches and leaves on one side, seemingly happy. You want fertilizer too? Guan Xiaoqi looked curiously at the twig with a mysterious origin. The evergreen tree turned all its branches and leaves in disgust, clearly not interested in this fertilizer. Forget it if you don't like it. There isn't much left. After applying the fertilizer, he went out to the meadow. There was still a lot of dead grass left on the meadow, messy everywhere. Some bright green shoots were growing on the ground again. It was the season of the old and the new. Guan Xiaoqi collected some dead grass and carried it back to refill the Reiki compost bin. Busy and busy, it was less than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't stay idle. He planned to chop some more wood back. He remembered that he had obtained an axe in the copy. It was epic level. At that time he hurriedly put it into the ring. He didn't have time to take a closer look at it, and he didn't know if there was any bonus to felling wood. Taking out the fire axe found in the devil's laboratory, I found that this axe is a bit special. The front is the blade of the axe, and the back is the appearance of a hammerhead, which can be chopped or smashed, like a combination of an axe and a hammer, and when I looked at the attributes, I was overjoyed. Devil's Axe Epic. This is a tool axe, good at breaking through all obstacles. Logging efficiency increased by 300%, mining efficiency increased by 300%. Surprisingly, it was a dual-purpose axe for logging and mining. The only unfortunate thing about this axe was that it wasn't a card, but an actual axe. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi had a space ring and carrying this axe was convenient. Carrying the axe, he arrived at the small forest not far away. There was miasma floating everywhere around. Guan Xiaoqi frowned and first used the corpse sea necklace, carefully absorbing all the miasma inside the grove. After checking around and making sure that all the miasma around had been absorbed cleanly, he then summoned the skeleton warriors. The two guys swung their axes, and almost handily, a large tree was chopped down. Now the efficiency of felling trees could not be known how much stronger than when they first came here. The strength had increased and the tools were more powerful, and they had been felling trees until 7 p.m., almost chopping down 1,500 pieces of wood. Just a little bit more, the cabin can be upgraded. With this efficiency, upgrading the cabin tomorrow was already out of the question. Taking out the cart and putting the wood in, Guan Xiaoqi was about to push the cart back, when unintentionally his eyes swept towards the forest in the distance. It was filled with miasma, and from a distance, it looked colorful and beautiful. Guan Xiaoqi, however, was startled, putting down the cart and quickly jumping to the top of the tree, looking there in surprise. Of course he was not looking at the miasma, but there appeared two weird backs, a tall guy, wearing a black robe, holding a child in his hand, walking towards the forest. The child was also wearing a black robe, and since there was only a back figure, it was completely impossible to see what kind of person it was. Human? Devil? The large and small group wearing black robes, not knowing what race they were, just carelessly walked into the forest full of miasma, and soon the thick miasma in the forest obscured their silhouettes. Even if Guan Xiaoqi's eyesight was good, he couldn't penetrate the miasma, and soon lost track of those two people. It was a bit spooky. This miasma was poisonous. Those two back figures, however, seemed like they were unresponsive to the miasma, and just easily walked inside the densest miasma. He was nervous because that forest was just too close to his cabin. He wanted to chase after them to find out what was going on, but it was already past 7 in the afternoon, so he might not be able to make it back to his cabin in time. After weighing his options, Guan Xiaoqi jumped down from the tree. Ri pushed up the cart, whistling, toward his house, back and forth several times, before the more than 1,000 pieces of wood all moved to the yard. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Guan Xiaoqi no longer think about these two backs. The sky darkened. A strange black fog came out from nowhere, instantly filling the entire world, wrapping up every hut. Only the weak oil lamp inside the hut resisted the darkness of the fog. The water inside the pond was already very clear after half a day's replacement. The eye of Sauron in the courtyard flashed with green light, and the entire courtyard was irradiated with green. Guan Xiaoqi comfortably took a bath inside, and by the way, washed his clothes as well, and then took them back to the fireplace side of the room, and hung them up to dry. Sitting at his desk, Guan Xiaoqi opened the survival manual. Chapter 93, Cultivation for All. Damn, what the hell? The grove not far from my house is full of miasma. Logging is not even possible. How can we make it? I thought the days would slowly get better after the cold passed, but it turns out that there are more and more troubles. It's hard to survive. That's right, look for Big Brother. I want to hug his leg. Find a Big Brother. Find a Big Brother +1. Looking for a Big Brother +2. Looking for a Big Brother plus 10,086. This Big Brother upstairs, you jumped the number. Why doesn't the system come out with a live room feature? How else would I know which one is Big Brother? What should I do if I'm cheated? This sister, your occupation is not simple. Add a friend, let's talk in depth. How? You guys restrain yourselves a bit, this is a public forum. I'll introduce you guys. There is a kind of scroll that can teleport to the other side's shelter, and can provide door-to-door service. There are such a modest props? Upstairs, I'm afraid it's not a cutie, such a precious prop to provide a door-to-door service just once? Too much of a waste, right? Otherwise, what else do you think we can do? Guan Xiaoqi felt his eyelids fluttering. That prop did exist, he had just used it himself. It really did provide door-to-door service to go. Any Big Brother? The little woman is the department flower of the Finance and Economics Department of Radon Gate University. 8 layers of new, will be pampered, begging for thighs. 8 layers of new? Where are the other 2 layers? Scram! After pulling a circle, Without realizing it, everyone chatted back to miasma. Someone put out a short video of a palm full of pus, sticking out in front of the screen, looking very scary. Brothers, I just lightly touched the miasma and it's like this. Do you think there's still salvation? Looking at the palm that was dripping with pus, many people covered their mouths. It was too scary. These miasmas are everywhere. Gathering resources have been seriously affected. Does anyone have any good solutions? There's still a way. You guys know that recently a cultivation technique has become popular. It's called what's called Murphy's Magic Lecture. As long as you cultivate this technique well, you cannot be afraid of the miasma. Ha? Really? There's still this kind of gong fu? I won't hide it from you all, this gong method actually appeared a long time ago, and there were quite a few people who practiced Murphy's Magic Lecture to withstand the severe cold, and then later on accidentally found out that this thing could also withstand miasma. Many people were shocked. There was a lot of discussion, and the forum swiped the screen at a fast speed, with some people believing it to be fake, and others supporting it strongly, arguing into a mess. Not long after, another video was released, a video of touching the miasma with bare hands. The person seemed to have a layer of light on his hand reaching into the miasma, taking it out again, and then stretching out his hand for everyone to see. The palm was intact. Can I ask? Where can I obtain this Murphy's Magic handout? Find treasure chest. It's easy to drop. This seems to be the basic gong method of this world. It's actually not a special treasure thing, just like those life scrolls. It's not hard to obtain. You guys have read Jin Young's novels before, right? I think this thing is something like basic internal gong. It should be very popular. It's easy for you to say, where are we going to get refined treasure chests? I'll give you that. This secret book copies are plentiful. Recently I heard that a lot of people in a row have entered different copies. Copies of this kind of kung fu are all over the place. No way. Copies are too dangerous. Go in 10, come back 1. I'm timid. You who have no need, sell me a book on the line. The last few days, probably into a variety of copies of the people more up, everyone on the copy also began to have a correct understanding of the copy. From the copy out of the people, almost everyone said, inside is simply Shura, is too terrible. And the vast majority of people did not complete the task, was deducted a lot of attributes, and even missing arms and legs of a number of people, but these people are still alive, feel that has been very lucky. The first 2 high school girls who told everyone that there was gold everywhere, lying down to make money. The 2 high school girls who first told everyone that there was gold everywhere, lying down to make money, had already been scolded into autism. Che, people get the secret book, surely want to cultivate by themselves, how can they sell it to you? You think too much. Guan Xiaoqi silently took out the Murphy's Magic Lecture notes card from the ring. It was sent by the mission. Guan Xiaoqi didn't need it. Putting the Murphy's Magic handout, he hung it online. This thing has a high drop rate. Participating in a copy, as long as you can complete some branch quests, it will also manually send a copy, and those who came out alive from the most recent copy, almost everyone has it. Therefore, selling it now was the most valuable, and I was afraid that it wouldn't be worth much after a while, when it was all over the streets. Guan Xiaoqi himself cannot pinpoint the price, expensive for fear of not being able to sell, cheap and afraid of their own losses. Simply hang up the auction. The reserve price of 100 gold coins, within 2 hours, the highest bidder gets it. Hang up the Murphy Magic handout. Guan Xiaoqi started promoting it in the forum, sending several identical messages in a row. I have a surplus Murphy's Magic Lecture notes, it's on sale, the highest bidder gets it, only 2 hours, walk by, miss it and it's gone. Big brother, really? Take a look at my trading channel, everyone help promote it together, thanks. Soon, this message was spread by the dozen, by the 100, quickly spreading. Those who had gold coins, of course, wouldn't spread it, and found Guan Xiaoqi's trading account early on, but those who didn't have gold coins on hand were immediately red-eyed, and their hearts were in the wrong place to help Guan Xiaoqi spread the word together, thinking that even if I couldn't afford to buy it, I wouldn't let you rich people buy it comfortably. This can be really poor, born of treachery. Rich also does not rise conscience. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't interested in seeing the results, closing the survival manual and taking out an ancient yellowed book out of his ring. The Secret Art of Tongxian Underworld. This was a mythic level cultivation book. It looked plain and unadorned, but every page was resilient, and on the edges of the pages, there were some ancient patterns engraved. The book was very thin, there weren't many pages in total. Guan Xiaoqi had just flipped the first page, and only read a few words. The underworld, for the great, through the underworld, means to resonate with the great thousand worlds. Suddenly the magician reminded, check your map card, there are 2 quests in there that have been completed. Ha! Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly took out his map card, and sure enough, it showed that he had explored an area of over 20 square kilometers. For every 10 square kilometers, there was a reward. So, Guan Xiaoqi realized that the map card already had 2 pending rewards. When did he explore so far? Could it be that it was in the ocean or that the copies counted? Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. Clicking OK to collect, the rewards were 2 scrolls. Home scroll, disposable props. No matter where you are in this world, you can teleport back to your shelter at any time, not valid in a copy. Escape scroll, disposable props, a scroll that allows you to escape from the copy midway to the shelter. Good stuff. No wonder the magician reminded him to do the map quest. Dare I say that all these rewards are life-saving escape treasures. Putting away the rewards, Guan Xiaoqi sat back down in front of the desk and quietly read up on the secret art of passage to the underworld. Chapter 94 Ice Wind. The more I read, the weirder it got. It was less like a book guiding cultivation and more like a physics book, with resonating physics rules throughout. All things resonate as one. The electron is unique. The frequency of the initial electron. Even a highly talented student like Guan Xiaoqi frowned as he struggled to comprehend the high level of physics inside. Every word he recognized, reading them together felt odd. What did it mean that there was only one electron in the entire world? This was completely different from the physics books Guan Xiaoqi had read on Earth, and seemed difficult to understand. What the hell was one electron? Why did the book say it was a mystery that escaped and created the world? Unable to understand these odd concepts even after breaking his head, Guan Xiaoqi simply made a note of this conclusion, no longer wasting brain cells on the reasons behind it. So, is this a lifetime of everything? Each person, each item resonating differently with this soul electron would produce different effects, all kinds of spells, all kinds of power, all coming from this electron? Without realizing it, I turned to the last page of the book, and there were 4 resonance formulas, representing the 4 most basic modes of motion in the universe. Everything in heaven and earth, the sun, the moon and the stars, combine from these 4 basic resonances, and by experiencing them with your heart, you will be able to understand the laws of the functioning of heaven and earth, and grasp the ultimate secret of power, which is the secret method. After quickly reading through the secret technique of passing underworld, Guan Xiaoqi stared at the book a bit dazed. The underworld is also great. But, throughout the entire text, only one electron was mentioned. Is this also called big? Isn't the electron the smallest particle in the world? Does the author have some misunderstanding of the word big? No matter whether it is big or small, it's none of my business, just memorize it first. Anyway, this is the other world, any weird theories are not strange. Once again, I turned to the back page and began to study the 4 basic resonances. The first resonance formula, icy wind. Guan Xiaoqi looked at this name for half a day and repeatedly determined that it was not ice wind. Wind, the wind of a storm, not the seal of a blockade. This was the basic resonance? Extreme cold and stillness, the birth of upward power, for the wind of the cold pole, named ice wind. There were only a few sentences in it, but Guan Xiaoqi seemed to be frozen in his eyes, carefully experiencing the power described in it, pondering the meaning of the words. Where all things are dead and silent, heaven and earth are revived. It is called the ice wind. Ice is dead and silent, and the wind lord is the first to rise. The extreme of yin, the birth of yang. Gradually, Guan Xiaoqi entered the state of being out of his mind. His perception was extremely high, all perceptions of the outside world had disappeared, only the perception within his own body remained, feeling all kinds of power slowly running through his body. With the foundation of the primary meditation technique, it all became very simple. Breaking down the complex forces within his body, one by one, until they could not be broken down any further. Staring at these most primitive forces slowly running within his body, categorizing these forces, finding the ones that match the icy wind, and carefully observing them, slowly, Guan Xiaoqi kind of read them, silently experiencing the rules of operation of this wind energy that was both weak and grand. He sat motionless in front of the table, as if he were a stone statue that had experienced the wind and frost for an unknown number of millennia. Unconsciously, time passed bit by bit, and a few hours were like an instant. So that's how it is. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly opened his eyes, clapped his hands and laughed, waking up from the stone statue. With a flick of his fingers, a breeze popped out from his fingers, forming a small whirlwind that danced around the room like a little elf, and the flame of the oil lamp that had been the same for 10,000 years on the desktop suddenly trembled slightly. Thought how hard it was, just this? Guan Xiaoqi bristled. The magician's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Guan Xiaoqi, sometimes you're like a stupid bee, and sometimes you're like a genius. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. How are you talking? When did I act like a stupid bee? I mean, what kind of being are you again? The magician's voice was soft, but it was clearly devoid of the ups and downs of human emotions. It was like the voice of an electronic machine, flat as water. You can think of me as an AI, sure, I'm a bit more advanced than an AI, but ultimately, it's running according to some sort of established program. And the program includes mocking me? Of course it includes. Guan Xiaoqi's face was very dark, countless black crows flew over his head. Arguing with this kind of boring guy similar to a computer program could never win because it wouldn't get angry, it was too meaningless. It was still a bit more interesting to reason with a magician. Guan Xiaoqi summarized what he had learned, and just so happened to want to ask the magician if he had understood correctly. This is how I understand it, see if you're right. Although there are many strange movements in the world, in the final analysis, there are only two indicators, one is speed, the other is acceleration, a state of movement where all two indicators increases ice wind, is it? The magician's voice said slowly as always, you comprehend very quickly, it's not wrong to understand it that way, but this kind of power you'll need a long time of practice to completely master, take your time, don't be in a hurry. Guan Xiaoqi nodded, I understand, just because I know Arabic numerals doesn't mean I'm proficient in math, it's still early to truly master this power. There were 4 basic powers in total, but Guan Xiaoqi wasn't going to learn the other 3 right away. He was going to learn the other 3 after he had thoroughly mastered Icy Wind. Greed and chewing more was not good enough, Guan Xiaoqi knew this. Congratulations, you've mastered Icy Wind level 1, agility permanently increased by 1 point, using wind cards, damage increased by 10%, energy decreased by 10%. It turns out that Icy Wind can increase agility and also increase the effect of cards. Agility is Guan Xiaoqi's favorite attribute, essential for escaping. Looking at the time, 3 hours had passed. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that he was still auctioning off the Murphy's magic handout. Looking at the time, it should be over. When he opened the survival manual, the auction was over, and the highest bid was as high as 600 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi was all smiles, he had made a fortune. There are still 2 red dots in the manual that keep flashing, click on it and see, it turns out to be Tang Long and Tang Hu applying to add their friends. Very sweaty, originally said that if he came back alive to find them to add friends, did not expect people to take the initiative to add. There is also a message from Tang Long inside. Brother, it's great that you're okay, don't even know how you escaped. By the way, you're also planning to sell the Murphy's magic handout? Don't blame me for not reminding you, this deck is very expensive, we've sold them all, one can be sold for 150 gold coins, don't sell them too cheaply. Tang Long kindly reminded him of the price of the deck in his message. Guan Xiaoqi held the heavy 600 gold coins in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After thinking about it, he still messaged Tang Long back, it's good to be alive, are you guys practicing other feats? Thinking of the archery skills of the 2 hunters in the copy, Guan Xiaoqi suspected that they should have learned other feats before entering the copy, presumably conflicting with the Murphy magic lecture. Tang Long didn't reply, apparently he had already gone to bed. It was already 0 o'clock, except for individual night owls, everyone had already entered dreamland by this time. Guan Xiaoqi was also tired, seeing that Tang Long didn't reply to the message, he closed the survival manual and lay down on his precious grass mat, and as soon as his head touched the mat, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 95, The Great Witch Demon. New World Calendar, 11th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, cloudy. Temperature, 15 C. The temperature is stable and all things are good, miasma is rapidly increasing in the wilderness, please be very careful when gathering supplies. Guan Xiaoqi got up, got dressed, washed up, ate casually, and brought all his weapons with him. He was going to check out the forest there. He was not going to allow others to sleep soundly beside his couch. Those 2 black-robed guys gave him a big shadow. Yesterday the map card quest gave away a scroll to go home, gave Guan Xiaoqi courage, in case we can't beat them we'll just run. But things must be clarified, cannot be afraid to go because of fear, that is looking for death. Push open the door of the courtyard, the fresh air comes, the sky white clouds, the wilderness is more emerald green, the buds have grown out of the ground, a strong spring scenery. It is the miasma floating everywhere, colorful, glittering everywhere in the wilderness. Today's miasma is at least 3 times more than yesterday's. The miasma wasn't like the severe cold that killed with a single slash, but more and more miasma kept coming out, making humans like frogs in warm water, being boiled little by little, a feeling that was, on the contrary, more painful. Guan Xiaoqi had the corpse sea necklace, and he was still careful, so he could imagine how difficult it was for others. There was no way to run recklessly. Guan Xiaoqi could only walk slowly on the wilderness. While walking, he collected all the miasma into the necklace. With Guan Xiaoqi's current agility, the road that was supposed to take 10 minutes took an hour to walk to the edge of the forest. The forest was already completely flooded with miasma. Oddly enough, this miasma was highly poisonous to humans, but to plants and native animals, it had no effect, especially since all kinds of plants were competing to spit out green shoots and thrive. As soon as he remembered the origin of this miasma, Guan Xiaoqi fell silent. On ancient battlefields, plants flourished the most as the blood and corpses of human soldiers fertilized the earth. These miasmas, released from the Great Sea of Corpses, were perhaps the best nutrients for plants. There wasn't much wind today, and the miasma didn't flow much. Guan Xiaoqi took out the corpse sea necklace and absorbed the miasma in the forest a little bit, and the power of the wind that he had just comprehended last night was also running around him, so even if a little bit of the miasma drifted over, it couldn't hurt Guan Xiaoqi. The magic of this world does have the ability to resist miasma, but of course, it is not invulnerable to all poisons, and one still needs to be careful. Too much miasma can't be resisted as well. Carefully feeling the flow of energy around him, listening to the sounds of the forest with all his heart, Guan Xiaoqi slowly walked towards the depths of the forest with his senses. Inside the forest, a small black wooden house suddenly appeared, with a courtyard in front of the door. The door to the courtyard was open and two black robes could be seen sitting inside. A tall black-robed person turned his head. The purple fire of life was burning in his eyes. This was a great witch demon of the Ghoul clan. Opposite him sat a small skeleton. The small skeleton was obviously different from the unusual skeleton, with black and gold bones all over his body. Every move he made, all of them appeared to be extremely decent, calm and heavy, and different. The small skeleton was very respectful with both hands, bending down and saluting to the big witch demon, asking, "Teacher, yesterday I got a copy of Murphy's Dark Spells Primer. It seems to be a magic book of this world. Do you think I should study it?" I casually flipped through it, and I feel that the magic of this world is very special. It seems to be different from our undead continent, and a lot of places are better. The great witch demon shook his head. "Your Majesty, you are gifted and right. The magic of this world is very special. However, you must remember the advice given by the old immortal today: all Murphy's magic should not be touched." The little skeleton was surprised. "Why is that?" The great witch demon said, "This is a tip given to me by our undead ancestors when I was practicing the great prophecy technique. As to why, I don't know." The little skeleton took out Murphy's dark magic primer from his own ring, and couldn't help but let out a question. Could it be that there's really some kind of trap inside Murphy's magic? Ancestor blessing. Ancestor blessing. A big one and a small one. The two skeletons addressed each other in an odd way, and the content of their chats, too, could definitely shock the entire world. Suddenly, the big witch demon raised his head, looking along the direction of the courtyard door, into the forest, the purple fire in his eyes flickering as he stared into the distance. A stormy cry was uttered. "A friend has come from afar. Why don't we have a meeting?" He stretched out the dark bone staff in his hand, and an invisible magical power raged out, and the miasma inside the forest was like ice and snow encountering the warm sun, instantly melting, and like the waves being parted, a wide path immediately appeared in the center. Guan Xiaoqi stood dazedly on the other side of this passage. His hand was cupped around the homecoming scroll, and he intended to activate it immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. Thinking that he had sneaked over, he didn't expect that he would be directly spotted 100 meters away. Looking at this transparent passageway, Guan Xiaoqi quickly calmed down from his panic, smiled faintly, and took big steps towards the small black wooden house, only the scroll in his hand, gripped tighter. Obviously, this kid wasn't as relaxed inside as he appeared to be. "My name is Human Guan Xiaoqi. I don't know how to address the opposite side?" The great witch demon slowly got up and bowed slightly. "Witch demon Shanru, please come in." Seiki Xiaoqi walked over and kept walking into the courtyard, curiously glancing at the black and gold skeleton child who was sitting upright. "This is our King's Majesty, Heart." Heart got up and politely performed an odd arching salute before giving Guan Xiaoqi a slight smile. The skeleton's smile gave Guan Xiaoqi a bit of the creeps, and he exclaimed, "This is His Majesty the King?" There were a few large rocks in the courtyard, gathered together. The great witch demon sat down on one of the rocks and then invited Guan Xiaoqi to sit down as well. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the skeletal teenager strangely. For some reason, he felt an odd killing intent from the teenager's soul fire, and was so scared in his heart that the homecoming scroll clutched in his hand almost activated straight away. The great witch demon gave the teenager a rather meaningful look. Heart lowered his head, and the killing intent gradually faded away. Guan Xiaoqi's heart had already panicked a batch, but his face didn't change, as if he didn't feel it at all. "Are you the king of the undead continent?" Guan Xiaoqi asked curiously. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered a lot of medieval stories on Earth, when there were a lot of kings in the West, and some of them only had a small piece of land, which was probably just a village chief by ancient Chinese standards. He also didn't know what the undead continent was like, so he didn't really feel anything. The great witch demon Shanru smiled and glanced at Guan Xiaoqi, a glance that was like looking through all of Guan Xiaoqi's secrets. A cold aura passed through his body, very chilly, making Guan Xiaoqi feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like irradiating an X-ray. He himself was sitting naked in front of this great witch demon, and this odd feeling was driving people a little crazy. A strange magical power was released from the great witch demon's purple life fire. Within a short time, the chill disappeared, and the great witch demon saw Guan Xiaoqi's contempt and introduced him gently. Heart is the only monarch of our undead continent's 40 billion undead. It startled Guan Xiaoqi, 40 billion undead? Is there that many? After thinking about it, Guan Xiaoqi carefully asked, since he teleported to this world, do the other undead still recognize his majesty heart now? This sentence seemed to be a bit offensive, and the great witch demon was a bit chipper and angry, staring at Guan Xiaoqi, his soul fire pulsing. Looking at this expression, Guan Xiaoqi immediately understood, since he had been teleported to this world, naturally, there wouldn't be a few skeletons that still treated him as some kind of sire, just like humans. Even if you were a president, no one would look at you more than once when you arrived here. Heart coldly said, sooner or later, I'm going to rule this land of the undead again. Guan Xiaoqi bristled, wanting to tell this teenager that this piece of earth was the land of the uninhabited, not some undead earth. Besides, did you ask the aboriginal devils for their opinion? But when the words reached his mouth, he stopped again. He felt that there was no need to stimulate this great witch demon. The strength of this great witch demon in front of him seemed to be unfathomable. He didn't understand why this great witch demon didn't attack himself. But since he didn't kill himself in the first place, there must be a reason, so Guan Xiaoqi wanted to come over and take a look. Chapter 96, The Valley of Death. You guys live here? Guan Xiaoqi finally asked the question he was most concerned about. The great witch demon Shanru smiled, no, my dear friend, we have just come from far away and are here to gather some special resources. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised, how did they move the cabin? He glanced at the black cabin, it was obviously a bit bigger than his own and had 2 floors. In addition to the cabin, there was also a warehouse in this small courtyard. The door to the warehouse was closed, so it was thought that there were quite a few treasures inside as well. Do you live in this area? The skeletal teenager looked up and asked. Yeah, I live in this neighborhood, and I saw you guys hanging out here, so that's why I came over to take a look. Guan Xiaoqi didn't lie because there was no need to. In this world, everyone could only move around their own cabin, and it was impractical to leave too far away. Even a strong person like a great witch demon would have to run with their house. The skeletal teenager couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, but it startled Guan Xiaoqi. It's really not easy for you to survive inside this Death Valley. Wait. What Death Valley? This place I'm living in is called Death Valley? You guys? And how did you know that this place is called Death Valley? Guan Xiaoqi was surprised as he looked at the great witch demon Shanru. The great witch demon gave Heart a slightly reproachful look and turned his head to explain to Guan Xiaoqi, I obtained a relatively crude map of this world, which labeled your place as Death Valley. Ah yes, human lad, I kindly remind you, this valley is a bit evil. We've actually been here in this valley for some days now, and we've only seen a dozen or so dilapidated wooden huts, all the skeletons and humans, none of them survived, and you're still the first living person I've seen in the Valley of Death. Is this really a valley? Of course, and it's a very closed valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides. At the end of this forest is a very high mountain range, and on the other side is a hilly area. Behind the hills is also a mountain range. The 2 mountain ranges surround this place, becoming a huge valley, or rather, a small basin. Shanru said while pulling out a sheepskin map out, placing it on a rock and pointing it out to Guan Xiaoqi. The crooked pattern was really rough, as if it was hand-drawn by a non-professional. Guan Xiaoqi came over and looked at the map, and sure enough, as Shanlu said, this place he was in was a huge valley, just too far away. That's why he couldn't see the surrounding mountains. On it was written Death Valley, for small, blood-colored characters. In this valley, am I really the only one? Guan Xiaoqi felt panicked. There was definitely something wrong with this. It can't be wrong. We circled around the valley, there are many deserted wooden huts, but we haven't seen a single living person or skeleton, and many of them have completely shattered, as if they had been trampled by some giant beast. Guan Xiaoqi violently remembered the ape horse beast. Could it be? Could it be that the ape horse beasts weren't just one, but that there was a group of them, all roaming this valley? While Guan Xiaoqi was ruminating, he glanced at this map again and suddenly saw the name of the mountain range behind the forest, which was a bit familiar. Dom Mountain? Guan Xiaoqi almost screamed, his voice several degrees higher. The great witch demon froze and looked at Guan Xiaoqi. You know about this continent's highest divine mountain? Divine mountain? Highest? Guan Xiaoqi's mouth opened wide with a stunned expression. That naive little slime came to mind, bouncing around killing devils and behemoths like cutting vegetables, and that little slime was called Dom. Could this be coincidence? Why is this damn mountain called God's Mountain? Are there really gods up there? Guan Xiaoqi asked. That I don't know, but on that mountain, we passed by and looked from afar. There seemed to be a deserted temple up there. We didn't dare to go up there. It was deserted, but it had a very vicious aura. The Great Witch Demon stared at Guan Xiaoqi. He was also curious and wondered what Guan Xiaoqi knew. Guan Xiaoqi was silent. This valley of yours is really evil. I advise you to leave here when you have the chance in the future. We don't dare to stay here much longer either. We'll be leaving soon, bothering you as a landlord. The Great Sorcerer said with a smile. You guys are leaving here? Guan Xiaoqi didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Happy naturally because this dangerous guy was about to leave, and he was quite relieved. Sad because this scary-looking witch demon seemed to be scared away. A movie footage surfaced in his mind. Bodhi, old man, why are you back again? Behind him came a more ferocious and bigger demon. Guan Xiaoqi was distracted. The Great Witch Demon seemed distracted as well. The three guys chatted casually for a few more moments with their hearts in their mouths. The Great Witch Demon then got up to see them off. They were really leaving. Guan Xiaoqi left the courtyard, but didn't go far right away. He was very curious as to how these two skeletons would actually leave. Could it be that the house disappeared with a swoosh? The house disappeared with a bang? Just like the evergreen tree? The black cabin closed the door. Suddenly the entire cabin stood up, the cabin and the yard into one. Underneath the four thick thighs grow out. Guan Xiaoqi stared dumbfounded at the cabin pulling its legs out and running like this. Four incomparably robust thighs, holding the cabin, swept past Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. Also, can still be like this? Guan Xiaoqi's eyes almost fell to the ground. The small wooden house ran fast, not much time, disappeared in the depths of the mist, no longer visible. Although the small wooden house was running fast, the courtyard was unusually smooth, only slightly trembling. A large and a small skeleton, just sitting face to face. Hart couldn't help but suddenly ask, Teacher, why don't you kill this human? I dislike him very much. The big witch demon didn't say anything and looked at Hart with a smile. You didn't tell him the truth. In fact, inside this death valley, all the cabins are the cabins of our skeletons. Why would he, a human, appear here? I always feel that this human will become a great danger to our undead. Teacher. Facing Hart's aggressive questioning, the Great Witch Demon sighed and finally spoke, Your Majesty, I practiced the Great Prophecy Technique. It's very odd that he appeared in this place. I've observed him with the Great Prophecy Technique, and it's highly likely that he'll become a great danger to our Hart in the future. Hart grew his mouth and said in surprise, Then how come you still let him go, teacher? The Great Witch Demon looked up at the white clouds in the sky, gathering and dispersing and gathering again. Just like life is unpredictable, you can never guess what the next white cloud will become. The Great Prophecy just gives a chance of the future. I also see another possibility, a very small possibility. Hart grunted, a very small possibility, not enough to worry about. Hidden dangers should not stay. The Great Witch Demon nodded, Your Majesty, you are right, and I won't do this just because of a tiny possibility. In fact, there is another reason. He has a contract with a high-ranking demon on him. Hart froze. A human who sold his soul to a demon? Kind of interesting. Looking away from the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi then righted his jaw that had dropped in shock. This cabin cheated. How can it be like this? If you have a cabin that can run, then the mission of the map card is not it easy to complete? Envy does not come. People were originally the monarch of the undead continent. There is a little family heirloom treasure is not strange. He was about to go back, when he swept his eyes. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly saw a large tree in the forest that had been cut down, leaving only a stump on the ground. They came to this forest to log? Chapter 97, 4th Grade Cabin. Guan Xiaoqi's heart stirred. They had come all this way. They couldn't have just come to cut down an ordinary piece of wood. Walking over, he squatted down and took a closer look at the stump. The circles on the stump were extremely dense, and it was impossible to count how many years there were. I didn't expect there to be this kind of treasure in the forest. Use the magician card to identify it. Golden wood, rare wood. The golden tree can only grow into timber in 10,000 years, extremely rare, possesses all sorts of exotic functions, and is a high-level alchemy and construction material. Unfortunately, the tree had already been chopped down, leaving only a root. Undeterred, Guan Xiaoqi pulled out his own devil's axe and tried to dig this root back up. After half a day of digging, suddenly the tree root turned into a ray of light and disappeared, startling Guan Xiaoqi. Ding! The tree root disappeared and dropped a golden wood out. Ah! This works too? Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. So it could be like this. I guess the Great Witch Demon didn't know that this tree root could also be dug out. Thinking that everyone was new to this world, it was normal to have some omissions. Picking up a leak, by the way, also completed a daily quest, found a new material, 10 gold coins to hand. The miasma in the forest was still slowly pouring out. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to stay here for a long time, collected the golden wood and quickly retreated. The corpse sea necklace was really good, it was just that I didn't know if there was an upper limit to its capacity. In case it was filled up, it would be quite troublesome. Sending away the witch demon master and disciple, Guan Xiaoqi also put down a heart. Death Valley, this name sounds not festive. Guan Xiaoqi followed the way he came, back to the grove next to his home, continued to logging. He is ready to give his cabin upgrade. Just when Guan Xiaoqi was logging, just now the location of the big witch demon's cabin, the fog rolled away. 2 uniformed demons suddenly came from the fog. One devil held an eagle in his hand and was carefully observing the traces on the ground. Demon 1, that big witch demon has already left. Looking at the footprints, it should be heading to the southeast. Hurry and inform the chief. Wait. What's wrong again, Ghost 2? These 2 demons addressed each other not like names but more like code names. Ghost 1 was holding a huge hairdryer in his hand, blowing away the thick fog. Ghost 2 was twitching his nose down, sniffing the smell like a dog. No, why do I smell a human's odor? Impossible. This is Death Valley, a place where skeletons descend. How could there be humans? I'm sure, there really are humans. Ghost 1, Ghost 2 looked at each other. Ghost 2 frowned. If there are humans, there must be cabins around here. This human is a bit special. Shouldn't we go and take a look? You said. Do we need to report it to the Devil Council? If he is as powerful as the Great Witch Demon, of course we need to report it to the Devil Council. Otherwise. You think, the guy who can survive in the Valley of Death, how did he overcome the curse? This is a heavenly secret, we devils can study it for 1,000 years. Ghost 1 ferocious expression, compared a neck-wiping movement. Guan Xiaoqi pondered his situation while mechanically felling the trees. There should be no need for the Great Witch Demon to deceive himself, and in this neighborhood, he might really be the only living person, but was there anything special about this place? There was a demon that appeared here, or a high-ranking demon. It was that Robin, the ancient one. The mysterious evergreen tree flew here for some reason. The ape horse beast attacked the cabin here, but I've never heard of the same kind of thing happening anywhere else. Guan Xiaoqi's hands shook as a more serious problem suddenly occurred to him. Why had he appeared here? That was the biggest anomaly. It was simply different from the way all the other humans had entered this world, and he, on the contrary, had descended here. There wasn't even an initial cabin. So, this valley, it's really evil? Looking left and right, Guan Xiaoqi was now a bit suspicious of everything he looked at, and when he saw a large rock in the distance, he suspected that there was some kind of invisible monster hiding behind the rock, and the whole person was a bit dazed. Suddenly a huge shadow flew across the sky. Guan Xiaoqi squinted and looked up, seeing a huge bird flying through the sky. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the bird that looked like an eagle was staring at him in the sky. The skeleton warrior frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Guan Xiaoqi today, chopping blindly with his axe. There was no tacit understanding at all. The felling was extremely inefficient. The eagle circled the sky and flew away. Absent-minded Guan Xiaoqi lowered his head to continue logging, cutting several hundred logs, and then did not continue. The heart is a little chaotic, hastily pushed the cart back to their own yard. Obviously white clouds in the sky, the wilderness on the beautiful scenery. Guan Xiaoqi biosphere to see where it is eerie, surrounded by an abnormal atmosphere. Sooner or later, I will scare myself to death. Guan Xiaoqi sighed, putting aside these distractions and checking the amount of his basic supplies. 2,473 wood, 1,446 stone, and 1,310 gold coins, just enough to upgrade. Every level up of the cabin would greatly increase the defense, and this valley was so dangerous, it was only right to hurry up and upgrade. Are you sure you want to upgrade your cabin to level 4? Upgrading to the next level requires 2,473 2,000 wood, 1,446 1,000 stone, and 1,310 500 gold coins. The resources are already sufficient. Okay. Guan Xiaoqi chose to upgrade the cabin. A familiar white light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cabin and courtyard. It instantly refreshed all the configurations. The shelter was once again upgraded, once again promoted to the next level. A few short seconds later, Guan Xiaoqi opened his eyes and the cabin had been refreshed. Level 4 log cabin, a sturdy cabin. Not only is the foundation made entirely of stone, but it also boasts a 1-meter-high stone wall enclosure. Ordinary beasts in the wilderness are no longer capable of attacking this cabin, and even if they encounter a high-level beast, they can still be defended for a long enough period of time. Warmth-retaining properties have been further enhanced, cold waves are no longer enough to worry about. Increased magical defense, some added resistance in the face of magical attacks. This shelter can accommodate the creature for one person. Ancillary facilities for a level 4 cabin. Yard, 80 square feet, can upgrade the yard's fence, requires 200 stones, can extend the yard's range, requires 100 wood and 100 stones. Level 2 archery tower, can upgrade to a level 3 archery tower, requires stone 200 and iron ingot 50. New facilities can be added, choose one of 3. Kitchen, 15 square meters, can cook ingredients to create tastier, more nutritious food, made to last longer. Warehouse, 50 square meters, an outdoor building that does not take up yard space and can store your various supplies. Basement, 30 square meters, can be used as a storage room, can store precious items. Upgrading to the next level requires wood 473-4000, stone 446-2000, and gold 810-1000. Note, upgrading to level 5 cabin has branching options, each option requires slightly different resources, it may require iron ingots, special wood, cards, alchemy materials, etc. With the various resources consumed, Guan Xiaoqi noticed that the next level of cabins would have to choose the branching upgrade direction. It was also unclear how many types of cabins there were to choose from. He recalled the 2-story small building of the Great Witch Demon that he had seen today. Apparently that cabin had been upgraded to level 5, and the most obvious feature was that it could accommodate 2 creatures. The added facilities could only be chosen from 3. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated for half a day, torn between the warehouse and the kitchen, and finally chose the kitchen. It was too troublesome to build a cookstove in the yard by himself, and since food was the only thing that mattered to the people, eating was still very important. The archery tower can't be upgraded yet, it needs iron ingots. Upgrading the level 5 hut might also require iron ingots. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that there was a cold iron mine right behind the hill, so it seemed that he would have to collect a bit of iron or sometime. Coming to the courtyard, he upgraded both the fence and the area of the courtyard, expanding the courtyard to 100 square feet, which was already spacious, and doubling the durability of the fence to 600, making it sturdier to the naked eye. 100 wood and 300 stones were consumed. There were only 100 stones left, and the stone resources that had been accumulated in the early stages were finally depleted. The wood and stones that had been piled up in the yard were reduced by more than 90% at once, and it was suddenly empty. After ascending the hut, Guan Xiaoqi didn't feel at ease. Strange, why was he panicking in his heart, always feeling that something bad was going to happen? Chapter 98 Miasmatic Spirits. Going into the room and checking it out, the living room was unchanged, but the bedroom was a little bigger. Pushed open the door to the studio and realized that the studio had also increased in size a bit. The mood was refreshing, this was excellent. The bigger the studio, the better, of course. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that he still had a fish skin of a Liz fish, walked over to the tailor's workbench and decomposed the skin. 23 demonized skins were decomposed. Magicized skin, leather of a high-level supernatural creature, possessing special magical power. Items crafted from magicized skins will receive a random base attribute increase of 13 points. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed and scratched his ears. This was a bit stronger than the magicalized light leather. Unfortunately, it was definitely not cost-effective to make backpacks out of these magical skins. One might need some better tailoring drawings. It was still daytime, and the amount of stuff in the mall was too small, so Guan Xiaoqi decided to come back at night to take a look. It was already noon, and Guan Xiaoqi had his own kitchen for the first time, pushing the door and walking in. A 15 square meter kitchen, not exactly small, the only infrastructure inside was a stove and a meal preparation platform. All of it was stone. Taking out the large iron pot and placing it on the stovetop, the size was quite suitable, then took some wood and lit the fire. Once the kitchen was activated, it was only then that I realized I was too short of pots and pans. The large water tank in the living room had been moved to the kitchen, and a bucket was used to fill the tank with water, but there were no spoons to scoop up the water, so Guan Xiaoqi had to use the bucket to add water to the pots. There were also no dishes for eating, so when the food was cooked later, they would probably have to eat around the cauldron. This little life was really a mess. What do you want, what do not have? It's like being half a savage. Guan Xiaoqi probably had the fate of the Buddha. Most of the cards he had dropped were related to combat, and there were very few items to live on, which was extremely scarce. But if you think about it, it's true. One had to be alive before one could think about enjoyment, right? It was hard to get a meal, and when he had enough to eat and drink, Guan Xiaoqi planned to go to the cold iron mine to have a look there, and dig a bit of iron ore back in the meantime. That cold iron mine, or special iron ore. Preparing his tools, he pushed open the door, and in the distance there was an eagle's cry. Guan Xiaoqi covered the sun with his hand and squinted his eyes to look up. It was the same eagle that had just flown over his head again. The eye of Sauron raised its head alertly and stared at the eagle dead in the face. "I've never seen such a large bird before. Could it be that it was also spring and migrating over?" Guan Xiaoqi was a bit puzzled. But there was no doubt about it, because there were often small birds flying over here, and it was normal for an eagle to fly in. Closing the door, Guan Xiaoqi ran towards the back of the hill. He was now becoming more and more skillful at using the corpse sea necklace, and for some reason, the miasma here at the hill was obviously much less than on the forest side. Guan Xiaoqi's agility had increased to a full 3 times compared to when he first entered this world, and he moved like an ape, deftly jumping between the hills, and this bit of mountain path was like walking on the ground. Unconsciously, had become an expert that he didn't even dare to think about before. Half an hour later, it wasn't far to the cold iron mine. Before even getting close to the mine, a cold aura came out. In the previous cold winter season, this cold aura was hard to find. Now that spring had arrived, the cold air was immediately exposed. There was a large rock there at the mine, and a rustling sound suddenly came out from behind it. Guan Xiaoqi jerked to a halt. Quickly taking out his water demon staff, he summoned the skeleton warrior like a reflex. Although the skeleton warrior was only a green card, Guan Xiaoqi had already escaped from death several times by relying on this card, and when he encountered danger, he quickly summoned the skeleton warrior, which had already formed a combat habit. The skeleton warrior waved his axe and charged forward fearlessly. Behind the stone, out came a colorful little monster, its entire body haphazardly pieced together, just like a child haphazardly pinched out of Play-Doh. It was too scribbled to see what it was. The little monster grimaced and let out a threatening huff at the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was not accustomed to it, and rushed up to slash his head with an axe. The small monster nimbly dodged away, opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of miasma. Fortunately, the skeleton was not afraid of miasma. This miasma did not have much effect on the skeleton warrior. A skeleton, a small monster, battle into a mess. It was an even match. Guan Xiaoqi put his heart down. This little monster that came out of nowhere was just a green card level. He could probably solve it with a shot of water demon. Squinting his eyes, he looked up into the sky. The eagle was still hovering in the sky, and for some reason, Guan Xiaoqi had a strange feeling that the eagle seemed to be looking at himself. There was something odd about this eagle. But even if there was something odd about this eagle, there was nothing Guan Xiaoqi could do. It was flying too high. Giving up on watching this eagle, Guan Xiaoqi's attention returned to the odd little demon in front of him. After looking at it for a while, this little demon was just those few movements over and over again. It was obviously not good. Not wanting to drag his feet any longer, he raised his water demon, and the ice rain magic arrow shot over like a torrential downpour. The little monster was instantly smashed into a sieve, and at the moment of its death, it violently exploded into a cloud of miasma mist coming out. The miasma mist exploded the skeleton warrior's face. Skeletons weren't afraid of miasma, but the physical force of the explosion still blew skeleton courage back several steps. Was this monster made of miasma? Had the miasma become a spirit? Ding! A white treasure chest fell out of the ground. Quite good, not for nothing, this thing would still drop the chest. Walking over, he collected the chest from the ground. Suddenly, the system sent out a new announcement almost simultaneously. Quest announcement, miasma quest issued. Some miasma spirits will appear in the miasma. Defeat the miasma spirits. 100% can drop a treasure chest. Highest level of treasure chest, epic level. Duration of quest, 7 days. Aha! So this is a system quest? However, this miasma spirit was weak, but the miasma that blew itself up at the end was still exceptionally dangerous, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had the skeleton warrior in front of him, he would probably have been in a mess if he hadn't been prepared. Using the corpse sea necklace to absorb the miasma cleanly, checked around, no other miasma spirit appeared. So he took the skeleton warrior back into his card. Guan Xiaoqi began mining. Iron ore was very hard, harder than stone ore. Guan Xiaoqi was fortunate to have the devil's axe. This devil's axe was dual purpose for logging and mining. Instead of holding the axe, he swung the axe hammer and smashed it hard on the ore, pounding it continuously for 5 minutes before smashing down the first piece of iron ore. Cold iron ore within cold qi, can substantially cool down the temperature. Extremely good thermal conductivity, can be used in place of ordinary iron ore. After melting in the furnace, it can be smelted into cold iron ingot. Guan Xiaoqi was now full of stamina and didn't rest, continuously smashing until almost dusk. Seeing that it was almost time, he stopped, collecting a total of 52 pieces of iron ore. The only pity was that the skeleton warrior wouldn't be able to help when collecting the iron ore. The 50 pieces of iron ore were not very large. Guan Xiaoqi directly loaded them into the ring, almost full. The ring was a bit heavy. Even if the weight was reduced by 90%, this thing was not light. Definitely couldn't be worn on the finger, it could only be held in the hand. Crossing over the hill, just as Guan Xiaoqi was about to head down the hill to go home, suddenly another miasma spirit jumped out from behind a small tree on the side of the road. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. These were treasure chests. Without hesitation, he lifted up his water demon to fire a rainstorm pear blossom needle, then jumped back to avoid the miasma spirit's self-destruct. Ding! A blue refined treasure chest appeared on the ground. Chapter 99 Origin of the Fog. That's a good drop rate. Did the second monster produce a fine treasure chest? Putting away the treasure chest, Guan Xiaoqi probed and looked around, but he didn't see another miasma spirit appear. It was getting a bit dark. Sighing, Guan Xiaoqi gave up the idea of looking around for miasma spirits and hurried home. After jogging all the way home, it was already 1953. This was the first time he had returned to the cabin this late. With a homecoming scroll in his hand, much more capricious, Guan Xiaoqi was less flustered. Just as Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin, a blimp in the forest was slowly rising into the air, blowing away the miasma and flying thousands of meters into the air, and the odd eagle flew above it. On the blimp sat two devils, none other than Ghost 1 and Ghost 2. 2000 hours. At this altitude, they looked down at the earth and could see a thick fog suddenly gushing out from nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, it quickly covered the earth. It had been spreading to a height of 500 meters, and only then did the black fog stop continuing to spread upwards. The airship flew to a high altitude and hovered there, looking at the rolling and churning fog below. The two devils, even though they were used to seeing this kind of horrifying scene, were still a little frightened. Demon 1, you said that after Grand Elder Murphy disappeared, this world suddenly gushed out thick fog everywhere. This thick fog, could it be related to Grand Elder Murphy? Shoo! Be careful, don't talk nonsense. Is Grand Elder Murphy something we can talk about behind our backs? Look at your cowardly, Murphy Great Elder has disappeared for 1,000 years, you are still so scared. Bull, which devil is not afraid? He, we're out on official business, and there's no side devils around. The devils in the Inquisition can't possibly hear it, so what are you afraid of? I advise you, too many words will lead to loss. We are just the lowest level scouts of devils, don't touch the taboo of those big people. No, I won't talk nonsense. The eagle cocked its head and listened to the two devils. Ghost 2 casually threw a strip of meat. The eagle caught it in one bite and directly swallowed it, fluttering its wings. The eyes of the two devils, unconsciously, looked towards Guan Xiaoqi's wooden hut, where there was a very faint point of light that pierced through the mist and shot out into the firmament. It was the faint oil lamp on the table, and only the light from the oil lamp, shooting out through the window, could pierce the darkness of this mist. Guan Xiaoqi opened the survival manual and talked with Alicia for a while first. It was all boring and uninteresting conversations that made the onlookers sound sickly, but the two still spoke fervently, chatting back and forth, making Alicia giggle. Very awkward conversation, and not sure what the hell the silly girl was laughing at. It was almost time for Alicia to go practice again. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but ask, do you know Dom? Alicia wondered, Dom? Doesn't ring a bell, why do you ask about that name? Does it have any special significance? Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Not far from the side of my cabin, there's a Dom Peak, and I heard that there's a deserted temple up there, so I always felt weird, so I just asked you in passing. Alicia comforted Guan Xiaoqi, it's fine, I'm afraid I don't have time today, tomorrow I'll ask the elders of the elves, maybe they'll know something. Guan Xiaoqi joyfully said, then thank you in advance. Well, it's fine, bye, I'm going to practice. Bye. After chatting with Alicia, Guan Xiaoqi took out 2 crates from the ring, and it was time to open the crates again. This time the mood was the most refreshing. Open the white wooden box first. Ding. Elementary skinning scroll. Mastering the skill of skinning allows you to obtain more and better furs from wild beasts. Some of the specialty furs can only be obtained by having the skinning skill. Furs are also the base material for various skills. Machete card normal, 3-5 damage, 0.3 speed. This is the most common weapon, medium speed. None of them seemed useful. One can only learn 3 basic life skills. Skinning, obviously a skill for hunters. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't interested in learning it. The machete was even less suitable for Guan Xiaoqi, and was directly put away. Continuing to open the blue-silver treasure chest. Ding! Large log bed fine, recovery ability increased by 100%, your first choice for rest. Ha ha ha! Guan Xiaoqi was in tears. My god, getting a big bed is not easy. Lousy finally had a salty moment too. It's a rare occasion. Rush to place the big bed inside the bedroom. This cabin's bedroom, he hadn't slept in it even once, now he finally had a use for it. Another item was also good. Practice clothes fine. This is a set of clothes from a vanished otherworld, Earth, very lightweight and well-fitting, and sturdy enough. Wearing this set of clothes, strength +2. Grass. Earth has become an otherworld, or a vanished otherworld, it's sad to hear. Taking out this set of clothes, it was a black practicing suit with a simple style, just the type Guan Xiaoqi liked. Good stuff. After checking his inventory, Guan Xiaoqi realized that he really had a smelting scroll in his hand, which could refine iron ingots, but there was no furnace. Should this skill be learned? The smelting scroll was to enhance mining and smelting iron ingots, but it wasn't blacksmithing and couldn't build weapons or anything. Usually to learn this skill, it was melting and blacksmithing together. But Guan Xiaoqi had no intention of learning blacksmithing. Alchemy was a separate skill that was somewhat related to all the other skills, but none of them were great, and the same was true of tailoring. Guan Xiaoqi had already selected alchemy and tailoring, so there was only one last skill position left. Like skinning, smelting was actually a basic gathering skill. There were some special ores that could only be gathered with the smelting skill, such as the various rare gems contained within the ores. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it, there was always a gathering skill to choose from, and he couldn't learn all the crafting skills he had taken on the map card quest, and he definitely wanted to explore the world, so this smelting was still worth learning. After thinking it through, made up his mind and learned it. Spending 100 gold coins, he learned the elementary smelting skill. Then returned to the desk again, opened the survival manual, and searched for furnace in the trading channel. Now that the prices were more stable, the furnace drawings, although they were also white drops, just skill items, were still much more expensive than other ordinary items, basically around 50 gold coins. There were a lot of these basic supplies. Guan Xiaoqi was not in a hurry and slowly searched down the list to see if there were any that needed to be traded in particular. Gold coins? Save a little if you can. Suddenly, he saw a trading message. Furnace drawing, trade for other skill scrolls or workbench. Guan Xiaoqi's heart stirred, he had a skinning skill scroll and wondered if this person needed it. Sending a private chat message over, bro, do you want the skinning skill scroll? On the opposite side was a man in his 20s by the name of Yun Xiuhua, who was apparently in front of the survival manual and immediately returned the message. It's okay, it also happens to be a skill I need. Not expecting to meet a buyer all of a sudden, Guan Xiaoqi was pleasantly surprised, forcing himself to hold back his joy and typing a few more words. Brother, you want to learn skinning? Could it be hunter? Yun Tianhe smiled and replied back, I can't help it, my cabin is in the forest, surrounded by animals, I can't even be a hunter if I don't want to be one. I would like to learn furnace mining, but there is no mine next to my home at all, so learning it would be completely useless. Chapter 100, The Inner Elixir. Guan Xiaoqi was astonished, the forest is now filled with miasma, you can still hunt? Yun Tianhe looked proud, thanks to the Murphy magic lecture, if I hadn't learned magic, I would have almost died in the forest. Yesterday I had already cultivated to the second level realm of the Murphy magic lecture, cultivating the inner elixir. I'm not too afraid of miasma now. Inner elixir? Yeah, brother, you haven't learned Murphy's magic lecture yet, right? I advise you to hurry up and learn it. This thing is so powerful, not only can it increase all the basic attributes, but it can also form an inner elixir. Do you know about the inner elixir? That's the source of human strength. Good. Alright. After exchanging the furnace and peeling skills, Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. Why is there such a big difference between his own secret art of passing meditation and Murphy magic lecture? Isn't Murphy's magic lecture notes a simplified version of the secret art of passing meditation? Magician, don't play dead, come out and tell me what's going on? I don't know. The magician replied with a straight face, and Guan Xiaoqi burst into a fit of exasperation. Seeing how high and mighty you are, I thought you knew everything. To Guan Xiaoqi's darkly poking contempt, the magician pressed on without replying, saying whatever he wanted, and treating the illogical words as if he hadn't heard them anyway. Inner elixir? Speaking of inner elixir, Guan Xiaoqi was no stranger to it. Demonic beasts produce inner elixir when they cultivate. Guan Xiaoqi took out the ape and horse beast's inner elixir from his own bag, which was still pulsing with an extremely odd energy, like a heart. Cultivating Murphy's magic lectures could cultivate an inner elixir? Demonic beasts can also In his heart, he remembered that there was a girl named Wu Dan who bought a few pieces of python meat with him before, also saying that she wanted to cultivate. Could it be the Murphy's magic lecture? Rush to search for it. The results of the search startled Guan Xiaoqi. The net was full of acquiring spiritual meat pieces. Apparently, python meat was indeed helpful for cultivation. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was pounding. He didn't have much python meat left, and he couldn't make much money if he sold it all, but he still had Liz fish meat. Listening to Alicia, that's a lot of fish meat, and the lead's fish is of an extremely high level. Its spiritual meat must be far more than the python. How much would it sell for? After looking at the price, the current market price for spiritual meat is 1 gold coin 50 grams. If the level is high, the price can be raised. The total weight of the lead's fish is at least a few hundred tons, but after decomposition, the meat that can be obtained is definitely much less. But how can there be a few tons, right? Guan Xiaoqi broke his own fingers and did the math. 50 grams a gold coin, a caddy is 10 gold coins, a kilogram is 20 gold coins, a ton of fish meat is 1,000 kilograms. His fingers were shaking. Guan Xiaoqi's mouth was dry. Was he going to get rich? Is he going to get rich overnight? Although it was indeed quite dangerous to help Alicia this time, it was really worth it. I just don't know when Alicia will be able to marinate the meat. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't sit still when he thought of the gold coins in the sky. Soon, he thought of another problem. Skeleton cultivation, did it also require spiritual meat? If skeleton cultivation didn't require spiritual meat, then one could buy spiritual meat from skeletons at a low price and resell it to humans. Wouldn't that make another profit? I also wonder what other treasures the undead side needs that the human side doesn't really need? This kid is more or less a bit of a treacherous businessman's talent, and his heart immediately came alive. Chopping wood, quarrying stone, this is hard work. How can it be compared to doing business? Especially when it's a smuggling business that spans 2 species? Guan Xiaoqi had been very sensitive about his identity, and now rarely went to the forums of the undead continent, lest he be discovered. The longer he was in this world, the more he realized how odd he was. It was better to live cautiously and stay out of trouble. After hesitating for half a day, Guan Xiaoqi decided to play it safe and not go to the undead forums himself. Before it was because he didn't have an intermediary and could only take the risk of going to the forums. Now that he had an intermediary, he didn't have to take that risk at all. Or let Alicia help ask tomorrow. The elves were originally undead continent beings, will not attract attention. After the transaction, Guan Xiaoqi looked at the construction requirements for the furnace. Furnace drawing, can build a primary furnace that can refine metal ingots, requires 200 stone and 100 wood to build a furnace. Guan Xiaoqi checked his resources and found that there were only 146 stones left, unable to build the furnace. He was speechless, so he had to go to the trading channel and buy 54 stones back. The current market was that 1 gold coin could buy 10 stones. Guan Xiaoqi persuaded people to give him 4 more, and traded 5 gold coins back for 54 stones. Are you sure you want to build the furnace in the workshop? It requires 200 stones and 373 100 wood. Build! With Guan Xiaoqi's command, a white light flashed, and a 1-person high furnace appeared in the studio out of nowhere. This is the most elementary furnace. The bottom frame has some wood, the main structure is all stone. This furnace Guan Xiaoqi déjà vu, very similar to the furnace in the earliest days of mankind when they just learned to smelt. Of course, the shape of this furnace is obviously more delicate and beautiful. And this furnace does not need their own fire. There is an energy stone box below. Pull open the box. Guan Xiaoqi stuffed an energy stone into it. The furnace began to emit fire. Putting the cold iron ore in, the furnace immediately began to work, a slight tremor, but the amplitude is not large. Leaving this studio, basically cannot feel. This was an automated process, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't need to keep an eye on it from the side. It looked like it would take a little more time for all the melting to be completed. Re-entering the living room, he looked at the time. It was just after 2100 hours, not yet time to sleep. Guan Xiaoqi took out the secret art of passage to the underworld and read through it once more, very carefully trying to figure out the words inside. In particular, he wanted to know where exactly the secret art of passage to the underworld was related to the Murphy magic lectures. The more he read, the more puzzled he became. In the secret art of passage to underworld, there was absolutely no inner Dan-related cultivation, and when he himself cultivated cold wind resonance, there was no sign of any conjugation of Dan. Stretching out his finger, he gently pointed it in the air, and a whirlwind flew out of nowhere, and this whirlwind kept spinning in the air. Staring at this small whirlwind, Guan Xiaoqi felt the movement inside the whirlwind, and for a moment, he even felt that he had already merged inside the whirlwind, and that every cell of his body was exhibiting the wind's movement pattern. It seemed that even his own body had become lighter. I want to return on the wind. If this was cultivated to the extreme, was he afraid that he would actually fly? Resonating with the wind should have nothing to do with the inner alchemy inside Murphy's magic lecture notes. Then what is the principle of the inner alchemy? What exactly was the connection between the Murphy's magic handbook and the secret art of underworld? Guan Xiaoqi intuited that this question was very important. Gradually, all of Guan Xiaoqi's body and mind were immersed in this question, his brain spinning rapidly as he pondered over this question. Unconsciously, time passed, and Guan Xiaoqi actually did manage to come up with a possibility. Chapter 101: The Giant Miasma Spirit. Let's make the assumption for a moment that this Murphy's Magic handout is indeed a simplified version of the secret art of tongue and groove. Murphy Magic also resonates, so what did he resonate? Could it be that what Murphy Magic lectures resonates is an inner potion? Wind was a natural product, and there was certainly no problem with resonating with nature. But an inner Dan was the essence of a person's or demonic beast's life, containing all of a person's consciousness and energy. What would happen when it resonated with another person's or demonic beast's inner Dan? Guan Xiaoqi's cold sweat broke out. He suddenly remembered that Alicia had said something about resonating with a demonic beast's inner elixir. It was very likely that one would turn into the likeness of that demonic beast, and one's sanity would be demonic, and one would need an elven secret method to avoid such a thing from happening. The human who got the Murphy Magic handout doesn't know any elven secret method. Therefore, if the Murphy Magic lecture notes were really a lineage of the Tongxian secret technique, billions of people, all using the same cultivation method, who are they all going to turn into? This inner elixir that was resonated, whose is it again? Guan Xiaoqi's sweat hairs are bluffing. There were some things that couldn't be thought about in detail, and once they were thought about, it was just too terrifying. Alas! One is really becoming more and more sensitive now, just a guess scares one like this. Besides, it's not like he's practicing the secret art of passage to the underworld, so it's none of my business. Guan Xiaoqi kept comforting himself. Should I post my conjecture online? On one side, there was the fact that after practicing it, one immediately had transcendent power to resist miasma, and if one didn't practice it, one would probably die. On one side, it was a blind guess without any basis. Which one would people believe? Guan Xiaoqi pushed a bit in his own mind, and realized that there was no if he said it or not, people know who you are, and it may also cause people to curse. Wait and see. The right words would only work if they were said at the right time. Now is not the right time. Guan Xiaoqi is not an idealist, he is a pure realist. Humanity as a whole, of course being strong is good for everyone. But on an individual level, everyone was complex again. All people possess individual interests. So humanity, as a community, has always swung back and forth between personal and public interests. But it's just for survival. Letting go of these distractions, as they would interfere with cultivation, Guan Xiaoqi stopped thinking about the Murphy's Magic lecture and re-immersed himself in the experience of the cold wind. How odd, why is it that the coldest places instead possess the most positive forces? Is it really true that the extreme yin gives birth to yang? The ancients can be really powerful. A thin pamphlet, Guan Xiaoqi instead became more and more flavorful the more he read. Without realizing it, he was immersed in it, and when he finished his cultivation and looked up, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and he had even forgotten to go to bed. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his head with his fingers, slightly tired. There were still several things he wanted to do, but as soon as he read the book, he forgot about them all. The canvas has not yet been bought, the tailor's drawings have not yet gone to look for, wait for tomorrow to talk about it. Tomorrow after tomorrow, how many tomorrows? No hurry. Back to the bedroom, the straw mat has been spread on the bed, there is also a blanket, the night temperature of about 10 degrees, Guan Xiaoqi did not light up the fireplace, the room is slightly chilly, but covered with a blanket is still very comfortable. Guan Xiaoqi's endurance was high now, and he wasn't afraid of the cold. This big bed was so comfortable, as soon as he lay down, his whole body immediately relaxed, and the quality of his sleep was excellent. New World Calendar, 12th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, cloudy with light rain. Temperature, 15 C. The temperature continues to be stable with light rain, please prepare rain gear when going out, the wilderness is infested with miasma spirits, please be careful when gathering supplies. Opening his eyes, the birds twittering outside the window woke Guan Xiaoqi up. Although she had only slept for a few hours, her spirit was still surprisingly good. Stretching his back. Jumping out of bed, disgusted that these little birds were too noisy, Guan Xiaoqi knocked on the window vigorously to drive all the little birds away, and a little bird expressed its anger by pooping on his window, then quickly flew away. Guan Xiaoqi gave a middle finger to the bird's airborne silhouette, little brother is in a good mood today, so I won't get into it with a stinky bird. With the kitchen, it took Guan Xiaoqi twice as long to make breakfast. The breakfast that could have been done in a few minutes now took at least 10 minutes. The food that had been cooked still tasted much better. The only thing that made Guan Xiaoqi unhappy was that there was only one plant, the cloud potato, which was extremely unfriendly to his stomach, which was used to eating vegetables. How good would it be if there were some cucumbers and tomatoes? I guess I can only think about it in my dreams. Thinking of the delicious vegetables, Guan Xiaoqi drooled uncontrollably. When on Earth, did not like vegetables, this no vegetables, but everyday miss. People, sometimes they are just cheap. I just don't know where to go to get some vegetable seeds. I have an evergreen tree, the yard is perfect for growing vegetables. Growing vegetables is the racial gift of the Chinese, right? After eating, I went into the workshop and looked around. The cold iron ingots had already been forged, 52 cold iron ingots, brightly glistening with metallic light piled up on the ground, looking very accomplished. The archery tower has not been upgraded yet. Guan Xiaoqi had an iron ingot in his hand and hurriedly went to the courtyard first to upgrade the archery tower. Detected that you have 50 cold iron ingots. Sure you want to use rare cold iron ingots to upgrade your poison arrow tower? Using rare ores can upgrade the attributes of the arrow tower. Different types of rare ores provide different basic attributes. Okay. A green light flashed, and the poison arrow tower rose another level. Poison arrow tower 3rd grade fine, attack power 200, range 60, rate of fire 1, shoots nerve poisonous arrows, gains sustained damage 40 seconds for 30 seconds, durability 1200, additional cold damage 50, with slowing effect. Attack power and durability are doubled, attack speed and range remain the same, and with 50 cold iron ore, it makes sense that it provides exactly 50 points of cold damage. The green color of Sauron's eye was even deeper, and it had obviously become much more hideous, rather like an evil monarch looking out over the earth. After fully upgrading the compound, Guan Xiaoqi felt much more at ease. A level 4 cabin, aside from perverts like the Great Witch Demon, should be the current peak level, and even Alicia wasn't as high as her own cabin. Pushing open the courtyard door, Guan Xiaoqi left the house and prepared to continue to go logging. After doing some calculations, because of the skeleton warrior as a helper, of all the gatherings, it was still logging that was the most efficient. Stones could be traded. Cold iron ore could be collected when needed, it wasn't a necessity for now. Dragging his axe, he once again came to the grove. He came to the grove but didn't go in right away. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. This grove had already dealt with miasma many times itself, why was there still so much of it? This was too unreasonable. While Guan Xiaoqi was taking out the corpse sea necklace and preparing to collect the miasma, a sudden gust of wind blew out of nowhere, and the miasma inside the grove was swept together. Guan Xiaoqi retreated several steps and was almost blinded by the wind and sand, and when the wind dissipated, he looked up and opened his eyes. He saw a huge miasma spirit appear in the grove. This miasma spirit was different, standing in the grove, more than 3 meters tall, with all sorts of Play-Doh-like things stuck to its entire body, and its eyes were particularly vicious, staring straight at Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was first startled, then overjoyed. Could this be the legendary epic treasure chest? Instantly summoning the skeleton warrior and little fairy spirit. Without saying a word, the skeleton warrior charged up with this dish bag carrying an axe. Chapter 102, The Devil's Appearance. This gigantic miasma spirit stretched out its hands, turned its body sideways, and violently embraced a large tree, uprooting it, using the tree as a weapon, wheeling it round, and sweeping it out horizontally. The large tree was a little bit thicker than the waist of the skeleton warrior. Retreat! Retreat! Guan Xiaoqi shouted, but unfortunately it was already too late. The skeleton warrior rushed too hard and had already reached the miasma spirit's eyes, and was instantly swept to his waist by this large stick, making the sound of clacking bones breaking. The skeleton warrior was directly jerked into the sky, like a ball flying high, instantly turning into a small black, if this falls 100% directly into pieces. Guan Xiaoqi felt sorry for the skeleton warrior, and hurriedly put the skeleton warrior in the air, which was about to be torn apart, into the card. Looking at the card, there was only 3% of energy left. The skeleton warrior was almost gone. This terrifying stick had directly knocked out 97% of the skeleton warrior's life. The little fairy spirit babbled and flew in the air as the magic bullet shot past. The magic bullet's attack was negligible, and it mainly had a slowing down effect, but when it hit this miasma spirit, the effect wasn't obvious. This damn thing's abnormal attribute resistance was obviously a bit on the high side. This ghost's abnormal attribute resistance was obviously a bit on the high side. Its entire body was filled with miasma that had been put together in a haphazard manner, and when this magic bullet hit its body, it only splattered out some of the miasma. Guan Xiaoqi took out his water demon, his head was covered in sweat, he didn't expect this miasma spirit to be so difficult to deal with. Waving his water demon staff, he shot the magic arrow over. Ice Rain Arrow. The magical water arrows shot towards this miasma spirit like raindrops, worthy of being an epic level staff. These raindrops were extremely sharp. The magical arrows instantly pierced through the body of the miasma spirit, countless holes appearing on its huge body. It was just that this miasma spirit's body was simply too big, and it obviously did not cause any fatal injuries. The miasma spirit waved its huge trunk and ran towards Guan Xiaoqi. The earth began to shake, and Guan Xiaoqi put up a fight, holding the water demon staff in a death grip as she kept dodging while shooting the ice rain out violently. The blue-tinged ice rain lowered the temperature of all the surroundings by a lot. The miasma spirit let out a furious roar, its entire body was shot with small holes. Guan Xiaoqi was slippery as hell, throwing magic bullets with the water demon while running in circles around the grove. The miasma spirit chased after him furiously. 3 meters a step. Originally the miasma spirit's speed was faster than Guan Xiaoqi's, but it was too big and turned much slower. Guan Xiaoqi didn't play straight-line speed with it, but ran around in circles, throwing a rain of ice back from time to time. It caused the miasma spirit to roar repeatedly. Just as it was about to lose its grip, it violently raised the large tree in its hand and threw it fiercely towards Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi quickly lay down, and the large tree flew out against his head, scaring Guan Xiaoqi into a cold sweat. The miasma spirit let out one last mournful cry and quickly dissipated in its place. The huge explosion at the time of death blew half of the grove away, the shockwave rushing violently in all directions. Luckily, Guan Xiaoqi was on the ground, covering his head, and was the first to activate the power of wind to block the spread of the miasma. When the shockwave just dissipated, he immediately jumped up. "Collect for me!" The miasma rolled towards the corpse sea necklace, and in no time, it was absorbed cleanly by the corpse sea necklace. The little fairy spirit couldn't be found, and the little guy didn't know where he had been blown away by the shockwave. Guan Xiaoqi also hurriedly retrieved it into the card. This was the miasma spirit of the quest? It's too powerful, isn't it? Although Guan Xiaoqi wasn't the type of personality that thought he was too strong, he wouldn't be presumptuous either. How could he be considered one of the top powerhouses within the human race, at this stage right now? If this were to be a different person, where would there be a way to live? However, thinking about it, if this miasma spirit really dropped epic treasure chests, this intensity would still be considered normal. Slowly getting up, he looked towards the location where the miasma spirit had dissipated. The ground was empty, not to mention epic-level treasure chests. There wasn't even a single normal treasure chest. The expression on Guan Xiaoqi's face was wonderful. The system said that the miasma spirit dropped 100% of the treasure chests. Didn't this system say that it never lied? Guan Xiaoqi walked to the center of the explosion. There was a very shallow crater on the ground, and after a careful look, it was bare and clear at a glance, making sure that nothing had dropped. Guan Xiaoqi froze. If it was true that the system never lied, then what was this miasma spirit all about? There was also a possibility that this miasma spirit might not be a monster brushed out by the system at all. Taking a deep breath, Guan Xiaoqi quickly put himself into a meditative state, his senses spreading out in all directions like an octopus, and raising the water demon in his hand. The breeze blew through. The wind took a slight deflection there in front of him on the left. He stared at the clearing there, water demon staff pointed there. "Whoever you are, please, come out." Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 clapped while coming out of their invisible state. Ghost 1 laughed, "A pig, quite sensitive, our electromagnetic cloaking device didn't even work, not bad, not bad." Guan Xiaoqi frowned, "A pig?" Ghost 1 cracked his fangs and opened his bloody mouth to stifle his maniacal laughter. "You humans are all pigs, do you still think you're the exception?" Guan Xiaoqi shook his head, "But, I don't like that name." Seeing that it was two devils, Guan Xiaoqi was wary, gripping the water demon staff. He couldn't control the sweat in his hands as beads of sweat dripped off the staff. Although he had seen a few devils in his last copy, he had not directly confronted them, and he knew nothing about how strong the devils were. It was just then, seeing Dom kill demons was no different than crushing an ant. Ghost 2 came over and mocked, "A swine who picked up a devil's staff from somewhere and thinks he's invincible?" Obviously, Ghost 2 said this because Guan Xiaoqi had pointed the water demon staff at him. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. He hadn't said anything. Why was he suddenly labeled with so many hats? Demons were the original inhabitants of this world, and magic mechanical technology was far superior to the humans who had just arrived in this world. Guan Xiaoqi was upset in his heart and secretly cursed 10,000 times, but did not show it on his face. Ghost 1 sneered, "This staff, which seems to be our devil staff, should have 50 magical rounds stored in it. Just now when you fought with the miasma spirit, you used a total of 49 rounds. I didn't count it wrong, did I?" "Ha ha." Guan Xiaoqi became even more nervous. These two devils were staring at his fight so closely, they must be coming from a bad place. He frowned and asked, "Did you guys make this miasma spirit?" "Of course, we just wanted to see what is so extraordinary about a swine that can survive inside the Death Valley until now, and as a result." Really disappointed the devil. "As it turns out, it's just relying on a devil's staff of unknown origin." The two devils laughed together. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't angry either, and laughed along with them. "The two of you are right, I just picked up a staff and barely survived until now." Two devils and a human, laughing together, the scene was a bit comical. Chapter 103, Swine? After a few dry laughs, the two devils were a bit unable to stop laughing. With a red face, they asked angrily, "What are you, a pig, laughing after us?" "I was thinking, since it's a misunderstanding, let's leave it at that. How about you two?" Ghost One was in a cold sweat. This human in front of him didn't know how much he was capable of anything else, but his chutzpah was indeed a bit like the devil's. "We are actually very curious. This Death Valley is not a good place. How did you survive? This is not something that can be explained by a staff, right?" Ghost 2 added, "Moreover, as far as we know, this neighborhood is all skeleton territory. How did you, a human, end up here?" "You? What other secrets?" The two devils finally couldn't hold back and revealed their hideous faces. "Epic level weapons are rare, but you only have one round of ammo left. If it's not an epic level weapon, normal level weapons are ineffective against us. Do you think, with the last round of ammo, you can deal with us?" The two devils drew their own weapons, surprisingly two Western flower swords, and pressed forward. "You'd better give an honest account. How did you survive here? We're genuinely curious, huh?" Guan Xiaoqi held the water demon staff. He didn't want to clash with the demon. Frowning, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly shouted, "I think you guys are misunderstanding. I can survive here because of your demon's help." "Devils?" Devil 1 and Devil 2 all froze. "Do you think that we will believe this lie of yours?" Guan Xiaoqi laughed. "Do you guys know Robin? He gave me some things and a communication card. If you guys don't believe me, how about talking to Robin himself?" Guan Xiaoqi carefully took out the communication card from his arms and dialed Robin's communication. It was full of blind tones inside and couldn't be dialed at all. Ghost 2's face didn't look good as he held a weird jammer in his hand, blocking the signal of the communication card in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. "You guys? Why is this?" Ghost 1's face was also bloomy. The two devils had counted on everything, but they hadn't counted on Guan Xiaoqi being related to the devil. Just, what about devils, killing this human, who knows whose hands he died in? Robin doesn't have this ability, right? A devil would never help a human somehow. If it did happen, it must be something else. A human that even a high-level devil like Robin was concerned about must have a heavenly secret. Ghost 1 and Ghost 2's eyes flickered, their greedy gazes dead set on Guan Xiaoqi. "Humans in the Valley of Death, interesting, huh?" Guan Xiaoqi laughed bitterly. He suddenly realized something. Amongst the devils, there didn't seem to be any unity. He remembered that the first time he saw a devil was when Dora was murdering William. It seemed that, inside the devils, slaughtering each other was a natural thing to do. Giving up his fantasies, Guan Xiaoqi retrieved the communication card inside his ring. The two devils were holding flower swords, stepping on broken steps. Their movements were like phantoms. One on the left and one on the right had already rushed over, extremely swift. Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank. At a glance, these two devils were melee combatants majoring in speed. Their movements were too fast. "I'm afraid that I just want to run, but I can't run away." "Since you can't run away, then simply do not run." Guan Xiaoqi straddled the water demon and stared coldly at the two devils. "I've endured what I can, so since I'm still not letting go, let go of my horse." "When?" With a sound, Guan Xiaoqi blocked the thin sword with the water demon and flicked it back. Ghost 1 missed with a single strike, and still didn't forget to exclaim, "Not bad, a mage, quite nimble in his movements." Ghost 2 had already stabbed from the other side. Guan Xiaoqi turned back and swept across with his stick. Sweep! With a strange melody, the water demon drew a weird curve in midair, transforming into a cloud of mist, not caring about Ghost 2's thin sword, and attacking directly against it. This was one of the 3 stick techniques that Ghost had taught Guan Xiaoqi in the Sea of Blood. Sweep! The name was simple and unadorned, but inside this sweeping move, it contained thousands of atmospheres. Ghost 2 was shocked, unable to feel the reality of this move, and could only retrieve his flower sword and dance into a screen of sword light, sealing off all of the water demon's attack routes. Ding dang, several consecutive collisions. The power of the water demon's sweeping move was gradually dissolved by the thin sword. The stick was heavy and the sword was light. This move was meant to be suppressed with force, but Guan Xiaoqi realized that his basic attributes were inferior to Ghost 2's, and instead, his water demon was continuously interrupted by the fine sword. The power of sweep was finally exhausted. The water demon staff stopped in front of Ghost 2's eyes, held by the fine sword, no longer able to advance a little bit. Ghost 2 grunted coldly, "Not bad, your moves are amazing, but unfortunately, your power is too small." Guan Xiaoqi's face didn't move, "But I'm a magician, not a warrior." The water demon staff suddenly emitted a blue flash, and a rain of ice suddenly appeared from the head of the staff and shot towards Ghost 2's face. "Did you forget that I still have a shot of ice rain in my staff?" Ghost 2 was shocked. Just now, in order to block off the sweep, he had already used all kinds of techniques. Now at such a close distance, where could he still dodge it? At once, his face was filled with blood spots. "Oh my god! I broke my face!" Ghost 2 almost went crazy. He was careless, so beautiful and splendid face, but was injured by a pig. Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank. This devil's defense was so high, such a close-range spell attack, but it didn't kill him? "Come help me, this swine makes me very angry," Ghost 2 yelled. Ghost 1 hurriedly rushed over at a quick pace and stabbed Guan Xiaoqi in the back. Guan Xiaoqi turned around and stabbed out with the water demon, right at the tip of Flower Sword's sword. Stab! 100,000 and 80,000 vibrations. Ghost 1's sword almost flew away when it made slight contact with the water demon, unable to hold back his surprise. This pig in front of him clearly didn't have high strength, but where did he learn this stance? How could it be so exquisite? Although the power inside this stick was not great, there were countless vibrations, and the fine sword almost didn't hold it. Putting away his contempt, fortunately, he was strong and powerful. If this was a comparable basic attribute, I'm afraid that two devils wouldn't be able to defeat this swine in front of him. Moreover, this swine wasn't even a warrior, but a magician. This is too horrible. Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 had a fierce light in their eyes. I'm afraid that this kind of human, when he grows up in the future, will become a great danger to the devils. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't doing well at this time either. Ghost 1 was too powerful, and although the stick technique was exquisite, the difference in power was ultimately too great, and the other party's speed was also faster than his own. Stances alone could not make up for this gap and attribute breaks. Finally, he retreated a step. Ghost 2 rushed over again, his face disfigured. He was in the midst of a violent rage, and was even more ferocious than Ghost 1. Guan Xiaoqi was sweating profusely, blocking left and right, and within a few hits, Ghost 1 calmly made a sword pick, sending the water demon in Guan Xiaoqi's hand flying into the air. Ghost 2 took advantage of the situation and stabbed Guan Xiaoqi in the chest with his sword. Guan Xiaoqi retreated sharply, staggering and panting as he half-kneeled on the ground, covering the sword wound on his chest. Fresh blood flowed down. Chapter 104, Counterattack. Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 walked over, and Ghost 2 said viciously, "I'm going to make you taste the pain of all the devil's punishments, you vile swine. How dare you hurt my noble face?" Guan Xiaoqi was trembling and his face was blue as he stared at the two devils without saying a word. The two devils' footsteps were light, and they watched as Guan Xiaoqi lost his weapon, was injured, and knelt on the ground. This teenager seemed to have many secrets. The two devils' footsteps grew faster and faster, their eyelids jumping, their hearts filled with fire. Guan Xiaoqi raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot with hatred. "Ha ha! That's my favorite expression." The devil laughed maniacally. "Kid, I'll cut off all of your hand and foot tendons. You'd better cooperate immediately and take us to your cabin to see what's going on. If you have any secrets, you'd better tell us straight away. Our devil's punishment is by no means something that you, a pig, can resist. Do you understand? Lest by then, you can't even die if you want to." Guan Xiaoqi spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, scaring the two devils, each taking half a step back. Guan Xiaoqi covered his stomach and laughed out loud. "So, you devils are all such cowards, I pooh. I thought you were some kind of heroes." Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 knew that they were being teased. Their faces were a little embarrassed. They didn't want to talk nonsense with this sharp-tongued lowly swine. They came over and stabbed at Guan Xiaoqi's thighs with their swords. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even dodge. The thin sword stabbed straight in. Ghost 1 sneered. He now just need to cut horizontally, can directly cut off Guan Xiaoqi's hamstring, then can arbitrarily torture this pig, first out of a mouthful of bad anger. How to torture him? While Ghost 1 was thinking about it, Ghost 2 also happened to walk over. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly gently drank, then, "I ask you all to go to hell together." Ghost 1 froze, and when he looked up, he saw Guan Xiaoqi's teasing eyes and was shocked. What the hell? A colorful fog suddenly erupted violently from Guan Xiaoqi's chest. Miasma. The miasma that had been accumulated for several days was released by Guan Xiaoqi in a single stream, and then used the power of the wind to blow in the direction of Ghost 1 and Ghost 2. Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 moved quickly. If they were a little farther away, they might still have a chance to dodge. As long as one of the devils dodged, they themselves would be dead. So Guan Xiaoqi would rather take a sword to his thigh than lure them over. Finally, he waited until Demon 2 had come over as well, and was right behind Demon 1, with a restricted line of sight. This was the best time. Guan Xiaoqi stretched out his hands, and the wind blew out of them, the miasma blowing directly in the direction of the demons. It was too close. It was caught off guard. The sea of miasma had already gathered inside the corpse sea necklace, and lest the devil didn't die, Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and released it all in one breath. The weapon of mass destruction instantly enveloped a range of over 10 meters. The concentration of the miasma inside the corpse sea necklace far exceeded that of the miasma inside the forest. What was concentrated was the essence. Guan Xiaoqi dragged his leg injuries and struggled to crawl back a few meters. He was indeed injured, but it was not as serious as it appeared at all. This concentration of miasma, Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to touch it either. Looking at the two devils in the miasma, their eyes were bulging out, their bodies were out of control, they were struggling in vain, trying to escape outwards, but unfortunately, they didn't even know how much miasma they had inhaled inside their lungs, and they collapsed on the ground before they could take a few steps. Devils were not skeletons, they were also flesh and blood, and were just as unable to resist the miasma. The fine sword pierced into his leg, but the injury wasn't that serious. Guan Xiaoqi held his leg and stood up with a limp. The two devils had fallen to the ground and gradually stopped struggling. The miasma was dispersed by the wind for the most part, and what little miasma was left, Guan Xiaoqi limped over and collected it with the corpse sea necklace. Carefully, he approached the two devils. The two devils were still alive, writhing on the ground, twitching and stomping their legs like two lumps of rotten meat, really disgusting, with countless amounts of pus flowing from their bodies. Ghost 1's eyes stared at Guan Xiaoqi listlessly, the corners of his mouth moved lightly, struggling hard to say the last few words. Insidious. Despicable. Swine, Death Valley is a cursed place. One day, black hair will grow on your body, your skin will grow scaly, and you'll turn into a monster and die without a burial place. A cool breeze blew across his back. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. This dead devil is about to hiccup and still wants to curse himself. It's just too much. With a tilt of the head, the devil died. The two devils had turned into two lumps of rotten meat. Two cards fell out by their feet, but unfortunately they weren't purple, just two blue cards. First, he picked up his water demon, then went over and picked up the fallen cards. They were two weapon cards, both thin swords, not very useful, and put them away in the ring. The two corpses are rapidly decomposing. Guan Xiaoqi swept his eyes and saw two space bags on the ground. The bags have a metal buckle, quite bright. He went over and picked up the two bags as well. Each bag had something in it, and after looking at it, it was mostly energy stones and some materials. Before he had time to scrutinize them, he suddenly heard an eagle's mournful cry. Guan Xiaoqi looked up and saw an eagle flying towards the forest not far away. In his heart, he was startled. This eagle was afraid that it was inseparable from the devil. Sitting on a nearby rock, he took out a piece of canvas and tied the wound shut. Not caring about the bleeding and pain, Guan Xiaoqi limped towards the forest. As soon as he entered the forest, he saw a blimp parked in the middle of the clearing, and the eagle was resting on the blimp at a loss for words. Seeing Guan Xiaoqi running over, with the water demon in his hand, the eagle was extremely timid, fluttering its wings and quickly flying into the sky, not daring to confront Guan Xiaoqi at all. The eagle flew too fast, and Guan Xiaoqi could do nothing about it as he looked at the small black dot in the sky. Glancing at the blimp. This airship was much smaller than Robin's airship. It looked like a scout airship. Robin's big airship looked like a castle. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment, but still walked to the front of the airship. It was full of gears and steam, and it rattled. The devil's machinery, it could be really rudimentary, far inferior to the mechanical technology on human Earth. Unfortunately, in this world, the mechanical power of humans has been completely lost. In this world of separate wars, the upper limit of technology is very low. Pulling the rope, he climbed into the airship. The space inside was only a few square meters. It was really not that big. In the middle was a main control screen. Suddenly an eye appeared, staring at Guan Xiaoqi, emitting a sharp voice. "You are not a devil, who are you?" It startled Guan Xiaoqi. This Zeppelin still had artificial intelligence? Warning! There is human intrusion. A piercing warning. The airship made a rumbling motor sound and swayed around, about to fly. Where was it going to fly to? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't watch the blimp take himself away, nor did he want this blimp to fly away, switching out his raven staffs and sending out a few magic blasts at the control screen. The raven staff was a fine staff, probably not much use against demons, but attacking a display was more than enough. Pop! The display cracked with a sound. Crap, under attack, activate the self-destruct system, activate the self-destruct system. The airship hadn't even flown off the ground yet, and it had already begun to vibrate violently. I believe you, damn it. It was best not to believe a single word of the devil's words, and the same went for the devil's display. Chapter 105, Saving Robin. Unmoved, Guan Xiaoqi shot the magic bursts inside the raven staff continuously at this screen with eyes. The eye raged, you asshole. Until the entire console sparked and the screws crumbled out, the main console eyes flickered out and went completely silent. There seemed to be some strange sounds. Guan Xiaoqi's face changed, this time it may really explode. Hurriedly jumped down from the airship, limped, and fled to the distance. Not far away, a huge explosion sounded behind him, and Guan Xiaoqi flopped to the ground. Worry, is Lousy destined to have a relationship with explosions? It's only been a short time since I came to this world, why do I encounter explosions whenever I'm not doing anything? The explosion of this small airship was not very powerful, it was about the same power as that huge miasma just now. The balloon portion of the airship burst into flames and burned towards the sky. Various mechanical parts spilled everywhere like rain. When the explosion was over, Guan Xiaoqi climbed up from the ground and saw that the mainframe had been completely burned black and landed on the ground not far away. Walking over to take a look, there was no way to repair it, it had been completely damaged and was still smoking. Using the water demon to pry open the mainframe, Guan Xiaoqi inspected it inside, reached out and gouged at it, taking out a chip, which seemed to be intact. Reaching out, he wiped the chip clean and didn't see any scars, so he put it away. The dirigible self-detonated quite thoroughly, except for this chip, not even much dregs remained. I searched the neighborhood several times, but I still found nothing. This devil is really stingy, he really doesn't leave any treasure for outsiders. Looking up at the sky, the eagle has long since flown away. Guan Xiaoqi is in a bad mood, I am afraid that my position will be exposed, I am afraid that I will not be able to have peace in the future, I am a little worried. Thighs are still quite painful, Guan Xiaoqi showed his teeth, not willing to waste time. Limping towards his cabin. After wasting half a day, not a single piece of wood was felled, although he got some loot, he also caused a huge trouble. Guan Xiaoqi's expression was heavy, and he didn't know how to deal with it. It was not easy to return home and hurriedly retreated the wound, first washing it with water and then rebandaging it. Taking out the rattan chair, he sat paralyzed in the courtyard. Just want to live in peace and quiet, how is it that this day by day, cannot let themselves stop for a while? Guan Xiaoqi is very chagrined, but also afraid of the devil to come to revenge, face uncertain. After thinking about it, Guan Xiaoqi still dialed Robin's call. Robin? This is Guan Xiaoqi. Tick. Tick. After half a day of blind tones, the opposite side finally picked up, and Robin's breathless voice came from the communication card, asking vaguely, Guan Xiaoqi? What's the emergency? Guan Xiaoqi froze, this voice is not quite right. What is this old six doing? Stiffly, he said, I just killed 2 devils. What? You wait a moment. There was a rustling sound from the calling card side. Kind of like being dressed. Had he gotten himself into trouble? Seiki Cookie rubbed his nose. Okay, now talk to me, what's going on? Sure enough, the voice on the other side was much more normal, and a lot of surprise could be heard in it. Boss, I was chopping wood today, when suddenly a gust of wind blew up, the sky and the earth were dim, the sun and the moon had no light. Don't talk nonsense, get to the point. Well, it's that I met 2 devils who wanted to fix me, and I. Guan Xiaoqi detailed the causes and consequences. Oh, you mentioned my name, they still want to do it? More than I also took out your communication card, they also gave the signal blocking, not letting me contact you. Wait a moment, I'll go listen. Guan Xiaoqi blinked, he was now certain that this Robin's communication card must still have a role in recording surveillance, he might not listen to it much in normal times, but when things really came up, he could pull it up. Automatic recording, really excessive. Silence for a long time. Robin's angry voice came out, 2 assholes, deserve to die. Guan Xiaoqi snickered in his heart and whispered, so, boss, is it that I'm okay? Robin mused, but those 2 assholes are 2 scouts from the Devil's House, under the management of the Grand Commander, that guy is the most protective. Guan Xiaoqi's heart immediately hung in the air again. But I'm going to negotiate. You give me that chip, that thing can't stay in your hands, every chip is positioned by the devil. Guan Xiaoqi froze, so this chip was so smart that it could be positioned? Luckily, he and Robin said it first, or else he wouldn't know how to die. Taking out the chip, he honestly handed it over. In order to take out this chip, I was almost blown up. Guan Xiaoqi muttered in a small voice. Oh dear friend, I won't take your things for nothing, I will give you a little compensation. Robin laughed out loud. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. What compensation? How about you give me another magic grenade? Guan Xiaoqi was impressed with the magic grenade, and opened his mouth to ask for it, something that could save his life at a critical moment. Wait, let me see how many more I have in my bag to throw away. Oh, it's not that, it's something I can't use for a while. Boss, no need to explain, I understand. The trash that the big brother didn't care about might be treasures to ordinary people, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't dislike it at all. After a while, Robin rummaged through his pockets and found a few useless items. I have 3 treasures here, you choose one. Robin cleared his throat. One is a strong flashlight deck for illumination. One is a gathering golem, which can automatically gather some wood or ore for you, but you need to add energy stones to it to activate it. Another is a bioradar, which can explore all approaching creatures within a 1-kilometer range. Guan Xiaoqi was a bit torn, he wanted all of them, and bargained in a small voice, Boss, I don't think you can use these things, so why don't you just give them all to me? Robin giggled loudly, No, dear friend, you don't know the devil yet, the devil never gives things to others, only exchanges, your chip can only be exchanged for one, so please choose. Guan Xiaoqi sighed, I'll choose the puppet then. Flashlights were useful, but one's own little fairy spirit could also glow, albeit not as brightly, and bioradar was indeed powerful, but one's own perception could be substituted. The most crucial thing was that resources were always the most important, and although he didn't know how efficient this golem would be, the accumulation of small amounts would definitely make it more cost-effective the sooner he obtained it. So Guan Xiaoqi didn't dwell on it too much. Robin laughed, You are a smart human. Teleporting a golem over, Robin then frowned at the flashlight and bioradar in his hand and sighed, It's such a hassle to have to take out the trash in person. Pushing the door open, Robin casually threw the strong flashlight deck and bioradar into the bathroom trash can. Chapter 106 Unknown. Guan Xiaoqi's smile was wide, happily receiving this rather shabby-looking gathering golem. The parts were a little rusty, clanking incessantly, and could be damaged at any time. The whole body was made of worn-out rubber material, and the arms were some metal mechanisms. Elementary gathering golem ordinary, using an energy stone can activate this golem, it can help its owner gather supplies, it can work continuously for up to 10 hours per day, and can gather wood for 20, or stone for 10, or iron ore for 2 per hour. A golem of the most common model, or a second-hand old stock, the gathering efficiency is not high, theoretically it can gather up to 100 stones a day, in reality there is still a round trip to go back and forth, at the top of the day it will only be 80 or 90. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't disappointed, a little goes a long way. This puppet was given to an ordinary person, perhaps not willing to use, after all, it is to consume energy stones, and Guan Xiaoqi's biggest advantage now, is that there are enough energy stones. It just so happened that he extremely disliked quarrying stones, so he would use this puppet to gather stones. Pulling open the box of energy stones at the back of the puppet's waist, he put a white energy stone in. A simple console lit up in the puppet's chest. Taking a look at the touchscreen console, the settings were simple. The golem could only collect wood, stone, and iron ore, the 3 basic mineral deposits. Choosing stone out of the 3 options, and setting the map inside to the starting location. Finally, he pressed the start switch. The golem's fist made a clicking sound and morphed into a hammer, and with extremely bulky steps, bam, bam, it walked to the courtyard door, which it pushed open by itself, heading towards the stone mine. Guan Xiaoqi secretly thought, if he could get dozens of these puppets over, wouldn't he not need to collect resources himself? That is, I don't know if there are enough energy stones. Thinking of energy stones, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly recalled that he had just gotten 2 space bags and remembered that there were quite a few energy stones inside. The space bags couldn't fit inside the ring, the space equipment conflicted magnetically with each other, and were put into Guan Xiaoqi's pocket. Reaching into his pocket, he took out the first space bag. There were about 7 or 8 energy stones inside, 2 of which were of excellent grade, and the rest were of ordinary grade. In addition to the energy stones, there was also a lot of leather. This devil seemed to be a hunter with the skinning skill, all that was why there was so much leather inside his space pouch. There were a total of 2 dozen light leathers, and 8 more were medium leathers. What was left was 70 or so gold coins. This devil was still not as rich as himself. Guan Xiaoqi rather looked down on him a little. Then he opened the second space bag. This space bag seems to be even poorer. There are only 3 or 4 energy stones, all of which are ordinary level, and the gold coins are even less, only 3 dozen. But Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. In addition to the energy stones and gold coins, it was full of fabrics, mostly canvas. There were more than 70 pieces, and he sucked in a breath of cool air. This dude is afraid that he is not a big tailor? There were also a dozen pieces of magicalized cloth. Magicized cloth, alchemically treated canvas with special magic power. Tailoring items made with magicized cloth will receive a random base attribute increase of 1-2 points. So alchemy can also turn ordinary canvas into magicalized cloth? Guan Xiaoqi was pleasantly surprised. Fantasy linkage. What made Guan Xiaoqi even happier was that there were 2 tailoring scrolls and a few seeds inside. Super underpants. Excellent, underpants that can be automatically resized, exclusive to humans, not usable by devils and skeletons. Requires 2 pieces of canvas, 1 meter of thread, and a maximum of 1 piece of demonized cloth is allowed. Belt. Excellent, retractable belt, exclusive to humans, requires 1 piece of canvas, 1 meter of thread, allows the use of 1 piece of demonized cloth. Seeing the words human only, Guan Xiaoqi probably knew why these 2 scrolls stayed, because devils couldn't use them. Could it be that devils don't wear underwear? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit tempted. It was cheap. There were also a few seeds inside. Took them out and looked at them. They were seeds of flax. Flax, a raw material for weaving that can be made into canvas through a loom. It's also related to tailoring. If one can weave their own cloth, then of course it's better, but growing flax doesn't seem to be very cost effective. This thing has to be planted on a large scale. How many plants can one plant in this small courtyard? Unless, of course, one planted the stuff outside the yard, and one didn't know if it was safe to plant it outside the yard. A cough. Guan Xiaoqi's chest was stabbed with a sword, his lungs had been leaking a bit, his breathing was not smooth, and he couldn't help but cough a mouthful of blood out. Not wanting to think about that much, he put away the seeds first. The sky was drizzling, pattering. Guan Xiaoqi see this rain is not big, originally did not want to hide inside the house to go, and then thought about it, afraid of the wound by the rain wet infection, insurance, or back to the cabin inside. The air was a little damp and cold. Guan Xiaoqi threw a few pieces of wood and lit up the fireplace fire, sitting by the fireplace, staring blankly at the rising flames. Other than the crackling sound of wood burning, the surroundings were extremely quiet. When he was healthy, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with living alone, and after he was injured, his movements were not so convenient, and it was only then that Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt a bit lonely. Beast wounds can only hide alone in the Lairlick flat. A lot of people are injured, and then sitting alone in the cabin, slowly dying, right? Guan Xiaoqi added a piece of wood to the fireplace and thought dully. Taking out the ice-cold dagger, he inserted a piece of python meat and roasted it in the fireplace. Python meat was food that possessed strange energies, and it was also helpful in healing wounds. Within a short time, the aroma of the meat overflowed. Without seasoning, the natural flavor of the meat was also very fragrant, and when Guan Xiaoqi took a bite, a hot stream went down his throat directly to his belly, and then quickly dispersed throughout his body. Tingling immediately appeared in the wounds, and recovery was significantly improved. Energy meat was indeed a treasure of this world. After having a bad appetite and forcing himself to eat a few pieces of meat, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't hold on to his sleepiness and fell asleep lying on the sofa. A person's ability to recover during sleep was several times greater than when they were awake, and Guan Xiaoqi had an odd dream in his days. She dreamed that her arm grew half a meter long black hairs, then she exerted herself to pick it out, but ended up picking out several pieces of scale armor out of her arm. Woke up screaming in terror. Sweating profusely. Violent gasping, hands holding his head, half a day to recover from the nightmare. Fortunately just dreaming, those 2 damn devils, really cursed themselves, dying before saying that kind of ghost words, scared himself to death. There was movement in the yard. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the time, he had slept for more than an hour, and it was not long, slowly stood up, stretched out his arm and pressed it on the sofa to prop himself up. Froze. How did the sweaty hairs on his own arm get so long? There is a black sweat hair on the arm, seems to grow luxuriantly. Guan Xiaoqi viciously a hand to pull off. A little pain. Scare the old man, no way. Holding the wall, he walked to the door and saw that the gathering puppet had just moved some stones back, and the wind and rain did not affect its work. The golem silently set up the stones in the courtyard, then turned around and continued to go gathering. Looking at the puppet's back, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered Jiang Lu. That naive puppet child. In the end, he was demolished by his favorite mother. Jian Lu was smart and intelligent, full of humanity. There was no resemblance at all to this wooden and dull mechanical puppet in front of him, and he didn't know how it was made. While Guan Shaoqi was fuming, the cloudy sky suddenly began to surge violently, and hundreds of green ghostly flames appeared in the clouds, rising and falling, like hundreds of giant fireflies flying around in the sky. Not long after, these fireflies began to merge, and a huge wolf flashing with green light appeared in the sky of Death Valley. Chapter 107, Ancient Tales. Guan Shaoqi looked dumbfounded. The distant sky suddenly heard another hint of odd musical sounds, thick for a while, thin for a while, indistinct, like the sounds of the immortal realm from another time and place. Then, rolling thunder rang out. The huge wheel in the sky suddenly exploded. The whole sky and the earth let out a loud rumbling sound. The cabin swayed back and forth, and the water inside the pool even made waves. The earth cracked. Guan Shaoqi could not stand and fell to the ground. His thighs were in severe pain. Damn, what day is today? The earth shook back and forth. Guan Shaoqi couldn't even move at all, even if he wanted to run, cursing and furious. The might of heaven and earth was just too terrifying. It was only after half an hour that the earth stopped shaking, and Guan Shaoqi gasped for air, endured his leg injury, and ran to the door, pushing the courtyard door open. A pair of red embroidered shoes were neatly placed at the door. Guan Shaoqi's scalp nearly stood on end. What is this situation again? Guan Shaoqi wanted to curse his mother. When he looked up, the sky was full of bits and pieces of clothes, which were floating down in an ocean, and the wheel that had exploded just now was gone, or a terrifying cyclone black hole had appeared. Blood, clothes, and human body fragments were floating down from the sky. Glancing down at this embroidered shoe, there is still half a human foot inside. The shoe is a small flower shoe. The red color is blood-stained. Guan Shaoqi was so disgusted that he almost vomited all the meat he had just eaten out of his stomach. Death Valley? This is the evil valley, right? Guan Shaoqi's face is pale. If this every now and then to a pile of strange things, I sooner or later mental collapse cannot. The rumbling sound faded away, and the tornado black hole in the sky slowly disappeared. The clouds dispersed and the sunlight spilled down. Holding onto the door, he stood up, and the entire wilderness was covered in bloodied clothing. The miasma rose from the wilderness, and these miasma began to cover the clothes that fell from the sky, which began to be melted and decomposed under the effect of the miasma. Guan Shaoqi's heart fluttered. Quickly, she lowered her head and picked up the embroidered shoes at the doorway, dumping half of the foot inside the shoes. The miasma spread over the entire field, but when it reached the doorway of the hut, it stopped and didn't pour into the yard. Looking at the pair of bloodied embroidered shoes in his hand, the appraisal function was cast over. Girls' embroidered shoes, this seems to be from another time and space. The introduction was too short, and probably the magician's power couldn't penetrate space and time to give more hints about himself. The miasma was like a king's water that cleansed the plains of all filth, and in no time, these miasmas corroded all the fallen flesh, blood, and clothing, and a large amount of miasma turned into miasma spirits in the wind, which then began to roam the plains in swarms. If it wasn't for the vertical and horizontal gullies on the ground that had been cracked by the shock, and the embroidered shoes in one's hand, everything just now would have seemed like a dream. Taking a look at his cabin, it was worthy of being a grade 4 high-grade item. Such a large shock was intact, without a single sign of damage. Even the fence was not damaged. The miasma spirits on the field in groups of 3 to 5, in Guan Shaoqi's eyes are all treasure chests. Just now the mobility is not easy, can only let these miasma spirits live for a few more days. Anyway, the mission has 7 days, there is no hurry. Carrying the embroidered shoes that were still bloody, Guan Shaoqi thought about it and put it into an empty box. This embroidered shoe is too weird, keep it for a look. Heart tired. Originally everything was fine. Since this devil said that vicious curse, everything has changed. Guan Shaoqi was so preoccupied that he hid in his house to nurse his wounds, and before he knew it, it was nighttime. By 2000 hours, the gathering golem automatically returned to the courtyard and stayed in the corner, shutting down the energy system. Guan Shaoqi returned to the desk. Opening the survival manual, the first interface that popped up was Alicia. Guan Shaoqi, something big is wrong. Up came the yelling, I asked the elf elders for you. And there's really someone who knows that Dom is a very scary evil god. If your house is close to Dom Peak, it's best to move away as soon as possible. Alicia's face was flushed red, obviously having heard some very bad legends. Guan Shaoqi comforted her, don't worry, what kind of evil god is Dom? Tell me? Only then did Alicia catch her breath and quickly said, "One of our elders has a history book of this world. It is said that Dom was the most terrifying evil god that ruled this world 10,000 years ago. He enslaved the devils of this world, and then the devils revolted, and this evil god almost killed all the devils in this continent. Eventually Dom fell in a place called Death Valley. It is said that Death Valley is the most evil and terrifying place of great evil in this world." Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but scream, "What? Death Valley?" Alicia wondered, "Why are you reacting so loudly? Could it be that you live in?" Guan Xiaoqi nodded her head with a black face. "That's right, I'm living in Death Valley right now." "Then, don't you feel that where you live not quite normal?" "I didn't feel it before, but now, I suddenly feel that it really isn't too normal." Guan Xiaoqi almost cried out. "How is it not normal? Everywhere is not normal." Alicia was a bit flustered, and thought for a moment, "I've heard that there's a scroll called the relocation scroll, which can move the cabin. I'll think of a way to get one for you, so why don't you hurry up and get out of that hellish place?" Guan Xiaoqi's heart warmed. This little elf girl was really kind, and smiled. "Tell me more about how the devil describes Death Valley and Dom." Only then did Alicia tell all she knew. "I heard that Dom was an evil god from 10,000 years ago. It was extremely cruel. The original inhabitants of this continent, the devils were 101, and its temple was on Dom's peak. Its rule lasted for almost 10,000 years. Later, in more than 1,000 years ago, the devil inside the emergence of a stunning generation, the name is Murphy, he united all the devils, set a trap, and succeeded in killing the Dom in the Valley of Death. After that, this valley has become very evil. I heard that in the valley to stay for a long time of the devil, the body of all the long black hairs, and also grew scales, turned into ferocious monsters. Everyone said that it was divine punishment. The Valley of Death gradually became a forbidden place in this world." Guan Xiaoqi stared at his arm, unconsciously growing another black hair out, not moving to yank it off. "Then in the history of this world, is this the only deity?" Alicia nodded. "Yeah, anyway, this is the only deity mentioned in the book. After that big battle, both Dom and Murphy disappeared inside the Valley of Death, and the devils all suspected that they should have died together." Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Old me had a bitter fate. Getting a cabin, I thought it was a simple survival mode, but I didn't expect a direct nightmare opening. "Don't be anxious, I'll get you a migration scroll as soon as possible. The book says that a short stay there is still no problem." Guan Xiaoqi wanted to refuse several times. He was a manly man, why did he still need the help of a small woman? This was too lame, but in the end he didn't say anything. This hellhole, he really couldn't stay a minute longer. Forget it, just consider it a favor owed to the little girl, and pay it back slowly in the future. The two chatted for a while longer. The little girl went to practice, and Guan Xiaoqi went to the studio with his injuries. 20 pairs of underwear were made, 6 of which were made from magical cloth, and a few with good attributes were picked. The ones that added agility and endurance, 3 pairs of panties were selected and given to Alicia. The remaining 3 pairs of panties that added perception and strength were left for himself. Putting on the new panties, the whole person was refreshed. Chapter 108 Elementary Alchemy. Using another piece of magical cloth, he made himself a belt with the extra attribute of adding a bit of agility, which was still usable. Put the panties without attributes at 5 gold coins a pair and put them on sale online. Then holding the 3 pairs of panties hand-picked for Alicia, he raised his eyebrows high and asked the magician, I see that the tailor's instructions are for humans only, can elves use them? The magician didn't really want to answer this question, but in the end, he couldn't help the hot fire inside Guan Xiaoqi's heart, and said in a small voice, yes, elves are of the same origin as humans, and are also a type of humanoid creature. Anything that humans can use, elves can use. Guan Xiaoqi rejoiced. That's good. He didn't work half a day for nothing, and hurriedly mailed it to Alicia via email. Continuing to rest, there was still some time left. After thinking about it, he made a few more green backpacks. Now green backpacks many people are making. The price has been completely lowered by this group of old six fighting a price war. One can only sell 20 gold coins. But how much? That's all money. After doing it, all hung up in the mall. The market of the backpack is also the production and sale of too prosperous. The production of more people, buy also more. Clothing, food, housing and transportation are all necessities. Unfortunately, real estate in this world will not prosper, because everyone has a cabin. So you can only make money on food, clothing, and combat weapons. Profits are only made by the first person, and over time, all products become progressively less profitable. This is the normal law of commodities, unless you have an extremely high threshold for this commodity, and it's an exclusive product, and it has to be a necessity to make it work. The fine sword deck is completely useless. Guan Xiaoqi also hung to the mall, 50 gold coins a deck, try to see if it can be sold. Fine sword comes with Western swordsmanship, this price is also reasonable, there are still a lot of white people on the internet should like this kind of weapon. For a long time, blue fine weapons were the mainstream weapons for humans. Epic weapons, although they also occasionally dropped, after all, they were still too few. After experiencing many battles, Guan Xiaoqi realized that magic weapons had the advantage of long-range attacks and great power, but the disadvantage was also obvious: limited ammunition. Bows and arrows and firearms also had ammo cards that could replenish the ammo, but magic weapons had never really seen a recharge card. It was not even searched for inside them all, and there might not be such cards at all. It severely limited the effectiveness of magic weapons in combat. The good thing about melee weapons was that they were highly durable and could fight for long periods of time. Sustained combat was much stronger than magic staffs. Luckily, he still had 3 stick techniques, and the water demon was quite comfortable using them. The Blood Sea Ghost had taught itself the 3 moves of the stick technique, so maybe it had already seen Guan Xiaoqi's shortcomings in combat. It had been a busy night. After making many tailoring products, after all, there were injuries, and soon became a bit tired, and was about to go back to the bedroom to rest. Suddenly the box in the corner vibrated. Guan Xiaoqi glanced at it. It was the box with the red embroidered shoes. He scolded, "In my place, you'd better be honest. If you annoy me, I'll throw you out into the wilderness. I know those miasmas will love you." The box shivered. This human was so fierce, and instantly went quiet. Guan Xiaoqi sighed and had a bout of headache. What kind of monster did he get himself back? His spirit was depressed, and he was too lazy to pay attention to this pair of odd shoes. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the bedroom and saw the beloved bed Zijuan. This king-sized bed was good stuff, with a 100% increase in recovery. Guan Xiaoqi had always understood recovery from mental exhaustion. Once again returning to the bedroom and looking at this large bed, his heart stirred. Did this recovery include physical recovery? Laying down head first on the straw mat, he assumed a big zigzag shape and relaxed his entire body. Soon, Guan Xiaoqi fell asleep. Another strange dream, but this time it wasn't a nightmare. He dreamt that he was playing cards with a few people. Everyone had notes on their faces, laughing and joking, all very happy. On his left sat Jian Lu with a clean face, on his right was Dom, that little slime, with all kinds of weird notes plastered all over his face, seemingly losing miserably, with a frustrated face, and on the opposite side was what seemed to be a devil, but his face was so blurry that he couldn't see his face or if he had notes plastered on his face as well. Inside the dream, Dom looked like a simpleton, not even a little bit of the evil god, sitting on the ground or still jumping not honest, pouting in the cards dealt, the 4 people it's happy look. New World Calendar, 13th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, cloudy, breezy. Temperature, 16. The temperature is stable and suitable for gathering, and the miasma spirits are gradually increasing in the wilderness, a danger and an opportunity. Stretching and squinting, he looked out the window. There was no sun outside. It was another cloudy day. Guan Xiaoqi didn't like cloudy days, he liked the sun. The wound on his chest didn't seem to be much of a problem anymore. It was itchy and was growing flesh, but the wound on his leg didn't heal right away. There was still a burst of pain, probably because he ran several times after the injury. It was a bit of an injury on top of an injury. Getting up from the bed, he briefly adapted to it, and found that it was okay. Without holding onto the wall, he could walk slowly. Guan Xiaoqi ate a piece of roasted python meat. The puppets in the courtyard automatically awakened, their energy recovered, and without Guan Xiaoqi's command, they went to collect stones on their own. Anyway, with the injuries on his body, it was just the right time to be lazy and rest for a few days. Guan Xiaoqi wasn't going to go out and collect them. Sitting in front of the desk, he flipped through the survival manual, and on the search page, entered many keywords. He had already learned tailoring, smelting, and alchemy. But the alchemy workbench was not there yet. Just went to the trade channel and searched for it first. Alchemy was quite popular. The other workbenches were usually between 40 gold coins and 50 gold coins. Only the cheapest workbench for alchemy was 60 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi had money now, and without blinking, he directly spent 60 gold coins to buy a workbench back. Building an alchemy workbench requires 200 wood, 100 stone, and 2 iron ingots. Are you sure you want to build it? Ha! Does a primary workbench also require iron ingots? Build! A flash of dazzling light flashed. An odd piece of machinery appeared inside the workshop, with a stone base, a wooden shelf, and some metal probes and stuff on top. This time the equipment was all complete. The furnace, tailor's bench, and alchemy bench were all there. There was still a lot of space left over in the workshop, and in the future, equipment like spinning machines and looms that didn't require skills to be used could be installed. Sitting in front of the alchemy workbench, countless alchemy knowledge flooded into his brain. Guan Xiaoqi simply tried to operate it and quickly familiarized himself with this kind of workbench. The workbench had 3 modes. One was to break down decks. The second was repairing decks. The third was to create decks. Alchemy was completely different from tailoring. There were no recipes and it was completely necessary to figure it out on one's own. There was a very clear process for using it in his head, but Guan Xiaoqi still wanted to test it out for himself. He had several decks in his hand, and first took out a white deck, an ordinary lance. First, he loaded the workbench with energy stones. Various colors of light lit up on the workbench in turn. Guan Xiaoqi placed this ordinary deck on the workbench and then started the decomposition program. A light spear was disintegrated from the card and floated in the air. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and grabbed it. The light spear gradually materialized, and not long after, with a click, the light spear disappeared, and a heavy ordinary iron spear appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. After waving it around for a while, the feeling was obviously different. The physical spear and the energy spear of the card, the feel of the hand was completely different. Chapter 109 Migration Prohibition. Pestling this iron spear against the wall, Guan Xiaoqi reached out and picked up the white card deck from the workbench. Inside the card was originally a small, living, breathing iron spear, but now it had disappeared and turned into a blank card. Blank card deck common, basic material for alchemy. After energizing the entity, it can be fused with this blank card deck to form a new deck. The upper limit of the new deck is common level. In this world, all items were divided into levels. The same was true for blank decks, which also ranged from ordinary all the way up to mythic level. Ordinary level blank decks fused with any item could only be ordinary decks. An excellent blank deck fused with an item of excellent level or above would synthesize an excellent deck. The rules are simple. Take alignment downwards. In other words, if you wanted to create an epic level deck, you had to have an epic level blank deck and an epic level item. With beginner alchemy, you can only make normal decks. Ordinary decks weren't much use, so Guan Xiaoqi fiddled with them for a while, familiarizing himself with the operation process, and feeling that it wasn't much fun, he returned to the living room again. Coming to the desk, he once again opened the survival manual. Boredly flipping through the trading channel, suddenly a bright light appeared before his eyes, and a white scooter appeared inside the trading channel. It only cost 3 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi decisively placed an order and bought it. A very simple scooter, 4 wheels and a wooden board, the lowest level of white quality. Scooters weren't practical in this world because there was no normal road system that gave you a skateboard. But Guan Xiaoqi was still on fire inside. It might not be useful in the real world, but it was of great use in the duplicates. With Guan Xiaoqi's current agility, using this scooter, he could almost reach the speed of a motorcycle. And it would save more stamina than running. Quickly returning to the studio, he hurriedly made the first customized deck by combining this scooter with the blank deck. I believe this will be useful later. A realistic and flexible little skateboard appeared on the surface of the deck, and Guan Xiaoqi put this created skateboard deck away. Then after thinking about it, he went out and planted a few more flax seeds on his body. Fertilizer was given to all the plants once more and some water was poured on them. The ice-ground corn had already grown lushly, directly growing into the appearance of a large tree, about 1 meter 5 or 6 in height, a bit like an apple tree in the north. A lot of fruits on it were hanging down from the branches. The difference between this and the corn on earth was too great, but Guan Xiaoqi still understood a little bit why this plant was called ice-ground corn. Because although the plant didn't look like corn, the fruits that fell down did look a little bit like corn. The fruits were exactly like corn cobs, except that the center cob was very thin, and the kernels on top were extremely small, and each kernel was very large. By the looks of it, it will be ready for harvest in a few days at most. I don't know if this kind of corn tastes good. Life was very leisurely. Guan Xiaoqi treated himself as if he was on vacation. Every day he just practiced kung fu, went to the mall for a bit of shopping, and occasionally went out to water the plants. The quiet days also suited Guan Xiaoqi's temperament. These days to concentrate on practicing, every day to carefully speculate on the principle of cold wind. Do not know, cold wind has risen to the 3rd level and increased 2 points of agility, but also increased the power of the wind magic staff. The elementary use of wind, Guan Xiaoqi had already started. Unfortunately, the water demon was a typical water-based magic staff and was not subject to this skill bonus. On the 2nd day, Robin sent him good news, saying that he had communicated with the Devil's Council and that the Devil's Council wouldn't come after him. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi put his heart down. Guessing that Robin was afraid that his status inside the devil wouldn't be very low, otherwise everyone wouldn't give him so much face. On the 3rd night, Alicia finally got a migration scroll. Guan Xiaoqi, this thing is very precious, it was hard for me to get one, hurry up and leave that valley, I've heard more horrible legends recently, it's really evil there. Alicia's little face turned red with excitement. Guan Xiaoqi received the migration scroll and looked at the specific information. Migration scroll, you can specify the area you've explored and migrate the cabin there, with a migration error of 300 meters. This was a bit funny, an explored area only? One didn't seem to have gotten out of the 10-kilometer range yet. And this Death Valley was at least tens of thousands of square kilometers, even over 100,000 square kilometers was possible. Guan Xiaoqi blinked and suddenly remembered that he had actually explored a place beyond the Death Valley. It was the sea where Aletheia lived. How about move over and live with Alicia? He was so excited that he was a man of action, and immediately took out the migration scroll and searched for the point on the map card where Alicia's island was, a total of 127,000 kilometers away from Guan Xiaoqi's place. The center was full of black fog, that was all places he hadn't explored. It was really far away. This planet, it was also many times bigger than Earth. Before he even activated the scroll, Guan Xiaoqi's nosebleed had already flowed out, his blood boiling with excitement. The system's voice suddenly came. I'm sorry, the Death Valley you're in is an abnormal area, you can't use the relocation scroll here. Guan Xiaoqi's excited expression froze. Damn you, warrior! Guan Xiaoqi cursed all the curse words in turn. Looking down at his arm, the sweaty hairs on it seemed to have all turned black and long, and he was scared and a little creeped out. The curse of Death Valley. It can't be true, can it? Guan Xiaoqi's injuries had almost healed, but her heart was ice cold. Hey, what's wrong, is the transfer done? Alicia asked anxiously from the other side of the screen. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his head to clear his head a bit, tried to squeeze out a smile, and returned without moving. I changed my mind again now, I think this Death Valley is quite good, maybe I can find more secrets and treasures, I don't need to use this relocation scroll, you can take it back first. Alicia was silent, and asked in the middle of the day, is it true that this scroll can't be used in Death Valley? Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed, when did you get smart? Alicia pouted, I was already smart, but of course I can't be compared to you, a guy with a belly full of bad water. Both of them were silent. After a while, Alicia comforted Guan Xiaoqi, I'll go ask the elders in a while to see what other ways there are, you can hold on to that scroll for now, maybe it'll suddenly work one day? The system's settings, who could have any solutions? Guan Xiaoqi laughed bitterly, but still nodded and put the migration scroll away. Alicia hesitantly said, if we can't find another way, are you dead? Guan Xiaoqi said with a dark face, probably dead. Alicia wailed, if you die, won't there be no one to give me any ideas in the future? I'm going to go to your cabin to take a look, and if there are any souvenirs or anything, I'll take a little back. Guan Xiaoqi coughed for half a day, I say, I'm not dead yet, you wouldn't be thinking about my family's property. Alicia suddenly realized, oh yes, you're not dead yet, I may have been too hasty, did I say the wrong thing again? I didn't mean it that way, don't misunderstand. Guan Xiaoqi. After chatting with Alicia in a friendly and pleasant manner, Guan Xiaoqi didn't have the heart to go shopping at the mall, and repeatedly recalled the past in his heart, finally letting go of his heart. In this life, we haven't done anything earth-shattering, so we definitely won't die so easily. Chapter 110, Prince Xiaobai. Feeling the power of the wind, all the cells in Guan Xiaoqi's entire body vibrated together, resonating with the wind element of this world. As the resonance became stronger and stronger, Guan Xiaoqi's understanding of the wind became clearer and clearer. Snapping his fingers in the air a few times, a dozen or so small whirlwinds flew out, circling together in the air, flying around non-stop under Guan Xiaoqi's command. The third-level cold wind skill had made him even more familiar with the control of the wind. It's just how the black hairs on his fingertips looked so obtrusive. No longer caring about the whirlwind, it gradually dissipated in the air. Guan Xiaoqi looked at his arm dumbfounded, more and more like a savage, the black hair on his body is getting longer and longer, what power, to resist the curse. New World Calendar, 16th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, light rain. Temperature, 17. The temperature continues to be stable with light rain, please prepare rain gear when you go out, the miasma spirits in the wilderness are vicious, please be careful when gathering supplies. Continuous light drizzle. After moving his body inside the courtyard, Guan Xiaoqi's entire body had recovered, and he didn't care about this drizzle. However, the state was even worse. Not only did the black hair grow out, his skin even had a tendency to scale. Pushing open the door, the gathering golem had already taken the initiative to go to work, and the flax in the yard was also growing seedlings out. Although Guan Xiaoqi's mood was low, he still decided to go out and hunt for miasma spirits. A donkey, as long as it wasn't dead, had to go to work pulling the mill, let alone being a living person. Guan Xiaoqi secretly cheered himself up. We can't be worse than a donkey. Struggle. It's a cheap life, so let's just die. Holding the water demon staff in his hand, he went straight to the wilderness to hunt for miasma spirits. Ever since the sky appeared strange a few days ago, the miasma in the Death Valley was particularly abundant, and the miasma spirits grew out like bamboo shoots, and at a glance, they were everywhere. Guan Xiaoqi just felt surprised as to how there were so many miasma spirits. He didn't know that the miasma spirits in Death Valley were at least dozens of times denser than the rest of the region. It was all treasure chests. Sweep. The water demon staff swept out, a miasma spirit in front of him wailed and was crushed by the staff, quickly exploding into a cloud of miasma. Guan Xiaoqi skillfully took a backward leap to avoid the explosion, then immediately took out the corpse sea necklace and just absorbed all the miasma into it. This was already the 43rd miasma spirit that Guan Xiaoqi had destroyed. A fine quality treasure chest appeared on the ground. 100% drop rate, 7 days. He had just picked up the treasure chest in the past, when a beep 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 sounded. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. It was Robin's communication card. What does he want from me at this hour? Taking out the communication card, Robin? You're looking for me. Robin's hoarse voice came from inside. Oh, dear friend, I have very bad news for you. Oh? I'm afraid a demon is going to go after you these days. Huh, didn't you say you've already taken care of the Magic Council? Of course, I did take care of the Magic Council, but this guy isn't a corrupt bureaucrat from the Magic Council. He's the master of those two devils, and is going to go after you to get a statement. Anyway, take care of yourself. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless for a while. This was hitting the little one and coming for the old one. Such a wicked bridge was actually encountered by himself. Before Guan Xiaoqi could reply, the communication card side was already a blind tone. Robin won't think he's dead, right? An icy aura rose from between Seiki Xiaoqi's eyebrows, and Seiki Xiaoqi didn't even dare to move. Killing aura. Guan Xiaoqi felt that if he moved, he was afraid that he would immediately die. So he didn't move a muscle. Footsteps came from the front. A devil draped in a sack piece, whistling, came from the distance, holding a shotgun, the muzzle of the shotgun flashing with a golden light that was aimed right at Guan Xiaoqi's brow. You are Guan Xiaoqi? The devil walked over to a position about a dozen meters in front of Guan Xiaoqi and stopped in his tracks. He just walked over with a big grin, carrying malice with him, and all the wind in the wilderness turned away from him. Even the freshly grown grasses got down on their backs. All the miasmatic spirits in a few kilometers radius ran away. Guan Xiaoqi heard the devil speak, and only then did he raise his head and give this devil a curious look. Robin's warning was so timely. Carefully scrutinized it. There was only one impression. This devil in front of me is really ugly. Devils were already ugly, but a guy as ugly as the one in front of him, Guan Xiaoqi had never seen before. His face looked like it had been burnt, and his eyes were green and bulged out like the bottoms of 2 beer bottles. I'm Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi answered honestly. You killed 2 of my disciples. It wasn't a question, the devil was simply stating a fact. Senior, you didn't come to avenge those 2 guys, did you? Guan Xiaoqi blinked. The devil let out a jia unpleasant sound, not knowing whether he was crying or laughing. Of course not. What does the death or life of those 2 assholes have to do with me? Just curious about you even in the Valley of Death, but also by Robin that crazy to see. This is a very special thing. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Elder Robin wanted me to help him investigate the current state of human existence, and I agreed. The devil's expression was odd, his mouth couldn't close, as if he had just eaten a large toad. Little friend, Robin has only one research project in his life, which is the curse in the Valley of Death. Every intelligent life that died here has Robin's shadow behind it. What? Hearing this, Guan Xiaoqi froze. This devil's words really didn't have a single word that was reliable. Are you saying Robin's study of what the current state of human existence is fake, and studying me is real? Guan Xiaoqi pointed at his nose. Not bad, you're not hopelessly stupid. The devil teasingly looked at Guan Xiaoqi. No human or skeleton has ever survived more than 10 days in Death Valley. Kid, you broke the record. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Since you're not here to avenge your disciple's death, aren't you afraid of offending Robin now that you've come to me? The devil smiled brightly. Fear, all devils are afraid of that madman Robin, but I have a legitimate reason. You killed my 2 disciples. I've come to find you to take revenge. It's quite reasonable, right? But you just said that you won't take revenge for your 2 disciples. How come in the twinkling of an eye, you just... Guan Xiaoqi no longer knew how to describe it. Reason, do you understand? I just need a reason. Every devil knows that it's just an excuse, but this excuse is still important. You're too young. If you can live a little longer, maybe you'll understand. The devil said grimly, so follow me. You're too smart to do anything stupid, right? The devil raised his shotgun and shot at the woods on the side. The muzzle emitted a golden light. Boom, the golden light flashed. Half of the grove was gone. This was so powerful that it made Guan Xiaoqi smack his lips. The speed of this bullet is also too fast. 99% of their own cannot be avoided. Guan Xiaoqi's face went black with fear and whispered, if those 2 disciples of yours had a tenth of your ability, you wouldn't be able to see me. You don't understand, those 2 are fake disciples, but they are just 2 nails I planted into the Devil's Council. I haven't taught them any skills, titular ones only. This devil obviously cared about his reputation, throwing away the responsibility of those 2 devils low level. My name is Xiao Bai, the devils call me Gongzi, you can call me Gongzi Xiao Bai. The devil carried his gun and walked off into the distance. Chapter 111 The Power of One Fist. Guan Xiaoqi secretly despised in his heart, black as a loach, and still called Xiao Bai, really unashamed. He didn't dare to disobey the order, followed behind Gongzi Xiao Bai and walked forward, and didn't know where this devil was going to take him. The devil walked very fast. Guan Xiaoqi ran all the way to catch up. This devil energy is so strong, in the eyes of Guan Xiaoqi, this Gongzi Xiaobai in front of him is like a blazing fire, burning in the wilderness. If the energy of those 2 devil scouts is 1, this guy's energy can go up to 1,000, or 10,000. It turns out that the gap between devils and devils can be so big? When he first met Robin, Guan Xiaoqi hadn't practiced yet and couldn't feel Robin's energy, but this male Xiaobai was definitely the most powerful devil with the most powerful energy he had ever seen. Perhaps, he didn't even need a shotgun. A single finger could easily crush himself to death. Without knowing what Gongzi Xiaobai intended, Guan Xiaoqi had no intention of resisting. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. 10 minutes later, Guan Xiaoqi saw a blimp parked on the flat ground not far away. Gongzi Xiaobai walked to the airship, the automatic hatch opened and he walked up without looking back. Guan Xiaoqi followed behind and entered the airship together. There was a small flight of stairs inside. Walking up the stairs, they reached the deck of the blimp. This deck was spacious, cyberpunk retro style, with steam rising everywhere on it, and Gongzi Xiaobai droned into the controller, set sail. Mechanical gears turned up, clicking sounds rang out, with a slight vibration, this airship slowly left the ground. Feeling the wind blowing from all around, Guan Xiaoqi's heart suddenly stirred. If I want wind, this world will have wind. Wind is not a separate existence. Stretching out his hand, he felt the wind flow through his fingertips. It was not a natural wind, but a wind brought up by the actions of the airship itself. Standing on the deck, holding onto the railing, he watched the blimp slowly take off into the sky. The seemingly prying feeling on Guan Xiaoqi's body disappeared. Stealing a glance. Gongzi Xiaobai was fiddling with the console, not knowing what he was busy with, probably because he had flown into the sky. Gongzi Xiaobai withdrew the attention on Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was holding a homecoming scroll in his hand, which had been quietly clutched in his hand so long ago that it was pinched with sweat. However, he didn't leave right away. For one thing, he was worried that this guy would chase him directly to the cabin. Looking at the power of that shot, the cabin probably couldn't block a few hits, and in addition, he was curious about where in the world this guy wanted to take himself to. The airship flew toward the high altitude. The sun is particularly bright. Watching the wilderness swept underfoot, the large forest on the ground is green and thriving. There is a lake in front of them. The surrounding scenery seems to be very beautiful. Only a few dozen kilometers away from his cabin, the stream in front of his house, the last thing he did was to flow into this lake. Standing high in the sky, the view was naturally extremely vast. The sky was already near dusk, and the sun was sinking in the west. Gongzi Xiaobai left the console and sat at the stern of the boat, looking at the earth below with an odd expression. Tick-tock. The sound of a communication card rang out, and Guan Xiaoqi froze and hurriedly took out his communication card, only to realize that the sound was not coming from this card of his own. It was Gongzi Xiaobai's communication. Guan Xiaoqi laughed bitterly. It seemed that the higher-level devils all had this thing. Hello? Very well, make sure you're ready before I return. Aha! The voice in the communication card was small, and Gongzi Xiaobai spoke in a small voice. but Guan Xiaoqi still vaguely heard operating table. Deprogramming. These terrifying words. Sucked in a breath of cold air. You're not talking about me, are you? Treating me like a white rabbit? Cold sweat flowed down. Gongzi Xiaobai might have sensed something unusual and casually glanced over, and Guan Xiaoqi pretended to be calm, looking at the scenery below the blimp and pretending not to have heard anything. What's wrong? Your heart is beating a little fast. Gongzi Xiaobai walked over, staring straight at Guan Xiaoqi. Ah. It's because. Look, the sun is going down, the black fog is coming out, right? Guan Xiaoqi wiped the sweat from his head and said nervously. It was exactly 2000 hours, and the sun disappeared in the air almost instantly. The black fog on the earth came pouring out. Guan Xiaoqi pointed at the black fog and said shakily, "That's so scary. As soon as we entered this world, we were instructed not to enter the black fog or we would be in great danger." Gongzi Xiaobai looked at Guan Xiaoqi with contempt. Such a timid fellow, I don't know how he survived in the Valley of Death. Don't be afraid, the black fog will only cover 500 meters on the ground. We are now flying at a height of a few thousand meters. These black fogs are very far away from us. Moreover, it's not like these black fogs can't go in. There are actually many interesting things in the black fogs. Gongzi Xiaobai pointed to his burnt face, and the shotgun in his hand, and said, "This is all brought to me by the black fog, glory and scars." Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. You've been inside the black mist? Of course, I walked inside there for a whole day. Ah, that world is really interesting. Unfortunately, a day and a night is my limit. That world? You don't understand, right? Entering the black fog is like entering another world altogether. It's completely different from the world you see during the day. It's a pity. The way Gongzi Xiaobai looked at Guan Xiaoqi was like looking at a roast duck on the dining table. It was so close to drooling. Guan Xiaoqi's eyelids fluttered. Why are you guys studying the curse of Death Valley? Gongzi Xiaobai knocked on the side of the boat. That's a really good question, because there was never a curse in Death Valley, there was only the power of the miracle. It's just that no one could withstand that power, and it became a curse. No curse? The power of miracles? Do you mean Dom? Gongzi Xiaobai gave Guan Xiaoqi a surprised look. You also know about Dom? That's really strange. Could it be that Robin told you? Guan Xiaoqi did not explain and stared at Gongzi Xiaobai. Gongzi Xiaobai didn't continue to ask Guan Xiaoqi how he knew about Dom. Looking at the black mist that erupted from the ground, he leisurely said, "This valley of death was smashed out by a single punch of Dom. At that time there stood an army of 300,000 devils here, and when it was smashed into pieces by a single punch of Dom, it was turned into the valley of death, and for thousands of years, the inside of this valley was filled with the power of Dom. So the power of the curse is actually Dom's power." Guan Xiaoqi instantly understood why the devil was so keen on studying the curse and studying himself. As it turned out, it was all to obtain the secret of Dom's power. Guan Xiaoqi looked down at the terrain, flying higher. It was only then that he could see that the entire valley turned out to be really the shape of a fist. Emotionally, this valley was smashed out by Dom. The Dom he encountered in the copy, did he even show mercy? 300,000 devils died here, no wonder it was called the Valley of Death. While Guan Xiaoqi was being surprised, a golden light suddenly flashed in the distance. Looking up, a terrifying peak had appeared before his eyes. This peak was a bit odd. The background color was similar to the sky, and it usually looked like it was hidden in the air, but at this moment, at the top of the peak, there was a beam of golden light shining. The peak was extremely high, higher than the blimp. Guan Xiaoqi was sitting on the blimp, but he also had to look up. The black mist spread along the foot of the mountain towards the peak, but when it was almost at the top of the peak, it suddenly stopped. A line of snow lay across there, and the black mist couldn't go any further than the top of the mountain. How did the golden light appear? Gongzi Xiaobai was extremely surprised. Apparently, golden light on a mountain peak was an extremely rare phenomenon. He quickly walked to the front of the controller and controlled the airship to continue its altitude upwards before flying towards that mountain peak. Guan Xiaoqi stared blankly at the golden light. Although the distance was still far, he could see that there seemed to be a palace there. Was this the divine palace of Dom Peak? Gongzi Xiaobai's expression was tense as he flew the blimp to an extremely high sky, leaping above Dom Peak. It was a little bit cool at a height of over 10,000 meters, and Guan Xiaoqi was even more surprised that this blimp could fly so high. Chapter 112 Deity Gold Coins. 10 minutes later, the airship flew 1,000 meters above Dom Peak, and Gongzi Xiaobai and Guan Xiaoqi looked down together. It was full of devastated ruins. The building was almost leveled, only a few pillars were left, standing crookedly. It was a completely abandoned temple. The two searched together for the origin of the golden light. Gonzi Xiaobai's heart thumped. Dom's temple, the appearance of golden light, could it be an unearthed artifact? His mouth was dry, he seemed to have good luck. The golden light appeared in the middle of an abandoned auditorium. Guan Xiaoqi's eyesight was extremely good, almost as good as an eagle's, and looking down, it seemed to be the glow of a gold coin. Gongzi Xiaobai stared straight at the gold coin. He was a hunter, his eyesight was better than Guan Xiaoqi's, and he had clearly seen the gold coin, which was engraved with the image of Dom. His hands were shaking. Is that Dom's gold coin? Guan Xiaoqi wondered. It's just a gold coin, is it special? Gongzi Xiaobai's voice rang out shrilly. Just one gold coin? That's a god's gold coin. What do you know? That's a gold coin that can be exchanged for mythological equipment. Ha ha. Gongzi Xiaobai's eyes had begun to glow green. Guan Xiaoqi resented his expression and simply walked to the other side of the airship. Right now, Gongzi Xiaobai's eyes only had this gold coin in them, so where else would he pay attention to Guan Xiaoqi's movements? Just as he was about to lower the blimp to fly to the temple. Suddenly, he hesitated again. Near the gold coin, there seemed to be a piece of earth that loosened up a bit. Could it be an illusion? Gongzi Xiaobai didn't dare to act rashly and carefully stared at the piece of earth for a little longer. It was not an illusion. It moved. It moved again. That piece of soil really moved. Suddenly, a hand from the soil out, the hand clasped the ground, seems to have something to crawl out from the ground. Gongzi Xiaobai was trembling. He didn't dare to touch even an ant in the temple. Not to mention, this bizarre hand sticking out from the ground. Sadly, he glanced at the divine gold coin, but in the end, fear overcame greed, and returning to the console, he piloted the dirigible and prepared to leave. The sound of wind. As soon as he turned around, he saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Guan Xiaoqi had jumped from his blimp just like that. Is he crazy? Guan Xiaoqi seemed to be possessed, his eyes only had that gold coin in them at the moment. He planned to fly over, pick up the gold coin, and anyway, he had his home scroll, then just escape. As soon as he thought that he could also have mythic-level equipment, Guan Xiaoqi's blood was already boiling. Gongzi Xiaobai was confused and couldn't help but break out in curses. Crazy, crazy. This guy has gone crazy. His face was extremely ugly as he piloted the dirigible and turned to run, not daring to risk his life for Guan Xiaoqi at all. There was a lot of wind in the air. Guan Xiaoqi summoned the white skateboard he had just made and stepped on it. The skateboard was roughly 2 meters in area, pocketing a lot of the wind. Guan Xiaoqi concentrated, summoning the power of the wind, carefully controlling the whirlwind, dragging the skateboard, gliding and flying towards the shrine. It was risky. Although Guan Xiaoqi had an understanding of the power of the wind, it was the first time he had controlled himself to glide at high altitude. Like an eagle, Guan Xiaoqi flew towards the mythic gold coins. If he had the mythic equipment, wouldn't he be able to not be afraid of this devil? A wind blew from the side, almost blowing Guan Xiaoqi over and rolling him away, scaring him, so he hurriedly meditated and concentrated on maneuvering the wind, going down at breakneck speed. That mound of dirt by the gold coin, a corrupt hand stretched out, had broken the dirt open, and a head emerged. It was a golem, its body covered in the vicissitudes of age, but he raised his head, and his bright eyes saw Guan Xiaoqi, who was gliding down, and Gongzi Xiaobai, who was fleeing. The puppet's eyes were a little dazed, and a little excited. 1,000 years, it's been so long? How is the world outside? So much to look forward to. The puppet naturally muttered to itself, then slowly crawled out of the dirt, stretching out its withered hands and aiming them at the sky. Guan Xiaoqi instantly felt a huge force suddenly strike him, holding himself and speeding downwards. He was so frightened that he almost lost his soul, and without hesitation, he immediately activated the homecoming scroll in his hand. This scroll was the backbone of his daring to take a risk. Temple area, disable all scrolls. The system replied coldly. Guan Xiaoqi's face instantly darkened as 10,000 crows flew overhead. Damn you, what the hell is all this? Is Dom's power strong enough to shield the system? Or, is the system fundamentally in league with Dom? A loud roar came from behind him, and when Guan Xiaoqi turned around, he saw the despairing male Xiaobai standing on his airship, his face turning blue as he flew over even faster, brushing past Guan Xiaoqi. The huge wave of air nearly toppled Guan Xiaoqi in the air. Guan Xiaoqi froze. God has been so kind to me, giving me a companion on my deathbed. Gongzi Xiaobai stood disoriented at the bow of the ship, and as soon as that puppet reached out, his airship completely lost control and flew down. It soon surpassed Guan Xiaoqi and smashed downwards. The dirigible fell to the ground first, emitting a violent explosion, and Gongzi Xiaobai was grabbed from the dirigible to his side by that puppet's outstretched hand. Guan Xiaoqi followed with a dog-eat-dog maneuver that also smashed right into that puppet's side. One person, one devil, fell together in front of the puppet. The puppet had only just crawled out from inside the dirt, its entire body was covered in dirt, and it looked like it had been around for an unknown number of years. But the materials on the puppet seemed to be very advanced, and although it was dirty, there was no obvious damage. Guan Xiaoqi sat up and moved his legs and feet, realizing that he was not injured, and with a diagonal glance out of the corner of his eye, that Dom gold coin was not far away from him at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Gongzi Xiaobai wasn't as sprightly as Guan Xiaoqi. He quickly climbed up and looked fearfully at the golem in front of him. You are. Gongzi Xiaobai's tongue began to knot. You recognize me? Introduce yourself. I'm the god servant, the servant by the side of the Dom, being buried for 1,000 years, that's a long time. The puppet looked at Gongzi Xiaobai and said softly. Sure enough. You are indeed the legendary god servant who did not die, the invincible puppet made by God himself. Gongzi Xiaobai's eyes were blank, having given up all illusions and not wanting to do any unnecessary resistance. The number one monster under the Dom deity. Divine servant. After 1,000 years, crawling out from inside the earth, this news alone could cause a huge upheaval in the devil world. The god servant turned his head to look at Guan Xiaoqi and suddenly froze, the gaze in his eyes revealing a look of surprise. In a trance, he remembered that night in the grassland, a teenager had taken his hand and told him not to be afraid. I'm here. Gradually, the puppet's eyes softened. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at the god servant, a hint of déjà vu rising. Are you Guan Xiaoqi? Ha? You recognize me? Seiki Xiaoqi was very surprised. Were you sent by Mom to save me? The puppet made a face and suddenly said something. The words didn't make any sense, but Guan Xiaoqi almost jumped. You're Jiang Lu. The god servant smiled. I once had a name, Jiang Lu, that's a story too long ago. You're not dead? Guan Xiaoqi was so shocked that he could no longer speak. If Alicia's historical records were true, then Dom had appeared in this world over 10,000 years ago and disappeared from this world 1,000 years ago. In other words, he had met Jiang Lu in the copy, the Jiang Lu from 10,000 years ago. The brain had gone down, the person inside the copy, why did he come to the real world, and in the blink of an eye it was already 10,000 years later? Completely incomprehensible. The god servant shook his head. I did die, Dom resurrected me, I'm not even sure, I'm still not Jiang Lu, but I have all of his memories and the love and hate he gave me. Guan Xiaoqi wondered, since you have all of Jiang Lu's memories, why do you still think you are not Jiang Lu? The god servant stared into Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. A book that records all your memories, that book becomes you? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't answer this question. Chapter 113, Seeing Jiang Lu again. The divine servant suddenly laughed, but in Jiang Lu's memories, you are his friend, so you are also my friend. Guan Xiaoqi's heart warmed and he couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. The god servant shook his head. You don't need to be remorseful, you saved me several times, and it wasn't your fault in the end, and I felt the sadness and grief you felt at the time. That evil woman died in the end, didn't she? He missed that feeling of that big brother-like person, holding his hand and walking across the burning plains. For 10,000 years, that was the only warm memory he had, the rest was brutal and bloody. He looked over at Guan Xiaoqi. 10,000 years had passed, Jiang Lu was still the same little puppet that loved and hated everything, he hadn't changed at all. On the side, Gongzi Xiaobai watched dumbfounded as the two people chatted, seeming to have known each other for a long time, his mouth no longer closing. Is this devil your friend? Jiang Lu asked Guan Xiaoqi as he pointed at Gongzi Xiaobai, his eyes were full of disgust as his gaze turned to look at Gongzi Xiaobai. He loathed all devils. Gongzi Xiaobai was trembling and looked at Guan Xiaoqi pitifully, expecting Guan Xiaoqi to say a kind word. No, this is my enemy, he captured me and tried to disembowel me, not only is he not a friend, he's an enemy. Guan Xiaoqi said without hesitation. Gongzi Xiaobai almost stretched out on the ground. Jiang Lu gave Gongzi Xiaobai a pitying look and said with a shake of his head, you devils, 10,000 years have passed, and you still haven't made any progress. You can't move without disintegrating and deconstructing others. Guan Xiaoqi blinked. Why don't we deconstruct this devil as well? I've heard that he's been inside the fog, and he's not quite the same as the other devils. Pulling out the chilling dagger from his arms, Guan Xiaoqi stared at Gongzi Xiaobai like he was looking at a rabbit tied up on an operating table. Gongzi Xiaobai was so scared that he had a jolt of fear, and like a conditioned reflex, he raised his shotgun and was about to aim it at Guan Xiuqi. Jiang Lu lightly waved his hand and the shotgun flew out. Legendary weapon, not bad huh? Jiang Lu glanced at the shotgun, but didn't care too much. Luckily, this was an energy weapon card, and the shotgun went straight back into the card. But Gongzi Xiaobai no longer dared to take it out for fear that it would really be blown up. A huge pressure pressed down on him. Gongzi Xiaobai couldn't support himself and instantly knelt on the ground, unable to raise his head. Guan Xiaoqi laughed out loud and put away the dagger. I'm just scaring you a little bit, look at your unproductive appearance. Jiang Lu smiled, I just came out of the underground, I need a devil to ask questions and a servant, just leave him alive for now. Gongzi Xiaobai flung himself on his knees, his head touched the surface of his feet, and said with tears in his eyes, Honorable Master, Xiaobai is your eternal servant, never betray, willing to saddle up for you and be loyal. Jiang Lu laughed out loud. Staring at Gongzi Xiaobai, he said, I have a skill that can hear other people's hearts, it's rare that you said so many words, but none of them were sincere, awesome. Jiang Lu gave a thumbs up to Gongzi Xiaobai. Gongzi Xiaobai didn't know what to say, trembling all over. Actually, I don't care about your loyalty, I just need you to be a bit smarter and don't play tricks in front of my eyes. While Jiang Lu and Gongzi Xiaobai were talking, Guan Xiaoqi's gaze was fixed on the dumb gold coin again. If I were you, I wouldn't hit that gold coin is full of curses, anyone who touches that gold coin will have bad luck and will die within 10 seconds. Jiang Lu reminded Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was startled and instantly died of the thought of touching that gold coin. Turning his head to Jiang Lu, he said, Huh? Curse? Inside this Death Valley, it's full of curses, I heard that it's Dam's divine power, it seems like I've been struck by a curse as well, is there any way you can help me? Guan Xiaoqi stretched out his hand, his arm was covered in black hair. Jiang Lu took a look, this isn't a curse on you, it's Dam's power that has been absorbed by you a little bit, you can't transform this energy, so it turns into these long black hairs, and after a long time, your skin will be scaled as well. Jiang Lu's statement was the same as Gongzi Xiaobai's. Huh? What then? Guan Xiaoqi was incredibly nervous. Jiang Lu thought for a moment, I can teach you a way to convert energy, which can convert this curse into your own power. Gongzi Xiaobai was right next to him, shaking with excitement. Wasn't this the kind of research that their devils had dreamed of for millennia? How come this human kid could obtain it without any effort? He pricked his ears up and listened carefully to Jiang Lu and Guan Xiaoqi's conversation. It's that simple? Guan Xiaoqi looked at Jiang Lu with a surprised expression. Or else, how complicated do you think it is? Jiang Lu thought for a moment, how about I make it more complicated for you? That's not necessary, it's better to keep it simple. Gongzi Xiaobai was dumbfounded, he listened for half a day and didn't understand a single word. What are these two saying? How come I don't have any impression at all? Where are the feats? Jiang Lu looked at Gongzi Xiaobai with contempt, thinking to himself, I don't want you to hear something, how can you possibly hear it? Guan Xiaoqi stretched out his hand and reversed the power of the wind, the black hairs on his arm disappeared little by little, and the areas of his skin that were originally scaled quickly returned to normal. A thick power rolled through Guan Xiaoqi's body, nourishing the flesh. Gained abnormal energy, strength +1. Gained abnormal energy, strength +1. Gained abnormal energy, strength +1. Strength was added all the way up to 48 before all the energy contained within the body was transformed. Guan Xiaoqi picked up a sturdy granite stone from the ground, and with a gentle break, it snapped into two pieces, then with a poke of his hand, it turned into powder and floated out in a sea of dust. This power is a bit outrageous. But I'm a magician, and the strength attribute exceeds the sum of the other attributes, is that really good? Guan Xiaoqi looked at his hands, a little dumbfounded. Not to mention Guan Xiaoqi, even Gongzi Xiaobai looked dumbfounded. It was only in the blink of an eye that this kid's strength had already surpassed his own? But, what did they say just now? How come I didn't hear anything, and this kid learned to convert energy? Gongzi Xiaobai looked at the one man and one puppet suspiciously, completely unable to remember what they had just said. Guan Xiaoqi was also very strange, because these methods and knowledge were directly transmitted by Jiang Lu inside his brain. However, this seemed to be the system's ability. How could Jiang Lu know it as well? Guan Xiaoqi held the water demon in his hand and stared at Gongzi Xiaobai, pondering if he could now arm wrestle with this cargo. Gongzi Xiaobai lowered his head as if he didn't see Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. This kid was now the Lord's good brother, if he won the fight, he would be useless, if he lost the fight, the probability was that he would be violently beaten up. Guan Xiaoqi's power increased dramatically, but he still looked worried. Jiang Lu noticed and asked strangely, "What's wrong with you? Gaining power and still so unhappy?" Guan Xiaoqi sighed, "It is precisely because of the sudden acquisition of power that I am worried. The devils have been craving for this kind of power for millennia, and when they suddenly realize that I have solved this problem, they will not use all of their means to tie me up to them?" Jiang Lu nodded, "You have a point. Where is your cabin situated?" "Right in the Death Valley." Jiang Lu frowned. The Valley of Death was very troublesome. It was filled with Dam's power, and many scrolls could not be used. Thinking about it, "I can't leave the confines of this temple for some reason, so once you leave this place, there's nothing I can do, but if you're really in danger, you can think of a way to come to me. On the Dam Peak, there's no devil that can threaten you." Guan Xiaoqi nodded, more or less a retreat. It all boiled down to the fact that he had to get stronger quickly to withstand more risks. Guan Xiaoqi trusted the words of the system more than anything else. The system had said that the most dangerous thing was the malice of the world itself, not the devils. Therefore, these devils could only be a small obstacle in the survival game. If one could not even resist these devils, how could one grow in this world? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered the Sea of Blood, remembered that agreement with the ghost, and his mood couldn't help but become much heavier. Chapter 114, A New Power. Jiang Lu sat on the rock and looked down at Xiao Bai, who was crouching on the ground obediently and was carefully answering Jiang Lu's questions. 1,000 years had passed, nothing seemed to have changed. Jiang Lu kept shaking his head. Guan Xiaoqi found a quiet place and sat under the pillar, running the technique Jiang Lu gave him, dissolving the curse in his body cleanly. His body was instantly lighter, even the cold wind had inexplicably increased by 2 levels. It was already a level 5 cold wind, adding a total of 5 points of agility and a large number of techniques on harnessing the wind. Force-sensitive mage, successfully out of the box. This shrine was very dilapidated, with only a few granite pillars still intact and built, leaving the rest of the main body of the building already in ruins. The area wasn't too large. Guan Xiaoqi practiced his kung fu and walked between these deserted uprights, experiencing the vicissitudes of time. One of the uprights seemed to have words on it, walking over and wiping the dust off. On it was a large character, time. There was also a pillar on the other side. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and wiped off the dust, and sure enough, there was also a word, empty. The 2 words together meant time and space? Was this carved by Dam? Jiang Lu walked over, saw Guan Xiaoqi observing these words, and laughed. This is what Dam can't forget, but it's a pity that he's a single energy being, and has never been able to break through the secrets of space and time. Single energy life? Didn't you realize that transforming the curse only enhances one attribute of power? You are saying that Dam has only one attribute of strength? Of course, otherwise how could he be called a god? His power has already reached the extreme of this world. It's a pity that it's still power at the extreme. The thing he regrets the most is that he said he had once seen the power of time and space, so he couldn't forget it. Otherwise, how could he let Murphy take advantage of the situation? Murphy? Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. How did he get involved with Murphy again? Murphy is a clever devil, and Dam said that he could take him to understand things outside of power, such as space and time. Later, Dam and Murphy disappeared together. Jiang Lu looked at the distant storm clouds with some regret. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. But that's not what the devil said in the history books. They said that the devil defeated Dam and destroyed the temple. Jiang Lu covered his stomach and laughed out loud. Fortunately he was only a puppet, otherwise his tears and boogers would have come out. These devils, after so many years have passed, they are still the same. Will they die if they don't brag? They did resist once, and were killed by Dam with a single punch, and all the way to this day, they don't even dare to go near the ruins of this temple. Guan Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. I thought that the ruins of the temple were destroyed by demons? Jiang Lu shook his head. You'd better not believe a word of the devil's words. When Dam and Murphy left, space and time shook and destroyed this shrine. Dam's shrine, only his own power could have damaged it. So that's how it is. Guan Xiaoqi nodded, and suddenly frowned again. But I once saw a god's tomb inside a copy, and which god was buried in that god's tomb? A copy? Jiang Lu thought for a moment. I don't know what a copy is, and I don't know what other gods there are in this world besides Dam, but about copies, Dam once said something. He said that a copy is a rift in time and space, a window to revise history. Space-time rift. Window. Who wants to revise history? The system? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit dumbfounded. Too complicated. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his head and decided not to think about these head-burning things, turning back to see Gengzi Xiaobai. The dirigible had hit the ground and had long since become a pile of scrap metal, and Gengzi Xiaobai was sitting in front of the dirigible's wreckage, motionless. Guan Xiaoqi walked over. You seem frustrated? Gongzi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. What do you think? Guan Xiaoqi laughed. I just got some power. I want to compete with you. Any interest? Gongzi Xiaobai couldn't help but despise. Just you? You just got a little bit of power and you want to challenge me? Chop. The water demon carried a gale, and without saying a word, Guan Xiaoqi raised his stick and chopped head on. Saying it was a competition, it was more like a sneak attack that had been planned for a long time. The roiling shadow of the stick instantly enveloped Gongzi Xiaobai's entire body, and the power of this chop was so natural that it felt irresistible. Gongzi Xiaobai was going crazy, shouting, "Young man, you don't speak martial arts." Gongzi Xiaobai moved like a phantom, quickly dodging. He had never seen such a subtle stick art before he could still use his strength to break the trick, but now that Guan Xiaoqi's strength was no longer below him, this using his strength to break the trick became a joke. Rolling and crawling, he quickly took out his firearm, not even having time to shoot. Using the firearm as a stick to fend off countless attacks, he still took several hits, and escaped from the range of the stick's shadow with a bruise on his nose and a swollen face. The tremendous power, and the strange vibration, almost made Gongzi Xiaobai even can't hold the firearm. Fortunately his firearm is a legend level, one level higher than the water demon, which barely blocked a move. Just one move. He couldn't care less about poison image, rolling out dozens of meters in a sorry state, turning around and raising his shotgun, aiming at Guan Xiaoqi. Gongzi Xiaobai was too fast for Guan Xiaoqi to catch up, and knowing that he really wasn't a match for this bastard yet, he hemmed and hawed and retrieved the water demon. There was still some gap, but if he had plotted a sneak attack, it was hard to say that he would have some chance. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes flickered, and at a glance, he was not harboring good intentions. A killing chance appeared frequently in Gongzi Xiaobai's eyes, and several times he wanted to pull the trigger, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't bother to pay attention to him. In the end, he held back, his hands still shaking, and put the shotgun away. Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed. If I had a legendary weapon as well, you might be finished. Gongzi Xiaobai was unconvinced. That was a sneak attack you made just now. In a head-to-head duel, you don't stand a chance. Guan Xiaoqi nodded. I know, I just wanted to make sure that sneak attacking a devil like you could screw you over, and now it seems like there's still a chance, right? Gongzi Xiaobai felt his back in a cold sweat. This human gave him a very dangerous feeling, sometimes looking like a little cutie. But didn't know when to suddenly hand out a knife to your stomach. It was the seemingly loyal people who were truly sinister. You're even more sinister and despicable than the devil. Guan Xiaoqi smiled faintly, just as if Gongzi Xiaobai was praising himself, and suddenly asked, I say, you and Robin, which is more powerful? Gongzi Xiaobai hemmed and hawed. It should be about the same. Guan Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. If Robin and Gongzi Xiaobai were more or less the same, then relying on the hut himself, he might still have a fighting chance. Zhang Lu walked over from the back and couldn't help but shake his head. He's lying. I just told you that, have you forgotten? Every word the devil says, you'd better not believe it. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose and glanced angrily at Gongzi Xiaobai. Gongzi Xiaobai quickly slipped away, pretending he hadn't said anything. This guy was definitely hoping that he would go hard on Robin, and if he died, it was expected that he would immediately open champagne to celebrate. So, the real situation was that Robin was definitely stronger than Gongzi Xiaobai. Guan Xiaoqi sat in front of the wreckage of this abandoned airship, sighed, and took out some pieces of meat from his ring. Stuffing the meat into his mouth, he filled his stomach. Zhang Lu came over and sat next to Guan Xiaoqi. Are you going back soon? I can't be here all the time. Zhang Lu smiled. Come over to visit me sometime. I've been a bit lonely for the past 1,000 years. Definitely. What's this? Zhang Lu pulled out 2 stones. The stones were crystal clear and transparent. At a glance they were quite extraordinary, and handed them to Guan Xiaoqi. Diamond legendary level stone, extremely hard. Even putting a piece of it into the construction of the hut will make the hut extremely strong. It can also be used as a normal stone. Reading the description, Guan Xiaoqi was incomparably shocked. This was a legendary grade material? The complete stone, there are only these 2 left, so you can use them for a while. Looking at Zhang Lu's warm eyes, Guan Xiaoqi choked a little. This was a warm and especially nostalgic little puppet. 10,000 years had gone by, and it didn't seem to have made him change. I won't say thank you, I do need this now. Guan Xiaoqi graciously collected the 2 pieces of diamond. 1 piece to put in your cabin upgrade, and 1 piece to put on the fence. Zhang Lu suggested. Okay, why are you so familiar with cabins? There were cabins in your era too? Guan Xiaoqi was suddenly curious about this matter. Zhang Lu nodded. The history of cabins is even longer than Dom. they've always existed on this continent, constantly appearing and disappearing. Of course I know about it. Chapter 115 Return to the cabin. Head almost exploded. Ha! Guan Xiaoqi was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. He had always thought that the huts only appeared when humans and skeletons came to this continent, so there had always been? So that means there have always been beings from various planets coming here to participate in this game? It wasn't a coincidence that the Earth was blown up? A sea of corpses? Yes, the Sea of Corpses. Could it be that all the corpses in the Sea of Corpses are really the remains of those who failed to survive the cabin earlier? Then, for more than 10,000 years, there hadn't been a single victor? Guan Xiaoqi's face turned blue. There were many things that he did not dare to think about in detail at all. This night, Guan Xiaoqi didn't sleep. He and Jiang Lu chatted all night. Jiang Lu didn't say much. It was all Guan Xiaoqi talking, telling some stories about his previous world. Jiang Lu always laughed on the side. Until the sun rose the next day, the thick fog on the ground dispersed. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi say, "Take care of yourself, I'm going back." Jiang Lu asked, "Do you have a way to go back? This place is a bit far from your place." Guan Xiaoqi waved the home scroll in his hand. "When I leave the range of this shrine of yours, I will be able to use the home scroll, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Right now, I don't even want to use the home scroll. I've come up with a new idea." Oh? Jiang Lu was obviously curious as well. Guan Xiaoqi heatedly smiled, "Look at me." He ran over to the front of the crashed blimp. Before the blimp crashed, the sails had come off to the ground, the canvas and rope on it were still there. Guan Xiaoqi collected them, took out his cold dagger, and started to make a kite. There were metal tubes, a large piece of sail, and rope. Guan Xiaoqi's hands were quite deft, and in no time at all, a huge kite was produced by him. "Look, isn't this kite beautiful? I'll try to fly back with this kite." "This will work? How will I know if I don't try?" This was a peak of over 10,000 meters, there was a strong wind, and with such a huge kite, carrying Guan Xiaoqi would naturally not be a problem. Most importantly, Guan Xiaoqi was able to control the wind on her own. It was a kite that didn't need a line to hold it. "You're not going to suddenly fall in mid-air, are you? There's a lot of wind turbulence in the air that you can't necessarily manage." Jiang Lu asked. "No, if I fall, I'll just use the home scroll right away, it's not a big problem. I don't know many people left in this world, you'd better be alive." Ha ha. The two talked as they walked to the edge of the peak crag, looking down the mountain. The wall was so deep that it was scary. Although Guan Xiaoqi had been mentally prepared for this, he was still a bit panicked. "Is it really okay?" "It's fine." Guan Xiaoqi's heart silently recited Ami Tofu, unconscionable sushi, God bless. His heart was fierce, and he leapt down, and the gusty winds rose up in all directions, holding the huge kite that Guan Xiaoqi was carrying, and hovering up high in the sky. Waving goodbye to the river flow, the kite was taken away by the wind. The wind was so strong that the kite didn't fly downward, but instead flew higher into the sky. Would this fly out of the atmosphere? Guan Xiaoqi was alarmed. "Whatever, let's fly away from the shrine area first." Finding the direction of his cabin, Guan Xiaoqi harnessed the power of the wind and took this huge wing-like kite and flew forward. Luckily, after passing this dam peak, the kite finally began to glide normally. It flew over mountains, over rivers, over forests and meadows. The kite gradually landed. After half an hour, it skimmed over the lake, and Guan Xiaoqi knew that it was close to home. The lake was clear, and there were a few deer around drinking water. Hearing the wind overhead, they looked up together and watched an odd kite fly through the sky. Startling the woods, a flock of crows came rushing menacingly from within. Chirping and staring at Guan Xiaoqi, that meant, "What kind of bird are you? What kind of bird are you? Dare you intrude into our airspace?" Guan Xiaoqi was too clumsy to argue with these crows, and pulled the kite forward, leaving the area before the crows flew back cursing. At this time, Guan Xiaoqi was already a bit exhausted and dizzy. Although he had a lot of strength now, his endurance and agility couldn't keep up. Especially with the lack of stamina, his sustaining ability was naturally much worse. Seeing that he had flown through the forest, a small black dot in front of him was his cabin. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. Suddenly his eyes went black and his energy was depleted. Completely unable to control the kite, Guan Xiaoqi smashed down headfirst. Just one more step. Guan Xiaoqi fell out of the air and tumbled several times, dropping to the plains before knocking his head against a rock before coming to a stop. Dizzy. Guan Xiaoqi sat up in a daze and touched his head. It was okay, no bleeding. Waiting for his vision to return, he looked at a stone not far away that he had smashed. Was it my head that smashed it? Since when was my head so hard? Did Dom's divine power not only provide strength, but also hardness? Unbelieving, Guan Xiaoqi picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it down on his head. Duong. Well, there was just a little bit of dizziness, thankfully. The stone shattered. Throwing the shattered stone away, Guan Xiaoqi was worried if he got appendicitis, would he not be able to do the surgery? Would he or she die of pain then? What a difficult question. A hissing sound came from behind, and when Guan Xiaoqi turned around, on the left and right, two miasma spirits had already rushed over ferociously. Sweep! Thousands of stick shadows swept out, and Guan Xiaoqi jumped back with a single leap, a habitual action as he knew that the miasma spirits would explode when they died. But this time, Guan Xiaoqi miscalculated. The two miasma spirits were directly knocked away by his sweep and flew into the sky, turning into two small black dots, and he didn't know where they flew to? My treasure chest! Guan Xiaoqi cried out with a torn heart. It was so wrong that he had personally knocked the treasure chest away. The strength had increased by several times, and coupled with the unique power vibration technique of the skill sweep, it was surprising that he couldn't adapt to it all of a sudden. In the future, one could only stab, definitely not sweep. While Guan Xiaoqi was grieving, two more miasma spirits rushed over. Learning from his lesson this time, Guan Xiaoqi casually smashed the miasma spirits flat with a stick and exploded in place. No moves were used. When the power grew to a certain level, Guan Xiaoqi realized that there was actually no need for moves to fight monsters of the miasma spirits level. Two fine treasure chests dropped out, good luck. As soon as he saw the treasure chests, Guan Xiaoqi was energized, his fatigue was swept away, he didn't need the miasma spirits to come to him. Guan Xiaoqi took the initiative to chase the miasma spirits all over the world to fight them. There were too many miasma spirits in Death Valley. Guan Xiaoqi had already wasted several days. In these last 2 days, it was important to catch up on the progress, so even though Guan Xiaoqi was already exhausted, he still didn't go straight back to the cabin to clear the neighborhood of miasma spirits. Fighting until the night. While fighting, he transported the treasure chest back, there were just too many. The miasma spirits could no longer be seen in all directions, and as the sky grew dark, Guan Xiaoqi reluctantly dragged the huge kite and returned to the hut. Having only been away for a day, Guan Xiaoqi realized that he missed the small wooden house, and when he saw the entrance to the courtyard from afar and was ready to go back to rest, he was actually a little excited. S is a humble house, but also can shelter from the wind and rain. Quickly walked to the courtyard, behind came the sound of footsteps, turned around to see, is that puppet is also transporting stones back. Hurrying to get out of the way, the golem sidestepped Guan Xiaoqi and walked into the courtyard, arranging the stones neatly, then ducked into the corner, standing in the shadows and shutting off the energy. What a good boy. The capitalist could wake up in the middle of the night with a smile if he had such a worker. Of course, it would be better if he didn't use energy stones. There was a little bit of heartache for the energy stone. Chapter 116 Kite Cards. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the yard, the big kite was still flying in the yard, the room door of the cabin was too small. Guan Xiaoqi folded the kite a few times before dragging it in hard. Dragged it directly to the studio. Casually disassembled a white card and took out a blank card to make this kite into a kite deck. The huge kite instantly disappeared from inside the studio. A large lifelike kite appeared in the card. Spreading its wings and wanting to fly, it also flapped its wings from time to time. No matter what, even if it was a white card, it was also exquisite. It was this kite that was purely utilitarian, a few pieces of canvas, with hollow metal tubes to hold it up. It was really a bit simple. This kite is very useful, although because of the quality problem, it is only a white card. Guan Xiaoqi still collects it as a treasure. White quality didn't necessarily mean it wasn't strong. If there was a white fighter, the power would be just as terrifying. The sky darkened. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the treasure chests all over the room and his mouth watered. There was no rush to open the treasure chests, first go and report a piece with Alicia, this girl was probably anxious to death. Opened the survival manual. Face to face, I saw Alicia leisurely asked, you dead yet? Guan Xiaoqi had a head full of black lines, that doesn't seem to be. Alicia instantly stormed out, if you're not dead, why have you been missing for so long? Haven't been returning my messages. I was about to go over to your cabin to collect your corpse. Guan Xiaoqi was sweating profusely and explained, I was captured by a demon yesterday and only escaped back today, almost dying for real. Ah? What happened? Tell us carefully. No hiding. Alicia was shocked, so it was really out of danger? Guan Xiaoqi told her experience one by one, and Alicia was dumbfounded. After listening to Guan Xiaoqi's thrilling story, Alicia didn't get over it and stuttered, "You met the god servant? It's your good friend? And helped you lift the curse?" Guan Xiaoqi nodded, "Yeah, so you don't have to worry, my curse is lifted now." Alicia frowned, "That's not right, then won't the demons go after you again?" "They've been coveting this curse for a long time, I'm telling you. I had prepared another teleportation scroll to go to your place to take a look. Since you're fine, as long as you're fine, I'm not going to waste the scroll, but if any devils go to attack you, tell me right away, and I'll teleport over there and help you to beat them up." What a violent girl. Guan Xiaoqi, however, was warm in his heart, knowing that Alicia had prepared this teleportation scroll because she was worried about something happening to him, and even though she didn't use it this time, she was still very grateful. In this era where survival was a luxury, there were still people who would think about their safety. This feeling seemed pretty good. "Good, if the demons dare to come, I'll call you over to beat them up together." "Aha! I haven't beaten a devil yet, my hands are itching now, gah." Alicia laughed arrogantly. Guan Xiaoqi pondered, is this girl's cultivation on another level after she got Liz Fish's inner Dan last time? How come she always wants to hit people with her hands? After chatting for a while, he mentally read the treasure chests all over the place again. Couldn't help but say, "You. Isn't it time to go practice?" Alicia was instantly alert. "What do you mean? To drive me away? What do you want to do? Honestly, explain." "Nothing, it's just that isn't there a miasma spirit event recently? I have treasure chests all over the place here." "Oh, so, do you think the treasure chests or me are more important?" Sweat instantly broke out on Guan Xiaoqi's head. He instantly knew that he had said the wrong thing again. This was a giveaway question. "The treasure chest isn't important at all, it's definitely you that's important. Why don't we chat a little longer?" "Oh, forget it, I'm busy today, I'll let you go first. You go open the treasure chest, I'll go practice." "Bye. Bye." Guan Xiaoqi wiped his sweat. He hadn't been this nervous when facing Gengzi Xiaobai. When she looked down and saw a room full of treasure chests, she immediately forgot about the girls and was in a good mood. The system is finally generous for once. Guan Xiaoqi thought that everyone was about the same, but in fact, it was only in the Valley of Death, affected by that day's bizarre celestial phenomenon, that so many miasma spirits had been refreshed. There were 117 treasure chests in total. There were 19 silver treasure chests excellent. Bronze treasure chests excellent had 73. There were 25 wooden treasure chests ordinary. Bronze treasure chests were the mainstay, but it was a bit of a shame that even after dropping so many treasure chests, not a single epic treasure chest dropped. Opening treasure chests suddenly became a physical job. First, I opened all the wooden treasure chests and bronze treasure chests, dropping a bunch of items, a large number of living items. The household is considered complete. Pots and pans dropped a bunch. There were also quilts, sheets, pillows, clothes, shoes and hats. Some basic materials dropped as well. Wood dropped 1200, stone dropped 700, and gold coins dropped 100. A large ball of thread was dropped, 500 meters long, no need to buy thread for a long time to come. Canvas, another 50 or so dropped. There were also a dozen various skills and workbenches, all of which could still be sold for money even though Guan Xiaoqi couldn't use them anymore. One of the skill scrolls that dropped in an excellent treasure chest made Guan Xiaoqi's eyes light up. Intermediate Scroll of Alchemy. Using this scroll, one can learn Intermediate Alchemy, which can craft and repair excellent level cards. To learn this skill, 500 gold coins are required. Elementary skills drop easily. The intermediate skill scroll drop rate was much lower all of a sudden. After opening so many treasure chests, only this one intermediate skill dropped. And with a burst of luck, it turned out to be exactly the skill Guan Xiaoqi needed. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. As the ancient saying goes, if you don't die in a great disaster, you will be blessed later. It made so much sense. He lacked everything, but not gold. Guan Xiaoqi directly clicked to learn Intermediate Alchemy. He could try to repair the Skeleton Warrior. Although the Skeleton Warrior, this summoning card, he is now not quite able to use. The level is too low, but used for a long time, there is a little bit of affection. This goods also do not know how many knives for their own blocking. If not for this skeleton card, their graveyard grass is estimated to have been 3 meters high. Guan Xiaoqi is a person who loves the old, do not want to discard this card. Leaving empty chests all over the place is too much to use at all. A wooden treasure chest can be decomposed out of 5 wood out, a bronze treasure chest can be decomposed out of 5 stone out. Also do not know why the bronze decomposed out of stone. Is it reduced to ore? Guan Xiaoqi hesitated for half a day, but in the end, he didn't want to decompose it, and piled all the boxes in the middle of the courtyard. This world is also a lack of containers. In the future, if you do a small business, these boxes are also very good containers. It took several hours to clean up all these things. In the end, there were only a dozen silver treasure chests left on the ground, and this was the focus of the day. Opening the first treasure chest. There was only a ball of blue light, and Guan Xiaoqi cursed, "How petty." But the moment he picked the blue light up, he immediately turned his anger into joy. It was a drawing of a tower. Watchtower drawing fine. A watchtower can be constructed. The light emitted from the watchtower can penetrate the black fog for a distance of 50 meters. The platform on top of it can be made available for long-range fighters to station. Using long-range carded weapons on the watchtower increases the rate of fire by 20%. Building the turret requires 200 stones and 100 wood. This turret is awesome. This is a special turret for your own use. The most critical can illuminate a distance of 50 meters, drastically increasing the reaction time in thick fog. Having a drawing of this turret is already worth it today. Putting away this drawing, Guan Xiaoqi opened the second treasure chest. It was moderate. A blue light and a green light fell out. The blue light was a shield, and the green light was a large closet. This shield might be useful, so he put it away, and the closet was directly placed inside the bedroom. Chapter 117, Opening the Box. Then 7 more chests were opened in a row. 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone arrived first. There was a blue lighter card that was rare. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Isn't it good to just take the lighter with you? It doesn't take up much space. What's the point of making a lighter into a card? Inside the cabin there is a never-extinguished oil lamp. Out of the house there is no more, so the lighter is still useful. At the very least light a cigarette or something. Guan Xiaoqi thought of the 2 smokers, Tang Long and Tang Hu, who must have loved this lighter. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. There was also an apricot tree seed, a fine grade seed, which surprised Guan Xiaoqi as well. This was the first time he had seen a seed with a fine grade. There was only one, and he wondered how many apricots could grow. What also surprised Guan Xiaoqi was a grinder's scroll. Grinder scroll fine, a machine that can grind grain into powder, requires 100 wood, 100 stone, and 10 iron ingots. Requires iron ingots? But this grinder might be useful. One's ice field corn will be harvested soon, and beating it into corn flour is a good one. With flour, one could make noodles, pasta or something. Guan Xiaoqi's mouth was watering. There was also a blue leather armor. Looking at the attributes it was also good. Endurance +2, resistance to flames +20. Sleeping at night won't be able to use this for now, and receive the leather armor inside the ring first. Water purifier fine, 10L capacity, can purify water, can be heated. Water stored in the water purifier never spoils. It's really good. I'll finally have hot water to drink from now on. This water purifier is placed on the table in the living room, and it just so happens that a large teacup fell just now. It matches perfectly. The basic necessities of life this time are basically all, although the quality of good and bad, and not so matching, looking fancy. But at least, it's okay to get by. Seeing the small life day by day. Also do not have to live like a savage anymore. Guan Xiaoqi was still very happy. A modern person who is used to a convenient life, crossing over to such a poor place and living, it was really hard to say. The rest were all blue weapons. Guan Xiaoqi was going to take them and exchange them for a little bit of resources back. When the 8th chest was opened, it shipped again. Another arrow tower drawing dropped. It was the exact same arrow tower as the Eye of Sauron outside the house. The poison arrow tower was considered a magic attack, and Guan Xiaoqi had always felt that it was too monotonous, and this extra one would allow for upgrades in another direction. Collected it first. The last 3 silver treasure chests. Opening the first 2, a nice card dropped inside, an ammo card, carrying 300 ammo. This was something that Guan Xiaoqi couldn't use, but it could be sold for money, and it was probably one of the most expensive fine cards at the moment. The last treasure chest. A sudden flash of purple light startled Guan Xiaoqi. The fine treasure chest, which had a very low probability of appearing as an epic item, didn't expect to finally be met by Guan Xiaoqi. It was a very handsome war sword card, shining with purple light and glittering. Sky-splitting blade card epic. This is a heaven-shattering sword that sharpens iron like mud, comes with 5 moves of the sky-splitting blade technique, strength +4. This world's sharpening iron like clay wasn't an adjective, it was just an objective description of a fact, and of course, this iron referred to ordinary materials. Guan Xiaoqi took the knife out of the card, the cold light lingered, and the 5 knife strokes instantly entered his mind, all wide open, more like the moves used to cut down enemies and kill generals on the battlefield. A melee weapon, and not a stick, could not be used by himself. Epic level weapons, or rare, high value, Guan Xiaoqi pondered, this thing is not for sale first, in the future can be exchanged for some urgent use of things back. Finally finished opening the chest, looking at the room full of items, Guan Xiaoqi felt very satisfied. The night is already very deep, Guan Xiaoqi excited a little too much, still cannot sleep. Simply went to the yard, built all the archery towers and watchtowers, and planted the apricot tree seeds. 2 archery towers, one on the left and one on the right, and the watchtower is in the opposite corner of the pool, a little to the right. They were all primary defense towers that could still be upgraded. Guan Xiaoqi first upgraded the archery towers into the Pearl Arrow Tower. Lianju Arrow Tower second order fine, attack power 100, range 60, rate of fire 0.2, rapidly shoots several arrows to strike the enemy, durability 600. The watchtower has no branching options and is directly upgraded. Watchtower second order fine, illumination increased to 60 meters, rate of fire increased by 30%. Can hold 2 people. The poison arrow tower was now a third order arrow tower, and these 2 would have to be built to second order first, as third order required iron ingots, which Guan Xiaoqi didn't have yet. Guan Xiaoqi curiously ascended the watchtower, and a 60-meter diameter circle of light shot out around the watchtower on all sides. The fog didn't disappear, but the fog turned into a transparent mist under this light, and Guan Xiaoqi could already clearly see what was going on in the fog within 60 meters. A wild wolf was quietly crawling in the thick fog, when suddenly the light came and scared it, turning its head to see the horrible poison arrow tower and streak of arrows of Guan Xiaoqi's cabin, and an even more horrible tower with a demonic god-like human standing on it. With a wail of terror, he fled into the deeper mists with his tail between his legs. Guan Xiaoqi, however, frowned, a strange intuition. After he built this watchtower, he seemed to have attracted a very distant gaze that looked this way. There was no telling what kind of monster it was. Guan Xiaoqi had just experienced a surge in power, so he was naturally unafraid. The eye of Sauron of the poison arrow tower was green, the eye of Sauron of the Lianju arrow tower was golden, and the courtyard was much brighter. Only this watchtower, unlike the eye of Sauron, was topped with a giant saucer-like eye that shone in all directions. So looking forward to how these archery towers will look when they are upgraded to the end, once it's time to build them, only to realize that he lacks resources for everything. After all the upgrades, Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin. Inside the mall, he had only sold one of his western swords, his bag had been sold out, he had sold several pairs of underwear, harvested several hundred gold coins, and looked at the resources he had on hand now. Timber, 2043, stones, 1536, iron ingots 2, gold coins 730. Most of them were still popped out from opening the chest just now. I can't say that I'm poor, but I'm still a bit short of upgrading the cabin and the annexes. Now that the need for iron ingots has been added to the basic resources, Guan Xiaoqi's head is spinning. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow was the last day of the Miasma Spirit quest, still no time to log in mine, hitting the treasure chest was more important. However, his own strength had increased so much, the efficiency of quarrying should have drastically increased. Logging required a combination of strength and agility stats, but quarrying and mining purely used strength, and I wondered how efficient he would be if he went quarrying now. Guan Xiaoqi was looking forward to it. The time had already passed 0. Guan Xiaoqi had flown for half a day today, and was also very tired, his hot blood dispersed, and finally began to yawn, turning around to go back to the house to prepare to go to sleep. Entered the bedroom, saw that it had been refreshed, bedding everything, straw mat also took away, replaced with a Simmons mattress, new padded quilt, new pillows. There is also a soft air conditioning quilt. Grass green curtains were hung on the windows. Duvet sheet, duvet cover, pillowcase. Ha, overnight, one has stepped into a well-off life. This is outrageous wealth. Cannot hide the inner joy, set up a comfortable big shape, lying on the bed, life, but also more and more hope. Chapter 118, First Place. New World Calendar, 18th day of the first month of the new year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, cloudy. Temperature, 17. The temperature continues to stabilize. Today is the last day of the Miasma Spirit quest. Please hurry up and complete the quest. When the final quest is settled, there will be extra rewards for the top-ranked explorers. Alas? There are also rewards. A 7-day quest, and I've only done more than 2 days of it, so this reward definitely won't fall on my head, right? Guan Xiaoqi naturally thought so, because he didn't realize that there were only 3 or 5 miasma spirits at the side of other people's cabins, unlike inside the Death Valley, where a glance over there were miasma spirits running everywhere. He was in a hurry to do the quest, but he didn't go to collect them, and he fought the miasma spirits for another whole day. The surrounding miasma spirits had been almost killed. Guan Xiaoqi was now hitting them one at a time, chasing them all over the world until he could no longer see any trace of miasma spirits within his field of vision. The efficiency of clearing monsters was too fast. At the back of the fight, there was really no trace of the miasma spirits to be found. Only 67 chests were harvested. There were 5 fine-grade silver treasure chests, 3 wooden treasure chests, and the rest, all bronze treasure chests. When he came back at night and opened the treasure chests, there was nothing that could surprise Guan Xiaoqi too much, only a drawing that caught Guan Xiaoqi's eye. Light boots drawing fine. This is a pair of lightweight boots. Wearing light boots increases movement speed by 5%. To make light boots, you need 4 sheets of light leather, 3 meters of thread, and you can use 2 sheets of magical leather. This stuff is good. Boots were a consumable item, hard currency, and if they were made with magical leather, they would add an additional 4 points of attributes. Not only do you need the boots yourself, even if you make them to sell them for money, the sale should be good. Another thing that was somewhat useful was to replace another fine sofa, eliminating his old one. Nothing more nice. After chatting with Alicia for a while, he sat down in front of his desk and opened the forums, where everyone was discussing miasma. 7 days, guys, I finally got one of the miasma spirits at the door to die. I got 18 traps, it's so hard, I simply admire my own perseverance, huh? Big brother upstairs, could it be that you've been dealing with a miasma spirit for 7 days? That's for sure, you don't know how ferocious that miasma spirit is. If it wasn't for the fact that I practiced Murphy's magic lecture, I almost got blown up by it. It's too insidious, it's going to explode even after it's dead. You bull. I hit 3 treasure chests. I got 5. I 7. How about I show you the epic treasure chests I beat out? Scram! You've been showing off this treasure chest for days, why haven't you opened it yet? Isn't this not showing off enough? I'll open the treasure chest when the quest settles the rewards at night, ga ga ga. Scram! +1. +2. After reading this for half a day, it doesn't feel like the picture is quite right. Does everyone seem to have only hit a few treasure chests? The Murphy's magic lecture has been popular for a while now, so there should be a few masters out there, so they can't all be this watery, right? Or is it that real masters don't like to show off? Guan Xiaoqi was confused. Of course he didn't know that there were indeed a lot of experts with strange encounters, but where were the miasma spirits to fight next to their cabin? Guan Xiaoqi had survived in the Death Valley, and although it was a terrifying place, it was also filled with opportunities. Comfort and wealth had never been related. The riches under the sky were all at the most treacherous peaks. Especially after the strange celestial phenomenon that day, a short-lived supergravity source appeared above the sky dome, and the miasma under the ground was drawn by the celestial phenomenon, and a large number of miasma spirits surged out from under the ground, which gave birth to a massive amount of miasma spirits in the Death Valley. With more than 3 billion people, each of them, even if they only hit a few treasure chests, the treasure chests opened a huge number of them at once, and the prices of goods were instantly knocked down. Gold coins were out in small quantities, and various items and cards were the mainstream, and all sorts of goods were greatly enriched. Guan Xiaoqi searched. The basic skills that were dozens of gold coins a few days ago could now be bought for a few gold coins, and Guan Xiaoqi was painfully aware that he had lost a lot of money. But the good thing was that the melting furnace was traded for the skinning skill itself. Blue weapons had also flooded the market, and could be bought for as little as 20 gold coins. Thankfully his western sword had been sold early. All sorts of daily necessities of little use could be bought for even more than 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi house a bunch of useless things, put to take up space, would have wanted to sell, but unfortunately, look at the current market, cannot sell the price. In a bad year, farmers starve to death. In a good year, farmers lose money and die. The ancients did not deceive me. Forget it, it's useless to keep it. Guan Xiaoqi will put all those things that he doesn't use on the internet, and don't want gold coins, all change to use wood, stone exchange on the line. Gold coins are now hard currency, the value is too high, it is better to change a little basic resources back. Waiting for all the goods to be put up. It was already 2200 hours. This was the time for the system to settle the rewards. Soon, the leaderboard list was displayed on everyone's survival manuals. Everyone stared at the first place, their mouths opening wide together. First place, Guan Xiaoqi number 1357802845673. The total number of treasure chests was 229. Hee, one is in first place. Guan Xiaoqi blinked, still a bit disbelieving. At the same time, he was also surprised. He had only been playing for more than 2 days. How did he come in first place? And after glancing at the second place, he instantly knew that something was wrong. The second place was a foreigner called Vijay, who sounded like a Southeast Asian by name, and had obtained a total of 21 treasure chests. This is simply no eyes. Guan Xiaoqi's private chat instantly exploded, a screen full of red dots bouncing around. Big brother, can I talk to you? Little brother, I'm very pretty, white skin and beautiful, provide door-to-door service, slave or school flower. Are you interested in a virgin? Guan Xiaoqi cold sweat, this is too funny. One didn't return, and couldn't return at all, this damned system even published his own number, it's really killing me. Doesn't the system have any concept of privacy? The rewards for the top 3 were each given an epic item, and some gold coins. The first place had the most gold coins, and the next 2 naturally had less. The first place received 1,000 gold coins, and Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. Although the top 3 all had epic items, the first place still had the privilege of being able to pick one of the 5 epic items for themselves. The second place would only be able to pick from 3 epic level items, and the third place was given one directly at random. The survival manual displayed 5 epic ranked items out. Fiery Divine Spear, Sun Chasing Bow, Epic Gathering Golem, Space Ring, Great Return Pill. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment, first filtering out the 2 weapons, which he couldn't use, and then filtering out the space ring, of which he had one, which was enough for the time being. Looking at the specific attributes of the Gathering Golem and the Great Returning Dan. Gathering Golem Epic, using an energy stone can activate the golem, it can help its owner to gather supplies automatically. The golem has a cargo space of 3 cubic meters, it works continuously for a maximum of 10 hours per day, and it can gather wood for 160, or stone for 80, or iron ore for 16 per hour. Great Restorative Elixir, permanently increases the adventurer's stamina by 5 points. If this was a few days ago, Guan Xiaoqi would have possibly chosen the Great Return Pill, but he had increased his strength by dozens of points in one go yesterday, and his eye for basic attributes was already much higher, and he kind of couldn't see past these 5 points of attributes. With almost no hesitation, Guan Xiaoqi chose the Gathering Golem. Chapter 119, Siege. This Gathering Golem was already close to his own solo gathering efficiency from the other day, and it was equivalent to hiring a person to work for him all the time. A white light flashed. A golem with a clanking body instantly appeared in the room. This epic level golem looked too much taller than the small golem from before, and its entire body was covered in high-grade materials. Opening its energy box, it casually put a white energy stone in. Tick. Energy stone level is too low to use. Guan Xiaoqi had no choice but to remove the white energy stone and replace it with a green one in, closing the energy box and the robot's display lit up. Setting up the gathering of iron ore, this robot comes with a built-in space warehouse, just right for going to gather iron ore. That mine is a bit far away. With its own warehouse, the puppet won't have to run back and forth for transportation, it can save a lot of time. Set the parameters and put the robot in the yard. Finally, more and more workers came to work for themselves. After getting this done, suddenly the system sent out a new notification. Emergency notification, due to the large number of miasma spirits being culled, in the next 7 days, a large number of miasma spirit riots will occur worldwide, and will actively attack the cabin, so please prepare your defenses. What's the situation again? Wasn't pouncing on miasma spirits a task given by the system? How could the miasma spirits riot in the blink of an eye? Are the system's tricks this deep now? Once the 7 days had passed, the miasma spirit's 100% drop treasure chest was naturally gone. Although it might drop out by chance, the chances of that were pitifully small, and the miasma spirit wasn't a wild animal, there was no meat, no fur. That is, there is no reward for pure combat. Originally, everyone was about to go to sleep. When this message came out, there was a chorus of curses, and everyone was outraged. Is the system this deep in the rut too? Mom, I want to go back to Earth. Simply not giving humans a way to live. How long have we not collected resources, letting everyone starve to death? Incompetent rage, there's no use. Can you still twist your little arm over your big leg? The system is letting you guys cultivate properly, don't you understand that? I'm not afraid, I've already practiced to the 5th level of Murphy's magic lecture. I heard that the 10th level is a hurdle. When I pass the first hurdle, I'll be able to kill the 4 directions. Big brother, worship, you're awesome. 5th weight counts for nothing, big brother. Someone has already passed the 1st level a long time ago. No, what 1st level, 2nd level, says I'm baffled, someone explain? You don't even understand this? Murphy's magic lecture has a total of 3 levels to go through. The 1st level is called the 1st level, the 2nd level is called the heavy floor, and the 3rd level is called the prison breaking level. Only when you reach the 10th weight will you have a chance to break through the initial level. Really? I'm only at the second level and someone has passed the 10th level? I heard that passing the first level will reward a large amount of attribute points, is that true? Is there any big brother to popularize it? Same question. Same question. Ask again. Will, cultivate to the 10th level, to rush through the barrier. It's not that easy, it's very tough. Let's prepare a little bit more energy meat pieces. After the initial barrier, all attributes will increase by 5 points. All attributes plus 5 points? So exaggerated. This is the real big brother, just now that 5th level is dependent on the defense. Cut the crap, you're not even as good as reply. I dare you board, what do you mean the defense is inferior? Instantly the forum was a melee, driving the car, adding fire to add fire. The main player quickly moved his mouth, as if Fong Tang Mirror reappeared. All idle. Seeing that there was no more useful information, Guan Xiaoqi closed the survival manual and sat in the chair for a while. The secret art of passage to the underworld that he practiced was a lot different from the Murphy's magic lecture that most people practiced, but right now he had a few dozen more points of power than a normal person, which was roughly equivalent to the level at which Murphy's magic lecture passed the first level. No, it was a bit higher, it should be a bit stronger than the level of the first level. In this world, people with all sorts of strange encounters were more than just himself, and one should not underestimate the heroes of the world at any time. It was late at night. Guan Xiaoqi was sleeping soundly. Suddenly a piercing alarm sounded. Woo! Wah! One shriller than the other. Guan Xiaoqi had just dreamed of pulling Alicia's small hand, looking at the shy red little face, and was about to go further when he was instantly awakened. At once, he was furious. Which one is disturbing Lousy's rest in the middle of the night? Leaping up, Guan Xiaoqi ran to the courtyard in a few steps. Climbing up the watchtower, he looked into the thick fog. The earth began to shake, and he thought it was a miasma spirit at first, but when the monster showed up in the distant mist, he realized that he was wrong. It was another ape horse beast. It was driving countless wild wolves, charging towards Guan Xiaoqi's place. The one that had just sent out the alarm was the flying saucer eye at the head of the vigilance tower, spinning rapidly, its light illuminating all of the black mist in the 60-meter range. The Eye of Sauron then immediately lit up as well. A poison arrow tower and a conjunction arrow tower fired out 2 types of light, all staring forward together. The range of the poison arrow tower was 60, and the range of the secondary watchtower was also 60, but the watchtowers were placed closer to the direction of the gate, that is, a little bit in front, so the watchtowers were the first to discover the enemy. The ape and horse beast let out a loud roar. Countless wolves rushed towards the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi raised his water demon, and together with the 2 archery towers, they fired at the wolves. The 2 archery towers were all single-point attack archery towers, which had great killing power against bosses, but were much less efficient against this overwhelming rush of large groups of small monsters. The wall became transparent and would not block the light arrows from the 2 archery towers. The system design was quite considerate. The water demon's range was only 50 meters, a little closer than the arrow towers. After the archery towers shot a few arrows, the wolves finally entered the range of the water demon. Guan Xiaoqi raised the water demon high, and ice rain exploded out. Water arrows, ice arrows, shot out together like a torrential downpour, and wherever they went, pieces of wolves fell in a pool of blood. Standing on the watchtower, the water demon was equivalent to unlimited ammunition, just like setting up a heavy machine gun, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the wolves in the mist. The ape and horsebeast supervising the battle at the back couldn't sit still, letting out a wild roar, stamping on the ground with all 4 hooves, mixing in with the wolves, and charging towards Guan Xiaoqi's hut. The poison arrow towers immediately shifted their target, and successive poison arrows were fired at the giant thing. The Lianzhu arrow tower, on the other hand, prioritized shooting the wolves running at the front near the cabin. The 2 arrow towers were surprisingly good at playing in tandem. As for Guan Xiaoqi, he ignored the ape horse beast and was still releasing a roiling rain of ice, harvesting the flesh and blood of the wolves. Although there were many wolves, Guan Xiaoqi was no longer the rookie he was back then, and all of these wolves died on the way before they could even get close enough to reach the 20-meter range of the enclosure. The ape and horse beast still brazenly rushed over, their huge bodies in berserk eyes crashing towards the courtyard gate. The poison arrow tower and the continuous arrow tower began to gather fire. The shots caused the ape horse beast to wail. Its eyes turned green, obviously it had been poisoned quite deeply. Trying to crash my door? Guan Xiaoqi raised the water demon high, silently calculating the distance of the ape beast. Seeing that the ape horse beast was already more than 10 meters away from the courtyard door, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly let out a loud shout and stomped with his foot, the power was incomparably huge, the watchtower all trembled under the force of this downward stomp. Guan Xiaoqi borrowed this force, jumped up high, leapt over the fence, lifted the water demon and ruthlessly smashed toward the ape horsebeast's head. Chop! Under the stick, wind and thunder followed. The power of this cleave, with countless resonances, blocked all of the ape horsebeast's retreats altogether, and the ape horsebeast, sensing that the power of this stick was ridiculously large, was extremely panicked, as if it had intruded into a cage with nowhere to escape. Chapter 120: A Lighthouse in the Mist. The ape horsebeast that was charging ferociously over could not stop at this point, and the head on stick collided viciously with it. The huge head of the ape horsebeast was like a watermelon hit by a cannonball. It shattered in the air, blood splashed in all directions, the body came to an abrupt end, and was smashed into the ground by this stick, not even hitting the fence. Dust rose up in all directions, and rumbling sounds were emitted. It wasn't all power, the power of a smash, it also contained the power of resonance. The power was amplified dozens of times. Even the giant animal ape horsebeast, before it evolved into a demonic beast, couldn't resist this shocking stick. Guan Xiaoqi landed on the ground with a violent wave of dizziness. This was the first time he had entered the black mist outdoors. Raising his head, there seemed to be a strange lighthouse in the distance, with people by it. It was like a trance, as if it were unreal. Something's wrong. Guan Xiaoqi bit his tongue to clear his mind, not daring to look at the lighthouse in the mist anymore, and turned around to see his courtyard gate, which surprisingly also became distant and blurry. There was something wrong with this thick fog. Guan Xiaoqi was alarmed, desperately running back toward his own courtyard door. Obviously only a dozen meters, under normal circumstances, Guan Xiaoqi leaped to the, but Guan Xiaoqi more and more panic, how the distance will be so far. Could it be an illusion that he was poisoned? Quickly took out the homecoming scroll from the ring in case of an accident. Gritting his teeth, he ran for a while longer. Finally the scenery in front of him suddenly changed from illusory to real. A hand touched the courtyard door, fiercely pulling open the door. Guan Xiaoqi rolled and crawled rushed into the courtyard. Kneeling in the courtyard, terrified, breathing heavily. When he came back after a slight reprieve, he hurriedly turned around and shut the courtyard door. With his back against the courtyard door, Guan Xiaoqi sat on his butt in the doorway. It was too horrible. What did one see just now? Was it all an illusion? It was only then that he recalled that the scenery he saw the moment he entered the mists just now was actually completely different from the scenery he saw from the watchtower. There, it wasn't even Death Valley. It was a desert there. The rubble was jagged. There weren't any trees, and the surrounding area was definitely not the scenery of Death Valley. It was as if one had traveled to another world. In the distance of that world, there was a light that seemed to be very far away, but it appeared clearly and often for a bit, and even more bizarrely, it looked like there was a person by that distant lighthouse. Guan Xiaoqi stayed sitting for 10 minutes, a little disbelief, climbed to the watchtower above, looking deep into the fog. Though the fog was illuminated by the watchtower, the scenery inside was the familiar scenery of his neighborhood: green grass, scattered small trees, with a few pieces of gravel, very different from what he had just seen when he entered the fog. There was also no distant lighthouse at all. Deeper into the fog, it was a pitch black. However, just now, the ape and horse beasts and wolves were also in the mist, so how could they see their own cabin and attack it without any problems? And one's own return to the cabin, obviously only a dozen meters away, but ran for a long time, like a few kilometers so far. How did the beast just randomly charge? This world is too ridiculous, it's almost like a dream, there's no logic to it at all. Suddenly remembering the words that Gongzi Xiaobai had said, inside the mists, it's a completely different world. This is true. Devils didn't always lie, at least, this sentence was true. With this lesson, Guan Xiaoqi was even more afraid to enter the mists now. Guan Xiaoqi sat on the watchtower, still recalling his feelings in the mists. It seemed that, by the lighthouse, there was a sharp, creepy gaze staring at him. Who was that? Why didn't he come over? A breeze blew through, and the night chill was strong, but it was all warded off by the evergreens in the yard. Back in the living room, Godless threw a few logs into the fireplace, lit a bonfire in the fireplace, and curled up on the couch, falling asleep again without realizing it. The night was silent. New World Calendar, 19th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, cloudy with light rain. Temperature, 18 C. The temperature continues to stabilize, miasma spirits are beginning to riot, be careful. Guan Xiaoqi opened his eyes in a daze, kind of not wanting to get up. He slept too late last night and hadn't gotten enough sleep. After thinking about it, he had planned to go quarrying today, and wanted to verify if the quarrying was much more efficient with so many times more power. Struggled to get up, stretched, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains of the living room. The sunlight shone into the house. The outdoor birds woke up very early and were chirping and calling outside the window. Prepared a fine breakfast. Disposed of some garbage. Only then did he walk out the door carrying a devil's axe, planning to retrieve the carcasses of yesterday's animals before going to quarry, only to be instantly petrified as soon as he pushed open the courtyard door. The endless wilderness is filled with endless miasma, a meter-high miasma fog. There is no way out, just like a miasma sea. This is too exaggerated, right? One's own cabin had become an island in the miasma ocean. There was no way out of the doorway. Is this the miasma spirit riot the system was talking about? Not a single miasma spirit in sight, and there were just too many miasmas. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to curse, but in the end, he felt it was pointless and endured it. Regardless, it was still necessary to retrieve the animal corpses first. Taking out the corpse sea necklace, he began to slowly absorb the miasma around the entrance into it. The huge corpse of the ape horse beast, lying just 10 meters from the doorway, its head had been completely smashed by Guan Xiaoqi last night, and its body had been smashed half a meter deep into the earth, sucking the surrounding miasma into the necklace. Guan Xiaoqi approached the past, only to realize that the meat of the ape and horse beast had been completely corroded by the miasma, a heartache. Luckily, the leather was more resistant to corrosion and hadn't been damaged for the time being. Guan Xiaoqi put away the ape beast's skin. There was no treasure chest on the ground, but a fine card fell, picked it up and looked at it, but it was a blue card of a water pump, felt so new. This thing is not common. Pumping machine fine, a machine that can pump water to high places, has many uses. The first thing that came to Guan Xiaoqi's mind was whether or not his toilet could be upgraded. Not having to carry buckets of water to clean it yourself every day? But it wouldn't work with only a pumping machine and no hose. Let's put it away first. Further in front of the door, there were wolf corpses all over the place. Guan Xiaoqi absorbed the miasma while going over to gather up the corpses of these animals. Just like the ape and horse beasts, the wolf meat had been corroded and had no food value at all, only the skin was still usable. A total of more than 100 wolf skins were collected. Guan Xiaoqi did not have the skinning skill. The wolf skins collected were not very complete, all of them were broken, most of them could only be made into a light skin. Occasionally there might be a slightly more complete one that could be made into 2 light skins. White weapon cards fell all over the ground. Most of the cards dropped by the beasts were related to weapons and defenses, but the level of these things dropped by the wolves was so low that no one would want to give them away, so Guan Xiaoqi didn't mind and put them all away. Packing up these animal corpses alone took half a day, and at noon, he went home for a short break and went out again, this time to the quarry. Guan Xiaoqi didn't die, he still wanted to go quarrying, and wanted to know how efficient his quarrying was. Moreover, he had recently sensed danger, although Robin hadn't contacted him yet. Who knew when this old boy would suddenly appear? It was important to upgrade the cabin as soon as possible. Level 5 cabins came with a branching option. The quarry was more than 100 meters away from the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi walked over there, sucking up miasma along the way, and it took more than an hour to punch through a passage. Thankfully, there was no wind today, and the miasma wouldn't float around. With this concentration of miasma, it was extremely dangerous for anyone to go out, and Guan Xiaoqi still didn't want to take any chances even though he had isolated himself with the power of the wind around him. It was not easy to absorb the miasma around the quarry cleanly. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi take out the devil's axe hammer and hold it in his hand backwards, aiming the head of the hammer at the stone mine, wheeling it round, raising it high, and then swinging it fiercely towards the stone mine. Thud! With a loud bang, a large stone was smashed into several pieces, and the chipped out stones automatically became stone, 3 in total. With just one hammer. Chapter 121 The Hermit's Cottage. Guan Xiaoqi still remembered his history of only smashing out 4 stones in an hour when he first started quarrying. This random hammering of 3 stones, or because a raw stone or, at most, could be smashed out of 3. The quarrying efficiency should have already reached its limit, and it would be impossible to collect more stones in the future with a higher power. Will a hammer the whole cycle, about 20 seconds, that is, a minute 9 stones, an hour is 540 stones. This efficiency was already amazingly high. It was definitely more efficient than felling wood by himself and the skeleton warrior. And the value of stone had always been a bit higher than wood, simply because it was more difficult to quarry. Guan Xiaoqi was excited. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and there were still 6 hours before it got dark. Since there is enough time, then let's get to work. Dang! Dang! Knock, knock! Guan Xiaoqi wielded his hammer for more than 4 hours straight. with a slight break in the middle. Although he had a lot of strength, his endurance wasn't able to support Guan Xiaoqi's constant output. The actual stones that were picked out were a little less than the theory, and near the end of the evening, a total of more than 2,000 were picked. The ring couldn't hold so many stones, so he had to take out the cart and push several carts before moving them back to the courtyard. The two puppets, one went to collect iron ore, the other was reset by Guan Xiaoqi and went to logging. The courtyard was piled high with all sorts of materials. There was no place for any of them to land. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. It seemed like the warehouse had to be built. There would only be more and more materials in the future, and without a warehouse there was no place to put these basic materials. It was still a bit early to 2000 hours, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to go out anymore. Not long after, both puppets came back. The primary puppet had only collected less than 200 timber, and the epic puppet had collected more than 150 cold iron ore. Guan Xiaoqi put all the cold iron ore into the furnace to be smelted into iron ingots. He went to the alchemy workbench again. He was now an intermediate alchemist and could repair excellent grade cards. Coming to the workbench, he took the summoned skeleton warrior card out of his ring and gave the card a repair treatment. Upon inspection, the skeletons in this card are severely damaged in multiple places. Please choose the materials to be used for the repair. You still need materials to repair the card? A list was pulled up below. The list was long, but a few in the front row were materials that one owned. Cold iron ingot. Repairing a skeleton with an iron ingot increases the skeleton's attack and defense, allowing the skeleton to master frost attacks. Red pine wood increases a skeleton's agility and can allow the skeleton to master flame attacks. Walnut wood can make the skeleton grow prettier and turn it into a millionaire handsome skeleton. Ape Beast Inner Dan can allow the skeleton to master aerodynamic wave long range attacks, and the card level will automatically go up one level. Seeing the last option, Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. So the inner elixir could also upgrade the card? Wasn't this the same as his own magician? However, the blue inner elixir could only upgrade green cards. If it upgraded legendary cards, wouldn't it require a mythic level inner elixir? This was a feat that Guan Xiaoqi didn't even dare to think about. A mythic level demonic beast, that was the level of a god. Just look at Dom. Cold iron ingot. Skeleton warriors were defenders, so of course defense was most important. Only cold iron ingots increased defense. After consuming a total of 3 cold iron ingots, this card now finally showed the word intact. Summoning the skeleton warrior out, the bones of his entire body shone with a metallic luster, and underneath his helmet, that hole in his head was also repaired by cold iron, and the missing bones were replaced by iron bones, which were stronger than bones. The axe in his hand became iron, and the blade of the axe was all blue and cold. Sure enough, it was much more handsome. This being stood motionless in front of Guan Xiaoqi, who looked at it for half a day, satisfied with his restoration, before reclaiming the skeleton warrior back into the card. This card had some innate flaws from the beginning, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't understand why it was like this, but it was finally fixed. Returning to the workbench, the items that were hung yesterday were sold out some one after another, and because the price tag was for lumber, they were sold relatively smoothly. Like some extra pots and pans, bedding, the people who bought it were quite a few, and received a total of more than 1,000 pieces of wood. Took a look at the resources he had on hand now. Timber, 3572, stone, 2861, iron ingot 147, gold coin 1730. In his heart, he was less than 500 timber short of upgrading the cabin, and he still had 2 legendary level stones that he could add in to strengthen the cabin. Hurry to the mall, search the current price of wood. It's fairly stable. If you use stone for stone, 1 stone can be exchanged for 2 wood. If you use gold, a gold can be exchanged for 10 wood. Gold coins are relatively scarce. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and used 300 stones and exchanged them for 600 timber. The resources were finally enough to upgrade. Level 5 cabins could be transferred, which was a very crucial level. Are you sure you want to upgrade the cabin to level 5? Okay. Please choose the direction of the upgrade. Castle stone huts. This direction cabins will gradually shift to stone huts, and can eventually develop into castles. Top-level castles can accommodate 100,000 people, can accommodate other people's cabins to move in, double defense, double attack. Castles can't be moved, and can't use relocation scrolls. 2. Field cabin. The direction of the cabin will evolve into a manor. The top field can accommodate 300 people, doubled crops and production capacity, limited movement. 3. Hermit hut. This is a small courtyard. Top hermit hut can accommodate up to 5 people, at top level. Practicing at the hut increases speed by 20%. 3 options. Guan Xiaoqi carefully took stock of them. The castle has the strongest defense, but once you choose the castle, you can't move the location, which means that before you build the castle, you have to use the scroll to choose the right location for the hut before upgrading it, and the drop has no regrets. The field cabin is the rich family, the main production and planting, limited movement is not sure what it means. Is there a lot of restrictions when using the relocation scroll? The last one is the hermit hut. It seems like there is no difference with the current hut in the sense that it can increase the speed of cultivation. There are no migration restrictions, and it looks like hermit huts can use migration scrolls at will. It's just that the population limit is too low. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know what he remembered and ambiguously hammed and hawed. Then directly chose the hermit hut. Upgrade to level 5 hut hermit, requires wood 4172 4000, stone 2561 2000, gold 1731,000. Your resources are sufficient. You can also choose the following options to increase the attributes of the hut. Fine grade demon beast endosperm, it can increase the spirituality of the hermit's cabin. Fine grade cards 10, inside the cabin, the owner can raise alchemy by 1 level. The owner learns alchemy to trigger this option. 100 iron ingots, can increase the cabin's defensibility. Special alchemy material, provides different attribute bonuses depending on the material provided. Detecting that you only have golden wood, it allows the cabin to resist a surefire attack. There were a total of 4 options, and Guan Xiaoqi selected all of them. A little curious, what was the meaning of the hermit cabin's spirituality? The ape and horse beast's inner elixir, the golden wood, surprisingly, all of them could upgrade the cabin, all of them were used. Fortunately, he didn't bother upgrading the skeleton warrior just now. But to upgrade the cabin, this must be given up. Detected that you have 2 pieces of diamond. Do you want to use the diamond to upgrade the cabin? Use 1. Upgrade. A multicolored light lit up, and the entire cabin became illusory, along with the courtyard and the archery tower. It seemed to vanish into the void. This upgrade took a bit longer. A few minutes passed in a trance. Guan Xiaoqi reopened his eyes and the brand new hermit hut reappeared. Slightly larger than the previous hut, Guan Xiaoqi saw that there was an additional staircase in the living room to the second floor. A feeling of déjà vu. A second floor hut? Guan Xiaoqi snapped out of it. Wasn't this the same as that cabin of the Witch Demon King? It turned out that the Witch Demon King had also chosen the hermit hut. Chapter 122 Miasma Blockade. A king who didn't choose a castle but chose a hermit's hut. Guan Xiaoqi always felt strange. Level 5 Wooden Hut Hermit. This is a small wooden hut that possesses spirituality, extremely strong long-range defense, 50% increase in magic defense, 50% increase in long-range defense, 30% increase in flame defense. Cold iron ingot effect, defends against a surefire hit once 1 hour cooldown, and alchemy upgraded by 1 level. Current spirituality value 100, keeps the wood in the fireplace burning continuously, can automatically regulate the temperature in the house, can automatically clean the dust in the house. Card recovery speed is increased by 100%, food spoilage speed is reduced by 50%. Cultivating in the log cabin, can increase the effect of cultivation by 5%. This shelter can accommodate 2 creatures. Ancillary facilities of a level 5 cabin. Yard, 100 square feet, can upgrade the yard's fence, requires 200 stones, can extend the yard's range, requires 100 wood and 100 stones. Level 3 arrow tower, can upgrade to a level 4 arrow tower, requires stone 200 and iron ingot 100. Can add new facilities, choose one of 3. Warehouse, 50 square meters, an outdoor building that does not take up yard space and can store your various supplies. Basement, 30 square meters, can be used as a storage room to store your precious items. Second floor terrace, 20 square meters, a place to relax. Upgrading to the next level requires wood 172, 8000, stone 561, 4000, and gold 730, 2000. The extra option of a second floor terrace was too extravagant and not much use. Guan Xiaoqi chose the warehouse. The courtyard would often be piled up with materials, there was no place to land, it was just too messy. The warehouse was now a necessity to build. The warehouse did not take up the yard's area, it was equivalent to an extra 50 square meters of storage space. Guan Xiaoqi came to the fireplace and threw a few pieces of wood into it. Unlike before, the wood didn't burn up violently, but instead turned into a blue flame that burned slowly. On the side of the fireplace, an ancient settings screen appeared. Guan Xiaoqi set it to 22°C. The temperature in the room began to change, and quickly reached the specified temperature. Guan Xiaoqi was soothed. The floor, desktop, including the bedroom and workroom, as if there was an invisible force cleaning, all became extraordinarily clean and spotless. In the future, he wouldn't even need to mop the floor himself. It's so modern. It could also be said that there was already a prototype of a cultivation cave. Guan Xiaoqi doesn't hesitate to do things. He chose the hermit hut, he won't regret it. His goal is very clear. He doesn't want to be some kind of lord, nor does he want to be a rich man. He wants to be the #1 master in the world. No one dares to bully the kind. Natural hermit hut is the first choice. Along the stairs went up to the second floor to take a look. There was only one room on the second floor, which had a practicing room and could also be used as a study or guest bedroom. Through the window on the second floor, one could see the vast wilderness behind the cabin, and the line of sight was very good. At this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the sun that hadn't been seen for several days emerged. It was already dusk and the sun was about to set. The orange-red sunset shone into the window pane, extraordinarily beautiful. Guan Xiaoqi stood by the window, and for the first time he was in the mood to look up into the sky, curious as to how exactly the sun disappeared all of a sudden here. Squinting his eyes, he looked. Perhaps it was dusk, the sun was not bright. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even dare to blink his eyes, staring at the sun with a deadly stare, compelled to see clearly how the sun disappeared. Suddenly the sun dimmed all of a sudden. It wasn't falling into the mountainside. It was as if a giant had suddenly placed a piece of black glass in front of his eyes, and then the sun quickly dimmed. Black mist came out of the void in an instant and covered the entire sky. Just a moment after the sun disappeared, Guan Xiaoqi was surprised to find that underneath the sun, a few very small bright spots appeared. It was a bit close, so it wasn't stars. Beneath the sun, above the dome, tens of thousands of miles up in the sky. What on earth was that? Was it the moon? Seems a little too small again? It looks so much smaller than the moon on Earth. A satellite? Natural? Or artificial? At the cabin, never had a chance to see the night sky here. Once night came, it was shrouded in thick fog, not even sure if there were stars twinkling in this sky, too. A few days ago in Dom Peak, was supposed to be an opportunity, but unfortunately that day was cloudy, did not see anything. Guan Xiaoqi, the only thing I know is that the clouds in this world are very high, more than 10,000 meters so high. This planet, also do not know how many times larger than the Earth. But the odd thing was that the gravity was even about the same. Judging from common sense, it was highly likely that it was because this huge planet was simply a hollow ball. That was why this phenomenon occurred. The fog had already shrouded the world, so Guan Xiaoqi had nothing more to see and returned downstairs. Today, he had upgraded the cabin and used up the iron ingots, and there was no way to upgrade the arrow tower again. Guan Xiaoqi returned to his desk and opened the survival manual. Alicia usually came online on time at this time. This girl's routine had always been particularly regular, and it was evident that she was an extremely self-disciplined girl. The two chatted for a while. What? You've risen to a level 5 cabin? How did you get so many resources? Alicia's mouth dropped open like she had swallowed an egg. Maybe I'm more diligent. Sounds unreliable, don't believe me. Alicia was skeptical of Guan Xiaoqi's diligence. Guan Xiaoqi hemmed and hawed, didn't argue, and immediately changed the topic. By the way, is there a lot of miasma at your place today? Alicia had a sad face and sighed. Don't mention it, my island is pressed with no miasma. See you humans and skeletons doing quests in a frenzy, but we elves have nothing here. The system is probably trying to compensate us elves. Just some treasure chests floated from the sea. It's really depressing. It made Guan Xiaoqi a bit speechless. Doing nothing, treasure chests kept falling from the sky, and a sad face. What does that make a group of humans who beat the living daylights out of each other with their lives say? Well, it is indeed a bit sad. Ha, you think so too? Yeah, I think so too. Alicia smiled into a flower in front of the screen, thinking that Guan Xiaoqi was really understanding, so understanding of her mood. Right, I've already cured the salted fish meat for you, more than 1,000 kilograms in total. I'll transfer it to you and you receive it. Ah, the salted fish meat is ready? Well, you hurry up and take it back. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to go practice, huh? Bye. Bye. Guan Xiaoqi touched his nose. It was okay, it didn't get longer. He didn't rush to get the salted fish meat. Instead, he opened the forum to hear what everyone was chatting about, only to hear all the angry complaints. Can't even get out of the door, want everyone to all starve to death? Miasma spirits, not a single one in sight, all outside is miasma. Is the system crazy? They won't let us cut wood or quarry stone? What about food? Don't talk about it. Fortunately I have planted a little bit of vegetables in my own small yard, otherwise I would have starved to death. Big brother, where did you get the seeds? No comment. Grass, a little bit of food is so arrogant, why don't you hold up and die? I surely can't hold up and die. It's hard to say you can't starve to death, huh? That, I say, everyone don't all have such a big fire. Come up with a solution together. This can't go on like this. Then what do you think there is a way? I know his solution is to wait for death in peace. Everyone seemed to be grumpy. Guan Xiaoqi also sighed. This time he could truly empathize. Being stuck at home, unable to go out to work, and starving to death, anyone's temper is no better. Chapter 123 Zhou Jiangho. I'll tell you all a way. If you've practiced 5th level magic, you can try to go to a nearby place not far from here to log and quarry stone heads. Really? You tried that? Well, I don't want to starve to death and live without resources. I took a chance and tried it today. Basically, 5th level magic will allow you to last a little over an hour in the miasma. Big brother, what does 5th level magic mean? Does it mean 5 heavy Murphy magic? Of course, in fact, this world can be more than just Murphy magic as a technique. Other techniques are the same. It's just that the magic I learned shows that it's a 5th level magic. I don't understand why Murphy uses a designation like 5th weight. I guess Murphy magic is the same. I cultivate Murphy magic. I'll try it tomorrow. Big brother, tomorrow after your test, if you're still alive, notify the brothers. But I'm only practicing Murphy magic at the 3rd level. What should I do? You can try. I think you can get out as well. It's just a bit shorter. I don't dare to try. I'm chicken. Guan Xiaoqi was curious and got involved, asking, question to all of you, is energy meat something that can help people practice magic? Did everyone see that? Big brother Pengwan came out, and he can actually talk? Big brother Pengwan, this is basic common sense, right? Surely it's possible, but where to buy energy meat? I haven't seen anyone selling energy meat for 7 days. Big brother Pengwan, could it be that you have energy meat? I say, don't you all find it strange? Big brother Punji doesn't even know that energy meat can raise your cultivation? Big brother, how many levels of magic are you? Huh? Me? About level 5. 5th level? No way, are you kidding us? Are you a rank 1 rank 5? When we say rank 5, we mean rank 0 rank 5. No one believed that Guan Xiaoqi was only rank 5. To be able to kill over 200 miasma spirits, he was already a legendary existence on the forums. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't explain it. I just got a bit of meat, probably energy meat. I'll put it up for sale online in a while. Welcome to patronize, and if you have anything particularly good, you can send it over for me to take a look at. Big brother, I want to ask, do you need anything? Of course I need it. I need all kinds of rare materials, and anyone who has an epic level wind magic staff can trade with me. I have epic level water magic staffs, epic level battle swords, all of it. Big brother, you have quite a lot of epic level stuff. Big brother, how do you think we can get this miasma? Big brother, bring us along. A bunch of licking dogs, disgusting no, who would bring you guys if you don't rely on yourselves in this era? It's really whimsical. Some people couldn't stand to look at it anymore and mouthed off, too many pandering people. Guan Xiaoqi smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. Being famous had its benefits. The attention was high enough that you didn't need to publicize to sell things. Of course, you also have to endure all kinds of bad words. But who cares? At least Guan Xiaoqi does not care. For the time being, this is still a lone wolf world. Take care of yourself on the line. Famous or not, no one can trip you up. Wait for the future appearance of the castle. Some people began to gather. Maybe it will be different. But with so many castles, there are only a few that can really grow, and most of them will be eliminated. If you're not strong, who will come to join you? It would be better to build a manor and produce supplies properly. Guan Xiaoqi exited the forum, went to the trade channel, and took out more than 1,000 kilograms of salted fish meat. It was a huge pile. Fortunately, Alicia was careful and used 2 large wooden barrels to load it up before sending it over. Inside, they were all sliced into standard fish meat pieces of 500 grams apiece. Guan Xiaoqi did not immediately take it to the mall. Taking out a small piece first, he felt the sizzling flow of energy inside. In case he misjudged and hung this meat up, then his reputation that would be all ruined. Guan Xiaoqi had to be careful and check it one more time. Determined that the meat of this lead's fish was energy meat. The fish meat was hung up in the shopping mall. 500 grams sold for 50 gold coins. The price was on the high side, but things were rare and expensive. Who made it so that energy meat hadn't appeared in the trading channel in a while? Waiting to set up the trade for the fish meat. Guan Xiaoqi felt rather strange again. He himself had eaten quite a bit of python meat, well, energy meat at least, so how come he hadn't noticed any increase in his cultivation level? Why did everyone say that eating energy meat could increase one's cultivation? Why couldn't they do so when it was their turn? Alicia didn't seem to care about the energy meat either, and should be in the same situation as himself. He couldn't figure out that he happened to have an imperial magician, so he asked the magician in his head, everyone else can raise their cultivation by eating energy meat, why can't I? The magician's voice was soft and emotionless as always, because they are using their bodies to resonate with this world, whereas with your kung fu, you are using your soul to resonate with this world, so you can't raise your magical cultivation by eating energy meat. Guan Xiaoqi immediately understood. It wasn't that complicated, it was just that the frequencies were different. The frequencies of the brainwaves were definitely different from the frequencies of the organs. Other people cultivated their bodies, Guan Xiaoqi cultivated his brain, so it was naturally different. So that's how it is. Then how should I quickly raise my cultivation? You will only increase your cultivation if you can experience the subtle changes of nature with your heart. For example, the last time you converted the curse, you experienced the essence of the curse power then and increased your cultivation by 2 levels. That made sense. Guan Xiaoqi nodded his head. The gungfu he practiced was relatively high level. It was a mythic level gungfu. It must be good. The only drawback was that the cultivation progress was slightly slower than others. While Guan Xiaoqi was ruminating, a private chat jumped up. There were a lot of private chats, but in this one, a legendary level item was hanging, drawing Guan Xiaoqi in instantly. Opening the private chat. Looking at the name was a little strange. It was a middle-aged man named Zhou Jiangho. Looking at the avatar of a four-sided face, thick eyebrows, and starry eyes, it was also considered to be a classically beautiful man. The items listed in this Zhou Jiangho's private chat were not only a legendary item, but also several epic items. Guan Xiaoqi was taken aback. What exactly was this dude's status? How did he have so many treasures? Golden Feather Card Legendary, wings that can fly, equipped with feathers that can fly up to 30 meters and up to 100 kilometers, very flexible. This is a card for low-altitude flight. Hello? Guan Xiaoqi right, I'm Zhou Jiangho, nice to meet you. Me too, Golden Feather is the first legendary level card I've ever seen, how did you get it? Guan Xiaoqi didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. First of all, I want to apologize to you, I didn't intend to trade this card with you, it was just to attract your attention, you must have a lot of private chats, it wouldn't have attracted your attention otherwise. Guan Xiaoqi didn't mind, he originally didn't have much interest in this card either, but this card proved Zhou Jiangho's strength, and he was looking for himself, but it was just a trade. It doesn't matter, I'm not interested in this card, you're looking for me, do you want to do business with me? Oh? You have little interest in this card? Zhou Jiangho was surprised. This was definitely a card that would make anyone's mouth water, and it was probably the only legendary level card for humans, but Guan Xiaoqi's attitude was one of indifference. A gentleman doesn't take from others, right? Guan Xiaoqi gave a harumph and laughed. Tell me, what kind of business do you want to do with me? Chapter 124. How much energy meat do you have? I want to buy it all. I've already hung it in the mall, so you can buy it all now? Sorry, it takes too many gold coins, I have other uses for my gold coins, so I want to take some materials and cards and exchange them with you. Guan Xiaoqi was aghast in his heart. This middle-aged man wasn't saying that he didn't have enough gold coins, but that he had other uses for his gold coins, which meant that this guy had a bit too many gold coins on hand. To know that a ton 2 of energy meat, all sold out, was worth 120,000 gold coins. Probably sensing Guan Xiaoqi's silence, Zhou Jiangho explained, I'm not alone, you don't have to be too surprised. Guan Xiaoqi nodded, that's right, business is business, I don't really care if you're alone or represent multiple people, I have 1 ton 2 of energy meat that's been cured and carries a high purity of salt, do you have enough leverage to trade with me? This demonic beast is extraordinary, you must be an expert. However, since I dare to contact you, I naturally have confidence, do you want to take a look at the conditions I'm giving? Guan Xiaoqi smiled faintly and didn't explain, he was a businessman, he wasn't interested in showing off his strength, what's more, this was a demonic beast that Alicia had killed, and Guan Xiaoqi simply didn't intend to let others know about his relationship with the elves. 1 ton 2, at the price you listed, it would cost a total of 120,000 gold coins, right now, the market price for an epic grade card starts at 5,000 gold coins, and the expensive ones can be sold for as much as 50,000 gold coins, and there are also epic grade materials for about the same price. You're planning to exchange epic level items with me? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit moved, he just didn't know if the epic level items he had in his hands would be usable by himself. Of course, cards, drawings, skill scrolls, rare materials, they can all be exchanged, and it's not limited to epic level either, I can show you the list. This was definitely a superb money. Now Guan Xiaoqi kind of believed what he was saying, he wasn't a person, but represented a team. First of all, there was no way a single person would need so much energy meat, he couldn't eat it all, and Guan Xiaoqi had also inquired about it. After reaching the first rank of magic, these energy meats would be ineffective. Make a list for me? Guan Xiaoqi didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. Of course, you can pick some of the ones you need. Zhou Jiangho then made a rather exaggerated list of a very large number of treasures, each of which was still labeled with a price behind it. Guan Xiaoqi was truly surprised. Can you pause the trading channel now? Zhou Jiangho reminded Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi nodded his head and went over to the trading channel to pause the trading of the energy meat, but just now, in a short period of time, more than 24 copies had already been sold, and a total of 1,350 gold coins had been obtained. Guan Xiaoqi's hand, of course, more than 1 ton too, he left some for himself, sold out a little energy meat, and does not affect the trade with Zhou Jiangho. Guan Xiaoqi first saw that there were many rare materials in the list. Rare materials were also divided into grades. For example, one's own golden wood, which was epic level, and diamond, which was legendary level. And things like red pine wood, cold iron ingot, and walnut wood were all just excellent grade materials. The gap was huge. Having just finished upgrading the level 5 wooden house, Guan Xiaoqi had already experienced the importance of rare materials, and it could be said that every rare material was irreplaceable. Golden wood and diamond were simply miracle-like. Even if he didn't know what certain rare materials were useful for, Guan Xiaoqi decided that he would prioritize having to stock up on some of them. Mirage leather, epic grade leather, endurance +4. 5,000 gold coins. Bodhi wood, epic grade wood, increased cultivation speed. 8,000 gold coins. Sinking bead, epic level alchemy material 10,000 gold coins. Red crystal, epic level alchemy material 20,000 gold coins. Inside the pile of materials, Guan Xiaoqi picked 4. The red crystals, for some reason, were given an extremely high price tag by Zhou Jiangho, close to the top price of epic level materials. Guan Xiaoqi, however, shook in his heart. He had searched for the red crystal several times before, but had never seen anyone selling it. It was the core gemstone of the massive salt-making machine. Guan Xiaoqi immediately picked the red crystal as well. Swift wrist guard drawing epic, attack speed increased by 10%, defense added by 5. To make the wrist guard you need 2 pieces of medium leather, 1 piece of canvas, and 1 meter of thread. Magical medium leather and magical canvas can be used as alternative ingredients. The price of the drawing was of course higher. This kind of epic level drawing was much more expensive than an epic level weapon. Zhou Jiangho put a price tag of 40,000 gold coins on the back of this drawing, obviously not too keen on Guan Xiaoqi picking it away. Guan Xiaoqi still chose this drawing without hesitation. This was the chicken that could lay golden eggs. It was worth any amount of money. Intermediate smelting skill scroll 1,000 gold coins. Intermediate tailoring skill scroll 1,000 gold coins. These two belonged to the excellent grade skill scrolls, which were low grade but rare, and Guan Xiaoqi added them to his list. Another dozen or so fine grade alchemy materials were picked, such as Tianjing stone, phoenix wood, deep sea coral, etc., for a total of 20,000 gold coins. There was still a shortfall of 15,000 gold coins. The magician suddenly sent a reminder in Guan Xiaoqi's mind. That altar fragment, it seems a bit strange, bring it. Guan Xiaoqi had just seen an altar fragment inside the list. But this fragment had no description whatsoever, the introduction was blank inside, and the magician card couldn't even identify its purpose. An epic level item. Zhou Jiangho had labeled it 20,000 gold coins, and looking at the notes it wasn't an alchemy material, so Guan Xiaoqi didn't bother to take it. But since the magician reminded, he thought about it, returned a few refined materials, and took this altar fragment. It just happened to make up enough items for 120,000 gold coins. This was the first time Guan Xiaoqi had come to this world, the first super large single transaction. Although gold coins were rare and could go and earn them back at any time, there were many rare things that would not be available if they were missed. For example, red crystals. Guan Xiaoqi had never seen this thing even after how many times he had searched for it in the first place. He didn't expect to find it here in Zhou Jiangho, so of course he had to hurry and take it. When Guan Xiaoqi finished choosing, Zhou Jiangho smiled. I have to say, your choice is very discerning. There's just one thing I can't figure out. What did you choose this fragment for? I actually don't know what this shard is for, but it looks pretty special. That's it? Or what do you think? It's fine, I'm just a bit curious. Happy trading. Zhou Jiangho didn't know what this fragment was for, he just thought it was special, so he put a high price on it. I didn't expect to meet a fellow traveler. Guan Xiaoqi also felt that this fragment was very special. Both of them didn't have any nonsense and quickly finished trading. Turning off the survival manual and storing everything else away, Guan Xiaoqi took out this altar fragment, looked at it carefully for half a day, and couldn't help but spit out, "How does it look like a dog's nose?" Still without any hints, the magician couldn't identify it either, and Guan Xiaoqi casually placed it in his ring. A stone house, in front of the desk sat a man, sitting straight, thick eyebrows and starry eyes. He was surrounded by 2 large barrels of energy meat. He was in the process of delivering these meats, one after another. At this moment, a private chat suddenly lit up. Zhou Jiangho clicked on the private chat and frowned. "Big brother, you took out so many rare materials in exchange for a bunch of energy meat, is it worth it? Yalan, the brethren must raise their cultivation immediately. I have a very bad feeling. I'm afraid that this time the miasma won't be so simple for us to pass through. Right now we don't have enough migration scrolls, and getting together for resources is also a problem, so everyone should hurry to raise their level and save their lives is the most important thing. These rare materials will not be worth more than your lives, do you understand? But? No buts, obey orders. Yes, big brother." Zhou Jiangho rubbed his eyes. The reason he needed a large amount of basic resources was because his goal was extremely ambitious. He wanted to build a large enough castle in the fastest time possible and receive all of his brothers into the castle. These resources were all saved up by the brothers from their frugality. Therefore, he couldn't move the basic resources, and could only use these rare materials that he couldn't use for the time being to exchange for energy meat. Although the castle couldn't be moved, there was land within the castle, so it could be self-sufficient, and it was only when everyone gathered together that they could effectively defend against risks together. Humans, after all, are a creature suited for living in groups. Zhou Jiangho laughed lightly, tapping his fingers on the desk and muttering to himself. Chapter 125 Epiphany and the City in the Sky. Every person, every team, had their own pursuits. Guan Xiaoqi, naturally, was different from Zhou Jiangho and the others. Zhou Jiangho came to this world with a group of steel-willed brothers. Guan Xiaoqi was a loner. He was as he was on Earth, and when he came here, he still hadn't changed. Being strong on one's own was the only way to be truly strong. This was Guan Xiaoqi's motto. That was why he chose to practice hard. The hermit's hut could increase the effect by 5%, Guan Xiaoqi didn't feel it very much, and after completing this big deal, Guan Xiaoqi started practicing. He came to the second-floor practice room, immersed in the sea of wind as always. One by one, small tornadoes formed in the room, and in the hermit's hut, these small tornadoes were like they had spirituality, jumping back and forth, just like a little elf. Guan Xiaoqi was very surprised. It was as if these whirlwinds had come to life. Slowly immersed into the wind, gradually, Guan Xiaoqi's spirit and these winds fused into one. New World Calendar, 20th day of the first month of the first year, 6 a.m. Today's weather, light rain. Temperature, 16 C. The temperature has dropped slightly, the miasma continues to increase, miasma spirits are beginning to form, and all things are inappropriate. Guan Xiaoqi had been immersed in the sensation of wind all night, when he was suddenly awakened by the ringing of the bell, and before he knew it, the night had passed without him even sleeping. But it was strange to say that he didn't feel tired or sleepy at all. When he woke up from this marvelous state of mind, Guan Xiaoqi even felt more energized. This was a rare epiphany, and it didn't have much to do with the hermit hut's bonus, but the spiritual wind did provide Guan Xiaoqi with a source of inspiration. Icy wind level 8. One night, 3 levels straight up. The cultivation of this secret art of Tanxian was truly elusive. Learned both the intermediate tailoring skill and the intermediate melting skill. Finished eating breakfast. Guan Xiaoqi pushed open the door to his room. The ice-ground corn shone with light, showing that it was ripe and ready to be harvested. There was a lot of ice-ground corn hanging upside down above the trees, and on each tree, there were 24 pieces of corn, for a total of 10 trees, more than 200 pieces of corn were harvested. Guan Xiaoqi took a lot of wooden boxes and picked all these corn. The ice-ground corn didn't have the skin wrapped around the outside. The kernels of corn were shiny one by one, kind of like regular-looking grapes, completely different from the corn on Earth. Each kernel was the size of a child's fist, and a single kernel of corn, it weighed several pounds. Breaking off a kernel of corn, Guan Xiaoqi was curious if he could use this as a seed to expand reproduction. When Guan Xiaoqi just had this thought. You don't have the agricultural breeding skills to breed. This Guan Xiaoqi instantly died. This also requires skills. It seems that he still has to seriously protect the 10 corn trees. The apricot tree on the side also grew saplings. Guan Xiaoqi was very pleased. He did not get vegetable seeds, but at least there are fruits. The arrow rain bamboo seemed to be growing a bit slowly. Guan Xiaoqi applied some fertilizer to these plants, loosened the soil and watered them. The corn was put in the warehouse first. There was no rush to deal with it, wait for the night to come back and then get it. Engaged in more than 2 hours. Also planned to go out to collect it. Once pushed open the courtyard door, looking at the thick miasma outside the door, Guan Xiaoqi a burst of speechless. Yesterday only cleared the miasma, today even doubled the appearance of the door. This really does not let the poor people live. Yesterday the ocean of miasma on the wilderness was still only over a meter high, today it had already reached over 3 meters high, shrouding the wilderness in its entirety. Guan Xiaoqi walked to the edge of the watchtower, jumped up, and looked out into the wilderness. The miasma looked gloomy on a rainy day, tumbling waves of air as far as the eye could see, and in the distance, one could vaguely see miasma spirits in action within. The scale of it was a bit scary, it was really deadly, and it caused a lot of trouble for everyone gathering and hunting. That's why food was expensive. This was also the reason why Guan Xiaoqi's energy meat could be sold at such a high price last night. There was no other way, so Guan Xiaoqi had to take out the corpse sea necklace again. Walking out of the courtyard door, he slowly absorbed the miasma around him. These miasmas, they can be affected by the wind. A new thought suddenly rose in Guan Xiaoqi's heart. Since his epiphany of the 8th level of cold wind last night, he was already in control of the wind. Trying to wrap his entire body with a layer of wind power first, he then waved his hand and summoned a huge cyclone flat on the ground, gathering all the miasma around him and compressing it before going over and absorbing the miasma with the corpse sea necklace. A set of actions flowed smoothly, and a large area of miasma was cleared away. In this way, the efficiency was indeed greatly improved. Although it was raining, Guan Xiaoqi's fighting spirit was high as he cleaned his way over to the quarry. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the quarry, and when he raised the devil's axe hammer in his own hand, he was about to start smashing rocks. Suddenly a message popped up. Alicia invites you to participate in the team copy of City in the Sky, do you agree? Ha! It was then that Guan Xiaoqi remembered that Alicia had promised herself that she would take herself to a simple copy to get some gold, and she didn't expect to encounter a copy so soon? But what was the meaning of a group copy? Agreed. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered that the first time he entered a copy of the god's tomb, it was also when he was quarrying stones. It seemed that he and quarrying stones were in conflict. A flash of dazzling light. Guan Xiaoqi instantly disappeared in place, and when he opened his eyes once more, Alicia was standing in front of him on the left, gazing into the distance. The sunlight shone on the young girl's face, full of youthfulness, and even the surrounding scenery, all of a sudden, brightened up together. What are you looking at? Quick, come here, look, it's so spectacular here. Alicia jumped and beckoned, calling for Guan Xiaoqi to come over. Guan Xiaoqi came over, only to realize that the two of them were in a small pavilion on a hill, a rockery with what seemed to be a very large courtyard underneath, with buildings and pavilions inside, like a huge Jiangnan garden. This is the Sky City? Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. How does this look like the courtyard of a large family on ancient Earth? Like the Grand View Garden? The depiction of the Grand View Garden inexplicably surfaced in Guan Xiaoqi's mind, and it matched the scenery in front of him. Welcome to Sky City, a place filled with treasures. Your only task is to find a greater number of treasures of higher quality, and when settling, the quality and quantity of treasures obtained will be rated. Currently there are 27 human teams, 81 skeleton teams, 2 devil teams and 1 mixed team in Sky City. Good luck! Guan Xiaoqi blinked and glanced at Alicia. When the system said mixed teams, it should mean the team of himself and Alicia. But why was there a devil team involved? This was an unprecedented first. According to reason, devils, as aborigines, didn't need to participate in the copy. There must be some real treasure in this copy that these devils had their eyes on. Guan Xiaoqi secretly guessed. Look! Alicia pointed her finger downwards, her small hands were as white as lamb's fat jade. Guan Xiaoqi looked at Alicia's small hands and didn't turn his eyes away for a while. I'm not asking you to look at my hands, look there. Alicia was furious, glaring at Guan Xiaoqi. Ha! Being ferocious, Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly looked along Alicia's finger and saw that the garden was filled with birds and flowers, sound of running water, and turning corridors and flying eaves. It was truly 7 points of seclusion and 10 points of nobility. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes did not stay on this scenery, but stared at a room in the side corridor. The door of that room was open, the door shook, and inside, a hint of a bloody flavor came out. The contrast between the bloody smell and the rich weather here was too great. Come on, let's go down and take a look. Alicia nodded. Good. Both of them were no longer newcomers, so they naturally didn't fear blood, joining hands and going down the wigwam together, heading towards that room in the side corridor. Before they even reached the door, they already saw a corpse lying in the room. Its abdomen had been penetrated by a sharp weapon and was gurgling blood out. Entering the room, Guan Xiaoqi walked over and bent down to inspect it. It was an old man. His left hand was still covering his stomach, as if he was trying to stop the bleeding, but he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out at all, as even his intestines were flowing out. Therefore, he could only die here. Chapter 126: The Murderer and the Skeleton. Body temperature is still there, just died not long ago. The old man's eyes bulged out, obviously dying in peace. The room was empty, nothing was there. The two men retreated. Suddenly they heard several mournful sword calls from the garden outside. The two quickly walked through a moon gate to another courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard was a large banyan tree. Under the large banyan tree, an old woman was sitting against the tree. Her entire body was covered in blood, and there was a bloody hole in her right shoulder, her face full of horror. The very moment Guan Xiaoqi and Alicia barged into the courtyard, a shadow turned through another moon door and disappeared. Walking over to the old lady, he saw that her entire body was covered in wounds, and she had been channeling her breath. Obviously her lungs had been severely damaged. The old lady saw Guan Xiaoqi come over. Trembling hand pointed to the moon door where the figure had just disappeared. He killed my old man. And robbed us. Pooh. A large mouthful of blood was spat out. The old woman's body went limp and she fell to the ground, stomped her legs twice and died. Guan Xiaoqi squatted down, closed the old lady's eyes and sighed. Glancing towards that moon door, he knew that the guy who killed, sensing he was coming, had slipped away early. One human team is completely destroyed, total number of human teams remaining 26. Two old men, a team. An old lady wanted to make a copy, and the only person she could find to invite was the old man, right? The old man is dead, the old lady is dead, the team is dead. Let's go. The one that escaped just now seems to be a human as well? That's right, that's a young man, very agile. We elves rarely kill each other. Alicia was very emotional. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know what to say. Humans, they should be considered a fighting nation, right? Killing each other, isn't that an old favorite? The two didn't look like they were participating in a replica, rather it was like they were traveling, wandering around while enjoying the surrounding scenery. This courtyard, when looked at quietly, was really quite pretty. Alicia suddenly took out an hourglass out of her ring. The hourglass was very small, placed it in her hand and watched as it dripped quicksand downwards. What is this? An hourglass of time. Alicia laughed and explained again, this time hourglass is the time outside. Let me test if there is any difference between the time in this sky city and the time passing in the outside world. Ha! There's such a treasure? Guan Xiaoqi was suddenly very interested in this hourglass. Watching the sand of the hourglass flow down normally, Alicia silently counted, suddenly putting away the hourglass and waving her hand. She laughed. This copy is a bit odd, it's almost exactly the same as the passage of time outside. Guan Xiaoqi did not understand, almost exactly the same? How is it still odd? Alicia gave Guan Xiaoqi a blank look. You don't understand, a copy is a space-time rift. The passage of time inside is very different from the real world. The longer the space-time rift, the slower the passage of time. Like this world where the passage of time is close to being exactly the same, it means that the history is very short, maybe just 3 or 5 years ago, or maybe it's even possible that it's right here in the real world. Guan Xiaoqi froze. You mean, it's possible that we're still in the real world? Alicia nodded. It is possible, that's all. Sky City? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered seeing the stars in the sky at sunset last night. Could it be that? Guan Xiaoqi was a bit incredulous, and suddenly became fiery inside. Why don't we go outside the garden and take a look? As the two of them walked, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered his first copy, and the one with Alicia, that God's Tomb. The God's Tomb copy, there was almost no passage of time. When I went out, the time was almost imperceptible. What was the reasoning behind that? That copy is extremely old. Longer than Dom? Well, much longer than the appearance of Dom, otherwise there wouldn't have been a situation where time didn't pass at all. Perhaps, that was when this world first began. The gods that died before Dom? Guan Xiaoqi walked while pondering. Alicia meekly followed behind Guan Xiaoqi, like a little neighbor girl, and together they walked outside the garden. Outside the courtyard gate, mountains were seen, rivers were seen, and forests were seen. A few dozen meters from the gate was a river bank. Across the river was a forested area, and the forest was getting higher and higher, spreading from the foot of the mountain to the mountain, and the mountain looked a little strange, like a dragon, perched on the other side of the river. But Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to look closely at the mountain range. On the riverbank, a fierce battle was taking place. A masked young man, holding a long sword, was fighting with a group of skeletons. The young man was extremely skillful, and even though he was surrounded by a group of skeletons, he was able to advance and retreat without panic. Guan Xiaoqi saw that the tip of the young man's sword was covered in blood. Skeletons of course did not bleed. Alicia glanced at Guan Xiaoqi. Those two old men, was it this young man who killed them? Guan Xiaoqi nodded. I'm afraid so. Alicia jumped a bit and removed her longbow from her back. Who do we help? Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. Why do we need to help anyone? Can't we just watch the fun? Alicia thought about it, and it was indeed the same reasoning. According to reason, Guan Xiaoqi should go help a human, but this young man had just killed two defenseless old men, so Guan Xiaoqi naturally had no interest in helping him. A total of 9 skeletons, all holding long weapons, circled around this young man, forming a formation like a gun formation. Although each skeleton was inferior to this young man, they were very good at cooperating. In less than a quarter of an hour, the long weapons were like a forest, going back and forth repeatedly, continuously. The young man began to pant, a little unable to hold on. All humans, why don't you guys come over and help? The young man became anxious, saw Guan Xiaoqi and Alicia, and shouted. The skeletons concentrating on the battle were startled, only to realize that another human had appeared behind them, as well as an elf, who was walking unhurriedly from behind. At once the formation broke up. Alerted, they retreated several steps in a row and reversed to face Guan Xiaoqi. That young man saw a break in the skeleton gun formation, revealing a passageway, and without turning back, he quickly fled towards the river, running a few quick steps and leaping into the river, swimming towards the other side of the river. Before fleeing, this young man was still shouting, "You guys are finally here, surround these skeletons." The skeletons were in disbelief. He had already taken advantage of the situation and ran away. This asshole. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but curse. Alicia whispered, skeletons are actually a bit afraid of water and don't dare to go into the water unless there's a boat. The skeletons, not knowing what was going on, raised their weapons up and turned to aim at Guan Xiaoqi's duo. We're just passing through. No intention of antagonizing you. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose and explained. Kill the living. Kill. The group of skeletons weren't interested in listening to a human at all, and without a second thought, they rushed over together with spears in hand. The ghostly flames in the skulls flickered continuously, showing that the skeletons were excited. Alicia extremely disliked skeletons. Originally in the undead continent, elves and skeletons were mortal enemies. She held the bow in her hand and then drew it. A green storm resounded on the bowstring and instantly countless green arrow shadows shot out. Guan Xiaoqi counted them. There were a total of 9 arrow shadows, and there were exactly 9 skeletons on the opposite side. The arrow light was like electricity. Before the skeletons could react to what was happening, 9 consecutive explosions occurred, and the 9 skeletons were blown to smithereens almost simultaneously. 1 arrow. Skeletons. A team is completely annihilated. Total remaining skeleton team 80. This group of little skeletons, they seem to be a little bit unable to think straight. Guan Xiaoqi was quite speechless. The sound of applause suddenly came from behind. Awesome. Guan Xiaoqi turned around and saw 2 more waves of humans coming out of the garden, and at the forefront was a powersuit teenager, staring unblinkingly at Alicia, but acting as if he hadn't seen Guan Xiaoqi. This teenager quickly stepped forward, holding an epic-level longsword in his hand, pulled a sword flower, and came over with a smile. Beauty, my name is Shimanhe. I am honored to make an acquaintance, and this hand of yours with the bow and arrow is truly out of this world. Guan Xiaoqi was angry. Is this little man trying to pry the old man's corner to his face? Just then, another group of people also walked out from inside. There were 10 people in total, walking but with only 1 footstep. 10 people are standing straight, in front of 2 sword and shield warriors, behind 3 archers, 3 mages, and a dagger-wielding thief. The last person did not take a weapon, cannot see the occupation. Formation looks loose, in fact, very disciplined. At a glance is the battle formation, walk over neatly, not at all chaotic. If this wasn't trained by the military, Guan Xiaoqi wouldn't believe it. The square-faced middle-aged man in the lead stared at Guan Xiaoqi for half a day, and suddenly said in surprise, Guan Xiaoqi?